Actually, supernatural abilities are divided into three main categories: combat, support, and recovery. Besides that, abilities are also ranked, ranging from D level to SSS level. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, many people have awakened as ability users. However, so far, the majority of awakened abilities range from D level to B level. As for a level to SSS level abilities, they are exceptionally rare. So everyone, tomorrow is the day you'll awaken your abilities. I hope that no matter the outcome, even if you can't awaken an ability, don't let it discourage you. As long as you study diligently, even without an awakened ability, you can still carve out a place for yourself in this world. The homeroom teacher patiently addressed the young boys and girls sitting below the podium. Yes, this was a world overrun by monstrous beasts. In the summer of 2090, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Following that, one beast after another emerged from the rift. At first, nations could still rely on conventional weapons to combat them, but over time, these weapons became ineffective against the beasts. It was during this time that spiritual energy resurged, and humans began awakening supernatural abilities to fight back against the beasts. However, the resurgence of spiritual energy also caused more rifts to appear, bringing forth more beasts. Finally, after a great war, humanity managed to trap the beasts within the rifts. Meanwhile, humans continued to train and evolve, with more and more people awakening abilities, thus creating a delicate balance of power. Yi Tian listened listlessly as the homeroom teacher spoke. This speech had been delivered at least a dozen times already. Not only him, but the entire class was likely tired of hearing it. The homeroom teacher was an old man nearing 50, affectionately called Old Gua by the students. Yi Tian understood that Old Gua was concerned that they might fail to awaken or awaken to a low-level ability, leading to feelings of defeat. That was why he kept repeating the same speech over and over. But what Old Gua didn't realize was that the classroom was filled with hot-blooded teens. In the prime of their youth, no amount of cautionary words could dampen their passion for supernatural abilities. After all, awakening a high-level ability could be a shortcut to success, a way to rise to the top overnight. To them, awakening was akin to their first major exam in life, and everyone hoped for a good result. Sigh. Old Gua glanced at the fervor in his students' eyes and decided to say no more. He knew that no amount of words could suppress their enthusiasm, so he could only sigh helplessly. All right, I won't say anything discouraging anymore. Finally, I wish you all the best tomorrow. Class dismissed. With that, Old Gua left the classroom. As soon as Old Gua left, the classroom erupted in excitement. After all, tomorrow was the day they would awaken their abilities. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Hey, Old Yi, tomorrow's the big day. How are you feeling? Excited? If I could awaken an SSS level now, even just an S-level ability, I'd be content. Huyan Wei, he said with a grin, brushing his side-swept bangs. Isn't that obvious? Of course I'm excited. If I somehow get an S-level ability, admission to one of the 4 great schools in the capital would be practically guaranteed. But is it really that easy? Yi Tian replied with a wry smile. By the way, I remember you and Kwang Bin aren't awakening your abilities at school, right? Didn't you say you'd be doing it with your families? Yi Tian asked. Yeah, apparently everything's been arranged back home. But we don't really know the specifics. They keep talking about some family secret. Seriously, in this day and age, what secrets could they possibly have? They won't even let anyone accompany us during the awakening process. Situ Kwongbin said, shaking his head in exasperation. Haha, you two don't need to worry about me. If your families have arranged everything, that's great. Besides, while I do yearn for supernatural abilities, if I don't awaken or don't get something impressive, I think living an ordinary life wouldn't be so bad. I'd enjoy a bit of peace and quiet in this chaotic world. As for saving the world or whatever, I'll leave that to you too. Yi Tian said with a laugh. Yi Tian, Huyan Wei Yi, and Situ Kwang Bin had been close friends since childhood. He knew that both of their families were quite influential, though the details were always kept under wraps. Yi Tian never pried into their family matters. All he cared about was that they were his lifelong brothers. Ugh, Old Yi, your attitude is all wrong. What do you mean? Leave it to us. Don't even think about running off. Didn't we promise to take on the world together? What's this getting cold feet already? Huyen Wei Yi teased. Exactly, old Yi. Let me tell you, there's no escaping this. Even if you're just an ordinary guy, if Wei Yi and I awaken something powerful, we'll drag you along with us, no matter what. The three of us, together, will protect world peace, haha. Situ Kuangbin added, laughing. I don't know about protecting world peace, but I think we could start by protecting the peace in World of Warcraft. Yi Tian suggested with a grin. You guys are leaving tonight, right? There are still a few hours left. How about one last game? Isn't that a given? Let us go, Huyen Wei said, packing up his desk. This game had always been their shared passion. Even though it was an old title, the three of them never seemed to tire of playing it. They would challenge and explore new maps together, relentlessly pursuing victory until they finally cleared the game. That night, the three friends emerged from the internet cafe. Ah, that was satisfying. Finally clearing the game before leaving, I couldn't stand the thought of leaving it unfinished. Huyen Wei said, exhaling deeply. Ha, yeah, we did it. The three of them laughed, but gradually, their laughter gave way to a quiet silence. After tonight, we'll be going our separate ways. But I believe we'll see each other again. Who knows by then? Maybe you guys will even have wives. Situ Kuangbin joked after a while. Uffed. And what are you saying, it wouldn't be your wife? Yi Tian and Huyen Wei retorted in unison, unimpressed. Heh, if age doesn't decide it, then let us settle it by strength, Situ Kuangbin said with a smirk. Fine by me. Who's afraid of who? At this moment, Yi Tian and Huyen Wei were filled with a surge of passionate determination. How about this, we make a pact for 3 years? 3 years from now, we'll return to Tianhai City and have a competition at the school. What do you think? Yi Tian proposed. All right, no problem at all. Huyen Wei and Situ Kuangbin immediately agreed. And so, the three of them parted ways that night, each going in their separate directions. Walking on the way home, Yi Tian felt deeply reluctant. After all, the three of them had grown up together, playing side by side since childhood, and now they were about to part ways. However, Yi Tian also knew that he and Wei, as well as Kuang Bin, were not from the same world at all. From the fact that they didn't undergo their awakening ceremony at the school, to the secrets of their families, it wasn't hard to deduce just how powerful the families behind the two of them were. Yet, what Yi Tian couldn't understand was why, with such enormous families behind them, the two of them would choose to live in a small place like Tianhai City. Both of them had powerful families backing them, while he was just an ordinary commoner. To be continued. By the time Yi Tian got home, it was already the early hours of the morning. The lights in the neighborhood were mostly out, with only a few scattered windows still lit. Quietly, Yi Tian opened the door to his house, tiptoed inside, and made his way to one of the rooms. He opened the door and stepped inside. This little girl, she really never grows up, huh? Yi Tian said with a helpless smile, looking at the girl on the bed who had kicked her blanket to the floor. This was Yi Tian's younger sister, Yi Xin. The two siblings had lost their mother when they were very young, and their father only came home occasionally. Even the house they were living in now had been bought by their father, who had also left them some money for living expenses before disappearing again. The last time Yi Tian had seen his father was 3 years ago. Shaking his head, Yi Tian pushed thoughts of his father aside. He picked up the blanket from the floor, covered Yi Xin with it, and then returned to his own room. I wonder if Dad will come back tomorrow, on such an important day as my awakening ceremony. Sigh. With this thought, Yi Tian drifted off to sleep, carrying a glimmer of hope. The next day, Yi Tian got up early, much earlier than usual, because today was the day of the awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, Yi Xin was still sound asleep. Seeing how deeply she was sleeping, Yi Tian decided not to wake her. Instead, he prepared breakfast for her before leaving the house. By the time Yi Tian arrived at school, it was already packed with people. Since today was the day for the students to awaken their abilities, many had come with their parents or other family members. Yi Tian looked around, glancing east and west, only to realize he seemed to be the only one who had come alone. Everyone else was accompanied by parents, siblings, or other relatives. For a moment, Yi Tian couldn't help but miss Huyen Wei and Situ Kuangbin. At least with those two around, he wouldn't feel so lonely. Xiao Tian, did you come alone? Is your dad still not back? A gentle voice interrupted Yi Tian's thoughts. Looking up, two stunning figures appeared before him. One had a soft and graceful demeanor, while the other had a fiery and explosive presence, but at the moment, the latter was glaring at Yi Tian with gritted teeth. No, I guess he's just busy with work. I'm used to it, Yi Tian said with a bitter smile, though anyone could see the helplessness in his eyes. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. You actually stole my Muhan away from me. I'm gonna bite you, stinky Yi Tian. The fiery girl suddenly lunged at Yi Tian, pinning him to the ground. Yi Tian only felt his face being smothered by two soft, towering peaks, accompanied by a faint milky fragrance. Hell, help me. Yi Tian struggled to speak, but the pressure from the two soft peaks made even forming words difficult. The onlookers around them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, the two universally acknowledged top school beauties of Tianhai No. 1 High School were not only on such good terms with the guy, but one of them had even tackled him to the ground? Ugh, so envious, so jealous, so angry. No, so utterly furious. Choo-choo, get up. Aren't you embarrassed? There are so many people watching. Yang Muhan quickly pulled Xia Chu off Yi Tian. He stole you away from me. You're mine, and no one can take you from me. Xia Chu exclaimed, pretending to cry. Yi Tian, now with a dark expression, said, Miss Xia, can you at least give me a heads up before you pounce on me next time? I almost didn't awaken my ability because you nearly sent me off first. Huh, you're just weak. Weakling. If you can't even handle me, how are you going to protect Muhan? So you'd better stay away from her. Xia Chu retorted with a face full of disdain. All right, you two, stop bickering the moment you meet. Choo-choo, you should really behave yourself. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Yang Muhan asked, looking at Yi Tian with concern. I'm fine. With her weight, I can still manage, Yi Tian replied with a smile, while Xia Chu stood off to the side, sulking. Ugh, Muhan is actually siding with this stinky guy instead of me. No love left in this world. Life has no meaning anymore. Xia Chu wailed dramatically. Yi Tian and Yang Muhan exchanged helpless looks but were already used to Xia Chu's antics. Yi Tian and Yang Muhan had been childhood friends. Yang Muhan was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. One time, Yi Tian got lost and was taken in by the orphanage director, where he met Yang Muhan. In the end, it was Yi Tian's father who came to take him back. But from that day on, Yi Tian often visited the orphanage whenever he had free time to play with Yang Muhan, even sneaking her out of the orphanage from time to time. Later on, Xia Chu's parents became too busy with work to spend much time with her. They decided to adopt a child to be Xia Chu's sister or younger sibling. Eventually, they adopted Yang Muhan, who became Xia Chu's elder sister. Afterward, Xia Chu also became friends with Yi Tian and learned about the story of Yi Tian and his sibling. Though Xia Chu usually appeared carefree and boisterous, deep down, she was actually quite sensitive. Noticing Yi Tian's unusual expression earlier, she acted to distract him and shift the topic, wanting to ease his mind. Yi Tian understood this in his heart, feeling a sense of warmth. At least he was not the most lonely person, he still had this group of friends. Ahem. Quiet, everyone. I hereby announce the preparation for the awakening ceremony to begin. Parents, please leave the field and observe from outside. Homeroom teachers, please organize your classes into orderly lines. I will now explain the precautions for the awakening ceremony before we commence the ability awakening process. Suddenly, the voice of the dean echoed, prompting many parents to begin leaving the field. The awakening ceremony is starting. Xiaotian, good luck. We'll head back to our class queue now, Yang Muhan said as she pulled Xia Chu away. Yi Tian also quickly found his place in his class's lineup. Soon, all the classes had arranged themselves in order. At this moment, the music playing on the field stopped. Ahem, ahem, testing, testing. Hello, students. I am your dean. As you all know, the world today is overrun by feral beasts. To protect our world, our home, awakening abilities is now the only way to fight back against these beasts. So, I want to say more unnecessary words. I'm sure your homeroom teachers have explained this in class. Awakening abilities is not something everyone can achieve. Even if one does awaken, the level of the ability does not necessarily guarantee it will be high. Whether or not you can awaken and the level of your ability depends entirely on your talent and aptitude. Now, let me introduce the commander of the 5th Battalion of the Shadow Army, who will explain the precautions for the awakening ceremony. The principal was a chubby man, often joking around with students, earning him the nickname Fatty Jean. But at this moment, Principal Zhang no, Fatty Zhang wore a serious expression. After all, this was no trivial matter. The awakening ceremony would determine the future of the students at their school, and no mistakes could be afforded. Not only must the awakening ceremony proceed smoothly, but the gifted students needed to be protected. 5 years ago, a student from Tianhai City's second high school awakened a powerful S-class ability during their ceremony. Tragically, before they could even celebrate, the student was assassinated by a hidden dark force. It was this bloody lesson from 5 years ago that led to the current policy. Whenever an awakening ceremony is held at any school, the country assigns members of the Shadow Army to guard the event. As Principal Zhang finished speaking, a woman with her hair tied in a ponytail stepped forward. She wore a pure white combat uniform with the words Shadow Army emblazoned in bold black letters across the front. Draped over her shoulders was a white cape, which signified her status as the commander of the Shadow Army. The uniform was the standard attire of the Shadow Army, and the white cape was proof of her rank as the battalion commander. Many male students in the audience were instantly captivated by the female commander's striking appearance, her fair skin, large eyes, and composed yet mature demeanor. Compared to Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, she was no less attractive, perhaps even slightly surpassing them in allure. It was mainly her mature and steady aura that set her apart, while Yang Muhan and Xia Chu still carried a youthful and somewhat naive charm. Each had their own strengths. Because of this, the female commander's entrance immediately drew the attention of a large number of male students. However, given the occasion, coupled with the fact that their families were watching from outside the field, the excitement didn't escalate too much. Commander Luo, thank you for your assistance. Oh, and regarding security, Principal Zhang asked with a respectful smile. After all, to become a commander in the Shadow Army was no small feat. Only the cream of the crop could achieve such a status. No need to worry. This is our duty. As for security, you can rest assured. Unless someone of the star level shows up, this place is absolutely safe. Luo Yu replied confidently. The levels of abilities were categorized as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, king, star, shadow, and domain. In this world, star level was already considered the pinnacle of strength. As for levels beyond star, not even the capital city of Kyoto could claim to have many of such individuals, let alone Tianhai City. For Luo Yu to confidently declare that nothing below the star level could threaten their safety was a testament to her strength and confidence. That's great, that's great, Principal Zhang said with a smile. With Luo Yu's assurance, he felt completely at ease. After all, individuals of star-level status were incredibly rare. What reason would such a figure have to come to a small city like Tianhai to disrupt an awakening ceremony? Greetings, students. I am Luo Yu, commander of the 5th Battalion of the Shadow Army. I will now explain the process and precautions for the awakening ceremony. Do you see the awakening platform in front of you? Before the students stood a structure resembling an altar. At its center was a stone over a meter tall, exuding an ancient aura. It was clearly newly transported, as the field had been empty the day before. Shortly, you will take turns approaching the awakening platform by class. The process is simple. Place your hand on the awakening stone atop the platform and focus your mind. If the platform lights up, it means you've successfully awakened. If it doesn't, it means you cannot awaken. Also, please remember to remain quiet while other students are undergoing the awakening process. Students waiting for their turn and parents watching from outside the field must not disturb those performing the ceremony. This is a moment that could determine someone's entire life. After Luo Yu finished speaking, the awakening ceremony began, starting with Class 1 of Senior Year 3. Next, the students I call out will step onto the awakening platform. Class 1, Senior 3 Gao Yaoyang. As Principal Zhang called out the name, a tall boy standing at 1.8 meters, with a strong build, walked up. He slowly placed his hand on the awakening stone and closed his eyes to feel it. Below the platform, Yi Tian, like the other students, held his breath, and watched the platform silently. Suddenly, the awakening stone emitted a brilliant light. At the same time, a shadowy figure of a gorilla appeared above Gao Yaoyang's head. The gorilla's phantom pounded its chest and let out a thunderous roar. The sight shocked everyone. "Hey, a class strength-based ability King Kong!" Principal Zhang exclaimed with excitement. He hadn't expected the very first student to awaken such a high-level talent. This was beyond thrilling. In previous years, let alone A-class, even B-class abilities were rare. And now, an A-class ability had been awakened on the very first attempt. How could he not be ecstatic? With this, there was even hope that their school might produce an S-class student this year. But even if they didn't, Principal Zhang was already content. An A-class awakening alone was enough to boost the school's reputation and secure his year-end bonus. Standing to the side, Luo Yu glanced at Gao Yaoyang with a hint of admiration. An A-class talent? Not bad. However, the admiration was fleeting. After all, the minimum requirement to join the Shadow Legion was at least an S-class ability. To Luo Yu, an A-class student was not particularly remarkable. Below the platform, the other students were filled with envy as they watched the first student awaken an A-class ability. At the same time, doubts began to creep into their minds about what their homeroom teachers had often told them. Many people can't awaken abilities at all. Even if they do, most are D-class to B-class. A class is extremely rare, let alone anything above S-class. The words of their teachers echoed in their minds. Could they really be trusted? Many of the students muttered internally while staring intently at the awakening platform, their eyes burning with hope. Soon, the second student excitedly stepped onto the platform. He took a moment to calm himself before slowly placing his hand on the awakening stone. But after a long while, there was no reaction whatsoever. No reaction at all meant that this student could not awaken an ability and would live the rest of his life as an ordinary person. Quickly, the third student went up, then the fourth, the 10th, the 30th. By this time, the fiery excitement in the eyes of the students below the platform had dimmed, replaced by nervous tension. Out of the 30 students so far, only the first had awakened an A-class ability. 19 others failed to awaken anything, while the remaining 10 only managed to awaken D-class or C-class abilities, not even a single B-class, let alone another A-class. It was at this moment that the students finally understood why their homeroom teachers had repeatedly warned them. It wasn't nonsense. Everything their teachers had said was true. Soon, all 50 students from Class 1, Senior 3, had completed their turns. The results were grim. Apart from 1A class, there were only 2 B-class abilities, 6 C-class, and 7 D-class. More than half of the 50 students failed to awaken anything at all. High-level awakenings were exceedingly rare. To be continued. With Class 1 finished, the atmosphere on the field was heavy. Both students and teachers, as well as the parents watching from the sidelines, wore serious and anxious expressions. The success rate of the awakenings was simply too low. Luo Yu remained indifferent. She had witnessed far too many ceremonies like this, where high hopes were met with even greater disappointment. Class 2, Senior 3, please prepare. There was no time for reflection. The awakening ceremony had to continue. However, the results remained just as dismal. The success rate was shockingly low. Even Principal Zhang was growing increasingly anxious. Though they had already seen 1A class talent, he still hoped for someone even more outstanding. It would elevate the school's reputation even further. Class 2, Senior 3 Yang Muhan. As the supervisor called out the name, Yang Muhan slowly stepped onto the awakening platform. Her appearance immediately shifted the atmosphere on the field. The goddess is up next. I wonder what level of ability our goddess will awaken. Go, goddess! Shut up, all of you. Don't distract her from awakening her ability. The appearance of Yang Muhan stirred quiet murmuring among the boys on the field. Yang Muhan herself felt extremely nervous. She had no idea if she would be able to awaken an ability. She took a deep breath, trying her best to calm down, before gently placing her delicate hand on the awakening stone. As Yang Muhan began her awakening ceremony, the crowd finally fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the graceful figure on the platform, feeling even more nervous than if they were awakening themselves. Yi Tian, too, was watching Yang Muhan intently, his heart pounding. This was the childhood friend who had grown up with him. Then, all of a sudden, everyone on the field felt an inexplicable chill. It was the height of summer, the sun blazing overhead, yet a coldness swept through the air, sending shivers down their spines. This feeling, could it be? Luo Yu was the first to react. Her usually unchanged expression shifted, her eyes locking onto Yang Muhan on the awakening platform. Boom! With a resounding noise, an immense white light erupted from the awakening stone, shooting straight into the sky. This white light carried an unbearably cold chill. At the same time, a stunning silhouette appeared above Yang Muhan's head. To everyone's astonishment, the silhouette looked exactly like Yang Muhan, except for one difference. This figure was dressed in a snow-white robe, had white eyebrows and hair, and wore a pure white crown atop her head. SSS-level ability, Ice Queen, Luo Yu exclaimed in shock. She never imagined that, in such a small city like Tianhai, someone could actually awaken an SSS-level supreme ability. Principal Zhang, too, stood frozen in astonishment as he stared at Yang Muhan on the awakening platform. Then, his expression shifted to one of uncontrollable joy. An SSS-level ability. Their school had actually produced someone with an SSS-level ability. A person who awakens such a power would achieve unparalleled strength and status in the future. And such a prodigy came from his school, how could he not be ecstatic? Attention all teams. Attention all teams. Stay on high alert immediately. A student has awakened an SSS-level ability. Ensure the safety of this student at all costs. Luo Yu quickly regained her composure and began issuing security orders. After all, the safety of someone who had awakened an SSS-level ability was not something she could afford to overlook. Once her orders were in place, Luo Yu promptly reported to the Shadow Legion base, requesting reinforcements. An SSS-level awakening was of monumental importance not just for them, but for the entire world. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, all the students stared at Yang Muhan in amazement. Their expressions shifted from shock to excitement, and finally to envy. The emotions on their faces were vivid and diverse. At the same time, numerous members of the Shadow Legion emerged from the shadows. They quickly surrounded the awakening platform in a defensive formation, guarding Yang Muhan as they awaited the conclusion of her awakening. After what felt like an eternity, the ethereal figure above Yang Muhan's head gradually dissipated, and the light from the awakening stone dimmed before fading entirely. The icy chill that had enveloped the schoolyard vanished in an instant, leaving everyone feeling as though they had just stepped out of an air-conditioned room. But the sight of the Shadow Legion encircling the awakening platform served as a stark reminder that what they had just experienced was no illusion. Well, what the heck? Someone slapped me. Am I dreaming, or am I dreaming? One student exclaimed. After the initial shock, the schoolyard erupted into thunderous cheers. Though envious, they were also proud of Yang Muhan, and by extension, proud to be students of Tianhai First High School. Their school had produced an SSS-level genius. When Yang Muhan opened her eyes and took in the scene before her, she was visibly stunned. Having never encountered such a grand spectacle, she appeared both nervous and overwhelmed. Hee, Yang, no need to be nervous. They're here to protect you, Luo Yu said as she and Principal Zhang approached Yang Muhan, the latter wearing a broad grin. As Principal Zhang spoke, a heavily armed helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky, while a large contingent of shadow forces marched quickly into the schoolyard from the main gate. Yang, for your safety, we must leave for Kyoto immediately. Given your current circumstances, it's no longer suitable for you to remain in Tianhai City. Once in Kyoto, you'll be directly enrolled in the Pioneer Academy, where your safety can be guaranteed 100%. Luo Yu said seriously. Pioneer Academy? Yang Muhan asked, puzzled. Yes, the Pioneer Academy. It's the best academy in Kyoto, far superior to the 4 great academies of Kyoto by 100-fold. Since you've awakened an SSS-level ability, you're eligible for direct admission. Now, let us set off, Luo Yu explained patiently. But Yang Muhan hesitated, her gaze drifting toward the schoolyard, where Xia Chu and Yi Tian were still waiting in line with their class. Can I wait for my friends to finish their awakening before I leave? And I need to inform my family first, otherwise they'll worry about me. Very well. Who are the friends you're waiting for? We can prioritize their awakening. As for your family, don't worry, they're already on their way to the school. Until your friends finish their awakenings, stay by my side so I can ensure your safety. Luo Yu replied after a moment of thought. All right, thank you, Yang Muhan said, feeling both grateful and overwhelmed. Wow, Muhan, you're incredible. You actually awakened an SSS-level ability. Xia Chu exclaimed as she and Yi Tian were escorted onto the awakening platform by members of the Shadow Legion. The moment she stepped onto the platform, Xia Chu threw her arms around Yang Muhan, visibly overjoyed. She was genuinely happy for her friend. Chu Chu, Yang Muhan called out, her tone a mix of exasperation and affection. Xia Chu's carefree nature was something she had long grown accustomed to. But as she thought about her impending departure leaving behind Xia Chu and Yi Tian, she began to feel that awakening such a supreme ability might not be such a blessing after all. Secretly, she vowed to herself, no matter what, if the Pioneer Academy doesn't accept Xia Chu and Yi Tian, then I won't go either. Hee, don't worry about it, Muhan. Just wait, I'll awaken a top-tier ability too, Xia Chu said with a grin. As someone who had grown up alongside Yang Muhan, Xia Chu could easily guess what was on her friend's mind. She was likely already planning how to bring Xia Chu and Yi Tian with her to the Pioneer Academy. Knowing Muhan's personality, Xia Chu figured that her friend would rather not enroll at the academy at all if it meant being separated from them. But not everyone could understand their bond. Luo Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at Xia Chu's words. Did she think top-tier abilities were as common as cabbages? That one could just awaken one on demand? Yi Tian, too, smiled at Yang Muhan. Her emotions were written all over her face. How could he not understand? It's just that if the ability he awakens later turns out to be really mediocre, he won't drag Yang Muhan down. After all, with an SSS-level ability, she would receive excellent training, and her future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. He absolutely couldn't be so selfish as to hold her back. Ahem. All right then, Xia Chu, Yi Tian, which one of you would like to go first? Principal Zhang stepped forward immediately to break the tension and asked. After all, danger could arrive at any moment, and for the sake of protecting Yang Muhan and the other students present, it was imperative to proceed with the awakening ceremony as quickly as possible. Ladies first. She can go ahead, Yi Tian said casually. Hee, brat, this time you've got some sense. Watch me awaken a top-tier ability and head to the Vanguard Academy with Muhan. You can just stay here obediently. See if you can still compete with me for Muhan. Xia Chu laughed boldly and carelessly. Hearing this, Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Sister, do you even realize the gravity of the current situation? Your heart is way too carefree. Soon, Xia Chu was the only one left on the awakening platform, while Yi Tian, Yang Muhan, and the others had retreated below the platform, leaving the space for Xia Chu. Xia Chu slowly stepped forward to the awakening stone. Her usual carefree demeanor was replaced with a solemn expression. Though typically casual and outgoing, she was incredibly serious at this moment. Deep down, she felt uneasy, but she knew that no matter the result, she had to face it. After forcing herself to calm down completely, Xia Chu cleared her mind of unnecessary thoughts and slowly placed her hand on the awakening stone. In the shadows. Is that the girl? She actually awakened an SSS-level ability. She absolutely cannot be allowed to leave Tianhai City alive. Once she develops further, she'll be too difficult to deal with. A man stared at Yang Muhan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. However, now was clearly not the right time to act. Kikik, I love the feeling of snuffing out geniuses in the cradle. Hey, Python, can't we act yet? I'm getting impatient. Another man chuckled sinisterly, his killing intent even stronger than the first man's. Rat, hold on a little longer. Our opponents are from the Shadow Legion. Their commander is present, and there are so many people around. The two of us alone can't kill the target. I've already informed the other team members, and the organization has dispatched a star-level expert. Once they arrive, we'll strike immediately. Python spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Then Rat had barely begun to speak when his attention was suddenly drawn to the awakening platform on the field. As Xia Chu placed her hand on the awakening stone and closed her eyes to focus deeply, an enormous wave of heat swept through everyone present. A massive red light erupted from the awakening stone, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, a dazzling projection appeared above Xia Chu's head, a figure dressed in fiery red clothing, with fiery red hair and a phoenix emblem etched on her forehead. Luo Yu watched this scene in shock, swallowing hard. Another SSS-level ability? And it's the legendary Fire Phoenix, one of the four sacred beasts. At that moment, Luo Yu felt her worldview completely collapse. Was it really so easy to awaken top-tier abilities? Were they as common as cabbage in a market? But soon, her shock turned to excitement. Two top-tier ability awakeners in one day. If other teams found out that she had witnessed the awakening of two top-tier abilities, wouldn't they die of envy? After all, such an occasion wasn't something one could see every day? Despite her excitement, Luo Yu quickly regained her composure and immediately contacted her superiors. At the Vanguard Academy, inside the principal's office, an elderly man was practicing calligraphy. Just as he was about to bring his brush down to the paper, the door suddenly flew open with a loud bang and hurtled toward him. Door. The wooden door smashed into the old man, but he didn't dodge. He allowed the door to hit him, and it shattered upon impact. The old man's hand, still holding the ink brush, remained suspended in midair, and a single drop of ink dripped onto the white paper. Old Xiao, something terrible has happened. This is an emergency, an emergency. Another robust old man rushed in, speaking hastily. Huh, Old Xiao, what's wrong? Why is your nose bleeding? Practicing calligraphy, and you managed to injure yourself? I told you you've been overheated lately, but you didn't listen. See, now your nose is bleeding from the stress. The robust old man chattered on. Xiao's face darkened as veins bulged on his forehead. Old Wei, we can discuss my overheating later. If you don't give me a proper explanation for this today, I'll make sure you cool down immediately. Oh, right. My bad memory. Wei was slapped his forehead. Here's the thing. News just came in that at Tianhai City First High School, 2 students have awakened SSS-level abilities. The killing organization has already dispatched star-level experts there, so they're requesting us to send reinforcements. Before Weigwa could finish his sentence, he felt a dizzying sensation. By the time he regained his senses, he realized that Xiao Yi had already dragged him out of the academy. No, to be exact, they had already left the capital. To be continued. Muhan, see? I did it. After completing her awakening, Xia Chu jumped off the platform and excitedly threw her arms around Yang Muhan. Now, the two sisters wouldn't have to part ways. That's amazing, Chu Chu. You were incredible. Yang Muhan praised her without hesitation, genuinely happy for Xia Chu. Xiao Tian, it's your turn next. Good luck. Yang Muhan encouraged Yi Tian, though her eyes were still filled with worry. Hey, brat, since you let me go first earlier, I guess I'll encourage you too. You'd better do your best. Otherwise, Muhan and I will leave you behind and go enjoy ourselves in the capital. Xia Chu stammered as she awkwardly tried to cheer Yi Tian on. Oh my goodness, I can't take it anymore. Is today not the awakening ceremony? Is it a public display of affection show? 2 school beauties, both awakening SSS-level abilities at the same time, and yet they're both encouraging one guy. What on earth am I witnessing? Wah, I don't want to awaken anymore. I want to go home. I need to go home. This isn't an awakening ceremony, this is freaking torture. On the field, many male students let out sorrowful and chilling cries. Yi Tian looked at the 2 girls, feeling a warmth in his heart. Without saying much, he also stepped up onto the awakening platform. Meanwhile, Luo Yu stood to the side, watching the scene, the corner of her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Honestly, she really wanted to say, with the 2 of you as SSS-level ability users, even if this kid can't awaken any ability, as long as you desire it, he could still get into the Pioneer Academy. So what the heck are you worrying about? However, seeing this heartfelt scene, Luo Yu's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Forget it. I'll tell them after the boy finishes his awakening. Luo Yu thought to herself. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang, at some point, had changed into casual attire and somehow acquired a large knife. My students, I will protect you, Principal Zhang declared, planting the knife firmly into the ground, his expression tense and his full focus engaged. If the first SSS-level ability awakening had made Principal Zhang excited, then the second one had undoubtedly made him nervous. He understood that the hidden assassination organization could act at any moment. When it came to the awakening of one SSS-level ability user, the hidden assassination organization might take action, but only after careful consideration and planning. However, with the second one emerging, there was no way they'd hesitate. They wouldn't allow SSS-level ability users to grow. Action would be immediate. And Principal Zhang's concerns were entirely justified. In a building adjacent to the field, 6 more individuals in black cloaks had joined the previous snake and the rat. It was impossible to discern their genders. When Xia Chu had awakened her top-tier ability earlier, they had immediately contacted their nearby teammates, preparing to execute the assassination. Even if they failed, they aimed to delay long enough for the organization's star-level powerhouses to arrive. Everyone, get ready. Once that kid begins his awakening, the moment the awakening stone lights up, we act immediately. You 6, form 3 groups. One group will deal with the Shadow Legion's commander, one group will target that fat guy with the knife, and the last group will handle the rest of the Shadow Legion. As for me and the rat, we'll take care of the 2 top-tier ability awakeners. The snake methodically laid out the plan. Following this, the 8 of them each took out their weapons, their eyes gleaming with cold intent. Yi Tian approached the awakening stone, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. After all, this was undoubtedly a pivotal test in his life. Anyone would want to achieve a good result. After steadying his nerves, Yi Tian slowly placed his hand on the awakening platform and gradually closed his eyes. At the same time, Xia Chu and Yang Muhan watched the awakening stone anxiously. Luo Yu, Principal Zhang, and the Shadow Legion warriors guarding the 2 girls were equally tense. In the building, the assassins from the assassination organization also stared intently at the awakening stone. Suddenly, a dark light flickered on the awakening stone. However, before the light could fully manifest, a massive fireball descended from the sky. Not good. The assassination organization is here. Protect the students. Principal Zhang roared, gripping his knife and charging toward the fireball. Despite his portly appearance, Principal Zhang moved with remarkable agility. Being the principal of a school wasn't just a matter of status. A sharp blade strike cleaved the fireball in 2. The students and parents on the field panicked at the sight. No one had expected there to truly be assassins hidden in the shadows. At first, seeing the defensive arrangements of the Shadow Legion and the school, many students had thought they were being overly cautious. After all, weren't they just 2 top-tier ability awakeners? Was all this really necessary? Now, however, they realized that the school and the Shadow Legion's vigilance and preparations were anything but excessive. They were completely warranted. Luo Yu immediately pulled Yang Muhan and Xia Chu away. However, they hadn't gotten far before 2 cloaked figures blocked their path. Without a word, the cloaked figures lunged toward Luo Yu. She quickly pulled Yang Muhan and Xia Chu behind her. Phantom! One of the cloaked figures shouted, and suddenly, over a dozen identical figures materialized before Luo Yu, all attacking simultaneously. Humph! Gravity field. Luo Yu snorted coldly. The 2 cloaked figures immediately felt a heavy force pressing down on them, their movements growing sluggish. Luo Yu threw a punch, nearly striking one of the cloaked figures. However, their abilities were formidable as well, allowing them to dodge in time. The ground where Luo Yu's punch landed was left with a massive crater. Facing the 2 adversaries, Luo Yu felt an immense pressure. She glanced toward Principal Zhang, only to see him also entangled with 2 cloaked figures. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shadow Legion were similarly occupied, each facing a pair of cloaked figures. The remaining personnel were busy evacuating the students and parents amidst the sudden chaos. Gritting her teeth, Luo Yu realized the dire situation. She couldn't afford to let Yang Muhan and Xia Chu stray too far from her side. Who knew if more assassins were lurking in the shadows? She couldn't take that gamble. All she could do now was hold out until reinforcements arrived. Kakik, looks like everything's going smoothly. It's been so long since I've had the pleasure of snuffing out geniuses. Haha, such a pity these 2 pretty girls. If the circumstances weren't so complicated, I'd love to have some fun with them before finishing them off. The rat said greedily, eyeing Yang Muhan and Xia Chu. Enough nonsense, rat. Let's get moving. Do not underestimate the enemy. After all, they are the Shadow Legion, the snake said expressionlessly. Until the two targets were successfully eliminated, the mission was far from over. To be continued. On the awakening platform, Yi Tian was in excruciating pain. Just moments ago, he had clearly felt a surge of energy slowly flowing into his body. But an abrupt change had directly interrupted his awakening ceremony. The moment Principal Zhang split the fireball, the aftermath of the explosion successfully blasted Yi Tian away. The awakening stone, which had just started to emit light, was instantly extinguished, and Yi Tian collapsed unconscious on the ground. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, witnessing this scene, were about to rush onto the platform. However, Luo Yu was faster. She immediately pulled the two of them back. Don't worry, they won't harm that boy. Their targets are only the two of you. If you go now, you'll just be throwing your lives away and dragging him down. Hearing Luo Yu's words, the two had no choice but to follow her and leave. Just as they were about to ask what would happen to Yi Tian since his awakening ceremony was interrupted, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, even in his unconscious state, could vividly feel the energy flowing into his body. It was a force imbued with a massive aura of death. He found himself unable to control it, and the energy was chaotically surging within him. Yi Tian's face turned crimson as he felt a sweet taste rise in his throat. With a sudden burst, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his school uniform red. Am I about to die? Yi Tian gazed blankly at the sky, his surroundings falling into complete silence. It was as if the battles around him didn't exist. Congratulations to the host for binding with the God-level immortal cultivation system. As Yi Tian slowly closed his eyes, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Warning! Warning! Host's life force is rapidly depleting. Emergency protocols will now activate. Emergency protocols activated. Scanning. Anomalous energy detected within the host's body. Would you like to collect and preserve it? Due to the activation of emergency protocols, energy collection will proceed automatically. Commencing collection. Yi Tian instantly felt the overwhelming, deathly energy within his body being completely absorbed by a mysterious force. Activating emergency treatment protocols. Treatment protocol initiated. In an instant, Yi Tian felt a warm, comforting current flow into his body, mending his internal organs. The sensation of impending death vanished completely. At the same time, he felt his body surging with newfound strength. Yi Tian stared blankly at his hands, utterly bewildered. Was this a dream? As the thought crossed his mind, Yi Tian suddenly brightened. Of course, it must be a dream. That would explain why both Muhan and Xia Chu awakened SSS-level abilities. And judging by how he felt earlier, it seemed he had also awakened an SSS-level ability. There was no way top-tier powers could awaken so easily, like cabbages in a field. All right then, time to wake myself up. If I stay here any longer, I'll miss my real-world awakening ceremony. With that thought, Yi Tian decisively slapped himself across the face. With a resounding slap, Yi Tian clutched his now red cheek and writhed on the ground in pain. Ow, damn it, that hurt. There's no way this is a dream, it hurts too much. Beep. Host is advised to refrain from self-harm. Otherwise, all the effort this system put into healing you will go to waste. Beep. Host exhibits tendencies of self-harm. Initiating brain scan. Beginning scan. Beep. Strange, everything appears normal. Listening to the machine-like voice in his ear, Yi Tian's frustration grew. Did the system think he was crazy? Just as Yi Tian was about to investigate the system further, he noticed the chaotic scene before him. Principal Zhang and Luo Yu were locked in a fierce battle, and the surrounding shadow army was being completely held off by two black-robed figures. Yi Tian couldn't help but grow anxious. System, do you have any good ideas to help them? Yi Tian asked hastily. Host is far too weak. The system recommends curling up, staying out of sight, and surviving. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's face turned dark, and his mouth twitched. Was this system serious? It was suggesting he hide and cower? As Yi Tian internally cursed the system for being useless, two more black-robed figures suddenly appeared and charged directly at Yang Muhan and Xia Chu. This isn't going to work. I can't just stand by and watch them die in front of me. Warning. Host is heading toward imminent death. Host, cease your suicidal actions immediately. Damn it. Why is this host so difficult to manage? The system muttered in frustration as it noticed Yi Tian preparing to charge forward. I don't care. I can't just stand by and watch them die. Yi Tian declared resolutely. Fine. Detecting a powerful energy source nearby, it's that broken stone. Place your hand on it, and I'll absorb the energy. Relax your body and leave the rest to me. The system finally broke its usual mechanical tone and spoke directly. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, but followed the system's instructions nonetheless. Meanwhile, on Luo Yu's side, the sheer strength of the two black-robed figures was overwhelming. While trying to protect Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, Luo Yu let her guard down for a moment and was struck by one of the figures. She spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. To make matters worse, two more assassins from the slaughter organization appeared, leaving Luo Yu feeling completely powerless and desperate. At this moment, the figures known as the Python and the Rat had reached the two girls. Blame your bad luck, Python sneered. Of all the abilities to awaken, you had to choose top-tier ones. Time to die. Without a shred of mercy, Python and Rat attacked the two girls simultaneously. Suddenly, an eerie black flame surged forth, striking both attackers directly. The two figures let out agonized screams as they felt the unmistakable aura of death emanating from the flames. No, this can't be. Python and Rat were engulfed in the pitch-black flames, their entire bodies consumed. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events, their gazes shifting toward the awakening platform. At this moment, Yi Tian looked down at the two people rolling on the ground, his expression calm and indifferent, his eyes cold and detached. However, it wasn't he entirely Yi Tian himself acting now, it was the system bound to him, controlling his body. Just moments ago, Yi Tian had relinquished control of his body to the system. The system acted swiftly, absorbing the residual energy left in the awakening stone from when Yi Tian's awakening had been interrupted. With this surge of power, the earlier scene had unfolded. Humph! Suddenly, with a cold snort, the strange flames on the snake and rat were extinguished, and a shadowy figure appeared in the middle of the scene. Who would have thought that in a small city like Tianhai, 3 SSS class ability awakeners would appear in a single day? It seems my trip here wasn't in vain. But today, all of you will die right here, the figure said coldly. The crowd stared at the black-robed figure who had suddenly appeared, feeling their scalps prickling with fear. A deep sense of despair and helplessness rose in their hearts. Hey, star-level powerhouse. Principal Zhang's face turned pale as he looked at the black-robed man, a bitter smile on his face. There was no point in trying anymore. With an opponent of this caliber, they were all as good as dead. You members of the killing organization are truly lawless. In broad daylight, you dare to storm a school, disrupt an awakening ceremony, and even attempt to kill newly awakened students. Do you think that after killing us, you'll be able to leave here safely? Luo Yu said, glaring at the black-robed figure. Her face was deathly pale from her severe injuries. Ha! The black-robed man burst into laughter at Luo Yu's words. Lawless? That's exactly what we are. What can you do about it? Against absolute power, do you think you still stand a chance to resist? Besides, if I want to leave, who could possibly stop me? The black-robed man said coldly, as a powerful aura erupted from him, pressing everyone to the ground with overwhelming force. Yi Tian, too, was nearly unable to remain standing. If not for the system controlling his body, he would have been crushed by the immense pressure immediately. Oh, this boy is interesting. The black-robed man quickly noticed Yi Tian, who was still standing. Hee. The more promising a genius, the greater my sense of accomplishment when I kill them. Kid, I've decided you'll be the first, the man said with a cruel smile. Without even lifting a hand, the black-robed man merely glanced at Yi Tian, and a wave of even stronger force surged toward him. Yi Tian was overwhelmed by a feeling of utter despair. Dare to harm my student? Courting death. A cold snort rang out once more. The space in front of Yi Tian shattered, and two figures stepped out of the void. Ding Xiao, Ding Wei. Upon seeing the two figures, Luo Yu's eyes lit up with hope. At the same time, the heavy weight in her heart lifted completely. A star-level powerhouse. So what? You dare to show yourself so brazenly to kill the younger generation? Today, I'll show you that this world is not one where the killing organization can run rampant. Xiaoyi said coldly. If he had arrived a moment later, yet another top-tier ability awakener would have died before his very eyes, something he absolutely could not tolerate. Spatial compression. Xiao Yi raised his hand lightly, and the space surrounding the star-level powerhouse began to collapse violently. The black-robed man felt an immense pulling force, as if it would tear him apart. The Dean of Pioneer Academy, huh? Your strength is indeed formidable. Mist form. The black-robed man transformed into a cloud of black mist, evading Xiao Yi's skill. Rumor has it that the Dean of Pioneer Academy possesses unmatched power. Seeing you today, the rumors are true. But Dean Xiao, you're old now. How much longer can you protect them? Kiahaha. The black-robed man's laughter echoed as the mist dissipated. Even the other black-robed figures present disappeared completely. Old Xiao, are we just going to let them leave like that? Wei Guo asked angrily from the side, his frustration evident. Old Wei, don't act rashly. After all, we're in the city. If star-level powerhouses were to fight here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yi replied with a shake of his head. He understood that the enemy had calculated that he wouldn't dare to pursue them, which was why they were so audacious. A star-level powerhouse going on a rampage could easily destroy an entire city. What had just transpired was simply a probe neither side had truly engaged in battle. But, damn it, Wei Guo clenched his fists in frustration, but he couldn't deny Xiao Yi's reasoning. Chasing after them would indeed cause more harm than good. Don't worry, old Wei. As he said, we are indeed getting old. We should leave this matter to those above us. We must have faith in them. As for us, let us focus on being guardians, protecting the younger generation and helping them grow as quickly as possible. That's what we should be doing, Xiao Yi said, patting Wei Guo on the shoulder. As the black-robed man departed, the system relinquished its control over Yi Tian's body. Yi Tian felt a wave of dizziness before collapsing into unconsciousness. When Yi Tian opened his eyes again, he saw a white ceiling above him. The room was filled with the scent of disinfectant and alcohol. You're awake. Beside the bed, Luo Yu, her arm in a sling, looked at Yi Tian, her expression blank. Yet her eyes carried a deep sense of regret. On the other side of the bed lay a young, adorable girl, asleep with her head resting on the edge. Tear stains were visible at the corners of her eyes. This girl was none other than Yi Tian's younger sister, Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's state, Yi Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently patted her head. Captain Luo, what's the situation now? What happened to those black-robed people? And, are Mu Han and Xiachu all right? Yi Tian asked after a brief pause. It's all fine now. You've been unconscious for 3 whole days. The man in the black robe has fled, and your 2 friends have safely arrived at the Pioneer Academy. They originally wanted to wait for you to wake up before leaving, but no one could guarantee that the man in the black robe wouldn't come back. So, for their safety, they had to leave for the Pioneer Academy first. As for you, Luo Yu paused at this point, unsure of how to deliver the news to the young man before her. As long as they're safe, that's all that matters. Yi Tian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Luo Yu's words and smiled faintly. But what about me? Captain Luo, you can just say it directly. I can handle it. All right then, I'll tell you. Luo Yu looked at the young man in front of her. The power you awakened was originally an SSS-level top-tier power, Black Flame. However, due to the intrusion of the man in the black robe, your awakening ceremony was interrupted. As a result, your awakening failed. The fact that you weren't backlashed by the power is already an immense stroke of luck. But for the rest of your life, for the rest of my life, I'll just be an ordinary person, right? Yi Tian said calmly. Yes, yes. For the first time, a trace of guilt appeared on Luo Yu's usually expressionless face. Her mission this time had been to protect these students and ensure their successful awakening of powers. Yet, she had never imagined that a top-tier power awakener would fail under her watch. Yi Tian noticed the guilt on Luo Yu's face. He smiled faintly. Captain Luo, you've already done enough. This whole incident was simply an accident. You don't need to feel guilty. Besides, I think there's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. In this chaotic world, being an ordinary person, staying with family, and enjoying peaceful days in the midst of turmoil is something I'd be quite content with. Huh. But that was a top-tier power. You could be risen to the top and enjoyed so much more. Luo Yu's words were interrupted by Yi Tian. I've never pursued such things. On the contrary, I believe the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Now that I've lost the top-tier power, it might not be a bad thing for me. At least now, I only have one responsibility, and that is to protect this girl. That's enough. Yi Tian looked at the sleeping Yi Xin with a doting gaze and smiled faintly. Also, thank you so much for protecting my two friends this time. Luo Yu looked at the young man in front of her. His gaze was pure, without desires or ambitions, leaving Luo Yu momentarily at a loss for words. It was her first time encountering someone with such composure. In the past, students who had their awakenings fail or fell short of expectations often couldn't accept the reality. Some even went as far as to take their own lives. But this young man, despite knowing he had missed out on an SSS-level power, remained so calm. Faced with such a situation, Luo Yu truly didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, she could only let out a helpless sigh. In that case, I won't say any more. With that, Luo Yu took out a check with an astonishing amount of 100 million and a set of keys. No matter how you look at it, this incident was ultimately due to our negligence. And in the final moments, if it hadn't been for your efforts, our losses would have been far greater. This is compensation jointly provided by your school, our Shadow Corps, the Pioneer Academy, and the higher-ups. Since you don't have any powers, giving you other resources would be of no use. After much deliberation, we could only settle on this form of compensation. Additionally, we've arranged a villa for you in the Tianhai No. 1 Villa District of Tianhai City. This is the last thing we can do for you. Please accept it. Before Yi Tian could refuse, Luo Yu shoved the check and keys into his hands, saying something about how this was her first failed mission and she couldn't allow herself to fail a second time. Then, she left abruptly. At that moment, Yi Xin woke up as well. Brother, you must stay safe. Yi Xin rubbed her eyes and suddenly noticed Yi Tian awake and sitting on the hospital bed, looking at her. The moment she saw her brother awake, her lips quivered, and she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Wah, brother, you've finally woken up. I was so scared. Mom's gone, and Dad's hardly ever around. If you didn't wake up, what would I do? Wah. Yi Xin threw herself into Yi Tian's arms, crying uncontrollably, her body trembling. Yi Tian gently patted her back with one hand, constantly comforting her. Silly girl, your brother is fine. Why are you crying? Don't worry, I'll never leave you. There's nothing to fear, all right? Be good. Yi Tian comforted her patiently, albeit awkwardly. Only after a long while did Yi Xin finally stop crying. After learning about Yi Tian's injuries, Yi Xin, with Luo Yu's assistance, successfully applied for a month-long leave from school to take care of him. The siblings stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks before finally returning home. During this time, Principal Zhang and Old Man Gua also came to visit Yi Tian and expressed their deep regret for his loss. Back at home, Yi Xin was overjoyed because Yi Tian told her about the compensation and rewards Luo Yu had given him. Knowing they now had a large villa to live in, Yi Xin was ecstatic. Although the siblings never lacked money for daily expenses, their lives were still relatively frugal. Their father hadn't been home for 3 whole years, and the living expenses he left behind back then were nearly depleted. This sudden windfall of wealth perfectly resolved their immediate financial worries. Previously, Yi Tian had thought that if he could awaken a powerful ability, his living expenses would be resolved. If the ability he awakened was weak, or if he couldn't awaken any ability at all, he would have to prepare to find a job. After all, his younger sister was still in school, so earning money was a necessity. However, now, Yi Tian no longer needed to worry about such matters. The two siblings discussed and decided to move into the villa, leaving their current house vacant with a note. This way, if their father returned, he would know where to find them. 2 days after Yi Tian was discharged from the hospital, he fully recovered. The siblings decided to move immediately, and after settling the move, Yi Xin would return to school to focus on her studies. Thus, The next day, Yi Tian contacted a moving company. Soon, Yi Tian and Yi Xian arrived at the location Luo Yu had mentioned, accompanied by the movers. What greeted their eyes was a three-story, standalone luxury villa. In front of the villa was an expansive garden, and beside the garden were two parking spots, each occupied by a sports car. Upon entering, they found that the villa was fully furnished. The siblings only needed to bring a few personal belongings to move in directly. The opulence of the villa dazzled Yi Tian and Yi Xian. "Brother, am I dreaming? Are you sure you didn't get the address wrong?" Yi Xian asked uncertainly. "I'll check again," Yi Tian replied hesitantly, pulling out his phone to double-check the address Luo Yu had sent him. "Well, it seems correct. This is the place," Yi Tian said as he handed the phone to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, with a serious expression, meticulously compared the address, character by character. Finally, she confirmed that the villa in front of them was indeed their new home, and she jumped up in excitement. As soon as they entered the villa, Yi Xian dashed to the third floor. "Brother, I've decided. I'm taking this room on the third floor. It has a large balcony, and the view is amazing. You can stay in the room next to mine." Yi Tian, with a helpless expression, replied, "That room next to yours is so small. No way. I'm staying downstairs." No. This place is so big, and I'm scared. Stay in the room next to mine, brother. If you're nearby, I won't be afraid at night." Hearing that Yi Tian wanted to stay downstairs, Yi Xian immediately protested and insisted that he stay next to her. Yi Tian felt utterly helpless, but he couldn't resist his little sister's persistent pleading. In the end, he reluctantly agreed, though he figured he might have to wait until his little sister grew up before he could switch rooms. After a day of hard work by the movers and the siblings, they finally settled into their new home. Once everything was organized, Yi Tian thought of taking Yi Xian out to eat. However, they soon realized that the villa was too far from the city center. Although there were cars in the garage, neither of them had a driver's license. Even ordering food delivery was impossible due to the villa's remote location. Fortunately, they discovered a fridge stocked with fresh ingredients, so they ended up preparing a hot pot meal in the villa. After eating, they each returned to their rooms to rest. That night, in his room, Yi Tian whispered, System, are you there?" In fact, from the very first day he woke up, Yi Tian had been trying to call out to the system every night when he was alone. However, the system had never responded. This made Yi Tian start to wonder if the system was just a dream. But if it was a dream, why had Luo Yu mentioned that without him, the losses would have been even greater? Moreover, the intense feeling of impending death he had experienced and the energy within him that had healed his body all felt so real. Because of this, Yi Tian continued to call out to the system every night for half a month. Still, after half a month without any response, Yi Tian, who had been certain the system wasn't a dream, began to waver. Perhaps it truly had all been a dream. Yi Tian called out a few more times, but received no response. He gave up and lay on the bed, picking up his phone to pass the time. Opening his chat app, he saw that many of his classmates had sent him messages of concern. However, there was no word from Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, Huyan Wei, or Situ Quangbin. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, jingle bells, jingle all the way, signaling an incoming call. Yi Tian picked up his phone and saw that it was a voice call from Yang Muhan. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Xiao Tian, are you okay? Where are you right now?" Yang Muhan's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. "Don't worry, Muhan. I'm fine." The two of them chatted for a long time, three of them, to be precise, as Xia Chu was also with Yang Muhan. It turned out that after being escorted to the Pioneer Academy, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu had been enrolled in special training to quickly master their top-tier abilities. The training lasted over half a month, and the location had no signal at all. Despite being extremely worried about Yi Tian, they hadn't been able to reach him. As soon as their training ended, they immediately called him. When Yang Muhan and Xia Chu learned that Yi Tian had lost his ability and become an ordinary person, they were deeply saddened. Yi Tian could even hear their sobs over the phone. To comfort them, he did his best to cheer them up, urging them to focus on their training. He even cracked jokes, saying things like he would hide behind them in the future and rely on their protection, which made them laugh despite their tears. Only then did the call come to an end. Right after finishing the call with Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, the group chat with Huyen Wei, Situ Quangbin, and the others cheekily named the Beastly Group suddenly started buzzing with a voice call. Yi Tian saw that it was an invitation from Situ Quangbin, with Huyen Wei already in the chat. Without hesitation, Yi Tian joined the call. "Old Yi, are you okay? Damn it, if I had been there, I would ground those bastards into dust." As soon as Yi Tian joined the group chat, he heard Situ Quangbin's furious voice. Clearly, Situ Quangbin had also learned about what had happened at the school. Although the Shadow Legion and the school had tried their best to keep things confidential, some families still got wind of the incident and understood what had transpired. Evidently, Situ Quangbin's family was among those who were informed about the events at the school that day. Meanwhile, Huyen Wei sat silently, his face dark and brooding. Even through the phone, one could feel the murderous aura radiating from him, ready to explode at any moment. "Old Yi." Huyen Wei started to speak, his voice choking slightly. He held back his tears and refrained from saying anything further. "Come on, you two, it's not that serious. Look, I'm fine, aren't I?" Yi Tian's heart warmed as he saw their expressions. "By the way, what level of abilities did you guys awaken?" "Let me tell you, Muhan and Xia Chu both awakened top-tier SSS-level abilities. You two better not fall behind." "As for me," Yi Tian said with a carefree laugh, "I really lived up to what I said since I couldn't awaken any abilities. I'll just enjoy a peaceful life in this chaotic world without all that fighting and killing. Isn't that great?" Seeing Yi Tian's nonchalant demeanor, neither of them said anything more. However, Yi Tian could still sense their low spirits. The three of them tacitly avoided bringing up Yi Tian's ordeal at school again. The trio continued chatting for quite a while. It turned out that both Huyen Wei and Situ Quangbin had also awakened top-tier abilities. Since their awakenings occurred within their respective families, under the protection of their guardians, the members of the slaughter organization didn't dare to cause trouble. Their experiences were similar to those of Yang Muhan and Xia Chu. Right after completing their awakening ceremonies, they were taken back to their families for specialized training. Their phones were confiscated, and it was only after completing their training that they were able to reconnect. As soon as his training ended, Situ Quangbin tried to contact his brothers, but before he could send out a voice message, he learned about Yi Tian's ordeal and immediately reached out to the others. Notably, both Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei had been arranged by their families to join the Pioneer Academy. With their top-tier abilities, gaining admission to the academy was no issue at all. Before ending the call, Huyen Wei and Situ Quangbin solemnly assured Yi Tian that they would find a way to help him regain his abilities. Yi Tian, however, simply smiled and said nothing. After all, if there really were a way to recover, Luo Yu wouldn't feel so guilty. After 2 lengthy voice calls, Yi Tian was exhausted. He lay on his bed, ready to sleep, when suddenly, that familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears again. "Ding! Restart successful. Auto-detection in progress. Detection complete. No anomalies found." Hearing the familiar sound, Yi Tian immediately jumped up from the bed. "System, are you there?" "Almost wasn't he," the system replied abruptly. "If the host continues to act recklessly, this system will consider switching to a new host." It turned out that because Yi Tian's strength was too weak, yet he insisted on facing a star-level opponent head-on, the system had to take over control of his body at that moment. This caused a temporary malfunction in its program, leading to an automatic reboot. It had just now successfully repaired itself and restarted. Listening to the explanation, Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Was this system even reliable? A system that could encounter program errors? "Host, I can clearly sense your thoughts, so please refrain from doubting my capabilities. Otherwise, I will unbind and bid you farewell." "Hey, no. System, my bad. Could you explain your functions to me?" Yi Tian quickly admitted defeat, grinning sheepishly. "Humph." The system let out a haughty snort before slowly beginning its explanation. "This system is a divine-tier cultivation system that will guide the host onto the path of cultivation." "Whoa, cultivation? Isn't that something from novels?" Yi Tian asked, puzzled. "That's because your perspective is too limited," the system retorted. Yetion. Limited how? Your worldview is too small. The system clarified. Yetion. In truth, immortals, even gods, have always existed. It's just that the world you reside in is but a minor realm. The universe, and even all that you know, is merely the tip of the iceberg in the grand scheme of existence. The system then provided a detailed explanation of what cultivation truly was, leaving Yi Tian utterly astonished. It turned out that cultivation, at its core, was somewhat similar to the awakening of abilities. However, in practice, cultivation was thousands of times more powerful. Awakening abilities involved passively absorbing spiritual energy in a world undergoing spiritual revival, thereby activating one's spiritual roots and gaining abilities. According to the system, everyone in this world theoretically had the potential to awaken abilities. However, some people lacked high-quality spiritual roots or required more spiritual energy, which is why they had yet to awaken. This was the process of awakening abilities. As for advancing one's abilities, it relied on low-level techniques to train and gradually increase one's strength. However, this method had its limits, and once a bottleneck was reached, further progress became exceedingly difficult. Cultivation, on the other hand, utilized complete techniques to refine spiritual energy before actively absorbing it into the body, thereby enhancing one's strength. At the same level, a cultivator was hundreds of times stronger than an ability user. Moreover, the spiritual energy absorbed by cultivators was purer, which resulted in enhanced physical strength, longevity, and recovery. At certain levels, one could even achieve eternal youth and immortality. After hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Cultivation was that powerful? Whoa! As this realization sank in, Yi Tian began to chuckle foolishly, as if he could already see a bright path ahead. To be continued. Host, wipe off your drool. The system said in disgust, unable to bear Yi Tian's silly grin any longer. Hee. Yi Tian quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and said with a grin, "Oh great system, how should I begin my path of cultivation?" As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, he felt a red gift box appear in front of him. Then, the system's electronic voice rang out. "Please open the beginner's gift pack first. Would you like to open it?" Open it. With a single thought, Yi Tian saw the red gift box open. A golden-colored ancient book emerged, instantly transforming into a beam of light that entered Yi Tian's mind. Chaos Emperor's technique? Wow, this is incredible! Yi Tian exclaimed in amazement, as the ancient book emanated a terrifying aura. System, why is this book incomplete?" Yi Tian asked, puzzled. He noticed that the book seemed to have a second volume, as the wrapping of the last page was missing and the thickness seemed insufficient. Due to the emergency situation when the host was bound, where you were facing a life or death crisis, the system malfunctioned while assisting you. As a result, the beginner's gift packs technique was damaged. However, the host need not worry, you can start cultivating now while the second half is being repaired. Listening to the system's explanation, Yi Tian's face turned dark with frustration. But what could he do? He had no other choice but to start practicing. Yi Tian began cultivating slowly, following the method described in the book. Instantly, he felt a surge of pure energy flow into his body. Compared to the violent energy from awakening abilities, this energy was extraordinarily gentle. Unknowingly, Yi Tian cultivated through the entire night. When he exited his cultivation state, he felt no fatigue but instead felt energized. Stretching his body, he heard a series of cracking sounds, startling even himself. With a boom, Yi Tian suddenly felt his body become stronger, his hearing and vision significantly enhanced. Did I break through? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Congratulations to the host for successfully stepping into the early qi refining stage. You have earned the title of Beginner on the Road and are rewarded with an unorthodox marrow cleansing pill. The system's electronic voice echoed in his ear. Wait, what? Beginner on the road? Yi Tian's face filled with black lines. And what's up with this unorthodox marrow cleansing pill? Is it legit? What kind of nonsense is this? If this is unorthodox, then what's an orthodox one like? Damn it. With a thought, a black pill appeared in Yi Tian's hand. Picking it up, he immediately burst into laughter. Beside the pill was a line of text description. Unorthodox marrow cleansing pill. Upon consumption, it can completely eliminate all impurities in the body, enhancing physical constitution. It can also serve as an antidote for any poison. Note: please consume in a secluded area, as the removal of impurities will produce a foul stench. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Though its name seemed unorthodox, the effects were quite serious. This was clearly a perfect pill for cleansing the body and removing toxins. Without hesitation, Yi Tian popped the pill into his mouth. Strange, I don't feel anything, Yi Tian muttered, inspecting his body and finding no changes. Suddenly, a rumbling sensation came from his stomach. Yi Tian's face turned pale as he quickly assumed a hoarse stance. Oh, hell no. A stronger pressure surged toward his abdomen, and Yi Tian's eyes filled with tears. No way. There's no way I'm going to die socially like this. Damn it. Sweating profusely, Yi Tian slowly made his way to the bathroom. Finally, as he undid his pants and stopped holding it in, he thought he had survived the ordeal. That was until a loud bang echoed beneath him. Looking down, Yi Tian broke into a cold sweat. Yi Xian, who was sleeping next door, was startled awake by the deafening noise. In fact, not just Yi Xian, but the neighboring residents and security guards were all alarmed, thinking there had been an explosion. They quickly rushed over. However, as they approached, their faces turned pale one by one because they were hit by an overwhelming stench. Holy crap! Ugh! Did someone blow up a septic tank? Stop talking and run. I'm about to throw up my dinner from last night. The crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed, driven away by the unbearable stench. But the unluckiest one was Yi Xian. Living in the room next door, she felt as though her space had been defiled. Waking up, she nearly passed out from the smell. Her eyes watering from the stench, she crawled weakly on the ground, hoping to escape quickly. As for Yi Tian, he was the most miserable of all, being the source of the disaster. The toilet beneath him had exploded, blasting through to the second floor. Coupled with the horrendous stench, even he could barely endure it. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian finally managed to turn on the exhaust fan. Instantly, the entire villa area was filled with the foul odor, causing birds in the sky to drop to the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Xian finally crawled to her door. But the moment she opened it, despair filled her heart. The outside was just as foul-smelling. Did this mean she would have to live in this hellish world forever? Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt like dying. With lifeless eyes, she slumped to the ground, giving up completely, and eventually passed out. After finishing his business, Yi Tian continued cursing at the system non-stop. This damn system, that pill really is unorthodox. With no time to dwell on it, Yi Tian began cleaning up the scene. After flushing who knows how many times, and with the help of the exhaust fan, he finally managed to rid the area of the stench. However, the odor had already spread far and wide before it dissipated. On this day, an emergency news report surfaced. A residential area hit by an overwhelming stench. Environmental authorities suspect inadequate sewage management by the developer and have launched an investigation. That night, the two siblings watched the news. Yi Xian looked at Yi Tian with a face full of disdain, while Yi Tian wished he could find a hole to crawl into, as he felt utterly humiliated. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present. This incident made Yi Tian swear to himself that he would never recklessly eat anything provided by the system again. Yi Tian had also started planning for the future. Originally, he had intended to join the Pioneer Academy, since cultivating immortal arts was not only possible, but also far more powerful than supernatural abilities. However, after looking at Yi Xian, he abandoned the idea. Joining the Pioneer Academy would mean the siblings would have to separate, and Yi Tian couldn't bring himself to leave Yi Xian, who was scared even to live alone in a villa. Now that Yi Xian was in her second year of high school, she still had a full year before awakening her supernatural ability. Thus, Yi Tian planned to spend this year training in the rifts near Tianhai City, while Yi Xian attended school to enhance his strength. Once Yi Xian awakened her ability, Yi Tian would accompany her to the Pioneer Academy. With the system's help, improving Yi Xian's talent shouldn't be an issue. By that time, if the Academy was willing to accept him, they could join together. If not, at least Yi Xian could enter the Academy alone, as there was no safer place than the Pioneer Academy. This newfound confidence in the academy stemmed from witnessing Xiao Yi's strength. Continued in the next chapter. The next morning, after helping Yi Xian pack her belongings, Yi Tian took her back to school. The previous night, Yi Tian had seriously explained his plans to Yi Xian. Of course, he didn't mention the system, only that his supernatural ability might have recovered and that he intended to test it out in the nearby smaller rifts. Initially, Yi Tian planned to visit once a month, but after experiencing their unreliable father's behavior, Yi Xian adamantly refused. Left with no choice, Yi Tian agreed to return every 5 days and promised to pick her up from school every Friday. Only then did Yi Xian reluctantly agree. Since Yi Tian would only return every 5 days, and Yi Xian was too scared to live alone in the villa, Yi Tian had no choice but to accompany her to school to apply for dormitory accommodation. Due to the incident during Yi Tian's awakening ceremony, the process was surprisingly swift. Within one class period, the school had already assigned Yi Xian a dormitory. After settling everything, Yi Tian came up with an excuse to request leave from Old Gua, saying that his father had returned and might help him recover his supernatural ability. He requested a year-long leave, stating that he would take the university entrance exams after regaining his ability. Old Gua, feeling deeply sympathetic for Yi Tian, a promising student who had once been on the path to greatness but had fallen into such misfortune, strongly advocated for him. With Zhang Fati's help, they managed to retain Yi Tian's school enrollment for a year. Once everything was arranged, Yi Tian finally left the school and headed to the smaller rift near Tianhai City for training. Rifts were divided into major and minor types. Major rifts were extremely dangerous, housing beasts that might have already gained intelligence. The more powerful ones could even take human form. Such rifts were typically guarded by strong individuals to prevent unauthorized entry or exit. Minor rifts, on the other hand, were different. The beasts inside were, at most, comparable in strength to lions or tigers, and with modern firearms, they could be easily dealt with. Materials obtained from these beasts could even fetch a high price. Thus, a new profession emerged following the appearance of rifts: beast hunters. Many people, driven by the lure of wealth, chose this risky profession. Generally, entering a minor rift involved passing a screening process, and a platinum-level expert would act as the team leader. As long as one didn't court death, it was usually safe. The only true danger was the extremely slim chance of encountering a beast from a major rift in a minor rift, which would leave no chance of survival. However, with high risk came great rewards. Despite the high death toll each year, the prospect of wealth continued to attract thousands of people to minor rifts annually. Yi Tian arrived at the entrance of a minor rift on the eastern side of Tianhai City. The scene resembled something straight out of a game about to start a dungeon raid, bustling with activity and people coming and going. Recruiting, hunting rampaging wild boars. 5,000 per person per boar. Materials go to the team leader. Looking for helpers. Platinum-level expert leading the team, responsible for dissecting prey and organizing materials. Experienced individuals preferred. 3,000 per boar. Urgently hiring. Minor rift base requires machinery operators. Must know how to use firearms. Beginners can be trained. 10,000 per month with room and board. Immediate employment upon passing the interview. Come check it out. In addition to recruitment, many people had set up stalls to conduct business, selling everything from firearms and ammunition to various armors and weapons. Even different recovery potions were available. Yi Tian was fairly familiar with this area. Back in high school, during military training, they had visited once to experience the dangers of rifts and to familiarize themselves with the challenges they might face in the future upon awakening their supernatural abilities. At that time, the team was led by a diamond-class instructor, and nothing unexpected happened, so everyone returned safely. However, other schools hadn't been as fortunate. Yi Tian recalled an incident where a class from another school encountered a beast tied due to bad luck. Though the instructor managed to protect them and ensure their survival, some students were gravely injured. After that incident, schools across the board canceled the military training program involving rift exploration. Now, returning to this place, even Yi Tian felt a bit uncertain. Thus, before entering the rift, he decided to make careful preparations. Since he currently didn't possess any martial skills, firearms were a necessity. Yi Tian also purchased a sword, a set of armor, and various recovery potions. Though he didn't buy much, these items alone cost him over 2 million yuan, which broke his heart. But reminding himself that these were life-saving tools, Yi Tian felt slightly better. Since there was no one guarding the small crack, Yi Tian easily walked in. He only felt a slight dizziness, and in the next moment, Yi Tian appeared on a teleportation platform inside a small city. Through the crack behind him, he could still see the towering skyscrapers of the city outside, as if it were two completely different worlds. The small city where Yi Tian now stood was called the City of Guardians, which served as the last line of defense for the peace of the outside world. Of course, because this was a small crack, the city's scale was not very large. In some major cracks, the size of a city could rival that of an entire metropolis outside. However, the scale of this city was only comparable to that of a small town outside. But don't be deceived by its size. The city's lord, who guarded this place, was at least of king-level strength. Of course, Yi Tian was unaware of this at the moment, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. After all, he was here merely for training and had no intention of interacting with such high-level figures. Moreover, even though this place was within the crack, the city itself was still governed by laws, so things like murder, robbery, or personal vendettas were strictly prohibited. However, once outside the city, in places out of sight, anything could happen. Yi Tian didn't linger in the city for long. Since his goal was clear, he headed directly to a forest outside the city. Inside the crack, due to the absence of vehicles and exhaust emissions, the air was exceptionally fresh, and the surrounding environment was quite pleasant. Warm sunlight filtered through the forest, and the fragrance of grass was distinct in the air. Yi Tian wasn't in a hurry as he walked leisurely. Since the forest was not far from the small city, there wouldn't be any high-level beasts. At most, he might encounter ordinary beasts without even bronze-level strength. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Yi Tian encountered his first beast, a wild boar. Although it was a wild boar, its size was larger than that of ordinary lions or tigers, and two sharp, menacing tusks jutted out from the corners of its mouth. As soon as the wild boar spotted Yi Tian, it was as if it saw a sworn enemy. Its blood-red eyes locked onto him, and it quickly charged toward Yi Tian. The boar was massive, but its speed was remarkable. However, Yi Tian wasn't slow to react either. With a light leap, he avoided the boar's charge. The wild boar, unable to halt its momentum, crashed directly into a large tree, demonstrating that if someone were hit by it, survival would be nearly impossible. Yi Tian was startled by the boar's impact. After all, this was a low-level beast without even bronze-level strength, and yet it was already this fierce. What if he encountered something more powerful? Could he truly handle it? Thinking of this, Yi Tian's expression grew serious. He slowly drew out his long sword as the wild boar once again charged at him. Story continues. The boar, missing its first strike, became enraged and launched another attack on Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian, now experienced from the first encounter, wasn't about to fall for the same trick twice. Leaping once more, a flash of silver light streaked through the air as Yi Tian's longsword sliced through the boar's skin, causing blood to gush out. The boar let out a pained cry, its anger intensifying. Its beastly nature surged as it charged at Yi Tian yet again. Good timing. Yi Tian smiled faintly and rushed to meet the boar head-on. With a single swing of his sword, the boar was split in two, dead beyond any doubt. Yi Tian stared at the scene in disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected himself to be this powerful. Although the boar wasn't bronze level, dealing with it using cold weapons alone would normally require someone at least in the mid-bronze level. Yet here he was, still in the chi refining stage, and he had dispatched the boar so effortlessly. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an ordinary beast. You've earned 5 points. Additionally, congratulations for achieving your first kill, unlocking the lottery function. Also, host, please do not underestimate the capabilities of a cultivator. With your current abilities, you already rival the average gold-level fighter. Furthermore, the gap between cultivation and your so-called superpowers will only grow larger over time. The system's electronic voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears. However, the more Yi Tian listened, the more he felt like the system was mocking him. System, what are points? And what is this lottery function? How does it work, and what is in it? Yi Tian asked. Soon, a lottery interface appeared before him. He couldn't see the prizes, it only displayed that one draw required 100 points. It also showed the 5 points he had just earned. Points can be earned by completing system-assigned tasks, achieving non-novice accomplishments, or defeating enemies. The higher the enemy's level, the more points you will earn, the system explained patiently. Additionally, the lottery rewards include a wide variety of items, such as divine-level techniques, bloodlines, physiques, weapons, magical abilities, pills, and more. The specifics depend on the host's luck. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Was this for real? If so, this crack was essentially his treasure trove. Instantly, this small crack transformed in Yi Tian's eyes into a sacred ground for earning points. Pioneer Academy. The academy was enormous, with 2 humanoid statues standing at its entrance. A long staircase led the way, ending at a solitary humanoid statue. Beyond it lay a large sports field, behind which were teaching buildings and student dormitories. At this moment, at the academy's entrance, Huyen Wei and Situ Quangbin happened to meet. Whoa, is this what they call the strongest academy? Situ Quangbin exclaimed as he stared at the academy. He wasn't amazed by its appearance, but rather surprised at how ordinary it looked. Compared to the top 4 academies in the capital, this was like comparing heaven and earth. Wei, what do you think? Situ Quangbin turned to Huyen Wei beside him. I think we've been played by our family. Huyen Wei, covered in black lines of frustration, stared at the scene in front of him and spoke. This was it. And they had to go through so much trouble just to get in here? Seriously? Well, since we're already here, let us go in and check it out. I heard there's an assessment we have to pass before officially enrolling in this academy. Hopefully, the difficulty isn't too low, or it won't mean much. At the mention of an assessment, both of them felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. They were eager to see how strong they had become and the extent of their current abilities. However, what they didn't know was that this assessment's difficulty level would leave them with an unforgettable memory for the rest of their lives. It would also be the first time since awakening their powers that they would experience the feeling of utter despair. Inside the small rift, Yi Tian had spent the entire day slaying beasts. The moment he spotted one, he would immediately strike it down. By the end of the day, he had lost count of how many beasts he had killed, but he was filled with regret. He had forgotten to buy a spatial bag. As a result, he couldn't take any of the beast materials with him. Even though he couldn't carry the materials, the beast meat was quite delicious. Currently, Yi Tian was sitting in a cave deep within a mountain in the rift, roasting freshly killed beast meat. The enticing aroma wafted from the meat, filling the air. Yi Tian had no idea how far he had traveled throughout the day. All he knew was that every beast he encountered was of the bronze rank, and the protective city was now completely out of sight. After finishing his roasted meat, Yi Tian opened the lottery interface. His eyes lit up as he noticed he had accumulated over 1,000 points. That meant he could draw 10 times. After some thought, he decided to try a single draw first to see what kind of rewards he might get. With a mental command, he initiated the draw. The wheel spun rapidly, and finally, the system's cold, mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations, host. You have received a consolation prize, one unruly marrow cleansing pill. Hearing this, Yi Tian was dumbfounded. What the heck? An unruly marrow cleansing pill? This immediately reminded him of the embarrassing scene yesterday in front of his sister. Damn it, this prize was worse than not drawing at all. What a rip-off. All his hard-earned points, gone in exchange for this garbage? Yi Tian felt like coughing up blood. After all, the mortifying moment from yesterday was still fresh in his mind. The system suggests that the host try a 10-draw combo for better chances of obtaining rewards, the system prompted. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you say that earlier? I've already spent my points, and now you tell me. Yi Tian cursed at the system, seeing his remaining 900 points on the interface. He felt utterly defeated. What the system said next almost made Yi Tian drop dead on the spot. Host, you didn't ask. Yi Tian clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought back his anger. You scam of a system. Are you doing this on purpose? But the system remained silent, offering no reply. After a moment, Yi Tian sighed in frustration. There was no way to vent his anger. He couldn't even see this damn system, let alone hit it. What could he do? He had no choice but to endure. Resolving to ignore the irritation, Yi Tian closed the lottery interface. All he could do now was wait until tomorrow, kill more beasts, and save up enough points for a 10-draw combo. The next day, Yi Tian woke up early not because he wanted to, but because it was his first time spending the night inside the rift. He was woefully unprepared. He swore to himself that the moment he got out of this place, the first thing he would do was buy a spatial bag. Next time, he would bring a bed and blankets into the rift. Last night's sleep had been absolutely miserable. Grumbling to himself, Yi Tian left the cave and began another day of beast hunting. As he ventured deeper into the rift, he noticed that the beasts were becoming progressively stronger. Now, most of the beasts he encountered were late-stage bronze rank. For Yi Tian, they posed no challenge at all. According to the system, his current strength was comparable to the early stages of the gold rank, a full rank above these creatures. If he struggled with them, he might as well give up on cultivation altogether. Each bronze rank beast he killed earned him 20 points. But what about silver rank beasts? With this thought, Yi Tian steeled his resolve and cautiously ventured deeper into the rift. At the Pioneers Academy, Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei, along with many other young talents from various cities, were undergoing the entry assessment for the Pioneers Academy. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu were also among them. The four of them all came from the same school and knew each other thanks to Yi Tian. Naturally, they formed a small team. The assessment was straightforward and brutal. All the new students were sent into a secret realm developed by the Academy for a game of hunter and prey. As new students, Hu Yanwei and the others were, of course, the prey. The hunters? They were senior students from the second year of the Academy, with the weakest being early stage gold rank and the strongest reaching platinum rank. To make matters worse, these seniors had all awakened S rank or higher abilities. In contrast, Hu Yanwei and his group were only at mid-stage bronze rank. The assessment was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Inside the secret realm, Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei were in tatters, looking like beggars. Even Yang Muhan and Xia Chu were disheveled and battered. Damn it, these seniors are way too ruthless. They attack the moment they see us, without any mercy. Hu Yanwei cursed, panting heavily. The moment they had entered the secret realm, they had repeatedly encountered senior students. They didn't even have a chance to speak before being mercilessly attacked. Over half of the new students had already been eliminated. If not for their decent teamwork, they might have been eliminated as well. Just hang in there. Only 10 more minutes, and we'll pass the assessment. What a crappy school. Situ Quangbin cursed as well. Despite their complaints, neither of them looked down on this academy anymore. Although the academy appeared quite ordinary on the surface, the students and facilities inside were anything but ordinary. Come on, you've heard of people pretending to be weak to catch their enemies off guard. But when have you ever seen an academy do the same? Not good, they're coming again. Yang Muhan suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, both Shi and Xia Chu were visibly tense. If it hadn't been for the decent strength of Hu Yanwei and Situ Quangbin up front, the two of them might have already been eliminated. It wasn't that their own strength was lacking. It was just that their opponents were far too strong. Moreover, their opponents' abilities weren't inferior either, at least at an S level or higher. Not good, it's a platinum level senior. Xia Chu's face turned pale as she spoke in fear. Everyone turned to look ahead, only to see several seniors from the Vanguard Academy heading their way. Leading the group was none other than Xiao Zhan, who possessed platinum level strength. Hu Yanwei and Situ Quangbin exchanged a glance, letting out bitter laughs. From each other's eyes, they could see the despair they both felt. Now, both of them were utterly exhausted, completely devoid of any fighting power. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu weren't in much better shape either. This situation was a complete death trap. Deep within the narrow fissure, Yi Tian had no idea how far he had ventured. At this moment, he felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. When he finally snapped back to reality, he found himself face to face with a gold-level beast. Damn it, it was clearly just a silver-level beast earlier. How the hell did a gold level 1 show up out of nowhere? Yi Tian cursed inwardly. At the same time, after days of effort, his points had accumulated to over 5,000. However, he'd been restraining himself from using them to draw rewards. Roar. The gold level beast before him was a massive serpent, flicking its tongue as it stared at Yi Tian with a greedy glint in its eyes. Gold level, huh? Yi Tian thought to himself. The system had mentioned that his current strength was comparable to an early gold level. But where exactly was his limit? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to test himself? With that thought, Yi Tian stopped hesitating. He swiftly drew his long sword and charged at the giant serpent. It was the first time Yi Tian had ever taken the initiative to attack. While the serpent's body was massive, its speed was unervingly agile. Its tail lashed out like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at Yi Tian. The sheer speed caught Yi Tian off guard, leaving him no time to dodge. He could only raise his sword in defense. With a resounding clang, the sword that had accompanied Yi Tian in countless battles shattered. He himself was sent flying, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Tian struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even with his current physique, the serpent's strike had left him with significant internal injuries. This strength, it must be at the late gold level, Yi Tian thought grimly. His sword had been obliterated in a single blow. He dared not let his guard down as the serpent lunged at him again. This time, Yi Tian quickly pulled out a high-tech weapon, a laser gun he had purchased before entering the fissure. Designed to handle gold-level beasts, the weapon was incredibly expensive, costing him a total of 2 million credits, with the gun itself accounting for 1 million. Without hesitation, Yi Tian aimed the laser gun at the serpent and pulled the trigger. With a deafening boom, a powerful laser shot directly at the beast. The serpent, if it could speak, it would undoubtedly curse Yi Tian. Damn it, young man, have you no sense of honor? If you can't beat me, fine, but to pull out a gun? Are you serious? The serpent let out a pained howl, but Yi Tian showed no mercy. After all, mercy toward an enemy was cruelty to oneself. It was unclear how long the battle lasted, but only when the serpent's howl ceased did Yi Tian stop firing. The giant serpent before him had been reduced to a charred heap. Unfortunately, its once valuable materials were completely destroyed. It was then that Yi Tian understood why, despite its power, such high-tech weapons were rarely purchased. Besides being outrageously expensive, there was absolutely no chance of recovering their cost. However, Yi Tian's efforts weren't entirely in vain. Thanks to his system, he soon heard its cold, mechanical voice. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a late gold-level beast. Reward, 3,000 points. Due to the host defeating an enemy 2 levels higher, an additional 2,000 points are awarded. Achievement unlocked. Cross-level kill. Bonus, 10,000 points. Looking at the 15,000 points he had just earned, Yi Tian's earlier heartache over the expense evaporated. Now, he had over 20,000 points, enough for more than 200 reward draws, absolutely worth it. Yi Tian smiled contentedly at the sight of his 20,000 plus points. Calculating the time he had spent in the fissure, he realized 4 days had already passed. Deciding it was time to leave, Yi Tian prepared to exit the fissure. After all, he had promised his sister he'd return once a week. If he broke his promise, there was no telling what kind of fuss she might kick up. The return journey was swift. Yi Tian killed any beasts he encountered and hurried along when he didn't. In just 1 day, he made it back to the Guardian City. Without lingering, Yi Tian left the fissure. Breathing in the familiar scent of the city and gazing at the towering skyscrapers around him, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. If only the fissures weren't infested with beasts, they would be a true paradise on Earth. After leaving the fissure, Yi Tian headed straight to the school, as it was about time for Yi Xin to finish her classes. He planned to pick her up and head home together. When he arrived at the school gates, classes had just ended. Watching the crowd of students pouring out, Yi Tian couldn't help but think of Situ Quangbin, Puyin Wei, Yang Muhan, and Xia Chu. If his awakening ceremony hadn't been interrupted, he might have been studying at the academy like them right now. As for joining their academy, Yi Tian had indeed considered it. But deep down, he knew it was an impossible dream. To be continued. If his awakening ceremony had not been interrupted and he had successfully awakened a top-tier ability, he probably wouldn't have gone to the Pioneer Academy, nor would he have headed to the capital. After all, Tianhai City was too far from the capital, and he couldn't possibly leave his little sister behind. Their mother had been missing since they were young, and their father only returned once every few years. As a result, he and Yi Xian had never truly experienced the warmth of a real family. He still remembered one particular time when Yi Tian had just started middle school, and his sister, who was still in elementary school, was fast asleep beside him one night. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap struck, startling Yi Xian awake and making her cry. Yi Tian would never forget how she sobbed while asking him, "Where did Mom go? Why did she leave us? Does she not want us anymore? And Dad, why does he only come home after so long? Does he not want to see us either?" Looking at Yi Xian's tear-streaked face back then, Yi Tian made a firm decision. No matter what happened, he would never abandon Yi Xian. It was a promise he made to himself. As for their parents, Yi Tian had hated them at one point. But as time passed and he grew older, he remembered one night when his father was about to leave. Yi Tian had accidentally seen his father sitting alone in his room, looking utterly dejected and lost. From that moment, Yi Tian couldn't bring himself to hate them anymore. He understood that his parents must have had no other choice but to leave them behind. They must have been trapped in some situation beyond their control. With the failure of his awakening ceremony, Yi Tian had tried to act indifferent. He often told himself it didn't matter and even comforted himself by thinking he could enjoy a peaceful life amidst the chaos of the world. But if he truly didn't care, why did he repeatedly call out to the system? The emergence of the system had reignited the faint spark of restlessness in his heart, turning it into a flame. He was determined to grow stronger, solve the crisis his parents faced, and protect his family at all costs. Now, the opportunity was finally here. Yi Tian resolved to work hard to improve his own strength and help Yi Xian enhance her abilities before she graduated from high school. He firmly believed that with his strength and Yi Xian's potential, getting into the Pioneer Academy wouldn't be difficult. Yi Tian began meticulously planning his future. "Brother? Brother!" A delicate hand waved in front of Yi Tian, pulling him back from his thoughts. "What are you thinking about? You seem so deep in thought. Are you okay?" Yi Xian asked with a worried expression. "Haha, it's nothing. I was just wondering what we should eat for dinner tonight." Yi Tian replied casually, expertly changing the subject. As expected, the mention of food immediately brightened Yi Xian's mood. She quickly grabbed onto Yi Tian's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, I want hot pot and barbecue. Spicy ones." Yi Tian chuckled indulgently and ruffled her hair. "All right, whatever you want. We'll go eat whatever you feel like." Around them, other students couldn't help but envy Yi Tian. Because of the incident at his awakening ceremony, Yi Tian had become somewhat infamous at school, known as the unlucky one who missed out on awakening an SSS-level top-tier ability due to the interruption. Yet now, people couldn't help but envy him for having such a beautiful and adorable sister. After all, with Yang Muhan and Xia Chu leaving school, Yi Xian was the last of Tianhai City's 3 school beauties remaining. Many people, thinking about this, became even more jealous. Damn it! All 3 school beauties seemed to have some connection to Yi Tian. Anger bubbled up in more than a few hearts. Yi Tian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Strange, the sun was shining brightly. Could it be that he wasn't used to being out of the rift yet? Shaking off the thought, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he took Yi Xian and left the school. The siblings first enjoyed a luxurious buffet. Afterward, Yi Xian dragged Yi Tian to the supermarket, where she gleefully filled the cart with snacks. Only then did Yi Xian feel completely satisfied as they returned to their villa. The moment they entered the villa, Yi Xian flopped onto the couch, sprawled out lazily. "I'm so tired, but I'm so satisfied. We got so much food. I feel so happy. Tonight, I'm going to binge-watch dramas and snack all night." Yi Tian immediately felt a headache coming on. He lightly knocked on Yi Xian's head. "No staying up late. If you do, I'll confiscate all your snacks." Yi Xian clutched her head, looking at him pitifully. "But we don't have school tomorrow," she protested softly. "Staying up late is bad for your health," Yi Tian replied firmly, ignoring her pleading eyes. Still, After they both showered, the siblings ended up sitting on the couch together, hugging pillows, munching on snacks, and watching TV dramas. Occasionally, bursts of laughter filled the room. Late at night, Yi glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 1 a.m. Just as he was about to remind Yi to go to bed, he noticed she had already fallen asleep. Yi was curled up on the couch, hugging a pillow, fast asleep. A tiny trail of drool glistened at the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Yi couldn't help but smile helplessly. You wanted to stay up all night, and now look at you, falling asleep here. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? He sighed, then went upstairs to grab a couple of blankets. After gently covering Yi, he lay down on the other end of the couch. He had no choice. If he left her here alone, she might wake up in the middle of the night, get scared by the dark, and cry. The mere thought of having to comfort her in the middle of the night gave him a headache. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi decided to just sleep on the couch. Lying there, Yi opened the system interface. Looking at the points he had accumulated, he decided it was time to draw some rewards. He was curious to see if he could get anything good this time. Summoning the system, he immediately chose a 10 draw. Confirm use of 1,000 points for a 10 draw. The system's electronic voice echoed in Yi ears. Confirm. Yi silently recited in his heart. The lottery interface suddenly lit up, and in an instant, 9 white lights and 1 red light flashed. Congratulations to the host for drawing an unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations to the host for drawing an unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations to the host for drawing an unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations to the host for drawing an unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations to the host for drawing an unruly marrow cleansing pill. Yi looked at the system notification, his face growing darker and darker. Was his luck really that bad? Even up to the 9th voice notification, it was still an unruly marrow cleansing pill. Yi almost cursed it out loud on the spot. Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine level immortal cultivation talent. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly checked the introduction of the divine level immortal cultivation talent. The path of immortal cultivation is inherently defying the heavens, requiring one to endure the trials of heavenly tribulation. A single misstep could lead to death and the complete annihilation of one's path, never to rise again. However, with the divine level immortal cultivation talent, there is no need to endure heavenly tribulation, no need to comprehend breakthroughs, everything will come naturally. Are you still troubled by how to advance your cultivation level? Are you still afraid of how to pass the heavenly tribulation? Fear no more. With the divine level immortal cultivation talent, all your worries will be resolved forever. With it, you can cultivate autonomously, eliminating the tedious and dull methods of secluded cultivation. Keep going, young man. After reading the introduction of the divine level immortal cultivation talent, Yi gasped in shock. Damn, it truly lives up to its name as divine level. The system had previously explained to him that while immortal cultivation is powerful, just like in the novels he had read, the difficulty of breakthroughs and the terror of heavenly tribulation are real. These are challenges every cultivator must face. However, with this talent, it's as if he is a favored child of the heavens. Not only does he not need to rely on talent to comprehend breakthroughs, but as long as there is enough spiritual energy, he can directly break through. Moreover, he doesn't have to endure the terrifying heavenly tribulation and can even cultivate autonomously. This is undoubtedly an unbeatable cheat. Without hesitation, Yi immediately used the divine level immortal cultivation talent. A flash of red light appeared, and the divine level immortal cultivation talent disappeared from the inventory. The next moment, Yi felt his body slowly absorbing spiritual energy, and he wasn't even actively running any cultivation techniques. Suddenly, Yi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and his entire body became more powerful and energized. Did I just break through? Yi felt the exhilarating sensation brought by the breakthrough in disbelief. This is way too heaven-defying. It's worth noting that Yi had only recently started cultivating. During his training in the small rift, he would hunt beasts during the day and cultivate at night. but he had never managed to break through. Unexpectedly, as soon as he used the divine-level immortal cultivation talent, he broke through immediately. Moreover, Yi Tian felt that his cultivation speed was now much faster than before. He also noticed several deficiencies in his previous cultivation technique. So this is the terror of the divine-level immortal cultivation talent. Yi Tian exclaimed. It's important to know that this isn't even the most terrifying aspect of the talent. The truly remarkable part is becoming a favored child of the heavens, exempt from heavenly tribulation. The system had previously told him that countless cultivators had been obliterated under heavenly tribulation. However, this heaven-defying cheat is something he can't fully utilize yet due to his current low strength. After experiencing it again, Yi Tian started drawing again. However, with each draw, his face darkened a little more. After drawing more than 50 times, all he got were those damn unruly marrow-cleansing pills. Looking at the inventory filled with over 60 of these pills, Yi Tian was completely numb. Boom! Yi Tian broke through again, but he couldn't feel happy about it. Was this breakthrough meant to celebrate drawing over 50 unruly marrow-cleansing pills? Or was it a consolation prize for not getting anything good? Finally, after drawing 60 times and staring at the inventory filled with 59 unruly marrow-cleansing pills, Yi Tian fell silent. 10 more draws. If I don't get anything, I'm done. Yi Tian thought to himself gloomily. He immediately spent 1,000 points to draw again. Suddenly, 9 gray lights and 1 red light lit up, and Yi Tian grew nervous. Was it finally coming? Yi Tian stared intently at the lottery interface. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a genuine marrow-cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a genuine marrow-cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a genuine marrow-cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a genuine marrow-cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a genuine marrow-cleansing pill. Up until the 9th notification, they were all genuine marrow-cleansing pills. However, Yi Tian didn't pay much attention to these rewards. According to the system's pattern, the grand prize should be at the end. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine martial skill, Void Heaven Palm. Yi Tian's eyes lit up instantly. A martial skill? What a treasure! What he lacked the most right now was martial skills. He quickly opened the inventory and first checked the description of the genuine marrow-cleansing pills. The genuine marrow-cleansing pills were completely different from the unruly ones. 9 red pills sat quietly in the inventory. Yi Tian glanced at the description. Genuine marrow-cleansing pill. After consumption, it cleanses the marrow and refines the bones, enhancing physique and aptitude. It can neutralize all poisons, and repeated use does not diminish its effects. Moreover, it has no side effects. Seeing this, Yi Tian wasn't too surprised. The effects were similar to the unruly marrow-cleansing pills, except the genuine ones had no side effects, whereas the unruly ones did. Thinking about the side effects of the unruly marrow-cleansing pills, Yi Tian's face darkened, and he quickly stopped reminiscing. He turned his attention to the other reward. A golden ancient book lay in the inventory. Yi Tian immediately checked its description. Void Heaven Palm. With one palm, I can shatter mountains and rivers. With one palm, I can pierce through heaven and earth. With one palm, I can destroy a realm. With one palm, I can annihilate billions of enemies. Reading this domineering description, Yi Tian was instantly thrilled. This martial skill was incredible. If he mastered it, any enemy he encountered in the future could be obliterated with a single palm. Just thinking about it made things feel so much easier. Then, Yi Tian immediately recited in his heart to use the Void Heaven Palm. Just like using the God-level cultivation talent, the golden manual instantly disappeared from the item bar. The next moment, Yi Tian suddenly felt himself entering another world. After Yi Tian used the martial skill of the Void Heaven Palm, he immediately entered another world. Here, mountains and rivers were shattered, thunder roared in the sky, and atop a towering peak, a man stood proudly, gazing over the heavens and earth. The next moment, the man slowly raised his hand and struck out with a palm. A massive palm imprint seemed to cover the entire sky and earth. In an instant, tens of thousands of miles of sky were shattered. Yi Tian watched this scene in shock, and the next moment, He found himself back in the villa's living room, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Afterward, Yi Tian felt a flood of information pouring into his body. He instantly mastered the Void Heaven Palm and completely controlled this skill, as if he was born with it, a natural sense of familiarity. As he carefully felt the martial skill, the more he sensed it, the brighter the light in Yi Tian's eyes became. It truly deserved to be called a god-level martial skill. Yi Tian thought to himself. Currently, his cultivation level was still relatively low, only at the second layer of the Qi refining stage, making it impossible to fully unleash the power of the Void Heaven Palm. To completely utilize its power, he would need to at least reach the Spirit Sea realm as stated by the system. Cultivation is divided into several major stages. 10 layers of Qi refining, followed by the Foundation Establishment stage, the Golden Core stage, the Spirit Sea realm, the Void realm, the Life and Death realm, the Shattered realm, and beyond the Shattered realm, one becomes an immortal. However, even though he was only at the second layer of Qi refining now, Yi Tian was certain that if he encountered a beast of the same level as the Golden Python again, he would not fear it at all. He wouldn't even need a weapon, he could kill it with a single palm strike. After calming down for a moment, Yi Tian looked at the remaining 13,000 points in the system and began to hesitate. After all, he had already drawn 2 god-level rewards. Should he continue? The probability of winning was extremely low, and earning points was quite difficult. Without the rewards for achievements and cross-level kills, his current points would barely reach 5,000, not even 10,000. Moreover, Yi Tian had a feeling that points would have greater uses in the future. Although the system wouldn't reveal it, he needed to save them carefully. Friendly reminder. The host has now consumed 7,000 points. Once the consumption reaches 10,000 points, the system will unlock a new feature. Please look forward to it. Perhaps the system had read Yi Tian's thoughts, as a prompt sounded in his ear. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Tian cursed inwardly. Could this points trap be any more obvious? Damn it. But he couldn't resist, which was infuriating. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, but still chose to continue the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly marrow cleansing pill. This time, not even a proper marrow cleansing pill was drawn. All of them were unruly marrow cleansing pills. However, Yi Tian was already mentally prepared and didn't get too excited. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 unruly vitality pill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Tian quickly checked the introduction of the unruly vitality pill. Unruly vitality pill. After consumption, it can restore all damage, whether minor or severe injuries. As long as there's still a breath left, it can pull you back, a guaranteed life-saving miracle drug. Please note, the effect of this pill is slightly strong and may have a tiny bit of side effects. It was still that familiar introduction. Even the tone of the description wasn't serious at all. Soon, after spending over 3,000 points, Yi Tian successfully drew 20 unruly vitality pills. Congratulations, host, for spending points up to 10,000. The system will automatically unlock a new feature, System Store. A new page appeared in the system, and Yi Tian quickly clicked on it. Instantly, a dazzling array of items appeared before his eyes. The items were divided into various categories: unruly, proper, techniques, martial skills, divine abilities, and so on. However, currently, only the unruly and proper categories were accessible. Moreover, the unruly category only had the unruly marrow cleansing pill and unruly vitality pill available for exchange. As for the others, they were locked with a gray lock, and even their information couldn't be viewed. The proper category was the same apart from 1 marrow cleansing pill available for exchange. Nothing else could be exchanged. Additionally, The points required for exchange were quite expensive. The unruly categories Marrow Cleansing Pill and Vitality Pill each cost 10 points, while the proper category required 100 points. Yi Tian's face instantly darkened. This was absolutely a rip-off. Only the rewards he had drawn could be unlocked, those he hadn't drawn couldn't be unlocked. Moreover, if he wanted to activate the exchange for other categories of rewards, he would need to upgrade the system. After upgrading, he would still need to use points to unlock them. Looking at the points required to unlock other categories, Yi Tian didn't even dare to count how many zeros were behind the numbers. Yi Tian glanced briefly. The cheapest category, Techniques, required at least over 50 million points to unlock. Yi Tian shook his head helplessly, looking at the remaining 10,000 points in the system, suddenly feeling disheartened. That 50 million, apart from being the cheapest, didn't even include the cost of upgrading the system. Adding the two together, Yi Tian couldn't even imagine the astronomical figure. System repair completed. The second half of the technique has been automatically issued and applied. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded again. Yi Tian's spirit was invigorated, and another wave of information surged into his mind. Instantly, his cultivation speed became even faster. Yi Tian carefully examined the second half of the cultivation technique, and his mood, influenced by the points, improved once again. Yi Tian couldn't believe that the cultivation technique he was practicing was so powerful. Upon reaching a certain level, he could actually create his own realm, essentially creating a world. As long as that world contained a single flower or tree, even if his physical body perished and his soul dissipated, Yi Tian would not truly die. He would be reborn through that flower or tree in the world. As long as the world existed, Yi Tian could remain immortal. However, these things were still far off for Yi Tian. For now, he was just a young man worried about earning points. Shaking his head, Yi Tian stopped thinking about these matters. He closed the system interface and, like Yi Xian, hugged his pillow and fell asleep. After all, he no longer needed to actively cultivate. With the automatic divine level cheat, Yi Tian could finally relax his mind. Although cultivators could go without sleep or even food, these were habits formed over more than a decade, and Yi Tian didn't want to change them. He had no intention of changing them after all. If he did, would he still feel human at all? To be continued inside the villa. The messy scene on the sofa was now gone. Yi Xian was unusually well behaved, brewing tea by the coffee table, though her expression was unnatural and beads of cold sweat appeared on her fair forehead. At this moment, opposite Yi Tian sat a fat man and an old man, both with serious expressions. These two were none other than Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, Old Gua, and the principal of Tianhai City No. 1 High School, Fatty Zhang. Director Gua, Principal Zhang, please have some tea. Yi Xian nervously brought the tea over. Hee, good girl. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're much more obedient than your brother. Next year is your awakening ceremony. How about it? Do you have confidence? Old Gua took the tea and said with a hearty laugh. Although Old Gua was advanced in age, it also meant he was more experienced. In addition to being Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, he was also the head teacher of the entire high school. Naturally, he was very familiar with Yi Xian. Yes. I'll definitely be better than my brother, Yi Xian said proudly, glancing at Yi Tian and clenching her small fists with a smile. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Old Gua and Principal Zhang couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Had Yi Tian not told his sister that the ability he originally awakened was a top-tier SSS-level power? Actually, Yi Xian couldn't be blamed. She truly didn't know the level of her brother's awakened ability. At the time, Yi Tian had fallen unconscious, and Luo Yu had mentioned it briefly to her, but didn't go into detail. Moreover, Yi Xian had been very worried about Yi Tian at the time, so she didn't have the mood to inquire further. Over time, she simply forgot to ask. Poor Yi Xian, seeing the strange expressions on Old Gua Tu and Principal Zhang, stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Did she say something wrong? Impossible. Not bad. Keep it up. We believe you can do it. Fatty Zhang quickly stepped in to help Yi Xian out of the awkward situation. Yi Tian, on the other hand, looked at the group with a puzzled expression. Old Gua. No, homeroom teacher, Principal Zhang, why are you here today? Yi Tian asked directly. Hee, it's like this. Principal Zhang smiled and got straight to the point. The two of us came here for two main reasons. First, your injury has healed, so we came on behalf of the school to check on you. And second, Old Gua told me that your family really has a way to help you recover your abilities. Principal Zhang asked directly. This was the main reason for their visit. Although, in their understanding, it was impossible to recover abilities after a failed awakening. What if it really was possible? If Yi Tian had awakened an ordinary ability, they might not have been so concerned. But as it happened, his awakening was a top-tier SSS-level ability. So, even if the chances were slim, upon hearing that Yi Tian said his family had a way to restore his abilities, the two of them thought it was worth coming over to see if there was any way they could help. After all, if Yi Tian could truly recover his abilities, it would be of immense benefit to both of them. At the same time, this was also an opportunity to get ahead in building a relationship with a future big shot. Hearing Principal Zhang's words, Yi Xin was even more confused. What family method? Me? However, Yi Xin, being tactful, didn't expose Yi Tian. Yi Tian had mentioned to her that he might have recovered his abilities, but she hadn't gone into detail to confirm whether her brother had truly regained them. She had intended to ask him yesterday, but with all the hot pot and barbecue, she got so happy that she forgot. And now, before she even got out of bed, Director Gua and the principal had arrived first. Well, it's not that my family had a way, but that I recovered on my own, Yi Tian admitted directly. And I've already regained my abilities. What? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Old Gua Tu and Fatty Zhang were so shocked that they stood up from their seats, startling Yi Xin. You've already recovered your abilities? Are you sure? Principal Zhang looked at Yi Tian in disbelief and asked again. At this point, they didn't care whether it was Yi Tian's family who helped him recover. The most important thing was that he had recovered. Yes. Yi Tian nodded, confirming it. Huh. Ha ha. That's great. That's great. 3. I never thought our school would produce 3 top-tier SSS-level ability users this year. Fatty Zhang laughed heartily in delight. Old Guatu also felt happy for Yi Tian. He had a good impression of Yi Tian, who was an obedient student at school. When he learned that Yi Tian had missed out on a top-tier ability due to external interference, he had felt deeply regretful and heartbroken. Among those present, Yi Xin was the most shocked. Her small mouth formed an O shape as she stared at Yi Tian in astonishment. My older brother awakened an SSS-level top-tier superpower, and he failed to awaken it before due to interference, missing out on the SSS-level superpower? Now it's restored? Who am I? Where am I? The amount of information was overwhelming, and for a moment, Yi Xin couldn't process it. She knew her older brother had failed to awaken his superpower due to external interference, but no one had ever told her that his superpower was actually top tier. For a moment, she recalled that day when the villa and its surroundings were filled with a stench so bad it even made the news, and her brother's strange behavior. Suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder her brother was playing with poop. That day, he had lost something so important. At the time, she had thought that her brother might have gone insane because he couldn't awaken his superpower. She even believed that at most, he would awaken AB-level superpower, and she thought it was ridiculous for him to lose his mind over AB-level superpower. Back then, she felt her brother's ability to cope was just too poor. But now, it seemed she had misunderstood him. Yi Xion's mind was racing with all sorts of scenarios. Luckily, Yi Tian didn't know what Yi Xion was thinking. If he did, he would probably be so angry he'd cough up blood. I didn't play with poop, damn it. What kind of weird scenes are you imagining? Seriously, can't we just move past this already? Director Gua, Principal Zhang, let me explain. I've regained my superpower, but it might have mutated. Yi Tian didn't know how to explain his abilities, so he casually made up a reason about his superpower mutating. Mutated? This time, it was Director Gua and Fatty Zhang's turn to be puzzled. They had never heard of superpowers mutating before. Yes, when I was awakening my superpower, the ceremony was halfway through, and a surge of energy entered my body. Then, I was interrupted by external interference, which caused the awakening to fail. However, that energy remained in my body, and it was thanks to that energy that I regained my superpower. but it seems to have mutated, Yi Tian said seriously, making Director Gua and Fatty Zhang listen in stunned silence. To be continued inside the villa, Fatty Zhang, Director Gua, and Yi Xian were nervously watching Yi Tian. In front of Yi Tian, a testing stone was quietly placed on the table. As soon as Fatty Zhang heard about Yi Tian's superpower mutation, he immediately asked Director Gua to buy a testing stone. This testing stone was a product invented after humans began awakening superpowers. Some companies or teams use it to test the superpower level and strength level of potential teammates to prevent imposters from joining. Therefore, these testing stones were not rare. Yi Tian slowly placed his hand on the testing stone. Inside the villa, the other three people immediately held their breath, staring intently at Yi Tian and the testing stone. As Yi Tian placed his hand on the testing stone, he quietly activated his cultivation technique. Of course, all of this was taught to him by the system. According to the system, the spiritual energy absorbed by cultivators far surpasses that of ability users. How could the mere title of an SSS-level ability user compare to the title of a cultivator? In the next moment, a massive beam of light appeared on the testing stone. Along with the light, a silver shield emerged, displaying 5 stars. Above Yi Tian's head, a cloud of 7-colored mist appeared, leaving the few onlookers unable to describe what it was. After a long while, Yi Tian slowly withdrew his hand. In the next instant, the testing stone shattered completely, and the 7-colored mist above Yi Tian's head vanished entirely. This is a top-tier new ability? You've already reached silver 5 stars. Zhang Fatty exclaimed in shock. The so-called new ability referred to abilities that no one had awakened before. Although Zhang Fatty didn't know what kind of ability it was, he was certain that judging by the intensity of the light, Yi Tian's mutated ability was undoubtedly an SSS-level top-tier ability. Moreover, it hadn't been long since his awakening, yet Yi Tian had already reached silver 5 stars. This speed was simply defying the heavens. Yi Tian, do you know the type of your ability? Zhang Fatty asked seriously, looking at Yi Tian. Type. It should belong to the combat type that enhances the body. Yi Tian thought for a moment and replied. Actually, this wasn't wrong. Although his ability level was only at silver, with spiritual energy enhancement, he could easily face a golden level expert without fear. So it's a top-tier new combat ability. Zhang Fatty gasped, staring at Yi Tian as if he were a monster. This is a significant matter. I must report back to the higher-ups. Yi Tian, you should prepare yourself. Since you've awakened a top-tier ability, you can now attend Pioneer Academy. Hee, Xiao Tian, seeing your achievements, I, as your teacher, can finally be at ease. Old Gua said, feeling both gratified and happy for Yi Tian. No, Principal Zhang. Yi Tian shook his head. I won't go to Pioneer Academy. But Pioneer Academy is the best academy in the capital. Do you want to go to one of the 4 great academies in the capital instead? Zhang Fatty was stunned by Yi Tian's words and asked in confusion. However, regardless of which academy Yi Tian chose, he believed that with Yi Tian's new top-tier ability, there would be no problem at all. No. Yi Tian shook his head again. I won't go to the 4 great academies either. To be precise, I won't go to the capital. What? This time, it was Principal Zhang and the others who were puzzled. They immediately became anxious. Xiao Tian, this is no joke. With your ability talent, if you go to the capital, your future will be limitless. That's right, Xiao Tian. The capital has the best education and the best facilities. Only there can you grow quickly. You're not going? What are you thinking? Old Gua suddenly became anxious. No, I have my reasons for not going. Yi Tian said firmly, looking at Yi Xian. This girl and I have been without our parents since we were young. So no matter what happens, I won't be separated from my sister. Yi Tian rubbed Yi Xian's head and smiled. Brother! Yi Xian's eyes welled up with tears, and she immediately hugged Yi Tian, burying her head and sobbing uncontrollably. She was deeply moved. Her brother was willing to give up his future rather than be separated from her. This must be what happiness feels like. Principal Zhang and Old Gua looked at the 2 siblings and fell silent. They knew a little about Yi Tian's family situation, but to let such a promising student go without intervention was something they couldn't do. However, to separate the siblings was even more impossible. Damn it. Sigh. I understand. Principal Zhang sighed. Principal. Old Guo looked at him anxiously, thinking that Principal Zhang had given up on persuading Yi Tian. I'm afraid, kid, the reason you told Old Guo to keep your student status for a year is because you're waiting to see what level of ability Yi Xian awakens to before making a decision, right? Principal Zhang said with a wry smile. Yi Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, because our parents left us, we know the pain and loneliness of not having family around. So, no matter what, I won't abandon this girl. I understand. Principal Zhang nodded seriously. But you need to know that when your parents aren't around, the school's teachers and principal are like your parents. You shouldn't keep these things to yourself. You should have told us earlier. Seeing Principal Zhang's serious expression, Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Luckily, it's not too late for us to know now. Otherwise, it would have been a whole year wasted. Do you realize how important this year is for you? It concerns your future development. A single misstep could ruin everything. Moreover, if the people from the killing organization find out, your situation will only become more dangerous. This is why all students who awaken top-tier abilities must go to the capital not just for education, but for your safety. Principal Zhang explained patiently. Yi Tian opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent because he knew he hadn't thought things through enough this time. All right, leave this matter to me. Please trust me and trust the school. We will give you a satisfactory answer. Principal Zhang said seriously, showing a side of him that Yi Tian had never seen before. In the past, Principal Zhang always had a cheerful and easygoing demeanor, making students feel he was approachable. After saying goodbye to Principal Zhang and Old Gua, Yi Xian's eyes were still red. Knowing that her brother had given up so much for her, Yi Xian felt a mix of emotions and remained silent, only tightly clutching Yi Tian's sleeve. What are you thinking about? Yi Tian rubbed Yi Xian's head. Girl, you must always remember, you are never alone. I am your brother, understand? But, for me, big brother, you even gave up your own future. None of that matters. Before Yi Xian could finish her sentence, Yi Tian interrupted her. You have to believe in your big brother. Do you think that just because I don't go to the capital, or don't enter the Pioneer Academy or the 4 great academies, I won't be able to succeed? That I'll ruin my future? Yi Xian wanted to say something, but she felt that Yi Tian made sense. Trust me, your big brother has everything planned out. I won't ruin my future. As for you, just boldly follow the path you want to take. Like I said, you are never alone. Your future will always have your big brother supporting you, understand? That's something you can't change, because you were born a year later than me. Yi Tian said with a smug smile. Yi Xian was also amused by Yi Tian's sudden joke. Humph, who told you to run so fast? A whole year ahead of me. Story to be continued. Meanwhile, Zhang Fati was quick to act. As soon as he returned to school, he immediately contacted the capital and reported Yi Tian's situation. That very night, the 4 great academies and the Pioneer Academy in the capital were alarmed. Old Xiao. Wei Guo's hurried voice came from outside the door again. Xiao Yi had just lain down on the bed and was instantly filled with frustration. He quickly used his ability to teleport to the door and opened it in advance. He didn't want to have to fix the door in the middle of the night again. Old Xiao? Hey, why are you? Wei Guo looked at Xiao Yi in front of him with a face full of shock, and Xiao Yi also looked at Wei Guo with the same expression. To be precise, he was looking at the people behind Wei Guo. Behind Wei Guo were 2 elderly women with white hair. At this moment, Xiao Yi realized, damn it, he was only wearing a pair of shorts. Oh my, how indecent, so disrespectful for your age. The 2 elderly women immediately covered their eyes with their hands, but the gaps between their fingers slightly opened. Xiao Yi was sweating profusely and disappeared on the spot. He couldn't face anyone anymore. He never thought that after living an upright life, he would encounter such an embarrassing situation in his old age. At this moment, Xiao Yi felt like strangling Wei Guo. After a long while, Xiao Yi finally came out dressed. Ahem. Old Wei, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation for this late-night visit. Xiao Yi said with a dark expression. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Why did you bring these 2 these 2 ladies here? Xiao Yi asked, muttering to himself. Could it be that Old Wei still has the energy at his age? But even if you do, don't bring them to me. I definitely don't have the energy for this. Oh, right, it's like this. Wei would quickly explain the information he had received to Xiao Yi, a new type of ability, and it's top tier. After hearing Wei Guo's words, Xiao Yi also became serious. Now that people from the four major academies have already started heading to Tianhai City's #1 high school, what about us? Is there even a need to ask? Of course, we're going. Before Xiao Yi could speak, an elderly lady nearby started talking. Old Xiao, this is a new type of superpower. Is there anyone in the capital who understands superpowers better than us? Although we're old, it's precisely because of this that we need to pass on our experience to these young people, isn't it? Another elderly lady chimed in. Li Hong, Li Tsai, you're absolutely right. We are pioneers. Though we are old now, our experience remains. With the emergence of this new top-tier superpower, there truly isn't a place more suitable than our academy. Fine, let's prepare and head over as well. Xiaoyi said calmly. By the way, wait a moment. Aren't there two girls among this year's freshmen who are also from Tianhai City's #1 high school? And it seems they have some connection with that boy. Let's bring them along too. Xiaoyi thought for a moment and said, Oh right, why didn't I think of that? I'll go get those two girls right now. Wei Guo said hurriedly, preparing to leave. But he was met with a flick on the forehead from Xiaoyi. Where do you think you're going? That's the girls' dormitory. Can you even go in? When will you ever change your impulsive nature? Xiao Yi said with a dark expression, thinking to himself, I'm the principal, and even I can't enter the girls' dormitory. And you, an impatient old man, think you can go in? I'll go instead. It's so late. I wonder if those two girls are even asleep yet. Watching the two bicker, Li Tsai said helplessly. The two of them combined were over 100 years old, yet they were still as playful as ever. It seems men never truly grow up, even in old age. In the girls' dormitory, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu were still awake. Ever since Yi Tian lost his superpower, the two had been feeling very down. No matter how they looked at it, it was because of them that the killing organization had been drawn to the academy. And if it hadn't been for Yi Tian's critical strike, the two of them might have already died. They had thought countless times about leaving the academy to go back and check on Yi Tian, but the academy had rules. Freshmen were not allowed to leave the academy during their first year. This was because they were not yet proficient in controlling their superpowers. Leaving the academy would be equivalent to leaving their protective umbrella, and without mastery over their powers, they were just slightly stronger than ordinary people. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. Xia Chu immediately got up to open it. Standing outside the door was Li Tsai, her face full of kindness as she looked at Xia Chu. Girl, still awake? Grandma Li, why are you here? Xia Chu quickly stepped aside to let Li Tsai in. Hee, it's so late. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Li Tsai said with a smile. No, no, Grandma Li, we haven't gone to bed yet. Please have a seat. Yang Muhan, seeing that it was Li Tsai, quickly brought over a small stool. Hee, I won't sit down. Actually, I came over tonight to share some good news with you. As she spoke, Li Tsai told the two about the matter. After hearing it, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu were completely shocked. At the same time, a wave of excitement surged in their hearts because this matter was truly a delightful surprise for them. They also felt happy for Yi Tian. So, I wanted to ask you both, would you be willing to come along with us old folks? After all, your friend is really hard to invite over. Li Tsai teased. Of course, absolutely. Grandma Li, you can rest assured. Even if I have to tie that brat up, I'll bring him over. Humph. He made me worry about him for an entire week, awakened his abilities, and didn't even tell us. That's just too much. Xia Chu said through gritted teeth. Haha, all right then. Get ready, and we'll set off. Li Tsai said with a laugh. So, the two changed their clothes and followed Li Tsai to meet up with Xiao Yi and the others. Together, they set off for Tianhai City. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding in various academies. Many principals and vice principals were mobilizing. Although it wasn't certain they could recruit the new type of ability users to their schools, even just observing the new abilities would be of great benefit to them. Some academies even brought along professors specializing in ability research. As a result, tonight, many professors researching abilities were abruptly woken up. Some were dragged out of bed, while others found themselves mid-sleep suddenly on a plane heading to Tianhai City, bed and all. Upon waking, they were utterly confused, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Where's my home? Tonight, the entire academic circle in the capital was in an uproar. Even the higher-ups were shocked. Various forces were trembling with fear, unsure of what was happening, and worried it might implicate them. Many spent the night sleepless, making this a night of insomnia for the big shots. It's worth noting that the principals and vice principals of various academies were already incredibly powerful individuals. Yet tonight, so many big shots were mobilized simultaneously, sparking widespread speculation. However, since the higher-ups hadn't issued any statements, all they could do was worry in vain. To be continued. Meanwhile, the source of the capital's upheaval, which had caused sleepless nights for numerous influential figures, was currently sitting on the sofa with his little sister, watching TV and snacking. Suddenly, Yi Tian called out to Yi Xian and tossed her a pill. "Brother, what's this?" "Something to eat." Yi Xian looked at the small red pill in her hand. "This is a beauty pill. Take it, and then go take a bath. I guarantee you'll become even prettier. Plus, if you take it regularly, you can stay youthful forever," Yi Tian said with a smile. This was the excuse he had come up with after much thought. Huh. Yi Xian looked at the cleansing pill in her hand with suspicion. "Really? I feel like you're lying to me." Yi Tian's face was full of black lines. "If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Others might want it, but may not even get the chance to eat it. This is something your brother got after training in a small rift and going through a big battle. Oomph. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. I'm not giving it back to you." Yi Xian snorted arrogantly and directly popped the cleansing pill into her mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth. So sweet. Soon after, Yi Xian felt a warm current flowing through her body, and suddenly she felt her body becoming sticky and slimy. "Brother, what's happening to me? I smell bad now, Boo-hoo, is this pill poisonous? Oh no, I'm going to die," Yi Xian exaggeratedly exclaimed. Yi Tian watched Yi Xian's performance, his face full of black lines. "I already told you. After eating it, go take a bath quickly. This is the effect of the pill. It's helping you expel the toxins accumulated in your body. Once the toxins are out, you'll naturally look prettier." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to the bathroom. Watching Yi Xian's reaction, Yi Tian smiled faintly. Suddenly, he felt his breath become slightly unstable. In the next moment, with a boom sound, Yi Tian felt the spiritual energy within his body grow even denser. TSK, I actually broke through again. After the breakthrough, Yi Tian was in a great mood and was very satisfied with the skill he had drawn. Unfortunately, whether it was the cultivation method or the skill he had obtained, they could only be used by himself. Otherwise, Yi Tian would have wanted Yi Xian and the others to cultivate immortality as well. But alas, he didn't have any cultivation methods on hand. According to the system, everyone's innate spiritual roots are different, and the cultivation methods required for each person are also different. Other than the cultivation method from the beginner's gift package given by the system, he couldn't unlock anything else for now. So Yi Tian could only first improve Yi Xian's physique and help her awaken a better skill. As for cultivating immortality, it would have to wait until he had enough points to exchange for a suitable cultivation method based on Yi Xian's innate talent. Suddenly, a scream came from the bathroom, startling Yi Tian into a shiver. He quickly rushed to the bathroom. "What happened? Little sister, what's wrong?" Yi Tian asked anxiously, but he stopped mid-sentence. Inside the bathroom, Yi Xian had just finished her bath and was wearing a bathrobe, staring at the mirror with a mesmerized expression. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xian with black lines on his face. "Didn't I already tell you? That pill is for beauty purposes. Is it really worth making such a big fuss over and scaring me like that?" Actually, Yi Xian couldn't be blamed. After all, what girl wouldn't be happy and surprised if she suddenly became prettier? At this moment, Yi Xian looked even more ethereal, her originally fair skin now glowing with a rosy radiance. "Wow, big brother, I love you so much. This pill is amazing," Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly, running over to hug Yi Tian's arm. "Haha, if you like it, I can give it to you as candy every day. Your big brother has plenty of these." Yi Tian smiled and said, as he reached into his pocket and took out a small bag of Shisui pills. These were prepared in advance by Yi Tian, containing a total of 100 pills. He had exchanged his points for them, and they should be enough for Yi Xin to consume for a while. Hee hee, Big Brother is the best, Yi Xin said with a smile, giving Yi Tian a kiss on the cheek. But every time I eat them, I have to take a bath. It's so troublesome. Yi Tian wiped the saliva off his face and said helplessly, "You want to become beautiful but hate trouble. You really are something." Hee hee. Yi Xian laughed shyly. "You." Yi Tian shook his head. "Don't worry. You only need to take a bath the first time you eat them. The toxins in your body have already been expelled. The second time you eat them, you won't need to bathe. If you like them, eat more. These pills not only enhance beauty but also improve your physique, making you immune to toxins and less prone to illness." Yi Tian patiently explained. "Wow, that's amazing," Yi Xian exclaimed in shock. "The effect is just so-so. Finish these first, and if you need more, just ask me. Your big brother has plenty of these, enough for you to eat them like candy." Yi Tian said with a smile. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, jingle bells. Suddenly, Yi Tian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Principal Zhang calling. "Xiao Tian, the matter has been settled. On Monday, you and Xiao Xian should come back to school. Some people want to meet you." Principal Zhang said patiently over the phone. "Okay, thank you, Principal," Yi Tian said sincerely. He would always remember what Principal Zhang had done for him. After chatting with Principal Zhang for a couple more minutes, Yi Tian hung up the phone. "What's wrong, brother? Was that the principal just now?" Yi Xian asked nervously. She was very reluctant to part with her big brother, so when the phone rang, she was startled. "Don't worry. Your big brother will always be by your side until you grow up. I won't leave you." Yi Tian noticed Yi Xian's concern and comforted her by rubbing her head. "Even when I grow up, you're not allowed to leave me," Yi Xian said, hugging Yi Tian tightly without saying anything further. Deep down, she knew how much her big brother had sacrificed for her, but she was still afraid that he would abandon her, afraid that he would leave her behind. She had already experienced the pain of being abandoned by family once, and she didn't want to go through it again. Yi Tian smiled faintly. "Silly girl, don't worry. When have I ever lied to you? All right, go dry your hair quickly, or you'll catch a cold. On Monday, we'll go back to school together." Tonight at Tianhai City Airport, it might be the busiest night in the city's history. Even the mayor of Tianhai City was alarmed. Many passengers waiting for their flights at the airport saw figures they usually only saw on television and were all astonished. Who could have such great influence? To think that a dignified mayor would personally come to the airport to receive someone. To be continued. The sky was faintly brightening when several planes from the capital landed. Zhang Tianrong, the mayor of Tianhai City, who had been waiting silently at the airport all night, immediately stood up and headed to the arrival gate with his secretary. A group of extraordinary individuals disembarked from the planes, both men and women, each exuding an extraordinary aura. It was clear that they were all incredibly powerful ability users. Ugh, the speed of this plane is just too slow. I bet those old men and women have already arrived, one middle-aged man said impatiently. Dean Shun, I see your temper hasn't changed a bit after all this time. Even if you got here first, so what? Do you really think you can outdo that old man from the Pioneer Academy? You should just be glad to witness the latest top-tier abilities firsthand. Another middle-aged man, who had just stepped off a different plane, walked over and mocked. "Humph, long out yin. It's been a while, but your mouth is still as foul as ever. I wouldn't mind helping you shut it." Chen Dong snorted coldly as he looked at the approaching man and spoke indifferently. "Hey, you're something else. I'm just stating the facts, okay? Look at you, always resorting to violence. It's so uncultured. You're the dean of an academy, for goodness sake. If people didn't know better, they'd think you were some kind of thug," Long Outyin replied, unbothered, speaking in his usual unhurried tone. All right, you two, stop bickering. If we delay any longer, we might not even get a chance to see anything." Another middle-aged man stepped forward to mediate. "Umph, you two are like children who never grow up," a woman passing by the three of them said coldly. She glanced at them indifferently, threw out a casual remark, and walked into the airport. "You." Chen Dong looked at the departing woman, but ultimately swallowed his words. As the group entered the airport, they saw Zhang Tianrong waiting inside. Zhang Tianrong warmly approached them and greeted. "Welcome, welcome. It's an honor to have you deans visit our Tianhai city." Hee hee, Mayor Zhang, you're too kind. We're sorry for the sudden visit and any trouble we've caused, the woman said with a professional smile as she shook hands with Zhang Tianrong. Oh, not at all. I'm absolutely delighted to have you all here. How could it be any trouble? I've already arranged vehicles for you. Let's head to Tianhai number 1 high school first. After that, I've prepared a banquet to welcome you all. But first, let's take care of the important matters. Zhang Tianrong said with a smile. Clearly, he was well aware of the reason why these deans had traveled all the way from the capital to the distant Tianhai city. Then I'll leave it to Mayor Zhang. The woman was straightforward and gladly accepted Mayor Zhang's arrangements. After all, there were regulations in place once one's power level reached a certain height. Crossing realms was not allowed casually. This was precisely why Mayor Zhang was here to receive them. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd at the airport, the group boarded the vehicle arranged by Mayor Zhang and headed directly to Tianhai City number 1 high school. Even after the group left, the people at the airport remained in shock. In this era of spiritual energy revival, how could they not recognize who that group was? The simultaneous appearance of the 4 deans from the capital was no small news. They finally understood who had such immense influence to make a dignified mayor wait overnight. Tianhai City number 1 high school. In the meeting room, Xiao Yi and the others had already arrived at some point and were currently having breakfast. Principal Zhang looked at the growth of Yang Muhan and Xia Chu with great satisfaction. How long had it been since they went to the Pioneer Academy? Both of their powers had already reached the peak of the bronze level. One more step, and they would be at silver level. Clearly, their progress was astonishing. Interesting, an ability mutation, and just after recovering their abilities, their power has surged to silver level 5 stars. Wei was said with a hint of surprise after hearing Principal Zhang's words. Perhaps this child's talent has already surpassed us old folks. Li Hong said, her face full of astonishment. After all, back in the day, while they were strong, they weren't this strong. She still remembered old Xiao awakening his abilities and taking over a month to reach silver level 5 stars. But now, that kid had done it in a week. No, maybe even less than a week? Please wait a moment, everyone. It's almost time for the students to arrive at school. Principal Zhang avoided commenting further and changed the subject. After all, when it came to understanding abilities, there was probably no one in all of China who understood them better than the group in front of him. Soon, Mayor Zhang arrived at the school with the 4 academy deans. Xiao Yi and the others could already hear Chen Dong and Long Outyin arguing through the door. Do you believe I'll beat you so badly you'll be looking for your teeth on the ground? I may not be able to take on those old geezers, but I can definitely handle you. Chen Dong said angrily. Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? You don't even dare to say a word in front of those old geezers, and now you're acting tough in front of me. Long Outyin retorted without backing down. Xiao Yi, Wei Guo, Li Hong, Li Tsai, and the others all looked increasingly grim, while Principal Zhang stood to the side, his face pale. Please, you 2 big shots, I beg you stop talking. Everyone can hear you. This made Principal Zhang secretly swear in his heart that after this time, he would definitely remodel this conference room. It had to be soundproof, so soundproof that even if an atomic bomb exploded outside, not a single sound could be heard inside. Meanwhile, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu sat quietly beside Li Tsai and Li Hong without saying a word. Although they didn't know who the 2 uncles outside were, they figured those 2 might not make it later. So, they silently mourned for them in their hearts. Chen Dong violently pulled the door open. If it weren't for this being a school. Sorry, wrong place. The next moment, Chen Dong immediately shut the door again, pressing his whole body against it, his face full of terror, sweat pouring from his forehead. Equally terrified was Long Outyin, whose face was also drenched in sweat. He was both shocked and scared, cursing himself dozens of times in his heart. Why couldn't he hold back? Why did he have to argue with this fool? Now look, it's all over. Damn it. Since you're here, why not come in? The group heard Xiao Yi's cold voice from behind the door. The next moment, Chen Dong and Long Outyin disappeared from outside the door. When they came to their senses, they saw Xiao Yi, Wei Guo, Li Hong, and Li Tsai, all 4 of them looking at them kindly, almost like they were smiling. Ha! Ha ha! All the masters are here, what a coincidence. Ha! Haha. Shindong forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Long Outyin, standing beside him, wasn't he much better off? He also forced a smile that looked worse than crying. All. All the masters. How have you been lately? Umph. We're all doing just fine. Probably won't die for another 10 or 20 years, much to your disappointment. Xiao Yi said coldly. We'll settle accounts with you two later. For now, find a seat and sit down. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the two of them broke out in a cold sweat, but obediently found seats and sat down quickly. The next moment, another middle-aged man and woman walked in. Hello, masters. The two greeted obediently as well. Good, good, you're here. Sit down. Seeing the two, the four elders' expressions finally softened a bit. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu quickly stood up and gave up their seats to the two newcomers. Principal Zhang also stepped aside and stood together with Zhang Tianrong. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was completely unaware of what was happening at the school. He and his sister were on their way there. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't say a word, her mood appearing somewhat heavy. Seeing Yi Xian like this, Yi Tian sighed helplessly. Although he had comforted her many times, it was clear that this little girl hadn't taken any of it to heart. Now, she had made herself upset, leaving Yi Tian both amused and exasperated. Soon, the two arrived at the school, where old Guo was waiting at the gate. As soon as he saw Yi Tian and Yi Xian, he hurried over. Ah, you're finally here. If you'd come any later, Principal Zhang probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Old Guo said helplessly, leaving Yi Tian completely confused. All right, save your words for later. You two, come with me. Old Guo hurriedly said and turned to leave. Yi Tian looked at Yi Xian's gloomy expression and rubbed the little girl's head. Let's go. Trust me, I will never leave you behind. Yi Xian responded softly, lowering her head as she followed Yi Tian and Old Guo to the meeting room. As soon as they entered the meeting room, Yi Tian saw a group of people with extraordinary presence, especially the elderly individuals seated in the main positions. Just by sitting there, Yi Tian could sense their formidable strength, which was absolutely terrifying. However, he did not feel fear. His gaze was exceptionally resolute. He also noticed Yang Muhan and Xia Chu sitting beside the elderly individuals. Behind him, Yi Xian appeared extremely nervous, clutching tightly onto Yi Tian's clothes, her palms sweating profusely. Xiao Tian, these are the deans of the four major academies in the capital, as well as the dean and vice dean of the Pioneer Academy. They heard about your situation and rushed over overnight. Principal Zhang quickly stood up and introduced them to Yi Tian. Hello, deans, and hello, grandpas and grandmas. Yi Tian greeted them politely. Ah, good, hello. Xiao Yi said with a smile, looking very pleased with Yi Tian's response. Student Yi Tian, there's no need to be nervous. We heard that you awakened a new type of top-tier ability, so we came to take a look. Could you demonstrate your ability for us? The woman looked at Yi Tian and said gently. Chun Dong and Long Outyin, on the other hand, were staring at the woman in shock. Damn, this woman actually has this side to her? Why have they never seen it before? Seriously? Yi Tian smiled faintly and obediently replied. All right. He began to activate his technique, and in an instant, Yi Tian's entire aura changed, becoming stronger. For a moment, the eyes of everyone at the meeting table lit up, and they all curiously observed Yi Tian. Xiao Yi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This energy is actually purer and stronger than ours. Xiao Yi was deeply shocked and thought to himself, while a surge of immense excitement rose in his heart. He felt that this young man before him had the potential to take that step forward. However, he did not show it outwardly and suppressed his excitement within. The same shock was evident in the expressions of several people from the Wei Kingdom. Although they couldn't discern as much as Xiao Yi, their understanding and depth of knowledge about abilities were no less than his. However, they tacitly chose not to say anything. After running his technique for a while, Yi Tian stopped. My ability should be about utilizing energy to strengthen the body for combat. I guess it falls under the category of combat abilities. Yi Tian continued to speak seriously, making up nonsense as he went. Principal Zhang, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He had told Yi Tian not to be nervous, but this guy was really not nervous at all. This young man, good heavens, he's got potential. Well, Not bad. It truly is a top-tier ability, and upon awakening, it directly broke through to silver level 5 stars. No, to be precise, it's silver level 8 stars. I think you broke through again last night, didn't you? Xiao Yi said calmly, causing everyone present to be deeply shocked, even Yi Tian, who looked at Xiao Yi with a face full of surprise. He hadn't expected that this old man in front of him would have such sharp insight, even being able to tell that he had just broken through last night. Because he indeed broke through last night, though not to silver level, but to the third layer of the qi refining stage. However, Xiao Yi's next words left Yi Tian even more astonished. Xiao Yi continued to speak indifferently. Moreover, the energy within your body appears to be purer. I guess it's precisely because of this pure energy that your realm has been able to advance so quickly. Yi Tian, your ability is not simple. It actually has dual effects. Not only can it strengthen your body and physique, enhancing your combat power, but it can also purify energy, making the energy flowing into your body even stronger, thereby increasing your combat power even further. Xiao Yi praised without reservation. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was deeply shocked. Damn, this old man really has something. He could see so much with just one glance. Hee, don't be surprised. If I may boast a little, in all of China, I doubt there's anyone who understands abilities better than us old folks. However, as powerful as your ability is, if you don't know how to use it, it'll just go to waste. So, how about joining our Pioneer Academy? Although we're old, we still have a few tricks up our sleeves. Want to learn? Xiao Yi smiled faintly, directly extending an invitation to Yi Tian. Because what Xiao Yi saw was far more than what he had mentioned. Xiao Yi felt as if he had glimpsed the hope for the future of this world. Yi Tian's ability had an even more remarkable aspect, but he chose not to reveal it, fearing that saying too much might make the young man arrogant and complacent. However, to Xiao Yi's surprise, Yi Tian shook his head and refused, and he refused very decisively, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Umph. You brat, Pioneer Academy is the best academy in the entire capital. Do you know how many people want to get in but can't? And you actually refused. Chun Dong, being hot-tempered, immediately slammed the table and stood up, angrily rebuking. Sit down, Xiao Yi said calmly. Sweat immediately broke out on Chun Dong's forehead, and he wished he could slap himself twice. He had completely forgotten that his master was still present, so he quickly shut his mouth and sat back down. Haha, Yi Tian, don't worry. Before we came here, your principal put in a lot of effort, so we already know the reason for your refusal, Xiao Yi said with a kind smile. Seeing someone with such talent who was willing to sacrifice their future and not abandon their family, Xiao Yi was very satisfied with Yi Tian's character. You don't need to worry. You and your sister can come to our Pioneers Academy together. This way, you won't have to be separated, and we will arrange a professional mentor for your sister. Before she awakens her abilities, there will be a dedicated mentor to guide her. Afterward, she can directly awaken her abilities in our academy. No matter what abilities she awakens, she can stay in the academy. How about it? As soon as Xiao Yi said this, apart from Wei Guo, Li Lihong, and Li Lizai, everyone else was shocked and stared at Xiao Yi. To be honest, they hadn't seen any special talent in Yi Tian. They just thought the new top-tier ability was nothing extraordinary. But now, the one speaking was Xiao Yi, which made things different. You must know that even if someone awakens a top-tier ability, they might not necessarily be able to join the Pioneers Academy. They still have to pass the assessment, and if they fail, they can only join one of the 4 major academies. However, Xiao Yi, who had never made an exception for anyone, was now making an exception for this boy. Could it be that the master really saw something? Is this boy's ability really that extraordinary? There's no need to look at me so shocked, Xiao Yi said irritably. So, you all one by one, what have you been doing all these years? You're really embarrassing us. Take a good look at this boy again. These words were directed at the 4 deans. However, the 4 of them felt utterly confused because no matter how they looked left, right, up, or down, they couldn't see anything special. This made Xiao Yi's face turn even darker. The female dean among the 4 noticed his increasingly dark expression and dared not persist any longer. Teacher, please forgive your students' ignorance. I truly can't see it. Please enlighten us. Humph. Xiao Yi snorted coldly. The 4 of them blushed slightly. No matter what, They were the deans of the 4 major academies, considered prominent figures outside. Yet now, they were being scolded like errant schoolchildren by their teacher. It was truly embarrassing, utterly humiliating. But what could they do? They all knew Xiao Yi's personality. He wouldn't care about their status. To Xiao Yi, they only had one identity. They would always be his students. All right, old Xiao, stop making things difficult for them. Li Lihong interjected at the critical moment with a smile. Su, why don't you all take another look at these 2 girls behind me, as well as Mayor Zhang and Principal Zhang? Then look at Yi Tian and his sister. That way, you should understand. Li Li Tsai reminded them, though she still didn't reveal the answer. The 4 deans. No, everyone present except Xiao Yi and a few others began scrutinizing each other. Now, not only were the 4 major academies confused, but even Principal Zhang and Mayor Zhang looked puzzled. And the most confused of all was Yi Xian, because she was the only ordinary person present. What were these uncles, beautiful aunts, Principal Zhang, and Mayor Zhang looking at? Yi Tian was inwardly amazed at Xiao Yi's sharp insight. It seemed that in Xiao Yi's eyes, there was no secret that could be hidden. This old man was truly formidable, even able to discern things that Yi Tian himself was unaware of. As expected of the dean of the Pioneer Academy. Suddenly, Bai Su gasped in surprise, her face showing a hint of a bitter smile. So that's it, that's how it is. Everyone looked at Bai Su with puzzled expressions. Su, what did you figure out? Chen Dong couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Bai Su glanced at Xiao Yi, who slowly nodded. Only then did Bai Su speak. Actually, the answer has always been right in front of us, but we naturally overlooked it. Bai Su said with a bitter smile. Let me ask you, can you tell who among us here has awakened their abilities and who hasn't? Bai Su didn't directly reveal the answer, but instead posed a question. Hey, Su, just tell us already. Seriously, stop playing riddles with us. This question is so simple. Among everyone here, except for the girl behind that kid, all of them. What the heck? Chen Dong was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly choked, staring at Yi Tian in shock. Even Long Outyin and another middle-aged man were looking at Yi Tian with serious expressions, saying nothing. How is this possible? Chen Dong said in shock. What's impossible about it? If this kid were a bit stronger and happened to be your enemy, you might not even know how you died. Xiao Yi said with a tone of disappointment, making Chen Dong feel deeply ashamed. When an ability user awakens their powers, they carry a certain energy that makes it easy to distinguish who has abilities and who doesn't. Yet, Yi Tian, who was clearly an ability user, had no trace of energy on him. No matter how they tried to sense it, the result was always the same. Yi Tian appeared to be an ordinary person through and through. Imagine, if you were an ability user, would you be wary of an ordinary person? Don't be ridiculous. Ordinary ability users are already far stronger than regular people, so why fear someone without abilities? But suddenly, if this ordinary person unleashed a powerful force to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape either. This was one of the advantages Xiao Yi had discovered in Yi Tian. Xiao Yi even felt that this wasn't all there was to Yi Tian. He simply hadn't uncovered everything yet. So that's how it is. No wonder the teacher made an exception for this kid. Long Outyin said with a faint bitter smile. But with this, it seems the people we brought won't be able to witness the new type of abilities. Long Outyin understood the importance of this matter. He knew that if this kid were properly nurtured, he would undoubtedly become a powerful weapon in the future. Just the fact that he had no energy aura proved Yi Tian's potential, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Xiao Yi nodded lightly. Mayor Zhang, I'll trouble you with this. Let's all sign a confidentiality agreement later. Zhang Tianrong could only smile wryly. All right, I understand. He never would have thought that coming to this school for a meeting would require him to sign a confidentiality agreement. So, Yi Tian, what's your answer? Xiao Yi asked again. Yi Tian also smiled helplessly. To be honest, just based on the conditions you mentioned earlier, I would have agreed. I didn't expect it to become something I have no choice but to agree to now. Xiao Yi's sharp insight was something Yi Tian hadn't anticipated. Fortunately, Yi Tian was quite satisfied with the outcome. Seeing Yi Tian agree, Xiao Yi and the others smiled contentedly. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu were also exceptionally happy, though they refrained from expressing it openly since the elders of the academy were present. As for Yi Xian, there was no need to even ask. Wherever Yi Tian went, she would follow. As long as she didn't have to be separated from her brother, she could agree to anything else without hesitation. To be continued after the meeting ended, everyone cooperatively signed a confidentiality agreement. The four deans immediately sent the so-called experts from the academy back. After all, with the confidentiality agreement signed, what was the point of further research? Mayor Zhang also hosted a banquet to properly treat everyone. After the meal, the group gradually dispersed. Xiao Tian, goodbye. Once you've packed up, come report as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you at the academy, Yang Muhan said reluctantly to Yi Tian before leaving. Suddenly realizing her words sounded a bit off, her face flushed, and she quickly corrected herself, and Xia Chu, and Huyan, and Situ too. Yi Tian couldn't help but smile at Yang Muhan's reaction, which made her face turn even redder. Watching the two of them, Xia Chu gritted her teeth in frustration. "Umph, you brat, I knew this would happen. As soon as you arrived, you'd start competing with me for Muhan. I'll fight you for her." With that, she jumped onto Yi Tian, wrapping her long legs around him and clinging to him. Yi Tian caught a familiar scent, followed by a suffocating sensation as something soft pressed against him. I can't breathe. Let go," Yi Tian said with difficulty. It had been a while since he'd seen Xia Chu, and she was still as fierce as ever. Faced with her overwhelming energy, he could barely catch his breath. "All right, Chu, stop messing around. Grandpa Xiao and the others are still here." Yang Muhan quickly pulled Xia Chu off Yi Tian. "Umph, you brat, Muhan will always be mine. And don't be late. Our Pioneer Academy is very strict," Xia Chu said haughtily before grabbing Yang Muhan and turning to leave. "Hee, youth is such a wonderful thing," Xiao Yi said kindly, watching the group playfully bicker. "All right, kiddo, once you're packed, come over. We'll be waiting for you at the academy." Xiao Yi smiled, and then Yi Tian felt an extremely powerful energy. After that, the group disappeared into thin air. The reason Yi Tian wasn't brought back with them was that he still had luggage to pack. As the head of the academy, Xiao Yi, along with Wei Guo and the other academy instructors, couldn't stay in Tianhai City for long. Therefore, Yi Tian had to pack his belongings and head to the capital with Yi Xian later. After all, Yi Tian didn't possess any trace of supernatural energy, so who would bother to assassinate him? As for Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, it was even less likely that they would be left alone in Tianhai City. After Xiao Yi and the others left, who could guarantee that the killing organization wouldn't come? For their safety, Xiao Yi decided to take them back to the academy. "Giggle, brother, Muhan and Chu, which one is my sister-in-law?" Yi Xian, excited to learn she wouldn't be separated from her brother, started teasing Yi Tian. "What are you talking about? We're just ordinary friends." Yi Tian's face turned slightly red at his sister's teasing, and he gave Yi Xian a playful flick on the forehead. Yi Tian, Yi Xian, congratulations. It seems like everything worked out well for you, said Zhang Fatty, smiling at the two. Yes, indeed. Yi Tian smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Principal Zhang, and Teacher Guo. I will always remember this kindness." Yi Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Principal Zhang and Old Guo. Principal Zhang and Old Guo exchanged glances, and they could see the sense of comfort in each other's eyes. Haha, don't mention it. I've always said that the school is like another home for you, and the teachers and principal are like your parents. It's only natural for parents to help their children. When you become stronger, remember to come back and visit often if you miss home. That's all I ask, Principal Zhang said calmly. Yes. Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart. I will. I will work hard to cultivate, strive to become stronger as soon as possible, bring honor to the school, and never disgrace it. Good. Principal Zhang praised him. All right, it's getting late. You two should go back and pack up. I've already booked your plane tickets. I'll come by tomorrow to see you off. After bidding farewell to Old Guo and Principal Zhang, the siblings left the school and returned to the villa to pack. For some reason, both Yi Tian and Yi Xian suddenly felt a hint of reluctance toward the school they usually weren't very willing to visit. Back at the villa, the siblings began packing their luggage. Since they didn't have much to pack, it didn't take long. However, they spent quite a bit of time cleaning and organizing. Since they wouldn't be returning for at least a year, they decided to clean thoroughly. Once everything was done, Yi Tian left a note in the villa, just like he used to do at their previous residence, in case their father came back and couldn't find them. The next morning, Principal Zhang arrived at the villa early to pick up Yi Tian and Yi Xian. Accompanying him was Old Gua. After watching the siblings board the plane, the two finally felt relieved and went back. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Yi Xian watched their departing figures and silently remembered the kindness they had shown them. If they ever had the ability in the future, they would never forget the care and help Principal Zhang and Old Gua had given them during this time. The plane slowly took off. Yi Xian, having stayed up late playing the night before, fell asleep leaning on Yi Tian's shoulder as soon as she boarded the plane. Yi Tian, on the other hand, stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Beijing, huh? I'm coming. I wonder how strong those two guys, Wei Yi and Quang Bin, have become now. Yi Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Yi Tian called up the system again, opened the lottery interface, and looked at the remaining 10,000 points. He thought to himself, looks like I need to come up with a good way to increase my points. After all, he couldn't go to the small rift now. Heading to Pioneer Academy meant he couldn't even leave the academy. So how could he go to the rift to kill monsters and earn points? By the way, system, you said completing tasks also earns points. Where are the tasks? Yi Tian suddenly remembered what the system had told him and quickly asked. Tasks are triggered randomly. Due to the system's low level, the probability of triggering tasks is also low. It is recommended that the host save enough points to upgrade the system. The familiar electronic voice sounded in Yi Tian's ear. Upgrade the system, huh? How many points are needed to upgrade the system? Yi Tian asked. The system is currently at level 1. To reach the next level, it requires a total of 100,000 points. The host still needs to accumulate 90,000 points, and upgrading the system itself requires 50,000 points, the system replied. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his head full of black lines. What the heck? It still requires 90,000 points to upgrade the system? And upgrading the system costs 50,000 points? Why don't you just go rob someone? Host, please stay grounded and avoid aiming too high, the system said indifferently. This left Yi Tian speechless. Step by step, huh? How long would that take? But since you're the system, you make the rules. The next moment, Yi Tian directly closed the system interface. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Putting aside these unnecessary thoughts, Yi Tian began to rest with his eyes closed. However, his body automatically started running the cultivation technique. The plane flew for an entire day. By the time the siblings got off the plane, it was already dark. Looking at the myriad lights of Beijing, the siblings couldn't help but marvel. It truly lived up to being a big city, as this was the first time they had ever left the boundaries of Tianhai City. All right, it's still early. Let's walk around and find a place to stay tonight. We'll report to the academy tomorrow, Yi Tian said with a smile, seeing Yi Xian's expectant expression. Yay, you're the best, brother. Yi Xian jumped up happily. After all, once they entered the academy, they wouldn't be able to leave for at least a year. So, they had to make the most of their time before entering the academy to have some fun. How old are you already? Pay attention to your image, Yi Tian said helplessly. Playing the role of brother, father, and even mother was truly not easy for him. Hee. No way, in front of my big brother, who cares about image? Let's go quickly, my stomach is about to start drumming with hunger. Yi Xian began to act spoiled. All right, Yi Tian replied helplessly. The siblings first found a place to settle down, unloaded their luggage, and then went out to explore. That night, the two wandered around the capital for who knows how long. When they returned to the hotel, Yi Tian was covered in black lines. He was carrying Yi Xian on his back, with his arms full of bags. Yi Xian had played so wildly that on the way back to the hotel, she said she was tired and wanted Yi Tian to carry her. So, Yi Tian carried her the entire way. Yi Tian helplessly threw the large and small bags he was holding onto the ground, then carefully placed Yi Xian on the bed, moving gently for fear of waking the little girl. There were already so many things, and now there are even more. Yi Tian chuckled helplessly, secretly thinking to himself that he absolutely needed to get a spatial bag in the future, so no matter how many things there were, he could just toss them into the bag. The next day, the two woke up early, tidied up, and headed straight for Pioneer Academy. So this is Pioneer Academy. Yi Tian looked at the ancient-looking academy in front of him. Although it appeared very ordinary from the outside, even less luxurious than the #1 high school in Tianhai City where he had studied, Yi Tian could feel an inexplicable pressure. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was noticeably denser than in other parts of the capital. Brother, why does it feel so ordinary to me? Yi Xian said, slightly disappointed. She had imagined Pioneer Academy to be much more grand. A mountain doesn't have to be high, it becomes famous if immortals reside there. Let's go, you'll understand in the future. Yi Tian smiled as he ruffled Yi Xian's hair. Since Yi Xian was not yet a cultivator, she couldn't sense it. But once he guided her onto the path of cultivation, she would understand. For now, Yi Tian didn't say much. At the entrance, an old man looked at the siblings and smiled faintly. You must be the Yi boy and Yi girl that old Xiao mentioned, right? Yes, Grandpa. We're here to register, Yi Tian said politely, taking out the admission notice given to him by Xiao Yi. The old man took the notice, put on the glasses resting on the table, and examined it before saying, it is indeed an admission notice. Let this young girl follow me through the side gate first. She hasn't awakened her abilities, so she won't be able to pass through the main gate, and it could be dangerous. As for you, you'll need to pass the test behind the gate to truly qualify for entry into the academy, the old man said with a faint smile. Brother, Yi Xian looked at Yi Tian, momentarily at a loss. It's okay, you go in with Grandpa first. I'll be there soon. Yi Tian smiled, handing all the luggage to Yi Xian. All right, but be careful, brother. Yi Xian looked at Yi Tian with concern, but under Yi Tian's reassuring gaze, she slowly followed the old man through the side door into the academy. An assessment, huh? Yi Tian smiled faintly, and a surge of excitement suddenly rose in his heart. Ever since he returned from the small rift as a child, he hadn't truly tested his abilities. This was a good opportunity to challenge his current strength. Without any hesitation, Yi Tian stepped directly through the main gate. Beyond the gate was a long staircase, a full 100 steps, leading to the topmost part of the academy. Yi Tian looked at the staircase. Curiously, was this the so-called assessment? Thinking this, he stepped onto the first step, and suddenly, his figure disappeared from the staircase. As Yi Tian stepped onto the first step, the entire academy was instantly filled with the sound of a bell. Many students, upon hearing the bell, hurried to the playground. The playground was already crowded with students. At some point, a giant screen unfolded in the middle of the playground, displaying an image of Yi Tian. What the heck? A new student reporting in? Are there really so many top-tier awakened abilities this year? One student exclaimed in surprise. It was well known that this period was when high school students had just awakened their abilities. Regular students wouldn't report until September at the earliest, so anyone reporting now must have awakened top-tier abilities. Yeah, time to witness something exciting again. I wonder how many levels this kid can pass, another student said with a laugh. How many levels? At most, he might barely make it to the 95th step. The best record among the top-tier ability awakeners who reported earlier was only 95 steps. I doubt anyone this year will break senior Jun Ma Xiao's record, another student said helplessly. At the mention of Jun Ma Xiao, the surrounding students all showed expressions of admiration. In their hearts, Jun Ma Xiao was like a legend. Back then, Jun Ma Xiao had reached the 98th step of the staircase, a record that no one had been able to break to this day. There were even rumors that Jun Ma Xiao's abilities surpassed SSS-level, which explained his remarkable achievement. All the students present had undergone the staircase assessment to enter the academy. Having experienced it firsthand, they knew just how difficult it was to reach the 98th step like Jun Ma Xiao. In the principal's office, Xiao Yi also heard the bell. While handling documents, he couldn't help but look up. Haha, so you've finally arrived, he said, turning on the television. On the screen appeared Yi Tian's figure. Now I can see your true strength, Yi Zai Zai, Xiao Yi said with a smile. But soon, his expression turned peculiar. It seems that Xue Ling, that girl, is also at the academy today. Thinking of this, the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as he looked at Yi Tian on the television, his eyes full of sympathy. To be continued. Inside Pioneer Academy, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu immediately rushed to the playground as soon as they heard the bell. Accompanying them were Huyan Wei and Situ Kuangbin. Miss Xia, it's just an entrance exam. Why are you so excited? Did you really have to drag us out of the gravity chamber? Situ Kuangbin said helplessly. He and Huyan Wei had just been sparring in the gravity chamber when Xia Chu suddenly barged in and pulled them out. I say, what do you two even use your phones for? How long has it been since you checked them? You don't reply to messages, and you don't answer calls. I had no choice but to come get you myself. Xia Chu said angrily. All right, stop arguing. Look at the screen and see who's there before you say anything. Yang Muhan said with a smile. Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei both turned to look at the screen. The next moment, their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the person on the screen. In unison, they exclaimed, "What the hell, old Yi? Oomph. That's what you get for not checking your phones. I told you about this days ago. But no, all you two ever think about is training." Xia Chu huffed proudly. Yang Muhan could only look at the two of them helplessly. Ever since Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei had entered the academy, they had been obsessively competing with each other. Neither wanted to be outdone by the other, so apart from eating, sleeping, and attending classes, they spent all their time training like maniacs. Of course, if Yang Muhan and Xia Chu knew that the reason for their relentless training was to claim the title of Big Brother, they would probably be even more speechless. Because they assumed that since Yi Tian hadn't awakened any abilities, he was naturally the youngest, ranked third. Neither Situ Kuangbin nor Huyan Wei wanted to be second, so the title of Big Brother had to be decided between the two of them. To avoid being second, they were competing fiercely with each other. What the? Am I seeing things? How is the third one here? Situ Kuangbin exclaimed in shock. In his mind, Yi Tian had completely become the third one. Xiaoyan's abilities have recovered, so he's enrolling. Chu and I already sent you messages about this, but who knew you wouldn't even check them? Yang Muhan said with a helpless smile. After all, she and Xia Chu had signed a confidentiality agreement, so there was a lot they couldn't disclose. They could only share the news that Yi Tian's abilities had recovered. Haha, that's great, truly great. I can't believe old Ye's abilities have recovered. I knew it. The third one doesn't have that kind of luck, and I wouldn't let him have it either. Talking about enjoying peace and quiet in a chaotic world, what kind of man says something like that? Upon hearing Yang Muhan's words, both Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei were overjoyed, their eyes even welling up with tears. Yang Muhan smiled faintly. She had noticed the previous behavior of Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei. Although the two hadn't said much, their intense dedication to training showed that both wanted to quickly become stronger and find a way to help Yi Tian recover his abilities. At the same time, they felt happy for Yi Tian, who had such great friends. Hee, I really want to see what old Ye's ability is. Wei, I remember our record was at the 95th level, right? Situ Kuangbin suddenly asked. Yes, 95th level. I wonder what level old Yi can reach. Huyan Wei replied with a smile. Both noticed each other's expressions. If Yi Tian's record turned out to be lower than theirs, they could show off in front of him later. Meanwhile, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu looked at the two with speechless expressions. The competitive spirit among boys was truly strange. However, they were also curious. Although they had seen Yi Tian's ability before, it didn't seem to have any special effects. How exactly did he use it? At this moment, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu were also watching the screen with curiosity. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was staring at the scene before him with a puzzled expression. The long staircase had disappeared, and the surrounding environment had changed. He was now in a special space with nothing around. Suddenly, a surge of energy gathered before him, eventually forming a beast the size of a lion. Defeat the beast in front of you to pass the assessment. An electronic voice sounded, and Yi Tian finally understood. So the so-called assessment was just about defeating a beast. If that was the case, it would be much simpler. Yi Tian looked at the lion-sized beast in front of him. Its sharp fangs and fierce expression made it slightly intimidating. However, after sensing its energy, Yi Tian realized that the beast wasn't even at the bronze level, it was about the same level as the wild boar he had encountered in the small rift. Yi Tian immediately lost interest. The beast, seemingly provoked by Yi Tian's indifferent expression, suddenly launched an attack. However, instead of dodging, Yi Tian charged toward the beast. With a single slap, the beast instantly turned into a pile of energy. Congratulations on passing. Please step onto the first platform and proceed to the next level. Congratulations, host. You have killed one ordinary beast and earned 10 points. Two electronic voices sounded in Yi Tian's ears simultaneously, and he couldn't help but laugh. Even the assessment kills earn points? Thinking of this, Yi Tian's disinterest vanished. After exiting the assessment scene, he immediately stepped onto the next level. Points were involved, how could he not take it seriously? Even if it wasn't much, every little bit counts. Meanwhile, on the training field, everyone fell silent, staring in shock at the scene. Even Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei were frozen in surprise. Did any of you see clearly what old Yi just did? Situ Quangbin asked in disbelief. No skills? Pure physical strength? He killed a beast with just one slap? Although when they were on the first level, they also passed it very easily. At least they used their skills, right? Those were beasts, for crying out loud. Even though they were the most ordinary ones, not even at the bronze level, they were still beasts. And without using any skills, they just slapped them to death? Do you think they're mosquitoes? I didn't see it clearly either. Could it be that we've been training for too long and are hallucinating? Hu Yanwei said with a disbelieving smile. What happened next, however, left everyone completely stunned. They only saw Yi Tian walking up the levels as if he were climbing ordinary stairs. In no time, within just a few dozen seconds, Yi Tian had climbed 10 levels on his own. The beasts on these 10 levels were all of the same rank, differing only in number. One on the first level, two on the second, four on the third, and so on. Yet, none of them could withstand a single slap from Yi Tian. Finally, after slapping the beast on the 10th level to death, Yi Tian reached the 11th level. The beast's appearance hadn't changed, it still looked the same. However, this time, energy equivalent to the bronze level emanated from the beast's body. The level has increased, Yi Tian said excitedly. A higher level meant more points. Instantly, Yi Tian found the beast in front of him to be incredibly adorable. When the students saw Yi Tian enter the 11th level, they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. They knew that the beasts on the 11th level were much stronger than those on the previous 10 levels. Surely, it wouldn't be so easy to slap them to death, right? However, they soon realized they were overthinking it. Yi Tian once again charged at the beast, delivered a single slap, and instantly, the beast turned into energy and points. Yi Tian passed the 11th level effortlessly. Everyone immediately stared at the screen showing Yi Tian as if they were looking at a monster. That was a bronze-level beast, for crying out loud. Was it really that easy? Yet, from the 11th to the 20th level, Yi Tian continued to dispatch the beasts with a single slap, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. At the same time, everyone began to grow more and more curious, eager to see just how far Yi Tian could go. The 21st level, the 30th level, the 41st level, the 61st level, the 70th level. By now, the beasts had reached the mid-silver level, but Yi Tian still crushed them effortlessly. Everyone was already numb with shock. While there were quite a few people who could reach the 70th level, Yi Tian was the first to do so with such ease. And it hadn't even been 10 minutes since the test began. Suddenly, the class bell rang, but not a single student left the playground. Although there was something to see back in the classroom, if they stopped watching now, they would miss out. This guy might break Jun Mo Zhao's record at any moment. If they returned to the classroom and the assessment ended, they would regret missing such a spectacular scene. Ahem. Class is starting. Everyone please take out your textbooks. Today we will discuss. A mentor walked into the classroom, only to find that not a single student was there. This situation was happening in all the classes, and some mentors even began to wonder if today was a weekend and they had mistaken the date. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Xiaoyi was staring at the screen in shock, watching Yi Tian. Yi Tian's performance had truly given him a big surprise. This kid was so fierce, almost comparable to how he was back in the day. However, Yi Tian was still continuing the assessment 80th floor, 90th floor, 95th floor. The further he went, the more strenuous it became for Yi Tian. Not only were the levels of the beasts increasing, but their strength was also growing. The time spent on each level had gone from mere seconds to several minutes. Finally, with Yi Tian's last palm strike, the final beast on the 95th floor dissolved into energy and disappeared into the space. Congratulations on passing the 95th floor assessment. You now have 5 minutes to rest. After 5 minutes, the next stage of the assessment will begin. Please adjust yourself to your optimal state. Congratulations to the host for killing a late-stage silver-level beast. Reward, 100 points. Two electronic voices sounded simultaneously, and Yi Tian collapsed onto the ground to rest. Although the beasts weren't individually strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and his hands were sore from all the striking. However, looking at the system points, which had increased from 10,000 to 60,000, he felt an unusual excitement. He hadn't expected that upon entering the academy would gift him points. This academy was really great. Meanwhile, the crowd watching outside knew that the climax of the assessment was about to arrive. After all, the first 95 floors were based on quantity, but the most challenging part was the final 5 levels. Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, and Situ, along with others, were also eagerly watching Yi Tian on the screen, especially Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei, who had both been eliminated on the 96th floor. It wasn't that there were many beasts on the 96th floor, but the level of the beasts was too high. They had directly surpassed the silver level and entered the early gold level. It was known that a human needed to be at least mid-gold level to contend with an early gold level beast. Thus, both of them were eliminated at this stage, with their records stuck at the 96th floor. Finally, we get to see Old Ye's special ability. Huyan Wei said expectantly. After all, they hadn't seen it in the previous 90-plus floors. They had only seen Yi Tian continuously slapping beasts. One slap per beast, it was ridiculously savage. At this moment, the old man at the entrance brought Yi Xin to the gate of the playground. The old man looked at the large gathering of students on the playground, his face full of confusion. What are you all doing? It's class time. Why are you still lingering on the playground? Isn't it just a freshman assessment? You can watch it in the classroom just the same. Disperse now. Go back to the classroom, little brats. However, after the old man finished speaking, not a single person was willing to leave, leaving Guan Zai at a loss. Director Guan, the assessment has reached its climax. Can we finish watching it before going back? Suddenly, a student mustered the courage to speak to Guan Zai. Nonsense, what climax? How long has it been? Can't you watch it in the classroom? Guan Zai said angrily. No, Director Guan. This guy is about to enter the 96th level, so we all want to see the final result before going back to the classroom. So you're saying you can watch it in the classroom just the same. Only 96 levels. What did you say? How many levels? Guan Zai stopped mid-sentence, suddenly choking on his words, thinking his ears must be playing tricks on him. 96 levels. He's currently resting and will enter the 96th level in a few minutes, a student explained. At this moment, Guan Zai stared in shock at Yi Tian on the screen. He knew that when he had parted ways with the little brat, only about 20 minutes had passed. Because the two of them had a lot of luggage and hadn't been assigned dormitories yet, Guan Zai had to first help Yi Xin settle his belongings. He hadn't expected this kid to break through the first 95 levels in just 20 minutes. Was this kid riding a rocket or something? This kid really is a monster. He is even more ferocious than that rascal Lao Shao. No wonder Lao Shao rushed from the capital to Tianhai City in the middle of the night to recruit this kid. It seems this kid's abilities are extraordinary. After hearing the student's explanation, Guan Zai no longer forced them to return to the classroom to watch. Even he, with a face full of anticipation, stayed on site to watch. He wanted to see just how special this kid's abilities were. To be continued at Pioneer Academy, it was class time, but not a single student had returned to class. All the students were gathered on the playground, their faces full of anticipation as they watched the boy on the screen. This junior is so handsome. He is swatting away all the beasts with a single palm. So impressive. As Yi Tian paused to rest, the previously quiet playground suddenly became lively. Wow, this new guy is incredible. He just faced nearly 100 silver-level beasts, and he didn't flinch, he fought them head-on. That is so manly. Haha. Maybe today we'll witness the birth of a new legend. I'm more curious about whether his hands get tired from all that slapping. Suddenly, a student asked in confusion, and immediately, the people around him fell silent, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Were they even discussing the same topic? What kind of question was that, whether his hands were tired? If his hands were tired, what does that have to do with you? Are you planning to go in and massage his hands if they get sore? In the principal's office, seeing Yi Tian pass the 95th level, Xiao Yi smiled with satisfaction. This kid is impressive. After speaking, Xiao Yi stretched lazily. Not bad. He has the style I had back in the day. Yeah, I think so too. Is he a new student? He's so powerful, defeating a beast with just one strike. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Xiao Yi. Startled by the sudden voice, Xiao Yi's body trembled, almost twisting his waist. He turned around, and suddenly his face was filled with terror, his eyes wide open. You? When did you all come in? The office was unexpectedly packed with people: Wei Guo, Li Lihong, Li Litsai, and all the class instructors. They were practically bursting the principal's office at the seams. We've been here for a while, but you were so engrossed that you didn't notice. Wei Guo said helplessly, spreading his hands. Yeah, Dean Xiao, I counted. Since we came in, you've said 58 times that this kid has your style from back in the day. As for when we came in, if you want specifics, you can calculate it yourself, one instructor said seriously. After hearing this, Xiao Yi's face darkened even more. Calculate it yourself? Do I not care about my dignity? With so many people here, could you not be so precise? Xiao Yi suddenly felt that he had been incredibly unlucky lately. No, he definitely needed to find time to pray to the gods. How many times had he been socially embarrassed recently? Old Wei, you're usually so loud and careless. Why were you so quiet this time? Xiao Yi asked, his face full of black lines. Normally, this old guy would break the door every time he entered his office. Why was he so quiet this time? Hee. Wei Guo scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I happened to run into this group of instructors, and Li Tsai and Li Hong stopped me in time. I didn't want to break your newly installed door again. After hearing Wei Guo's words, Xiao Yi almost spat out blood. When you need to be reliable, you're not. And when you don't need to be, why are you so reliable? Xiao Yi covered his face, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. Look, that student is about to start the 96th level challenge. Suddenly, an instructor pointed at the TV, drawing everyone's attention back to Yi Tian on the screen. Yi Tian heard the reminder that his rest time was over, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up. Although he had only 5 minutes, perhaps because he had consumed so much spiritual energy during the previous battle, he spent the entire 5 minutes running his cultivation technique to replenish his energy. Coupled with the Academy's spiritual energy being more abundant than outside, by the end of his rest, Yi Tian had broken through and officially entered the 4th level of the Qi refining stage. Yi Tian felt the spiritual energy within his body becoming more abundant and his strength increasing. Without hesitation, he confidently stepped into the 96th level. The scene remained the same, but suddenly, a mass of energy began to gather, transforming into the shape of a giant ape. The giant ape roared angrily at Yi Tian, and a golden aura emanated from its body. Instantly, the students on the field felt their hearts leap into their throats. Many of them had seen this giant ape before. Although the ape was no longer considered a formidable opponent to them now, they remembered how powerless they had been against it in the past. Roar! The giant ape bellowed and launched an attack on Yi Tian. Yi Tian, with an excited expression, looked at the ape and exclaimed, "Good timing." Without hesitation, he charged toward the giant ape. Feeling the aura emanating from the creature, Yi Tian became slightly more serious. This was his second encounter with a golden-level beast. The first time had been with that giant python, but back then, he was only at the 1st level of Qi training and had relied on laser weapons to kill it. Since then, Yi Tian had continuously broken through levels, but had not encountered a true opponent, leaving him unable to test his limits. This time, it was the perfect opportunity to do so. Yi Tian began to frantically channel his cultivation technique, concentrating all his spiritual energy into his hands. He immediately unleashed his martial skill, Void Heaven Palm. As Yi Tian struck with his palm, the giant ape's massive body collided with his hand. In the next moment, the enormous figure was sent flying an unknown distance before exploding and dissipating into energy. At this moment, the students on the field were utterly stunned. Even Yi Xian, who hadn't awakened any abilities, stared at the screen in shock, watching her brother. When they saw Yi Tian actively charge at the giant ape, many of the students had been worried about his audacity. Some timid female students were so frightened that they covered their eyes, unable to watch, imagining the scene of Yi Tian being crushed in the next moment. However, to their surprise, not only was Yi Tian unharmed, but he had also sent the golden-level beast flying with a single palm strike. Meanwhile, Yang Muhan's eyes sparkled as she watched Yi Tian on the screen. Seeing how powerful he was, she genuinely felt happy for him. At the same time, memories of her childhood surfaced in her mind when she was bullied, the little boy who stood in front of her to protect her. The Yi Tian of today seemed like her beacon of light. Xiaochu was equally shocked as he stared at Yi Tian on the screen. Then, he turned to look at Yang Muhan beside him, pouting with dissatisfaction. Humph, it's over. Sister Muhan has been stolen. Although Xiaochu was unconvinced, there was no choice. She had to admit that at this moment, Yi Tian was indeed stronger than her. To be continued. Meanwhile, Hu Yanwei and Situ Kuangbin, while feeling happy for Yi Tian, also felt a hint of pressure. The two almost simultaneously thought to themselves, it's over. Not only did we fail to show off, but now the third has become the first. Damn it. Haha, a golden-level beast, and this kid managed to deal with it with just one strike. It seems he can rival that child Jun Ma Xiao. Wei was said in the dean's office with a smile. Xiao Yi, however, smiled mysteriously and said, Old Wei, you're getting old, and your eyes are getting blurry too? As Xiao Yi spoke, the other instructors suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. In an instant, everyone in the office, except Wei Guo, Li Lihong, and Li Litsai, was transported to the playground. This kid took less than 20 minutes to go from the first level to the 95th level, and when he fought the golden-level beast just now, he clearly wasn't using his full strength. So, between him and Jun Ma Xiao, who do you think is stronger? Xiao Yi said calmly. What did you say? Less than 20 minutes. Wei Guo was shocked. If that were the case, then the two couldn't even be compared. Xiao Yi's face darkened. So, after watching for so long, what exactly were you looking at? Even if you joined midway, just by observing his speed and clearing the other levels, you could have guessed, right? Hee hee. Well, just now, when that kid was at the 95th level, because there were too many people, my invisible reading glasses got knocked off. I only found them when the kid was resting. Wei Guo said with a laugh. Upon hearing Wei Guo's words, Xiao Yi and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. So, you've been sitting here all day? Meanwhile, Yi Tian was also very excited. The golden-level beast he had just defeated contributed a full 1,000 points to him. At the same time, Yi Tian had a preliminary assessment of his own strength. At his current level, facing golden-level beasts barehanded posed no difficulty at all. Without resting, Yi Tian immediately stepped onto another level and entered the 97th floor. The 97th floor also featured golden-level beasts, but this time there were two instead of one. However, in Yi Tian's eyes, these two golden-level beasts were merely points to be collected. Upon reaching the 98th floor, the beast's level increased again, advancing from early golden level to late golden level. Yet, it still couldn't withstand the power of Yi Tian's single strike, so he quickly passed through. 97, 98, 99. Those watching from outside, whether students or instructors, were completely stunned. This freshman had so effortlessly broken the legendary record. Thus, everyone quietly watched Yi Tian, as he had now stepped onto the final level of the challenge, the first person since the founding of the school to ascend from the first level to the 100th level. None of them knew what the trial on the 100th floor was, because so far, no one had ever stepped into this floor. This challenge was only available to students who had just entered the academy, meaning each person only had one chance. The 100th floor, the same scene, but Yi Tian could feel immense pressure. A giant ape slowly took shape as energy gathered. Yi Tian could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from this giant ape. The color of the ape's body had changed from its original golden hue to a silvery white, and the ferocity in its eyes grew even more intense. Roar! The giant ape let out a furious roar, and its powerful aura exploded outward. Even the students on the playground could feel the oppressive force of the giant ape through the screen. Many students even felt their palms sweating, but their eyes remained fixed on Yi Tian on the screen. Yi Xian's face turned pale with fear as she worriedly watched Yi Tian on the screen, her nails almost digging into her flesh. A platinum-level beast in its early stage? I didn't expect old Xiao to arrange a platinum-level beast for the final trial. This is just too reckless. Does the requirement for taking that step really have to be so harsh? Guanzai sighed helplessly as he watched the giant ape on the screen. Little girl, you don't need to worry. This is just a normal trial. In that space, your brother will be fine. Guanzai explained as he looked at Yi Xian's worried expression. However, Yi Xian, who hadn't awakened her abilities, couldn't understand Guanzai's explanation, so it had no effect at all. This aura, platinum level. Yi Tian chuckled lightly, but his smile seemed somewhat crazed. He wondered if he could stand a chance against a platinum-level opponent now. Yi Tian's smile was wild, but his thoughts were even wilder. Before the beast could attack, Yi Tian took the initiative to launch an assault. Yi Tian struck out with a palm, but although the beast was large, its speed was not slow. Yi Tian's palm missed, and before he could react, it felt as if his body had been hit by a truck. A tremendous force sent Yi Tian flying straight away. Whoa! Many students on the playground gasped in shock at the scene, as this was the first time Yi Tian had been sent flying so far since entering the challenge. Brother, Yi Xian was completely terrified, tears streaming uncontrollably. Guanzai looked at Yi Xian with a helpless expression. Although he had tried his best to explain, the little girl just couldn't listen. Cough, cough. Yi Tian felt pain all over his body, but it was still within a tolerable range. There was still a chance to fight. Yi Tian thought silently to himself, and his gaze became completely serious. The technique within his body began to operate frantically, repairing his body, while Yi Tian started to truly utilize his martial skills. Although with my current strength, I still can't unleash the true power of that move. At least it will let me know if I can defeat a platinum early-stage beast with my current abilities. Yi Tian thought to himself. A burst of light emanated from Yi Tian's palm, and in an instant, the spiritual energy within his body was completely drained. At the same time, the giant ape launched an attack on Yi Tian. The giant ape leaped into the air and swung a punch at Yi Tian. Instead of retreating, Yi Tian advanced, roaring, "Void Sky Palm," as he struck out with his palm. A massive palm formed and swiftly struck toward the giant ape. No matter how fast the giant ape was, it couldn't dodge in midair. Its pupils contracted as its entire body was sent flying an unknown distance. Finally, the giant palm exploded, and the giant ape disintegrated into a pile of energy and vanished. Yi Tian, having overused his spiritual energy, heard the electronic notifications, "Congratulations on clearing the level, and congratulations to the host for killing a mid-stage platinum beast," earning 10,000 points the moment the giant ape disappeared. Unable to hold on any longer, his body gave out, and he fainted. To be continued as the students on the field watched Yi Tian successfully defeat the platinum-level beast and rise to the top. The entire academy erupted in cheers of excitement. Among the crowd, there were also those worried about Yi Tian, such as Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, and Hu Yanwei. Seeing Yi Tian collapse, they hurriedly rushed toward the academy gate. However, someone was even faster than them. Just as Yi Tian defeated the platinum-level beast, Xiao Yi suddenly disappeared from his office and appeared on the field, bringing Yi Xian to the academy's front steps. Brother, Yi Xian, with reddened eyes, saw Yi Tian lying unconscious on the ground. However, his face looked unusually peaceful, as if he were having a beautiful dream. Hee, little girl, don't worry. Your brother just overexerted his energy, which is why he fainted, Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Yi Xian hugged Yi Tian and, upon finding no injuries on him, wiped her tears and let out a sigh of relief. All right, leave this little rascal to me. I'll take you all to the dormitory, Xiao Yi said with a smile. He effortlessly lifted the unconscious Yi Tian, and the three of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. By the time Yang Muhan and the others arrived, the scene was already empty. On the field, Guanzai lit the portable water pipe he carried with him, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. That old rascal Xiao is absolutely insane. He dared to throw in a mid-stage platinum-level beast, Guanzai said with a deep gaze and a calm tone. At first, he thought it was an early-stage platinum-level beast, but later he sensed it was actually a mid-stage platinum-level beast. How could that old Xiao dare to do such a thing? You must know, even a small difference in realm makes their strength as far apart as heaven and earth, completely on different levels. After sensing the level of the beast just now, Guanzai became anxious and was ready to step in to save someone. However, before he could act, he was shocked by Yi Tian's move. Still, that kid is quite interesting. This kind of ability, it's the first time I've seen it. Well, since old Xiao thinks so highly of that kid and has such high expectations for him, I'll support him too, Guanzai said with a faint smile, picked up his water pipe, and slowly walked toward the academy's gate, as it was his turn to be on duty today. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Wei Guo and the others, who had just seen Xiao Yi leave, were still in shock and hadn't recovered. They could all feel the power of Yi Tian's earth-shattering strike. And Yi Tian was only a silver-level ability user at the moment. What if he advanced further? This question left everyone deeply astonished. Suddenly, their eyes lit up, as if they had seen a treasure. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi returned to the office. Seeing the bright-eyed group in front of him, Xiao Yi frowned and said, "Get lost. The assessment is over. Why are you still hanging around here?" Hee. Old Xiao, are you planning to let that kid? Sigh. Let's talk about these things after the kid wakes up. Right now, I don't even know if my guess is correct. Wei Guo's words were interrupted by Xiao Yi. Wei Guo's mouth twitched. What? You weren't sure, and you dare to throw a mid-platinum level beast in there? Are you crazy? What's the panic? I'm here, and it's within the academy. Do you think I'd let my own student face a life-threatening situation? Xiao Yi glared and scolded. Besides, that beast is just a mid-platinum level beast that only knows melee combat. Its skills have been sealed by me. That's just reckless. Wei Guo shook his head helplessly and said, although a beast without skills is relatively weaker, it's still a mid-platinum level beast. Yeah, old Xiao, even without skills, it's still a platinum level beast, and a mid-platinum level one at that. And that kid has only just awakened his ability not long ago. Li Lihong added from the side. Hearing Li Lihong's words, Xiao Yi rubbed his forehead. But he succeeded, didn't he? With one sentence, everyone fell silent. From the moment I first saw that kid's ability, I had already made up my mind. Although I hadn't truly tested it, I felt it was feasible. Moreover, this kid's intelligence and character are both excellent. We're all getting old and will leave sooner or later, but this world cannot be without protectors. So, the younger generation is the future protectors of this world. What we can do is pass on our experience to them. Now, I've seen hope. So, if the experiment succeeds, I hope you won't hold back. After all, you wouldn't want to take those things with you to the grave. Everyone fell silent after hearing Xiao Yi's words. Yes, they were already old. The future belonged to the younger generation. Suddenly, everyone began to understand why Xiao Yi was so anxious. Behind the male and female dormitories of the academy, in a large villa with a garden, Yi Xian sat by the bed, watching over the unconscious Yi Tian. Yi Xian hadn't even had time to react before Xiao Yi brought her here, saying that this was one of the rewards the academy gave for Yi Tian successfully passing the assessment. Not long after, Yang Muhan and the others arrived. Seeing that Yi Tian was fine, they finally felt relieved. Don't worry, Xian. Your brother is fine. He just needs some rest to recover. Yang Muhan comforted her. Wow, I have to say, old Yi is impressive. I've been eyeing this villa for a long time, and I didn't expect old Yi to snatch it up. Situ Quangbin, seeing that Yi Tian was okay, began to examine the villa with envy. The entire villa was similar to the one Yi Tian had lived in before in Tianhai City, a 3-story, standalone villa. However, this villa was even larger and more luxurious. Brother Situ, If you like it, you can move in and live here too. And Sister Muhan and Sister Choo Choo as well. My brother and I can't possibly use such a big villa all by ourselves. There are still plenty of empty rooms. Yexin took the opportunity to say, Haha, good little sister. I knew all along I didn't spoil you for nothing. I'll go pack my things right away. Situ Quangbin said, pulling Huyen Wei along as they left to pack their belongings in the dormitory. Is this really okay? After all, Xiao Tian is still. Yang Muhan hesitated after hearing Yi Xian's words. She was tempted because, apart from being spacious, she could clearly feel that the energy here was much denser, which made her even more interested. However, Yi Tian hadn't woken up yet. That's right, Xian. Deciding this on your own, won't your brother scold you? Xiaochu asked. Deep down, she also wanted to move in, as the villa was not only spacious but also had a TV for watching dramas and all sorts of entertainment. Most importantly, the energy here was truly dense. Otherwise, Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei wouldn't have rushed off to pack their things as soon as they heard Yi Xian's suggestion. Oh, Sister Muhan, Sister Choo Choo, you're both my brother's good friends. If my brother knew I arranged this, he'd be happy, not angry, Yi Xian explained. Hearing her words, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, who were already tempted, no longer hesitated and decided to go pack their things and move in. Watching their departing figures, Yi Xian smiled mischievously and thought to herself, Brother, this is as much as I can help you. The rest is up to you. After all, the closer you are, the better your chances, Clearly, knowing that Yi Tian was fine, Yi Xian had started to become lively again. To be continued. Yi Tian had no idea how long he had been unconscious. He only knew that when he woke up, it was already nighttime. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy this time, his cultivation technique continued to operate autonomously while he was unconscious. As soon as Yi Tian woke up, he felt a slight loosening in his realm, as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the breakthrough did not occur, but the speed of progress still left Yi Tian astonished. At the same time, Yi Tian learned about what had happened after he lost consciousness. Situ Quangbin, Huyen Wei, Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, and the others had packed their belongings and moved into the villa. They had even planned out the living arrangements. The third floor was designated for Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, and Yi Xian's rooms, while the second floor was for Yi Tian and the other three. Yi Tian was quite indifferent to this arrangement, and he was very happy that they could move in. After all, they were childhood friends and brothers who had grown up together. Moreover, with their company, Yi Xian, the little girl, wouldn't feel bored anymore, especially since she now had two older sisters to share her thoughts with. Sister Muhan, Sister Chu, these are beauty pills that my brother gave me. You can try them too. Yi Xian took out 2 cleansing pills that Yi Tian had given her and handed one to each of them. Beauty pills. Upon hearing the word beauty, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu's eyes immediately lit up. They had already noticed that Yi Xian looked even more beautiful than the last time they met, and even Yi Tian seemed to have become more handsome. They had been curious about Yi Xian's beauty routine for a while, but never had the chance to ask. Now, hearing Yi Xian mention the beauty pills, the two women finally understood. Thanks, Xian. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell Sister Chu, and I'll help you teach them a lesson. Xia Chu's eyes sparkled as she immediately took the cleansing pill and swallowed it. Yang Muhan also thanked Yi Xian, glanced at Yi Tian, and then took the cleansing pill and swallowed it. After all, what girl doesn't love beauty? By the way, after taking the beauty pill for the first time, you need to take a bath, otherwise, you'll feel sticky and smelly. After seeing the two of them take the cleansing pills, Yi Xian suddenly remembered to mention this. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu. Smelly? Sticky? The two of them were utterly confused, but suddenly, they realized what she meant and immediately rushed to the bathroom. Fortunately, the villa had plenty of bathrooms, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. As for Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei, they were also curious about the beauty pills, but were only mildly interested and didn't pay much attention. Old Yi, where did you get these beauty pills? Huyen Wei casually asked. Before coming to the academy, I went on a training trip to a small rift and happened to find them there, Yi Tian explained, without mentioning anything about the system. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he felt that even if he told them, they might not believe him. It was better to come up with a more plausible explanation. Of course, this reason was only relatively believable to them. Since they hadn't ventured into rifts much, how could they know what was inside? There's absolutely no way such a top-grade pill could exist in a small crack. So, until he left Tianhai City, Yi Tian still couldn't come up with a reason that would convince Old Gua and Principal Zhang. He could only wait until the next time he returned to Tianhai City to give them the pills. After all, Yi Tian would always remember their care and help. What a pity, it's not a pill to enhance strength. Beauty enhancement doesn't really help us much. Situ Quangbin sighed. Yi Tian smiled, just about to say something, when he saw Yang Muhan and Xia Chu coming out of the bathroom. The two of them looked like fresh lotus flowers emerging from water, their faces full of excitement and gratitude as they looked at Yi Xian. Yi Tian and the other boys were instantly captivated by their beauty, especially Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei, who swallowed hard and looked at Yi Xian. This pill is amazing. Not only does it enhance beauty, but I actually broke through, Xia Chu said, her face full of disbelief. Me too. I broke through instantly, Yang Muhan exclaimed in shock. She had been stuck at Silver 3-star for a while, but now, after taking a pill and bathing, she had broken through to 4-star. Boom. Hearing their words, Huyan Wei and Situ Quangbin, who had originally wanted to ask Yi Xian for pills, couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, little sister, do you have more of those pills? Can you give me one? Yeah, give me one too. From now on, we'll do whatever you say, Huyan Wei said, his eyes shining. Huyan Wei, who was usually narcissistic, had initially shown interest when he heard the pill could enhance beauty. But since he wasn't a girl, he pretended not to care. Now, hearing that it could also enhance strength, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yi Xian was startled by their glowing eyes and quickly hid behind Yang Muhan and Xia Chu. Hee, all right, you two, don't scare my sister. I've already prepared your share, Yi Tian said with a smile, pretending to rummage in his pocket before pulling out 2 irregular cleansing pills. The irregular cleansing pills had the same effect as the regular ones, except they came with a tiny bit of side effects. Yi Tian thought to himself, sorry, brothers, but I can't be the only one to suffer social death. Clearly, Yi Tian hadn't forgotten the day he suffered social death, which even made the news. Huh, why are the 2 pills different colors? Situ Quangbin asked curiously. Earlier, they had seen that the pills Yang Muhan and Xia Chu took were golden, but the ones in front of them were black and completely different. Ah, ha, ha ha. Maybe they've been in my pocket too long and the color faded. It's fine, the effect is still there. You should eat them quickly otherwise. Who knows if they'll go bad? Yi Tian said, sweating profusely, forcing a smile. Sorry, brothers, but my points are tight right now. For Yi Xian to awaken top-tier abilities in the future, you'll have to make a little sacrifice. It might be to reduce the guilt in his heart. Yi Tian comforted himself inwardly. By the way, you guys, go to the bathroom before eating, otherwise you'll end up like those two, eating and then rushing in. Yi Tian advised, genuinely worried that the two might not be able to make it to the bathroom after consuming the improper cleansing pills. The two didn't think much of it, grabbed the pills from Yi Tian's hand, and headed to the bathroom. Seeing them enter, Yi Tian finally felt relieved, silently thinking to himself, I'll make it up to you later when I have enough points. After all, I have to supply cleansing pills for 3 people now, and the proper ones at that. Hee, that kid, you should be awake by now. Outside the villa, Xiao Yi led a few people from Wei Gua to the villa's entrance. Behind them was a group of elderly grandmas and grandpas. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi had someone in mind, they all wanted to come and see. So, after dinner, they followed Xiao Yi for a stroll over. However, before Xiao Yi and the others could knock on the door, they heard 2 loud boom, boom explosions. The sound was like thunder, shaking the entire villa. Xiao Yi and his group were stunned by the sudden loud noise, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was sitting on the sofa, sweating profusely. This commotion, how could it be louder than the one he caused back then? Could it be a matter of strength? Back then, when he consumed the pill, he was only at the 1st level of qi refining, far weaker than Huyan Wei Yi and Situ Quangbin now. Suddenly, Yi Xian rushed towards the villa's entrance at an incredible speed. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Yi Tian remembered and quickly grabbed Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, rushing out of the villa as well. Before leaving, he turned the exhaust fan to its maximum setting after all. He still had to live there later. At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. I shouldn't have tried to save those points. Now look, the villa is filthy. Outside the villa, Xiao Yi and the group of elderly people saw Yi Xian suddenly open the door and rush out, followed by Yi Tian pulling two women out as well. Everyone looked puzzled and glanced inside the villa. However, before they could react, they were hit by an overwhelming stench, causing them to vomit on the spot. What the heck? What's going on? Did the sewer burst? Wig was said while vomiting. However, he was already considered the one with the strongest willpower. Some of the elderly people even had their walking sticks knocked over by the stench, and those with weaker tolerance directly rolled their eyes and fainted. Just moments ago, due to the two loud explosions, many students and instructors thought something had happened and rushed towards the villa. But as they reached the entrance, they saw Dean Xiao and the others kneeling and vomiting. While some elderly people had abandoned their walking sticks and were crawling towards them, vomiting as they went. Everyone was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? However, the next moment, they understood. Their eyes widened in shock, as if poisoned, and the next moment, they all collectively knelt down and vomited. Damn it, my nose, my nose. Sigma ugh, is this Sigma ugh, a septic tank explosion? Ugh, damn it. Even if the septic tank ugh exploded, it shouldn't smell this bad. After saying this, the student rolled his eyes and completely passed out from the stench. Yi Xian ultimately couldn't escape the torment of the smell either. With a face full of despair, he fainted. Yi Tian, Yang Muhan, and Xia Chu weren't doing much better. The two girls couldn't help but vomit on the side, while Yi Tian used his cultivation technique to block his respiratory system. However, before he managed to block it, he accidentally took a whiff, and just that one whiff almost cost him his life. Yi Tian, pale-faced, looked at the disaster caused by the two pills, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei had already passed out. When the others finally braved the stench to find them, they saw the two maintaining expressions of utter despair as they fainted. The stench must have hit them so suddenly that they passed out while still squatting that night. The entire Pioneer Academy was destined to be sleepless. The stench filled the entire campus. Above the academy, a massive spatial rift opened, maintained by Xiao Yi, who was vomiting while keeping it open. On the other side of the rift was a powerful tornado, continuously sucking the stench out of the academy. No one knew how long it took, but eventually, the stench completely dissipated. Xiao Yi sat on the ground, his eyes lifeless, as two streams of tears silently rolled down his face. My academy, it's no longer clean, Sigma ugh. The next day, the hottest topic in the entire academy was the strange stench from the previous night. After all, the smell had come so suddenly that even those who were already asleep were dragged back to reality to vomit. So, early in the morning, the students began discussing the incident. Some said the septic tank exploded, others speculated someone was cooking feces, and some even claimed that the god of stench had descended. Various versions of the story emerged one after another. However, these rumors were quickly suppressed because a few students had gone into the villa last night to help rescue the two people inside. As a result, Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei became famous overnight. But this fame inside the villa, Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei sat by the window, their faces filled with despair. Handsome? They had indeed become more handsome. As for their strength, both had made breakthroughs. But they couldn't feel happy about it. Originally, they thought that becoming more handsome would mean they wouldn't have trouble finding girlfriends. But now, well, they had become more handsome, but they no longer had to worry about it. If nothing unexpected happened, the two of them wouldn't be able to find girlfriends before leaving the academy. Yi Tian looked at the two of them, sweating profusely. Heh. Hee. Well, maybe the pill expired, which is why there was such a side effect. But cheer up, at least you're more handsome now, and your strength has also improved, right? Hearing Yi Tian's words, the two of them instantly turned their murderous gazes toward him. The next moment, tears streamed down their faces. Wah! My innocence is gone. Old Yi, You have to compensate us for our innocence. I suddenly feel like there's no point in living in this world anymore. I might as well just die, Hu Yin Wei said tearfully, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Huh. Haha. Don't be like that. Look on the bright side. It's not a big deal. So what if you passed out in the bathroom and knocked out 100 or so people with the smell? It's not a big deal, right? So what if you passed out from your own smell in the bathroom? Yi Tian's voice grew quieter and quieter as the two of them glared at him with murderous eyes. However, they also knew that the pill had expired, and no one could have predicted such a side effect. They could only accept their bad luck. If they found out that Yi Tian had known about this side effect, they might really have killed him. Yi Tian, sweating profusely. Anyway, life is still full of surprises, so don't give up hope. Keep going. Giving the two of them an encouraging look, Yi Tian quickly ran away, afraid that if he didn't, he might actually be beaten to death. This incident happened suddenly, came quickly, and passed just as quickly. The high school students had already finished their college entrance exams over a week ago, and the second-year students of Pioneer Academy were officially on vacation. The second-year students were allowed to leave the academy, so many chose to go home. Since the first-year freshmen had not officially enrolled yet, the academy was left unusually quiet, with only a few second-year students who didn't go home, some elderly grandpas and grandmas like Xiao Yi, and the newly arrived first-year freshmen. To be continued at this moment, Pioneer Academy was exceptionally quiet. In the garden, many elderly grandpas and grandmas were leisurely playing chess. At the academy gate, upperclassmen were leaving one after another, carrying large bags and suitcases. Finally, it's vacation. We can finally leave the villa, Situ Quangbin said, almost in tears. Ever since that night, the two of them hadn't stepped out of the villa even once. Actually, you don't need to feel so embarrassed. The senior brothers and sisters have almost forgotten about it by now. Yang Muhan, not knowing how to comfort the two of them, could only say this. You don't need to comfort us. Hu Yin Wei looked out at the scenery with a melancholic expression. None of it matters anymore. I feel like I've seen through the vicissitudes of life. He still remembered the looks the senior brothers and sisters gave the two of them. After all, because of them, the senior brothers and sisters couldn't eat properly for 3 whole days. Even the trembling hand of the cafeteria aunt was completely cured after 3 days of rest. Thinking back to when we entered the academy, from the assessment to enrollment, when were we not the most dazzling presence? Now, time has changed everything, and all the brilliance on us has been completely destroyed by a pile of crap, completely destroyed. Both of them had awakened top-tier abilities, and their talent in mastering these abilities was exceptional. From the assessment to enrollment, they had always performed outstandingly, even attracting quite a few beautiful senior sisters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the line of senior sisters who liked them stretched from the academy gate to the classroom door. But now, everything was ruined because of a pile of crap, making them feel like they wanted to die. Looking at the two of them, Yang Muhan was full of helplessness. She turned her head and looked at Yi Tian with a resentful gaze, as if saying, I can't do anything about this. You try to persuade them. Seeing Yang Muhan's gaze, Yi Tian's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. He returned her gaze, indicating, Forgive me, I can't do anything either. After all, he had experienced that kind of social death before. Although the only witness back then was Yi Xian, he still hadn't completely gotten over it to this day. Originally, Yi Tian thought that the social death of the two would be limited to the people in the room. He would never have imagined that Xiao Yi would bring a group of vice deans and mentors to their door. Moreover, due to the strength of the two, the commotion was so big that the entire academy found out. So young, and you're already so defeated over such a small matter. Suddenly, a voice came through. A wave of energy rippled through the space, and a figure emerged from it. It was Xiao Yi. My Pioneer Academy will never have people who are defeated over trivial matters. In this academy, strength is the only thing that matters. As long as you're strong, you'll always be the brightest star. And besides, the strong never need to explain themselves to others. Xiao Yi said passionately, looking at the two of them. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, a glimmer of light finally appeared in their eyes. In the world of the strong, there is no need to explain oneself to others. Moreover, The reason you're like this is simply because you want to become stronger. Haven't you succeeded now? Although there were some unexpected incidents, you ultimately improved your strength. You paid the price to enhance your abilities, so why feel ashamed? Xiaoyi continued. After that night, he specifically came to understand the situation, so he knew the details of what had happened. Constantly feeling ashamed and unable to face reality, that's the behavior of cowards. If you can't withstand trials like this, are you worthy of the Academy's cultivation? Are you worthy of your families? Don't forget the reason you came to the Academy. It was to become stronger, wasn't it? And now what are you doing? Listening to Xiao Yi's words, the light in their eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yes, what were they doing? Feeling too ashamed to face people over such a small matter? As long as they kept striving to become stronger, they would still be the brightest stars. That's right. What are we doing? We can't go on like this. We need to get stronger, stronger than anyone else. Damn it. I need to regain the face I've lost. Situ Quangbin said, his eyes blazing with fire. Yeah, when school starts, the new freshmen of our year will arrive. Forget about the senior girls, but we still have a chance with the beauties of our grade. As long as we work hard to become stronger, our dazzling brilliance will overshadow those shameful memories. Huyan Wei suddenly said. With that, the two stopped being gloomy and rushed to the training room, full of passion. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and the others twitched the corners of their mouths. So, after all our persuasion, it turns out the dean's 2 sentences were more effective than everything we said? Xiao Yi was also stunned. What the heck? You guys are all fired up, but I haven't even finished talking about the main issue yet. However, upon hearing that the two were heading to train, Xiao Yi didn't stop them. Because the reason he came today was to inform them that there would be a training session after the academy starts in September. He wanted to remind them not to slack off in their training. He happened to see the dispirited Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei, so he said a few extra words. But unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking and notify them of the main issue, the two had already run off. Ahem. Actually, there's nothing much else. I mainly wanted to tell you to train well during the summer break. After school starts, there will be a training session. At that time, apart from students of your year, there will also be students from the 4 major academies who have awakened top-tier abilities. So, I hope you all achieve good results and don't embarrass the academy. Xiaoyi said calmly. Understood. Dean, rest assured, we will definitely train hard. Yi Tian and the others quickly responded. Hee. All right, I've said everything I needed to. Train well, and don't forget the unique skills your respective mentors have taught you. Those are their signature techniques. Xiao Yi reminded them again. Unique skills? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. It's normal for you not to know since you've just entered the academy. Come with me, it's time to test which unique skill suits you. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. All right, Xiao Tian, go quickly. You'll find out soon. The grandpas and grandmas are actually very powerful, young Muhan urged. She and the others had seen the terrifying powers displayed by the elders in the academy. Each one of them was exceptionally formidable. Now, hearing that Xiao Yi was going to take Yi Tian to learn unique skills, the two were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Yi Tian followed Xiao Yi and left. He felt the scenery before him change, and in the next moment, he and Xiao Yi appeared in the garden behind the academy. Continued. As soon as Xiao Yi and Yi Tian appeared in the garden, they immediately attracted the attention of many people, and everyone turned to look at them. Yi Tian also looked around and saw that the surroundings were filled with elderly people. Some were truly aged, leaning on crutches, while others had lost their legs and were sitting in wheelchairs. Some had lost their eyesight, with white cloth strips covering their eyes. However, Yi Tian could clearly sense that, despite their age, the energy emanating from them was incredibly terrifying. They were my comrades who fought alongside me on the battlefield, my brothers and sisters. Don't be fooled by their old age. Each of them has their own life-saving skills. But, at the same time, their skills are not easy to learn. How much you can master depends on your talent. Xiao Yi said casually. He wasn't wrong. After all, these life-saving skills were insights gained by this group of old comrades through countless life and death battles, so they weren't easy to acquire. There was one more thing Xiao Yi hadn't told Yi Tian. At Pioneer Academy, every student could learn these skills from the elderly guardians, But not every student had the privilege Tian did to learn whatever he wanted. Ordinary students, including Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, had limited options for learning these skills because their abilities were categorized by attributes. However, Yi Tian's attributes were completely unreadable to Xiao Yi. For example, Yang Muhan, the Ice Queen, belonged to the Ice attribute, while Xia Chu's flames belonged to the Fire attribute. Even those with non-attribute strength abilities could be classified under the Strength attribute. But Yi Tian was unique. If he were considered part of the Enhancement attribute, the energy within him was far purer than that of the Enhancement type. This was why Xiao Yi wanted Yi Tian to try, and it was also the experiment Xiao Yi mentioned. If Yi Tian could truly learn all the skills of those present, Xiao Yi believed that Yi Tian would undoubtedly take that step in the future. However, what Xiao Yi didn't know was that Yi Tian wasn't an ability user at all. Yi Tian was a cultivator, but he currently had no points, so he couldn't learn the skills from the system. System task issued. Learn the life-saving skills of more than 10 former guardians of Pioneer Academy. Task reward, 100,000 points. Task duration, unlimited. Do you accept the task? Suddenly, a string of electronic sounds rang in Yi Tian's ears. His heart stirred, and he immediately became excited, choosing to accept the task without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse 100,000 points. Wasn't this practically a gift? He had been waiting for the system to trigger a task for so long. Now that it had finally happened, how could he possibly refuse? Knight Emperor, I'll leave this kid to you for now. Teach him well, and keep an eye on him. Don't let him get ruined in the process. Xiao Yi said to the elderly man sitting in a wheelchair who had lost his legs. Don't worry. With me here, I'll keep an eye on him. The elderly man in the wheelchair chuckled. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was sweating profusely as he listened to their conversation. What did they mean by "don't let me get ruined"? Is learning these skills dangerous? Grandpa Xiao never mentioned this to me. All right, don't scare this kid anymore. I'll be leaving first. Study hard and don't let down our good intentions. Before leaving, Xiao Yi reminded him. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Xiao Yi left the backyard. Little one, no need to be nervous. Since old Xiao entrusted you to me, I will teach you my unique skills without holding back. However, how much you can learn depends on your own ability. The old man, called Knight Emperor, smiled kindly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at the old man in front of him, took a deep breath, and said with a very serious expression, I will definitely study hard. Seeing Yi Tian's attitude, Knight Emperor seemed very pleased. Usually, students who came to learn their unique skills would only start taking it seriously after seeing them demonstrate. So Yi Tian's serious expression at this moment left a good impression on Knight Emperor. All right, then today I will tell you about my unique skill. Knight Emperor said with a smile. My unique skill is the 8 gates. The so-called 8 gates are open, rest, life, pain, block, view, shock, and death. 8 gates in total. Hearing this, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth twitched as he suddenly recalled the plot of a certain anime. Wait, Grandpa, are you serious? What's wrong? Seeing Yi Tian's strange expression, Knight Emperor was puzzled and asked, why does every student have such a peculiar expression when they hear him introduce his unique skill? Truly a group of strange kids. Nothing, Grandpa Knight Emperor, please continue. Yi Tian replied with an awkward smile. Ahem. The so-called 8 gates are the 8 gates I just mentioned. To successfully cultivate them is extremely difficult, and the conditions are very demanding. So you need to prepare yourself mentally in advance. Knight Emperor said calmly. First of all, the most important thing is the strength of your body. This is because the 8 gates unique skill uses the energy within your body to stimulate various acupoints, thereby unlocking potential. However, if your body isn't strong enough to withstand the sudden burst of such immense potential, you could easily end up ruining yourself. Knight Emperor patiently explained. Detected. Mentor transmitting unique skill 8 gates. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to comprehend it? Yi Tian was listening attentively to Knight Emperor's words when suddenly, a system electronic voice sounded in his ear. His 5,000 points? That's so expensive. Yi Tian gasped upon hearing the system's voice. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the high point cost, but rather that the fact this unique skill required 5,000 points to comprehend indicated that even the system rated it as an extremely powerful skill. Looking at his remaining 90,000 points, Yi Tian didn't hesitate to choose to learn it. Instantly, a vast amount of information flooded into Yi Tian's mind, and he felt that he had completely mastered this unique skill. 8 gates, open gate. Open. The Night Emperor was in the midst of explaining when he was suddenly startled by an unexpected action from Yi Tian. His eyes widened as he stared at Yi Tian in disbelief. What the hell? Hey, don't open it, don't open it. The Night Emperor hadn't even finished his sentence when Yi Tian suddenly activated the open gate, one of the 8 gates. The Night Emperor was so shocked that he hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Yi Tian's skin turned blood red, as if scorched by fire, and veins bulged prominently on his forehead. He felt a surge of immense power flooding out from within him. However, it didn't last for long. Yi Tian suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and with a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing directly onto the ground. Blood began seeping continuously from his skin. Damn it, you little brat. Why can't you let me finish my sentence first? The Night Emperor cursed helplessly, though deep inside, he was equally stunned. The technique he had spent over 10 years mastering, this brat managed to replicate it just from a brief explanation? The Night Emperor couldn't help but start doubting life itself. The 8 gates aren't something you can just casually activate after learning about them. It's incredibly dangerous. You're just a young kid with a weak body, of course. You can't handle the power of the 8 gates. See, you've ended up injuring yourself, the Night Emperor said, shaking his head in frustration. The surrounding elders, grandpas and grandmas, were equally shocked, staring at Yi Tian lying on the ground as if he were some kind of monster. They knew all about the Night Emperor's ultimate technique. Back then, the Night Emperor had spent countless time and energy researching the skill, breaking through his own limits again and again on the battlefield to finally master it. Yet, this kid managed to grasp it after merely hearing a rough explanation? Hey, old May, quickly come treat this kid, or he's not going to make it, the Night Emperor called out, covering his face. A powerful aura of life energy unfolded as a layer of green light enveloped Yi Tian. The injuries he had sustained from activating the open gate began healing rapidly. Before long, Yi Tian's wounds were fully healed. He looked at his body in astonishment. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his clothes, he would have doubted whether he had truly been injured just moments ago. This healing power was simply incredible. Despite his amazement, Yi Tian remained courteous. He sincerely thanked the elderly woman who had healed him. At the same time, Yi Tian could distinctly sense the terrifying power emanating from her. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all, the Night Emperor exclaimed excitedly. I didn't expect that just from me briefly explaining the general idea of opening the gate, you'd actually manage to pull it off. Haha, impressive. Really impressive. Much better than I was back in the day. The Night Emperor looked at Yi Tian excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. However, he soon frowned and looked at Yi Tian. Your body isn't strong enough. Forcing the gate open will only kill yourself. Next time, remember to let people finish speaking. Yi Tian scratched his head awkwardly. He had just heard the system's voice and was too focused on learning the skill, completely ignoring the Night Emperor's words, which led to the earlier scene. I understand now, Grandpa Night Emperor. I just heard you explain the basic principle and felt like I could open it, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to actually work. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the Night Emperor's mouth twitched. Not only him, but the expressions of the surrounding elders weren't much better. After all, this was the Night Emperor's ultimate skill, and this kid just said he learned it? You brat, you really are. The Night Emperor shook his head helplessly and smiled. Fine, it's good for you to experience it yourself. But remember, until your body strength improves, you are absolutely forbidden from opening the gate. Otherwise, you'll destroy yourself in no time. The Night Emperor said seriously. No one understood the terrifying nature of the 8 gates better than him. Although it could grant immense power, the price to pay was equally great. Just like him, who had sacrificed his legs for it. All right, since you've already learned how to open the gate, the rest is easier. You just need to focus on improving your physical strength. Train every day and continuously strengthen your body. That way, you'll meet the conditions to open the gate. The Night Emperor said patiently, repeatedly reminding Yi Tian to remember that he must not use this skill before his body strength reached the required level. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was the only request he had for Yi Tian. All right, since you've already learned my ultimate skill, this old man has nothing more to teach you. Guanzai, it's your turn now. I'll leave this kid to you. Help me improve his physical strength. The Night Emperor said to Guanzai. Thank you, Grandpa Night Emperor. Yi Tian said sincerely. From what Xiao Yi had just told him, these ultimate skills were hard-earned by the older generation through life and death battles on the battlefield. Now, they were passing them on to him so easily. Yi Tian felt deep gratitude and admiration for them. Hee, no need to thank me. If anything, we old men should be thanking you. We're all old now, and though we possess these ultimate skills, they'll only go with us when we leave. It's better to pass them on to you young people. After all, the future of this world will be carried forward by your generation. The Night Emperor waved his hand and smiled. Looking at the Night Emperor, Yi Tian felt even more respect for these selfless elders. Indeed, without them, how could they enjoy the peaceful era they had now? For a moment, Yi Tian felt a sense of responsibility. He absolutely couldn't let these elders down. Yi Tian bowed deeply to this group of elderly people. They were the pioneers of the previous era, the heroes of this era. Without them, there would be no peaceful times today, and he himself was their successor. At that moment, Yi Tian felt he had found his goal to become stronger. Hee, good child. Old Xiao indeed didn't misjudge you. Night Emperor said kindly with a smile. All right, go and learn from old Guan. Remember, if your physical strength hasn't reached the threshold for opening the gates, you absolutely must not open them. And as for the final death gate, unless it's a life or death situation, even if your physical strength is sufficient, do not open it lightly. Night Emperor reminded him again. Yi Tian nodded in agreement and then followed Guanzai as they left. Guanzai walked ahead, puffing on his water pipe, and while smoking, he said to Yi Tian, Kid, you're quite the anomaly. You actually learned that old Night Emperor's unique skill so easily. Not bad. But what the old Night Emperor said is true. This 8-gate skill is indeed a powerful weapon, but it's also a double-edged sword. If your physical strength isn't enough, never use this skill. Otherwise, the consequences will outweigh the benefits. Grandpa Guan, so Night Emperor Grandpa's legs? Yi Tian asked, though he already had a guess in his heart. When he opened the first gate of the 8 gates just now, he had already felt that immense power. As he gained it, it also seemed to be tearing at him. Yes, Guanzai took a puff of his water pipe. That was over 50 years ago. At the time, a beast tide attacked, and we encountered a realm-level intelligent beast. Seeing that the beast tide was about to break through the defense line and enter the city, Night Emperor desperately opened the death gate of the 8 gates. As the saying goes, once the death gate is opened, 10 deaths and no life. After opening the death gate, Night Emperor temporarily gained power beyond the realm level. Alone, he held off millions of beasts, and while dealing with those millions of beasts, he also killed that realm-level beast. Although Night Emperor gained immense power, he paid a huge price. If it hadn't been for Xiao Mei, the old lady who just treated you, she was an exceptionally skilled recovery-type ability user. At the time, she used all her strength to pull Night Emperor back from the brink of death. But even so, Night Emperor's legs couldn't be saved, leaving him permanently disabled. Continued after hearing Guanzai's words, Yi Tian was completely shocked. At the same time, Night Emperor's image in Yi Tian's heart became incomparably great. Yi Tian couldn't imagine that the kind and benevolent old man had once single-handedly held off millions of beasts and even killed a realm-level beast. Was this really something a human could achieve? But the current appearance of the Night Emperor was telling Yi Tian that everything Guanzai said was true. That old man had once sacrificed himself to protect the safety of the people. Although he managed to survive, he was left confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. For a moment, Yi Tian's mood became incredibly heavy. He recalled the elderly people he had seen in the garden, all bearing scars. Some had lost their legs, others their arms, and some had even lost their eyesight, plunging their world into eternal darkness. Although Yi Tian knew they had sustained these injuries on the battlefield, it was only after learning about the Night Emperor's experiences that he truly understood just how dangerous the so-called battlefield was. At the same time, he realized that the peace they now enjoyed was bought with the lifelong sacrifices of those elderly people. Even in their old age, they continued to silently contribute and protect the hard-won peace, passing on the skills they had gained through life and death experiences without reservation. Suddenly, Yi Tian began to understand why the academy was named Pioneer Academy. It was because those elderly people were once the pioneers of this world. They stood at the forefront, fighting against the beast tides, securing countless pure lands for China, and bringing about the peace they now enjoyed. This is what it means to be a pioneer. Hee, child, train well and strive to become stronger. You don't need to think too much about these things right now. We, this group of old folks, may be aged, but we're not yet at the point where the oil lamp has burned out. We can still light the way forward for you. Guanzai glanced at Yi Tian's expression and understood why Xiao Yi valued Yi Tian so much. This child's character was indeed remarkable. As the two conversed, Guanzai led Yi Tian to a door. On the door, the words "Gravity Training Room" were posted. You've already learned the 8 gates technique from the old Night Emperor, but your physical strength isn't up to par yet. So, you need to train your physical strength and endurance first. Guanzai said calmly. And this gravity room is undoubtedly the best place to train your physical strength and endurance. Inside, there are gravity levels ranging from 1 to 10. If you want to reach the stage of opening the gates, you must at least reach level 10 to use the gate opening skill. How about it? Want to give it a try? Guanzai said with a smile, opening the door to the gravity room. Yi Tian saw that inside the gravity room, Hu Yin Wei Yi and Situ Kuangbin were also there. At that moment, they were both pressed to the ground by the gravity, unable to move. Wei Yi, how about it? Can't take it anymore, huh? If you can't, don't force yourself. You should leave first, Situ Kuangbin said, his face contorted as he looked at Hu Yin Wei Yi, the gravity pressing down on him so hard that his expression had changed. Hu Yin Wei Yi's face was equally grim, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He leave? It's still too early for that. I can hold on for a few more hours, Hu Yin Wei Yi said, his face twisted in determination. Yi Tian looked speechlessly at the two of them. He had heard from Yang Muhan and Xia Chu before that they were training fanatics, and extremely competitive ones at that. But he hadn't expected them to be this intense. Both were already pressed to the ground, unable to move, yet still competing to see who could last longer. Yeah, I don't need to introduce those too much, right? After all, you're familiar with them. They originally wanted to learn the 8 gates from Night Emperor, but they aren't as extraordinary as you. You managed to grasp the techniques of the 8 gates just by listening to an explanation. As he said this, Guanzai's expression turned peculiar. Normally, students who want to learn the 8 gates start with Night Emperor's explanation, which sparks their interest. The first stage is then handed over to Guanzai, who helps improve their physical strength and endurance. Afterward, the next instructor teaches them energy control, and only then does Night Emperor personally guide them on how to use the 8 gate skills. But what they hadn't expected was that Yi Tian skipped the second and third stages entirely. He only needed to pass the simplest first stage to be able to use the 8 gate skills. Go in and experience it first. Don't push yourself too hard at the beginning. Start by getting used to the gravity field below level 3. Once you can move freely in the level 3 gravity field, then proceed to higher levels. Remember, inside, don't use any abilities. Rely solely on your pure physical strength to resist the gravity. Guanzai patiently explained. Yi Tian nodded to show he understood, then walked inside. As soon as he entered the gravity chamber, Yi Tian felt a force pressing down on him. However, the force wasn't particularly strong. It just made his movements slightly slower. After feeling it out, Yi Tian continued walking forward. When he stepped into the level 2 gravity field, he felt as if his entire body was being pressed by something weighing hundreds of pounds. But Yi Tian's body had been nourished by spiritual energy, so even hundreds of pounds of gravity posed no difficulty for him. Just like in the level 1 gravity field, Yi Tian took a moment to adjust before moving forward again, entering the level 3 gravity field. As soon as he stepped into the level 3 gravity field, an even heavier pressure bore down on him. Yi Tian almost lost his balance and fell, but after a brief adjustment, he felt he could adapt. The level 3 gravity field was less than 1,000 pounds, at most around 500 pounds. Guanzai watched Yi Tian with excitement. At first, when he saw Yi Tian step into the level 3 gravity field, a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see if Yi Tian could quickly adapt to the level 3 gravity field. And Yi Tian did not disappoint him. Guanzai nodded, clearly very satisfied with Yi Tian's performance. However, in the next moment, something even more surprising happened. Yi Tian jumped twice in the level 3 gravity field, and then continued walking toward the level 4 gravity field. What the heck is this kid trying to do? The level 4 gravity field has a full 1,000 pounds of gravity. Locked in thought, he was surprised to see Yi Tian, but did not speak to stop him. He wanted to see Yi Tian's limits. After all, as someone from the enhancement category, he himself could only train in the level 3 gravity field at the beginning. Yet, he eventually became China's #1 shield, the China Divine Shield. If Yi Tian, without any prior training, could train in the level 4 gravity field from the start, then Yi Tian's physical strength in the future would undoubtedly surpass his own. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the boundary between the level 3 and level 4 gravity fields. At this moment, Hu Yanwei happened to glance back. Hu Yanwei stared at Yi Tian in shock. Wah? What the heck? Old Yi? Hu Yanwei exclaimed in surprise, and in his distraction, his face slammed hard onto the ground, knocking out his teeth. Seeing Hu Yanwei's sudden mishap, Situ Kuangbin also turned to look. Like Hu Yanwei, he was startled by Yi Tian's sudden appearance, causing his head to slam hard onto the ground. However, with Hu Yanwei's example right there, Situ Kuangbin reacted quickly, using all his strength to block his head with his hands before it hit the ground. To be continued, Yi Tian looked at the two with a dark expression. I say, you guys, is it really necessary to be so shocked? By the way, is the level 4 gravity field really that heavy? Why don't you come in and experience it for yourself? By the way, why are you here? Situ Kuangbin asked, enduring the gravity pressing on him. Wah? What the heck, my teeth are broken. Hu Yanwei stammered. Yi Tian's expression darkened further. Not only were his teeth broken, but now he was even speaking with a lisp. Old Yi, you better be careful. This level 4 gravity field has a weight of over 1,000 pounds. The two of us trained for a long time before we could enter, and look at you now. Situ Kuangbin reminded him. 1,000 pounds, huh? Yi Tian murmured, then slowly stepped into the level 4 gravity zone. As soon as he entered the level 4 gravity field, Yi Tian felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. The immense pressure caused him to drop to one knee on the ground. The two nearby were dumbfounded. What the heck is this? You weren't completely crushed? Lying on the ground, the two stared at Yi Tian in shock. Even Guanzai, standing at the door, was staring at Yi Tian with a look of astonishment. He knew how heavy the level 4 gravity field was, yet this kid wasn't completely overwhelmed. Guanzai's eyes shone with intense brilliance, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. After a long while, Guanzai couldn't help but sigh softly. These three brothers, truly one is more extraordinary than the other. After all, Hu Yanwei and Situ Kuangbin, though they couldn't enter the level 4 gravity field at the beginning, had progressed at an astonishing speed. Their growth could already be described as terrifying, yet Yi Tian turned out to be even more terrifying than them. Yi Tian felt a powerful force pressing down on him, trying to completely crush him to the ground. His expression changed slightly, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He realized that although the force was immense, it wasn't entirely irresistible. Yi Tian kept holding on, and at the same time, he felt his body slowly adapting to the force. Finally, under the terrified gazes of the three people, Yi Tian slowly stood up. His movements were slow, but he was indeed rising steadily. Sweat dripped continuously from Yi Tian's face onto the ground, making a dripping sound. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Yi Tian stood up straight. Yi Tian didn't dare to relax. After taking a deep breath, he slowly attempted to take a step forward. One step, another step, and then another. Eventually, under the astonished gazes of the three, Yi Tian was able to walk normally in the level 4 gravity field. Damn, this is so unfair. Comparing people really makes you angry. Situ Quangbin muttered under his breath, cursing. After all, it had taken them more than 2 weeks to enter the level 4 gravity zone, and even then, they were completely immobilized. Yet Yi Tian had just entered and was already walking normally in the level 4 gravity zone right in front of them. Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? Situ Quangbin thought frantically to himself. Beside him, Hu Yanwei also looked at Yi Tian with a shocked expression, but he didn't say anything because his teeth had been knocked out, and speaking would make him sound ridiculous. However, he was also questioning his life and his heart. After fully adapting to the level 4 gravity field, Yi Tian slowly walked toward the level 5 gravity zone. Damn, what's that kid trying to do? Guanzai exclaimed in horror when he saw Yi Tian heading toward the level 5 gravity field. It was known that the level 5 gravity field had a gravity force of 2,000 pounds. Guanzai quickly reacted, but just as he was about to stop Yi Tian, it was already too late. Yi Tian had already stepped into the level 5 gravity field. Yi Tian felt an overwhelming gravity sweeping toward him. He tried to resist, but his entire body was crushed to the ground, completely unable to fight back. The immense gravity even caused his body to creak under the pressure. Damn, kid, are you okay? Guanzai quickly stepped into the gravity chamber and came to Yi Tian's side. I'm fine. This gravity. I can't still handle it, but I need time to adapt to it. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said intermittently, while also being shocked by Guanzai's physical strength. Damn, this is the level 5 gravity zone. Yet Guanzai's face showed no expression, and he seemed completely at ease. This made Yi Tian realize the immense strength of the old man before him. All right, as long as you're okay, that's good. When Guanzai saw that Yi Tian could still speak, he finally relaxed and said, Kid, you're really a freak. Starting off in a level 5 gravity field. Haha. Good. Very good. Guanzai laughed. All right, you guys train well. I'll be outside keeping watch. Remember, you can't stay in there for more than 3 hours. If anything happens, shout for me loudly. After you come out, go soak in the medicinal bath. Guanzai said calmly, then suppressed the excitement in his heart and left. He realized that this time he had truly struck gold. Among the 3 present, each had the potential to become part of the China Shield. Thinking of this, he felt deeply gratified. At least his unique skills finally had successors, and not just 1, but 3. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the 3 slowly left the gravity chamber. As soon as they stepped out of the chamber, they felt an extraordinary lightness in their bodies, which had become even stronger. Guanzai was waiting at the door for them, and suddenly, he sensed a strong energy fluctuation around Yi Tian. In the next moment, Yi Tian broke through. As soon as Yi Tian stepped out of the gravity chamber, he felt an unusual lightness in his body. His strength was far greater than before, and his cultivation technique automatically activated. Instantly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed toward Yi Tian, and in the next moment, he broke through, officially entering the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. Before entering the gravity chamber, Guanzai had specifically reminded them not to use any energy and to rely purely on physical strength. So, before entering, Yi Tian had stopped the automatic operation of his cultivation technique. But unexpectedly, as soon as he came out and reactivated the automatic operation, he broke through. Hu Yanwei Yi and Situ Quangbin also clearly sensed the energy fluctuations coming from Yi Tian. The 3 couldn't help but look at Yi Tian, their mouths twitching. This was just too ridiculously unbelievable. Breakthrough just like that? Ahem, ahem. All right, go soak in the medicinal bath. Remember, in the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. Only through persistent training can you become stronger. It seems Yi Tian has truly been training diligently in the past. Guanzai coughed twice and quickly said, worried that Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, he knew how competitive these 2 students were. When Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei heard about the medicinal bath, their eyes immediately lit up. A large part of their motivation for training so hard was because of this final medicinal bath. First, they increased their body's endurance through the gravity chamber. Then, they enhanced their physical strength through the medicinal bath. Every time they soaked in the medicinal bath, they could clearly feel a significant improvement in their body's strength. Guanzai led the three to the medicinal bathroom, where a thick medicinal aroma filled the air. Inside was a pool-sized structure with black medicinal liquid bubbling continuously. Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei looked at the boiling medicinal liquid, and without a word, stripped off their clothes and jumped in. Yi Tian looked at the two of them with a face full of terror. This won't cook me alive, will it? The next moment, something even more terrifying happened to Yi Tian. He saw the two of them actually showing expressions of comfort. Hee, don't be fooled by the boiling medicinal liquid inside. The temperature is actually very low. Give it a try. This medicinal bath not only repairs the wear and tear your body suffers in the gravity chamber, but also enhances your physical strength. Guanzai said with a faint smile. Hearing Guanzai's words, Yi Tian nodded, took off his clothes, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and jumped in. The next moment, instead of feeling scalding heat, a warm sensation filled his entire body. In the medicinal liquid, a gentle energy continuously nourished Yi Tian's body, and at the same time, he could feel his physical strength steadily increasing. Amazing! Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. At the same time, he was very curious about the terrifying level of physical strength that the Night Emperor had achieved. Guanzai had just mentioned that one must at least withstand 10 times gravity to endure the power brought by opening the first gate of the 8 gates. So, what level of physical strength would be required for the subsequent 7 gates? Especially the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, which grants immense power, but even a strong figure like the Night Emperor paid such a heavy price for using it. How is it, old Yi? Feels good, right? Hu Yanwei said with a grin. The medicinal bath had even repaired the tooth he had just chipped. Yeah, I feel my physical strength continuously improving. No wonder you two run to the gravity chamber whenever you have free time. Of course, Situ Quangbin exhaled lightly. If it weren't for that incident, the two of us would have come here every day. But after that incident, the senior brothers and sisters avoid us like the plague. We don't even have the face to come here anymore. As he spoke, Situ Quangbin covered his face. Luckily, it was the start of the vacation, and many senior brothers and sisters had gone home for the summer. Those who stayed at the academy were finally letting loose after suppressing their emotions for so long. So now the vast medicinal bathhouse was occupied by only the three of them. Hearing Situ Quangbin's words, Yi Tian's mouth twitched, and he simply decided to stay silent. He was afraid the two of them might lose control and beat him to death right here. Outside the medicinal bathhouse. Yo, old Guan, is that kid inside? Xiao Yi walked toward Guanzai, followed by a very beautiful woman. However, Xiao Yi's face was full of terror as he kept winking at Guanzai. After the three of them entered the medicinal bathhouse, Guanzai had been guarding the door. He had just taken a puff of his water pipe when he heard Xiao Yi's words. Looking up, he saw the two people walking toward him. But when Guanzai saw the woman behind Xiao Yi, his expression changed drastically. The smoke he had just inhaled hadn't even been exhaled before he choked on it, almost sending himself to the afterlife on the spot. Cough, cough. Old Xiao, is there still Shui Ling, girl? You, why are you here? Cough, cough, cough. Guanzai was choked by a puff of smoke, tears streaming down his face. Oomph. Grandpa Guan, how many times have I told you to stop smoking so much? You just won't listen. Do I really have to wait until something happens to you, and then replace your lungs before you'll behave a little better? The woman called Shui Ling said indifferently. No need for that. I'll quit. That puff was the last one. I won't smoke anymore. Upon hearing Shui Ling's words, Guanzai hurriedly snapped his water pipe in half. Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. Perhaps in the entire academy, only this woman could push Guanzai to such an extent. He even broke his own pipe. Sigh. Shui Ling saw Guanzai break the pipe but sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, how many times has this happened already? Every time he sees her, he breaks his pipe, but within a day, the old man will have a new one. She wondered just how many pipes he had prepared. All right, I'm here to find that boy. He's in the medicinal bathroom, right? Shui Ling asked directly, not dwelling too much on Guanzai's situation. Which boy? Medicinal bathroom? There's no one in the medicinal bathroom. I'm just brewing medicine. The medicine isn't ready yet, so how could there be anyone there? As he spoke, Guanzai frantically threw wood into the furnace by the door, increasing the flames inside, because he saw Xiao Yi constantly giving him signals. Actually, he didn't even need Xiao Yi's signals, he already knew. This girl was a research fanatic. This time, she was 9 times out of 10 here for Yi Tian. Because Yi Tian had awakened a brand new ability. If Yi Tian fell into this girl's hands, that would be a disaster. In fact, Xiao Yi and Guanzai's guesses were correct. Shui Ling had indeed come specifically to find Yi Tian. She had seen the scene during Yi Tian's assessment, which immediately piqued her interest. The ability that young man used was a completely new type of ability she had never seen before. Just thinking about Yi Tian made Shui Ling excited. Should she slice him up for research? Or draw 100 or so pounds of blood for study? However, she was destined to be disappointed. Xiao Yi, Guanzai, and the others had such high hopes for Yi Tian, waiting for that boy to inherit their skills and take that step forward. How could they possibly hand Yi Tian over to Shui Ling for research so easily? They knew all too well the inhumane suffering endured by those who were researched by this girl. They themselves had been subjects of Shui Ling's research before. Thinking back on it now, both of them couldn't help but shiver, as if they never wanted to experience it again in this lifetime. They would rather face battlefield-level beasts than step into Shui Ling's research lab. Oh, not here. As soon as Shui Ling heard that Yi Tian was not here, she said with a disappointed expression. Watching Guanzai continuously adding firewood to the furnace, she didn't suspect anything. After all, if there really was someone inside, it would be impossible to stoke the fire so fiercely. To be continued. Hee, Shui Ling girl, I've already told you. The academy is on vacation. That kid has gone home. So, you should hurry home too. How many years has it been since you last went back? Your parents complained to me last time, saying we kidnapped you and wouldn't let you return home. Xiao Yi said, suppressing his excitement and trying to hide it from Shui Ling as he noticed her disappointed expression. If you want to find that kid, just wait until school starts again. You're in the same academy, aren't you? Are you afraid that kid will run away? Xiao Yi continued to persuade her, thinking that as long as he could stall for time, it was worth it. Really? But isn't that kid a top-tier awakened ability user? And it's a new type of ability too. Are you really so confident letting him leave the academy during summer vacation? Shui Ling asked persistently, still unwilling to give up. However, seeing the expressions of Xiao Yi and Guanzai, they didn't seem to be lying. What's there to worry about? Not only has that kid already joined my Pioneer Academy, but even if he hadn't, I doubt anyone would try to kill him. From the outside, that kid looks like an ordinary person, with no energy fluctuations at all. So if he wants to go home, we just let him go. Xiao Yi explained. Oh, no energy fluctuations at all. Hearing this, Shui Ling's interest grew even stronger. She was increasingly eager to meet Yi Tian and study him thoroughly. Seeing the expression in Shui Ling's eyes, Xiao Yi's face turned pale with fear. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. What the heck did he just say? Now Yi Tian is in danger. Sigh. All right then, I guess I'll have to wait until school starts. Shui Ling said disappointedly, turning around to leave with Xiao Yi. Since Yi Tian had already left the academy, she should leave too. After all, what Xiao Yi said was true, she hadn't been home in a long time. This summer vacation was a good opportunity to go back and spend time with her family. Watching Shui Ling leave, Guanzai finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he quickly realized something and hurriedly extinguished the fire. After seeing the two walk away, he opened the door to the medicinal bathroom. A thick white smoke mixed with the scent of medicine wafted out. As the smoke dispersed, Guanzai looked at the 3 people in the medicinal bath pool with a face full of horror. The 3 of them had already been smoked to the point of foaming at the mouth and passing out. Yi Tian, Situ Quangbin, and the others had originally been inside absorbing the medicinal properties of the bath to continuously enhance their physical strength. But suddenly, the 3 of them felt the temperature of the medicinal bath rising higher and higher. At first, they didn't think much of it, but the smoke kept getting thicker and the temperature continued to rise. The 3 immediately tried to leave the medicinal bath pool, but the door was locked. As the liquid in the pool boiled faster and faster, the white mist in the medicinal bathroom grew denser, and the temperature kept increasing. The 3 of them felt like they were in a steamer, but they still didn't dare to make a sound. Just as the three were about to leave the medicinal bath pool and open the door to exit the bathhouse, a note suddenly slipped through a spatial rift. On it was written, "If you don't want to be dissected and have your blood drawn for research, don't make a sound." Seeing this note, Yi Tian's hand froze on the doorknob, cold sweat breaking out all over his head. Was there really such a ruthless person in the academy? At this point, how could the three of them dare to make a sound? They would rather be suffocated to death than risk going out and being dissected and drained of blood. Thus, until Shui Ling and Xiao Yi left, the three had already passed out from the fumes. Beside them lay another white note. Guanzai glanced at the note next to the three and twitched the corner of his mouth. Just to convince Shui Ling that no one was inside, he had intensified the fire. He had been worried that the three wouldn't be able to endure it and would rush out. But even after Xiao Yi and Shui Ling left, the three never emerged. He had been admiring their perseverance, but now, seeing the note, he finally understood where their determination came from. That night, the three finally returned to the villa. At the same time, they learned who in the academy was the most untouchable Shui Ling, the research maniac. Xiao Yi and Guanzai had already told them about Shui Ling. However, upon learning that Shui Ling's target was only Yi Tian, Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei were completely relieved. They even looked at Yi Tian with schadenfreude, knowing that his days in the academy might be quite tough from now on. When Yi Tian heard that Shui Ling's target was only him, his face was filled with terror. Just imagining being found by that woman and either dissected or having his blood drawn for research made him break out in a cold sweat. He even started considering leaving the academy. However, after hearing that Shui Ling had already left the academy and that Xiao Yi and Guanzai would help cover for him, Yi Tian finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least, for this summer vacation, he was temporarily safe. As for after the vacation, with Xiao Yi and Guanzai helping him, and as a last resort, his system to rely on, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. When they returned to the villa, Yang Muhan and the others had already prepared a meal. Seeing the table full of exquisite dishes, the three finally understood the happiness of living with someone who could cook. Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei, having gone through a day of training, were already starving and immediately began devouring the food. Although Yi Tian was a cultivator and his body didn't feel hunger, his soul was famished, so he also started eating ravenously. "Big bro, how was your training today? Did you learn any cool skills?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Well, I did learn something, but I can't use it for now," Yi Tian replied after thinking for a moment. "Huh? Why not?" Yi Xian asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Because his body can't handle such powerful energy for now. So, your brother will have to train in the same way as us for the time being. Situ Quanbin laughed and said, "Old Yi, actually physical strength is just the first step. To learn the 8 gates technique, besides physical strength, you also need to master the fine control of energy. But Grandpa Guan must have already told you about this. Why don't we compete to see who can learn the 8 gates technique first?" "Hey, that sounds good. Although we started training earlier, Old Yi, the gravity you can endure today has already surpassed ours. This competition seems fair," Huyan Wei said from the side. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu helplessly covered their faces. Were these two trying to drag Yi Tian into their competition and make it a three-way race? Huh. Men, such peculiar competitiveness. You might have already lost. Yi Tian suddenly stopped what he was doing and said, "Huh? Why?" The two looked at Yi Tian with confusion. "Old Yi, even though your gravity training surpasses ours, it doesn't mean you'll stay ahead later. You should know, the medicinal baths we soak in aren't useless. They also train our energy, helping us feel the energy within our bodies more clearly and quickly master control." Situ Quanbin explained. "Exactly. So even if your gravity training surpasses ours, your energy control is still relatively behind," Huyan Wei said with a faint smile. That's not what I meant." Yi Tian looked at their smug expressions with a hint of pity but still said calmly, "What I meant is, I've already learned the 8 gates technique and can even use it. It's just that my physical endurance is too poor. When I used the open gate today, I almost sent myself off." To be continued. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Situ Quanbin and Huyan Wei's smiles froze, and they stared at Yi Tian in shock. "What the heck? What did you say?" After a long pause, Situ Bin finally reacted, his face full of disbelief. Hee, unexpected, right? To be precise, gravity training should be my final step, Yi Tian said with a smile. The two looked at Yi Tian as if he were a monster. However, ever since they reunited with Yi Tian, he had done so many things that shocked them. They were almost used to it by now. They could only smile helplessly. They had thought of pulling Yi Tian into their competition, but it turned out he was already near the finish line while they had just left the starting point. By the way, Xian, how's your learning going? Sidu Bin asked, choosing not to continue discussing the 8 gates technique. He feared that if the topic continued, he might not be able to handle it. Old Yi was just too ridiculously extraordinary. Pretty good. Today, Grandpa Xiao asked me to learn from Grandma Li Tsai. Grandma Li said my physique is excellent, and I should be able to awaken my ability before the end of summer vacation. Yi Xian said with a happy smile. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu also looked at Yi Xian with joy. They had already known about this, which was why they cooked up a feast tonight to celebrate Yi Xian properly. Yi Tian was slightly stunned upon hearing this, but then he felt happy for Yi Xian. A good constitution is essential, isn't it? Yi Xian had been eating the cleansing marrow pills like candy. How could she not be in good health? By the way, wait a moment, I have something for you, Yi Tian said, immediately running back to his room. Shortly after, he came out holding 5 small bags. They just arrived today. If you finish them, you can come to me for more. Yi Tian handed each person a bag. What is this? Situ Bin asked curiously. Upon opening it, he found a bag full of cleansing marrow pills, and they weren't expired. Whoa, cleansing marrow pills? And they're the non-expired ones. Situ Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide. What is this stuff? Hu Yanwei was equally shocked. He quickly opened his bag and saw it was filled to the brim with cleansing marrow pills. Whoa, so many, Hu Yanwei marveled. So eat them without worry. If you run out, just come to me for more, Yi Tian said casually. Then we won't hold back. Situ Bin and Hu Yanwei laughed. They didn't ask how Yi Tian got these pills because they knew that if he wanted to tell them, he would. If he didn't want to, they wouldn't ask. That was the tacit understanding between them. Meanwhile, Yi Muhan and Xia Chu were also looking at the bags of cleansing marrow pills with excitement. They seemed thrilled, as they cared more about beauty than constitution. After all, consuming cleansing marrow pills could make them even more beautiful. If Yi Xian eats these, by the end of summer vacation, it might be hard for her not to awaken a top-tier ability. Hu Yanwei laughed, and the group suddenly realized. That's right, these pills not only improve physical constitution, but also enhance talent. Yi Xian hadn't awakened her ability yet, but if she ate them every day, awakening a top-tier ability would be as easy as drinking water, wouldn't it? Thinking about this, everyone finally understood the true value of the cleansing marrow pills. It turned out that beauty was just the weakest effect of these pills. This precious stuff should be saved for Yi Xian. We've all awakened top-tier abilities. It's more important for Yi Xian to awaken hers smoothly. Yang Muhan thought for a moment and said, Yeah, old Yi, we've already awakened top-tier abilities. While these pills are helpful to us, they're much more important for Yi Xian. Giving us so many at once doesn't seem right. Situ Bin said, It's fine. I have plenty of these. You could even eat them as meals. Yi Tian waved his hand and smiled. Seeing Yi Tian say this, the group felt reassured. Sometimes, words aren't necessary. They had grown up together and would never be blinded by any so-called interests. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to give up the cleansing marrow pills to let Yi Xian awaken her top-tier ability first. This was precisely why Yi Tian dared to tell them he had plenty more. Sigh, if I had known you had so many, I wouldn't have eaten those 2 that were about to expire. Situ Bin thought for a moment and suddenly said, Yeah, Bin, now that you mention it, I remember that little sister Yashin once told me that old Yi also tried taking expired Shisui pills like us. Hu Yanwei suddenly said. At that time, both of them were very frustrated. So to comfort them, Yashin had shared the story of Yi Tian taking improper Shisui pills. What the heck? You little girl, why do you tell everything? Yi Tian was startled by Hu Yanwei's words and accidentally exposed himself. So, old Yi embarrassed himself once, and now he wants to drag us down with him? Situ Quangbin pieced his thoughts together, and his expression suddenly darkened. Beside him, Hu Wei's expression also darkened, and the two of them simultaneously smiled at Yi Tian. Yi Tian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Huh. Ha ha. You. You guys listen to my excuse. No. I mean, listen to my explanation. Explain my foot. Wei, grab him. Situ Quangbin shouted. Hu Wei directly pinned Yi Tian down on the chair, and the three of them started playfully wrestling. Yang Muhan couldn't help but smile as she watched them, while Yexin stuck out her tongue. Brother, I'm sorry, I accidentally let it slip, hee. Meanwhile, Xiachu looked at Yi Tian, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Suddenly, a lot of playful schemes ignited in her mind. The days ahead were going to be interesting. Late at night, after a whole day of training, everyone quickly returned to their rooms to rest. Yi Tian was also preparing to sleep when suddenly, however, was Yi Tian so easy to give in at this moment? Yi Tian still looked guarded, even pulling the quilt tighter around himself. No, really not giving. Really not giving. You said it, don't regret it. Seeing that Yi Tian wouldn't budge, Xiachu decided to take a more forceful approach. Xiachu slowly began unbuttoning her pajamas, speaking as she did. Little Tian Tian, it's so late, just the two of us here, a man and a woman alone. If I were in your room, disheveled, and shouted a few loud accusations of harassment, do you think I could trade that for a few expired cleansing pills? Xiachu looked at Yi Tian with a mischievous smile. Hearing Xiachu's words, Yi Tian shivered violently. Looking at Xiachu's smile, it was as if he was staring at a devil. I'll give them to you. I'll give them to you, okay? Just don't take off any more clothes. If you shout those things, even if I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to clear my name. Yi Tian said, almost in tears. He then pretended to reach into the cabinet and pulled out a small bag of dubious cleansing pills, tossing them to Xiachu. Hee, this trick always works. Thanks, little Tian Tian. Xiachu took the dubious cleansing pills with satisfaction and left, while Yi Tian watched her leave with a dark expression, muttering to himself. Damn it. Just plus at $+ equals % hashtag to be continued. After Xiachu left, Yi Tian couldn't help but silently mourn for the next person who would fall victim to Xiachu's antics. However, on second thought, even if it meant social death, it could still be considered a stroke of luck. After all, although the cleansing pills were dubious, they did have effects like improving beauty, enhancing physique, and boosting talent. Shaking his head, Yi Tian found himself wide awake after Xiachu's antics. He decided to summon the system directly. Looking at the remaining 80,000 points, he thought it was time to continue the lottery. After all, he had accepted the system's assigned task, and completing it would grant him 100,000 points. The 80,000 points now seemed insignificant. Moreover, to upgrade the system, the first prerequisite was to consume a total of 100,000 points. Currently, he was still 80,000 points short, meaning he had to use up the remaining 80,000 points to meet the first condition for upgrading the system. System, start the lottery. Yi Tian silently commanded in his heart, and the lottery interface was instantly summoned by the system. Hope I can draw something good. Yi Tian threw in 1,000 points without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you've drawn one dubious vitality pill. 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 As expected, the winning rate was still extremely low. Yi Tian ended up drawing a total of 10 dubious vitality pills. Looking at the dubious vitality pills in the inventory, Yi Tian, recalling the lesson from the dubious cleansing pills, swore that he would never eat anything dubious produced by the system again. The side effects were truly outrageous enough to cause instant social death. Yi Tian continued the lottery draw, but unsurprisingly, it was still a full batch of improper vitality pills. He spent over 10,000 points, and now his inventory had over 100 of these improper vitality pills. Yi Tian was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Are you kidding me? Over 10,000 points. I'm not even asking for something amazing, but at least give me a proper cleansing marrow pill, and I wouldn't be this mad. Yi Tian cursed, and then, out of spite, started another 10 consecutive draws. However, The result this time still made the corner of his mouth twitch, and he almost couldn't catch his breath from anger. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper cleansing marrow pill. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper cleansing marrow pill. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper cleansing marrow pill. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper cleansing marrow pill. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper cleansing marrow pill. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper cleansing marrow pill. A total of 10 proper cleansing marrow pills were placed in the inventory. System, come out. Let us have a deep conversation about life tonight. Yi Tian said, his face dark with frustration. Beep beep. Host's mental state is abnormal. Please maintain emotional stability. The electronic voice sounded in Yi Tian's ear. Veins popped on Yi Tian's forehead. How could he possibly stay calm in this situation? Yi Tian tried his best to suppress his emotions before continuing the draw. As his points dwindled again, a sudden red light appeared. Yi Tian was so excited that he almost jumped up. Finally, something good had come out. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper vitality pill. 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 Congratulations, host. You've drawn the God-level physique. Chaotic primal body. Congratulations, host. You've drawn one proper vitality pill. After the draw ended, Yi Tian immediately looked at the inventory. Skipping over the proper vitality pills, he focused directly on the description of the chaotic primal body. God-level physique. Chaotic primal body. The strongest physique among ancient gods and demons, bar none. The brief description left Yi Tian stunned. System, what is this? That's all the description you've got? Yi Tian said, his face dark with frustration. Replying to the host, the system knows very little about this divine physique. Since the extinction of gods and demons, this physique has never appeared again, so there is no detailed description. So where did these things come from? Yi Tian continued to ask. If it's never appeared before, then how do you even have it? This question cannot be answered. Just tell me if you want it or not. If you don't, the system will take it back. By the end of the explanation, the system actually started to lose its temper. Hearing the system lose its temper, Yi Tian was stunned. What the heck? I haven't even started losing my temper, and you're already mad? Seriously? How can I tolerate this? Fine, I'll tolerate it. Yi Tian adjusted his mindset. I'll take it. Why wouldn't I? I was just worrying about my weak physique and lack of endurance, not even being able to use the 8 gates technique. Yi Tian chuckled. There was no other way. After all, the system was the real boss here. The reason he had such power now was all thanks to the system. System, what are gods and demons? You can at least tell me this, right? Yi Tian asked curiously. Responding to the host, gods and demons refer to gods and devils. Gods are cultivators like the host, who continuously train and break through using cultivation techniques, eventually transcending tribulations to become immortals. The ultimate stage of immortality is godhood. As for demons, they are beings inherited from the ancient era. Nowadays, both gods and demons have gone extinct. If you insist on a comparison, demons are somewhat similar to the beasts the host has encountered. This time, the system patiently explained. However, the host's current strength is too weak. It's better to focus on cultivation for now. Once the host's strength reaches a certain level, you will naturally gain a clearer understanding of this world. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Tian stopped being curious. According to the system, his current strength was indeed insufficient to comprehend matters at that level. For now, focusing on cultivation was the most important thing. Thus, Yi Tian quickly clicked to use the Chaos Primal Body card in the inventory. The card instantly disappeared, and Yi Tian felt a surge of immense power welling up from deep within his body. As the power surged, Yi Tian experienced excruciating pain throughout his body, so intense that he began convulsing. Damn it, stupid system. You never mentioned it would hurt this much. This was the last sentence Yi Tian uttered before passing out. TCH, host, you didn't ask. Sigh, after 1,000 lifetimes, you're still the same. After Yi Tian fainted, the system's voice echoed, but this time it wasn't the cold, robotic tone. Instead, it carried a sense of helplessness. When Yi Tian woke up, the first thing he did was check his body. He found nothing unusual. Looking outside, the sky was already faintly bright. Yi Tian stretched hard, and a series of cracking sounds came from his body. He clenched his fists and discovered that his strength was even greater than before. Could it be because I fused with the chaos primal body? Yi Tian wondered aloud. Thinking of this, he quickly ran to the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. Testing it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Tian swallowed nervously and slowly placed the knife against his arm, gently sliding it across. Huh? No feeling. Could it be too light? Yi Tian thought and increased the pressure, but still felt nothing. The sharp knife ceased soon. Yi Tian arrived at the gravity chamber. He immediately stopped the automatic operation of his cultivation technique and walked into the chamber. Entering the gravity chamber required the use of pure physical strength to resist the gravity without relying on any energy. For Yi Tian, spiritual energy was his energy. Compared to the gravity he felt when he first entered the chamber yesterday, Yi Tian felt as if the gravity chamber today was no different from the outside. He didn't feel any gravity at all. So, Yi Tian continued to walk further inside. Level 2 Gravity Chamber. Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. Yi Tian quickly reached the Level 5 area. However, unlike yesterday when he was pressed to the ground by the overwhelming gravity, he now felt nothing at all. Yi Tian even jumped twice in the Level 5 area. Yi Tian was instantly excited. There was no doubt that this was due to the chaos desolate body. His body had become incredibly powerful. Thinking this, Yi Tian continued walking forward. Level 6 Gravity Zone. Level 7. Level 8. Level 9. Level 10. It wasn't until he reached the highest Level 10 Gravity Zone that Yi Tian finally felt a slight pressure, as if he was carrying a weight of hundreds of pounds. However, what Yi Tian didn't know was that the Level 10 Gravity Zone actually exerted a force of 20,000 pounds. Yet for Yi Tian, it felt like only a few hundred pounds. Heh, so this is the gravity of the Level 10 zone? It doesn't feel like much. Yi Tian said with a smile. I wonder if my current physique and physical endurance can handle using the 8 gates technique. Yi Tian seemed to forget that he was in the gravity chamber. The next moment, he began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. 8 gates. First gate. Open gate. Open. As Yi Tian finished speaking, veins bulged all over his body, his skin turned crimson, and a powerful force surged through his entire being. Yi Tian felt the energy and was extremely excited. This time, using the open gate was completely different from the last time. Previously, he had almost collapsed instantly, but now, he didn't feel anything at all. Yi Tian licked his lips, eager to test his limits. In the next moment, an even stronger force erupted from within him. 8 gates, second gate, rest gate. Open. As the second gate opened, Yi Tian became completely exhilarated. He still felt nothing at all. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel at the power of this time. Yi Tian steeled his heart and directly opened 2 gates. However, Yi Tian was not completely unprepared. Before deciding to open 2 gates in succession, he had already placed a vitality pill in his mouth, ready to bite down on it at any moment if something went wrong. After all, he was alone here, and if something truly happened, no one would know. As the gate of pain opened, Yi Tian felt an unparalleled surge of immense power. The spiritual energy around him had already taken form, surrounding him, while a powerful pressure accompanied the surge of energy. Yi Tian carefully felt the power and pressure. Although the pressure was immense, he felt he could withstand it, probably for about 10 minutes. At the same time, he realized that if the platinum-level demonic beast from the previous assessment appeared before him now, he wouldn't even need to use the Void Heaven Palm. Just relying on his physical strength, he was confident he could kill the beast with a single punch. Should he try opening the 5th gate, the Gate of Limit? Yi Tian hesitated in his heart. Although he was feeling intense pressure now, he could still endure it. Yi Tian wanted to know if the 5th gate was his true limit. Damn it, if I die, I die. Anyway, I have the vitality pill. As long as I have a breath left, it can bring me back. Let us do this. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fifth gate. Gate of limit. Open." Boom. As Yi Tian opened the fifth gate, the spiritual energy around him turned red, and his eyes became completely bloodshot. His skin began to crack. Crash. With a loud explosion, the entire gravity chamber collapsed at that moment. Before losing consciousness, Yi Tian used the last bit of his strength to swallow the vitality pill. Crash. The loud noise startled everyone in the academy. Not only was there a deafening explosion, but the entire academy also shook twice. What the hell? An attack? Xiao Yi, who was playing chess with Duke Zhou in his dreams, was suddenly awakened by the tremor and immediately assumed it was an enemy attack. Humph, I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble at my Pioneer Academy. With that, Xiao Yi disappeared from his bed and rushed toward the source of the sound. However, he forgot that he was only wearing a pair of shorts. Besides Xiao Yi, many of the elders and grandmothers were also heading toward the source of the explosion. If someone dared to attack their Pioneer Academy, it was a slap in their face. Though they were old, they weren't just some random nobodies who could be trifled with. The elders and grandmothers rushing to the gravity chamber were fully armed, ready for battle. In addition, many senior brothers and sisters in the academy were also heading toward the gravity chamber. Even Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, who were in the villa, were startled awake by the loud noise. When they got up, they didn't see Tian and assumed he had already gone ahead. The group quickly rushed toward the gravity chamber. Xiao Yi was the first to arrive. Looking at the gravity chamber that had already turned into ruins, he almost broke down. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and a surge of anger erupted. "Who dares to intrude on my Pioneer Academy?" Xiao Yi's cold voice echoed, but the surroundings remained silent. Xiao Yi frowned. "Humph, since you're here, why hide?" However, no one responded to him. This made Xiao Yi feel strange. He quickly scanned the ruins with his mind power, and suddenly, his expression turned peculiar. To be continued, the students and grandparents rushing towards the gravity chamber heard Xiao Yi's challenge and immediately quickened their pace. Soon, they arrived at the gravity chamber. Everyone was shocked to see the gravity chamber had turned into ruins. Not only the gravity chamber, but even the adjacent medicinal bathhouse and two entire six-story teaching buildings had collapsed. Oomph, who did this? How dare they attack my Pioneer Academy? An elderly man erupted with killing intent, slowly drawing the long knife in his hand. However, just as the killing intent and the act of drawing the knife were halfway through, he froze. The elderly man stared at the sky in horror, his eyes bulging, his face full of disbelief. Not only the elderly man, but all the grandparents and students present were also staring at the sky in shock, their eyes wide open, their movements perfectly synchronized. Xiao Yi stood there, completely naked except for a pair of shorts, with a peculiar expression on his face as he looked at the ruins. In the next moment, Xiao Yi suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the ruins. Xiao Yi lifted a collapsed giant wall, revealing Yi Tian lying naked in the rubble. "Huh? What happened? Grandpa Xiao? Why are you here?" Yi Tian opened his eyes in a daze, his head still aching. When Yi Tian came to his senses and stood up, he looked at Xiao Yi, who was staring at him in horror. Just as Yi Tian was about to speak, he suddenly looked at Xiao Yi with the same horrified expression. Everyone around saw Yi Tian stand up, and all the grandparents present twitched their mouths simultaneously, staring in horror at the two in the ruins. Some shy senior sisters blushed deeply, covering their faces with their hands, though the gaps between their fingers were as wide as possible. Some senior sisters even secretly memorized Yi Tian's appearance, planning to contact this junior brother later for a duel. Can someone tell me what kind of iconic scene this is?" C2 Quangbin gasped as he looked at the two and said, "Early in the morning, what were you two doing in the gravity chamber instead of sleeping? And you even managed to bring down two buildings. Oh wow, little Tian is so powerful. He brought down the buildings." Xia Chu looked at the naked Yi Tian and Xiao Yi, his phone somehow already in camera mode, and it was even set to burst mode. In this short time, who knows how many photos he had taken. Chu Chu. Yang Muhuan also blushed and patted Xia Chu, but at the same time, she felt a wave of fear towards the thing on Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Xiao Yi were both shocked by each other's appearance, completely unaware of how many iconic scenes the people present had imagined in their minds. Um, Grandpa Xiao, you're not wearing clothes. Yi Tian reminded him. Only then did Xiao Yi realize, and he immediately looked down at his body, discovering that he was only wearing a pair of underwear. He glanced around at his companions and students, and his vision instantly darkened. At least I still have underwear on. Look at yourself, Xiao Yi said with a twitching corner of his mouth. Yi Tian's smile froze upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. He also looked down at his own body and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No wonder I felt a bit chilly down there. Turns out I'm not even wearing underwear. Just as Yi Tian was about to cover his important parts, two voices suddenly came from the crowd. Old Yi, Old Xiao, cover your face. Wei Guo and Situ Quangbin shouted simultaneously. This made Yi Tian pause his actions, and in the next moment, both hands instinctively went to cover his face. Even Xiao Yi, who hadn't moved at all, followed Yi Tian's lead and covered his face too. Quangbin, you bastard, Yi Tian cursed angrily. What the hell is the point of covering your face? Does it help? Both of them realized this at the same time, glaring fiercely at Situ Quangbin and Wei Guo. Xiao Yi grabbed Yi Tian, and the two of them teleported away instantly. Dean's office. At this moment, both Xiao Yi and Yi Tian had changed into a set of clothes. Their faces were as dark as coal as they sat on the floor, sulking. Beside them, Wei Guo and Situ Quangbin stood with bruised and swollen faces, while everyone else looked on with black lines on their foreheads, utterly speechless. Hey hee hee. Xiao Tian, can you tell us what exactly happened? Why did the gravity room and the medicinal bathhouse both collapse, and why were you inside? Wei Guo asked with a forced smile, enduring the pain on his face, while secretly cursing himself for suggesting that old Xiao cover his face. Yi Tian's face was full of black lines. I don't know either. I just woke up early, felt like my body had gotten stronger, so I went to the gravity room to test it out. I ended up using the 8 gates technique in the level 10 gravity zone. I opened 4 gates in a row, but when I tried to open the 5th gate, I couldn't handle it and passed out. When I woke up, I saw Grandpa Xiao. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Yi Tian. What did you just say? You used the 8 gates technique in the gravity room? Opened 4 gates in a row, and you did it in the level 10 gravity zone. Their voices were almost hoarse as they looked at Yi Tian like he was a monster. Yeah, I originally wanted to challenge the 5th gate, but it seems like 4 gates are my limit. Yi Tian scratched his head as he spoke. Hiss, everyone gasped. Even Xiao Yi forgot about his own embarrassing situation and looked at Yi Tian with disbelief. Come, follow me. Yi Tian directly led everyone to an open space. Xiao Tian, try using the 8 gates technique again and show us. Xiao Yi said expectantly, while giving Fang Mei a meaningful glance. Fang Mei nodded. If anything happened to Yi Tian, her healing ability would immediately activate. All right, Yi Tian nodded, then adjusted his breathing. 4th gate, pain gate. Open, Yi Tian shouted, and a powerful force erupted. The surrounding spiritual energy took shape, swirling around Yi Tian. Everyone stared at Yi Tian in shock. Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei were even more dumbfounded, their mouths agape as they looked at him. We just took a nap. What the heck happened? You can actually use the 8 gates technique? And you even opened 4 gates in a row. Yi Tian didn't feel the same pressure as in the gravity chamber, and a thought crossed his mind. 5th gate, limit gate. Open. Boom. With a loud sound, the spiritual energy around Yi Tian turned red, and his skin became even more fiery red. His heart was beating like a car engine, pounding intensely. Yi Tian could even hear his own heartbeat. At the same time, Yi Tian felt an even greater power, as if he could kill a platinum-level beast with just one finger, and even against a diamond-level beast, he felt confident he could fight. However, at the same time, a strong pressure filled Yi Tian's entire body. But Yi Tian felt he could maintain it, just like when he opened the 4th gate in the gravity chamber. He estimated he could sustain the current state of the 5th gate for about 10 minutes. To be continued, everyone felt the violent power emanating from Yi Tian and was extremely shocked. The most astonished was Guanzai. Yesterday, this kid almost killed himself just by opening the 1st gate. and now he can open the fifth gate? Guan Zai's mouth twitched. This kid is using the 8 gates technique in the 10th level gravity zone, clashing fiercely with the energy in the gravity chamber. How could the building not collapse? Guan Zai explained helplessly, but at the same time cursed inwardly, thinking, this kid is truly a freak. You have to understand, the 10th level gravity zone has a full 20,000 pounds of gravity, and using the 8 gates technique also puts immense pressure on the body. In such conditions, this kid actually opened 4 gates? Even I wouldn't dare to be so reckless, using the 8 gates technique in the gravity chamber. Xiao Yi's eye twitched as well, staring at Yi Tian in astonishment, unable to find the words. If he remembered correctly, this kid only started learning from Night Emperor yesterday, right? And today he can already open 5 gates? That's even more impressive than Night Emperor back in the day. However, thinking about the future of China having someone even stronger than Night Emperor, Xiao Yi also became excited. At least, when they were gone, there would be no need to worry about China's peace. But that was a matter for the future. These old guys could still hold on for a while, and what they needed to do now was to quickly train Yi Tian. Yi Tian maintained the state of the 5th gate for a moment before canceling it. Afterward, he felt utterly exhausted, supporting himself with his hands on his knees and gasping for air. This thing really wasn't something that could be used casually. The next moment, a surge of green energy enveloped Yi Tian. Fang Mei immediately used her ability to help Yi Tian recover from his fatigue. After a while, the green energy dissipated, and Yi Tian felt all his exhaustion vanish. Instead, his body was brimming with strength. Fang Mei, on the other hand, looked utterly shocked. This kid, apart from feeling tired, doesn't have a single injury. Fang Mei gasped and said, yesterday, when Yi Tian used the 8 gates technique, he only opened the first gate and couldn't handle it. But today he opened 5 gates in total. That alone was surprising. Yesterday, she had treated Yi Tian and could clearly feel that even though he had only opened the first gate, it had left some damage on his body. After all, this was a skill that completely unleashed the body's potential, so it was bound to cause some harm to the body. Since ancient times, gaining immense power has always come at a price. Take the Night Emperor, for example. Although it seemed on the surface that he had only lost his legs, it was actually the result of opening the final gate. But no one understood better than Fang Mei how severe the internal damage to the Night Emperor's body was, as she was the one who had pulled him back from the brink of death. This was the price the Night Emperor paid for frequently using the 8 gates technique. Hearing Fang Mei's words, everyone's eyes lit up. If what she said was true, then wouldn't this kid be able to use the 8 gates technique freely? It was well known that the price of using the 8 gates technique directly affected the body, which was why they constantly warned students learning the technique never to use it unless they were at the brink of life and death. Xiao Yi also looked at Yi Tian with excitement, his joy written all over his face. Although 2 teaching buildings had been destroyed and his reputation in the academy was completely ruined, compared to the realization that Yi Tian could use the 8 gates technique freely, none of that mattered at all. However, we still need to study and observe this carefully. By the way, where's that girl Shui Ling? I think we should let her take a look. Maybe she can figure something out. Let the Night Emperor and Shui Ling study and observe this together. There might be a chance to completely solve the problem of the physical toll caused by using the 8 gates, Fang Mei said calmly. Shui Ling and the Night Emperor, one was the Academy's top researcher, and the other was the creator of the 8 gates. Now, with Yi Tian as a research subject, there might really be a chance to solve the issue of the physical damage caused by using the 8 gates. Leave it to that girl Shui Ling, huh? Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit reluctant. After all, Yi Tian was a rare genius, and that girl's research methods were somewhat inhumane. He was worried that Yi Tian might not be able to handle it and would end up running away, which would be a real problem. Old Xiao, think about it. If, in the future, all the young generation of ability users in Huaxia can freely use the 8 gates technique. Fang Mei casually reminded. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up instantly. I'll go bring that girl back right away. After speaking, he glanced sympathetically at Yi Tian. Yi's eyes eye. Ahem. That girl may be a bit inhuman when conducting experiments, but her experiments are quite safe. There won't be any life-threatening danger, though the process might be a bit painful. I hope you can endure it. Yi Tian looked at Xiao Yi's serious expression and sympathetic gaze, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What does inhuman experiments mean? A bit painful? How painful is that? Huh. Uh-huh. Well, I just remembered I left something in Tianhai City. I'll go get it now, Yi Tian said, preparing to make a quick escape. However, before he could take 2 steps, his arms were held by 2 people. Hey, old Yi, for the sake of everyone being able to freely use the 8 gates in the future, just make a little sacrifice. Situ Kuangbin grinned mischievously. Let us see you act so heavy-handed earlier, an eye for an eye. You still want to run? Exactly, old Yi. We've all seen the Shui Ling mentor before. She's so beautiful. Alone with her in the lab, and you're the one being researched, what a blessing. Enjoy it. Huyan Wei also smiled. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat. No, no, I don't want to be researched. Just thinking about the note Xiao Yi gave him earlier, the word slicing still haunted him. Hee, Grandpa and Grandma, look how excited old Yi is. Grandpa Xiao, you should hurry and bring the Shui Ling mentor here. Situ Kuangbin laughed. Very good. Yi Tian's spirit of self-sacrifice is something we should all learn from. I'll go find that Shui Ling girl now. Xiao Yi said cheerfully. The surrounding space rippled, and in the next moment, he disappeared. What the heck? Self-sacrifice? Let go, you too, let go. Yi Tian shouted in fear. Hee, old Yi, don't worry. It might hurt a little, but it's absolutely safe. Situ Kuangbin chuckled. Let go? No way. Exactly, old Yi. Think about it. Research, might involve taking off some clothes or something. Alone with a beautiful girl. TSK, I'm jealous. Huyan Wei said with a faint smile. Inside the villa, Yi Tian stared melancholically out the window at the scenery. Today was truly a miserable day. First, he experienced social death in front of almost the entire academy, and now he has to be studied by that ruthless female doctor who loves research. Just thinking about the word slicing made Yi Tian shiver violently. However, Yi Tian also hoped that Shui Ling could truly research something useful because he was well aware of his current situation. The reason he could continuously open 5 gates without any physical damage was entirely due to the Chaos Barbarian body granted by the system. But regarding the Chaos Barbarian body, not only did he not understand it, even the system had limited knowledge. So, if Shui Ling could truly discover something, that would be ideal. At the very least, even if she couldn't figure out the Chaos Barbarian body, if she could find a way for everyone to freely use the 8 gates technique, the gains would be immense. This would double the combat power of the Chinese people, if not more. Just imagining a battle where everyone on their side starts with the 8 gates technique, it would be absolutely overwhelming. This was also why Yi Tian chose not to run away and willingly decided to stay. He understood how crucial the 8 gates technique was to the current state of China and how many lives it could save. Otherwise, if Yi Tian truly wanted to escape, how could Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei possibly stop him? What's up with you, big bro? Yi Xian and Yang Muhan, having finished their training, returned and immediately saw Yi Tian looking melancholic by the window. It's nothing. Your big bro is just too happy. After all, he managed to successfully use the 8 gates technique in such a short time, so he's feeling a bit sentimental about protecting it. Situ Kuangbin said with a laugh. When Yi Tian experienced social death, this little girl hadn't woken up yet, so the group tacitly decided not to tell Yi Xian. Haha, that's right. Your big bro was amazing today, shocking the entire academy. Xia Chu said, covering her mouth and laughing. Seeing Xia Chu, Yi Tian quickly stepped forward, grabbed her shoulders, and shook her wildly. You must have taken photos, right? Hurry up and delete them. Delete them now. I didn't. My sister took them. Let go. Let me go. Xia Chu's eyes were almost rolling back from being shaken so hard. Finally, Yi Tian snatched Xia Chu's phone, deleted the photos, and felt relieved. But what Yi Tian didn't know was that, throughout the day, Xia Chu had made countless backups and had already sent all of them to Yang Muhan. Wow, I didn't expect you guys to have such skills, Yang Muhan said with a smile as she looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table. Due to the collapse of the gravity chamber, the group hadn't been able to train for the past few days. Xiao Yi had left the academy to find Shui Ling, So Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei had no choice but to arrange for everyone to take a break. As for Guan, he was still crying in front of the ruins of the gravity chamber. As for why he was crying, it was because he only remembered afterward that all his hidden stash of smoking pipes was stored in the herbal bathroom. When the building collapsed, all his secret stash of pipes was destroyed. So, it seems that in the next few days, everyone should be able to take a good rest for a while, because Guanzai still needs to make a new smoking pipe. At the very least, it has to be completed before Shui Ling returns otherwise. Once she is back, Guanzai 1T have another chance to work on it. So Yi Tian and the others simply took it easy. Taking advantage of the free time, they worked together to prepare this meal. On one hand, it was to celebrate Yi Tian's success in using the 8 gates technique. And on the other hand, Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei were celebrating that Yi Tian had finally joined them in the Social Death Academy. The three of them were finally united. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang, and Situ Quangbin opened the door directly. As soon as the door opened, Situ Quangbin froze. It was a senior sister, and she was quite pretty. Hello, senior sister, who are you looking for? Situ Quangbin was momentarily captivated by the beautiful senior sister, but quickly snapped out of it and asked, Hello, may I ask if junior brother Yi Tian lives here? The senior sister asked. Oh, you're looking for Old Yi? Old Yi, someone is here for you. Situ Quangbin quickly shouted. No, there's no need. Could you please just give this to junior brother Yi Tian? The senior sister quickly stopped Situ Quangbin when she saw him calling for Yi Tian. She then handed him a letter with a faint scent of perfume, her face blushing red, and ran off, leaving Situ Quangbin standing there in a daze. Seeing this, Yang Muhan covered her face. She almost forgot how many senior sisters had come by now. Yang Muhan pulled out a stack of envelopes from her pocket and handed them to Yi Tian. Here, these are from the senior sisters who asked me to pass them to you. It seems like what you did today attracted quite a few of them. Yang Muhan emphasized the word senior sisters through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Yi Xin also pulled out a stack of envelopes from her pocket. Big brother, what exactly did you do today? At lunch, so many senior sisters were fighting to treat me to delicious food, asking me to give these to you. Yi Xin asked with a puzzled expression. She had just arrived at the cafeteria today and was immediately surrounded by a group of senior sisters, which almost scared her to death. Xiachu looked at Yang Muhan's angry expression, then at Yi Xin's confused face, and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Your brother, in front of the entire academy today, showed off his strength in a big way. That's why so many senior sisters want to challenge him to a duel. Yi Tian, standing to the side, was sweating profusely. A duel? Are you talking about a normal fight? What are you saying in front of my little sister? Don't teach her bad things. Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei's smiles completely froze. The two of them almost spat out blood. Why is it that when we socially die, the senior sisters treat us like the plague and run away, but when you socially die, they all write letters to challenge you? Is this the terrifying power of taking down 2 teaching buildings? Ugh, comparing people really is infuriating. It's nothing. The senior sisters probably just wanted to ask me about how to use the 8 gates technique. No need to ask. Grandpa Xiao has already arranged it for me. Once Mentor Shui Ling comes back and finishes her research, they'll naturally understand. Yi Tian quickly explained, trying to calm Yang Muhan's anger and immediately clarifying his stance. Oh ho, someone's really willing to let go, huh? After all, the senior sisters who delivered the message today were quite pretty. Xiachu said with a playful smile. Omega, really? Yi Tian's eyes lit up instantly as he asked. Go to hell. Seeing Yi Tian suddenly show interest, Yang Muhan's delicate face turned frosty, and she punched Yi Tian right in the stomach. Poof! Yi Tian clutched his stomach and flew backward, struggling to stand up. This is what they call a battle. To be continued. Seeing Yang Muhan's angry expression, Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei immediately started gloating. After all, if the two of them had to face social death, there was no way Yi Tian could get away unscathed. But honestly, Yi Tian couldn't be blamed entirely. He was already quite good-looking, and after stepping onto the path of cultivation, the spiritual energy had transformed his aura, making him even more ethereal and natural. Coupled with the effects of the cleansing marrow pill, It was no wonder those senior sisters were completely captivated. At the social death scene that day, aside from Xia Chu, who knows how many senior sisters secretly took photos and saved them? After dinner, Yi Xin returned to her room accompanied by the two girls to study. After all, if she wanted to awaken her abilities before the summer vacation ended, there was a lot of knowledge she needed to learn. Yi Xin had a heavy workload and was busy studying every day. Fortunately, she had Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, both of whom were already awakened and had good academic performance, to assist her. Otherwise, Yi Tian might have had to step in himself. Meanwhile, Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei also returned to their rooms to cultivate. In order to surpass Yi Tian, the two of them had started competing intensely. As for Yi Tian, he took a shower and then lay on his bed, opening the system interface. Last night's lottery draw was only halfway done after activating the chaotic wild body. He had passed out. Early this morning, he had gone to the gravity chamber for experiments, and then spent the day running around with Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei. He hadn't had a moment to himself. Now, finally, he could relax and continue the lottery draw. Yi Tian looked at the points interface. He still had a total of 60,000 points. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, he wondered if he could get something good today. System, start the lottery draw. Yi Tian directly summoned the lottery interface, threw in 1,000 points without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one unruly vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one unruly vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one unruly vitality pill. As expected, the first 10 consecutive draws were all consolation prizes. Speaking of the restless vitality pill, what side effects does it actually have? Yi Tian still wasn't sure. However, the effects of a regular vitality pill were truly remarkable. In the gravity chamber, injuries sustained while using the 8 gates technique were completely healed in an instant. Even under such circumstances, he was crushed inside a building, yet came out unscathed. Moreover, even the proper vitality pills only cost the same amount of points as a single lottery draw. This price was still acceptable to Yi Tian. It was far better than spending 100 points now and only drawing a restless vitality pill worth 10 points, right? Points are hard to come by, after all. Thinking about this, Yi Tian felt it was necessary to find some time to experiment with the restless vitality pill and see what its side effects were. If the side effects were tolerable, that would be ideal. After all, despite being the restless type, its heaven-defying effects still existed. Looking at the rewards in the inventory, Yi Tian once again threw in 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. This round of luck wasn't bad, at least it wasn't a loss. Thus, Yi Tian began a frenzied lottery mode, continuously throwing points into the draw. Of course, the winning probability remained as low as ever, but Yi Tian felt he had already become immune to it. In total, he spent over 30,000 points. It was either restless vitality pills or proper vitality pills. Yi Tian was completely numb, no longer arguing with the system as he used to. He just kept throwing points into the draw in a daze. Perhaps the system sensed Yi Tian's numb state of mind. Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed, and Yi Tian's numb heart was fiercely shaken. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine level movement technique, carefree steps. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one proper vitality pill. This round of luck wasn't bad, at least it wasn't a loss. Thus, Yi Tian began a frenzied lottery mode, continuously throwing points into the draw. Of course, the winning probability remained as low as ever, but Yi Tian felt he had already become immune to it. In total, he spent over 30,000 points. It was either restless vitality pills or proper vitality pills. Yi Tian was completely numb, no longer arguing with the system as he used to. He just kept throwing points into the draw in a daze. Perhaps the system sensed Yi Tian's numb state of mind. Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed, and Yi Tian's numb heart was fiercely shaken. Congratulations, host. Yi Tian's eyes lit up instantly. A divine level movement technique? He quickly opened the inventory to check the description. Divine level movement technique, carefree steps. Mastering this technique allows one to move freely within enemy ranks, dodge attacks effortlessly, and achieve unparalleled agility in combat. When cultivated to the highest level, one becomes impervious to all techniques. As the saying goes, in the vast world, I roam carefree. After reading the description, Yi Tian became excited. This movement technique was excellent. Now he had both cultivation techniques and martial skills, and his physique was already enhanced. Agility had been his shortcoming, but with this movement technique, his weakness was finally addressed. Thinking of this, Yi Tian didn't hesitate to use it. Instantly, a flood of knowledge poured into Yi Tian's mind. Before long, Yi Tian had completely mastered carefree steps. However, his current strength is really too weak. Although he has mastered some movement techniques, with his current cultivation level, he simply cannot use them. Still, Yi Tian felt it was already enough. The techniques he could use at the moment had greatly enhanced his shortcomings. At least, when encountering beasts in the future, he wouldn't have to recklessly charge forward and trade injuries like before. After a burst of excitement, Yi Tian continued to busy himself with drawing prizes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have consumed a total of 100,000 points and can upgrade the system. The system upgrade requires 500,000 points, but currently, the points are insufficient, so the upgrade cannot proceed for now. Congratulations to the host. You have consumed a total of 100,000 points and achieved the milestone. Taking the first step. Reward: 1 evolution card and 1 devolution card. Congratulations to the host. You have consumed a total of 100,000 points. The lottery interface will automatically upgrade, requiring 24 hours for the upgrade. Please be patient. 3 consecutive electronic notifications sounded. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned and then looked at the remaining points balance on the system interface. Only a few hundred points were left. In the inventory, the restless vitality pills were the most numerous, with over 300 to 400 of each type. Besides these, there were also 2 cards, 1 black and 1 white. Yi Tian glanced at the card descriptions. The black card was a devolution card, which could devolve any reward, whether proper or improper. The white card was an evolution card, capable of evolving anything. Yi Tian had previously skimmed through the descriptions, as he wasn't particularly interested in these 2 cards at the moment. What he wanted more was to find a place to experiment with the movement techniques he had just acquired. However, recalling the embarrassing incident from yesterday, Yi Tian suppressed his excitement and decided it might be better to wait until the next day to ask Guanzai to arrange a place for him. Yi Tian checked the time. It was already midnight. He decided not to think about it further and peacefully went to sleep. To be continued the next morning, Yi Tian left the villa and headed to the academy's back garden. The summer morning felt exceptionally cool, and there was a faint floral fragrance in the air. In the garden, a group of elderly people had also risen early. Some were walking birds, some were drinking tea and playing chess, while others were enjoying morning tea, appearing exceptionally leisurely. In their youth, they had fought battles everywhere, and it was only after much effort that they had earned the peaceful life they now enjoyed. Naturally, they cherished and savored this time of peace. Perhaps this was why elderly people tend to wake up earlier than the young. Oh, Xiao Tian is here, so early? Night Emperor's voice came from nearby, as his hand accidentally disrupted the chess game he was playing. Damn it, you little rascal, I was about to win. The old man playing chess with Night Emperor cursed. Night Emperor was playing chess and drinking tea with another old man. However, seeing that he was about to lose, he was fretting for an excuse to cheat. He looked around and spotted Yi Tian, and his eyes lit up instantly. Oh dear, sorry about that. Ah, getting old, my hands are a bit clumsy. No worries, no worries, let's start over. Night Emperor shamelessly laughed. You. The old man opposite glared at Night Emperor's shameless demeanor, instantly infuriated. Oh, don't be angry, old Luo. How about I take a loss and let my grandson marry your granddaughter? Night Emperor chuckled. My grandson isn't bad, he's already inherited my unique skills, and is even at the general level in the Shadow Legion. Your granddaughter is also a general. I think they're just perfect for each other, Knight Emperor said with a sly grin. Opposite him, Luo Tianxian saw Knight Emperor's expression and became even angrier, unable to resist cursing. Bah, dream on, your grandson. My granddaughter wouldn't even look at him. Both of you are so cunning, just like each other. Humph. Luo Tianxian seemed to have exhausted himself from scolding, sat back on the chair, and took a sip of tea. Knight Emperor, however, wasn't angry and continued to grin slyly, his mind already scheming how to trick his precious grandson into getting a wife so he could soon have a great-grandchild. Ever since Yi Tian started cultivating immortality, his vision and hearing had become exceptionally sharp, so naturally, he overheard the conversation between the two old men. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he secretly gave Knight Emperor a thumbs up in his heart. Good day, grandfathers. Seeing the two elders suddenly fall into a terrifying silence, Yi Tian stepped forward politely to break the deadlock. Xiao Tian is here. How is it? Have you used my 8-gate skill? Knight Emperor saw Yi Tian approaching and smiled faintly. Among all the students, the one he remembered most was Yi Tian, the boy who learned the 8-gate skill just by listening to his explanation and almost sent him to his grave in the process. It must be said that Yi Tian, who learned his unique skill on the spot and almost sent him off right then and there, left a deep impression on Knight Emperor. Luo Tianxian, standing nearby, also responded when he saw Yi Tian. But when he got a clear look at Yi Tian's appearance, he suddenly wore a puzzled expression and began to think seriously. Thanks to Grandpa Knight's guidance and Grandpa Guan's teaching, I can now open the 5th gate, Yi Tian said with a smile. After asking, Knight Emperor took a sip of tea, not holding out much hope. After all, it had only been a day, and even a genius couldn't possibly open a gate so quickly, given the immense physical endurance required. As the creator of the 8-gate skill, he was well aware of this. Because his legs were inconvenient, Knight Emperor was unaware of yesterday's events. In fact, not just Knight Emperor, but all the grandfathers and grandmothers in the garden had mobility issues, so even if the Academy faced major events, unless it was a matter of life and death for the Academy or the nation, they generally wouldn't pay much attention. Meanwhile, Wei Guo and Fong Mei had been busy rebuilding the gravity chamber since yesterday, so they hadn't had time to inform Knight Emperor. As for Guan Zai and Xiao Yi, there was even less to say. One was busy making smoke guns, and the other had gone to fetch the water spirit and hadn't returned yet. So when Knight Emperor heard Yi Tian's words, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea. What? What did you say? Which gate? Knight Emperor's eyes widened, staring at Yi Tian in utter disbelief. The fifth gate. Yi Tian scratched his head as he looked at Knight Emperor's shocked expression and said, "This." Upon hearing Yi Tian's confident words, Knight Emperor took a deep breath, looking at Yi Tian as if he were a monster, his mouth twitching. He had originally planned to wait for Yi Tian to say he hadn't reached the level to open the gate yet, so he could comfort Yi Tian and show off a bit. He even had his lines prepared. But Yi Tian opened his mouth and directly mentioned the 5th gate, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxian, who was standing nearby, also became intrigued upon hearing Yi Tian's words. He began to scrutinize Yi Tian more seriously. Knight Emperor's 8 gates technique was something he was very familiar with. Ordinary students couldn't even open the 1st gate within a year and a half, let alone the 5th gate. The 5th gate was something many students might not be able to open even after graduation, let alone Yi Tian, who hadn't graduated yet. You can really open the 5th gate? You just learned it the day before yesterday, and now you can open the 5th gate? Knight Emperor asked again, as if he couldn't believe it. Poof! Nearby, Luo Tianxian, who had just taken a sip of Dahong Pao tea, spat it out directly. What? What did you say? Now, even Luo Tianxian looked at Yi Tian with a shocked expression. This kid just learned the 8 gates technique 2 days ago, and in 2 days, he could open the 5th gate? Were they really talking about the 8 gates technique? Knight Emperor's signature skill? Yes. Yi Tian nodded and smiled. How about I open it on the spot for your inspection? All right. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Knight Emperor agreed decisively. He wanted to see for himself if Yi Tian could really open the 5th gate. Yi Tian walked to an empty area nearby, choosing a spot slightly farther from the two elders because he was worried that the energy wave generated by using the 8 gates technique might affect them. Yi Tian took a deep breath and then activated his technique. Fifth gate, Do gate, open. With Yi Tian's loud shout, spiritual energy materialized around him. His veins bulged, his skin turned fiery red, and the surrounding materialized spiritual energy also turned red. Holy crap! Night Emperor and Luo Tianxian simultaneously opened their mouths wide in shock, staring at Yi Tian. He really could open the fifth gate? And it seemed like this kid could even handle it. Not only Night Emperor and Luo Tianxian, but all the elders present were stunned by this scene, looking at Yi Tian with faces full of disbelief. They vividly remembered the moment when Yi Tian came to learn the 8 gates technique from Night Emperor, and they had witnessed him struggling to open the first gate, barely saved by Night Emperor. Yet now, just 2 days later, the same kid who couldn't even withstand the power of the first gate could open the fifth gate? Feeling the familiar power, Night Emperor was very clear that Yi Tian had completely mastered the 8 gates technique. All right, good child, stop now. Night Emperor quickly shouted. After all, using the 8 gates technique would cause damage to the body, and there was no need to maintain this state for too long just to prove a point. Hearing the voice of Night Emperor, Yi Tian finally stopped. Compared to the first time, this time Yi Tian felt less fatigued, clearly indicating that he was gradually getting accustomed to this power. Haha, good, very good. My 8 gates technique finally has a successor. Night Emperor laughed excitedly. Although the 8 gates technique could be learned by anyone, up until now, no one had been able to open the 8th gate. Even his grandson was stuck at the 7th gate, and it should be noted that his grandson had already reached the realm level, one of the top combat powers in this world, yet he still couldn't open the 8th gate. And Yi Tian, who had just awakened his abilities not long ago, a mere silver-level kid, could now open the 5th gate. This was even more impressive than Night Emperor himself back in the day. Haha, not bad, very good. You, kid, are even more extraordinary than I was back then. Night Emperor laughed excitedly, and the surrounding elders also brightened their eyes, all looking at Yi Tian. Were there few students learning their techniques? The answer was certainly no. There were even many. But over such a long time, not a single person had been able to fully inherit their techniques. And now, seeing Yi Tian completely inherit Night Emperor's technique, they were all moved. After all, they didn't want to take these techniques to the grave. Haha, young man, what's your name? At this moment, Luo Tianxian walked up with a smile and asked, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? I have 2 granddaughters about your age. How about I introduce them to you? You young people should interact more. Get lost, old Luo. That's too shameless of you. I just asked you to introduce someone to my grandson, and you were so reluctant. Now you're clearly showing favoritism. Night Emperor scolded him angrily upon seeing Luo Tianxian's behavior. How are you feeling, Xiaotian? Is there any discomfort in your body? Although the 8 gates technique is powerful, it shouldn't be used unless it's a matter of life and death. Night Emperor looked at Yi Tian with a worried expression. He didn't want Yi Tian to follow in his old footsteps. Yi Tian felt the elder's care and warmth in his heart, but then he smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Knight, I'm fine. Using the 8 gates technique doesn't cause any harm to my body. Moreover, because of this, Dean Xiao has already gone to find Mentor Shui Ling. He said that when he returns, he wants you to study with Mentor Shui Ling. Yi Tian smiled bitterly and helplessly. What? Instantly, the previously calm Luo Tianxian and Night Emperor widened their eyes in shock, staring at Yi Tian. No harm at all. Night Emperor's hands trembled slightly as he asked in disbelief. Not only did you learn my technique, but you also perfected it? For the 8 gates technique, the Night Emperor dared to say that no one could understand it better than himself, and no one understood more clearly than he did how heavy the price was after using it. Ever since he opened the 8th gate, he had spent almost his entire life trying to solve the problem of physical damage caused by it, but to no avail. He had thought there was no hope left, but unexpectedly, Yi Tian gave him such a huge surprise at this moment. Luo Tianxian was equally shocked. Using the 8 gates technique without causing any harm to the body? This was a big deal. As the Night Emperor's old partner, how could he not know the price one had to pay for using the 8 gates technique? He himself had used the 8 gates before. Although there seemed to be no issues on the surface, the internal damage to his body had never fully recovered. This was also why the 8 gates technique was not to be used unless in a life or death situation. While it granted immense power, the price paid was equivalent to burning one's own life. But now, this problem had actually been solved by this kid. If every cultivator in Huaxia could use the 8 gates technique without any limitations, the scene hiss. Luo Tianxian dared not think further. Yeah, but the root of the problem, I can't solve it. We'll have to wait for Dean Xiao and Minter Shui Ling to return to find out, Yi Tian said with a smile. In truth, how could he not know the root of the problem? It was entirely because of his chaotic primal body that using the 8 gates technique left no damage. But how was he supposed to explain this to them? Even if he told them, they probably wouldn't believe him, right? In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being studied. Yi Tian thought bitterly to himself. Haha, good, I definitely. Who? Who did you say old Xiao went to find? The Night Emperor, who was laughing happily one second, suddenly had a drastic change in expression the next, his face showing a look of terror. It was clear that he had also suffered greatly at the hands of Shui Ling in the past. Seeing the Night Emperor's terrified expression, Yi Tian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even someone as fierce as the Night Emperor was afraid. For a moment, Yi Tian began to wonder if he should pack his things and take his little sister to run away right now. Ahem. Old Knight, what are you doing? Don't scare the kid. That Shui Ling girl, Luo Tianxian trailed off mid-sentence and suddenly fell silent. Your half-spoken words are even more terrifying, you know. Hee. You don't need to be afraid, kid. That Shui Ling girl can be a bit extreme in her experiments, but in terms of safety, she's still very reliable. Luo Tianxian said with a smile, looking at Yi Tian. However, the more he looked at Yi Tian, the more familiar he felt. By the way, kid, what's your name? My name is Yi Tian. Yi Tian introduced himself. Ah, Yi Tian, good name. The future peace of Huaxia depends on your younger generation, Luo Tianxian said with a smile, but in his heart, he silently noted Yi Tian's name. His surname is Yi? And he looked so familiar. For a moment, he thought to himself that he must look into this properly when he got back. Getting old really makes one forgetful. My surname is Luo. You can just call me Old Luo. Xiao Tian, I'm slightly better than this group of old geezers who have one foot in the grave, so I won't be staying at the academy often. If you have time in the capital, you can come find me for tea. Luo Tianxian handed Yi Tian a business card, which only had an address and phone number written on it. You can also meet my 2 granddaughters. It's good for young people to socialize more. After all, the future peace of China depends on you. Luo Tianxian said with a faint smile. Yi Tian didn't hesitate and directly accepted the card, promising that he would visit when he had time. To be continued, by the way, Grandpa Yi, I just learned a new footwork technique and want to find a place to practice. Does the academy have a dedicated training room? After taking the card, Yi Tian asked. He had originally planned to find Guanzai before coming to the garden, but remembering that Guanzai might be busy making his smoke gun, he decided to come to the garden to ask this group of grandpas and grandmas instead. Oh, footwork. Night Emperor's eyes sparkled. Good kid, while learning my 8 gates technique, you still managed to find the energy to learn other skills? But thinking about how you mastered my 8 gates technique in less than 2 days, it's not surprising. If you want to practice footwork, isn't there a dedicated training room upstairs from the gravity chamber? You can go there to train, Night Emperor said with a gratified smile. If the younger generation were all like Yi Tian, then we old folks could truly rest easy. Upon hearing Night Emperor's words, Yi Tian's face suddenly turned awkward. Actually, yesterday when I was practicing the 8 gates technique in the gravity chamber, I accidentally collapsed the gravity chamber and the 2 adjacent buildings. They're probably being rebuilt now, Yi Tian said, lowering his head like a child who had made a mistake. What? Night Emperor was stunned on the spot, then looked at Yi Tian with a face full of horror. You practiced the 8 gates in the gravity chamber? Night Emperor said, his mouth twitching. Goodness, this kid really knows how to court death. Even the creator of the 8 gates technique himself wouldn't dare to open the gates in the gravity chamber. You have to know that the body already endures the pressure of the gravity chamber, and using the 8 gates technique would add the pressure from the skill itself. Knight Emperor looked at Yi Tian with a shocked expression. The fact that this kid was still alive was truly remarkable. Well, then you'll have to wait until the gravity chamber is repaired to train. Otherwise, the only option is the Academy's sports field, but it doesn't have any obstacles, so the training effect won't be great. Knight Emperor said helplessly. Hee. If that's the case, why not come to my place? The Shadow Corps has a dedicated training room. What do you think, Xiao Tian? Interested, Luo Tianxian suddenly said with a smile. The Shadow Corps training room? Haha. Only you old geezer, could come up with that. Knight Emperor laughed as well. Xiao Tian, you should go with him. Besides the academy, only the Shadow Corps' internal training room is up to the task. All right, Yi Tian nodded, equally excited in his heart, because in Huaxia, there was no one who didn't know about the Shadow Legion. Yi Tian had also fantasized countless times before that if one day he could awaken a top-tier ability, he would definitely join the Shadow Legion to protect the peace of Huaxia. The Shadow Legion, the sharp blade of Huaxia, had members stationed in all the rift spaces within Huaxia's borders, guarding against the beasts from the rifts from coming out and wreaking havoc on the cities. Back when he entered that small rift, the lord of the small city was also a member of the Shadow Legion. They tirelessly protected this country day and night, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens. All right, in that case, go pack up. I'll wait for you here. Anyway, the training room at the academy is temporarily unavailable, so you might as well stay there for a few more days. The old man will teach you my special skills too, Luo Tianxian said with a smile. Seeing Yi Tian's terrifying comprehension ability piqued Luo Tianxian's interest as well. He wanted to see if Yi Tian could also master his unique skills. If he could, then the position of his grandson-in-law would be settled. Okay, I'll go pack right away. Yi Tian nodded excitedly and hurried back to the villa to pack. Not only was there a training room, but he was also going to the internal training grounds of the Shadow Legion, a place he had always dreamed of visiting. On top of that, he could learn new special skills? How could Yi Tian not be excited? Spill it. What scheme are you up to this time, you sly old fox? And why did your expression turn so strange the moment you saw Xiao Tian? Did you notice something? After Yi Tian left, the smile on Knight Emperor's face disappeared, and he looked at Luo Tianxian seriously. After all, Yi Tian had completely inherited his unique skills, so in his eyes, Yi Tian was practically his direct disciple. Luo Tianxian gave a helpless, bitter smile and said, Ah, nothing can be hidden from you, old guy. But I need to go back and confirm something. If it's true, then this matter will be very interesting. But it doesn't make sense. If he really is that person's child, how could that old rascal Xiao not have any reaction? Could it be that he's gone senile? Or does he not know either? Luo Tianxian muttered to himself in confusion. So, who exactly is this person you're talking about? I'm completely lost here. Knight Emperor scratched his head and asked, Can't you just say it straight? I hate these brain-teasing things the most. Are you getting senile too? Xiaoro, who else could it be? But I'm not sure yet, I need to go back and check. Luo Tianxian said helplessly. The moment he saw Yi Tian, he felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't until Yi Tian introduced himself that he started thinking along those lines. However, the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, because he had thought of the most absurd possibility. He had to go back and confirm it. Hearing Luo Tianxian's words, Knight Emperor's pupils shrank. Xiaoro. Yes, but don't say anything for now, it's not confirmed yet. If he really is her child, then we must protect him well. After all, we have no idea about the situation over there right now. Luo Tianxian said softly. The Knight Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Investigate as soon as you return. The Knight Emperor's gaze flickered, falling into deep thought. Sigh. After all, someone has to maintain peace in this era. No matter what one wants to obtain, there is always a price to pay, isn't there? You should understand this better than I do. Luo Tianxian looked at the Knight Emperor and sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned to the villa and began packing. Actually, there wasn't much to pack, just a backpack and a few sets of clothes. After all, he was only going away for a few days, and once Xiao Yi returned, he still had to participate in the experiment. He greeted Yi Xian, as he knew that if he didn't inform this girl, who knows what kind of fuss she'd make when he came back. Yi Xian was still sleeping, but as soon as she heard that Yi Tian was leaving the academy, she immediately woke up, her sleepiness vanishing. However, upon hearing that Yi Tian was only leaving for a few days and that it was for training within the Shadow Corps, she felt reassured. After all, she had witnessed the incredible strength of those grandpas and grandmas. Each one was ridiculously powerful. So, she quickly signaled for Yi Tian to leave and not disturb her sleep. Yi Tian shook his head and smiled helplessly. Fortunately, Yang Muhan and Quang Bin were there to accompany this girl, and Yi Xian had to study every day, striving to awaken her abilities before the school term started. That was why she so easily let Yi Tian leave. To be continued, the Xiao family, ranked first among the top 10 families in the capital, is a super family with industries spread throughout the city. One can only imagine the depth of the Xiao family's foundation. At this moment, in the main hall of the Xiao family, for middle-aged men and women with extraordinary demeanor were quietly seated on either side of the main seats. However, there were still 2 empty seats on either side. The group wore puzzled expressions, as they were usually very busy and might not return even once a year. Yet, on this ordinary day, they had all gathered together. Xiao Yan, the eldest son of the Xiao family, is the second in command of the Shadow Corps, responsible for all matters related to various secret realms and maintaining the current peace in China. Xiao Yu, ranked second in the Xiao family, was born with a talent for business. The widespread presence of the Xiao family's industries in the capital is entirely her achievement. Next to Xiao Yu's seat was an empty one, followed by Xiao Ao, ranked fourth in the Xiao family. Like his elder brother Xiao Yan, he is also part of the Shadow Corps and one of its 10 generals. After Xiao Ao, there was another empty seat, and then came Xiao Yin, ranked 6th in the Xiao family. As the current head of the Xiao family, she is mainly responsible for managing all affairs within the family, as well as handling relations with hidden families within China and various families abroad. These 4 individuals, whose mere footsteps could shake the world, were now quietly seated below the main seats, silently waiting for someone to arrive. Soon, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the figure of an elderly man appeared in the hall. The old man glanced at the few people present before walking to the main seat and sitting down. If Yi Tian were here at this moment, he would undoubtedly be shocked, because this old man was none other than the dean of their academy, Xiao Yi. After leaving the academy, Xiao Yi did not immediately go to find Shui Ling. Instead, he first returned to the Xiao family and summoned his children, who were handling affairs outside, to come back. Because of this, Xiao Yi had delayed for an entire day and had not yet brought Shui Ling back to the academy. Otherwise, with his speed, Yi Tian might already be lying on the research table by now. This time, Xiao Yi returned and gathered all his children who were on missions outside, because he felt it was time to talk to them about certain matters. You must all be wondering why I called you back, right? After sitting down, Xiao Yi spoke calmly. Below the main seat, the group remained silent, only looking at Xiao Yi with curious eyes, their meaning unmistakable. Generally, unless something major happened in the family, they would return home at most once a year, and that was usually during the new year. Now, it was only June or July, with more than half a year until the new year. Moreover, there had been no significant events in the family recently, so they were curious about the reason their father, Xiao Yi, had summoned them back this time. There are mainly 2 matters. The first is about the 3rd child. I want to ask if any of you have news about him. Xiao Yi asked as usual. Xiao Hu, the 3rd child of the Xiao family, was the one among all his children that Xiao Yi trusted the most. However, this son, whom he trusted the most, mysteriously disappeared 3 years ago without a trace. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Yi had been using his own resources while also asking his children to leverage their connections and networks to search for him. Every time the family gathered, the first thing Xiao Yi would ask about was always this. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, everyone lowered their heads in silence. They, too, had been searching for Xiao Hu all along, but there was no news at all. They had even searched abroad, but unfortunately, they still found nothing. Father, coincidentally, I was just about to talk about this. Amid the silence, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. For a moment, Xiao Yan's words attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at him curiously. Xiao Yan scratched his head. Actually, The third child sent me a letter 3 years ago. But at that time, the Shadow Legion's affairs were overwhelming, and after receiving the letter, I planned to read it after finishing my work. However, I accidentally dropped it behind the cabinet and forgot about it. This time, because of your sudden summons, I thought something major had happened at home and hurried back. While rushing, I accidentally dropped my phone behind the cabinet. When I was retrieving my phone, I found this letter. As Xiaoyan spoke, he took out a yellowed envelope from his pocket. Everyone was speechless after hearing Xiaoyan's words, staring at him. Such an important matter, and you actually forgot about it? And for a whole 3 years? Actually, Xiaoyan couldn't be blamed entirely. As the second in command of the Shadow Legion, he already had a lot of responsibilities to handle. Moreover, when he received Xiao Hu's letter at the time, it had only been less than 2 days since they last met, so naturally, he didn't pay much attention. By the time everyone realized Xiao Hu was missing, it was already half a year later. Sai, you can't be blamed. After all, by the time we discovered Xiao Hu was missing, it had already been a full 6 months, and you're usually busy with work. Forget it. Let me see what that kid wrote. Xiaoyi shook his head and said, there was no point in blaming anyone now. Although they hadn't found him, the letter might contain some clues. All right, Xiaoyan nodded and handed the letter to Xiaoyi. Third brother noted on the letter that I should pass it to you, so I haven't read it yet. Father, quickly take a look at what third brother said and find out where he is. Yes. Father, tell me where third brother is after you read it. That kid needs a good lesson for not coming home or contacting us for 3 whole years. When I find him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Xiaoyu said. Though she spoke of teaching Xiao Hu a lesson, her heart was filled with anxiety, eager to know where Xiao Hu was, whether he was in danger, and why he hadn't returned home for 3 years. Xiaoyi nodded, equally eager, and opened the envelope. Inside were 3 sheets of paper densely covered in writing and 3 golden jade pendants. This is the emblem of the Demon Slayer group. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's surprised voice interrupted Xiao Yi as he was about to read the letter. Oh, you recognize it? Xiao Yi asked curiously. As the current principal of the Pioneer Academy, he was no longer familiar with many of the forces in Huaxia, only remembering those that existed during his generation. The Demon Slayer group is a powerful organization hidden within Huaxia. Whether in terms of influence or strength, they are extremely formidable, composed of superhumans from various countries around the world. The number of King-level, Shadow-level, and Star-level experts is unknown, but there are 9 Light Realm-level experts alone. Xiao Ao said calmly, I don't know about these 2 smaller emblems, but I've seen this larger emblem before. It belongs to one of the 9 realm-level experts in the Demon Slayer group. To be continued, oh. After hearing Xiao Ao's words, Xiao Yi's expression became very serious. He hadn't expected that after their retirement, Huaxia had changed so much. First, there was the killing organization, and now this Demon Slayer group. So many hands were reaching into Huaxia. Father, you don't need to worry too much. Xiao Yan noticed Xiao Yi's expression and immediately understood his concerns. I've heard of this Demon Slayer group, and they are not enemies of Huaxia. The Demon Slayer group first appeared 3 years ago, without any warning, as if they had emerged out of thin air. Later, our Shadow Legion also intervened to investigate. Their appearance not only caused no harm to Huaxia, but also helped us resolve several crises while guarding the rift border. Fourth brother also encountered a beast tide while guarding the rift. The situation was extremely dangerous at the time, but at the critical moment, they stepped in to help him overcome the crisis. The information about the Demon Slayer group that fourth brother just mentioned was told to him by the realm-level expert who helped him back then. However, as for the true purpose of the Demon Slayer group and its connection to third brother, we still don't know. Yes, Brother Yin is right. Back then, a star-level beast triggered a beast tide. If it weren't for the deputy leader of the Demon Slayer group, our Shadow Legion might have been in danger. Xiao Ao nodded, recalling the dazzling figure that had helped him during his own moment of peril. AOG, what's wrong? Why is your face red? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ao with a puzzled expression and asked. Huh? Nothing, nothing. Xiao Ao was startled by Xiao Yan's sudden question and quickly tried to cover it up. But no matter how he tried to hide it, how could the others present not notice? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ao speechlessly. This kid still couldn't forget that person from the Demon Slayer group. But she was a realm-level expert. This kid sure has guts. Ahem. Dad, why don't you take a look at what third brother's letter says? Ahem. Maybe there are some clues in it. Xiao Ao coughed twice and hurriedly changed the subject. Just now, Xiao Yi had also looked at Xiao Ao with a speechless expression. Useless brat. Xiao Yi scolded, and Xiao Ao immediately shut his mouth. The other three, however, looked at Xiao Ao with schadenfreude. Xiao Yi glanced at the four of them, growing more and more irritated. He couldn't hold back anymore. And you lot, you have the nerve to laugh? Each of you useless men and women with high standards. I think all of you are destined to grow old alone. Seriously, you're driving me mad. Back in my day, I was dashing and charming. How did I end up with a bunch of good-for-nothings like you? Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, I won't even mention you two. Your standards are too high, so it's your own fault you don't have partners. But eldest and fourth, just look at yourselves. Damn it, if you had even half the skills of that brat from the Yi family, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Xiao Yi stopped mid-sentence, suddenly choking up, his expression turning despondent. That brat. As much as he infuriates me, Xiao Rou really didn't choose the wrong person. Xiao Rou, ranked 5th in the Xiao family, is the most talented and extraordinary ability user in the entire capital. At just 20 years old, her ability level reached its peak, making her the youngest world-class powerhouse, and she is Xiao Yi's most cherished daughter. However, Xiao Rou's birth was untimely. At that time, Xiao Yi and the older generation of ability pioneers had just ended the war between humans and beasts, ushering in a period of peace. It was also the peak moment for humanity, with countless shadow-level and star-level powerhouses, and world-class powerhouses were everywhere. Until one day, a door suddenly appeared in the sky. Two golden armored men, claiming to be envoys from the heavenly realm, emerged from the door and informed the world that the door was the heavenly gate. They announced that they would randomly select individuals from this world to enter the heavenly gate for a trial. If they successfully passed the trial, they would receive gifts from the celestial realm. However, failure in the trial would result in death and complete annihilation. Additionally, for every person entering the heavenly gate, one of the world's cracks would randomly close. The minimum requirement to enter the heavenly gate was world-class strength. If a selected individual refused to accept the trial, the world would randomly generate 100 large cracks. This was undoubtedly a mandatory demand for them to accept the trial. Naturally, upon hearing the news, Xiao Yi and others immediately united with strong individuals from various countries to resist. However, even with the combined efforts of strong individuals from all nations, they ultimately failed. Although they returned alive, the cost was devastating. The two golden armored men were incredibly powerful, their strength unfathomable, far surpassing the world-class level by several grades. They did not kill anyone, but they forcibly reduced the world-class powerhouses to king level. Thus, in the following decades, countless selected world-class powerhouses stepped into the heavenly gate, but none ever returned. As a result, those chosen to enter the heavenly gate were given the title of doomed ones. 18 years ago, Xiao Rou successfully broke through to the world-class level, but was simultaneously selected by the golden armored men. At that time, Xiao Rou happened to be in a passionate relationship with Yi Qiu, the eldest son of the hidden Yi family. Upon learning that Xiao Rou was a chosen one, Yi Qiu's father, Yi Zhengxiu, naturally disapproved of his son being with a doomed one and tried to separate them. However, who would have thought that Yi Qiu was stubborn? He directly eloped with Xiao Rou, hiding their identities and living in seclusion for a while. It wasn't until Xiao Rou was forcibly required by the golden armored men to step into the heavenly gate that Yi Qiu returned to the Yi family, devastated. Originally, it was thought that the matter would end there. But who could have imagined that 10 years later, Yi Qiu, with just a sword, defied the golden armored men and stormed into the heavenly gate alone. Before leaving, he left a letter for the Yi family, saying he was going to find Xiao Rou. Later, the Yi family came directly to the door. After learning about the matter, Xiao Yi began to change his opinion of Yi Qiu. Initially, he was very angry, furious that the boy had actually run off with his precious daughter. However, seeing Xiao Rou and Yi Qiu so deeply in love, and especially after everything that happened later, Both the Shao and Yi families finally tacitly acknowledged their relationship. Yet, to this day, the two of them have not returned. 3 years ago, a mysterious, powerful figure suddenly emerged, brutally killing two golden armored men, finally putting an end to the matter. At the same time, that mysterious figure also stepped into the Heavenly Gate and has since disappeared. However, the Heavenly Gate has existed for decades, and during this time, almost all the world's realm-level experts have been selected to enter it. This has led to the current situation where realm-level experts on Earth are pitifully few. It's worth noting that breaking through to the realm level not only requires a high level of abilities, but also depends on personal aptitude and talent. Now, the number of realm-level experts on Earth is terrifyingly less than 100, and this count even includes those who have just recently broken through. After the golden armored men were killed, every country sent instruments inside to investigate. Behind the Heavenly Gate lies an entrance leading to an unknown destination, but the entrance is sealed by a barrier. People speculate that the seal was left by the mysterious figure. As a result, the Heavenly Gate was preserved, as every country harbored a sliver of hope that one day, their realm-level experts who entered the Heavenly Gate might suddenly return. Shao Yi shared this hope, but as time passed, no one has returned, and the power of the seal on the Heavenly Gate has been steadily weakening. Thinking about this, Shao Yi felt even more troubled. The power of the seal on the Heavenly Gate is gradually diminishing, and no one knows when the seal will completely disappear. What will happen after the seal vanishes? No one can say for sure. Perhaps new golden armored men will emerge, or maybe enemies even stronger than the golden armored men will appear. Thus, the leaders of various countries have proposed destroying the Heavenly Gate before the seal completely disappears. From a national perspective, Shao Yi agrees with this idea. But from a personal perspective, he hopes to preserve it, because his daughter is still inside. Many others share Shao Yi's thoughts, especially the families of realm-level experts. These families hold some degree of influence in their respective countries, which is why the Heavenly Gate has been temporarily preserved until now. However, they all know that at most, there are only 2 years left before the Heavenly Gate is destroyed, as the power sealing it can only last for 2 more years. Father, Xiao Ro is definitely still alive, and she will surely return safely. We have to believe in her. Xiao Yu, seeing Xiao Yi's despondent expression, knew that he was reminiscing about the past. Sai, I hope so. There are still 2 years left. If within these 2 years, forget it. Xiao Yi said faintly. No one noticed the fleeting sharpness in his eyes. Let me first see what the third one wrote. Xiao Yi said as he picked up the letter and began to read. Father, please forgive your unfilial son. By the time you read this letter, I should have already entered Tianmen. Xiao Yi's face instantly turned pale, and he said weakly that the third one has also entered Tianmen. What? Hearing Xiao Yi's words, several people were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. How could this be? Xiao Hu wasn't chosen by the golden armored men, was he? How did he get in? Xiao Yan said with a heavy expression. Yes, father. Could you have read it wrong? Xiao Ao also said at the same time. Stop arguing. Let me finish reading first. At this moment, Xiao Yi's heart was extremely anxious. He had already lost a daughter. Could it be that heaven wanted to take away a son as well? However, father, you don't need to worry. I had a fortuitous encounter, and my strength has already surpassed the boundary level. I call this level the tribulation level. Because to take that step beyond the boundary level, one must face a heavenly tribulation. Successfully enduring the tribulation leads to the tribulation level. As for how to trigger the tribulation, I don't know for now, because I triggered it through a fortuitous encounter, obtaining a dreamlike flower called the 7 tribulation flower, which led to the tribulation and allowed me to break through successfully. I have already successfully killed the golden armored men and entered Tianmen. After entering, I discovered that all of this is a conspiracy by the golden armored men. There is no so-called test inside. The entrance inside seems to connect to another world. Outside the entrance, there are also golden armored men guarding it. They are responsible for killing the boundary-level powerhouses who come from Earth. I also defeated them and learned from their words that most of the boundary-level powerhouses they selected over the years were killed by them. However, a small number managed to escape successfully, and among them is Xiao Ro. So Xiao Rou is still alive. Reading this, Xiao Yi's heart trembled violently, but he also let out a sigh of relief. At least she was alive. Originally, I should have come home to say goodbye to you, but you have already sacrificed so much for this world. So this time, let me be the pioneer to explore the world beyond Earth. For China, I will seek new hope. At the same time, I will definitely find my sister and bring her back safely from this world. Before I leave, I will set up 2 safeguards just in case. The first safeguard is to seal the entrance here. With my current strength, I can only seal it for 5 years. So, 5 years later, regardless of the outcome, I will return to report to you in advance. If I fail to return, it means I may have perished. At that time, you can decide whether to destroy Tianmen or keep it. The decision is entirely up to you. The second layer of protection is that I have already transferred and hidden the entrance here. If you want to preserve it, it shouldn't be easily discovered, but nothing is absolute. This protection is mainly to ensure that if the seal is lifted and I don't return, whether you will send strong individuals to continue exploring this world is one of the main reasons. If I don't return, then the strong individuals you send must remember that their strength must at least reach the tribulation level to come here. Otherwise, all right, Dad, let's leave it at that for now. As for the handling of Tianmen, it's up to you. Additionally, I have an organization in Huaxia called the Demon Slayer Group, which I established with a few sworn brothers and sisters. We are like the hidden sharp blade of Huaxia, a protective force for this world and Huaxia. I am one of the vice leaders. This large token represents my identity in the organization. If you encounter difficulties, you can drip a drop of blood on the token, and my companions will naturally sense it and come to help. To be continued, Xiao Yi stared at the token in his hand, his face full of shock. The contents of the letter had brought him immense surprise. He never expected that his son had already taken such a significant step and was also the vice leader of the Demon Slayer group. But what delighted him the most was learning that his daughter was still alive. That was more important than anything else. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and the others watched Xiao Yi's constantly changing expressions. Although they were curious about what Xiao Hu had written in the letter to cause their father to shift from despair to joy and then to shock so quickly, they dared not ask. After all, their father hadn't finished reading the letter yet, and they didn't know if he might suddenly become furious. Xiao Yi ignored them and continued reading the letter. As for these 2 smaller tokens, their function is the same as my larger Demon Slayer token. However, these 2 were specially crafted by the organization at my request. Actually, there's one more thing I haven't told you. Xiao Rou and Brother Yi had 2 children, a boy and a girl. The 2 little ones are quite adorable. However, at the time, Xiao Rou and Brother Yi were evading the Yi family's surveillance. So until Xiao Rou was forcibly taken into Tianmen, they didn't have the chance to tell you. I only found out afterward. Later, Brother Yi took care of the 2 little ones alone. He always believed that Xiao Rou would return. He waited for 10 years. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer, so he ventured into Tianmen. Before he left, he gave me a letter, asking me to take good care of the 2 little ones. But I didn't dare let them know the truth, so I kept it a secret, disguising myself as Brother Yi and occasionally visiting them. I've been taking care of them for 5 years now. Brother Yi means that if he doesn't return, let the 2 little ones join our Xiao family. After all, Brother Yi knows that his father has always opposed him being with Xiao Rou. He's worried that if he's not around, the 2 little ones might face neglect or bullying from the Yi family. But he truly loves Xiao Rou otherwise. He wouldn't have risked everything to break into Tianmen for her. Isn't that right, Dad? But Xiao Rou once told me that if she doesn't return, she still hopes the 2 little ones can acknowledge their roots and ancestors. So it's quite troublesome. I'll leave this matter to you, Dad, since I really don't know how to handle these things. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The 2 little ones, the boy is named Yi Tian, and the girl is named Yi Xian. They're currently in middle school, both living in Tianhai City. I'll write their address at the end of the letter for you. Both of them have great personalities, especially Yi Tian. His character should match well with yours, Dad. As for Yi Xian, she's probably more shy, quite similar to how Xiao Rou was as a child. These 2 small Demon Slayer tokens should be given to the 2 little ones. Let them bind the tokens with their blood. If they encounter danger, the Demon Slayer team will immediately rush to help them. Consider it a small gift from me Their uncle, since I've been taking care of them for 5 years as a father. I've grown fond of them. Now, I need to go find their irresponsible parents and give them a good lesson. So, I'll leave the two little ones in your care, Dad. Also, if the two children don't awaken strong abilities, then keep these matters hidden as much as possible. If they do awaken strong abilities and have the potential to reach the calamity level, then at least wait until they reach the boundary level before telling them the truth. Without sufficient strength, I'm worried they won't be able to handle the reality. So, whether you decide to bring them back to the Shao family or protect and care for them secretly, it's up to you. However, if you bring them back to the Shao family, you'll need to think of a reason like how to explain that you're their grandfather and where their parents have gone. Hee hee. Dad, I've said so much, and I don't even know what else to say. After all, Xiao Ro and I have left you with such a mess. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. In 5 years, I will definitely bring Xiao Ro back to apologize to you. Also, please take care of these two children. Don't let Xiao Ro's mistakes affect your feelings toward them. After all, the children are innocent. Besides, you are, in a way, their grandfather. By this point, Xiao Yi's face was already covered in tears. Xiao Yan and the others looked at Xiao Yi with strange expressions. No anger? Their father was crying? What exactly did the third brother write? Big brother, come here for a moment. Xiao Yi suddenly called out. Xiao Yan walked over to Xiao Yi in confusion. What's wrong, Dad? What did the third brother say? What did he say? Xiao Yi replied hoarsely. And then bang. With a loud bang, Xiao Yan was sent flying by Xiao Yi. Such an important letter, and you actually forgot about it. Do you know how serious the consequences are? Xiao Yi said angrily. The information in this letter was so significant, yet this brat only brought it out now. Xiao Ro is still alive. Xiao Hu has made a breakthrough, and he even killed the golden armored man additionally. They discovered another new world, and the disappearance of the Heaven Gate seal poses no danger. Xiao Hu's 5-year agreement and his identity in the Demon Slayer group, none of these mattered to Xiao Yi. What mattered most were the two children Xiao Ro left behind, his two biological grandchildren. Because of Xiao Yan's negligence, who knows how the two children have survived these past 3 years? Two middle school kids, without the ability to work, without parents, how much suffering must they have endured to make it through? Xiao Yi suddenly recalled the first time he met Yi Tian and Yi Xian. His guess was indeed correct, they were Xiao Ro's children. No wonder he felt a sense of kinship from their bloodline at that time. This was also the second matter he had gathered everyone to discuss today. He also remembered how Yi Tian had refused his invitation, choosing to ruin his own future rather than leave his sister's side. It was because they had already experienced the feeling of being abandoned by their family once. And that little girl who hid behind Yi Tian, clutching her brother's clothes tightly, afraid that he would be taken away from her. Whenever Xiao Yi thought of this scene, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were being cut by a knife. Initially, he wasn't entirely sure, which is why he gathered everyone to ask if anyone had been hiding this from him. If no one in the family knew, he planned to have Shui Ling obtain Yi Tian's blood for a DNA test. But unexpectedly, the letter Xiao Yan produced directly confirmed the identity of the two children. He deserves to be hit. Father, you hit him too lightly, let me add a few punches. On the side, Xiao Yu, who had taken the letter from Xiao Yi's hand and read it, had red-rimmed eyes. She immediately rushed out as well. Xiao Ao and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, picked up Xiao Hu's letter, and began reading it amidst Xiao Yan's cries of pain. Soon, Xiao Yu's solo attack turned into a 3-person beating. Continued. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Yan knelt on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, holding a large basin of water aloft. Originally, the second matter I wanted to discuss today was about the identity of these two children. But now, it seems unnecessary. Xiao Yi glanced at Xiao Yan and said irritably, if you spill a single drop of water, you'll get 10 beatings. You 3, keep a close eye on him. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiao Yan's hands trembled, nearly spilling the water. Sweat poured down his forehead as he gripped the basin even tighter. If he really spilled a drop, it would be disastrous. His father might show some mercy, but those 3, especially the second and sixth sisters, were truly ruthless when it came to beating him. Father, I'll head to Tianhai City right away, Xiao Yu said anxiously, unable to imagine how the two children had endured these 3 years. Her heart was filled with worry, as they were her own nephew and niece. Beside her, Xiao Yan's eyes were also red, her anxiety clearly written on her face. Go where? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Yi snorted coldly, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Even Xiao Yan was startled by the sudden outburst, her hands trembling again, almost dropping the basin she was holding. Sai, I told you, the reason I called you back, the second matter, is about these two children. I've already seen them long ago, and I've arranged for them to be enrolled in the academy, Xiao Yi said calmly. From the moment I first saw these two children, I felt a sense of closeness in our bloodline. However, I didn't make it known, as it hadn't been fully confirmed yet. Now, there's no need for confirmation anymore, Xiao Yi explained. When he first saw Yi Tian and Yi Xian, he felt the connection of their shared bloodline. But since this was a significant matter concerning the Xiao family bloodline, he kept it well hidden. Even his old comrades like Wei Gui didn't notice. Thus, Xiao Yi agreed to let Yi Xian, who hadn't awakened any abilities, enter the academy and arrange for a personal mentor to educate and train her. Of course, Yi Tian's talent and new type of ability played a crucial role, allowing Xiao Yi to smoothly facilitate the arrangement. Otherwise, he would have had to come up with some excuse to place the siblings. Currently, the two children are temporarily fine. But have you thought about how to tell them about all this? Don't forget what the third brother mentioned in his letter. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. He couldn't find a suitable reason to reveal the truth to the two children. He couldn't just walk up to them and say, I'm your grandfather. Your parents went to break through the heavenly gate, and their fate is unknown. Could he? Yi Tian's talent is so extraordinary that it's inevitable he will reach the calamity level in the future. If he were told about these matters now, Xiao Yi worried that Yi Tian might not be able to handle it and would be consumed by hatred. Moreover, he still didn't know how the two children felt about their parents. Being abandoned by their parents from a young age, Xiao Yi wouldn't believe for a second that they didn't harbor any resentment. He just didn't know how deep that resentment ran. If the siblings couldn't accept this reality, who knows what kind of trouble might arise? Xiao Yi didn't dare to take that gamble. They were his precious grandson and granddaughter. After all, everyone fell into complete silence. Yes, how should they tell the two children? This was indeed a problem. If they had known about this when Xiaohu had just left, it might have been easier to handle. After all, Xiaohu had always taken care of the two children disguised as Yiqiu. But now, 3 whole years had passed. Being abandoned by their parents for 3 years, who could accept that? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but kick Xiaoyan again. Sigh. For now, we can only keep this from the two children. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoyi sighed helplessly and said, the third brother mentioned in his letter that he would come back in 5 years no matter what, unless he has already. If the third brother can return, maybe he can bring Xiao Rou back. Let Xiao Rou and the others resolve it themselves. Now there are only 2 years left until the 5-year agreement, so let's keep this from the two children for now. I understand how you feel, and I feel the same way, but we need to hold back. We will protect and take care of them in secret. On the surface, we can interact with the two children, but we must never tell them about these matters. At least, not yet. Both children are outstanding. That child, Xiao Tian, has already awakened his abilities, and it's even a new type of ability. The eldest and the third brother should have heard about it. Moreover, the child has inherited Xiao Rou's talent, which is extraordinary. In just 1 day, he has already mastered the 8 gates technique of the Night Emperor and can open 5 gates. Not only that, but using the 8 gates technique doesn't harm his body at all. The reason I came back this time is to find Shui Ling to study this further. If successful, it might allow all ability users in Huaxia to use the 8 gates technique without any limitations. Xiao Yi explained, sharing everything about Yi Tian and Yi Xian, the siblings, with the group. The group was stunned, as if a bomb had exploded in their hearts. At the same time, they understood why Xiao Yi chose to keep these matters from the two children. Yi Tian's talent and aptitude were simply too extraordinary. They were worried the children wouldn't be able to handle the truth, so they had no choice but to keep it a secret. Father, what about the Yi family? Xiao Yu, who was always thoughtful, suddenly asked. Mentioning the Yi family, Xiao Yi's face showed a helpless expression. According to Xiao Hu, his daughter hoped the two children could acknowledge their ancestry, but she was also afraid the family wouldn't accept them. Tell them. At the same time, ask for their help in keeping this from the two children for now. After all, they are at a critical stage, and I believe they wouldn't dare gamble with the children's future, let alone the future peace of Huaxia. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes as he spoke calmly. From a certain perspective, the Yi family had already tacitly acknowledged the relationship between Xiao Rou and Yi Qiu, so there was no need to worry about the Yi family rejecting Yi Tian and his sister. Therefore, Xiao Yi decided to inform the Yi family. Even if they were not accepted, the Xiao family could still support them, as long as the Yi family didn't reveal the truth to the two children. Xiao Yan, I'll leave the matter with the Yi family to you. Handle it well. If you encounter any difficulties, inform the family immediately. Everyone, make sure to provide Xiao Yan with support as soon as possible. Xiao Yi instructed. Xiao Yan is currently the head of the Xiao family and is also responsible for liaising with various hidden families. Therefore, letting Xiao Yan handle this is naturally the best choice. To be continued. Alright, if you're really in a hurry, after dealing with these matters, find some time to visit the academy and check on the two kids. As for these two Demon Slayer tokens, I'll find a way to hand them over to the kids. For now, I'll keep this one with me. Xiao Yi said calmly. At the moment, this was the only arrangement he could make. As for you, boss, hand this letter to Lao Chun and have him revise it before submitting it to the higher-ups. Regarding the handling of Tianmin, ask him to try to buy more time for Lao San. I should also go find that girl Shui Ling and see if I can manage to allow all ability users to use the 8 gates technique without restrictions before the school term starts. Sigh. I never thought that after fighting everywhere in my youth, I'd still have to run around in my old age. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly, and then, with a ripple of space, he disappeared from where he stood. There were too many matters requiring his attention, and he estimated that once the letter reached the higher-ups, they'd soon come looking for him again. However, just before Xiao Yi disappeared, a burst of energy accidentally shook the water basin in Xiao Yan's hands, causing him to lose his grip and drop the entire basin onto the ground. Xiao Yan looked at the basin on the ground. Water spilled everywhere. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him and shivered. Turning around, he saw 3 people with glowing red eyes, cracking their knuckles and staring at him. Brother Yan, this must be Dad's hint. Should we give you a few light punches? Xiao Ao said with a smile, looking at Xiao Yan. That's right, Brother Yan, we'll be gentle. Gentle. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and repeated the word, gentle, with emphasis. Looking at the 3 of them, Xiao Yan broke out in a cold sweat. Gentle, my foot. I don't believe you at all. At least with the 4th brother, I'm his superior, so he wouldn't dare go too far. But Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, they really don't hold back. Their punches are seriously heavy. And so, after Xiao Yi left, the Xiao family hall was once again filled with Xiao Yan's cries of anguish. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tian had already arrived at the Shadow Core base with Luo Tianqian. The Shadow Core base was located underground in a dense mountain forest. Yi Tian was brought there blindfolded, but as a cultivator, even without sight, he was not affected at all. His divine sense continuously scanned the surrounding environment, though Luo Tianqian was unaware of this. All right, you can take off the blindfold now, Luo Tianqian said with a faint smile. Since you haven't officially joined the Shadow Core, we had no choice but to do this. Please bear with it for now. Upon hearing Luo Tianqian's words, Yi Tian removed the blindfold and saw a place resembling a technological city. Various researchers were busy working on advanced technology, while the Shadow Core troops were diligently training. Yi Tian was immediately captivated by the scene before him. So this was the internal base of the Shadow Legion. Quite spectacular, isn't it? Luo Tianqian said with a proud smile. After all, this is the main force that defends our Huaxia. That's why a lot of high-tech equipment and instruments here must be the most advanced. The training equipment is no exception. Here, you can get the best training environment. Luo Tianqian introduced, already paving the way for Yi Tian. Ever since he discovered Yi Tian's extraordinary talents, Luo Tianqian had secretly decided not only to secure a son-in-law, but also to recruit Yi Tian into the Shadow Legion. Such a promising talent, he couldn't bear to let anyone else snatch him away. Soon, a beautiful figure approached. However, When Yi Tian saw this figure, he froze for a moment. Luo? Instructor Luo Yu. Luo Yu, who was walking toward them, was also stunned. She had just received a call from her grandfather, asking her to show a genius around the Shadow Legion base. But she knew her grandfather was probably trying to set her up for another marriage arrangement. After all, how many times had this happened already? Yet, she couldn't disobey him, because Luo Tianxin was not only her grandfather, but also her superior. Thinking about this gave Luo Yu a headache. She had planned to brush it off as usual, so her grandfather would go bother her sister instead, leaving her in peace. But what she didn't expect was that the person her grandfather wanted her to show around was actually Yi Tian. Yi Tian? What? What are you doing here? Luo Yu asked in surprise, staring at Yi Tian. Well, it's a long story. Yi Tian replied with a slight smile. You two know each other? Luo Tianxin looked at his daughter and Yi Tian in shock, then became even more delighted. Haha, that's great. Since you know each other, I don't need to introduce you further. Xiao Yu, just show Xiao Tian around. You young people can talk among yourselves. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Xiao Tian, just treat this place like your own home. After your training, let Xiao Yu bring you to me, and I'll teach you my special skills. Then I'll send you back to the academy. For now, just settle down here and focus on your training. Luo Tianxin said with a smile. All right, Yi Tian nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Luo. Haha, no need to be so polite. Train well. Luo Tianxin was overjoyed to hear Yi Tian call him Grandpa. That one word filled his heart with joy. With that, Luo Tianxin left, leaving behind a bewildered and shocked Luo Yu. Could someone please tell her what was going on? Wasn't Yi Tian supposed to have failed his awakening? Why was he with her grandfather? And why had her grandfather brought Yi Tian to the Shadow Legion's internal base? After all, not just anyone could come here. For a moment, Luo Yu had too many questions she wanted to ask the two of them. But since Luo Tianxin had already left, she could only stare intently at Yi Tian. Instructor Luo, how about we find a place to sit and talk? Yi Tian was stared at by Luo Yu's gaze, and he immediately felt uncomfortable all over. Moreover, the surrounding members of the Shadow Legion also cast puzzled and astonished looks at him. So Yi Tian proposed an idea. Yi Tian's words brought Luo Yu's thoughts back. She realized that she had been too abrupt. It was only their second meeting, and she had been staring at him so intently, which indeed wasn't very appropriate. Thinking of this, Luo Yu's face turned red, but she still tried her best to maintain the authority of being Yi Tian's former instructor. Ahem. Come with me. Luo Yu coughed to cover her embarrassment, then led Yi Tian to a quiet place. This was the Shadow Legion's exclusive lounge. It happened to be training time, so the spacious lounge was empty, leaving only Luo Yu and Yi Tian. To be continued, so, not only have you regained your ability, but it has also mutated into a new type of ability? Luo Yu looked at Yi Tian with disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, so for a moment, she didn't know what to say. So you could say this was a blessing in disguise. Luo Yu reacted and smiled. She had felt guilty for a while about Yi Tian's failed awakening because she was responsible for the safety at the scene back then. She hadn't expected the subsequent events to unfold as they did. Now, seeing that Yi Tian had regained his ability, she finally felt relieved. Sort of. That's why I joined the Pioneer Academy. Later, I met Grandpa Luo. Due to certain reasons, the Academy's training room is temporarily unavailable, so Grandpa Luo brought me back here to train. Yi Tian explained, but he only briefly mentioned what had happened at the Academy. After all, that was his most embarrassing moment, and Yi Tian felt there was no need to bring up such a humiliating incident. Yes, absolutely no need to mention it, as it also concerned the Academy's reputation, especially since the principal had embarrassed himself alongside him. I see. Luo Yu smiled and said, Then let's go. You just mentioned you wanted to train your footwork, right? Perfect. I'll let you experience the training methods of the Shadow Legion. This is our research lab, mainly responsible for studying weapons and weaknesses to combat beasts. This is the recruit training camp. All new warriors who join our Shadow Legion must undergo training here. Only after successfully completing the training can they officially join us. Along the way, Luo Yu kept introducing things to Yi Tian. Suddenly, a burst of cheers came from ahead, catching their attention. They saw a group of people gathered outside a certain area, looking extremely excited, with occasional exclamations and cheers erupting from the crowd. What are they doing? Yi Tian asked curiously. It's starting again. Luo Yu rubbed her forehead. That's the training area, which is exactly where I was going to take you. Those people are the team leaders of my 5th regiment. Since the strength of each team leader in our regiment is about the same, every time it's time for team leader training, they all want to be the squad leader. So, I set a rule. Whoever can endure the most gravity gets to be the squad leader. Look, they're probably competing for the squad leader position now. Luo Yu explained helplessly. Today, she had brought Yi Tian along, so she let them organize their training independently, and now they happened to be selecting a squad leader. Ahem. Luo Yu brought Yi Tian to the back of the team leaders and coughed twice. The group immediately turned around and quieted down. Luo Yu glanced at the gravity chamber and found that there were only 2 people left inside. Qin Xin, the leader of the first team, and Zhou and I, the leader of the second team. Both were shirtless, revealing their strong muscles. However, their expressions were not looking good, as they were currently in the 9th level gravity zone of the chamber. Look at them, then look at yourselves. Aren't you ashamed? Luo Yu said sternly and expressionlessly to the group outside the door. Tell me, which zone did you get eliminated in? Report, Commander. We were eliminated in the 8th level gravity zone, one team leader immediately replied. Hearing the team leader's words, Luo Yu finally showed a slight smile. That's more like it. Not bad. You're making progress, Luo Yu said lightly. Apart from Long Xin and Zhou and I, the other team leaders had previously only managed to stay in the 7th level gravity zone. Now, they had reached the 8th level. Although it was just 1 level higher, the gravity difference was immense. Haha, Zhou Skinflint, if you can't handle it, just get out. No need to push yourself. Stinking snake, shut your damn mouth. If you can't do it, I still can. Watch me. Today I'll break your record. Zhou and I cursed, then gritted his teeth and shouted. 8 gates technique. 3rd gate. Life gate. Open. As Zhou and I shouted, his muscles turned fiery red, veins bulged all over his body, and he began to step into the 10th level gravity zone. Whoa! Suddenly, Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Is he risking his life? Opening the 8 gates in the gravity chamber. Yi Tian said in shock. After all, he had once done something reckless like Zhou and I. Luckily, he survived, though in a certain sense, he had died once social death counts as death too. Yi Tian's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of the other team leaders. Huh, who is this guy? Why haven't we seen him before? A new face. Hehe, you don't need to worry. The gravity chamber here is different from the one at your academy. The gravity chamber here operates through the abilities of gravity controllers, not through materials like at your academy. So, there's no risk of the gravity chamber failing. That means you can freely use the 8 gates or abilities inside. And the gravity ability here is also mixed with the abilities of recovery type ability users, so it ensures their safety. Besides, they don't open the 8 gates often. After all, this skill does cause some damage to the body. They only open it once or twice occasionally, so it's not a big problem. After all, if you want to get stronger, you can only keep breaking your own limits to continuously improve. Luo Yu patiently explained. I see. Yi Tian understood after hearing Luo Yu's explanation. Seeing the 2 who were willing to use the 8 gates technique to persistently break through, Yi Tian finally understood why Xiao, Yi, and the others were so excited when they learned that using the 8 gates technique had no harm to his body. They immediately went to find Shui Ling. So how about it? Do you want to go in and give it a try? See where your limits are? Luo Yu suddenly asked with a smile. After all, she had only heard that Yi Tian had awakened a new type of ability, but had never seen what it was like. Even her grandfather had praised him as an outstanding genius. Since Yi Tian could receive such an evaluation from her grandfather, she felt confident in encouraging him. Captain, I think maybe we should forget it. He's still a student, a small team leader nearby said sympathetically, as the gravity inside was no joke. Yeah, Captain, the gravity in there is no joke. The others chimed in. Don't underestimate him. He's a genius student who has awakened a top-tier ability and is also a student of the Pioneer Academy. Luo Yu said with a faint smile. Who knows, Maybe he's even better than you all. Hearing Luo use words, the group immediately felt indignant. So what if he's a genius? Even if he's a student of the Pioneer Academy, he's still just a student. He hasn't been on the battlefield. They, on the other hand, had been on real battlefields, fighting and training like mad every day to achieve their current strength. So how about it? Want to give it a try? It's rare for you to visit our base. How can you not experience it? Luo Yu looked at Yi Tian excitedly and smiled. Yi Tian looked at Luo Yu with a head full of black lines, thinking to himself, why do I feel like this is a trap? How is the gravity distributed in there? Yi Tian asked cautiously. Well, level 1 is only 100 pounds of gravity, level 2 is 1,000, level 3 is 2,000, level 4 is 4,000, level 5 is 8,000. After level 5, level 6 reaches 10,000, level 7 is 15,000, level 8 is 20,000, level 9 is 25,000, and so on. The highest gravity level is level 30, which is a full 130,000 pounds of gravity. See that projector over there? Luo Yu explained, pointing to a small panel inside the gravity chamber. When you enter the gravity chamber, it will automatically display the gravity level of the area you're in, as well as the gravity level of the next area. This is to give you a reference to see if you can handle the gravity in the next area. So that's how it works. Yi Tian spoke, looking at the small panels corresponding to Long Xin and Zhou and I. The panels displayed the current records of the two. Yi Tian's attention had been focused on them earlier, so he hadn't paid much attention to the small panels. Now, with Luo Yu's introduction, Yi Tian finally understood. Zhou Skinflint, don't think you're the only one who can use the 8 gates. Life Gate. Open. Long Xin snorted coldly and also activated the 8 gates, stepping into the 10th level gravity zone. At this moment, both of them were enduring a gravity of 30,000 pounds. Even with the activation of the 8 gates, the gravity they were bearing was still extremely heavy. However, after opening the 8 gates, a trace of relief appeared on their faces. They immediately began to familiarize themselves with the gravity of the 10th level zone. In that case, I'll give it a try too. Yi Tian was eager to test himself. He wanted to know his limits, especially in the state where he could activate the 8 gates. The gravity chamber at the academy only went up to 20,000 pounds, so it couldn't measure his limits. Moreover, the 8 gates technique couldn't be used in the academy. Go ahead and give it a try. Testing your limits is a good thing. Besides, this gravity chamber is different from the one at your academy. You can use your abilities here. The gravity inside is mixed with restorative energy, and there are energy stones that continuously replenish your strength, allowing you to keep challenging your limits and increasing the maximum intensity your body can endure. You might even break through. Luo Yu joked. After all, challenging one's limits isn't something that can be achieved every time. The process is extremely grueling, and many veteran members of the Shadow Legion haven't necessarily succeeded. How could a mere student like Yi Tian manage it? Yi Tian nodded and, under everyone's watchful eyes, slowly walked into the gravity chamber. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8. It wasn't until the 8th level gravity zone that Yi Tian stopped, his expression somewhat peculiar. At the entrance, the crowd had been watching Yi Tian the entire time. Their expressions shifted from initial curiosity to gradual astonishment, and finally to utter shock. What the? Hey, 8 levels in one go. A team leader, like the others, was so stunned that his mouth hung open, staring at Yi Tian in the gravity chamber with a look of terror, as if he were seeing a monster. It must be noted that the 8th level gravity zone had a gravity of 20,000 pounds. Yet, you casually and effortlessly reached the 8th level gravity zone. Luo Yu was equally shocked as she looked at Yi Tian. Initially, she had only wanted to test Yi Tian and see his new type of ability. But she hadn't expected Yi Tian to be so extraordinary, reaching the 8th level gravity zone with ease without using any abilities. No wonder he had earned her grandfather's praise. Such terrifying endurance, such strength at such a young age. However, something even more shocking happened. Originally, they thought Yi Tian would stop at the 8th level gravity zone, but unexpectedly, Yi Tian continued to walk further inside. Holy crap, he is still walking. A team leader exclaimed in horror. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the 10th level zone, standing side by side with Long Xian and Zhou and I. However, while Long Xian and Zhou and I had activated the 8 gates technique, Yi Tian only showed a slight expression of pressure on his face and didn't use the 8 gates or any abilities at all. Huh, where did this kid come from? His Long Xian and Zhou and I were initially puzzled, but then they realized and simultaneously looked at Yi Tian in shock, because they suddenly remembered this wasn't the street where anyone could casually enter. This was the 10th level gravity zone, under a pressure of 30,000 pounds, and someone was able to walk here purely relying on physical strength without using any skills or abilities. Yi Tian carefully felt the gravity here. The pressure in the 10th level zone felt like 1,000 pounds to him. A slight sweat appeared on his face, but Yi Tian felt he could still handle it. Hello? Yi Tian smiled and greeted the two. Then, under their horrified gazes, continued walking further inside. What the hell is going on? Am I dreaming? Zhou and I exclaimed in terror. Smack! A loud sound echoed as Zhou and I let out a scream and fell to the ground. Hiss, my hand hurts. This isn't a dream. Long Xian looked at his palm in horror. Zhou and I. You damn snake, you son of a. Zhou and I cursed and kicked Long Xian, knocking him to the ground. Why didn't you hit yourself? The people outside the door looked at the two speechlessly. Long Xian, Zhou and I. If you two get surpassed by a kid, then you can forget about keeping your team leader positions. Luo Yu's annoyed voice came from outside the door. The two immediately shivered, quickly stood up, and, enduring the pressure on their bodies, continued walking inside, trying to surpass Yi Tian. Level 11, level 12. All three of them reached the 12th level gravity zone. Yi Tian was bent over, drenched in sweat, while Long Xian and Zhou and I were crushed to the ground, unable to move. After all, this was 40,000 pounds of gravity, and even with the 8 gates technique, they couldn't withstand it. The team leaders at the door couldn't stop their mouths from twitching. What kind of monster had their captain brought back? He went straight to the 12th level gravity zone and even knocked down the two strongest team leaders in the group. Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she secretly decided that she must recruit Yi Tian into her team before the Qianlong group found out. What are you all doing? Xiao Yu, didn't I tell you to take Xiao Tian to the training room? Why did you come to the gravity room yourself? At this moment, Luo Tianxin's voice came through. After finishing his tasks, he originally planned to sneak into the training room to observe how Luo Yu and Yi Tian were getting along. However, when he arrived at the footwork training room, there was no one inside. He then started searching around and finally spotted Luo Yu's figure in the gravity zone. To be continued. As soon as Luo Tianxin finished speaking, he saw a scene inside the gravity room, and his expression instantly turned peculiar. Why did you let this kid into the gravity zone? Isn't this pure torture for him? Why do you think I brought this kid to train in the Shadow Corps? This kid, when he was training in the gravity room at his academy, directly used the 8 gates technique inside the gravity room and ended up collapsing 2 entire teaching buildings in his school. Since there was no training room left, I brought him back to the base. Now you let this kid enter the gravity zone. How is this any different from bringing someone to torment those 2 kids? Luo Tianxin said irritably, while also glancing at the 3 people in the gravity zone. He happened to want to see Yi Tian's limits as well. After all, the gravity zone here was different from the academies. The gravity here not only contained restorative energy, but also had energy stones to replenish energy. This was one of the prime cultivation grounds of the Shadow Corps. Hiss, Luo Yu and the team leaders of her group gasped upon hearing Luo Tianxin's words. Goodness, is this kid really that extraordinary? Training to the point of collapsing buildings? Only now did Luo Yu understand why Yi Tian was so surprised when he saw Zhou and I using the 8 gates technique earlier. It turned out he had tried it himself before and even caused buildings to collapse. It's important to know that all the gravity rooms in the academies operate purely on materials to generate gravity. Inside, there is only gravity, without any restorative energy or energy stones. Using the 8 gates technique in the academy's gravity room is pure suicide. Because using the 8 gates technique in the gravity room means enduring not only the gravity, but also the pressure brought by the technique itself. The combination of the two results in an even greater force to bear. Without restorative abilities or energy stones to provide absorbed energy for maintenance, the body would constantly be in a state of overexertion without recovery. This is precisely why the Academy's gravity zones prohibit the use of abilities and the 8 gates technique. But it's different here. The gravity in the gravity zone is generated artificially, and it also contains the power of restorative ability users, along with the supply of energy stones. With so many layers of safeguards, people can use abilities here without any restrictions. This also demonstrates the profound resources of the Shadow Core. After all, the cost of all these combined can be described in astronomical figures. Wow, stinky snake, I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on. If you can still keep going, don't embarrass our team. Don't let a newcomer outdo us. Zhou and I said with difficulty, then made a forceful gesture, and the pressure on his body instantly disappeared. I want to as well, but I can't do it anymore either. Long Xian gave a bitter smile and made a similar gesture. The pressure on him, just like Zhou and I, instantly disappeared. Once the gravity vanished, the two of them exited the 8 gates state, collapsed on the ground, and gasped for air. However, at the same time, their physical limits had once again been broken through. If Yi Tian hadn't appeared, they might have hesitated and not gone all out. But with Yi Tian's arrival, coupled with Luo Yu's pressure, they had no choice but to push themselves to their limits, forcibly challenging their boundaries. Fortunately, they succeeded in breaking through. At the same time, the records in the gravity chamber were refreshed, so it wasn't a loss for them. After the gravity on their bodies disappeared, the restorative energy and the energy from the energy stones continued to pour into their bodies, replenishing their strength and the energy they had consumed. Soon, the two of them were revitalized and quickly left the gravity zone. Captain, we lost. The two lowered their heads and said dejectedly as they stood before Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked at them, the corner of her mouth twitching. No, you didn't lose. It's just that this kid is too extraordinary. Even I wouldn't dare claim victory against him in terms of gravity. Luo Yu said with a helpless, bitter smile. It wasn't that they were too weak, it was that their opponent was simply too monstrous. If she had known Yi Tian was this extraordinary, she wouldn't have encouraged him to enter the gravity zone even if someone had threatened her life. She just wanted him to test his limits. But who knew he'd end up thrashing all the team leaders in her group? You've already done very well. Keep working hard. At the very least, with this kid's appearance, you've also made breakthroughs, haven't you? So it's still a gain. Return to your posts. If you're unwilling to accept this, then carefully observe this kid's limits and take him as your opponent, as your goal to strive for. Luo, you could only comfort the two of them this way. They weren't the type to crumble under setbacks, so they quickly nodded, stood to the side, and watched Yi Tian in the gravity zone. At this moment, Yi Tian was still in the level 12 gravity zone, enduring a full 40,000 pounds of gravity. In this area, Yi Tian couldn't even stand upright, bent over under the pressure, constantly using his body's strength to withstand the gravity. It was at this moment that Yi Tian clearly felt the difference between the Academy's gravity chamber and this one. Because as Yi Tian endured the immense gravity, he felt a warm energy enveloping him, along with a continuous flow of spiritual energy entering his body, replenishing his reserves. These were things he couldn't experience in the Academy. The next area, 45,000 pounds of gravity. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and straightened his back under the immense pressure. At this level, there's no need to use the 8 gates yet. The next moment, Yi Tian, now standing upright, clenched his teeth and took his first step. A loud boom echoed throughout the gravity zone. Luo Tianxian watched Yi Tian, growing more and more satisfied with him. In his heart, he thought, there's no way we can let Yi Tian go. If Luo Yu can't handle him, then it's time to call her sister. One way or another, someone has to secure this kid. Luo Yu also watched Yi Tian's back, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She definitely wouldn't let Yi Tian slip away. Such a promising talent must be recruited into her team in advance. There was no way she could let other teams snatch him away. Finally, Yi Tian stepped into the level 13 gravity zone. Everyone watched him nervously. Could this kid really withstand the gravity of the level 13 zone? However, It seemed everyone had forgotten that up until now, Yi Tian had been relying solely on his pure physical strength to endure the gravity. He hadn't used any special abilities or skills at all. At last, Yi Tian fully entered the level 13 gravity zone. The 45,000-pound gravity instantly bore down on him. Yi Tian staggered and fell to one knee on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tian resisted with all his might. His face twisted in pain, and sweat dripped continuously from his face. The fourth gate, the gate of pain. Open! Yi Tian shouted as he directly opened the fourth gate. A surge of immense power erupted within his body, and Yi Tian immediately stood up. At the same time, the energy flowing into his body increased significantly, continuously replenishing him and reducing the strain of opening the 8 gates. In an instant, Yi Tian felt his body become extraordinarily light under the 45,000-pound gravity. To fully experience it, he even jumped twice. Loud boom, boom sounds echoed through the gravity zone. To be continued outside the zone, except for Luo Tianxian. Everyone was once again stunned by Yi Tian's actions. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Yi Tian inside. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Fourth gate. This kid can open the fourth gate already. No wonder the captain said this kid is defying the heavens. Damn, he's a monster. Zhou and I bitterly smiled. Up until now, they could only open the third gate of the 8 gates. Yet this kid could already open the fourth gate. And seriously, kid, if you're going to open the 8 gates, just open them. But why the hell are you jumping around in the level 13 gravity zone? That's just too much. The two of us just opened the 8 gates and got crushed in the level 12 gravity zone. And now you're bouncing around in there right after we came out? This is just too damn demoralizing. Luo Yu was equally shocked by Yi Tian's sudden display. Her record with the 8 gates was also at the 4th gate, but it had taken her nearly 10 years to achieve that. After all, the 8 gates became increasingly difficult to open as one progressed. It wasn't just about physical strength, it also required a deep mastery of one's abilities. But how long had it been since Yi Tian awakened his abilities? And he could already use the 4th gate? For a moment, even Luo Yu found herself doubting her own abilities. Among those present, only Luo Tianxian maintained a faint smile. Having witnessed Yi Tian opening the 5th gate before, he wasn't surprised at all that Yi Tian was now opening the 4th gate. On the contrary, he found it quite normal, completely forgetting how shocked he had been back then, even to the point of spitting out his tea. 14 levels, 15 levels, 16 levels. After opening the 4th gate, Yi Tian directly stepped into the latter half of the gravity zone. At this moment, the gravity he was enduring had already reached a full 60,000 pounds. 60,000 pounds of gravity despite having opened the 4th gate. Yi Tian was struggling. He even felt like he was about to reach his limit. Seeing Yi Tian's steps falter, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this kid had finally reached his limit. If he kept going, they were afraid their own hearts wouldn't be able to take it. It was just too overwhelming. Luo Tianxian's eyes flickered, his expression filled with suppressed excitement and anticipation. Was it finally happening? Sure enough, in the next moment, under Luo Tianxian's expectant gaze and the shocked stares of the crowd, Yi Tian muttered to himself, "It seems I'm nearing my limit. My body can't take it anymore. In that case, let's test my true limit. The 5th gate. Du gate. Open." As Yi Tian's words fell, a violent aura swept through the gravity zone. The white energy surrounding Yi Tian's body instantly transformed into red energy. Immediately, an even more powerful energy surged from within him. Without much hesitation, Yi Tian stepped into the 17th level. Since he couldn't maintain the state of the 5th gate for long, Yi Tian became serious, determined to test his true limits. The crowd outside was completely dumbfounded. They had thought the 4th gate was Yi Tian's limit, but just when they believed it was over, it turned out that for Yi Tian, it was only the beginning. Hee, my dear granddaughter, what do you think? Does this kid catch your eye? Let me tell you, if you don't seize the opportunity, I'll let your sister have a go. After all, I've decided I absolutely want to bring this kid back as my grandson-in-law. At this moment, Luo Tianxian walked over to Luo Yu and whispered. Hearing Luo Tianxian's words, Luo Yu was momentarily stunned, her face suddenly turning red. What was her grandfather even saying? Her teammates were still here. However, at the same time, she couldn't help but think about what he said. Did she dislike Yetion? It didn't seem like she did. But did she like him? To be honest, this was only her second time meeting Yetion, so it was too early to say she liked him. However, the power Yetion displayed did indeed attract her. After all, in this world, what girl wouldn't admire a strong man? At the same time, she also recalled the first time she met Yetion in the hospital, the boy who had lost his abilities due to their inadequate protection. Back then, Yetion's eyes were so pure, and having lost, he enjoyed the peace amidst the chaos having gained. He carried a heart that believed greater power came with greater responsibility. The words he once said to himself turned out to be true. Now that his abilities had returned, he was working even harder to grow stronger. Thinking of this, Luo Yu suddenly felt that listening to his grandfather's advice might not be such a bad idea. However, considering his age, would Yi Tian really take a liking to him? For a moment, Luo Yu felt a sense of regret and disappointment. Level 17, Level 18, Level 19, Level 20. While Luo Yu was lost in thought, Yi Tian directly stepped into the Level 20 gravity zone. A massive force of 80,000 pounds of gravity swept over him. Just as Yi Tian prepared to resist, his clothes were suddenly crushed into pieces. This unexpected scene instantly broke Yi Tian's composure, and he was pressed flat onto the ground. A creaking sound came from his body. It was the overwhelming gravity causing his bones to make noises, as if they might break at any moment. Yi Tian. Outside the door, everyone stared in shock at the scene. Luo Yu also stood dumbfounded, watching Yi Tian being pressed to the ground. Her face turned as red as blood, and she quickly covered her face and turned away. Luo Tianxian, standing nearby, watched the scene and chuckled excitedly. It was the first time he had seen his precious granddaughter act shy. It seemed this grandson-in-law was a sure thing. Long Xian quickly gestured towards the gravity zone, and the gravity disappeared. Zhou and I hurriedly brought a specially made anti-gravity suit for Yi Tian. No one had expected Yi Tian to end this challenge in such a manner. For a moment, everyone stared speechlessly at Yi Tian in the center of the room, feeling a sense of disappointment. They had all wanted to see if Yi Tian could withstand the gravity of the level 20 zone. After the gravity disappeared, Yi Tian was so exhausted that, like Zhou and I, and Long Xian before him, he lay on the ground, unable to move. Zhou and I had no choice but to cover Yi Tian with the suit. Seeing Yi Tian's utterly defeated expression, Zhou and I could only sigh in sympathy and helplessly pat Yi Tian's shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, aside from our captain, everyone here is male. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. What do you mean, aside from your captain? Do you think I'm blind? What I'm concerned about is the cameras in this gravity room. And didn't you say the gravity here is artificially generated? Hurry up and tell me this is all fake, that you're just messing with me. Yi Tian never would have imagined that this time, the gravity room wouldn't collapse, but his clothes would be the first to be destroyed. Once again, he had suffered a social death. Despite learning from the last incident and using spiritual energy to protect his clothes, he hadn't expected that it wasn't his inability to withstand the pressure, but rather the pressure exceeding the limits of his spiritual energy, causing his clothes to be crushed first. Although Yi Tian had already given up resistance at the first moment and lay flat on the ground, looking at the dozens of cameras in the gravity chamber and recalling that the gravity here was artificially generated, along with the presence of some recovery-type ability users, Yi Tian was filled with frustration. His face was full of despair as he thought, I was so cautious, yet I still fell into this trap. For a moment, Yi Tian felt a psychological shadow forming towards the gravity chamber. To be continued. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to actually reach the level 20 gravity zone, so I didn't prepare a gravity suit for you in advance. After Yi Tian changed into the gravity suit, Luo Yu's face was still flushed as she immediately apologized to him. She truly hadn't expected Yi Tian to be so extraordinary, managing to break into the level 20 gravity zone. Normally, when they entered the gravity zone, everyone was required to wear specially designed gravity suits to avoid situations like what happened to Yi Tian. However, Luo Yu thought Yi Tian could at most handle the level 3 or 4 zones, so she didn't think it was necessary to prepare a gravity suit for him. As Yi Tian kept surpassing her expectations, she completely forgot about it, being too immersed in her shock. Yi Tian covered his face, his head full of frustration. No, it's okay. I think it doesn't matter anymore. I don't think I'll ever set foot in the gravity zone again in my life. In just 3 days, he had suffered 2 consecutive public humiliations, both related to gravity. Yi Tian was truly terrified this was more unbearable than death. By the way, I noticed about a dozen cameras inside earlier. Can the footage of me in there be deleted? Yi Tian asked. As for the artificial gravity and recovery type ability users, he no longer cared. The most important thing was that footage it absolutely had to be deleted. Well, Luo Yu's mouth twitched as she looked at Yi Tian with an apologetic expression. Can it be deleted? Seeing Luo Yu's hesitant expression, Yi Tian covered his face and smiled bitterly in resignation. Not exactly, Luo Yu said awkwardly. It's just that deleting it might not make much of a difference. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Yi Tian's heart sank. Why? For some reason, seeing Luo Yu's expression, Yi Tian's sense of foreboding grew stronger and stronger. Because it was broadcast live. Luo Yu stammered. Yi Tian's vision darkened. Wait, do you broadcast all your training sessions live? Not at all. Luo Yu quickly waved her hands. It's just that your performance was so extraordinary just now. So when you entered the level 13 zone and used the 8 gates, we started broadcasting it. It was to inspire all the members of the Shadow Legion, to encourage them to learn from you and take you as their goal, so we decided to broadcast it live. Wait, what did you just say? Yi Tian interrupted Luo Yu directly. Learning from you, aiming to be like you. That's why it's a live broadcast. Luo Yu said, confused. Not that sentence, the one before. To motivate all the members of the Shadow Legion. Yi Tian's face instantly turned pale with fear as he looked at Luo Yu. So you're saying? The scene just now, the entire Shadow Legion saw it. Not exactly, Luo Yu said casually. That's a relief. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Yi Tian let out a small sigh of relief. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Yu's next sentence almost made him collapse on the spot. Only the tens of thousands of people in the base could see it. Those on missions outside couldn't, so don't worry, Luo Yu said with a smile. Yi Tian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Don't worry, my foot. That's tens of thousands of people. My reputation is completely ruined. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu seemed to realize the situation and quickly tried to explain. It should be fine. At most, it was just a few seconds, and we'll censor it. Yi Tian looked at Luo Yu with a dark expression. Stop talking already. Do I not need my dignity? Just delete it if you can, Yi Tian said weakly, as if he had given up resisting. He quickly decided to focus on mastering his footwork, learn the ultimate skills from Grandpa Luo, and leave this place of heartbreak as soon as possible. But as Yi Tian thought about it, his mood grew heavier. It seemed that even if he left this place of heartbreak, he would just return to another one. After all, he was already socially dead at the academy too. However, compared to the Shadow Base, fewer people knew about it at the academy. Yes, that's right. So he should quickly learn the ultimate skills and leave. Originally, he thought he had already hit rock bottom socially at the academy and could hide out at the Shadow Base. But what Yi Tian didn't expect was that on his very first day here, he was already on the verge of not being able to stay. Yi Tian, can you tell me about your experience opening the 5th gate? Luo Yu suddenly asked. Her physical strength had long met the conditions for opening the 5th gate, but she still couldn't achieve precise control over her energy, which was why she hadn't been able to open it. She had also sought advice from the Night Emperor, but energy control was something one had to master on their own, others couldn't help. So whenever she encountered someone who had opened more gates than her, she would ask for their experience and try to combine it with her own attempts. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment and looked at Luo Yu in confusion. Is it not possible? A hint of disappointment flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. She had encountered this situation before. After all, this was valuable experience gained through hard training. Why would anyone share it with her? It wasn't the first time she'd been turned down. That's not it. But I don't know how to teach you. Yi Tian saw the look on Luo Yu's face and immediately realized she had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "How about this? You first control the energy in your body, and I'll help guide you." Yi Tian thought for a moment and said. Luo Yu froze for a moment, not understanding the meaning of Yi Tian's words, but she still followed his instructions. As Luo Yu activated her energy, Yi Tian suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. Luo Yu looked at Yi Tian in confusion, and the next moment, she felt a warm energy flowing into her body. Don't just stand there. Relax your body and carefully feel the path of this energy. Yi Tian's voice came through. In the next moment, Luo Yu could feel the warm energy guiding the flow of energy within her body. Since the 8 gates technique primarily focuses on physical strength and precise control of energy, Yi Tian wasn't sure how to teach her directly. Thus, he could only use spiritual energy to guide Luo Yu. After several cycles, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. She felt that she could now skillfully control the energy within her body and was confident she could open the 5th gate. Yi Tian noticed the expression on Luo Yu's face and finally stopped guiding her energy. "Want to try it yourself?" Yi Tian asked with a smile. "Sure." Luo Yu immediately agreed, her excitement barely contained. Yi Tian stepped aside, and Luo Yu quickly began controlling the energy within her body, continuously attacking the 5th gate. Finally, with a loud shout from Luo Yu, "5th gate, open!" Her fair skin turned a fiery red. The energy around her body transformed into a violent red aura, and her muscles and veins became visible. Luo Yu had successfully opened the 8 gates. To be continued after exiting the 8 gates state. Luo Yu was still immersed in the joy of successfully opening the 5th gate. She couldn't believe that the problem that had troubled her for years was solved by Yi Tian in an instant. Now, to open the 6th gate and even the final gate, she would need to continue improving her physical condition. Just moments ago, Luo Yu had clearly felt that her body's current limit was the 5th gate. As for the 6th gate or beyond, the pressure from opening them would be unbearable for even a minute. At the same time, this made Luo Yu even more determined. She had to take advantage of the fact that not many people knew about Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities and recruit him into her team. No, trick him into joining her team. "Yi Tian, you're amazing. How did you do it?" "You were able to directly guide the energy flow within my body," Luo Yu exclaimed excitedly, hugging Yi Tian. In just a few hours with Yi Tian, he had shocked her more times than she had experienced in her entire life. Feeling the softness of her arms against him, Yi Tian awkwardly replied, maybe it's just one of the effects of my special ability." He couldn't possibly say that it was an exclusive skill of cultivators. For cultivators, mastering spiritual energy control is just the first step. Moreover, spiritual energy is purer and easier to control compared to regular energy, which is mixed with suppressive elements. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Luo Yu couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. No wonder Yi Tian hadn't used his special ability in the gravity zone earlier. Turns out his ability was this. Ahem. Instructor Luo Yu, could you let go of me first? So many people are watching. As Luo Yu was lost in thought, Yi Tian awkwardly spoke. Only then did Luo Yu snap out of it, realizing that she had gotten too excited and had directly hugged Yi Tian. Her excitement had made her forget the distinction between men and women. Now that her emotions had calmed down, she felt the masculine hormones emanating from Yi Tian, coupled with the natural aura he exuded after stepping onto the path of cultivation. Luo Yu found herself reluctant to let go. She realized that hugging Yi Tian gave her a very refreshing and comfortable feeling. However, noticing her team leaders who had somehow arrived and were staring at them in shock, Luo Yu quickly released her grip, her face turning red. How embarrassing to be caught in such a moment by her subordinates. Reporting to the commander, we didn't see anything. You can continue. Wow. Zhou and I saluted Luo Yu as he spoke. But before he could finish his sentence, Luo Yu punched him, sending him flying. The other team leaders turned pale as they watched Zhou and I soar through the air, terrified that Luo Yu might give them the same treatment. Despite their fear, their gazes toward Yi Tian had completely changed. There was admiration, envy, and even reverence in their eyes. So young, yet his physical strength was more terrifying than theirs. That alone was impressive, but he could also open 5 of the 8 gates. If it were just these 2 feats, they might not have been so awestruck by Yi. But this guy had even managed to win over their commander. How could they not admire him? They had followed Luo Yu for at least a few years, but they had never seen her display such a gentle, feminine demeanor. They had never seen their usually cold and aloof commander directly hug a man though he was young. He was still a man. Could it be that their commander liked the idea of an older woman with a younger man? Of course, these thoughts only stayed in their minds. They wouldn't dare voice them. After all, Zhou and I's fate was already considered mild. Ahem. Why aren't you all training? What are you doing here? Do you all have so much free time? Luo Yu coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, but the lingering blush on her face had completely faded. Combined with her stern expression, for some reason, the team leaders found their commander unexpectedly adorable. Still, they could only think this and not say it, let alone laugh. Each team leader held back their laughter until their faces turned red. Commander, we all want to ask God Yi for advice on the techniques of the 8 gates. Among them, quite a few had sufficient physical strength, but lacked proficiency in energy control, which prevented them from opening the next gate. Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then helplessly looked at Yi Tian. After all, she had just asked Yi Tian for help, and now there was another group. Even Luo Yu felt a bit embarrassed. At the same time, she silently cursed her subordinates for being so inconsiderate. Couldn't they wait until she had fully secured Yi Tian's help before coming to ask? Unknowingly, Luo Yu didn't even realize how crazy her thoughts had become. It's fine, let us do it. I'm not great at explaining techniques, but I can guide you a bit, Yi Tian said with a smile. After all, they were the protectors of Huaxia. The peaceful life in Huaxia today was thanks to these brothers who fought fearlessly on the front lines. So, if he could help, Yi Tian certainly wouldn't refuse. Thus, Yi Tian began guiding them one by one. Except for those whose physical strength wasn't sufficient, everyone successfully opened the next gate. As for those whose physical strength wasn't enough, they immediately went to the gravity training area to train. They were determined to improve their physical strength before Yi Tian left. Watching the group leaders train so diligently and tirelessly, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. She felt deeply grateful to Yi Tian. Without him, her group leaders might still need her supervision. But now, it was as if they were injected with adrenaline. They were working hard without any need for her to oversee them. I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't be this motivated. And you even helped me break through, Luo Yu said with a smile. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Without you all, there wouldn't be the peaceful life we have today, Yi Tian said sincerely. That won't do. Credit where credit is due. How about I treat you to a meal? Luo Yu said with a smile. Then I'll gladly accept. Yi Tian smiled slightly. But let us eat a bit later. I want to head to the footwork training area first and try out the footwork I just learned, Yi Tian said with a smile. After all, his real purpose for coming here was to experience the divine level movement technique he had drawn the carefree steps. Soon, Luo Yu led Yi Tian to the footwork training area. The area was very spacious and filled with various obstacles. The footwork training area is relatively simple. You just need to dodge. The obstacles you see are virtualized using instruments, not real. So even if you get hit, it won't have any effect. However, there will be sensors. After one round, it will show how many times you were hit and how long it took. All of this data is recorded, and we use it to constantly push our limits, Luo Yu patiently explained. To be continued through Luo Yu's introduction, Yi Tian finally understood the training method. The footwork training area is divided into 5 levels of difficulty: simple, difficult, nightmare, legendary, and mythical. These difficulties are designed based on the attack speed and movement speed of various beasts. Moreover, each challenge features different attacks and obstacles, and after each challenge, the formation of the footwork training area is rearranged. You should start with the simple level first, get a feel for it, and then gradually increase the difficulty, Luo Yu said with a smile. She thought that no matter how powerful Yi Tian was, it was impossible for his footwork to be as extraordinary as his physical strength. All right, I'll give it a try first. Yi Tian nodded and replied. Although he had already mastered the Xiaoyao step, Due to his low level, he couldn't fully unleash its power yet, and he hadn't even experienced it before, so he didn't dare to be careless. Luo Yu first set the difficulty to the simple level, then stepped aside to cheer for Yi Tian. Good luck, Yi Tian nodded, and as he watched the footwork training area slowly start moving, he began to activate his technique and perform the Xiaoyao step. In an instant, Yi Tian's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the middle of the footwork training area. With just one breath, Yi Tian had passed half of the obstacles. With another breath, he had crossed the entire footwork training area and reached the end point. The smile on Luo Yu's face froze completely as she stared in shock at Yi Tian on the other side of the footwork training area. This is already done? Luo Yu, unwilling to believe it, looked at the data on the test sheet. The simple content displayed on it read, Trainer, Yi Tian training difficulty, simple training time, 0.8 seconds training score, 150 points perfect score. These few lines of data left Luo Yu utterly stunned. This speed and score had already broken the highest record of the entire Shadow Legion. Although it was just the simple difficulty, there were at least 15 obstacles, and touching one would deduct 10 points. Yet Yi Tian had achieved a perfect score on his first try. If it were just a perfect score, Luo Yu wouldn't be so shocked. But to achieve a perfect score in only 0.8 seconds, less than a second, what kind of sorcery was this? Apart from spatial abilities, Luo Yu had never seen such terrifying speed before. Could this really be the speed of an ability user from another system? For a moment, Luo Yu fell into deep self-doubt. This difficulty seems a bit too low. Should we try increasing it? Yi Tian returned to Luo Yu, his face full of excitement as he said with a smile. While using the Xiaoyao step just now, he felt as if the obstacles in front of him had slowed down significantly. With just a few steps, he had already passed half of the footwork training area. When he completely cleared it, even he was stunned. Sure enough, it truly deserves to be called a god-level footwork technique. This speed isn't even the full power of the Xiaoyao step, yet it already gave Yi Tian a sense of defying the heavens. As expected, the system either doesn't produce anything or produces something extraordinary. The system haughtily said, "Humph. Of course, this system never produces trash." Seeing Yi Tian's expression, Luo Yu gritted her teeth. "All right, let me give you a stronger experience." Saying this, Luo Yu directly adjusted the difficulty to the hard level. Instantly, the obstacles in the footwork training area increased significantly, and their operating speed became faster. Yi Tian quickly began to activate his technique, using the Xiaoyao step. Sure enough, as soon as he activated the Xiaoyao step, Yi Tian clearly felt that everything in front of him slowed down. Seizing the moment, Yi Tian took a step forward, and the scene in front of him rapidly retreated. When Yi Tian appeared again, he was already 1/3 of the way through the footwork training area. Yi Tian was slightly stunned. However, the hard-level challenge wasn't that simple. Just as Yi Tian was momentarily distracted, several sharp arrows shot toward him at high speed, their positions extremely tricky. Yi Tian continued to activate the Xiaoyao step. In an instant, he found the flaw hidden in the blind spot and quickly seized the opportunity to dodge. Yi Tian also knew this wasn't the time to be distracted. Without much hesitation, he continued using the Xiaoyao step and soon reached the end of the footwork training area again. Shortly after, the system in the footwork training area calculated Yi Tian's results. Trainer, Yi Tian training difficulty, hard training time, 3 seconds training score, 300 full score. Yi Tian and Luo Yu stared at the information on the panel, especially Luo Yu, who was dumbfounded by the data on the panel. Full score? Another full score, and it only took 3 seconds. For a moment, Luo Yu fell into deep self-doubt. Had he really only awakened his abilities for less than a month? This strength was even more impressive than ability users who had been training for over a decade. Luo Yu thought with a twitching corner of her mouth. Luo Yu finally understood. Yi Tian's situation could no longer be compared from the perspective of a normal person. If she tried to compare him using normal standards, she feared she might get so frustrated she'd cough up blood. Thus, Luo Yu gritted her teeth and directly adjusted the difficulty to the mythological level. Instantly, the entire footwork training room was filled with piercing sounds, and the training area was packed with dense obstacles and mechanisms. The speed inside had become extraordinarily fast, to the point where all moving obstacles were so quick they appeared as afterimages. The commotion immediately attracted many members from the base, and upon hearing the noise, they all gathered around. As soon as they arrived at the footwork training area, they saw Yi Tian seriously observing the obstacles in the training area, and everyone let out exclamations. "It's that kid again! He's breaking records in both the gravity zone and the footwork zone in one day. Is this kid really trying to defy the heavens? Wow, this guy is even more handsome than in the video. I wonder if that place is also better than in the video." A female member of the Shadow Legion stared at Yi Tian with stars in her eyes. "Stop right there. What are you even paying attention to?" Another female companion beside her immediately interrupted. "TCH, as if you weren't paying attention yourself. You were staring even more crazily than I was." "Umph. I wasn't. Companion." Clearly, Yi Tian's performance in the gravity zone had become known to everyone in the Shadow Base. While the crowd was still discussing, Yi Tian moved. With one step forward, his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the footwork training zone, Yi Tian's figure flashed left and right, his speed so fast that only afterimages could be seen. However, at this moment, Yi Tian was drenched in sweat. No wonder it was called mythical level, even though he was using the free step technique. In Yi Tian's eyes, the speed of these obstacles and mechanisms was still incredibly fast. Unlike the simple and difficult levels, this time, when Yi Tian appeared at the finish line, he was in an unusually disheveled state, his face pale from overusing his spiritual energy. Because the difficulty of the mythical level was just too insane, even with the free step technique, Yi Tian didn't know how many times he had been hit before finally reaching the finish line. To be continued, the footwork training zone was unusually quiet at this moment, as everyone's eyes were fixed on the panel, eagerly awaiting Yi Tian's results to appear. Soon, under everyone's gaze, a few lines of text slowly appeared on the panel. Trainer, Yi Tian training difficulty. Mythical training time. 10 minutes 59 seconds training score. 550 points out of 1,000. When the panel displayed the results, everyone was stunned for a moment, then erupted in shocked exclamations. Although it wasn't a perfect score, achieving such a result was already extraordinary. You have to know, since the mythical difficulty was designed, Yi Tian wasn't the first to challenge it, but to achieve such a high score in such a short time, Yi Tian was undoubtedly the first. Yi God is awesome. Someone in the crowd took the lead in shouting, and soon everyone joined in. Yi God is awesome. Clearly, Yi Tian had broken 2 training zone records in one day, completely winning over everyone present. When Yi Tian came back to his senses, he realized that a large crowd had gathered outside the footwork training zone at some point. But Yi Tian knew that his training video had been broadcasted again. Luckily, this time he didn't embarrass himself too much. But then Yi Tian thought, what good is that? It's not like the last time I embarrassed myself was that long ago. They must still remember it vividly. For a moment, Yi Tian hit at the finish line, swearing that he really didn't want to go out. After all, he had just had a moment of candid exposure with everyone through the screen. However, just as Yi Tian was planning to hide at the end of the footwork training area, the obstacles in the training area suddenly began to disappear one by one, completely exposing Yi Tian to everyone's view. Hello everyone. Yi Tian greeted the crowd with a pale face and sweat dripping from his forehead, feeling so embarrassed that he could almost dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room space. It's Yi Shun. Yi Shun is awesome. Yi Shun, do you have a girlfriend? Yi Shun, I like you. You're amazing. As soon as they saw Yi Tian, the crowd's enthusiasm was completely ignited, and some female team members even took the opportunity to express their feelings to Yi Tian. In an instant, the entire footwork training area became lively. Luo Yu, feeling helpless, had to gather her team's group leaders to hold back the crowd before she could lead Yi Tian out of the training area. Yi Tian originally planned to try again, but due to his current low strength, lack of spiritual energy, and the exhaustion from the previous challenge, he had no choice but to leave with Luo Yu. He decided to recover first and wait for the crowd to disperse before attempting the challenge again. Capital City, Guyan Tower. This is the most famous ancient building in the entire capital city, also a tea house, and it is very large, divided into two parts, front and back. A tall woman walked to the entrance of Guyun Tower, and another woman with an equally perfect figure immediately stepped forward to greet her. Guyun Tower is composed of two parts. The front section is 7 stories high, decorated with gold and jade, extremely luxurious, while the back section consists of a courtyard. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" The maid who greeted the tall woman asked respectfully. "Yes, Yinshan Pavilion, Yi." The tall woman replied indifferently. Upon hearing the woman's words, a trace of surprise flashed in the maid's eyes, and her attitude became even more respectful. "This way, please." The maid led the woman into Guyun Tower, directly passing through the front section and arriving at the courtyard in the back. Although the courtyard was simple and lacked the grandeur of the front section, it exuded an extraordinary tranquility. The water wheel in the yard was slowly turning. Fish swam quietly in the pond, and even the sound of water droplets could be heard. The maid led the woman to the largest private room in the courtyard. "Honored guest, Yinshan Pavilion is here, please." The maid opened the door for the woman, who stepped into the private room. After closing the door, the maid left. Inside the private room, an elderly man with white hair was sitting at the tea table, leisurely drinking tea and enjoying the view of the courtyard through the window. Occasionally, he would toss some feed into the pond, and the fish in the water eagerly scrambled for the food he scattered. "Little girl from the Shao family, no? I should say the current head of the Shao family. What brings you to see this old man at this time?" Without looking at the woman, he took a sip of tea and spoke indifferently. "That's right. This woman is none other than the current head of the Shao family, Xiao Yan." Seeing the elder's casual demeanor, Xiao Yan also relaxed and sat directly across from him. "Patriarchy, you're joking. Can't a junior come to visit a senior without any particular reason?" Xiao Yan said with a faint smile. The elder before her was Yi Zhengxiu, the head of the Yi family, one of the hidden families in China. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yi Zhengxiu was momentarily stunned, then poured her a cup of tea. "Ha! You little girl, you've completely inherited your father's cunning nature. You know, I'm not like your father, always beating around the bush." Yi Zhengxiu chuckled and said lightly, "Thank you for the compliment, senior." Xiao Yan wasn't offended and smiled slightly. Seeing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Yi Zhengxiu shook his head helplessly. "Go ahead. There's no such thing as visiting without a reason. My son was already taken away by your Xiao family. What else could be unacceptable?" Yi Zhengxiu said with a hint of grievance, looking at Xiao Yan before him, and couldn't help but think of the girl who had taken his precious son away, whose life or death remains unknown even now. However, Yi Zhengxiu also understood that none of this could be blamed on the Xiao family. After all, the current peace in China was achieved through their sacrifices. After the incident, he came to terms with it otherwise. He wouldn't have taken the initiative to visit the Xiao family to express his stance. That visit had already signified his acceptance of the relationship between the two families. At the same time, he often wondered, if he hadn't opposed their relationship so strongly back then, would the outcome have been different? Would his son have avoided venturing into Tiananmen alone, leading to the situation where he couldn't even see Yi Qiu one last time before he left? Thinking of this, a trace of regret appeared in Yi Zhengxiu's eyes. Because of this matter, his wife had been causing minor disturbances every 3 days and major arguments every 5 days, making him so reluctant to return home that he now spent his days drinking tea at the ancient Cloud Pavilion to ease his boredom. "In that case, I'll get straight to the point." Xiao Yan was about to speak, but suddenly hesitated. "To be continued, senior. I hope you can remain calm when you hear what I'm about to say and not get too emotional." Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, then said with a strange expression, "Huh." Yi Zhengxiu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go ahead, no problem. In this lifetime, what storms and waves have I not seen? Since senior says so, then I'm relieved." Xiao Yan said with a peculiar smile. Seeing Xiao Yan's strange expression, Yi Zhengxiu became intrigued. "Go ahead. Even if you tell me news about my son, I promise I won't get emotional." Yi Zhengxiu said lightly, taking a sip of tea. Over the years, he had come to terms with many things, and his state of mind had become very calm. It was rare for anything to stir him anymore. "All right." Hearing Yi Zhengxiu say this, Xiaoyan hesitated no longer and took a deep breath. Well, senior, you have grandchildren. You have grandchildren. Poof. Cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Yi Jingxiu immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped. Cough, cough. You. You little girl, do you think it's fun to joke around with this old man? Such nonsense. Yi Jingxiu looked at Xiaoyan with a face full of black lines. My useless son doesn't even have a partner. So how could I have grandchildren? Yi Jingxiu scolded. No. Senior, I mean the children of my fifth sister and your son Yi Qiu, my brother-in-law. Xiaoyan quickly explained upon realizing Yi Jingxiu had misunderstood. While what? Yi Jingxiu's eyes widened as he stared at Xiaoyan. It's like this. Xiaoyan handed Xiao Hu's letter directly to Yi Jingxiu and began explaining to him on the side. A long time later, Yi Jingxiu's eyes had turned red. Silly child, no matter what, this is your home. My own grandchildren, how could I not care for them? How could I bear to let them be bullied? Yi Jingxiu said sorrowfully, his heart filled with deep regret. He realized he had been too extreme back then, forcing the two to leave their backgrounds just to be together. Later, when he learned that his son had risked his life for Xiao Rou, Yi Jingxiu finally understood his mistake. Now, seeing this letter, his heart was filled with even more remorse. Because of his opposition, his grandchildren had spent over 10 years outside, and he had been completely unaware. Old Yi, what's done is done. I hope you won't be too sad. Our Xiao family only recently learned about this matter. The two children have been found, and they are doing well. However, they have indeed endured a lot of hardships over the years. Xiaoyan said, her eyes reddening as well. Where are they? Where are they now? I want to bring them back to the Yi family immediately and restore their rightful place. Yi Jingxiu said, his expression filled with excitement. They are currently at the academy my father founded. Both of them are doing very well, and there are no safety concerns, so please rest assured, Old Yi. As for the matter of restoring their rightful place, Xiaoyan said, sharing the decision made by the Xiao family with Yi Jingxiu and analyzing it for him. Old Yi, I understand your urgency, but you must also consider the two children, especially Xiao Tian. His talent and aptitude are exceptional. If you were to acknowledge them now, have you thought of a sufficient reason? Or perhaps an excuse? The two children were abandoned by their parents for so many years. Although their parents contributed to the world, the fact remains that they neglected their children for years. We haven't had much contact with the two children, so we don't understand their attitude toward their parents, nor do we know their inner thoughts. Can you really bear to ruin the future of these two children out of your own anxiety? Xiaoyan patiently explained. Moreover, my third brother has said that within 5 years, he will return no matter what, and he will bring back the children's parents. Now, there are still 2 years left until the 5-year promise, so our Xiao family believes that we should continue to keep the truth from the children for 2 more years. At that time, if my third brother brings their parents back, it would be better for their parents to explain everything to them. After all, the one who tied the knot should untie it. Furthermore, if my third brother is unfortunately unable to return in 2 years, the children will have grown up during this time, and their ability to think and accept things will be stronger. So, we believe that keeping it from them for 2 years won't do any harm. After hearing Xiaoyan's explanation, Yi Jingxiu calmed down as well and thought for a long time. All right, let's go with your Xiao family's decision. However, I have one condition. When I want to see my grandchildren, you cannot stop me. I must be able to enter and leave Pioneer Academy freely. Yi Jingxiu said indifferently. For now, he couldn't think of a better solution than the Xiao family's plan, so he had no choice but to agree. At the same time, upon hearing about Yi Tian's talent and aptitude, he understood that this was a critical period for the two children, and nothing should interfere with their future. Of course, that's not a problem. Xiao Yin replied with a faint smile, taking out a document from her handbag and handing it to Yi Jingxiu. This is a mentor certificate for Pioneer Academy that my father prepared for you. Umph, that old fox, always so cunning. Don't think I don't know what he's up to. Yi Jingxiu took the certificate. Go back and tell your father that I'll accept the certificate, but the unique skills of the Yi family will never be passed on. He should give up on that idea. Apart from my grandchildren, I won't teach anyone else. Xiaoyan looked at Yi Jingxiu and smiled faintly. All right, I will definitely relay your message. Xiao Yin wasn't in a hurry. She understood her father's intentions. It didn't matter if Yi Zhengxiu said he wouldn't teach now. Once he entered the academy, they could slowly figure out a way. After all, her task here was already completed. After leaving the Guyun Tower, Xiao Yin stretched lazily, her proud figure perfectly illuminated under the sun. All right, the task my father assigned is done. Next, it's time to meet my niece and nephew. Xiao Yin said with a smile, stepping on the gas and heading straight for Pioneer Academy. In the Shadow Base. After Yi Tian left the footwork training area, under Luo Yu's guidance, he arrived at the lounge. Due to excessive spiritual energy consumption, as soon as he entered the lounge, Yi Tian quickly began circulating his cultivation technique to restore his energy. By the time Yi Tian had fully recovered, night had already fallen. At this moment, the base was in its free activity period, with most members either eating or resting, except for those still on duty. To be continued. As Yi Tian stepped out of the lounge, he saw Luo Yu dressed casually. She had changed into a white dress at some point, her hair let down, likely just after a shower, and she was wearing a pair of cartoon slippers. Are you okay now? Luo Yu asked with a face full of concern. In the afternoon, when she had pulled Yi Tian out of the footwork training area, she had seen his pale face drenched in sweat and had been worried about his physical condition. I'm fine, it was just overuse of energy. I've recovered now, Yi Tian replied with a smile, though his gaze was still drawn to Luo Yu's appearance. So beautiful, Yi Tian blurted out instinctively, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt awkward. I mean, it's the first time I've seen you with your hair down. That's what I meant. Yi Tian explained clumsily. Seeing Yi Tian's flustered expression, Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh. All right, I know what you're trying to say. Let's go. I promise to treat you to dinner. Who would have thought that our shadow base could have such a leisurely moment? The two walked along the road, looking at the food stalls lined up on both sides and the Shadow Corps members enjoying barbecue and beer at the stalls. I really didn't expect it to be so relaxed. Is everything okay? Don't you need people on duty or something? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Of course, we need people on duty. Luo Yu explained. Every day, there are rotations to ensure someone is always guarding the base. Let me give you a detailed introduction. This is the only leisure area in our base. Luo Yu said with a slight smile. You saw it this morning. The base is either a technology research area or a training area. This leisure area is only open at night. The comrades here dedicate themselves to protecting the peace of Huaxia. Many of them choose to stay in this dark and sunless base for years, training day and night. So later, the base decided to create this leisure area to let everyone relax. But it's also on a rotation system. For example, tomorrow, those who need to continue training and research are not allowed to come here to enjoy themselves. Only those who have a day off the next day can come here to relax the night before. Otherwise, apart from missions, we would always be stuck in the base, which would make life very dull and monotonous. Over time, the members' mental states would deteriorate. Luo Yu patiently explained as the two arrived at a barbecue stall. Due to limited conditions, I'll treat you to some barbecue for now. When we have the chance to go out later, I'll treat you to a big meal. Luo Yu said with a smile. No problem. This is already great. Besides, I haven't had barbecue in a long time, and I really like it, Yi Tian replied with a smile. In the past, he often went out at night for barbecue with Yang Muhan, Situ Quangbin, and others. Hey, Captain Godyi, you're here. Zhou and I, wearing an apron and holding a menu, walked over. You're on duty today? Seeing Zhou and I, Luo Yu asked with a puzzled expression. Yes. Godyi helped Xiao Wu break through the 8 gates technique today, and that kid was so excited he swapped shifts with me. Zhou and I said with a smile, handing the menu to the two of them. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat, Godyi. My cooking skills are excellent. It's a pity the base has rules otherwise. I'd definitely have a drink with you. Zhou and I said with a grin. There will be a chance. Yi Tian replied with a smile. The two ordered some barbecue and a few bottles of beer. In the distance, Luo Tianxian watched the two with an excited smile on his face. He had come here to buy some late-night snacks for his subordinates, but unexpectedly saw Yi Tian and Luo Yu together. It was the first time he had seen Luo Yu dining with a guy outside of his own team. Looks like I don't need to worry about that girl Xiao Yu anymore. But what about Xiaohong? Sigh. I guess I'll have to visit old Zhao's academy more often. Thinking this, Luo Tianxian carried the snacks he had just bought and headed toward the office. Inside the Shadow Base's main office. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a bruised and swollen face was applying medicine in front of a mirror, cursing as he did so. Second and sixth really hit too hard. They don't treat me like their elder brother at all. It's so painful. Who told you to be so careless? You forgot about the letter old third wrote to you for 3 whole years before taking it out. I think they went easy on you. Xiao Ao said indifferently. You hiss. So painful, so painful. Hearing Xiao Ao's words, Xiao Yin was about to glare at him but accidentally pulled at his wound. Here comes the late-night snacks. By the way, you two brothers are really lucky, huh? You actually got me, the head of the Shadow Corps, to buy snacks for you. A second-in-command and a general. Luo Tianxian, in a great mood, joked with the two. Hey, old Luo, you can't blame me for this. I just got here, and by the time I arrived, you'd already gone out. But hey, Xiao Ao said, pulling out a bottle of white liquor from his pocket. I swiped this from home 50 years old. My dad doesn't know about it. I brought it specifically to honor you. Hiss you brat, are you crazy? You even dare to steal dad's liquor? Xiao Yin looked at the bottle on the table, sweating profusely. You really have guts. Hee, don't worry, big brother. We only go home once in a while. Taking a little bit, dad won't say anything. Besides, it's for you. You're so badly injured, how can you recover quickly without a couple of drinks? Xiao Ao said with a smile. Oomph, at least you have some heart. His so painful, so painful. Haha, you two brothers are really something. Luo Tianxian looked at the two of them and smiled helplessly. Luo Tianxian opened the late-night snack, took out 3 cups from the drawer, and filled them with wine. Hee, old Zhao's wine isn't something you can drink anytime. I begged him for over 2 months last time, and he only gave me 1 cup. So stingy. But this wine is really good. No wonder that old guy treasures it so much. Hee, old Luo, if you want a drink, introduce Xiaohong to my brother. I'll make sure you can drink it every day. How about that? Xiao Ao said with a laugh. Luo Tianxian looked at Xiao Yin with a strange expression. Better forget it. It's not that I don't want to introduce them. It's just that the girl doesn't like him. It's not like I haven't tried introducing them before. I gave him a chance, but it was useless. Luo Tianxian said helplessly. At that time, he did try to introduce Luo Tianhong to Xiao Yin. But Xiao Yin was just a clueless guy. Not only was he not sweet-talking, but he was also too straightforward. How do young people describe this kind of personality nowadays? Straight man? That's right, just a straight man. To be continued, because of this matter, that girl has complained to me quite a bit. Luo Tianxian shook his head and laughed. And you, who looks at someone's photo taken in a chrysanthemum field and assumes they like chrysanthemums, then brings chrysanthemums as a gift on the first meeting. And you even said it could be repurposed, dried, and used to make tea. You're really something else. Luo Tianxian said helplessly. After hearing this, Xiao Ao's smile froze on his face, and he looked at Xiao Yin with a horrified expression, as if trying to get an answer from him. Did I hear wrong? My big brother can't possibly be this much of a straight man, right? Since when did the Xiao family lack money for a few roses? However, what shocked Xiao Ao even more was that Xiao Yin actually admitted it, and his face even showed a hint of blush, completely shattering Xiao Ao's worldview. I say, big brother, is what old Luo said true? Xiao Ao looked at Xiao Yin with a face full of horror. Come on, what do you mean true? I did buy roses, but I happened to receive a mission on the way. When I was carrying out the mission, I accidentally lost the roses. At that time, I just happened to be in a chrysanthemum field, so... Xiao Yin explained awkwardly. Xiao Ao looked at Xiao Yin speechlessly. You might as well have gone empty-handed rather than bringing a bunch of chrysanthemums. And drying them for tea? No wonder you're still single. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You two brothers came back to the base so late at night, and with good wine too. Come on, tell me, what do you need this old man to help with? Luo Tianxian took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. Nothing escapes old Luo's eyes. Xiao Ao poured another cup of wine for Luo Tianxian and took out a letter he had just copied from his pocket, handing it to Luo Tianxian. Old Luo, this is a letter my third brother wrote to us 3 years ago. Please take a look. Xiao Ao said with a smile. Luo Tianxian picked up the letter and started reading it. But the more he read, the more serious his expression became. Hee, Elder Luo, you know how important this matter is, right? We just want to trouble you to pass it on to the higher-ups, so they can discuss how to handle Tianmin. Also, regarding the content at the back of the letter, I hope you can communicate with them to make some modifications and try not to make it public. After all, those are family matters of the Xiao family, and it's not convenient to disclose them. Xiao Ao said with a smile. All right, Luo Tianxian nodded solemnly. But why are you only bringing out such an important letter now? Hearing Luo Tianxian's question, Xiao Yan scratched his head. Well, you see, there were too many things to deal with at the base at that time, and I was too busy. I accidentally lost it, and I just happened to be called back by my father recently, and that's when I found it. And, well, I just got beaten up by them. Oomph. Serves you right for getting beaten. Luo Tianxian said grumpily. If you had discovered it any later, Tianmin might have been blown to pieces. As Luo Tianxian spoke, his expression suddenly turned strange. What's wrong, Elder Luo? Xiao Ao asked, noticing the sudden change in Luo Tianxian's expression. I knew my guess wasn't wrong. Old Xiao must have had a feeling, but he hid it well. So that child is indeed old Zhao's grandson. Luo Tianxian said with a smile. Oh, Elder Luo, have you seen those two children? Xiao Yan was also drawn in by Luo Tianxian's words. After all, he was very concerned about how his nephew and niece, who had been left uncared for due to his momentary negligence, were doing now. He had originally wanted to go to the academy immediately to see Yi Tian and Yi Xian, but since he had been beaten black and blue by Xiao Yu and the others, it was really not appropriate to meet them in such a state. Yes, I've seen his grandson. TSK, TSK, TSK. That talent must have been inherited from that girl Xiao Rou. In just 2 days, he completely mastered the 8 gates technique and can even open the 5th gate. That talent is even more extraordinary than his mother's. Luo Tianxian exclaimed. Every time he thought of Yi Tian, he couldn't help but marvel. Yi Tian was the most extraordinarily talented person he had seen in a long time. That's right. My 5th sister's talent is the most monstrous in the entire capital. If it weren't for the appearance of Tianmin, she might have taken that step too. Xiao Yan said regretfully. By the way, Elder Luo, what does that kid look like? Does he resemble my 5th sister more, or his father? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Luo Tianxian's face darkened. Why don't you go see for yourself? Well, with my face all bruised and swollen, it's not convenient for me to show up right now. Besides, I'm back at the base again, and I don't know when I'll have the time. Xiao Yan explained. Luo Tianxian took a bottle of medicine out of the drawer and tossed it to Xiao Yan. Apply this. It's for quick swelling reduction. If it weren't for the fact that you've contributed so much to the base, I wouldn't be willing to let you use it. Luo Tianxian said with a pained expression. Xiao Yan took the medicine and applied it. In no time, the injuries on his face completely disappeared. This was one of Luo Tianxian's treasures, something he wouldn't normally use himself. Let's go. Seeing that Xiao Yan's face had completely healed, Luo Tianxian said to the two. Go? Where to? Xiao Yan asked with a puzzled expression. Yeah, old Luo, we're on duty, we can't leave the base. Besides, we're the top 2 leaders and a general leading the way. If word gets out, it would be a big deal. Xiao Ao quickly said, thinking that Luo Tianxian was going to take them to the Pioneer Academy to find Yi Tian and Yi Xian. What are you thinking? Luo Tianxian said, exasperated, then revealed a faint smile. Your precious nephew has been brought back to the shadow base by me, and right now, he's on a date with my precious granddaughter. What? The two looked at Luo Tianxian in shock. Yi Tian was brought back to the shadow base by you, and he's on a date with your granddaughter? What the heck is going on? I saw his talent was so good, so I wanted to teach him my skills. Besides, the gravity training area in the academy was collapsed by your precious nephew during his training, so he had nowhere to train. I brought him back. Oh, by the way, old Xiao probably doesn't know yet. Luo Tianxian said with a faint smile. He collapsed the gravity room? Xiao Yan and Xiao Ao said in horror. The two exchanged glances, quickly put down their wine glasses, and followed Luo Tianxian. On the way, the two explained to Luo Tianxian the reason why they couldn't recognize Yi Tian for now, asking him not to reveal their identities. Luo Tianxian agreed. At the same time, Luo Tianxian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He never expected that after searching high and low for a grandson-in-law, he would end up finding a descendant of Xiao Yi. Could this be what they call fate? To be continued. Living quarters. Luo Tianxian quickly arrived here with Xiao Yin and Xiao Ao. However, as soon as they reached Zhou Ni's stall, the three of them turned pale with shock. They saw Luo Yu and Yi Tian looking completely drunk, with empty bottles scattered all over the ground. Zhou and I stood to the side with a similarly horrified expression, watching the two. Just moments ago, he saw the two drinking quite well, but as they drank more, they got more into it. By the time he realized what was happening, the ground was already covered with empty bottles. Even the other members around, who were having late-night snacks and drinks, started cheering them on as they competed in drinking. Old Luo, are you sure they're on a date? Xiao Ao swallowed hard and looked at Luo Tianxian. Heh, hee, young people, you know. My granddaughter wouldn't get drunk if she didn't want to give your nephew a chance, Luo Tianxian said with an awkward smile. At the same time, he cursed Luo Yu in his heart. This girl is so embarrassing. I asked you to show Yi Tian around the base, not to take him drinking. And you even got yourself drunk. This kid does look quite like that rascal from the Yi family, but his eyes really resemble Xiao Rose. Xiao Yin said, looking at Yi Tian and sighing. Come on, Luo. Luo instructor, let me toast you again. Thank you for showing me around the shadow base today and taking me to the training area. Yi Tian said with a smile, picking up a bottle of beer. Hey, you, this isn't a glass. This is clearly a bottle. Luo Yu said, picking up a bottle of beer as well. If we're talking about gratitude, it should be me thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to break through the 5th gate of the 8 gates, and you even helped the team leaders in my group break through the 8 gates. So, I should be the one thanking you. Hey, no problem. You are all heroes guarding the front lines of Huaxia. It's only right. Cheers, Yi Tian said, and the two of them each grabbed a bottle and instantly finished another 2 bottles of beer. The 3 people nearby were dumbfounded. Luo Yu broke through to the 5th gate? Because of Yi Tian? And the team leaders in her group also broke through? What is going on? You don't need to call me Instructor Luo anymore. It feels too distant. If you don't mind, I'm a bit older than you, so just call me sister. How about we become sworn siblings? Haha, sure, Sister Luo Yu, Yi Tian said with a laugh. Hearing Yi Tian call her sister, Luo Yu immediately perked up. Haha, great. Good boy. Luo Yu laughed, picking up a skewer of barbecue and arranging it, while also placing 3 bottles of beer on the table. She then grabbed another bottle of beer from the ground and handed it to Yi Tian. The ceremony can't be skipped, Luo Yu said drunkenly with a laugh. Yi Tian took the beer, also laughing drunkenly. I understand. Even though it's a bit simple, it doesn't matter. And so, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the two of them actually knelt down in front of the table. I, Luo Yu, I, Yi Tian, hereby swear to become sworn siblings, not seeking to be born on the same year, same month, and same day, but seeking to. Poof. Haha. Old Luo, are they really on a date? This looks more like a sibling oath. Xiao Ao struggled to hold back his laughter as he looked at Luo Tianxian and asked. Luo Tianxian's face had already turned as dark as coal, and he cursed inwardly. I wanted you two to be together to get married. Married, not to become sworn siblings. And now you've turned my future grandson-in-law into your sworn brother. General Xiao, old Luo, Zhou and I saw the 3 of them arrive and quickly walked over. Our Captain Luo, she must be too happy today, so. Zhou and I forced himself to explain, but he couldn't come up with a good excuse either, silently mourning for Luo Yu in his heart. Ridiculous. No matter how happy she is, she shouldn't drink like this. What if there's an enemy attack? Luo Tianxian said angrily. Zhou and I could only accompany him with a smile, unable to understand why Luo Tianxian was so furious. Normally, Luo Yu had gotten drunk like this with them before. As for an enemy attack, that's even more impossible. Not to mention that this is within Huaxia territory, their own domain. Even if the enemy entered Huaxia, this base is so secretive that the enemy wouldn't be able to find it. Even if they did, the members on duty here are not to be underestimated. However, Zhou and I couldn't possibly understand what Luo Tianxin was thinking at the moment. He could only muster up the courage to explain. Well, it's because Luo Tuan happens to have a day off tomorrow, and thanks to Yi Shun, who helped our team improve its overall combat power, we ended up drinking a bit too much. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Old Luo, your granddaughter is something, bringing this kid along. Xiao Ao laughed, pulling out his phone to start taking pictures, but the camera was entirely focused on Yi Tian. Come on, Uncle Xiao will be your witness. As he continued taking pictures, perhaps finding it not entertaining enough, he switched to video mode and walked up to the two, speaking to Luo Yu. After all, he couldn't reveal his connection to Yi Tian just yet, so he had to be cautious. In the end, the two were taken away by Luo Tianxin and the other three. Xiao Ao carried Yi Tian, while Luo Tianxin carried his granddaughter out of the living quarters. Watching the two being taken away by the three, everyone silently mourned for Luo Yu in their hearts. Yi Tian was still somewhat excusable since he hadn't joined their Shadow Corps yet, but Luo Yu was one of the captains of the Shadow Corps and also old Luo's granddaughter. There was no way Luo Yu could escape a scolding this time. Pioneer Academy. Morning. Yi Xian arrived at the classroom as usual. It was currently summer vacation, so the entire classroom was empty except for Yi Xian. She had just received a message from her mentor last night, saying that a new mentor would be teaching her today and that she should go directly to the classroom for her lesson. So Yi Xian had come to the classroom early. Not long after Yi Xian arrived, Xiaoyan walked in carrying breakfast. As soon as she entered the classroom, Xiaoyan saw a familiar figure and felt a surge of emotions. This girl really looked like Sister Ro when she was young. The two were practically carved from the same mold. Hey, teacher, good morning. Yi Xian saw Xiaoyan and immediately greeted her nervously, while also being stunned by Xiaoyan's beauty. She hadn't expected the new mentor to be neither an old man nor an old lady, but rather a very beautiful OL. Yi Tian's brain started working quickly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall what had happened last night. He only remembered having barbecue with Luo Yu, and both of them drank a lot. Yi Tian suddenly took a sharp breath. Could this be Luo Yu's room? Thinking of this, Yi Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Could he have done something after drinking last night? System, come out quickly. What exactly happened last night? Yi Tian hurriedly called out to the system. If he had known this would happen, he would have used spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol while drinking last night. Yi Tian had considered using spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol last night, but then he thought, how much could a girl like Luo Yu drink anyway? Cheating while drinking with a girl, if word got out, how embarrassing would that be? So Yi Tian decided to go head-to-head with Luo Yu. But no matter what, Yi Tian never expected that Luo Yu could drink so much. Beep. The system has no interest in the host's daily life. Therefore, when the host does not summon the system automatically goes into sleep mode. As a result, there is no record of last night's events. The system's cold electronic voice came from Yi Tian's ear. Yi Tian was instantly speechless, his face darkened. No record? This concerns my lifelong happiness. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Yi Tian's heart immediately jumped. PL, please come in. Yi Tian said nervously with a hint of shyness, his eyes fixed on the door. For some reason, there was even a trace of anticipation in his gaze. The door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man appeared outside, holding breakfast in his hands. Poof! Yi Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of strange thing was I expecting? Yo, you're awake. Not bad, looking quite spirited. Xiao Ao said with a smile as he looked at Yi Tian. Who are you? And where is this place? Yi Tian asked awkwardly, looking at the middle-aged man. After all, he had no idea what had happened last night. Yo, young man, weren't you quite the drinker last night? You even managed to drink down the best drinker in my regiment, the commander himself. What's the matter? Can't remember? Xiao Ao said with a laugh. I'm Xiao Ao, one of the 10 generals of the Shadow Legion. Xiao Ao introduced himself. Xiao? General Xiao, hello. Yi Tian became nervous upon realizing the visitor was a general. Could he really have done something to Luo Yu? Even a general is involved now. General Xiao. Why am I here? What happened last night? Where is Instructor Luo Yu? Yi Tian asked anxiously. Haha. Come, have some porridge while we talk. Xiao Ao placed the breakfast on the table and said with a smile, You guys were something else last night. Thank you, General Xiao. Yi Tian sat down at the table. Hearing Xiao Ao's words, his unease grew stronger. Could he really have done something outrageous last night? That shouldn't be possible. Yi Tian was being strung along by Xiao Ao, and honestly, he didn't have much of an appetite. However, the other party was at least a general-level figure, and personally bringing him breakfast refusing to eat seemed a bit impolite. So, Yi Tian slowly began to eat his breakfast. General Xiao, aren't you eating? Yi Tian suddenly asked. I've already eaten. You go ahead and eat. Xiao Ao waved his hand and smiled. Also, don't call me General Xiao anymore, it sounds too formal. Since you're now considered one of that girl Luo Yu's people, that makes you one of mine too. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Xiao. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Tian spat out the porridge he had just sipped. Hey, take it slow, what's the rush? Xiao Ao looked at Yi Tian and laughed. There's more after you finish. No, 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 General Xiao. Uncle Xiao, I'm already full. So, can you tell me what exactly happened last night? Yi Tian said, almost in tears. What does he mean by considered one of Luo Yu's people? Huh? Seeing Yi Tian's nervous expression, Xiao Ao stopped joking and directly took out his phone, handing it to Yi Tian. See for yourself. You two were really something last night. Huh? Yi Tian quickly took the phone, opened the video inside with a puzzled expression. I Luo Yu. I Yi Tian. Today, we swear to become sworn siblings, not seeking to be born on the same day, month, and year, but to die on the same day, month, and year. Come, Uncle Xiao will be your witness. Sister Luo Yu. Good little brother. Cheers. Voices came from the phone. Yi Tian watched the video, which even he found unbearably cringeworthy, his face full of embarrassment. Because in the video, he and Luo Yu were both clearly drunk, swearing siblinghood over barbecue and beer, even kneeling down. What the hell had he done? This time, he had truly socially died in the shadow base, the kind of death he couldn't recover from. Moreover, in the video, Yi Tian could clearly see that many members of the shadow base were around, all holding up their phones and recording. Haha, last night you two became sworn siblings, and I was the witness. Later, you both drank yourselves unconscious. We happened to pass by, so we brought you back here. Xiao Ao explained from the side. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Yi Tian said awkwardly. Although the social death was humiliating, Yi Tian still felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least he hadn't done anything outrageous while drunk otherwise. He wouldn't know how to face Luo Yu. Is Sister Luo Yu okay? After learning about what happened last night, Yi Tian felt more at ease and quickly asked, that girl is fine. Although she's my subordinate, she's not under my direct command. Old Luo is in charge of her. Shadow-based general office. At this moment, Luo Yu stood there with messy hair and sleepy eyes. In front of her, Luo Tianxin was staring at her with a dark expression. Grandpa, I'm off today. Why are you waking me up so early? Luo Yu complained, saying she drank too much last night and hadn't sobered up yet. But Luo Tianxin had already dragged her out of bed. Luo Tianxin looked at his granddaughter with a face full of frustration. Ah, you little rascal, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Just look at what kind of trouble you caused last night. As he spoke, Luo Tianxin directly threw his phone to Luo Yu. On the phone was a video sent to him by Xiao Ao, recorded last night. Luo Yu, full of confusion, opened the video on the phone. Instantly, her sleepiness vanished, her expression froze completely, and her face turned red at a visible speed. Getting drunk wasn't scary. What was scary was someone helping you recall the events the next day, especially when they recorded it. What had she done in front of so many people? You're really driving me mad. Don't you understand your grandfather's intentions? Xiao Yi is such a good kid, whether it's his character or talent. The reason I asked you to host Xiao Yi was so you two could develop a relationship. And what did you do? Instead of forming a relationship, you became sworn siblings. If you don't want him, at least leave a chance for your sister. But no, you didn't just waste the opportunity. You completely embarrassed me. I'm going to teach you a lesson, you little rascal. The more Luo Tianxin thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately grabbed the tape measure on the table. Luo Yu quickly dodged. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. But I was drunk, wasn't I? Luo Yu darted around like a cunning rabbit, evading Luo Tianxin's swinging tape measure. Smack! The sound echoed as Xiao Yan, who had just opened the office door, froze. At the moment he opened the door, Luo Yu had hidden behind it. As the tape measure swung again, Luo Yu dodged once more. But no one expected that as Luo Yu dodged, Xiao Yan walked in. Luo Tianxin couldn't stop his swing in time, and the tape measure landed squarely on Xiao Yan's face, leaving a red mark. Xiao Yan, who am I? Where am I? Meanwhile, Luo Yu had somehow already hidden behind Xiao Yan, sweating profusely. Huh? Uncle Xiao, good morning. Help me talk to my grandpa. I'm leaving now. With that, Luo Yu bolted toward the office door. However, no matter how hard she tried to run, she found her body still rooted in place. His Xiao Yan touched the red mark on his face with one hand, sharply inhaling from the sting, while his other hand firmly grabbed Luo Yu. Old Luo, this is your own granddaughter. How can you bear to hit her so hard? Humph, if I don't hit her hard, she won't learn her lesson. Luo Tianxin said with a dark expression. I've been worrying myself sick over these two girls' lifelong happiness. And look at her. Xiao Yan, step aside. I must teach this little rascal a lesson today. Hee, calm down first. Besides, they were both drunk last night, so that whole sworn siblings thing doesn't count, Xiao Yan said with a smile. And young people these days, isn't it common for friends to become sisters, and then sisters to become lovers? It's a step-by-step process rushing things won't work. Listening to Xiao Yan's words, Luo Tianxin and Luo Yu immediately looked at him with faces full of horror. You? Where did you learn this? Are young people nowadays this bold? Luo Tianxin asked in disbelief. Haha, there's no need to learn this. It's my experience as someone who's been through it. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. He couldn't possibly admit that after being mocked by Luo Tianxin and Xiao Ao last night for being a straight-laced guy, he spent the whole night discussing with friends how to flirt. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's face had turned as red as an apple. Can you two let me leave before discussing these things? I'm still here, you know. Do I not deserve any dignity? However, Xiao Yan's words managed to calm Luo Tianxin down. Right, they were both drunk last night, so what happened shouldn't count. Besides, they didn't go through a proper brotherhood ceremony. Who swears brotherhood over barbecue skewers and beer anyway? Thinking of this, Luo Tianxin felt relieved. As for Xiao Yan's later remarks, Luo Tianxin didn't take them seriously at all. You're single and straight yourself. Coming from you, this advice is really unreliable. Seeing Luo Tianxin's strange expression, Xiao Yan awkwardly coughed twice. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Yu, tell us what happened yesterday. How? How did that kid help you improve your 8 Gates realm? Afterward, Luo Yu recounted how Yi Tian guided her to break through the 8 gates to the two of them. After listening, Luo Tianxin and Xiao Yan were deeply shocked, though they didn't show it too much. Ahem. I see. Understood. All right, go back and rest well. There's a task tomorrow that your team needs to complete, so take today to rest properly, Xiao Yan said calmly. Luo Yu agreed and quickly turned to leave. Seeing Luo Tianxin still fuming, she didn't want to stay even a minute longer. Wait. Ahem. Also, tell your team that if you can avoid using the 8 gates during this period, then don't use them. After some time, there might be hope for you all to use the 8 gates freely, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Luo Yu froze. Use freely. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and became extremely excited. Uncle Xiao, do you mean the after effects of using the 8 gates? Xiao Yan nodded slightly. This is all thanks to that kid. All right, rest well. After all, this is only a possibility, so use the 8 gates sparingly. It's not a complete prohibition, but during regular training, avoid using them. However, if you find yourself in a life or death situation, don't hesitate. Survival is the most important thing. This was the decision he and Luo Tianxin had reached after discussing it last night. Yi Tian's breakthrough this time had truly brought a significant and fundamental advancement to China. Luo Yu was equally shocked, but didn't ask too many questions. After agreeing with the two, she left. Haha, your nephew is truly remarkable. Luo Tianxin was extremely shocked in his heart and smiled helplessly. If I remember correctly, this method can only be fully mastered by those at the realm level, right? And what level is Xiao Tian? According to Old Wei, that kid had already reached Silver 5 stars when he first awakened his abilities. Now, after just a week at the Pioneer Academy, he has already broken through Silver and entered the Gold level. A Gold level individual can already fully control the energy within their body and even release it to help others break through the 8 gates. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Interesting. Truly interesting, Luo Tianxian said with a smile, though his face showed more helplessness than amusement. He had always been aware of Yi Tian's talent. Initially, he thought he could take advantage of Yi Tian's untapped potential and rope the kid in, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy, especially considering Yi Tian's identity. Back then, the matter between Xiao Rou and Yi Qiu had spread throughout the entire capital. It wasn't just Yi Jingxiu who opposed their relationship, even Xiao Yi was strongly against it. The reason was simple. Xiao Rou's talent was too extraordinary, known throughout the capital. If Tianmen didn't emerge, Xiao Rou would undoubtedly be the first to take that step. How could someone like Yi Qiu be worthy of her? It was precisely because of this that Xiao Yi, to this day, still looked down on that brat from the Yi family. He had lost his most talented and precious daughter to him. If Xiao Yi could look favorably upon him, it would truly be a miracle. With the lesson from that incident, Luo Tianxian couldn't believe that Xiao Yi wouldn't take precautions. Moreover, Yi Tian was Xiao Rou's biological son, his own grandson. Thinking of this, Luo Tianxian shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly in his heart. Trying to rope in a grandson-in-law is really not easy. Xiao Yan also smiled with satisfaction. It seems that this child Xiao Tian has truly inherited Xiao Rou's talent. Mother and son are equally extraordinary. If the third brother can successfully bring Xiao Rou back, I believe Xiao Rou will be very happy. Last night, Xiao Yan overheard the drunken conversation between Yi Tian and Luo Yu, which had already piqued her curiosity. However, the situation last night was not suitable for asking specific questions directly. So, early this morning, Xiao Yan went to find the team leader of Luo Yu's group to inquire. After learning the results, Xiao Yan was extremely shocked. Just now, she returned to the office intending to tell Luo Tianxian, but unexpectedly, Luo Yu was also there. So, she confirmed the details with Luo Yu again. And now, Luo Yu explained the detailed situation in front of both of them once more. Only then did Xiao Yan completely confirm it, and at the same time, she was deeply shocked. Just as Luo Tianxian said, Yi Tian's method is something that only those at the realm level can achieve. But what level is Yi Tian now? A newly advanced gold level ability user, yet he can already completely control his energy. When an ability user awakens their abilities, they can control the energy within their body. However, being able to control and being able to fully master are two entirely different concepts. Due to the energy of the superhuman's abilities, it is inherently a very violent type of energy. Superhumans can increase the energy within their bodies through continuous cultivation, but at the same time, they must practice constantly to control this energy well. Otherwise, it would be like giving a child a handgun. Even if they know how to use it, they wouldn't shoot accurately and might even hurt themselves with the gun's recoil. Xiao Yan himself is also a superhuman, so he understands how difficult it is to fully control the energy within one's body. Setting aside the amount of training required, this also somewhat depends on talent. For example, his own father had an extraordinary talent, but it seemed that his father only managed to fully control his internal energy when he reached the shadow level, right? Speaking of his fifth sister, Xiao Rou, her talent is even more monstrous than their father's. In just a few short years, she stepped into the realm level. If Xiao Yan remembers correctly, Xiao Rou achieved this when she was at the king level. And now, his nephew has surpassed them all, achieving this feat at the gold level. Otherwise, how could Yi Tian have the ability to help Luo Yu and even the team leader in her group break through the 8 gates realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Why hadn't he inherited anything from his father? The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. However, what Xiao Yan didn't know was that Yi Tian wasn't actually a superhuman but a cultivator. The energy within him wasn't just energy, but a purer form called spiritual energy. This is why Yi Tian could control it effortlessly. as spiritual energy is much gentler than the energy they are familiar with. For cultivators, this is merely a basic skill. Haha, old Luo, don't think too much about it. Let the young people handle their own matters. Xiaoyan laughed and said, after my father went through the incident with Xiao Rou, he actually became much more open-minded. I believe that as long as Xiao Tian truly likes her, my father won't have any objections. Xiaoyan could clearly see Luo Tianqin's thoughts, so he immediately spoke to comfort him. In fact, Xiaoyan wasn't wrong. Back when Xiao Rou and Yi Qiu were together, it wasn't just the Yi family who opposed it, the entire Xiao family was also against it. After all, Xiao Rou was the most talented member of their family and the most beloved daughter of Xiao Yi. Of course, they couldn't bear to see her being taken away by that kid from the Yi family. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. None of them could stand against Xiao Rou's determination. Ultimately, though unwilling, they had to accept it. It wasn't until Xiao Rou entered the heavenly gate and Yi Qiu, for Xiao Rou's sake, fearlessly ventured into the heavenly gate alone, that they truly accepted Yi Qiu. Although Xiao Yi still occasionally called Yi Qiu a rascal, deep down, when he saw Yi Qiu enter the heavenly gate, he had already accepted him as his son-in-law. At the very least, he knew that his daughter hadn't chosen the wrong person and that the two of them truly loved each other. So now, many times, Xiao Yi has been quite lenient regarding their lifelong matters. Regardless of the other party's family background, as long as the other party is sincere, that's enough. Unfortunately, except for Xiao Rou and Xiao Hu, who have already left the Xiao family, the others either have high standards or are too busy with daily official duties, leaving no time for romance, let alone marriage and children. This has led to Xiao Yi getting annoyed whenever he sees them. Thinking about this, Xiaoyan secretly felt fortunate that his father was the type who couldn't sit still. Even at his age, he founded the Pioneer Academy and is usually too busy managing the academy to meddle in their affairs. He only occasionally urges them during the annual family gatherings. Otherwise, if he were like Luo Tianqin, nagging them every day, Xiao Yin and the others would probably be unable to bear it. Haha. Haha. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, don't you agree? Xiaoyan thought about how his father would act if he were like Luo Tianqin, then imagined his father's stern expression. He immediately felt a strong sense of pressure and instantly understood how Luo Yu and Luo Tianhong must feel. You're right. Forget it. Let the young people develop on their own. Luo Tianqin seemed to have come to terms with it, waved his hand, and said with a smile. However, his thoughts were different. Xiaoyan's words undoubtedly reminded him that at least he wouldn't have to worry about old Zhao's side. He just needed to keep an eye on the other group of old guys at the academy. The more Luo Tianqin thought about it, the happier he became, and he stopped dwelling on the matter. I've already submitted your letter. The higher-ups are discussing it, and will hold a meeting about this matter in the capital in 3 days. At that time, bring your father along, and we'll all go together. Luo Tianqin took out 2 meeting invitations from the drawer and handed them to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded, took the invitations from Luo Tianqin's hand, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. What is meant to come will come. By the way, what's the attitude of the higher-ups? Mentioning this matter, Xiao Yan's expression also became serious. Well, I can't quite figure it out for now. After all, the incident happened too suddenly. If it hadn't occurred, the original plan was to destroy Tianmen in a year if no one returned from it. This plan was decided after discussions with leaders from various countries. But you don't need to worry. We're still alive, and the higher-ups remember old Zhao's contributions to China. Also, the boundary-level experts who entered Tianmen China sent the most. So, the higher-ups have been delaying the decision. Their attitude should align with ours, but the specific results and plans will have to wait until after the meeting. However, this meeting only represents China's perspective. After that, further discussions with leaders from other countries will be necessary to determine the final decision regarding Tianmen. Luo Tianqin also spoke with a heavy expression. To be honest, he wasn't worried about his own people. What he was truly concerned about was how to persuade other countries to agree with Huaxia's approach after the meeting. After all, Tianmen was no longer solely controlled by Huaxia, but jointly managed by various nations. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it could even lead to conflicts between countries, potentially sparking wars, something no one wanted to see. To be continued footwork training zone. After finishing breakfast, Yi Tian planned to come here to continue training and challenge the mythical level of difficulty. After all, he hadn't exerted his full strength yesterday, but was surrounded by so many people that his training had to be interrupted. It wasn't that he didn't want others to watch, it was mainly because he had already experienced social embarrassment through the screen once, and then ran into them in person. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't handle it. Ah, General Xiao. Uncle Xiao, aren't you busy? You usually have a lot of official duties, right? I can manage on my own, Yi Tian said, looking at Xiao Ao who was following him. He not busy. I'm resting today anyway. Staying in the room is boring. And since you said you wanted to train your footwork, I thought I'd come and take a look too. Don't underestimate your Uncle Xiao. My skills are still pretty good. You just focus on your training later, and I'll observe. Maybe I can even give you some pointers, Xiao Ao said with a smile, deliberately releasing a bit of his aura. Yi Tian immediately felt a powerful energy erupting from Xiao Ao's body. He couldn't discern the exact level, but he felt that this aura was similar to the ones emitted by Xiao Yi and the assassins from the killing organization. It gave him the same sense of helpless despair. Haha, train well. One day, you'll reach my level too, Xiao Ao said, quickly retracting his aura as he noticed Yi Tian's reaction. He patted Yi Tian's shoulder and smiled. He was afraid that if he kept showing off, the pressure might overwhelm Yi Tian, and if Xiao Rou came back later, he'd be the one to suffer for it. Feeling that sense of helplessness and despair, Yi Tian's fighting spirit burned even brighter, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Good, not bad. Seeing the fighting spirit in Yi Tian's eyes, Xiao Ao nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin. What difficulty level do you want to challenge? Uncle Xiao will help you set it up. Mythical level. I didn't pass with full marks yesterday, but today I must try to achieve a perfect score, Yi Tian said with a spirited smile. What? What did you say? What level? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiao Ao was dumbfounded. Did you misspeak, or did I mishear? What level? Mythical level, why? Uncle Xiao, Yi Tian asked, looking at Xiao Ao with a puzzled expression. Yesterday, Sister Luo, you said it for me once. Isn't it mythical level? Seeing Yi Tian so certain, Xiao Ao quickly clicked on the control panel to check. You challenged the mythical level difficulty yesterday, Xiao Ao asked in disbelief. I think so. Why don't you check first? Seeing Xiao Ao's astonished expression, Yi Tian couldn't believe it. Yes, I found it. Yi Tian, this is the place, Xiao Ao said as he clicked in. There were a total of 3 challenge records. The next moment, Xiao Ao's mouth dropped open, his face filled with shock as he stared at the content on the screen of the control panel. Easy level, perfect score, completed in 0.8 seconds. Hard level, also a perfect score, completed in 3 seconds. Mythical level, although not a perfect score, still passed, completed in 10 minutes and 59 seconds. Xiao Ao was so shocked that his voice cracked, and then he looked at Yi Tian with a strange expression. Kid, did you start practicing footwork in your mother's womb? Xiao Ao teased as he looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, As a general in the Shadow Legion, he had seen people achieve perfect scores on the easy and hard levels, but completing them in such a short time? This was the first time. For the easy level, even if he challenged it himself, it would take at least 10 seconds, but Yi Tian managed it in less than a second. The hard level was even more exaggerated, taking only 3 seconds. Even if you were riding a rocket, you wouldn't be that fast. As for the mythical level of difficulty, currently, only 3 generals in the top 10 of the Shadow Legion had passed it, and it took them over half an hour, with their results being utterly dismal. Yet this kid only took about 10 minutes? And with such a short time, his score was ridiculously high. For a moment, Xiao Ao was filled with anticipation. He wanted to see how Yi Tian managed to do it. Ahem. All right, it's confirmed. The last challenge you did yesterday was indeed the mythical level of difficulty. Are you ready? Are you sure you want to start directly with the mythical level? Don't you want to try a lower difficulty to warm up, or something? Xiao Ao asked. Yi Tian shook his head. No need, I'll go straight for the mythical level. I tried this difficulty yesterday, and it was indeed quite challenging, so I want to attempt it in my most energized state. Yi Tian explained, and it was indeed true. The mythical level of difficulty not only had fast-moving obstacles and mechanisms, but also attacked from blind spots at almost every angle. While dodging obstacles, one also had to judge the angles accurately, and the positioning had to be extremely precise to avoid them. Under such conditions, using the Xiaoyao step consumed spiritual energy at an exponential rate. Yesterday, the rapid depletion of spiritual energy caused him to fail to dodge the last few steps in time, leading to a direct hit. At the same time, Yi Tian felt that his movements yesterday were still a bit slow. Although his eyes could see, his body couldn't react fast enough. So he planned to activate the 8 gates directly this time and give it a try. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Xiao Ao didn't ask further and directly selected the mythical level of difficulty. Instantly, a piercing sound rang out, and the footwork training area was filled with a dense array of obstacles and mechanisms. "Tisk, so noisy," Xiao Ao cursed, quickly adjusting the settings. Instantly, the piercing sound reduced slightly. "All right, mythical level difficulty. You can start now," Xiao Ao said with a smile, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "All right," Yi Tian nodded, walked to the starting position, his expression solemn. "I must conquer you with a perfect score today." "Fifth gate. Do gate. Open." With a loud shout from Yi Tian, his entire body turned crimson, veins bulging, and red energy coiled around him, making him look extremely fierce. Boom! With a single step, Yi Tian disappeared from the entrance. Xiao Ao also looked seriously at Yi Tian, who had opened the 8 gates and entered the footwork training zone. But his heart was overwhelmed with shock. He realized that even with great effort, he could barely make out Yi Tian's movements. Inside the training zone, Yi Tian was constantly dodging the mechanisms and obstacles attacking him. With the 8 gates activated, his speed was indeed faster than yesterday, but Yi Tian still felt unsatisfied. His body's reaction speed sometimes couldn't keep up. Faster, faster, even faster. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart. With every obstacle he dodged, every passing second, his movements became faster than the previous second. A little faster, and even faster, his speed kept increasing. Continued. Outside the footwork training zone, Xiao Ao's eyes widened as he watched Yi Tian's figure inside the training zone. Yi Tian's speed was so fast it seemed like he was teleporting. Multiple afterimages of Yi Tian had appeared in the training zone, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. Yi Tian's speed had reached the point where one afterimage hadn't disappeared before the next one appeared. Is this really the speed of someone at the gold level? Xiao Ao stared in horror at the scene. At first, Xiao Ao could still see Yi Tian's movements, though it took considerable effort. Just as he was marveling at the precision of Yi Tian's footwork, he suddenly realized that Yi Tian's speed was increasing. Gradually, Xiao Ao found that his eyes couldn't keep up with Yi Tian's speed anymore. In the end, all he could see were Yi Tian's afterimages. This kid is actually continuously breaking his own speed limits. Truly terrifying. Soon, Yi Tian's figure reappeared at the finish line of the footwork training zone. As soon as he reached the finish line, the 8 gates state on Yi Tian's body instantly disappeared. His face turned pale, sweat poured down his forehead, and his entire body froze before he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Fortunately, the spiritual energy was sufficient this time, and the Chaos Barbarian body supported him, allowing him to maintain the 8 gates state until he reached the finish line. However, he still didn't know what his score would be this time. Thinking about it, Yi Tian sat on the ground, his gaze fixed on the panel. Xiao Ao was equally nervous, staring at the panel, waiting for it to display Yi Tian's challenge results. Trainer, Yi Tian training difficulty, deified. Training time, 8 minutes 59 seconds training score, 950 out of 1000 soon. Yi Tian's score was displayed. Still not fast enough. Yi Tian gasped, slightly disappointed as he spoke. It was clear that Yi Tian was not satisfied with this result. Even with the use of the 8 gates technique, the time was only 2 minutes faster than last time, and he still couldn't achieve a perfect score. Thinking of this, Yi Tian felt very unwilling and immediately started crazily running his cultivation technique, planning to try again. Outside the training room, Xiao Ao was completely stunned. He had no idea what Yi Tian was thinking at the moment. If he did, he would definitely curse him out, saying, "What? Not fast enough. You freaking want to turn into light or something?" 8. 8 minutes and 59 seconds? Score 950? This. Xiao Ao's mouth twitched as he looked at the score on the panel, feeling a wave of bitterness. Just moments ago, he had said he would help Xiao Tian observe and give him some pointers, but he hadn't expected that he couldn't even see Yi Tian's movements clearly. What advice could he possibly give? This was beyond embarrassing. Looking at Yi Tian, who was recovering his energy, Xiao Ao quietly stood at the door without disturbing him. This time, Yi Tian hadn't overused his spiritual energy, so his recovery was quite fast. In no time, the spiritual energy in his body was fully restored, and he returned to the starting position once again. "Uncle Xiao, how was it? Was my speed okay just now?" Yi Tian scratched his head and asked. He was preparing to challenge again, so he wanted to hear some feedback from Xiao Ao, who had been watching outside the door, hoping Xiao Ao could give him some advice. Seeing Yi Tian ask him like a student seeking guidance from a teacher, Xiao Ao's old face instantly turned red, and his mouth twitched. This was just so awkward. Ahem. Xiao Tian, your speed is already extraordinary. Uncle Xiao really can't see any issues here. To be honest, it's excellent. Xiao Ao said, his face flushed. He truly couldn't find any problems, and later on, he couldn't even clearly see Yi Tian's movements. Saying this, Xiao Ao simply gave up. After all, it's his nephew, why overthink it? Embarrassment is fine, it's all within the family. Xiao Ao thought to himself. To be honest, your speed even makes me envious. Your footwork is incredible, I can barely make out your figure. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Xiao. Let me try again. I feel like I haven't fully unleashed the potential of this footwork yet. Hearing Xiao Ao's words, Yi Tian felt a bit surprised. However, to avoid discouraging Xiao Ao, Yi Tian hid his thoughts well. He was equally excited in his heart. As expected of a divine-level movement technique, it even made someone as strong as Uncle Xiao barely able to see him. All right, I'll set it up for you. Xiao Ao, unaware of Yi Tian's thoughts, quickly agreed upon hearing Yi Tian's desire to challenge again. He began operating the control panel once more, curious about the true power of the footwork if it hadn't been fully displayed earlier. He couldn't help but anticipate the results. Soon, Yi Tian began his second challenge. Just like the first time, he directly utilized the 8 gates technique, leaving Xiao Ao stunned and envious. Being able to use the 8 gates technique without restrictions, how indulgent. Yi Tian quickly completed the second challenge, reducing the time by another 2 minutes, finishing in 6 minutes and 59 seconds. He achieved a perfect score, but Yi Tian still felt something odd. It wasn't the score that felt strange, but rather a peculiar sensation within himself. However, Yi Tian couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Each time, he felt as if he was about to grasp something, but he could never catch it. Moreover, whenever he tried to seize that elusive feeling, his movements and physical reactions seemed to be affected. As a result, he failed to capture it both times. Yi Tian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on that strange feeling anymore. He had thoroughly tested the footwork, just like the Chaos Barbarian body. Regarding this, he only wanted to say one thing to the system. System, you're amazing. System, humph. Hee, kid, you're impressive. This record of yours will probably be hard for anyone to break. You've definitely left your mark in our base now. Xiao Ao patted Yi Tian's shoulder and laughed, completely numb to Yi Tian's performance. Seeing Yi Tian's second challenge results, he was both shocked and gratified. Yi Tian simply smiled. He actually wanted to tell Xiao Ao that perhaps yesterday, when his clothes were crushed by gravity in the gravity chamber, he had already left his mark in the shadow base, a rather embarrassing reputation. So how was it? Take a break? Training too crazily isn't good, it can harm your body. Everything is the same, too much is as bad as too little, Xiao Ao said with a faint smile. All right, I'll listen to Uncle Xiao and take a break. Yi Tian replied with a smile as well. He indeed needed a break. Even though his spiritual energy had recovered, his body had undergone 2 consecutive uses of the 8 gates technique, each time for a considerable duration. Even with his chaos primal body, he still felt a hint of fatigue. All right, let's go then. Let's grab a drink and have a good rest," Xiao Ao said with a smile, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Old Luo mentioned to me this morning that I should bring you to him this afternoon. He said he wants to teach you a special skill. You're in luck, kid. That old man has never taught his special skill to anyone except us 10 generals and his granddaughter. His skill is something extraordinary. You better learn well this afternoon," Xiao Ao said with a laugh. To be continued. Shadow Base. Combat Training Zone. After lunch, Xiao Ao took Yi Tian directly to the training zone, where Luo Tianqian was already waiting for them. "Old Luo, Grandpa Luo." The two greeted Luo Tianqian promptly upon seeing him. "Ah, good, you're here. Did you have a good rest this afternoon?" Luo Tianqian asked Yi Tian with a kind smile, his gaze as if he were looking at his own child. Due to an upcoming meeting, Luo Tianqian was set to leave for the National Conference Hall tomorrow. He had no idea when he would return, so he decided to teach Yi Tian his special skill today. Yi Tian could practice it while Luo Tianqian was away, and once he was free, he would visit the academy to provide further guidance. "All right," Yi Tian nodded. "I'm in great shape now, I can start any time," Yi Tian said with a smile. "Haha, good. Then I'll start teaching you now. Time might be tight since I have to leave the base tomorrow to handle official duties elsewhere. Learn as much as you can for now, practice it, and when I'm done, I'll come to the academy to check on you. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll guide you then," Luo Tianqian said with a smile. He had already regarded Yi Tian as his future grandson-in-law, so he was particularly attentive to Yi Tian's matters. "All right," Yi Tian replied with a smile. He naturally wouldn't ask too much about Luo Tianqian's schedule, as it wasn't something he needed to know. Xiao Ao, watching Luo Tianqian from the side, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. Being just as shrewd, he could clearly see through Luo Tianqian's intentions. It was obvious that Luo Tianqian was determined to rope in his precious nephew as his future grandson-in-law. "Before we begin, let me explain my special skill to you first. I call it protection," Luo Tianqian said calmly, while Yi Tian listened attentively. Before the chaos descended, no one had awakened any abilities. In that era, there were no ability users, only ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. He was certainly not unfamiliar with this term, but he had always thought it only existed in novels or TV dramas. He never imagined that such a thing could actually exist in this world. However, upon further thought, with the appearance of the rift, superhumans had emerged, so it wasn't surprising that ancient martial artists existed in this world as well. "Yes," Luo Tianqian nodded. "Ancient martial artists are generally passed down by prominent families or hidden clans. Their ancient martial arts are usually not shared with outsiders. Before my supernatural abilities awakened, I was considered an ancient martial artist. However, the ancient martial arts I learned were obtained by chance during a fortuitous encounter. I became a Qigong master, which makes me a sort of wandering ancient martial artist. Later, when the chaotic times arrived, I awakened my supernatural abilities and gained energy. At that time, I wondered what would happen if I merged my qi with the energy. So, I began experimenting endlessly," Luo Tianqian said, revealing a bitter smile. "But I failed because I discovered that the energy from supernatural abilities was too violent to merge with the qigong I had learned. However, I did gain something from it. I discovered another path. That is, the energy within us can be refined. Through continuous refinement and compression, we can shape the energy, transforming it into a tangible form that attaches to our body surface, enhancing our defense. It can also be attached to our weapons, increasing their power." Luo Tianqian spoke calmly, and a powerful energy suddenly emerged from his body, swirling around his arms. Suddenly, both of Luo Tianqian's arms turned into a black steel color, with a layer of black steel directly covering them. It looked incredibly cool while exuding a terrifying energy aura. "This is protection, and the black steel on my arms is the tangible form of energy after shaping." Yi Tian stared at Luo Tianqian in shock. Although he hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities, he could cultivate immortality through techniques and knew just how violent this energy was. Yet Luo Tianqian had managed to refine and compress this violent energy, directly attaching it to his body. It was unimaginable how crazy one had to be to achieve this. One wrong move, and it could all go terribly wrong. Supernatural abilities and energy were two entirely different things. Superhumans activated their abilities by converting energy, but Luo Tianqian directly and crudely controlled the energy, refining and compressing it without any conversion, attaching it to his body and materializing it. This old man has some skills. He actually managed to refine and compress the energy around him, extracting an energy form closest to spiritual qi. It's just that without cultivation techniques, he can't truly cultivate it. At this moment, Yi Tian heard the system's electronic voice in his ear. Yi Tian, you said you weren't interested in my daily life, so why are you suddenly chiming in now? Ahem. Host, don't misunderstand. I mainly wanted to inform you that the Minter has imparted a unique skill protection. Would you like to spend points to comprehend? Required points, 5,000. Yi Tian was momentarily speechless. It turned out that this system detected Luo Tianqian teaching him a unique skill, which is why it appeared. However, from the system's words just now, Yi Tian understood one thing. The refined and compressed energy within Luo Tianqian's body was infinitely close to spiritual energy, which shocked him even more. It must be noted that energy and spiritual energy are fundamentally not on the same level. The difference between the two is hundreds of times. Energy is mixed with various impurities, making it extremely violent, whereas spiritual energy is purified of all impurities, leaving only the purest essence that is spiritual energy. Yi Tian himself could transform violent energy into spiritual energy only because he possessed a cultivation technique. But Luo Tianqian, without any cultivation technique, he relied solely on refining and compressing energy repeatedly to obtain energy closest to spiritual energy. Achieving this without any cultivation technique shows just how extraordinary Luo Tianqian is. Since you're just starting to learn, don't directly apply it to your body. Although it might look simple when I demonstrate it, achieving success is quite challenging. If you don't control it well, you might end up hurting yourself. Wait until you fully master it, then use it on your body, Luo Tianqian said, looking at Yi Tian's shocked expression with satisfaction. He thought to himself, usually, it's you who surprises me, but now the tables have turned. I've finally managed to shock you this time. To be continued. Xiao Ao also noticed Yi Tian's astonished expression and secretly chuckled. Is this all it takes to shock you? You look like someone who's never seen the world. Luo Lao's unique skills are far beyond this. I mentioned earlier that I once tried to directly fuse spiritual energy and energy, but I failed and ended up taking this path instead. Although I couldn't achieve true fusion, I managed to make the two combine, Luo Tianqian said with a faint smile. Suddenly, the energy attached to his arm emitted a terrifying aura. On the surface of his black steel-colored arms, dozens of pure white streams of air, as thin as threads, swirled around his arms. Although the air streams were thin, the moment those dozens of pure white streams of air began to swirl, Yi Tian could clearly feel the aura emitted by Luo Tianqian becoming even more terrifying. These air streams are my spiritual energy. I can't make them fuse with energy, but I can make them combine. The energy covers my arms, providing me with strength and protection. At the same time, my spiritual energy, emitted from within my body and using me as a carrier, protects my body, thus combining the two. Don't be fooled by the air streams swirling around the surface of my arms. In reality, my spiritual energy acts on my entire body. However, because energy and spiritual energy cannot fuse, the spiritual energy appears under the reflection of the energy. Hence, I named my unique skill protection. Since true fusion is impossible, I separated them, layering one over the other. Luo Tianqian spoke, his tone filled with an air of dominance. Since the two cannot merge, I will find another way to combine them and make them work together. Xiao Ao, listening to Luo Tianqian's serious explanation from the side, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. At first, he thought Luo Tianqian was earnestly teaching, but as the explanation went on, he began to wonder, are you hinting at something? What kind of strange ideas are you instilling in my nephew? This isn't how you explained it when you taught us. But to be fair, what Luo Tianqian said wasn't wrong. After all, the essence of his unique skill was formed this way. He had studied qi and energy for decades, yet he had never been able to merge the two forces. Every time he tried to combine them, they would repel each other. Because the power of energy was too violent, even after he repeatedly hammered and compressed it, its inherent force remained extremely wild. In the end, he could only let the energy act upon the chi, using his own body as a medium to separate the two forces while simultaneously utilizing their power. All right, this is my unique skill. How is it? Not bad, right? Luo Tianxian said with a smile. He didn't really need to ask, he could already see the answer from Yi Tian's shocked expression. Amazing, so amazing, Yi Tian replied, his eyes full of envy. Especially after seeing how Luo Tianxian used qi to enhance his power, not only did it increase significantly, but it also looked incredibly cool. Thinking back to himself, although he was a cultivator, apart from a single cultivation technique and martial skill, he didn't even have a spell, let alone any flashy and powerful abilities. Recalling how he didn't even have the 8 gates technique, he could only rely on the void heaven palm, slapping one palm after another. During the entrance exam, he slapped so much that his hand went numb. For the first time, Yi Tian felt that cultivation wasn't as good as supernatural abilities. System. Who told you not to work hard to earn points? Is that my fault? Yi Tian, with a dark expression and twitching mouth. Is it my fault for not working hard to earn points? Clearly, you're the one who's too stingy. Look at the exchange store. Look at the spells and divine abilities there. How many zeros are there behind those numbers? System. Well, those are divine level items. How could they be the same? Besides, do you think the Void Heaven Palm is that weak? It's because your level is too low, and you can't unleash its true power. The system began to mock Yi Tian outright. And so, the man in the system started arguing. Stop whining. By the way, are you going to comprehend it or not? If not, this system will enter sleep mode. The system finally lost patience and said, Yi Tian, of course I want to comprehend it, but I need 5,000 points. I don't even have that many. If I had known, I would have saved some points instead of drawing so many times. Yi Tian cursed, feeling extremely regretful in his heart. Why didn't he control himself back then? Now it's over, no more points. He could only rely on himself to learn slowly. Humph. Spend points to successfully learn and master the ultimate skill, protect. Suddenly, the system's still angry voice came through, and the next moment, a massive influx of information rushed into Yi Tian's mind. Instantly, Yi Tian mastered Luo Tianxian's ultimate skill. Yi Tian, didn't I run out of points? How were they consumed? I'll lend them to you first, you owe the points. Otherwise, you'll keep complaining that the items in the store are too expensive. The system said disdainfully. Sure enough, Yi Tian looked at the points interface. The remaining 350 points had disappeared, replaced by 4,650. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. What kind of operation is this? The next moment, Yi Tian's tone suddenly became flattering. Dear system, since I can owe points, can I borrow another 100 or 80 books on magical abilities and, bloodlines to use for now? System. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the system almost spat blood in anger. I may not be human, but you're truly shameless. How did I end up with such a brazen master? Not even one book, let alone 100 or 80. How dare you even say that? Get lost. The system replied grumpily. After speaking, it fell completely silent, ignoring Yi Tian no matter how much he called out. Che stingy. Yi Tian muttered, pouting. System mean Jing Hao. I'll endure. I chose this master myself. All right, since I've already taught you the method, the rest depends on your comprehension. Try extracting the surrounding energy and applying it to your weapon first. Luo Tianxian said, giving Xiao Ao a look. Xiao Ao immediately operated the control panel, and in an instant, the combat training area was filled with various weapons, swords, blades, guns, and more. You've now achieved complete mastery over energy. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for you to learn. You just need to continuously refine the energy, compress it, and finally attach it to the weapon. Start by trying it with swords and blades. Before Luo Tianxian could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from Yi Tian. The next moment, a crimson energy completely materialized on Yi Tian's arm, fully covering both of his hands. This, this is even more refined than the energy I've tempered. Luo Tianxin's eyes widened as he felt the energy enveloping Yi Tian. Xiao Ao was equally stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at Yi Tian. He had considered that, with Yi Tian's talent and aptitude, mastering Luo Tianxin's ultimate skill wouldn't be too difficult. He had even imagined Yi Tian undergoing training and eventually mastering Luo Tianxin's skill completely. But he thought he was being overly optimistic after all. This kid had just started learning. But what he didn't expect was that this kid actually learned it in an instant and understood it so thoroughly. Naturally, he was familiar with Luo Tianxin's unique skill, but feeling that energy dam at the refined energy was even purer than that of Luo Tianxin, the creator of this skill. But that wasn't all. In the next moment, two dragon-shaped streams of energy, as thick as hemp ropes, formed and eventually materialized, coiling around Yi Tian's arms. Instantly, the power emanating from Yi Tian's arms became even more violent and terrifying, carrying a trace of dragon might, exuding an air of nobility and majesty. This is exactly the ultimate form I've been pursuing. Luo Tianxin exclaimed in shock, swallowing hard. Just a moment ago, he was secretly proud of his unique skill, amazed at Yi Tian's reaction. But now, he was starting to envy Yi Tian. Yi Tian felt the power in his hands and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Although he had the system, there were still many things he truly didn't know how to use. For example, using this skill now if Luo Tianxin hadn't taught him, relying solely on himself to discover it might have taken an indefinite amount of time. Xiao Tian, how did you do that? Luo Tianxin asked, staring at Yi Tian in shock. Yi Tian canceled the protective form and scratched his head. Actually, I just listened to Grandpa Luo's explanation and suddenly had a wild idea to try it out. I didn't expect it to actually work. Since energy can be continuously refined and compressed, what would happen if we reversed the process? Yi Tian said with a faint smile. Of course, this was mentioned in the skill insights provided by the system on credit, but since he couldn't reveal the existence of the system, he could only claim it was a sudden inspiration. Luo Tianxin was stunned. Reversed? Yes. Yi Tian nodded. Compress first, then refine. Compress first, then refine. Luo Tianxin murmured softly, and suddenly his eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, compress first, then refine. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Throughout his life, he had been seeking the path to integrate energy and qi, focusing all his thoughts on this pursuit, completely neglecting further research to advance his own methods. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Luo Tianxin's eyes. A powerful aura surged from his body, and the surrounding energy was continuously drawn toward him. Huh! Luo Tianxin let out a low shout. He pressed his hands down, and the surrounding energy began to condense, continuously compressed by him, until the energy even materialized. After completing the compression, Luo Tianxin began to forge the energy, and ultimately, the resulting energy was almost as pure as spiritual energy. Protect! Luo Tianxin shouted loudly, and the energy instantly coiled around his arms. At this moment, the energy on his arms was no longer black steel in color, but had transformed into a fiery red. Subsequently, Luo Tianxin continued to condense the energy on his body. Instantly, two dragon-shaped streams of energy coiled around his arms. Feeling the energy and aura within him, Luo Tianxin was deeply shocked, as he realized that the energy in his body was no longer repelling each other as it used to. Moreover, the explosive nature of the energy was not as intense as before, and there was even a slight tendency for the two to merge together. Marvelous, marvelous, haha. I never thought the path I've been pursuing all my life has been right in front of me all along. Luo Tianxin laughed excitedly. He had never imagined that the path he had been chasing all his life had always been right before him, but he had simply failed to notice it. By compressing and refining the energy, it could slightly integrate with the aura in his body. So, what would happen if the compression and refinement reached their peak? In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Luo Tianxin's mind. Haha, I really don't know how to thank you. Originally, I intended to teach you some unique skills, but unexpectedly, you ended up enlightening me instead. allowing me to make progress on the path I've been stagnant on for years. Luo Tianxian looked at Yi Tian, both excited and filled with bitterness. The excitement came from the fact that the path he had been stuck on for so long was finally moving forward again. As for the bitterness, it stemmed from the realization that the answer he had been searching for all these years had always been right in front of him, yet he had failed to notice it. At this moment, Luo Tianxian's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. "Grandpa Luo, please don't say that." Yi Tian quickly waved his hand. "If it weren't for your guidance today, I might not even know how to use this skill, let alone make any progress. All of this is the result of your selfless dedication, and I wouldn't dare take credit for it." "Haha, you kid, stop being so modest." Luo Tianxian laughed, his fondness for Yi Tian growing even stronger. "In the future, if you ever need anything from me, just say the word. From now on, I will be your strongest support. How about this? To express my gratitude, I'll marry my precious granddaughter to you." Luo Tianxian joked, seizing the moment. He was determined not to let go of this grandson-in-law. "Ah!" Yi Tian froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He truly hadn't expected Luo Tianxian to suddenly say something like that. Grandpa Luo, I'm still in school right now. Talking about this kind of thing now is a bit too soon, isn't it?" Yi Tian scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Too soon? Not at all. You can date for a few years, develop your relationship, and then get married. By the time you graduate, I might even be able to hold my great-grandchild." Luo Tianxian laughed. Yi Tian quickly looked toward Xiao Ao, but Xiao Ao directly ignored him, shifting his gaze elsewhere and refusing to meet Yi Tian's eyes. Thinking to himself, "Dear nephew, don't blame your old uncle. It's not that your old uncle doesn't want to help you, but he simply can't. This old man is the head of the Shadow Legion, my superior." To be continued, hee. "So what do you think, Xiao Tian? You've seen her now. My granddaughter may be a bit older than you, but her looks are absolutely top-notch. If you don't fancy my Xiao Yu, that's fine, I have an older granddaughter too. As the saying goes, 3 years older, a golden." Uft. Before Luo Tianxian could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. "Shut up." Watching Luo Tianxian fly out, Luo Yu's face turned red as she angrily shouted. After returning from the office, Luo Yu immediately lay down and slept until the afternoon before fully waking up. As the saying goes, a half-day's social death might not be so embarrassing, but a fully conscious social death is truly mortifying. Upon waking up, Luo Yu recalled the video Xiao Yin had shown her in the office that morning, as well as Luo Tianxian's words. She felt so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Thinking about it, suddenly Yi Tian's image appeared in her mind, prompting her to decide to go find Yi Tian and see what he was up to. After asking around, she finally learned that her grandfather was teaching Yi Tian some special skills in the combat training area, so she rushed over immediately. But she never expected that as soon as she reached the entrance of the combat training area, she would hear Luo Tianxian's words. "How about I marry my granddaughter to you?" Standing at the door, Luo Yu's face turned red, and she was momentarily at a loss, feeling both nervous and eager to know how Yi Tian would respond. Finally, upon hearing Yi Tian's reply, Luo Yu felt a bit disappointed but also somewhat happy. At least Yi Tian didn't say he already had someone he liked, which meant there was still a chance. Just as Luo Yu shyly prepared to step into the combat training area, she heard Luo Tianxian's voice again, now promoting her older sister to Yi Tian. A surge of anger exploded from Luo Yu's heart. Without thinking, she directly kicked Luo Tianxian from behind. Yi Tian and Xiao Ao watched the scene in horror, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. "Old Luo, are you okay?" Xiao Ao's eye twitched even more. He suddenly felt he shouldn't be here. In the entire base, the only ones who dared treat Luo Tianxian like this were Luo Yu and her brother. "Ouch! My old back." After being kicked and sent flying, Luo Tianxian lay on the ground. Once he recovered, he slowly stood up, clutching his back. He never expected Luo Yu to suddenly appear, let alone that this brat would actually kick him so hard and send him flying. "Grandpa, are you okay?" After kicking Luo Tianxian away, Luo Yu immediately regretted it. She hadn't held back her strength just now, and for the unprepared and elderly Luo Tianxian, That kick might have been a bit too much. She quickly rushed over to help him up. You little brat. Do you even remember that I'm your grandfather? Luo Tianxian glared at Luo Yu with a mix of anger and exasperation. I was so worried about the lifelong happiness of you two sisters. And this is how you repay me? I, I know I was wrong. Are you hurt anywhere? Luo Yu said, her face full of worry and guilt. I'm fine. Luckily, I haven't slacked off in my training, or I might not have been able to withstand that kick. Seeing Luo Yu's worried and guilty expression, Luo Tianxian decided to drop the act. Luo Lao, do you need to go to the medical room? Xiao Ao stepped forward and asked, trying hard to suppress his laughter. After all, this scene was a once-in-a-century occurrence, the mighty Luo Lao, the head of the Shadow Corps, being kicked away in his own base. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, or Luo Yu would surely have faced a scolding. Yes, Grandpa Luo, maybe you should go to the medical room for a checkup? Yi Tian also looked at Luo Tianxian with concern. I'm fine. Luo Tianxian waved his hand dismissively. I was just trying to scare this girl. She's always so reckless. When I was kicked away, I activated my shield, so there's no real harm done. You don't need to worry. Haha, that's why you're the best. Your reflexes are incredible. Hearing that Luo Tianxian was fine, Xiao Ao couldn't help but tease him. Luo Yu, on the other hand, stood to the side with her head down, not daring to look at Luo Tianxian, and even less at Yi Tian. You little brat. I'll deal with you when I get back. Luo Tianxian scolded Luo Yu angrily. Hee. All right then, Xiao Tian, since you've already learned my special skills, there's nothing more I can teach you. I'm leaving the base tomorrow to handle some official business, so I need to go back and prepare. You can continue to familiarize yourself with my techniques here. This is also the best place for you to hone your skills. After all, no amount of training can compare to real combat. From now on, let this girl Luo Yu accompany you. General Xiao, help me back. Luo Tianxian said with a smile. Xiao Ao, being perceptive, gave Yi Tian an encouraging look before helping Luo Tianxian leave. Yi Tian's eye twitched as he watched the two leave. Then he glanced at Luo Yu, who was standing with her head down and her face flushed. An awkward atmosphere immediately filled the air. Don't just leave the two of us here like this. Seriously, Uncle Xiao, was that encouraging look for real? What am I supposed to say now? For a moment, the entire combat training area was unusually quiet, filled with an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Well, my grandpa just likes to joke around. You don't need to take it seriously, Luo Yu said softly. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. Ha. Yi Tian awkwardly smiled, and the atmosphere fell silent once again. Yi Tian. Cough. Speaking of which, how is this combat training area used? If possible, I'd like to have a battle to experience my combat abilities. Seeing the atmosphere grow quiet again, Yi Tian took the initiative to speak. He had never encountered such an awkward situation before and had no idea how to resolve it. So, he'd rather have a fierce battle with a beast than stand there awkwardly. In this atmosphere, he felt like he had dug not just a 3-bedroom apartment under his feet, but almost a villa. I'll help you set it up. Luo Yu, equally unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, had internally cursed Luo Tianxian countless times. Now, hearing Yi Tian's desire for combat training, she quickly ran to the control panel to operate it. Continued. Combat training involves battling beasts simulated by our system. The levels and skills of the beasts are 100% simulated, making the simulated beasts extremely realistic. At the same time, you will feel pain, but it won't be fatal. If you defeat the simulated beast, or if the pain exceeds a certain level, the simulated beast will disappear. This is how we determine the outcome of the battle. Put this on, Luo Yu said, taking out a belt and handing it to Yi Tian. What's this? This is a pain sensor, used to detect the level of pain you endure. Additionally, I'll be watching over you. If any special situation arises, I'll immediately stop the combat training. Luo Yu smiled. Indeed, finding something serious to do was the best way to avoid awkwardness. All right, what level of beast do you want to challenge? The levels correspond to ability levels, ranging from bronze to shadow level beasts. As for those above shadow level, due to energy constraints and limited understanding, we haven't designed them yet. Hmm, let me try a platinum-level beast. Yi Tian thought for a moment and said, he wondered if he would still struggle as much against a platinum-level beast now. PL. Platinum level. Luo Yu was surprised by Yi Tian's words and looked at him in shock. You're only at mid-gold level, right? Are you sure you want to challenge platinum level? Hee hee, my level might not be measured by ordinary standards. Yi Tian smiled and replied, well, all right then, but be careful. If it doesn't work, immediately signal me. Seeing Yi Tian's determination, Luo Yu didn't say anything further, reminding him to stay safe before starting the setup. Do you need any weapons? Suddenly, Luo Yu asked again. Ah. Yi Tian glanced at the weapons on the ground and picked up a long blade. This one, it feels more comfortable to use. Luo Yu nodded and continued with the setup. Soon, all the weapons on the ground disappeared, except for the long blade in Yi Tian's hand. At the same time, the figure of a 3-meter-tall giant spider slowly began to take shape. Pioneer Academy. A spatial fluctuation occurred, and Xiao Yi appeared at the academy gate with Shui Ling. Ah, finally back. Xiao Yi looked at the familiar surroundings, spread his arms wide, and took a deep breath. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and he started vomiting on the spot. Ugh, what's going on? Did the academy's sewer explode or the septic tank burst? Why does it smell so bad? Ugh, Xiao Yi was practically vomiting bile. Shui Ling was equally uncomfortable, her face pale as she looked around at the stench, which was so thick it seemed to take physical form. It was definitely a septic tank explosion. Ugh, seeing the yellow gas floating in the air, Shui Ling couldn't help but vomit as well. I want to go home. Ugh, Xiao Yi immediately waved his hands, opening a spatial portal above the academy. On the other side of the portal were massive tornadoes, furiously sucking the gas out of the academy. After a long while, the stench in the academy finally began to dissipate. Xiao Yi quickly teleported inside the academy. As soon as he appeared, he was utterly horrified by the scene before him. He swore he had never seen anything so shocking in his life. On the field, dozens of students lay on the ground, their eyes filled with despair, their faces showing expressions of utter hopelessness. They were uncontrollably defecating, as if they had given up resisting. The yellow gas was emanating from beneath them. Unable to hold back, Xiao Yi vomited again. He then looked around at the surrounding scene. The teaching building, the dormitory, even the back garden where the elderly lived, none of them were spared. Waves of yellow gas were pouring out from these places, but fortunately, all of it was being sucked away by the spatial portal Xiao Yi had opened. What the hell is going on here? My academy, Xiao Yi shouted, accidentally inhaling a bit of the yellow gas, which made him vomit furiously again. The next moment, Xiao Yi's phone rang. Ugh. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Dean Xiao? Yes, it's me. Who are you? This is the Environmental Management Bureau. I wanted to ask, did the sewer explode or the septic tank burst at your academy? Our complaint hotline has been flooded with calls from residents near your academy today. What's going on over there? Everyone's saying there's an overwhelming stench coming from your area, and it's even knocked out quite a few people. Cough, cough. Xiao Yi replied with a dark expression. If I say both the sewer and the septic tank exploded, would that explanation be acceptable to you? After finishing his sentence, Xiao Yi decisively hung up the phone. The question from the Environmental Management Bureau just now really stumped him. He couldn't possibly say, everyone in our academy just does their business wherever they want. Is it that the academy doesn't have toilets or what? Can't they just go back to the restroom to handle it? How can I even run this academy like this? Back to noon. Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei had just finished training and returned to the villa, only to run into Xiachu. Quangbin, Wei, I heard you two are really good at catching fish. Of course. Back in the day, the three of us. Quangbin's words were cut off by Huyan Wei. So, what scheme are you cooking up this time? Huyan Wei looked at Xiachu warily. What scheme? I'm not up to anything bad. I just want to eat fish. I heard that the fish Grandpa Dean gave us last time came from the pond in the back mountain of the academy. They raised them there. Why don't you two go catch a few for me? Hiss, and you call that not a scheme? You want us to catch the Dean's fish? Are you trying to get us killed? No way. Situ Quangbin refused without a second thought. Oh, come on. Just 2 or 3 fish. He won't notice. The senior brothers and sisters often go catch some. and the dean never punishes them. Besides, the dean never said we couldn't catch them. Please, Quangbin Ji, Wei Ji. Seeing their resistance, Xiaochu immediately started acting cute. Don't you miss the taste of that fish? That kind of fish can only be eaten at the academy. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it outside. Just think about the taste of that fish. As Xiaochu spoke, she instantly triggered memories for Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei. Both of them swallowed their saliva, as if realizing that this little troublemaker might have a point. To be continued. Hee, then I'll leave it to you two. I'll go find Xiaoxin and Muhan to tell them we're having fish tonight. Good luck. If possible, catch a couple more. Xiaochu, seeing their expressions, knew she had succeeded. She threw out this line and left. Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei exchanged a glance. Since they had decided, they might as well get to it. So, the two of them quickly started preparing the tools for catching fish. Wei, remember to grab an empty bottle to hold the worms later. Situ Quangbin reminded as he ran into the bathroom to grab a bucket. Huyen Wei looked around and found no empty bottles. In the end, he casually picked up a bottle filled with powder that was sitting in the corner by the TV. And so, the two of them set off in high spirits toward the back mountain. Oh right, I haven't taken the powdered pills back to my room yet. On the way, Xiaochu muttered to herself. Oh well, I left it in the corner. Who would take it anyway? Let's put it away when we get back later. On the back mountain of the academy, there was a crystal clear stream. The water came from a mountain spring higher up, so the entire water supply of Pioneer Academy relied on this stream. Xiao Yi also thought the water quality here was excellent, so he specifically dug a pond where the stream flowed down. Part of the water flowed into the stream and then to the Academy's reservoir, while a small portion flowed into the pond Xiao Yi built, which he used to raise fish. Let's get started. First, let's look around and see if we can find any worms. If not, we'll have to take off our shoes and catch them in the water. Situ Quangbin said with a laugh. By the way, did you bring the empty bottle I asked for? Don't worry, I brought it. Huyen Wei said as he took out a bottle filled with powder. What's this? Didn't I ask you to bring an empty bottle? Situ Quangbin asked, puzzled, as he looked at the bottle Huyen Wei had taken out. I don't know either. Oh well, who cares? It can't be anything important, or it wouldn't have been left in the corner of the hall. Wait a moment, I'll rinse it out in the river, and it'll be good to use. Huyen Wei said with a laugh. He took the bottle filled with powder to the riverbank, poured all the powder into the river, and then rinsed the bottle with river water. To avoid being discovered sneaking around to catch fish, the two moved quickly and managed to catch 4 relatively large fish from the pond in no time. Satisfied, they headed back. Back at the villa, the two even set up a barbecue grill. Just then, Xiaochu and Yang Muhan returned to the villa as well. Wow, you guys did well. You caught so many, and they're all so big. Xiaochu praised as she looked at their haul. Of course. Who else but us? You guys go inside and rest for a bit. We'll call you when the fire's ready. Situ Quangbin said with a laugh. So, the 3 girls went into the villa to rest, while Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei continued to light the fire at the entrance. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed, followed by a continuous string of explosions, sounding like firecrackers going off. Whoa! Is there a celebration at the academy today? Someone's setting off firecrackers. Huyen Wei said with a laugh. No idea. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's light the fire and barbecue. We'll check it out after we eat. Situ Quangbin said nonchalantly with a smile. Suddenly, Xiaochu rushed out of the villa with a tense expression. Where's the bottle I left in the corner? Oh, that bottle was yours. Is it this one? Huyen Wei held up the empty bottle nearby. Why yes, that's the one. Where's the powder inside? Xiaochu asked, staring at the empty bottle. Sorry about that. I saw it in the corner and thought it wasn't anything important, so I used it to hold worms. I also poured the stuff inside into the river. Huyen Wei said awkwardly, scratching his head. What? You fell? Fell into the river? Which river? Xiaochu asked nervously. Hearing the continuous noises coming from the academy, Xiaochu suddenly became terrified, sweat pouring down his forehead. He seemed to already know the answer. The river behind the academy, of course. Why? You're not thinking of fishing it out, are you? Oh, it's already dissolved. What was in it? I'll help you get another bottle next time. Hu Yanwei thought Xia Chu wanted to retrieve the pile of powder and laughed carelessly. It's nothing, huh? Haha, it wasn't anything important. If it's lost, then it's lost. Huh? Xia Chu's eye twitched as he listened to the endless noises coming from the academy. A sense of foreboding grew stronger in his heart. Strange, why are the firecrackers going off for so long? Which grandpa or grandma is hosting such a big celebration? Hu Yanwei scratched his head and laughed. Haha, yeah, no idea. Oh, let me help you guys wash the fish inside. You guys start the fire, ha. Saying this, Xia Chu grabbed the bucket of fish and dashed into the villa, shutting the door behind him. I don't know about a celebration, but there's definitely a big mess happening. Girls are so troublesome, afraid of fireworks and running into the villa. C2 Kuangbin chuckled. Hey, it's normal. ISNT they're saying? Little fairies are surrounded by celestial energy, untouched by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. That's why they're called fairies. Hu Yanwei laughed as well. Neither of them realized the horror that was about to unfold. Muhan, Exine, let us hurry into the room, lock the doors and windows. The aura of death is coming. As soon as Xia Chu entered the villa, he said anxiously, because that bottle of powder was actually expired cleansing pills that she had swindled from Yitian. At the time, she thought one pill's effect was too strong, making it inconvenient for pranks and mischief. So, she deliberately ground them all into powder, planning to test their potency later. But who would have thought that the pills she painstakingly ground into powder would be completely wasted by those two idiots, Kuangbin and Wei? And not only that, they poured it into the Academy's river, which supplies water to all the students and teachers there. Hearing Xia Chu's words, Yang Muhan and Yi Xin's faces instantly turned pale with fear. Without even asking what had happened, they immediately followed Xia Chu into the room. They didn't dare turn on the air conditioning, only switched the exhaust fan to its maximum setting. Yang Muhan even used her powers to create ice. Once inside the room, Xia Chu explained everything to the two of them. Listening to the continuous firecracker-like noises coming from the academy, Yang Muhan and Yi Xin turned even paler with fear, while Xia Chu was drenched in sweat. Heaven knows what is happening at the academy right now. To be continued outside the villa. Hu Yanwei and C2 Kuangbin had just set up the firewood to start a fire when a foul stench suddenly hit them. The two of them instantly widened their eyes. The stench abruptly cleared their minds, and they suddenly understood a lot of things. At that moment, they only felt that time was passing extremely slowly, as their minds were simultaneously filled with the continuous sounds coming from the academy, the nervous expression of Xia Chu, and the most critical thing, the entire bottle of powder. Suddenly, the two bent over and started vomiting uncontrollably. If anyone was the most innocent, it had to be the other students and instructors in the academy. Even the elderly grandparents in the back garden couldn't escape this disaster. On the sports field, a student who had just finished exercising ran to the faucet, took a sip of tap water, and then continued running around the field. As he ran, he suddenly felt discomfort in his stomach, as if something was about to burst out. Clenching his teeth tightly, he quickly changed direction and ran as fast as he could. However, he was still too naive. He shouldn't have gambled on that one fart. Suddenly, there was a pop sound, and the student's face turned pale instantly. The next moment, like a jet engine, he uncontrollably sprayed out. After falling to the ground, he noticed the surrounding students staring at him in horror, and his expression immediately turned into one of utter despair. However, among the students watching, a sound suddenly came from one of them. Then, one after another, as if in a chain reaction, they all followed the first student. The sound seemed to have a rhythm. Pop, pop. The next moment, a stench rose into the sky, enveloping the sports field. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, instructors preparing teaching materials for the next semester were also affected. Hearing the sounds, one instructor took a sip of tea and, holding his teacup, walked to the window to see what was happening. When he reached the window, he froze. He swore he would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. Just as he was in a daze, the next moment, a violent sensation surged in his stomach, leaving him no time to endure. That day, this instructor looked up at the sky, tears of pain streaming down his face. However, He didn't have much time to cry, as the next moment, he bent over and started vomiting uncontrollably. In the back garden, Night Emperor was leisurely drinking tea and playing chess with Guanzai. Guanzai's smoking pipe had been fixed, and the two buildings of the gravity chamber were being rebuilt. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Hey, not bad, old knight. Your chess skills have improved, Guanzai said with a smile as he looked at the chessboard. Haha, of course I. Pop. Before Night Emperor could finish his sentence, his face turned pale instantly. The next moment, he was blasted off his wheelchair. No, even the wheelchair was gone. All that was left in the spot where Night Emperor had been was a large pit and a dense yellow gas. Night Emperor. Guanzai. Smelling the yellow gas, Guanzai's eyes widened instantly, and he began vomiting uncontrollably. However, halfway through vomiting, he forcibly stopped himself because he felt an unusually intense sensation in his stomach. With a pop, with a loud bang, Guanzai was also sent flying. With Yi Huang and Guanzai taking the lead, the grandparents in the garden seemed to experience a chain reaction, all feeling a sense of childhood warmth. On this day, no one could escape the academy. Even those who hadn't drunk water were knocked out by the stench from their water-drinking companions. The only ones spared were Xia Chu, who had foreseen the severity of the situation and informed Yang Muhan and Yi Xian in advance. Xiao Yi looked at the academy in despair. Although he had already opened a spatial portal to absorb the stench, the foul gas continued to emanate from all corners of the academy. He quickly dialed Shui Ling's number. Girl, didn't you invent some kind of water-based cleaner before? It's time to use it. Shui Ling. After hanging up, Xiao Yi dialed another number. Hello, XX Real Estate? I have an academy here I'd like to sell. The price is negotiable. Can you check if anyone is willing to take it over? Inside the shadow base, Yi Tian looked solemnly at the giant spider that had fully emerged, as the massive creature brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Whoosh! Without giving Yi Tian any time to hesitate, the giant spider launched an attack, spraying a strand of green, sticky webbing toward him. Yi Tian quickly activated his Xiaoyao step to dodge, and the webbing landed on the ground with a sizzling sound. Such strong corrosiveness? Yi Tian stared at the ground in shock. If he got hit, even if it wasn't fatal, it would be excruciatingly painful. Thinking of this, Yi Tian dared not be careless. He activated his Xiaoyao step and swiftly approached the spider's main body. Just as Yi Tian was about to draw his blade for a strike, a large spider web suddenly came at him. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Yi Tian quickly slashed the web apart and fell back to the ground. Is this really a platinum-level beast? Yi Tian asked Luo Yu. Yes, that's right, platinum-level beginner, giant venomous spider, Luo Yu replied. Yi Tian looked at the giant venomous spider before him and swallowed nervously. Why does this platinum-level beast feel so different from the platinum-level ones in the academy exams? Moreover, in terms of aura, the giant venomous spider is weaker than that great ape, but in terms of strength, it's far superior. What Yi Tian didn't know was that the great ape had been suppressed by Xiao Yi back then and hadn't unleashed its true power. However, the giant venomous spider before him was a 100% simulation, and the power it unleashed was at full capacity. However, the giant venomous spider wouldn't give Yi Tian much time to think. Its sharp legs stabbed directly at him, and Yi Tian quickly used Xiaoyao step to dodge. Guard! Yi Tian shouted, channeling the guarding ability into his long blade and slashing at the spider's leg. Like cutting through tofu, Yi Tian severed one of the spider's sharp legs. The spider let out a pained cry, its 6 crimson eyes glaring at Yi Tian. The next moment, a web shot toward Yi Tian once again. Yi Tian swung his blade fiercely, cutting through the web. Yet, barely had he shredded one web when another came hurtling toward him. Realizing the danger in an instant, Yi Tian swiftly dodged aside, but the sheer size of the web was overwhelming. His reflexes might have kept up, but his body's movements lagged behind. In a split second, Yi Tian found himself caught by the edge of the web. As the sticky strands clung to him, he felt his strength rapidly draining from his body. Seeing Yi Tian entangled in the web, the giant venomous spider spewed even more silk, tightly cocooning him within. At once, Yi Tian sensed the pace of his energy loss accelerating. Should we stop, Xiao Tian? Luo Yu asked cautiously, noticing that the giant venomous spider was slowly crawling toward Yi Tian. To be continued. Yi Tian gritted his teeth tightly, glaring at the spider inching closer. No, don't stop, he shouted. Suddenly, a violent surge of power erupted from within him. The first gate. Open. Yi Tian activated the first of the 8 gates technique, instantly breaking through the spider's silk restraints. With a single step forward, his figure vanished from his original spot. Huh. Following Yi Tian's shout, the remaining 5 legs of the giant venomous spider were all severed in one swift motion, its massive body collapsing heavily to the ground. It ends now, Yi Tian declared coldly, staring at the fallen creature. Without hesitation, he swung his blade toward the venomous spider. With the 8 gates active, Yi Tian's strength and speed were on an entirely different level. Simultaneously, he infused his protective energy directly into his weapon. In a flash of blade light, the giant venomous spider's body was sliced cleanly into 2 halves. Its enormous form disintegrated into countless shimmering fragments, vanishing completely from the training ground. Luo Yu's mouth fell open in disbelief as she looked at Yi Tian. Just a moment ago, he had been completely restrained by the spider, seemingly on the brink of defeat. And now, he had taken it down in a single blow? That was a platinum tier beast. And you, a mere gold tier, actually managed to defeat it? Not just defeat it, but obliterate it instantly? For a moment, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel as though all her years of cultivation had been in vain. Yi Tian shook the blade in his hand, withdrawing from the 8 gates state. At the same time, he deactivated the protective energy on his weapon. The next moment, cracks began to appear on the sword in his hand. Finally, the entire blade shattered completely, leaving only the hilt in Yi Tian's grasp. Staring at the broken sword handle, Yi Tian let out a faint sigh. I really need to get a weapon that suits me better. This one is too light and far too fragile. 2 layers of energy infusion, and the blade couldn't take it anymore. Congratulations, host, for slaying the platinum tier beast, the giant venomous spider. You've been awarded 2,000 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Yi Tian glanced at the points interface. It was still in the negatives. However, earning 2,000 points for a single platinum tier beast was satisfying enough. His guess had been correct, just like back at the academy. Even simulated beasts here still counted toward his point tally. After the certification, Yi Tian became even more excited, constantly asking Luo Yu to manipulate the settings and began his journey of earning points. In the end, Yi Tian went as far as crazily asking Luo Yu to directly set up a challenge against 2 platinum-level beasts at once. Luo Yu looked at Yi Tian in the training field with disbelief. From starting with 1 platinum-level beast to later challenging 2 platinum-level beasts, Yi Tian fought more and more courageously. Are you really just at the gold level? A gold-level fighter taking on 2 platinum-level beasts at the same time? And you're even holding your ground? Luo Yu's mouth twitched as she thought. Why do you still look so excited? In the end, she could only label Yi Tian as a battle maniac in her heart. She had never seen someone who could challenge 2 beasts of a higher level than themselves and still look so thrilled. The way Yi Tian looked at the beasts was as if he had found some priceless treasure. Beasts. Finally, seeing Yi Tian still wanting to continue challenging, Luo Yu, with a head full of black lines, forcibly dragged Yi Tian out of the combat training area. This isn't a life or death battle. Why are you going all out like this? Luo Yu, pulling Yi Tian's hand to drag him out of the training area, said helplessly, Others train in moderation, but you're really risking your life. I'm leaving the base tomorrow to carry out a mission, and you'll be returning to the academy soon, right? Who knows when we'll have time to meet again. Take a break tonight and accompany me for a walk, Luo Yu said with a smile. Hearing that Luo Yu was leaving the base for a mission tomorrow, Yi Tian agreed to her suggestion and nodded. The 2 of them returned to the living area, strolling around. When they encountered shadow members, they greeted each other. There were even quite a few young female members of the shadow base who wanted to approach Yi Tian, but upon seeing Luo Yu beside him, they gave up the idea. After all, they had just joined the Shadow Corps and didn't dare to offend Luo Yu. You're something, kid. It's only your 2nd day at our base, right? You're already famous, and there are girls wanting to talk to you. Luo Yu teased Yi Tian upon seeing this scene, though her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Luo Yu, don't tease me. You know how I got famous. Yi Tian said with a bitter smile. And one time, it was the two of us together. All right, stop talking about it. Hearing Yi Tian about to bring up the incident of them swearing brotherhood last night, Luo Yu's face turned red. Don't make me remember such embarrassing memories. Haha. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Luo Yu's flushed face. Tisk, shameless, you even laugh out loud. Luo Yu rolled her eyes at Yi Tian as he laughed. Hey, now that you mention it, I just realized that after coming to the shadow base, my strength hasn't improved much, but my shamelessness has definitely thickened. Yi Tian laughed. Having experienced social death twice in the shadow base, he felt that no matter what socially awkward behavior he displayed in front of the people there, it didn't matter anymore. After all, he was already dead, and not just once. Uft. Luo Yu was immediately amused by Yi Tian's words. I don't believe you. I think it's just because you have such thick skin. Humph. As expected, men are all liars. TCH, you even said it's men. What does that have to do with me, a boy? I'm still just a little boy. Yi Tian said with an innocent expression. Uft. Ha ha ha, stop it, ha. Luo Yu was completely amused by Yi Tian's expression. Well then, little brother Tian, your big sister is going on a mission tomorrow, and you have to return to the academy. Who knows when we'll meet again? Will you miss your big sister? Luo Yu asked, quickening her pace and walking ahead of Yi Tian. Yi Tian was slightly stunned, stopped in his tracks, and looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. He smiled faintly. Of course I will. Hearing Yi Tian's response, Luo Yu's nervous heart suddenly felt like a deer running wild. She controlled her emotions well, pursed her lips, and turned around. Her eyes were as clear as a serene lake, her expression radiating a gentle warmth. She seemed exceptionally satisfied with Yi Tian's answer. The golden hues of the sunset bathed the two of them, casting their shadows far, far away. To be continued the next day, Luo Yu left the base with her team. Before leaving, Yi Tian gave her a bag of marrow-cleansing pills and vitality pills and explained how to use them. To protect the current peace of China, their time was always limited. But there was no other way. This was their duty and the fundamental reason they joined the Shadow Corps. So, Yi Tian could only watch them leave. Luo Tianxin and Xiao Yan also left the base, heading to attend a meeting. Before leaving, Luo Tianxin made all the arrangements for Yi Tian, ensuring that Xiao Ao would escort Yi Tian back to the academy. In fact, Luo Tianxin didn't need to make these arrangements. Since Xiao Ao already knew his nephew was at the shadow base, he would have taken care of Yi Tian anyway. However, Luo Tianxin was particularly concerned about Yi Tian, so he repeatedly reminded Xiao Ao to ensure Yi Tian's safe return to the academy before leaving. As for Yi Tian, he stayed at the shadow base for one more day. During this extra day, he immersed himself in the combat training area. After all, this place was a holy land for earning points. If it weren't for receiving Xiao Yi's notification, Yi Tian would have been reluctant to leave. After all, the academy's training building had been destroyed by him and was still under construction. Moreover, upon returning, he would have to face the legendary mad scientist. However, Yi Tian knew that no matter how reluctant or unwilling he was, he still had to go back. After all, if the research succeeded, the combat power of the entire China would reach a whole new level. So he obediently followed Xiao Ao and boarded the plane to Beijing. It is worth mentioning that when Yi Tian arrived, he had to be blindfolded, but now he could leave without that procedure. As he looked at the endless mountains below the plane, he couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of China's landscapes. While they were guarding the country's territories, this great nation was also protecting them in return. Uncle Xiao, I really have to trouble you this time, even having to send me back. Yi Tian said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Ao beside him on the plane. Hey, what are you saying? Xiao Ao waved his hand. Not to mention your importance. Old Luo nagged me so much before he left that my ears are practically calloused. He kept telling me to ensure your safe return to the academy. Moreover, I heard you need to cooperate with Xue Ling, that witch, for her research. He even instructed me to wait until you finish assisting her before leaving. So keeping an eye on you is basically a task old Luo entrusted to me. So you don't need to worry too much. With your Uncle Xiao here, that which Shui Ling definitely won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, old Luo will come back and fight me to the death. Hearing Xiao Ao's words, Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Luo Tianxian truly cared about him. After half a day, the plane landed in the capital. As soon as they got off, a car from the Shadow Corps was already waiting for them. It was evident that Xiao Ao had arranged everything in advance. The two of them got into the car and headed toward the academy. Ah, the academy, I'm finally back. Yi Tian stretched out his arms and took a deep breath of fresh air. At first, he thought of Yi Xian and Yang Muhan, but suddenly, Yi Tian froze, clutching his neck with both hands. His face turned pale, and the next moment, he started vomiting right on the spot. Are you okay? How come you didn't get airsick, but now? Ugh. In the car, Xiao Ao saw Yi Tian bending over and vomiting as soon as he got out. He thought Yi Tian was carsick and followed him out. But before he could finish his sentence, a strong stench enveloped him, and instantly, Xiao Ao started vomiting too, tears streaming down his face. Neither Yi Tian nor Xiao Ao had expected this. After traveling such a long way without any issues, they thought nothing would go wrong. Yet, unexpectedly, an incident occurred right at the academy gate. Xiao Tian, did your academy's sewer explode or the septic tank burst? It's so smelly. Ugh, Xiao Ao said while vomiting, wondering if the academy was built on a septic tank. He clearly remembered that when he visited before, there was no such smell. How long had it been since someone checked and maintained the sewer and septic tank facilities? Ugh, I don't know either. It wasn't like this when I left. Yi Tian said innocently. Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed the yellow gas floating in the air and the spatial teleportation portal above the academy. Why did this scene feel so familiar to him? Oh, you're back. Hello, Yi Tian. Suddenly, a beautiful figure stepped out, wearing a gas mask on her head. You are? Shui Ling? Ugh. Xiao Ao looked at the newcomer in confusion. I can't take it anymore. Is there another mask? Hurry, give me one. The person was indeed Shui Ling. Having heard that her research subject, Yi Tian, would return to the academy today, she had been so excited that she waited for him at the academy gate. Upon seeing the two people bent over and vomiting, she quickly approached them. After receiving the masks, the two hurriedly put them on, finally feeling a bit better. I say, Shui Ling, what is going on with your academy? Why does it smell so bad? Xiao Ao asked hurriedly after recovering. Don't ask me. Shui Ling's mouth twitched under the mask. It was already like this when I came back. I heard the water in the river was contaminated, and all the students, instructors, and even the elderly in the garden who drank the water were affected. It's actually much better now. At least there's only a bad smell left. You didn't see the scene when I first came back. That site was simply hell on earth. Even the dean almost didn't make it and nearly passed away on the spot. Recalling that scene, Shui Ling's face turned pale with fear. If she could relive that moment, she'd rather have been blind. But don't worry, it'll be resolved soon. At first, we couldn't identify the problem, which caused some delays. Now that the issue has been found, it's only a matter of time before these gases are dealt with. Shui Ling said calmly, though even she didn't know how she had survived the past 2 days. At that time, the academy had almost been cleaned up. Those who had been lying on the ground relieving themselves had regained their strength and gone back to change their clothes. Shui Ling had also used her self-invented water-based cleaning device to tidy up the academy. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. But what she didn't expect was that those who had just recovered, feeling dehydrated from excessive diarrhea, immediately drank water like crazy to replenish their fluids after cleaning themselves up. As a result, before the academy could be fully cleaned, it faced another wave of chaos that lasted the entire night with endless noises. Of course, she herself wasn't spared either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have discovered the river water issue in such a short time. But this kind of embarrassing incident was something she would never admit to anyone, not even under threat of death. To be continued, but it's strange, she continued. IVE studied the water in the reservoir and found no issues. On the contrary, it even tested positive for high levels of vitamins. There shouldn't be any problems, yet drinking it causes uncontrollable diarrhea. Moreover, I also asked those who drank the river water. Aside from prolonged diarrhea leading to slight dehydration, they didn't have any other issues. In fact, they even felt their cultivation realms loosening, and some even broke through on the spot. They even said their cultivation speed seemed to have increased. Those elderly people even became healthier than before, so I guess this river water has the effect of cleansing and refining the body. But such a significant side effect, it shouldn't be like this, Shui Ling said, her face full of confusion as she pondered the reason behind it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ao was staring at Shui Ling in shock. What? The river water has the effect of cleansing and refining the body. Xiao Ao immediately wanted to give it a try. After all, cleansing and refining the body is a rare opportunity, and a mere side effect like diarrhea is nothing to worry about. As for Yi Tian, the expression under his mask was exceptionally colorful. Isn't this exactly the effect and side effect of the improper cleansing pill provided by the system? Speaking of breaking through while having diarrhea, is that even serious? Are the grandpas and grandmas of the academy okay? Yi Tian seemed to recall that the stronger one's power, the more severe the side effects of that thing. And now, the aura was already manifesting. Impossible. He remembered that he hadn't thrown that thing into the river, and he had been staying at the shadow base all this time. Suddenly, Yi Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Chu. Yi Tian suddenly remembered the night Xia Chu had entered his room and taken some of his improper cleansing pills. If anyone in the entire academy had those improper cleansing pills, it would only be Xia Chu. Goodness, Yi Tian never expected that those improper cleansing pills would end up being used on the entire academy. Although he wasn't sure if Xia Chu was responsible, Yi Tian knew she couldn't escape the blame, and he probably couldn't either, since the pills came from him. Where is your dean? He wouldn't still be supporting that spatial rift above, would he? Xiao Ao suddenly asked, remembering that his father was supposed to leave for a meeting yesterday. Dean Xiao left the academy yesterday to attend a meeting. Now, it's Elder Mo who is supporting the spatial rift, Shui Ling explained. On the rooftop of a teaching building, an old man sat in a wheelchair, his body continuously emitting dense spatial energy to support the spatial rift above the academy. At the same time, he was vomiting furiously. Ugh, Xiao Yi, you little rascal, I'm practically 1 foot in the grave, and you still won't let me off. Ugh, you actually left this mess for me to clean up. Mo Ziffin cursed Xiao Yi while supporting the spatial rift and vomiting. He was also one of the spatial ability users and a member of the Pioneer Academy, though he didn't often stay at the academy. Yesterday, while he was at home preparing to sleep, Xiao Yi suddenly appeared and dragged him over. You should know, on the other side of the spatial rift are several massive tornadoes. The entire academy's stench is most concentrated near the spatial rift, and Mo Fan was the closest to it. Even wearing a gas mask didn't help. The smell was just too overwhelming. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Now that the root of the problem has been resolved, let's head to my lab and do something more interesting, Shui Ling said, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Yi Tian. Yi Tian suddenly felt a chill rush through him and shivered inexplicably. Strange, the weather isn't cold. Soon, Shui Ling led Yi Tian and Xiao Ao to her laboratory. When Yi Tian saw Shui Ling's lab, he was momentarily stunned. It wasn't the bloody and terrifying scene he had imagined, just a few pieces of equipment and a surgical bed. The various materials weren't scattered messily like in the TV dramas Yi Tian had seen. Instead, they were neatly organized and placed to the side. Instantly, Yi Tian inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Sometimes, the environment can bring pressure. If he had walked in and seen all kinds of severed limbs and remains, Yi Tian might have fled immediately. All right, there's no bad smell in my lab. You can take off your masks now, Shui Ling said with a smile, removing her mask, revealing her exquisite face to the two of them. After taking off their masks, Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, staring in awe. Shui Ling already had an incredibly attractive figure, and now, combined with her stunningly beautiful face, she was the epitome of an angelic figure paired with angelic looks. She didn't seem scary at all, contrary to what Xiao Yi and the others had said. Xiao Ao looked at Yi Tian's expression, his mouth twitching as he shook his head helplessly. In his heart, he thought, "Little nephew, you're still too naive, being completely deceived by this woman's appearance. I just hope her image doesn't shatter in your heart later. Do I look good, little Tian?" Noticing Yi Tian's gaze, Shui Ling deliberately flicked her hair and smiled. "Good looking up," Yi Tian instinctively answered, then immediately realized and felt a wave of embarrassment. "Hee hee, no need to be nervous. By the way, I'm quite interested in you too. Since you've looked at me, let me take a look at you later. That would be fair, so don't worry about it." Xiao Ao watched their conversation, thinking, what kind of god-tier dialogue is this? Seriously, stop flirting with my nephew. If you take him away, old Luo will kill me. Hee hee. All right, let's get started. Shui Ling said to Yi Tian with a smile. "Come over here and take off your clothes." "Okay, huh. Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Take off my clothes." "Yes, otherwise how can I test the special characteristics of your body?" Shui Ling pointed to the equipment nearby. Yi Tian nodded and quickly ran to the equipment, taking off his shirt. "Shui Ling, I'm telling you, try to control yourself later and don't hurt him. I still have to report back to old Luo." Xiao Ao couldn't help but remind her. All right, I know. That old Dean nagged me all the way here too. Don't worry, I definitely won't hurt this little handsome guy." Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian, who had taken off his shirt, and was instantly captivated by the abs on his body. Coupled with the unique, ethereal aura emanating from Yi Tian, Shui Ling was completely mesmerized in an instant, with drool unconsciously dripping from the corner of her mouth. "SSS, hey come on, Xiao Tian. Let me help you stick the sensor patch." Shui Ling waved the sensor patch in her hand and smiled. While helping Yi Tian apply the patch, she deliberately touched his abs. Yi Tian. Xiao Ao. Hashtagged, feeling Shui Ling's small hand brushing across his body. Yi Tian suddenly felt a wave of heat and quickly activated his cultivation technique to suppress the sensation. Xiao Ao, on the other hand, stood to the side with a dark expression, watching. "You shameless woman, are you sure you're conducting research? What the hell are you randomly touching? Don't corrupt the young ones. If you must act on me. Let me bear this pain for my nephew. Spare my nephew." It must be said, Xiao Ao was starting to feel a bit envious of Yi Tian. Soon, Shui Ling finished applying the sensor patch for Yi Tian. "All right, lie down on the bed." After saying this, she had Yi Tian lie down on the bed and then walked over to the machine, operating it with a flurry of movements. Yi Tian only felt a tingling and comfortable sensation coming from the sensor patch, which was quite pleasant. Huh. This physique is impressive, the highest data I've seen so far. Shui Ling exclaimed softly as she looked at the data displayed on the machine, her eyes lighting up. She had measured many people before, but someone with a physique as good as Yi Tian's was truly a first for her. And the energy, the purity is so high too. TSK. No wonder you could pass the assessment without relying on any weapons or abilities. Now it all makes sense, Shui Ling said in amazement as she observed the data on the machine. Soon, the preliminary examination was completed. After recording the data, Shui Ling applied another sensor patch to Yi Tian. "Come on, stand up and try using the 8 gates technique. Open the highest gate you can." Shui Ling stood to the side and reminded him. Yi Tian cooperatively nodded. "The 5th gate, do gate, open." Yi Tian immediately activated the 8 gates technique, and a violent surge of power erupted from his body. At the same time, the machine emitted a piercing sound, and Shui Ling took advantage of Yi Tian's activated state to frantically record the information displayed on the machine. Time passed second by second, yet Shui Ling continued recording the data on the machine. By this time, Yi Tian was drenched in sweat, as maintaining this state for an extended period was extremely challenging. "Hang in there, it's almost done." Seeing fluctuations in the machine's data, Shui Ling quickly reminded Yi Tian. Finally, just as Yi Tian was about to completely lose his strength, Shui Ling's voice came through, and Yi Tian instantly withdrew from the 8 gates state. A full 30 minutes, this was the longest Yi Tian had ever maintained the 8 gates since he learned it. He sat slumped on the ground, even emitting wisps of white smoke from his body. "You've worked hard. Have some water and take a rest. I'll check the data first," Shui Ling said with a smile as she looked at Yi Tian. Xiao Ao, who was standing nearby, quickly helped Yi Tian up and handed him a bottle of water. He had been watching the entire time, utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that Yi Tian had managed to maintain the eight-gate state for a full half-hour. Anyone else would have been completely spent by now. Even Yi Tian himself hadn't expected it. He could previously only maintain it for about 10 minutes. It must have been during the training in the gravity zone at the shadow base that he broke through. That time, although he had to stop due to sheer embarrassment, he had activated the 8 gates under the influence of gravity and maintained it for quite a while. That must have pushed his body to break through again, making his endurance even stronger. Shui Ling frowned slightly as she looked at the data she had just recorded. His physique shows no abnormalities, but the energy purity is extremely high. Could it be that this kid's newly awakened ability is to enhance energy purity? So, does that mean using the 8 gates doesn't harm his body at all because the high energy purity protects him, preventing the state from causing damage? Or is it that the high purity energy has strengthened his body, so the strain from the 8 gates isn't enough to harm him? Oh no, what should I do? I'm getting more and more tempted to dissect this kid and study him. The more Shui Ling looked at the data in her hands, the more excited she became. She was even starting to seriously consider dissecting Yi Tian for a detailed study. Maybe I should discuss it with him and just make a few light cuts? But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, Shui Ling quickly dismissed it. After all, along the way, Xiao Yi had been constantly reminding her. This was the first time she'd ever seen Xiao Yi so concerned about a student. So, no matter how much she wanted to, it could only remain a thought. I still need more data. Next, I'll need to draw some of your blood. You don't mind, do you, little Tian? After finishing her review of the data, Shui Ling turned around and spoke in a sweet, teasing voice. As her eyes left the data, they immediately shifted to Yi Tian's abs. Yi Tian had just taken a sip of water. Hearing Shui Ling's nickname for him, he instantly spat out the water he had just drunk. At the same time, he noticed where Shui Ling's gaze was fixed and hurriedly grabbed the shirt lying next to him to put it on. Hee, I didn't expect our little handsome guy to get shy. Seeing Yi Tian's flustered expression, Shui Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling with a face full of black lines. Ahem, you need to draw blood? A little is fine, go ahead. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. After all, what was a bit of blood to a man? As long as it wasn't dissection or anything like that. Not afraid of a little blood. Little Tian really is a brave boy. Shui Ling smiled and simultaneously said to Xiao Ao, hey, go find old Master Yi Huang and bring him here. He is the founder of the 8 Gates technique, and he understands the state of the 8 Gates better than I do. I'll first draw Xiao Tian's blood for testing. All right, Xiao Ao nodded and was about to leave when his expression suddenly turned strange. Just as he took a step forward, he froze in place, hesitating for a moment. I think I'll wait until you finish drawing Xiao Tian's blood before I go. Xiao Ao said hesitantly. He had heard about Shui Ling's obsession with research and her terrifying methods, so he couldn't bring himself to leave his nephew alone with this dangerous woman for an experiment. Although everything seemed normal so far, if something unexpected happened, not only would his conscience be troubled, but he wouldn't know how to face Xiao Rou and the others later. First and foremost, his father and Luo Tianxian would probably kill him. Shui Ling rolled her eyes at Xiao Ao. Tisk, you're such a worrywart. What? Am I a dangerous person now? You people, one after another, do I really seem that scary? You're not a dangerous person, but you are indeed quite scary. Xiao Ao nodded without hesitation, speaking seriously. Shui Ling. Fine, suit yourself. Since you're so worried, you can stay and watch, but don't disturb me. Shui Ling's mouth twitched as she waved her hand dismissively, signaling Xiao Ao to stay quietly on the side. Shui Ling quickly began operating on the computer, and suddenly, the entire laboratory shook violently. A wall in the lab slowly began to rise. Yi Tian and Xiao Ao watched this scene curiously. The next moment, both froze, their faces instantly filled with terror as they stared at the sight behind the fully raised wall. Their faces turned pale, one more so than the other. Especially Yi Tian, whose body couldn't help but tremble, his eyes widened, and sweat poured down his face. He had underestimated it, so this was the true nature of the laboratory. Continued. Inside the laboratory, as the wall slowly rose, a hidden space was revealed. At the moment the space was opened, a strong stench of blood filled the air. The space that Shui Ling had hidden was extraordinarily large. In the center, a rat-shaped beast about the size of a human was tightly bound to an operating table, its lifeless eyes staring blankly. The beast was lying on its back, its entire body sliced open from neck to tail by a surgical knife, with its flesh spread out to the sides, exposing its internal organs. Green liquid continuously flowed from the beast's body. Dripping onto the floor, this was the beast's blood. The beast lying on the operating table had already stopped breathing, clearly dead beyond any doubt. In addition, on both sides of the operating table were the corpses of other beasts soaked in special solutions, though they were incomplete. Some were just heads, while others were bodies without limbs. The entire hidden space looked extraordinarily eerie. Yi Tian's face turned deathly pale as he glanced at Shui Ling. Sister Shui Ling, what's inside here? Looking at Shui Ling, whose beauty was unparalleled, if just a second ago Yi Tian thought she was an angel, at this moment, without a doubt, Shui Ling was nothing short of a demon in his heart. Of course, it's my secret laboratory. Shui Ling flashed a sweet smile at the clearly nervous Yi Tian. But at that very moment, to Yi Tian, her smile sent a chill straight to his soul. Yi Tian desperately turned his gaze to Xiao Ao, his eyes pleading for help. However, even Xiao Ao's expression was far from reassuring. Xiao Ao, who had experienced countless battles and witnessed the most gruesome scenes, found himself shaken by what lay before them. The terrifying array of torture devices, combined with the corpse of a demonic beast on the operating table, created a sight so chilling that even the battle-hardened Xiao Ao felt his body turn cold. Xiao Ao returned Yi Tian's desperate look with an expression of his own, one filled with profound sympathy. Unable to hold it in any longer, Shui Ling burst into laughter at Yi Tian's evident tension. All right, I'm done teasing you. Look at your faces, so serious it's hilarious. This is a laboratory dedicated to the research of demonic beasts. Shui Ling's expression turned serious as she explained. Even though we live in an era of peace, the rifts still remain. As humanity evolves, so do the demonic beasts. That's why we must stay ahead and gather first-hand data. Her fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard as she spoke. The operating table began to descend slowly, while a few robotic arms emerged from the ceiling to clean up. In no time, the blood dripping from the demonic beast onto the floor was wiped clean, and even the lingering stench in the air had significantly dissipated. Xiaotian, take a break for now. I'll head inside to grab the blood collection tools, Shui Ling said as she walked further into the lab. Sai, that woman's words are true. In this world, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, while humanity awakens supernatural abilities and learns to harness energy, the demonic beasts are also constantly evolving. Xiao Ao murmured as he leaned closer to Yi Tian. Nobody knows when this balance might be disrupted, nor when chaos might descend upon us. It's likely this fear that drives her to be so dedicated to her research. By obtaining the latest data, studying the traits and weaknesses of demonic beasts, and providing us with critical information, she's giving us a fighting chance. Don't underestimate her. Sure, she enjoys teasing people now and then, but the truth is, all the information on demonic beasts across Huaxiao, whether it's for us or the Shadow Corps, comes from her research. Don't think for a second that just because I bicker with her sometimes, it means I don't respect her. It's all in good fun. She has gone through so much. Many times, like just now, even a man like me finds it hard to stomach such scenes. And yet, she handles it without so much as flinching. But how much pressure does she carry in her heart? Only she knows. Sigh. Xiao Ao spoke and turned to leave. I'm off to find Grandpa Night Emperor. Xiao Tian, cooperate well with the research. Although she sometimes goes a bit overboard with her experiments, you don't need to be afraid. With her around, you probably couldn't die even if you wanted to, so it's fine. All right, Yi Tian nodded. Hearing Xiao Ao's words, he fell into silence, his mood also becoming somewhat heavy. Indeed, if it weren't for these fearless people silently dedicating themselves, there wouldn't be the peaceful era we have today. In this world full of crises, it's not easy for those who carry the burden and move forward. Suddenly, Yi Tian's desire to become stronger reignited because he wanted to join these people, to carry the burden together, to protect this hard-earned peace, to protect his family and friends. Soon, Shui Ling returned carrying a black suitcase. Where's General Xiao? Shui Ling looked around the laboratory, seeing only Yi Tian left, and asked curiously. He went to find Grandpa Night Emperor. Yi Tian replied with a smile. After hearing Xiao Ao's words, he felt that facing Shui Ling now wasn't as scary as before. He realized that he had only been frightened by the rumors about her being terrifying. After spending some time with her, Yi Tian actually found Shui Ling to be quite nice. Oh, why did he suddenly feel at ease leaving you to me? Shui Ling said with a smile, not paying much attention to Xiao Ao's departure. She simply placed the suitcase on the table. Hee, so now it's just the two of us. Shui Ling winked at Yi Tian. She opened the suitcase, revealing a giant syringe lying quietly inside. Yi Tian froze instantly, a bead of sweat slowly forming on his face. Sister Shui Ling, this bit of blood, does it mean filling up that syringe? Yi Tian looked at the enormous syringe nervously and asked. Damn, this syringe could hold a pound of blood. How could that be? Of course not. Shui Ling laughed upon hearing Yi Tian's question. Phew. Haha, that's good. I thought you were going to fill up the whole syringe. Ha ha, Yi Tian said, quickly taking a sip of water to calm his nerves. How could that be? One syringe wouldn't be enough. Probably just need to fill up this bottle, Shui Ling said, pulling out an empty bottle from under the table. No, to be precise, it was an empty barrel. Poof. Yi Tian immediately spat out the water he had just drunk, staring at the empty barrel that was the size of a water dispenser jug. Instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat, his face full of terror. Damn it. He couldn't even handle one syringe, and now she was telling him to fill up a whole barrel? And she called this a bottle? Hee, don't worry, no need to be scared. I'll use my powers to help you recover. Although you'll feel a tiny bit weak after the blood is drawn, trust me, I won't let anything happen to you. That's right, trust me, you won't be in any danger. Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian, clenched her fist at him as if cheering him on, and somehow, she even looked a bit adorably silly. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. I don't believe you at all. Are you sure this is called drawing a little blood, and not a whole bucket of blood? By the way, you hesitated just now, didn't you? Were you serious when you hesitated? Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling, who had a serious expression, his eye twitching. Sister Shui Ling, I think I need to correct you. What you brought out here isn't called a bottle. Do you think it might have another name? Like a bucket? To be continued. That's right. I usually call this a bottle. When I extract the blood of beasts, this is the standard amount I use. Shui Ling said with a smile. Besides, there's no other name for it here. Hiss. Yi Tian took a sharp breath but still covered his face and continued to ask. Then, for testing, you don't need this much, right? Well, indeed, it's not necessary. Shui Ling replied earnestly. Ha. Then we don't need to. Yi Tian's words were cut off by Shui Ling. But I just ran a test and found that the energy purity in your body is unusually high. Blood that has been enhanced by such high purity energy must be extraordinary. Coincidentally, I'm currently researching something interesting, and I'm just missing blood with such high purity to activate it. So, I plan to use yours for the experiment. This way, I won't have to use the blood of those beasts anymore. After all, once it's successful, it will be used for humans, not beasts. So, it's better to use human blood. Xiao Tian, just consider it a contribution. Shui Ling blinked innocently and smiled. Besides, you don't need to worry. With me here, even if I draw a full bucket, or even 2 buckets, I have full confidence in keeping you safe and sound. So relax, Shui Ling said while assembling the syringe, smiling at Yi Tian. Looking at the fully assembled syringe in Shui Ling's hand, Yi Tian's face was filled with terror. However, upon hearing that it was for the progress of research, Yi Tian swallowed hard. Damn it, if you're going to draw blood, then draw it. I'll go all out, it's all for the sake of contributing to the protection of peace. Let's do it. Yi Tian rolled up his sleeve, his expression turning resolute as he extended his arm. Hee hee, no need to be so tense. Trust me, Shui Ling's gentle voice came through. Relax first, or if your muscles are tense, it'll hurt even more. Lie down first, and remember, relax your mind and don't think about the blood drawing. Yi Tian lay directly on the operating table, following Shui Ling's instructions to try to relax his body and mind. Yes, that's right. Close your eyes, relax your mind, relax your body, leave everything to me. You can think about some scenes that make you feel very relaxed. For example, lying on a quiet and gentle grassland in the afternoon, feeling the breeze and soft sunlight of nature. Shui Ling's gentle voice seemed to carry a magical power. Yi Tian closed his eyes, listening to Shui Ling's guidance, and truly felt as if he was enveloped by a very warm energy, completely relaxing at this moment. As the needle pierced his body, Yi Tian still felt nothing. Soon, bright red blood was slowly drawn from his body by the syringe. Yi Tian seemed to forget about time and had no idea how long had passed. When he finally came to his senses, he only felt an itch in his lower abdomen. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, only to see Shui Ling had completely lost her divine goddess demeanor. She looked infatuated, with a trace of crystal clear drool at the corner of her mouth. Giggle, giggle. As expected, abs are true love. Shui Ling's eyes were fixed on his lower abdomen, her gaze shining brightly, and she even boldly reached out her hand. Yi Tian's face instantly darkened. Just as he was about to say something, a strong sense of weakness suddenly hit him. At this moment, Yi Tian's face appeared exceptionally pale. Oh, you're awake. Don't move around yet. I've already drawn half a bucket. I was afraid you couldn't handle it, so I wanted you to recover a bit first. Seeing Yi Tian wake up, Shui Ling looked at him with a face full of surprise. He woke up earlier than she had estimated. Only half a bucket? Yi Tian weakly smiled bitterly, feeling his current frail state. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if a full bucket was drawn. As Yi Tian thought about it, his face darkened again. Shui. Sister Shui Ling, I'm already awake. Could you please respect me and move your hand away? Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling helplessly because, despite her surprise at his awakening, her small hand continued to slide up and down his lower abdomen without any intention of moving away. Giggle. Touching it won't make you lose a piece of flesh, Shui Ling said with a laugh, making no effort to remove her hand. Yi Tian was utterly speechless. This was clearly taking advantage of his current weak state. This was intolerable. Yi Tian quickly thought of the qi and blood pill in his system inventory. With a single thought, he immediately retrieved one. Using the last bit of his strength, Yi Tian directly swallowed the qi and blood pill. Huh? What did you just eat? Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. A qi and blood pill, to replenish my energy. Yi Tian replied, looking at Shui Ling with a hint of annoyance. As the pill entered his mouth, it immediately dissolved and spread throughout his body. In the next moment, Yi Tian instantly recovered all his lost energy, and his complexion became rosy again. But it didn't stop there. As his complexion improved, Yi Tian regained his strength. He thought it was over, but he suddenly felt his body growing hotter and hotter, to the point where smoke seemed to rise from him. Shui Ling winced and quickly withdrew her hand from Yi Tian's abdomen. Wow, what kind of qi and blood pill is that? Its effect is so intense. Replenished to the point where his whole body was burning hot. Yi Tian realized something was wrong and quickly checked the inventory in the system. He vaguely remembered that the qi and blood pill he ate last time in the gravity chamber melted instantly in his mouth. It definitely wasn't tea supposed to be swallowed whole like this. The next moment, Yi Tian's face turned pale with terror and cold sweat broke out all over his head. Oh no, I'm doomed. I took the wrong pill. Yi Tian looked at the inventory and realized that he had actually consumed an improper qi and blood pill. Because he was so weak and dizzy earlier, he had grabbed the wrong one. Yi Tian, who had once been tormented by the improper marrow-cleansing pill, had sworn to himself that he would never again consume any improper pills produced by the system. Yet, to his dismay, he had fallen into the trap due to a moment of carelessness. Just thinking about the side effects of the improper marrow-cleansing pill made Yi Tian's face turn extremely grim. Although he didn't know what the side effects of the improper qi and blood pill were, Judging by the system's usual antics, the side effects were bound to be something utterly mortifying. Yi Tian could feel his body getting hotter and hotter as the improper qi and blood pill released its medicinal power within him. The next moment, Yi Tian felt an itch in his nose. Suddenly, two thick streams of nosebleed gushed out like fountains, spraying directly at Shui Ling. Shui Ling was instantly dumbfounded, her delicate face showing a look of horror. She would never have imagined that in this academy, and in her own laboratory no less, she who had always been the one to instill fear in others would now experience such a terrifying moment herself. To be continued. The nosebleed gushed out like a fountain, spraying directly onto Shui Ling's face. She had no time to dodge and was splattered with blood all over her face, her clothes stained red by Yi Tian's blood. Shui Ling froze for a moment, and in the next instant, let out a shriek like a groundhog. Ah! Her scream instantly echoed throughout the entire laboratory. However, Shui Ling, being someone who had seen her fair share of blood and chaos, quickly regained her composure. In just a moment, she calmed down, wiped the blood off her face with her hand, and hurriedly grabbed a bucket she had just used to collect blood, positioning it to catch the blood gushing from Yi Tian's. Shui Ling immediately reacted, hurriedly picking up the bucket on the ground to catch the blood. However, she quickly realized that the bucket was too small and couldn't hold it all. Moreover, judging by Yi Tian's appearance, it seemed like there was still a lot more to come. She quickly brought over a large water jar. After all, this blood was no ordinary blood to her. It was like a priceless treasure, so of course, she couldn't let it go to waste. Shui Ling didn't care that she was covered in Yi Tian's blood. She stood by excitedly, waiting for Yi Tian to finish, even occasionally cheering him on. This left Yi Tian, who was bent over the water jar, spraying blood like crazy, feeling utterly helpless. At the same time, he was pondering whether this was the side effect of the unorthodox vitality pill. Compared to the bone-cleansing pill, this side effect seemed relatively mild. He regretted not trying the unorthodox vitality pill earlier. Compared to the mortifying side effects of the unorthodox bone-cleansing pill, Yi Tian found the side effects of the unorthodox vitality pill much more tolerable. As long as he was careful, at least it wouldn't be utterly humiliating. As for the earlier scene, it was purely an accident, and Yi Tian didn't dwell on it. After all, Shui Ling seemed even more excited than he was. Thinking this, Yi Tian completely relaxed, leaning his entire body against the water jar and letting the nosebleed spray freely. He figured he just needed to wait for Xiao. Ao looked at the limp figure leaning against the water tank and rushed over immediately. At this moment, Shui Ling finally reacted, turned her head to look, and found Xiao Ao quickly running in her direction. Calm down, calm down. This kid is fine, don't run so fast. The ground is slippery, don't spill the blood I worked so hard to collect. Shui Ling quickly stood up and blocked the front of the water tank as she saw Xiao Ao rushing toward it. Huh? Uncle Xiao is here. Yi Tian thought to himself and instinctively raised his head. Instantly, blood spurted out like a fountain, spraying directly onto Shui Ling and Xiao Ao. Seeing Yi Tian suddenly move, Xiao Ao became slightly more alert, but his body froze. However, due to his previous speed and the slippery ground, he couldn't stop himself. At the same time, he saw Yi Tian's nose spraying blood like a fountain, and it was heading straight toward him. Xiao Ao's expression turned completely horrified. No, no. Xiao Ao looked in terror at the nosebleed spraying toward him and immediately understood the feeling of wanting to escape, but being unable to. A long time later, what started as Shui Ling alone waiting for Yi Tian turned into 3 people waiting together. After Shui Ling explained the situation to Xiao Ao and Yi Huang, the two of them couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Suddenly, they thought that Shui Ling and Yi Tian were quite a match. On their first meeting, one wanted to draw more blood from the other, and the other generously took medicine to spray an entire tank of blood for the one who wanted it. Finally, after waiting for a while, just as the water tank was about to be full, Yi Tian's nose finally stopped bleeding. Yi Huang looked speechlessly at the 3 people covered in blood and told them to change their clothes before coming back to continue their research. Meanwhile, he also activated the laboratory's cleaning system to thoroughly clean up the blood in the lab. The 3 of them changed into clean clothes and returned to the laboratory. Back in the lab, The first thing Shui Ling did was take some of Yi Tian's blood for testing. Yi Tian, Xiao Ao, and Yi Huang quietly waited for Shui Ling's test results. Before long, Shui Ling came over with the freshly tested data, her expression showing a hint of excitement to be continued. How is it? What are the test results? What did you find? Seeing Shui Ling's face brimming with excitement as she walked over with the data, Yi Huang couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled and asked eagerly. After all, the 8 gates technique was something he had spent most of his life researching. Now, he had passed it on to the younger generation without reservation. He didn't want to see the younger generation end up like him, confined to a wheelchair. Previously, old Master Xiao told me that Xiao Tian's new ability might be energy purification rather than transformation. Just now, based on the results of his body's various data, this has been confirmed. Xiao Tian's new ability can indeed purify energy, removing impurities from it, and making the energy more refined. Energy refinement. Both Knight Emperor and Xiao Ao were momentarily stunned, looking at Yi Tian, as this kind of ability was indeed something they were encountering for the first time. No wonder Xiao Tian could learn old Luo's unique skills so quickly and even help him make further breakthroughs. Xiao Ao suddenly said, I remember it involves compressing the energy first and then refining it, right? Oh, Xiao Tian even helped old Luo improve his unique skill. Knight Emperor looked at Yi Tian in surprise, but upon recalling what Shui Ling had just said and thinking about Luo Tianxin's unique skill, he quickly understood. That's not surprising. After all, old Luo's unique skill is all about controlling energy, refining and purifying it before using it. Knight Emperor said with a faint smile, while inwardly sighing. That old guy Luo is really lucky. The reason they pass on their unique skills to the younger generation is partly to make them stronger so they can protect the peace of China, and partly to see if, within their lifetime, someone can surpass the path they've spent their lives researching. But old Luo's unique skill involves refining and purifying energy outside the body, right? Knight Emperor said with a peculiar expression after realizing this. As for refining energy within the body, don't joke around, no one has been able to achieve that so far. Exactly, and that's what shocked me. Shui Ling seemed a bit excited. She was familiar with Luo Tianxin's unique skill, and not just his, she had studied the operation methods of all the elders who were willing to teach their unique skills to students, so she was quite knowledgeable. Old Luo's unique skill involves purifying energy, but the method is rather simple and crude, and it can only be applied externally. This method can be used by anyone with enough practice. But Xiao Tian's ability makes even the energy within his body exceptionally refined, with a concentration about 100 times that of ordinary ability users, and even purer than the energy within magical beasts. Shui Ling said excitedly, leaving Xiao Ao and Knight Emperor utterly shocked. Shui Ling's words were like a bomb exploding in front of them. You must know, since humans awakened abilities, it has always been through awakening stones that they could sense the energy in the air. However, this energy is extremely violent and cannot be directly absorbed. It must be converted through one's awakened ability to be absorbed and turned into personal power. But unexpectedly, Yi Tian's ability could directly purify the surrounding energy, absorb it into his body, and strengthen himself. This ability, while somewhat similar to enhancement-type abilities, is far beyond what enhancement-type abilities can achieve, isn't it? Especially Shui Ling's last sentence, its concentration is even purer than that of magical beasts. You must know, at the same level, humans and magical beasts are simply not on the same tier in terms of strength. Take a golden-level beast as an example. If a golden-level beast were to face a human of the same level, unless the human possessed an extraordinary skill like Knight Emperors, there's no way an ordinary golden-level human could handle it. Yi Tian quietly listened to their conversation on the side, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. What Shui Ling said, combined with his own situation, was incredibly accurate. However, when it came to the system and cultivation, he truly couldn't bring himself to speak about it. Besides, he currently had no way to help them cultivate either. So what? Do you have a way to make everyone like Xiao Tian? Knight Emperor swallowed nervously and asked. If that were really the case, this discovery could be considered a major evolution for all of humanity. Thinking of this, Not only Night Emperor, but even Xiao Ao on the side felt a bit excited. His mouth went dry, and he immediately drank a cup of tea to calm himself down. How is that even possible? Shui Ling looked at Night Emperor speechlessly. Old man, you're giving me way too much credit. You know how unique abilities are. These things can't even be explained by science. So how could I possibly come up with a solution? Hearing Shui Ling's words, Night Emperor didn't seem too disappointed. He just gave an awkward smile. After all, how could there possibly be a solution to such a thing? You have to understand, the appearance of the rifts and the awakening of human abilities are still unsolved mysteries in the world. As for abilities, those who awaken them seem to be naturally attuned to energy, and they can only utilize the specific ability they've awakened. For example, a water element awakener would feel an affinity with water elements and use their ability to control it. However, they wouldn't be able to sense or control other elements at all. You can't expect a water element awakener to control fire elements, right? That's just ridiculous. That's what Night Emperor thought to himself. But what he didn't know was that years later, as a reinforcement type ability user, he would actually be able to use an ability that he now thought was completely absurd during a battle with someone else. Yeah, that's true. I guess I got too excited, ha ha. Night Emperor laughed awkwardly. So, I suspect that the reason Xiao Tian can use the 8 gates without any damage to his body is because of the purity of his energy. The energy in his body is 100 times purer than that of an ordinary ability user. You can imagine how terrifying that energy must be. I see. So, this is Xiao Tian's unique special ability. A trace of bitterness appeared on Night Emperor's face. The purity of energy in one's body, this is simply unsolvable. Since the awakening of human abilities, let alone the type of ability, this is something they've never been able to control. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a distinction between different levels of abilities, let alone the purity of energy in one's body. This completely goes beyond the scope of human understanding. Normally, the energy within an ability user doesn't have any so-called purity distinction. It entirely depends on the level of the awakened ability, which determines how much energy can be integrated. However, if we must talk about purity, then the purity of the surrounding energy is the same as the purity within their body. This is because the energy they absorb is entirely transformed through cultivating their awakened ability, and their body naturally absorbs it. This is something that simply cannot be controlled. To be continued, based on the current data, yes, Shui Ling said quietly. Because Xiao Tian's energy purity is very high, the burden of the 8 gates state doesn't cause any harm to his body at all. Moreover, having such high purity energy allows Xiao Tian to surpass ordinary ability users several times over, whether in terms of physical strength or cultivation speed. I see. Night Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly came to terms with it. Xiao Ao, on the other hand, looked at Yi Tian in shock. At this moment, he truly envied Yi Tian's ability. This couldn't even be described as an SSS-level ability anymore, could it? This completely leaves SSS-level abilities far behind. So it's still impossible to resolve the burden of the 8 gates state. Humans still can't freely control the 8 gates. Night Emperor said with a bitter smile. Yi Tian's appearance had brought him hope, allowing him to see the endpoint of the complete 8 gates technique. But the path to that endpoint could only be reached by Yi Tian alone. Who said that? Just as Night Emperor's face was filled with disappointment, Shui Ling's voice suddenly came through, causing the three of them to freeze and simultaneously turn their gaze to Shui Ling. Although I can't make the energy purity in humans as high as this kid's, I do have ways to temporarily increase the energy purity in humans. Shui Ling said confidently. Really? Night Emperor looked at Shui Ling with full anticipation. If what Shui Ling said was true, then when humans needed to use the 8 gates, they could use that method. Although it wouldn't allow humans to completely and freely use the 8 gates technique, at least it wouldn't leave any damage or aftereffects on the body. After all, his current state was caused by the burden brought by the 8 gates technique. Of course, Shui Ling said with a proud smile. When I was testing Yi Tian just now, I was already thinking about it. If it's really due to the energy purity, then it's easy to solve. We just need to determine the required energy purity for the 8 gates state, and then raise the energy in the body to that level. But we still need to experiment to confirm it. However, there will always be a way. Plus, Shui Ling said, suddenly looking at Yi Tian with glowing eyes. Since Xiao Tian can produce so much blood, then I can completely let loose. Being stared at by Shui Ling's gaze, Yi Tian suddenly shuddered violently. Yi Huang and Xiao Ao, on the other hand, looked at Shui Ling with faces full of terror. Completely let loose? The two swallowed hard at the same time, not daring to imagine just how crazy Shui Ling could get when she completely let loose. For a moment, the two glanced at Yi Tian, whose face had turned pale with fright, their eyes full of sympathy. Ah, ha, ha. Well, since you have a solution, why did you call this old man here? Heh, ha ha. I think I still have an appointment with Granny Li to stroll in the garden. What else could it be for? Shui Ling shrugged. After all, you are the founder of the 8 gates technique. You would know best about the strain it causes on the human body and the potential harm. That's why I asked you to explain it in detail, so I can take notes. Oh, I see now. Hey, that's simple. Let me tell you. Yi Huang immediately began explaining in detail. When it came to this subject, no one knew better than him. After all, the fact that he was now in a wheelchair was the best proof of that. Very quickly, Yi Huang explained all the strain caused by activating the 8 gates. After finishing, he carefully reviewed Shui Ling's notes and, seeing no errors, smiled in satisfaction. This is all the harm to the human body that I've discovered so far from using the 8 gates technique, Yi Huang said with a smile, taking a sip of tea to soothe his parched throat. Very good. Shui Ling looked at the notes in her hand. All right, little Tian, it's time to start. Take off your clothes. Poof. Yi Huang suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea. As expected of young people, how did the two of you get so close so quickly? Xiao Ao and Yi Tian, on the other hand, looked at Shui Ling with black lines on their faces. Clearly, the two were slowly getting used to Shui Ling's antics. As Shui Ling prepared to start the experiment, Yi Huang and Xiao Ao also watched curiously. They both knew Shui Ling could get very crazy during experiments, especially after what they had just witnessed when they came in. The two were truly scared out of their wits. Ahem. Xiao Ao, take a look. If it doesn't work out, maybe go call Aunt Fong over, just to be safe. Yi Huang whispered to Xiao Ao as he watched Yi Tian, who was covered in sensor patches. Hee. Old Yi, don't worry. This is just a simple test. Those are just sensor patches. We already tested little Tian once earlier. This time, I think she just wants to confirm that there are no issues with the areas you mentioned being affected when little Tian activates the 8 gate state, Xiao Ao said with a smile. Xiao Ao's guess was indeed correct. Although activating the 8 gate state had no apparent effect on Yi Tian's body, Shui Ling still had to carefully check again to ensure nothing was overlooked. All right, in a moment, just like before, go ahead and use the strongest 8 gate state. Shui Ling finished attaching the sensor patches to Yi Tian and even lightly patted his abdomen with her delicate hand. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling helplessly. Sister, please, could you control yourself a little? You're making this really awkward for me. Water Ling then walked over to the machine and began operating it. Instantly, Yi Tian felt a tingling sensation at the spot where the sensor patch was attached. All right, Xiao Tian, let us begin. Activate the 8 gates to the strongest state you can currently achieve. After starting the testing device, Water Ling's expression turned serious, and she reminded Yi Tian once again. Xiao Ao and Night Emperor also observed silently with grave expressions. After all, this experiment was crucial. It determined whether humanity could use the 8 gates technique more safely in the future. Hearing Water Ling's reminder, Yi Tian nodded hurriedly and began circulating his cultivation method, mobilizing the energy within him. The 5th gate, limit gate, open, bang, puff. As soon as Yi Tian shouted, open, his chest suddenly exploded with a deafening boom. Fresh blood sprayed all over the laboratory, splattering the 3 onlookers from head to toe. Everyone froze in shock at the sight before them. Oh, we told you to use the 8 gates. Why did you suddenly blow yourself up? Before they could recover from the shock, they saw Yi Tian's limp body collapse to the ground. Blood continued pouring from the gaping wound in his chest, staining the entire floor red. To be continued. Waterling, hashtag duh. Night Emperor, Ming. Xiao Ao, duh. What is going on, Xiao Tian? Xiao Ao was the first to react. His eyes turned red as he rushed forward to cradle Yi Tian. Yi Tian's eyes rolled back, his chest blown open, blood gushing from his mouth. His body convulsed uncontrollably. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Don't sleep, wake up. Xiao Ao called out anxiously. Let me handle this. Waterling, snapping out of her shock, quickly activated her special ability. Her blood-stained jade-like hands immediately emitted a white glow, and Yi Tian's ruptured chest began to slowly heal. Damn it, you stubborn fool. I told you to get Aunt Fong, but you wouldn't listen. Night Emperor, recovering his composure, immediately pulled out his ancient flip phone and dialed Fong May's number. Xiao Fong, get to the lab now. Xiao Tian's blown himself up. Night Emperor stammered in a panicked tone into the phone. What? What are you talking about? Which Xiao Tian? Fong May's puzzled voice came from the phone. The one who wrecked the teaching building. Never mind that. Just get here as fast as you can. If you don't hurry, it'll be too late. Night Emperor, too frantic to explain, urged Fong Mei to come quickly. Sensing the urgency in Night Emperor's voice, Fong Mei hung up and sprinted toward the laboratory. Huh? His wounds are actually self-healing. Water Ling, who was treating Yi Tian, paused in surprise, muttering in confusion. In Xiao Ao's arms, Yi Tian's blasted chest was visibly repairing itself at a speed discernible to the naked eye. At first, Xiao Ao thought it was due to Shui Ling's supernatural ability, but upon hearing Shui Ling's voice, he was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, while activating the eight-gate state to mobilize spiritual energy, suddenly felt the energy within his body become uncontrollably violent. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his chest was blown apart by the spiritual energy. Yi Tian only felt his consciousness blur, and the entire world plunged into darkness. As he fell, he barely managed to see the bewildered faces of the three people around him. The scene froze at the moment Xiao Ao rushed toward him. Where's this place? Yi Tian looked around at the surroundings with a face full of confusion. Everything appeared unusually dark, and he found himself in the middle of a line of people. Yi Tian wanted to leave the line to explore the surroundings, but he realized he couldn't control his body at all. At the same time, he felt his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, his whole being sluggish and stiff. Soon, Yi Tian reached the front of the line. Young man, wear a mask and scan the code to enter. At the front of the line, there was only an old man and a table with a QR code pasted beside it. Where is this? Yi Tian tried to muster his energy to ask. You'll know once you go through. Hurry up and scan the code. There are people waiting behind you, the old man said impatiently. Yi Tian found himself uncontrollably pulling out a phone from his pocket, a phone that felt unfamiliar to him, and scanned the QR code, then showed it to the old man. All right, go ahead. The old man glanced at it and said indifferently. Yi Tian withdrew the phone, intending to take another look, but the phone suddenly turned into white mist and disappeared. The scene before Yi Tian's eyes shifted, and he saw a bridge. Beside the bridge stood an elderly woman, smiling kindly at him. Come, young man, have a bowl of soup and you can cross, the old woman said kindly, smiling at Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at the bowl the old woman handed him. Inside was a green, unidentified liquid, bubbling ominously. No need, ma'am. I'm not hungry. Yi Tian quickly waved his hand, his face full of resistance. It's all right. If you're not hungry, just drink it to quench your thirst. The old woman continued to push the soup toward him. Yi Tian tried to block it, but he found he couldn't move his body at all. No, I don't want to drink the soup. I won't drink it. I won't drink it. I won't drink it. Yi Tian's eyes were filled with terror as he stared at the mysterious liquid being handed to him. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky, and Yi Tian instantly regained control of his body. I won't drink it. Yi Tian abruptly opened his eyes, only to see the face of a middle-aged man staring back at him. Yi Tian was so startled by the sudden scene that he almost fainted again. Yi Tian stared blankly at Xiao Ao, while Xiao Ao and the other two also looked at the suddenly awakened Yi Tian with bewildered expressions. They had just discovered that Yi Tian's wounds were actually healing rapidly on their own, so they stayed there to watch over him. How could this be? Could it be that this child hasn't fully recovered yet? Night Emperor looked at Yi Tian with a worried expression. I don't know. He keeps complaining about not wanting to drink soup. What's soup? Xiao Ao said, equally puzzled. Xiao. Uncle Xiao? Why are you all here? Where's that old lady? Yi Tian asked in confusion after coming to his senses. Did you get blown up and lose your mind? What old lady? There's only an old man here. Shui Ling said irritably. Just now, this kid almost scared them to death. Huh. Yi Tian looked at the three of them in confusion. But I just saw an old lady forcing me to drink soup. Then she suddenly disappeared. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the three of them immediately fell silent, staring at Yi Tian with faces full of terror. Yi Tian suddenly realized, had he just gone to the underworld? Was that old lady? Speaking of which, does the underworld really have such high-tech stuff like QR code scanning? Dude owning well? So what happened next? Did you drink the soup? Night Emperor suddenly asked, looking at Yi Tian curiously. I didn't drink it. Who could drink that stuff? Yi Tian quickly replied and began to recount the scenes he saw after losing consciousness. The group listened in stunned silence. Goodness, he really took a stroll through the underworld. Truly unbelievable. But seriously, why did you suddenly explode like that? Xiao Tian, what exactly happened just now? Why did you suddenly explode? Xiao Ao asked in confusion. Yeah, I even checked the sensor on my instrument. There was no short circuit. Even if there was, it wouldn't have caused you to explode like that. Shui Ling asked, her face full of doubt. I don't know either, Yi Tian said, almost in tears. Thinking back, he still felt a bit scared. He had inexplicably exploded and even took a trip to the underworld. System, what on earth is going on here? Answering the host. This is the side effect of the unorthodox vitality pill. Yi Tian. Sigmund LLL. To be continued. Hearing the emotionless electronic voice of the system in his ear, Yi Tian was utterly shocked. Wasn't the side effect of the unorthodox vitality pill supposed to have already passed? Why is there still something happening? When he used the unorthodox cleansing pill, the side effect was just a bout of diarrhea, and then it was over. So, what's the current side effect? Will I explode and die if I use spiritual energy? Yi Tian asked the system again in his mind. Answering the host, you will not truly die. The side effect merely restricts the use of any power outside of your own, such as the spiritual energy you possess and the supernatural energy of this world. If you attempt to use them, your body will explode, and you will experience a journey of death. This effect will automatically be lifted after 24 hours, the system explained. Minjing Hao, then why didn't you remind me? I almost crossed the bridge of helplessness just now. Are you sure you can pull me back after crossing that bridge? Yi Tian's face instantly darkened. It should be possible. Nug Omega Nug, the system's uncertain electronic voice replied. Besides, you didn't ask me. And also, don't you have proper vitality pills? Why did you insist on taking the improper ones? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Completely unnecessary. Yi Tian was rendered speechless by the system. He couldn't possibly admit he took the wrong one, right? Without responding further to the system, Yi Tian silently threw the improper vitality pill into the last slot of his inventory, just to prevent himself from grabbing the wrong one again next time. However, Yi Tian was secretly thrilled. The side effects of this improper vitality pill were really powerful. If he gave one to an enemy, this could be an invaluable weapon. I think it's the side effects of the pill I just took. After finishing his conversation with the system, Yi Tian explained to the three people. The three were instantly stunned. Xiao Ao and Night Emperor looked at Yi Tian with utter confusion. Wasn't the side effect of that pill already over? Only Shui Ling asked Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. This is the second side effect. Shui Ling. Afterward, Yi Tian began explaining to the three. You brat, you scare me to death. Xiao Ao glared at Yi Tian with a bad temper. That moment just now had truly frightened him. If something had really happened to Yi Tian right under his nose, then he wouldn't be able to return to the Xiao family, nor to the Shadow Legion. It's fine now. It's fine now. Night Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so scared by Yi Tian just now that he almost had a heart attack. The most nervous one, however, was Shui Ling. After all, Yi Tian had gotten into trouble during her experiment. If something had really happened to him, she would undoubtedly bear the greatest responsibility. Old Knight, what is going on? Where is he? Where is the person? Suddenly, the laboratory door was pushed open forcefully, and Feng Mei appeared, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Night Emperor quickly reacted. Looking at the scene before him, his mouth twitched. Well, he is fine now. Forgot to tell you. Night Emperor, sweating profusely, looked at Feng Mei. The incident had happened so suddenly that after Yi Tian recovered, he completely forgot to contact Feng Mei. Feng Mei. Immediately, Feng Mei's eyes turned red. Are you playing with my heart, old knight? Feng Mei's voice was icy as she stared at Night Emperor. The smell in the academy hasn't even dissipated yet. Do you know what I went through to get here? When Feng Mei received the call, she was at home. Suddenly, she got a call from Night Emperor and hurriedly rushed out without even grabbing her gas mask. She practically ran while vomiting along the way. Old lady here heard the urgency in your voice. Didn't even wear a gas mask. Ran all the way, vomited all the way, and now that I've finally made it here, you're telling me it's nothing? Feng Mei's forehead was bulging with veins as she glared at Night Emperor with a hostile expression. Hearing Feng Mei's words, not only Night Emperor, but the other three were also shocked as they stared at her. This, truly brave. Indeed, the big sister is still the big sister. Running all the way through such a disgusting smell. If it were them, they would probably have been knocked out by the stench halfway. Huh. Ah ha ha. Ha ha, little Feng. Don't be mad, okay? I just got too nervous earlier and forgot. Night Emperor trembled all over as he looked at the furious Feng Mei and quickly tried to explain. But Feng Mei had no intention of listening to his explanation. She stretched her fists, twisted her neck, and started walking step by step toward Night Emperor. Ah ha ha, calm down, little Feng. Night Emperor kept turning his wheelchair, controlling it to slowly retreat. Little Tian, how about you blow it up again? Night Emperor suddenly turned to Yi Tian and said, Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at Night Emperor sympathetically. Sorry, Grandpa Knight, but I really can't agree to your request. He definitely didn't want to take another trip to the underworld, and he absolutely didn't want to face that bowl of green bubbling soup again. Seeing Feng Mei suddenly accelerate and throw a punch at him, Night Emperor screamed and quickly controlled his wheelchair to dodge to the side. Little Feng, calm down. Listen to my explanation. Night Emperor quickly waved his hands and said. However, the enraged Feng Mei had no intention of listening to Night Emperor's explanation. She looked at him coldly, her eyes still filled with killing intent. Explain it to me in a dream after you get down there. With that, she lunged at Night Emperor again. Night Emperor. Seeing Feng Mei lunging at him again, Night Emperor didn't hesitate anymore. He grabbed a gas mask, put it on with one hand, and frantically spun the wheels of his wheelchair, fleeing toward the laboratory. Feng Mei watched Night Emperor flee and had no intention of letting him go. She quickly grabbed a nearby gas mask, put it on, and chased after him. In the academy, some students wearing gas masks were operating machines to clean up the unidentified objects and liquids scattered around the campus. Suddenly, the faces of these students under their masks turned extremely horrified because they saw an old man wearing a gas mask, his muscles bulging, spinning the wheels of his wheelchair so fast that it created afterimages, rushing toward them at high speed while shouting, "Move aside! Get out of the way!" Night Emperor shouted desperately. However, because he was wearing a mask and the distance was a bit far, his voice was muffled, and the students couldn't understand him for a moment. Helplessly, Night Emperor could only free one hand to gesture to them, and the students immediately dodged to both sides. Seeing the students move aside and noticing Feng Mei quickly catching up, Night Emperor hastened his speed, frantically spinning the wheels of his wheelchair, reaching a speed of 120, and charged straight ahead. The students only saw an extremely fast blur flash past them, and before they could react, another blur sped by in an instant. After the students came to their senses, they were initially amazed at how energetic the elderly in the academy were, but their expressions quickly turned to horror. Because Knight Emperor and Fong Mei were moving so fast, unidentified objects on the ground were blown into the air, and before they could fully react, those objects in the air started raining down on them like raindrops, pelting them madly. To be continued in the laboratory. At this moment, Yi Tian, Xue Ling, and Xiao Ao had no idea what kind of bloody storm Knight Emperor and Fong Mei's commotion had caused in the academy. Xue Ling looked at Yi Tian with a mischievous smile. So, the medicine that caused everyone in the academy to inexplicably fall victim came from you, right? Just now, after Yi Tian experienced the side effects of the improper qi and blood pill, she had her suspicions. However, she was so immersed in the excitement of obtaining the blood that she didn't think about it. But who would have thought Yi Tian would have another episode, reminding her again? Ha ha! Yi Tian laughed nervously. If there were no accidents, I think so. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Yi Tian decided to come clean and told them about the effects and side effects of the improper cleansing marrow pill. No wonder I couldn't figure it out no matter how much I researched. Turns out the real reason was this pill. Xue Ling said, suddenly enlightened. This is because the pill expired, which caused the side effects. I have some that haven't expired, so I'll give them to you, Sister Xue Ling. Saying this, Yi Tian directly took out a few proper cleansing marrow pills and qi and blood pills and distributed them to Xue Ling and Xiao Ao. Does this pill really have beauty-enhancing effects? Xue Ling picked up a cleansing marrow pill, full of doubt. Yes, you'll know once you try it. Proper cleansing marrow pills won't have the diarrhea side effect, but because it's your first time using it, it will expel impurities from your body. So, I suggest you take it while bathing for the first time, Yi Tian explained. All right, I'll trust you this time. Xue Ling casually grabbed a cleansing marrow pill, stood up, and said, Sister Xue Ling, where are you going? I'm going to take a bath, Xue Ling said, tossing the proper cleansing marrow pill into her mouth and heading off to bathe. Hey, Xiao Tian, did you really find these pills in the rift? Xiao Ao asked curiously. Huh? Yeah, why? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned by Xiao Ao's sudden question. Looking at Yi Tian's expression, Xiao Ao seemed to already know the answer in his heart. Haha, it's nothing. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Xiao Ao took one Shisui pill and one qi and blood pill, and returned the rest to Yi Tian. Keep the rest for yourself. Your Uncle Xiao only needs these two. It's fine, Uncle Xiao, you can take them. I still have more. Along the way, I haven't properly thanked you for taking care of me. If you really can't use them all, take some back for old Luo. Yi Tian smiled and waved his hand. Seeing that Yi Tian had no intention of taking back the pills, Xiao Ao nodded and accepted them. After a while, Xue Ling came out after taking a bath. Her aura seemed even more ethereal, and her already delicate face became even more beautiful. Instantly, not only Yi Tian was stunned, but even Xiao Ao froze for a moment. These pills are quite interesting. Not only do they enhance beauty, but I feel my cultivation level loosening a bit, and my body feels better, full of energy, Xue Ling said as she carefully sensed her body. Such a pity, I can't analyze the formula. Even the instruments can't detect the raw materials, Xue Ling said regretfully. Previously, when she was researching the river water, she had tried extracting the original formula but failed because the materials couldn't be detected at all. Thus, the three of them started chatting idly in the lab. There was no other choice. Yi Tian couldn't use spiritual energy at the moment, nor could he control energy, let alone use the 8 gates technique. So, the experiment had to be temporarily halted until the side effects of the unreliable qi and blood pill wore off, and then they could continue the research. Since the experiment was forced to stop, Yi Tian originally planned to return to the villa directly. However, through chatting with Xue Ling, Yi Tian learned that Yi Xian and the others had already left the academy. It turned out that the day Xue Ling and Xiao Yi returned to the academy, they were immediately overwhelmed by the stench and vomited. While Xiao Yi was dealing with the mess, he promptly contacted Xiao Yan, who was now Yi Xian's mentor. So Xiao Yi asked Xiao Yan to take Yi Xian out of the academy temporarily to avoid the suffering. After all, Yi Xian was his precious granddaughter, and Xiao Yi couldn't bear to let her endure such torment in the academy. Your sister just called me earlier, saying they're planning a barbecue tonight, and invited me to join. Since you're here, why don't you come along too? Shui Ling said to Xiao Ao with a smile. You two siblings probably haven't seen each other in a while, right? What Shui Ling didn't know was that Xiao Ao and Xiao Yin had just met not long ago. They had held a family meeting and even teamed up to beat up their eldest brother. As for Yi Tian, it was obvious that he had to go. If Shui Ling didn't bring him along, Xiao Yin wouldn't let her off the hook. From her conversation with Xiao Yin, it seemed that Xiao Yin was quite interested in this young man. Her words hinted at wanting to meet him. You sure are lucky, kid, Shui Ling suddenly said to Yi Tian. First, he awakened a new ability and gained Xiao Yi's favor. Then, due to his exceptional talent, he quickly mastered the Night Emperor's 8 Gates technique, earning Luo Tianxin's recognition, who even brought him back to the Shadow Base. Now, they've sent Xiao Ao, a general of the Shadow Legion, to escort him. That would have been surprising enough, but Xiao Yi actually arranged for Xiao Yin to be Yi Tian's sister's mentor. Now, it seems Xiao Yin, upon hearing about all this, has also started to take an interest in Yi Tian and wants to meet him. This completely made Shui Ling envious. You have to understand, the Xiao family and the Luo family are the top 2 super families in the capital. Yet now, both of the Xiao family's ancestors are connected to Yi Tian and value him so highly. At the same time, Xiao Ao and Xiao Yin are not ordinary people. Either one is the current head of the Xiao family, and the other is the elder brother of the current head of the Xiao family. Since Shui Ling doesn't know the true identities of Yi Tian and Yi Xine, she attributes all of this to Yi Tian's newly awakened ability, his talent, and sheer luck. Barbecue is great. Barbecue is great. I haven't had barbecue in a long time. With all the tasks I usually have, if it weren't for Xiao Tian, who knows how much more Luo Lao would have exploited me. Xiao Ao quickly said with a laugh, feeling quite excited inside. Now that he's here, how could he not meet his big niece? He guessed his sister probably felt the same way and couldn't wait to meet her big nephew. So she conveniently used him as a shield. Soon, Yi Tian and Xiao Ao, led by Shui Ling driving, arrived outside a seaside villa. Here, Grandpa Yi, let me help you, Yi Tian said as he took Night Emperor's wheelchair out of the car and unfolded it. Xiao Ao then carried Night Emperor and placed him in the wheelchair. Hee, you two are really too kind. Night Emperor waved his hand and smiled. Come on, Grandma Fong, we're here. Let's get out of the car. Shui Ling opened the passenger door and helped Fong Mei out. They had encountered the two on their way to the villa. At the time, when they saw Night Emperor and Fong Mei, the 3 of them were truly startled. Shui Ling was driving on the highway when she suddenly saw 2 figures on the road. One was an old man with bulging muscles, furiously spinning the wheels of his wheelchair so fast that it seemed to create afterimages. Behind him, an old lady was swinging an iron rod, chasing after him. The 3 of them looked at the two and realized it was none other than Night Emperor and Fong Mei. Shui Ling was so shocked that she almost lost control of the steering wheel. When she glanced at her speedometer, her mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was showing a speed of 120 km/h. The 3 of them truly hadn't expected Night Emperor and Fong Mei to end up here. What terrified them even more was that they were getting farther away from the two, despite driving at 120 km/h and still unable to catch up. In the end, it was Xiao Ao who intervened, stopped the two, and brought them into the car, finally putting an end to this farce. In the car, since the vehicle was moving, the two didn't dare to make too much noise. Taking advantage of the drive, Shui Ling explained the situation to Fong Mei on behalf of Yi Huang, and only then did Fong Mei calm down. Yo, old Yi, you're back. From afar, Situ Kuangbin's voice came through. Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei, both wearing swim trunks, walked toward the group. Grandpa Yi, Grandma Fong. Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei greeted politely. But when they saw Shui Ling, the two froze instantly, their expressions turning to sheer terror, leaving everyone else confused. Old Yi, why are you with this demoness? Situ Kuangbin quickly ran to Yi Tian's side and whispered. Yeah, Old Yi. This demoness once wanted to dissect and study me and Kuangbin. You must never go into her lab. Huyan Wei reminded him at the same time. Hey, you two brats, I'm still here, you know? Do you think I'm invisible? Believe it or not, I'll really cut you two up. Seeing the two whispering beside Yi Tian, Shueiling's face darkened. After all, she was an ability user, and they were so close, how could she not hear them? Upon hearing Shueiling's words, Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei turned even paler, their faces full of terror as they ran behind Yi Huang and Feng Mei. Looking at Shuailing and the two's reactions, everyone was still confused. Yi Tian, with a face full of black lines, watched the scene unfold. So, what is going on here? What else could it be? These two bra at that time, when he and Xiao Ao saw this scene for the first time, they were extremely frightened. Fortunately, they didn't say anything unnecessary at the time. Who knows how Shui Ling scared the two of them? They were left with psychological shadows. Thinking of this, Yi Tian immediately cast a sympathetic glance at the two of them. You two have offended Shui Ling. Even if you hide behind Grandma Fong and Grandpa Yi, it won't help. Ahem. Since you all know each other, I won't bother introducing you. Yi Tian coughed and said, "This is Xiao Ao, the general of the Shadow Legion. He treated me very well at the Shadow Base, and I usually call him Uncle Xiao." Ignoring Shui Ling, Yi Tian began introducing Xiao Ao to the two of them. Uncle Xiao, hello." The two quickly greeted Xiao Ao after hearing Yi Tian's introduction. Hello. Xiao Ao had reviewed information about Yi Tian before, so he naturally knew that the two were Yi Tian's childhood friends. Xiao Ao smiled at them, his gaze briefly showing a hint of confusion, but he quickly concealed it, and no one noticed. Yo! Suddenly, Shui Ling hugged Yi Tian's neck from behind. So, am I not good to you? I only took one bottle of your blood because I was worried you couldn't handle it. I'm so good to you. Yet you don't even know how to thank me. Shui Ling's voice came from beside Yi Tian's ear, and her small hands instantly became restless. Yi Tian. Yi Tian froze for a moment. Then his expression darkened instantly. I really should thank you. Yi Tian practically gritted his teeth as he said this. You took my blood for experiments, and now I have to thank you for taking less. What kind of twisted logic is this? And only one bottle? That bottle of yours must be pretty small. Huh? So, in your understanding, how big does it have to be called a barrel? Could it be that water tank over there? Thinking of this, a trace of terror flashed in Yi Tian's eyes, but it quickly turned completely dark, and his face followed suit, turning grimly. So, Sister Shui Ling, while you're talking, could you stop touching me? Looking at the hands deliberately brushing across his abdomen, Yi Tian said helplessly, How obsessed are you with my abs? It's one thing to sneak a touch when no one's around in the lab, but now you're doing it in front of so many people. If you don't feel embarrassed, I sure do. Brother, you're back. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, and four beautiful figures approached them. Sister Shui Ling. Yi Xian ran to Yi Tian's side and called out sweetly, hello. Shui Ling also smiled in response, but she had no intention of letting go of Yi Tian. Suddenly, Yi Tian shivered inexplicably, feeling a chill rush straight up his spine. He turned to see Yang Muhan smiling at him, her eyes flashing with a hint of red light. Grandpa Yi, Grandma Fong. Ignoring Yi Tian, Yang Muhan greeted Yi Huang and Feng Mei. Oh wow, is Muhan jealous? Xiaochu watched Yi Tian being hugged by Shui Ling, then glanced at Yang Muhan. As Yang Muhan's sister and close friend, how could she not sense the fluctuation in Yang Muhan's emotions? This is going to be interesting. Xiaochu chuckled softly to herself. She simply stood aside, picked up the watermelon she had just bought, and started munching on it. Eating watermelon while watching the drama, so satisfying. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan exchanged a glance with Xiao Ao, and then both of them turned their gaze to Yi Tian and Yi Xian, the siblings. For a moment, a mix of emotions overwhelmed them. Thinking about how the siblings had been left behind for 3 whole years due to Xiaoyan's carelessness, the two instantly regretted it. They should have hit harder back then. As Xiao Ao and Xiao Yin were observing the Yi siblings, Yi Tian was also curiously looking at Xiao Yin. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity and closeness with Xiao Yin, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After pondering for a while and still unable to figure it out, Yi Tian could only assume it was because of Xiao Ao. Since Xiao Ao and Xiao Yin were siblings, perhaps that was why he felt this sense of familiarity. Yi Tian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these odd feelings anymore. Hee Muhan, you bought so many things. You must be tired. Let me help you carry them. However, Yang Muhan completely ignored Yi Tian and smiled at Yi Huang and Feng Mei, leaving Yi Tian in an awkward situation. Oh no, is Muhan angry? Yi Tian stood there scratching his head. Haha. All right, everyone, stop standing around outside. Come in and have some tea. We bought a lot of good stuff today, and tonight's dinner is going to be amazing. Seeing Yi Tian awkwardly standing there, Xiaoyan quickly stepped in to smooth things over for him. Inside the villa, everyone was drinking tea and chatting. Yi Xian was brewing tea for everyone, while Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei had gone outside to set up the barbecue grill. After all, when they were discovered earlier, they had been passed out next to the newly assembled grill. Shui Ling thought they had done a pretty good job setting it up, so the responsibility naturally fell to them. Luckily, they hadn't managed to light the fire before passing out, or else, given the gas concentration at the academy at the time, the entire place might have exploded instantly. In the kitchen, Yang Muhan was busy washing various seafood dishes, with Xia Chu helping out nearby. Muhan. Yi Tian suddenly walked in, looking at Yang Muhan with a face full of grievance. Are you angry? Seeing Yi Tian come in, Xia Chu somehow pulled out a slice of watermelon and quietly started munching on it again. Yi Tian, Mingjing Hao. You really are the ultimate spectator, aren't you? No, Yang Muhan replied indifferently. After witnessing Shui Ling's experiment earlier, she had been worried about Yi Tian. After all, Yi Tian would have to cooperate with Shui Ling's research later. But unexpectedly, Yi Tian was completely fine, and the two of them were even hugging each other. This instantly made Yang Muhan feel a wave of irritation, so she didn't want to pay attention to Yi Tian. Muhan, let me tell you, I've had the worst luck today. First, I got nauseous on my way back to the academy. Then that woman drew an entire tank of blood from me, and I even took a trip to the underworld. Seeing that Yang Muhan seemed genuinely angry, Yi Tian quickly put on a pitiful face. Seeing Yi Tian's pitiful expression, Yang Muhan couldn't help but burst out laughing. You can still laugh? Let me tell you, the underworld now requires scanning a QR code to enter, and I even met Mengpa. However, before Yi Tian could finish, Xiachu suddenly threw the melon in her hand to the ground, her expression turning completely dark. Ah, I can't take it anymore. You scumbag. You can't even come up with a decent excuse to lie. A whole tank of blood? You'd be a dried corpse by now. As Xiachu spoke, she lunged at Yi Tian, pinning him firmly to the ground. Muhan, don't believe this guy? He is completely lying. Uft, the underworld requires a QR code? Why don't you just say they also require face masks? And you met Mengpa? You might as well say you drank her soup and forgot about us. That would have been a better excuse. Ugh, I'm telling the truth. How? How do you know the underworld requires face masks? Have you been there too? Yi Tian, pinned to the ground by Xia Chu, struggled to breathe and looked at her in terror upon hearing her words. How do you know? Could it be that you've been to the underworld too? Xia Chu's forehead veins bulged as she flashed a sinister smile at Yi Tian. Whether I've been there or not, why don't you go down one more time and find out for yourself? With that, the two started wrestling, while Yang Muhan looked at them with a face full of helplessness. In the capital's council hall, members of the Shadow Legion, fully armed, stood guard here, with multiple layers of checkpoints set up. Regardless of whether entering or exiting, everyone had to pass through more than a dozen security checks to gain access. Xiaoyi stood at the entrance, having just arrived. Looking at the heavily guarded council hall, his expression revealed a trace of solemnity. Old Xiao, your Xiao family really dropped a bombshell this time. A man in formal attire, Luo Tianqian, walked over slowly. Behind him, Xiao Yan followed with her head lowered, her face full of guilt, not daring to meet Xiao's gaze. Humph. Xiaoyi glanced at Xiao Yan, snorted coldly, and said nothing. After a long while, Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. Speak. What's the higher-up's stance now? If I knew the higher-up's stance, I wouldn't have come to attend this meeting, Luo Tianqian said indifferently. After all, the bomb your family dropped this time is quite big, and the timing couldn't be worse. If not handled properly, let alone what might happen to Tianmen, It could spark conflicts between nations and even lead to war. I know that too. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. Originally, the resolution regarding Tiananmen had been a topic of ongoing discussion among various nations, even sparking numerous disputes. Now, the countries had just reached a consensus and finalized the specific time to deal with Tiananmen. However, at this moment, Xiao Yin unexpectedly produced a letter from Xiao Hu. If this letter had been presented 3 years ago, or even before the nations reached a unified agreement, it wouldn't have led to the current situation. But alas, truly, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Heh, all right, there's no need to be so troubled. Our own people will naturally stand by us. Otherwise, when the higher-ups learned about this, they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to hold this meeting. Let us go and we're all in this together. Luo Tianxian noticed Xiao Yi's worried expression and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Yi nodded, his gaze flickering as he looked at the council hall, lost in thought. At this moment, the meeting room was already filled with people, with only the seat at the head of the table left vacant. However, the entire hall was unusually silent, and everyone's faces bore a heavy expression. 3 days ago, all attendees had received an invitation to this meeting, along with a letter. Clearly, the sudden influx of information was overwhelming, and 3 days were not enough to fully process it, as the amount of information was simply too vast. Suddenly, the door to the meeting hall opened, and an elderly man slowly walked in. The moment he entered, everyone in the room stood up to greet him. The old man walked unhurriedly to the main seat and gestured with his hand. "Please, be seated." After he spoke and took his seat, the others at the table followed suit. The old man sat at the head of the table, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Just by sitting there quietly, he emanated an aura of immovability, as steady as a mountain. When Xiao Yi saw the old man, he was immediately taken aback. He hadn't expected that Xiao Hu's letter would even alarm this person. "I believe everyone is aware of the main topic of this meeting," the old man began. "I won't waste words. I just want to hear your opinions. Chunli, let us start with you. After all, you'll be the one handling the follow-up to this matter," the old man said, directly calling on him. A man in his 30s, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, stood up from his seat. "Yes, Elder Wu." Upon hearing his name, Chunli immediately stood up, his expression serious. "I believe everyone has already read the contents of the letter, so I'll share my personal opinion," Chunli said calmly. "My view is that the plan to deal with Tiananmen should be cancelled. In fact, I've given this a lot of thought before coming to this decision. Now, let me explain why I believe Tiananmen should be preserved. First of all, since the appearance of the Heavenly Gate, the number of world-class powerhouses we have sent into it is the highest among all nations. They are our heroes, and more importantly, they are the heroes of this world. Back then, we were unsure of the situation, but now it has been confirmed that they are still alive. Moreover, General Zhao Sun is currently pioneering that world on the other side. Therefore, I believe we cannot abandon them. It's impossible for us to let our heroes fight outside, striving to protect us, while we hide at home with the doors shut, leaving them unable to return. Honestly, I cannot do such a thing, and I believe none of you here can either. Secondly, since the appearance of the rifts, our world still faces their existence. Although humans have now awakened supernatural abilities and can resist the beasts, we have recently discovered that as humans master these abilities, the beasts are also continuously evolving. Some of them have even developed intelligence. Everyone, please take a look at the data in your hands. The number of beast-tide outbreaks from rifts in our region this year has increased significantly compared to previous years. As for the Heavenly Gate, or rather the world beyond it, I believe that we can find a way to close the rifts there. After all, when the Heavenly Gate first appeared, the two golden armored figures guarding it possessed such abilities. Therefore, regardless of the fate of the heroes out there, we should not give up. We should not abandon even the slightest hope. After all, aren't we protecting peace while also constantly searching for a way to close the rifts? That concludes my thoughts. After Chun-Li finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a long while, the elder nodded slightly. What do you all think?" The elder scanned the room, seemingly wanting to hear the opinions of others. Master Wu, a middle-aged man, stood up. "To be honest, I agree with Mr. Chen's perspective. However, the current plan to deal with the Heavenly Gate was decided through joint discussions among all nations. If we rashly change it, it could very well push our position to the opposing side of the world. The middle-aged man spoke with a face full of concern. In fact, it wasn't just him, this was a worry shared by everyone present. Heh, I actually understand your concerns, worrying that we might push ourselves to the opposing side of the world, worrying about triggering a series of problems. But, suddenly, the elder's tone shifted. Have you ever been afraid? The elder slowly stood up, gazing at everyone present. His face bore no smile, only endless seriousness and calmness. We have, of course, never been afraid. The middle-aged man, seeing the elder, already had his answer in his heart. Worry and fear are two different things. Worry is merely not wanting things to reach the worst-case scenario, but fear? That is simply impossible. They do not like war, that is a fact. But they are not afraid of war either. How many battles have they experienced to reach this point? From the outbreak of the rifts to the apocalyptic wars they triggered, when have they ever been afraid? More and more people stood up. Although they didn't explicitly say it, their actions at this moment provided the answer. Xiao Yi was no exception. All his previous worries were just concerns, fearing the worst outcome. But as for fear, as a former general who had experienced countless battles against demonic beasts, when had he ever been afraid? Seeing everyone's stance, the old man smiled with satisfaction. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that we will cancel the plan to deal with Tianmin and strive to preserve it. From today onwards, Yang Li will be responsible for the plan regarding Tianmin. Go ahead without worry. Whatever support you need, everyone else must fully cooperate and provide sufficient assistance to him. Thus, a new plan to preserve Tianmin began to be systematically organized. Yang Li was in charge of directing the plan, while everyone else was responsible for providing him with all the support he needed. Even Xiao Yi volunteered to join in. Outside the villa, everyone was happily eating barbecue and chatting. Ha! Ha ha! So everything you said was true, little Tian. Ha ha! Xia Chu was sweating profusely, looking at Yi Tian with an embarrassed expression. Who would have thought that everything you said was true? After all, the things you mentioned were just too fantastical. Just now, Yang Muhan, worried about Yi Tian, asked about the progress of the experiment. Shui Ling recounted everything that happened in the lab today, including the fact that Yi Tian had taken a trip to hell. After all, it was because of this incident that old Master Yi Huang was chased by Feng Mei for an entire day. Yi Tian, Min Jing Hao. I told you I wasn't lying, but you just wouldn't believe me. By the way, did you use the pill I gave you? MMPH. Yi Tian was about to ask Xia Chu what exactly had happened at the academy and why everyone there had been affected. But before he could finish his sentence, Xia Chu pounced on him. Ha! Ha ha! Little Tian, I ran out of seasoning here. Come inside with me to get some. Saying this, he dragged Yi Tian into the villa. Seeing this, Situ Kuangbin and Huyan Wei both let out a sigh of relief. Just now, when they heard Yi Tian mention the pill, their faces instantly turned pale with fear. They were just thinking of stopping Yi Tian, but they didn't expect Xia Chu to act even faster, jumping up and dragging Yi Tian away. No kidding, if this matter got out, they would become the Academy's public enemies. Not just the senior brothers and sisters, even the mentors and those incredibly powerful elders in the Academy wouldn't let them off. Hee hee, young people are so full of energy. Yi Huang chuckled as he watched Yi Tian and Xia Chu. Shui Ling and Xiao Ao exchanged strange looks at Yi Huang, their mouths twitching. They could only hope that when the old man learned the truth, he could still remain this calm. They had heard about it at that time. The Night Emperor was blasted away by his own attack, and even his wheelchair was blown to bits. The wheelchair he is sitting on now is a new one. In the villa, Yi Tian looked at Xia Chu with a head full of black lines. So, can you explain now? What exactly happened? I thought you were just playing pranks, but I didn't expect you to target the entire school. Xia Chu looked at Yi Tian with a guilty expression. No, it wasn't me. It was your two good brothers who did it. I only found out afterward. As Xia Chu spoke, she recounted the whole incident to Yi Tian. After listening, Yi Tian looked at Xia Chu speechlessly, his mouth twitching. You really have nothing better to do, huh? You even ground it into powder. Do you think I didn't give you enough? Or do you just have too many people you want to mess with? Hee hee, little Tion. You see, the pills you gave me were all used up by your two good brothers. Before Xia Chu could finish her sentence, Yi Tian interrupted her. Min Jinghao, no way, don't even think about it. The last time I gave you some, the entire academy got affected. Now I can't even go back to the academy. Who knows what will happen next time? Come on, don't worry. I know I was wrong this time. I was careless. Next time, I'll definitely keep them safe and secure. I'll hide them well when I'm not using them. I'll forget about the pills. Last time, Kwang Bin and Wei Yi got affected in the academy, and the whole school knew about it. This time, the entire academy got hit. Instead of thinking about how to scam my pills, you'd better think about how to face the entire academy's questioning when you go back. Yi Tian looked at Xia Chu speechlessly. You've got some nerve, huh? Do you really think this matter is just going to blow over? No way. It's just that everyone's busy cleaning up the mess right now and doesn't have time to deal with you guys. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xia Chu finally realized, her face turning pale. Dude, oh no. How could she forget about this problem? She had been living too comfortably these past few days and completely forgot about the mess at the academy. What do I do? What do I do? Xia Chu looked at Yi Tian nervously. Little Tian, you can't just leave me to die? Help me think of a solution. What can I do? How about you beg them to go easy on you? Or maybe wear some armor or something it might not hurt as much. Yi Tian teased. Seeing Yi Tian's gloating expression, Xia Chu immediately flew into a rage. You're still laughing? I'll bite you to death. Yi Tian. What the hell? Are you a dog? Let go of me. The next day, Xiao Ao left the villa early and returned to the Shadow Base. After all, as the general of the Shadow Legion, he was usually very busy. If it weren't for wanting to see Xian, he probably would have left long ago. As for Yi Tian and the others, they also returned to the academy, as the foul stench in the academy had finally been completely cleaned up. Yi Tian, after the side effects of the improper vitality pill wore off, was immediately dragged to the lab by Shui Ling for experiments. They toiled for almost an entire day, and by the time Yi Tian left the lab, it was already afternoon. Yi Tian leisurely walked back to the villa. However, as soon as he saw the villa, he froze in place, and his face turned extremely terrified. The villa was completely surrounded by students, mentors, and even elderly individuals all gathered outside the villa. As expected, what was bound to happen still happened. But what Yi Tian didn't expect was that it would happen so quickly. He had just cleared the strange smell yesterday, and now they were here to settle accounts today. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Tian still walked toward the villa. There was no way to avoid this. His sister was still inside the villa. He could only hope that they would go easy on him later. Soon, Yi Tian arrived outside the villa. Oh, Yi Tian Jr. is back. You must be tired from the experiments. Go inside and rest for a bit. Yes, Yi Tian Jr., you must be exhausted. Experiments are hard work. Quickly go in and rest. Grandpa Yi is waiting for you inside. As soon as he reached the villa, the senior brothers and sisters greeted Yi Tian with smiles on their faces, and some even expressed concern for him. Yi Tian? Yi Tian was stunned. Weren't they here to cause trouble? Why were they all smiling? And even showing concern? This made him even more scared. Grandpa Yi was here too, and waiting for him inside the villa? Yi Tian was full of confusion, but he still smiled and greeted everyone before walking into the villa. Inside the villa, several elderly people were sitting on the sofa, drinking tea. When they saw Yi Tian, they immediately walked toward him with excitement on their faces. Yi Tian looked at the elderly people in horror and quickly squatted on the ground, holding his head. What is wrong with this child? Feng Mei asked in confusion, seeing Yi Tian's strange behavior. I don't know. Could it be that the side effects of the pill he took yesterday haven't worn off? Grandpa Yi also said with a puzzled expression. Sigh, poor child, it breaks my heart. Just to cooperate with that Shui Ling girl's research, he ended up like this. That Shui Ling girl is really something. Doesn't he know how to be gentle at all? An elderly lady scolded, leaning on her cane. The scene Yi Tian imagined of being beaten up by a group of people didn't happen. Instead, the elderly people were all full of concern, which completely left Yi Tian at a loss. Grandma, you're not here to hold me accountable? How about you just hit me? You acting like this is scaring me even more. Yi Tian said, almost in tears. What kind of karma was this? He wasn't even at the academy, he was just a supplier of pills. Hit you? Why would we hit you? Grandpa Yi looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. Hashtag, aren't you here to settle accounts with me because of the side effects from the pills? Yi Tian asked in a daze. Actually, it wasn't just Yi Tian, even Sidu Quangbin and Huyan Wei were dumbfounded. Today, when they had just returned to the villa, they found it completely surrounded. However, the attitude of those people towards them was unusually good. After entering the villa, Yi Huang and Feng Mei simply said they were here to see Yi Tian and then remained silent, quietly waiting for him. Huh. So that's what you're talking about, haha. Yi Huang suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Hee hee, Xiaotian, you don't need to be afraid. We're not here to settle scores with you, we're here to thank you. Feng Mei also smiled kindly. This left Yi Tian even more confused. Thank me? Thank me for making you socially dead on the spot? This doesn't make sense. Hee hee, Xiaotian, although your pills have some strong side effects, their effectiveness is also remarkable. After taking them, although, cough cough. But our bodies are much better than before, and many of our old injuries have healed significantly. We are so grateful to you, how could we bear to harm you? The elderly lady leaning on a cane also explained with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Oh, no need to thank me. Actually, I didn't really do much. Yi Tian smiled awkwardly. He really hadn't done much, just provided the pills. Everything else wasn't his doing. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Chu and the others also instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't here to beat them up, it was fine. Hee hee, don't say that. You don't know how much our old injuries have been tormenting us every day. Without your pills, we don't know how much longer we could have endured. Another elderly person said with a smile. When they were young, they had fought battles everywhere, leaving them with various old injuries. Once these injuries flared up, the pain was unbearable. However, thanks to Yi Tian's pills, not only had their bodies improved, but their old injuries had also healed completely. Hee hee, Xiaotian, we really have to thank you this time. I have 2 granddaughters about your age who are also in the academy. You young people should interact more in the future. That's right, I also have a granddaughter. She's gentle and well-behaved. I'll introduce her to you someday. Several elderly people immediately started introducing their granddaughters to Yi Tian. Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei exchanged glances. Could there really be such a good thing? The two quickly walked over to Yi Tian's side. Grandpas and grandmas, actually, we helped too. That's right, it's all thanks to us. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so coincidental for you to drink the river water mixed with the pills. The two quickly confessed to the elderly people. Oh, what do you mean by that? Yi Huang was stunned for a moment, looking at the two with a face full of confusion. So, Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei explained the whole story, completely unaware that the expressions of the elderly people had changed from confusion to realization, and finally to a kind and benevolent smile. So, it was you two who poured the medicine into the river? Night Emperor's forehead bulged with veins as he looked at the two with a kind expression. Looking at the elderly with kind faces, the two proudly admitted it without noticing the change in their expressions. Yi Tian observed the changes in the expressions of the elders and quickly stepped aside, silently mourning for the two in his heart. This can't be blamed on me. You two exposed yourselves, not me Unadi. No, so that's how it is. So that's what happened. Night Emperor almost gritted his teeth as he said this. He soaped. The two were still wearing smug smiles a moment ago, but in the next moment, they were slapped to the ground by Night Emperor and Feng Mei. Instantly, the other elders rolled up their sleeves and began to unleash their fury on the two. The elderly lady with the cane somehow turned it into a weapon, swinging it wildly until it created afterimages. All that could be seen was Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei lying on the ground, clutching their heads and letting out painful screams. Xia Chu's face turned pale as she watched, thankful that the two had been too smug earlier and hadn't exposed her. Thinking of this, Xia Chu started whistling to herself and looked out the window. The weather is still so beautiful today. Yi Tian's mouth twitched as he saw Yi Xian and Yang Muhan watching the scene with great interest. He quickly stepped forward to block their view. This scene is too BLO since stepping into old age. His greatest fear has been developing dementia, as he had heard that people with dementia often lose control of their bladder and bowels. To avoid such symptoms, he made it a habit to go to bed early, wake up early, exercise daily, and pay attention to his diet. However, despite all his precautions, he ultimately couldn't escape it. The culprits were the two young men in front of him. If the future of this world didn't depend on the younger generation, he might have already drawn his sword. Suddenly, the villa echoed with the painful screams of the two men. At this moment, Yi Tian finally understood. It turned out that after the people in the academy consumed the pills, although there were side effects, they also experienced the benefits of the pills. No wonder everyone was so friendly to him. They had their eyes on the pills he possessed. After realizing the truth, Yi Tian once again mourned for the two men lying on the ground. After all, if Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei hadn't acted recklessly, they could have avoided this beating. But no one expected that the two would be lured out by the old men's granddaughters. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the elders are still the elders, and the grandmothers are just as formidable. This must be the legendary Zhang Taigong fishing. Those who are willing will take the bait, right? In the end, Yi Tian used his points to exchange for over 100 proper cleansing pills and 500 improper cleansing pills for the elders. The proper ones were for the elders to distribute among themselves, while the improper ones were for the mentors, senior brothers, and senior sisters outside. There was no other choice after all. A single proper cleansing pill cost a full 100 points, and just over 100 pills had already cost him more than 10,000 points. Even though he had previously earned points like crazy at the shadow base, he couldn't afford to supply the entire academy with proper cleansing pills. So, he could only give the improper ones to the senior brothers, senior sisters, and mentors for now. Anyway, the effects were the same, just with a tiny bit of side effects. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the summer vacation had passed. During this month, Yi Tian and his companions were either cultivating or learning unique skills from the elders in the garden. Apart from the occasional bang sounds and foul odors emanating from the academy at night, everything seemed so wonderful. However, while the academy remained peaceful, a significant event occurred in the outside world. China initiated an international conference and decided to cancel the plan to destroy the Heaven Gate during the meeting. This news immediately shocked people around the world. The appearance of the Heaven Gate had caused countless families to be destroyed, and the painful lessons were still fresh in everyone's memory. This was why countries around the world had decided to destroy the Heaven Gate. Previously, China had maintained the same stance, but to everyone's surprise, just as the decision to destroy the Heaven Gate was finalized, China suddenly made a U-turn, initiated an international conference, and proposed to preserve the Heaven Gate. No one knew the content of the international conference. What they did know was that after the conference ended, all countries surprisingly agreed to Huaxia's proposal to preserve Tianmen. However, it was precisely because of this proposal that many riots broke out in various countries. People were dissatisfied with the decision made by their own governments, and for a time, smoke and chaos were everywhere. At the capital airport, Chun Li and Xiao Ao had just gotten off the plane, returning from the international conference. As soon as they disembarked, a special car was already waiting for them. "General Xiao, you've had a hard journey. Thank you so much," Chun Li said with a smile. During the international conference, Xiao Yi had specially escorted him, deterring many petty troublemakers along the way and ensuring their trip went smoothly. "Hee, no need to be so polite. Everything is for the future of the world and Huaxia. Besides, if it weren't for my careless son, we wouldn't be in this situation now." "Ah, General Xiao, there's no need to feel guilty. Even if we had received the information earlier, the outcome wouldn't have changed. At that time, all countries were against destroying Tianmen. It was only later, when the lighthouse and the island nation wanted to destroy it and secretly supported radical factions in various countries, that the pressure became unbearable, forcing them to agree," Chun Li said calmly. Xiao Ao nodded. He was aware of the situation. Since Tianmen's appearance, many world-class experts from various countries had entered it, with Huaxia having the highest number. However, the lighthouse and the island nation, for reasons unknown, had the fewest world-class experts entering Tianmen. Thus, after the Golden Armored Man was killed and Tianmen was sealed, they began clamoring to destroy Tianmen, aiming to prevent the return of world-class experts from other countries. Speaking of the lighthouse and the island nation, I think we should be cautious. These two countries, which have always been vocal about destroying Tianmen, were the first to support our proposal this time. I can't help but feel an ominous premonition, Xiao Ao said with a serious expression. The reason their proposal passed so smoothly this time was precisely because the lighthouse and the island nation suddenly stood up and expressed their agreement. The other countries, which were already not very supportive of destroying Tianmen, naturally did not voice opposition when they saw the two strongest dissenters agree. Chun Li's expression was equally grave. I've already sent people to investigate. After all, their attitude this time is truly abnormal. I just hope their intentions won't have a significant impact on the world or on Huaxia. Otherwise, a cold glint flashed in Chun Li's eyes. Whatever the lighthouse and the island nation intended to do was irrelevant, but if it caused great harm to the world or to Huaxia, he would have no choice but to take necessary measures. After escorting Chun Li back to the capital, Xiao Ao also returned directly to the academy. Since the subsequent matters did not require his involvement for the time being, staying in the capital was of no use. He decided to return and continue nurturing the younger generation, as they are the future pillars of Huaxia. Meanwhile, after returning to the capital, Chun Li began a series of arrangements, searching for ways to break through the boundary level, investigating the purposes of the lighthouse and the island nation. There were countless matters waiting for him to handle. At the academy, on the playground, there was an awakening stone. With Xiao Yan's guidance and the cultivation provided by Yi Tian's elixirs, Yi Xian had finally reached the day of awakening her special ability. At this moment, many people had gathered on the playground, including the grandparents from the garden who had come to the scene. After spending time together, Yi Xian and the elderly had already become familiar with each other. So knowing that Yi Xian was awakening today, they were exceptionally happy and came to watch. In addition, many senior brothers and sisters had also come to observe. Although no one dared to cause trouble at the academy, ever since Yi Tian and his group arrived, the academy had become much livelier during this summer vacation. Moreover, they had received Yi Tian's elixirs, so naturally, they chose to help protect Yi Xian, just in case something unexpected happened. Xian, don't be nervous later. Relax your body and focus on feeling the power within the awakening stone. Xiao Yan reminded her from the side. At this moment, she was even more nervous than Yi Xian. As Yi Xian's mentor and her aunt, she hoped Yi Xian could awaken a high-level special ability. Yi Xian clenched her fists, her small face full of nervousness. Yi Xian, you can do it. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu also cheered for Yi Xian from the side. As for Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei, they had somehow managed to bring a banner and even a confetti cannon. The banner read, "Congratulations to Yi Xian on successfully awakening an SSS-level special ability." Yi Tian glanced at the two of them, his eye twitching involuntarily. These two hopeless. Yi Tian smiled at Yi Xian, gently ruffling her hair to encourage her. Go ahead, don't worry. You'll definitely awaken a great special ability. Yi Tian was completely unperturbed. It was a joke after all. Before Yi Xian awakened her special ability, he had given her so many proper cleansing elixirs. Yi Xian's talent and aptitude had already reached a terrifying level. He wasn't worried about her failing to awaken a good special ability. He was only concerned that her ability might be too extraordinary, causing too much commotion. Okay. Okay, I'm going now, brother. Yi Xian tidied her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Tian, and smiled. For some reason, seeing her brother guarding her nearby instantly eased her nervousness. She turned and slowly walked toward the awakening stone. A spatial fluctuation occurred, and Xiao Yi suddenly appeared at the academy's entrance. Phew! Xiao Yi instinctively took a deep breath, then froze, lightening his breathing intensity. Because he suddenly remembered the scene from the last time he returned to the academy. The first breath of air made him kneel and vomit on the spot. That scene had truly left a significant psychological shadow on him. Xiao Yi took a light breath, as if testing the air, and only after confirming there was no strange smell did he finally feel completely at ease. Then, Xiao Yi's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the academy. As soon as he appeared in the academy, Xiao Yi saw his granddaughter preparing to awaken her ability, so he quickly teleported to the playground. Seeing Xiao Yi appear, Wei Guo was about to speak, but was immediately silenced by Xiao Yi's gaze, as awakening an ability must not be disturbed and requires complete silence. Wei Guo, noticing that Yi Xin was already walking toward the awakening stone, quickly covered his mouth with his hand and nodded at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi looked at Wei Guo with a head full of black lines, wondering what this kid was doing. Without thinking too much, Xiao Yi shifted his gaze to the small figure in front of the awakening stone. Yi Xian slowly walked to the awakening stone, took a deep breath to calm herself completely, and then gently placed her small hand on the sensing stone. On the playground, everyone watched the scene with tense expressions, and Xiao Yi was no exception. He had lived most of his life, and apart from the birth of his children, he had never been as nervous as he was now, not even when his own children were awakening their abilities. Xiao Yin was even clenching her hands tightly, almost digging her nails into her flesh. At this moment, everyone held their breath, watching the figure in front of the awakening stone. Yi Tian, who had been completely relaxed, suddenly felt the atmosphere freeze, and the entire playground was filled with an intense tension, making him feel uncertain and nervous as well. Yi Xian slowly placed her hand on the awakening stone and began to focus deeply. At this moment, she had completely calmed down, her mind as still as water. Suddenly, Xiao Yi felt a strong spatial fluctuation, and he froze for a moment before looking at Yi Xian beside the awakening stone in shock. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the awakening stone, and the entire stone began to flicker faintly. The space around Yi Xian was filled with a dense spatial aura. An SSS-level spatial ability? Xiao Yi looked at Yi Xian in shock. He couldn't believe that his granddaughter had awakened the same ability as him, the spatial ability. Not only was Xiao Yi shocked, but everyone else watching was equally stunned, especially the second-year students, who were incredibly envious. However, just as everyone was still in shock over Yi Xian, a powerful aura suddenly erupted again from the awakening stone. Above Yi Xian's head, a golden ancient clock phantom suddenly appeared. When everyone looked back at Yi Xian, they saw her figure, with her hand on the awakening stone, suddenly growing larger and smaller alternately. Suddenly, a powerful force completely spread out from the awakening stone. Instantly, the entire world around everyone seemed to slow down abnormally. Their shocked expressions appeared frozen, not because they couldn't react, but because their movements had become incredibly slow at that moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As the clock above Yi Xian's head turned, everyone could clearly feel the passage of time. Surrounded by this force, no one knew how long had passed. It was only when Yi Xian slowly opened her eyes that the force completely dissipated, and everyone returned to normal. Yi Xian looked at her hands in confusion. Had she succeeded? Or failed? Why didn't she feel anything at all? Instantly, she turned her gaze to Yi Tian for help, hoping her brother could give her an answer. However, as she looked up, Yi Xian froze. Everyone was staring at her in shock, completely motionless, their mouths wide open. Yi Xian. When everyone finally reacted, they erupted into loud and passionate cheers, and the entire scene became incredibly lively. However, the one with the most complex emotions was Yi Tian. Initially, he had a nonchalant attitude, not worried at all. But as Yi Xian began awakening her abilities, seeing everyone else tense, he inexplicably started to feel nervous too. When Yi Xian awakened her spatial ability, Yi Tian was also shocked. He hadn't expected his sister to awaken a top-tier spatial ability. But before he could fully process it, Yi Xian awakened another ability, also a top-tier one, the time ability. Yi Tian was utterly stunned by Yi Xian. His sister had truly given him an enormous surprise. Yi Tian had considered the power of the marrow cleansing pill to be strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this effective. Awakening two abilities simultaneously was already astonishing, but one being spatial, and the other time these two were among the rarest abilities. Lao Wei, get it done. Evacuate the students and make sure they don't spread the word. Xiao Yi reacted quickly, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Then, with a teleportation, he appeared right next to Yi Xian. With Yi Xian still looking completely puzzled, he teleported her again, this time to Yi Tian's side. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared from the playground. Yi Xian, Yi Tian. The siblings were completely dumbfounded by Xiao Yi's actions. Before they could think further, the three of them reappeared in the villa. Back on the playground, Weigua immediately organized the instructors to start evacuating the students. Before leaving, he also instructed the students to write down their names. Later, the academy would send someone to explain everything to them in detail and ensure they kept today's events confidential, absolutely forbidding them from telling anyone. Actually, it's no wonder Xiao Yi is so nervous. As a fellow spatial ability user, he naturally understands the importance of spatial abilities. After all, since humans began awakening abilities, there have been fewer than 10 spatial ability users in the entire world. China already has 2 of them himself and old Mo. Xiao Yi would never have imagined that his granddaughter would become the 11th spatial ability user in the world and the 3rd in China. What shocked him even more was that Yi Xian not only awakened spatial abilities, but also the legendary time abilities. This ability is even rarer than spatial abilities. Since the appearance of the rift, humans have only seen one time ability user awaken, but unfortunately, that person was later chosen by the golden armored men and entered the heavenly gate, never to return. Since then, Yi Xian is now the 2nd person in the entire world, among all of humanity, to awaken time abilities. Moreover, she is currently the only time ability user among global ability users. No, she is the only person who simultaneously controls both spatial and time abilities. Inside the villa, Yi Tian and Yi Xian were completely bewildered. The two of them hadn't even processed what was happening before they found themselves in the villa. The most confused of all was Yi Xian. She didn't even know what had happened, nor whether she had successfully awakened her abilities before being brought to the villa. Xiao Yi looked at the siblings with a complicated expression, his eye twitching. Sure enough, both of them had inherited Xiao Rou's talent well. For a moment, Xiao Yi didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. One had awakened a new type of ability that had never appeared among humans before, while the other had absurdly awakened the rarest and most top-tier abilities among all humans, and 2 of them at that. If this had happened in the past, Xiao Yi would have been overjoyed. But ever since Xiao Rou was chosen by the Heavenly Gate, Xiao Yi had stopped being so fixated on the level of ability talent. He had fought for China his entire life, and now the 2nd generation with great talent had already gone to the battlefield for China. He truly didn't want the 3rd generation to follow the same path. However, Yi Tian and Yi Xian's talents left them no choice. Once they grew up, they would inevitably step onto the battlefield. For a moment, Xiao Yi's heart was filled with complex emotions. Brother, did I awaken my abilities? Why don't I feel anything? Yi Xian, standing nearby, noticed Xiao Yi's complicated expression and grew nervous, asking softly. Yi Tian's eye twitched. Awakened. You've awakened, and it's 2 abilities. Yi Xian. Sigh. Xiao Yi looked at the siblings, who were staring at him in confusion, and sighed helplessly. I really didn't expect it. You actually awakened 2 of the most top-tier abilities at the same time. Afterward, Yi Tian explained what had happened on the field to Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately became excited. She couldn't believe she had awakened 2 abilities simultaneously, and they were the most powerful one's spatial and time abilities. Little girl, from now on, you will learn from me. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said calmly. After all, your awakened ability is quite unique, and no one else can really teach you. And I can only teach you knowledge about spatial abilities. As for temporal abilities, you'll have to figure that out on your own. Xiao Yi's eye twitched. Speaking of temporal abilities, not even he could teach her, and probably no one in the entire world could teach Yi Xian either, since she was the only temporal ability user in the world. Are you willing? Xiao Yi asked Yi Tian while looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, first glancing at Yi Tian, seemingly wanting to hear her brother's opinion. Yi Tian covered his face. Why are you looking at me? Of course, you should agree quickly. Your brother isn't a spatial ability user. Do you expect me to teach you? Wait, I haven't even awakened any abilities. I'm not even considered an ability user. Seeing Yi Tian nod at her, Yi Xian quickly agreed. From then on, she would follow Xiao Yi to learn about spatial abilities. As for temporal abilities, Xiao Yi could only spare some time to find information about them and let Yi Xian figure it out gradually. Thus, the matter of Yi Xian learning from Xiao Yi was settled. After explaining everything to the siblings, Xiao Yi left. Not long after Xiao Yi left, Yang Muhan and Situ Quangbin returned to the villa. As soon as they came back, everyone surrounded Yi Xian, curiously asking her about the feeling of awakening spatial and temporal abilities. However, the little girl who had just awakened her abilities had no idea how to describe it. She didn't even feel anything when she awakened her abilities, let alone describe the sensation. In an underground ruin, Luo Yu was leading her team there, and in front of them were a group of archaeologists. That's right, I've studied Gyuti for so long. This is indeed the tomb of King Gyuti. An old man suddenly exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the murals on the wall. Gyuti was actually a type of beast. Since the appearance of the rift, this wasn't the first beast tomb they had encountered. Everything had to be traced back to the beginning. At that time, a group of adventurers accidentally stumbled into a beast's tomb within the rift. Later, they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources inside, which greatly enhanced their strength. Upon learning of this, Hua Xiao immediately formed a research team to enter the beast's tomb. Unexpectedly, they made some discoveries. Inside, there were not only a large number of cultivation resources, but also records of the development history of beasts, as well as the origin of the rift. Thus, in order to seek a way to close the rift, a department named the Exotic Beast Research Archaeology Team was established. Now, Luo Yu's mission was to accompany the Exotic Beast Research Archaeology Team to explore this tomb named the Tomb of King Gyuti. It was said that this place contained important information about closing the rift. Captain, look, there's a door ahead. Long Xian suddenly pointed forward and said, "All right, let's go take a look." As he spoke, Luo Yu followed Long Xian and walked over together. They saw an enormous stone door, at least 20 to 30 meters high, with some strange characters carved on it. These were the writings of the beasts, completely incomprehensible to them. "Professor Zhang, there's information here," Luo Yu shouted. There was no other way. If anyone could understand the beast's writings, it would be Zhang Suwei. Zhang Suwei, an awakened ability user from the linguistics department, had spent most of his life studying beasts, unlike others who awakened abilities after fighting beasts for decades. "All right, let me take a look." Zhang Suhui shone his flashlight on the characters on the wall. "Huh? This is hiss." Zhang Suhui's expression changed drastically as he stared at the writings on the door. "What is it, Professor Zhang? What does it say?" Luo Yu noticed Zhang Suhui's unusual expression and quickly asked. "According to these records, there is a very high possibility no. It's certain that behind this door lies the key to closing the rift. We must find a way to get inside. If we can obtain the clues inside, we'll be one step closer to completely sealing the rift." Zhang Suhui's face lit up with excitement. "All right, Professor Zhang, step back. I'll open the door right now." Luo Yu reminded him, flexing her shoulders and arms. "No, no. You absolutely cannot smash it." Seeing Luo Yu about to act, Zhang Suhui hurriedly stopped her. "Huh? Why not? We've been smashing our way through all along." Luo Yu looked at Zhang Suhui with confusion. Zhang Suhui's mouth twitched. Luo Yu had indeed been smashing her way through all along, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten into the tomb of King Gyuti so quickly. "This door cannot be smashed," Zhang Suhui quickly explained. "Based on my judgment, this door is the true entrance to the tomb chamber. First of all, let's not even discuss whether you can break it open. Even if you do, the vibrations could activate mechanisms inside, potentially destroying everything in the chamber, including the clues we need. Moreover, from what I've just observed, the structure here isn't particularly stable. You've been smashing your way through, making it even less stable. If you keep this up, the entire tomb could collapse at any moment. Then what do? We can't smash it." Luo Yu scratched her head awkwardly after hearing Zhang Suhui's explanation. She really couldn't handle such brain-intensive tasks. "Do you see this indentation here?" Zhang Suhui pointed to a recessed area on the stone door. "I've seen similar mechanisms in other beast tombs. As long as enough energy is injected into it, the door opening mechanism will be triggered. Well, that's simple. Luo Yu smiled. If opening the door was just a matter of injecting energy, it wasn't much different from smashing it open. As she spoke, Luo Yu instructed the leader of her team to start injecting energy into the indentation. However, the team leaders kept taking turns injecting energy into it, but the stone door showed no reaction at all. Luo Yu. Professor Zhang, what's going on? There's no response. Beside her, Zhang Suhui was also stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. I'll study it. Don't worry. After all, this concerns whether humanity can completely close the rift. After saying this, Zhang Suhui began to study the situation. After a long time, Zhang Suhui finally showed a bitter smile. There's no way. We can't get in. Luo Yu. Why? Luo Yu asked, her face full of confusion. Do you remember the murals on the stone walls when we first came in? They depict the history of the ancient Gyuri demon kingdom. Legend has it that the Gyuri king was originally just an ordinary mountain spirit beast. By chance, he encountered an immortal who gifted him the immortal spirit pearl, allowing him to evolve into the demon emperor. After becoming the demon emperor, the Gyuri king led his race in constant battles, conquering cities, enslaving other demons, and eventually establishing the Gyuri demon kingdom. And this immortal spirit pearl was enshrined by him. After the Gyuri king passed away, the immortal spirit pearl was buried with him in his tomb. All the mechanisms here are powered by that pearl, and the energy purity of the pearl is at least 100 times higher than the energy we currently control. Without such pure energy, we can't activate the mechanisms here, and naturally, we can't get in. Zhang Suhui shook his head with a bitter smile. The energy they could control now was full of impurities, and the immortal spirit pearl was buried with the Gyuri king. There was truly no way forward. Is that so? Luo Yu frowned her beautiful brows upon hearing this. Let me try again. As she spoke, Luo Yu began to refine the energy she controlled, slowly injecting it into the groove. The groove gradually lit up. It's working. Seeing this, Zhang Suwei's eyes lit up. However, it didn't last long. The light in the groove disappeared, and Luo Yu collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. I think I understand now. To fully light up this groove, even my grandfather wouldn't be able to do it. Luo Yu smiled helplessly. When she had just injected energy into it, she realized that to activate this mechanism, the amount of energy required, given the purity she could currently control, was an astronomical figure. And it couldn't be interrupted otherwise. The process would have to start all over again. Who could endure that? No way. The Gyuri king was a stubborn demon. The reason he set such harsh requirements must have been to leave a method for the Gyuri clan to enter, or perhaps, as the murals suggest, only the arrival of the immortal could make entry possible. Apart from these two options, the Gyuri king would rather destroy everything than let outsiders obtain his treasures. Zhang Suhui explained in disappointment. But we have no idea where the Gyuri clan is. There are so many cracks, and each one is so large, with no clues at all. We don't even know if they're in Huaxia. Luo Yu said helplessly. It's worth noting that these cracks exist all over the world, and each one is enormous. Trying to find the Gyuri clan among all the cracks in the world is undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. As for the legendary immortals, that's even more impossible to imagine. Since the appearance of the cracks, if there really were immortals, they should have shown up by now. How about I request support from the organization and ask Grandpa Xiao to give it a try? He's a spatial ability user, maybe he can teleport directly inside. Luo Yu suddenly suggested. No, spatial abilities can't teleport inside. Zhang Suhui shook his head with a peculiar expression. Based on my research, the demonic beasts have survived since ancient times. Although I don't know exactly how long ago the ancient times were, it's definitely far longer than the development of humanity up to now. Not only in ancient times, but even now, there are demonic beasts with spatial abilities inside the cracks. Do you think the Gyuri king wouldn't have considered this? Luo Yu froze in place, her face turning slightly red. She had just thought she was being clever, only to be immediately proven wrong. But we still need to report this. After all, there are clues here that could close the cracks. This is extremely important for all of humanity, especially for Huaxia. Even if it's impossible, we have to find a way, Zhang Suhui said gravely. All right, Luo Yu nodded. Then let's head out first. I need to report this information and have my grandfather give it a try. After all, his specialty is energy purification. I just don't know if his energy can sustain the activation of the mechanism, considering the sheer amount of energy it requires. Luo Yu said with a helpless, bitter smile. All right, let's head out first. We'll return to the base. I also need to organize my thoughts and see if there are any other solutions. Zhang Suhui said, equally helpless. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally found the tomb of the Gyuri king, and the clues to closing the cracks were right behind the door. But now they discovered they couldn't get in, which was truly heartbreaking. It's like having a priceless treasure right in front of you, but the treasure is locked in a safe, and you don't have the key to open it, nor can you break it. Pioneer Academy. Ever since Yi Xin awakened his abilities, time had flown by, and Yi Xin had officially started learning how to control spatial abilities under Xiao Yi's guidance. As for the other ability, time manipulation, Yi Xin could only study it during his spare time. There was no other way awakening two abilities at once, both of which are top-tier rare abilities, and one of them having no one to teach it, meant that Yi Xion's growth required much more time than a normal ability user. However, his strength would also far surpass that of a normal ability user. Soon, the summer vacation passed in a flash. Today is the day when Pioneer Academy begins its entrance assessments for new students, and all the mentors have started to get busy. As in previous years, Pioneer Academy starts its term earlier than any other academy in Huaxia because students selected by Pioneer Academy must pass the assessments before they can enter the academy. Those who fail the assessments cannot enroll, which is why the academy starts earlier than other schools to ensure that students who fail the assessments still have enough time to apply to other schools. Why do these two teaching buildings look like they've been rebuilt? Why do they suddenly look so new? A senior who had just returned to the academy from home started talking to his roommate as soon as he entered the dormitory. You find it amazing too, right? Actually, I was also shocked when I first arrived at the academy. But I heard from the seniors who stayed on campus that the academy seems to be planning an expansion. I thought so too. No wonder when I passed by the academy's sports field, I saw several empty plots under construction. I just don't know what they're planning to build, said another senior who had arrived earlier, laughing. By the way, old third, have you heard any news? The senior smiled and looked at another senior who was tidying up his bed. I haven't really paid much attention. After all, even if the academy expands, it doesn't have much to do with us, right? We only have at most 1 year left before we leave the academy. By the time we leave, those facilities will probably be enjoyed by the new juniors. The senior tidying up his bed calmly analyzed. Suddenly, the two realized, why are they so happy about this? What does it have to do with them? While they were at the academy, the facilities were old and worn out. Now that they're about to graduate, the academy decides to expand and renovate. It seems like they are destined never to enjoy good facilities. But I just came back via the back mountain road and noticed that the river in the back mountain has been fenced off with iron nets. Also, there are 2 strange notices posted on the academy's sports field. Oh, what notices? Tell us. Instantly, the 2 seniors were intrigued by what old third had said. One notice prohibits urinating or defecating randomly in the sports field, teaching buildings, gardens, and corridors. Old third said, his mouth twitching. The 2 were stunned upon hearing this. Who would urinate or defecate in those places? Seriously, anyone who does such a thing, are they even normal? The 2 thought with black lines on their foreheads. And what about the other notice? The senior who had just arrived at the dormitory asked curiously. The other one seems to prohibit racing wheelchairs in the academy. Doe Sigmund, the 2 seniors were utterly shocked by old third's words. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. What on earth happened at the academy during the 2 months they were away at home? By the way, hasn't old fourth been at the academy all along? Why don't we ask him when he comes back later, and we'll get it straight. Looking at the 2 surprised faces, old third chuckled. Soon, old fourth returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, the 3 of them pinned him to the side. Old fourth, what's being built on the empty space at the academy's playground? And what's going on with the academy's slogan? Have the 2 teaching buildings near the gravity room been renovated? Seeing old fourth return, The three couldn't wait to ask the questions they were most curious about. The teaching buildings were indeed rebuilt because they collapsed the day after you left. As for, the construction site on the academy's playground, they're building toilets. The other three, what the heck? That empty space is at least the size of a football field, and they're building toilets? The three were instantly filled with confusion. Is the academy really that short on toilets? Later, under their intense interrogation, Old Forth hesitantly revealed the whole story. Suddenly, the three looked at Old Forth with horror, feeling immensely relieved that they had gone home and weren't at the academy. However, the only regret was not being able to witness the scene of Grandpa Night Emperor racing in his wheelchair against the wind. This scene was playing out in dormitories all over the academy. For a moment, C2 Quangbin and Hu Yen Wei had thoroughly made themselves unforgettable to all the senior brothers and sisters in the school. Meanwhile, the academy entrance was bustling with activity. Outstanding students from all over the country had come to register for the assessment. Every year at this time, the hotels near Pioneer Academy were fully booked, as the assessment lasted for 3 full days. The first day was for registration, the second day marked the start of the actual assessment, and the third day was for the final selection. Only those who could endure the full 2 days of assessment would truly qualify to join Pioneer Academy. Of course, even those like Yi Tian, who had awakened SSS-level abilities, couldn't escape this assessment. However, Yi Tian and his group weren't exactly participating in the assessment, it was more of a strength test for them. After all, throughout the entire summer, everyone had been training non-stop. Therefore, Xiao Yi specifically arranged for them to join the new student entrance assessment, not only to review their growth over the summer, but also to give them a chance to witness various types of abilities. After all, some abilities, while not high level, are quite practical and versatile. In the future, when they graduate, they will have to face all kinds of monsters, each possessing unique skills. So letting them experience this in advance wouldn't hurt. At this moment, Yi Tian and the others were training hard, having learned that they would also be joining the new students. Strictly speaking, they were new students too. After learning that they would also participate in the assessment, everyone was exceptionally excited. After training so hard for so long, the time had finally come to test themselves. Early the next morning, Yi Tian, Situ Quangbin, and others arrived at the academy's playground. Many students were already gathered there. Each student's face was filled with anticipation and nervousness, while those confident in their abilities were brimming with excitement. After all, once they entered the Pioneer Academy, they would be stepping onto the peak of their lives. Not to mention the treatment and resources they would receive after entering the academy. Just the opportunity to learn the unique skills of the older generation of pioneers was enough to attract them. Soon, the entire academy was packed with people. This was already after the academy's mentors had conducted interviews yesterday to narrow down the candidates. Otherwise, the academy wouldn't have been able to accommodate everyone. Ahem. Quiet. Weigwa stood on the podium and spoke into the microphone. Instantly, all the students in the playground quieted down. Outside the playground, some senior students who had returned to campus early also gathered to watch. They couldn't help but reminisce about how they were the ones being watched last year. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Guo, and I am the Vice Principal of Pioneer Academy. I believe some of you may already know about me. Upon hearing Wei Guo's introduction, many students immediately showed expressions of admiration. Wei Guo, the shield of Huaxia. He once single-handedly held off the attacks of 5 demon kings with just a shield, buying enough time for his comrades and playing a crucial role in the Battle of Armageddon. How could they not know? Wei Guo's legendary deeds had even been written into their textbooks. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of interviews. However, entering our Pioneer Academy is not something that can be achieved through interviews alone. Next, it's not about talent anymore, it's about your strength and your mastery of your abilities. Wei Guo said calmly. Everyone here has been awakened to their abilities for nearly 2 months now, right? Since you've come to our Pioneer Academy, I trust you've made adequate preparations. If there are any students here who haven't made any preparations over the past 2 months, I advise you not to waste your time and leave now. Go apply to other academies as soon as possible, and remember to train hard in the future. After all, Talent only defines your starting point, it doesn't determine your endpoint. Upon hearing Wei Gui's words, a small number of students left dejectedly. They were the ones who had awakened powerful abilities but spent the entire summer showing off and playing around. Forget about strength, they couldn't even control their abilities yet. But this was only a small portion. Many students who had awakened strong abilities during the summer had still trained diligently, fully preparing themselves for the opportunity to join Pioneer Academy. Even so, there are still quite a lot of students left. Old Wei, can he handle it? Night Emperor watched the students in the field with a look of terror because the Wei Kingdom's test was simple and brutal. For several consecutive years, the test involved students directly attacking him while he defended himself, judging whether the student was qualified to enter the academy based on the strength of their attacks. He can't hold on? Are you going to replace him? The elderly man with a knife beside Night Emperor chuckled lightly. Night Emperor immediately shook his head, sweating profusely. Are you kidding? Even though I'm from the enhancement type, I can't handle this kind of thing. Besides, I don't even have legs anymore. Don't worry, Old Wei's shield hasn't rusted yet. These little brats can't force him to use his full strength to defend. Plus, thanks to that kid's elixir, Old Wei's health has improved quite a bit. The elderly man with the knife said, his eyes glinting as he looked at Yi Tian and the others lining up with the freshmen in the field. By the way, aren't you going to help Xiaofang? The elderly man with the knife looked at Night Emperor with a peculiar expression. Because the students currently on the field had all awakened combat-type abilities, while those from other types were being assessed and screened by Feng Mei. Come on, what help does she need over there? The sisters Li Kai and Li Hong are with her. This side is way more exciting. As he spoke, Night Emperor actually pulled out some peanuts from his pocket. What about yours? Hurry up, this is a rare opportunity. Xiaofang has been busy all day, and now that no one is watching, you can snack on peanuts while observing the little brat's performance. Isn't this delightful? Night Emperor said with a faint smile. The elderly man with the knife looked at Night Emperor helplessly, then smiled knowingly and pulled out a bottle of wine from his pocket. Soon, the Wei Kingdom's test began. Just as Night Emperor and the elderly man with the knife had expected, with Wei Kingdom's impatient personality, how could he come up with a good testing method? Worried that the results from testing devices might be inaccurate, he simply carried his shield and set up a defense mechanism simple and brutal. Yi Tian and the others were also startled by Wei Kingdom's approach. Grandpa Wei really was tough as hell. Soon, the first student to take the test stepped in front of Wei Kingdom, his face full of nervousness. No need to be nervous. Just unleash your strongest move. Don't worry about me. Since there are many participants, you only get one chance. I will judge your strength, practicality, and other aspects based on your move to determine if you qualify. Wei Kingdom said to the nervous boy with a kind smile. Okay. Okay, Grandpa Wei. Seeing Wei Kingdom's smile, the boy's nervousness eased significantly, and his expression became serious. The boy slowly released a powerful energy from his body, but to Wei Kingdom, this energy seemed extremely weak, so weak that he didn't even need to use his shield. Wei Kingdom planted his feet firmly in a horse stance and raised his hands in a defensive posture. When you're ready, come at me. Don't worry about me. Remember, use your strongest move. Okay, the boy nodded, and the surrounding energy began to emit a buzzing sound. The young man suddenly gathered his strength and threw a punch at Wei Gua, who was defending. Instantly, a force carrying a powerful shockwave surged toward Wei Gua. Even the students waiting for their assessment nearby could feel the sharpness and destructive power of the punch wind. However, to the students' astonishment, Wei Gua simply stood there, his expression unchanged, without making any effort to deflect the force aimed at him, allowing it to hit him directly. Boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the punch landed on Wei Gua, a loud noise erupted, and Wei Gua felt a strong vibration throughout his body. The entire crowd watching this scene fell silent instantly. Well, S-level ability. Shockwave, not bad. That punch was quite strong. You must have trained hard over the summer. Congratulations, you've passed the assessment. After the force dissipated, Wei Gua clasped his hands behind his back and smiled at the young man. However, the young man did not respond. The entire academy suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Just as Wei Guo was about to think the young man was being rude, he suddenly felt a chill on his body, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Ah! Suddenly, screams erupted from many female students on the field. Wei Guo finally realized what was happening and saw the young man who had just finished the test staring at him in horror. Not only that, but all the students in the academy were looking at him with terrified expressions. Wei Guo finally understood and looked down at his body. His face instantly turned pale. His clothes had been completely shattered by the shockwave and had fallen to the ground. It turned out he had forgotten to wear his specially designed training clothes today. Instead, he was wearing ordinary clothes, which couldn't withstand the young man's shockwave ability. In the academy, Xiaoyi held a set of specially designed training clothes, his face full of exasperation. This old Wei, forgetting his training clothes again. His careless and impatient personality, when will he ever change? Xiaoyi said helplessly. Knowing Wei Guo's character, he wouldn't think of any proper assessment method and would just use his own body for testing as usual. That would have been fine, but he even dared to forget his training clothes. These special clothes were not only durable, but also helped Wei Guo absorb energy. And yet, he forgot them. With so many students, even if their abilities weren't particularly strong, the sheer number was overwhelming. So Xiaoyi brought the training clothes over for Wei Guo. But as soon as he arrived at the field, the helpless smile on his face froze. He silently turned around and muttered, "Strange, what was I here for again? Oh right, there are still a bunch of academy affairs I need to handle. I better go deal with them quickly," Xiaoyi said in an odd tone, while secretly thinking, "I don't know him. That old man causing a scene on the academy field isn't old Wei at all." Meanwhile, on the field, as the girls' screams echoed, the entire place became lively. Some male students even quietly took out their phones to record videos. The strongest shield's most embarrassing moment. Shocking. The strongest shield, still going strong. The young man was equally terrified, frozen in place, his heart pounding with tension. "You told me to use all my strength. It's not my fault, it's not my fault." Yi Tian immediately covered Yi Xian and Yang Muhan's eyes when Wei Guo's clothes were torn. As for Xia Chu, this guy was already recording a video, probably even thinking of a caption for his post by now. Megan. Wei Guo's face turned red with embarrassment. He never imagined that one day he would follow in old Zhao's footsteps, and even more recklessly at that. After all, old Zhao still had his underwear on. Just as Wei Guo was about to flee, the space beside him distorted, and in an instant, he disappeared from the field. When Wei Guo reappeared, he found himself in a forest with a specially designed training suit hanging on a tree. The tomb of King Guti. Luo Tianxian looked solemnly at the groove on the massive stone door. After returning to the base, Luo Yu reported the matter of King Guti's tomb. Knowing that the tomb might hold clues to closing the rift, they immediately led a team to investigate. Like Luo Yu, Luo Tianxian had just arrived and followed Luo Yu's team directly into the ruins, reaching this place. He was equally shocked by the enormous stone door. He couldn't believe that the tomb of a beast could be so vast. Luo Tianxian began channeling energy into the groove, and the patterns within it immediately lit up, slowly spreading across the stone door. After a long time, when the light had spread to half the door, Luo Tianxian was drenched in sweat and nearly collapsed. Old Luo, Xiao Ao reacted quickly and rushed to support Luo Tianxian. "Grandpa," Luo Yu also looked at her grandfather with a face full of concern. "I'm fine. It's just excessive energy consumption. No need to worry." Luo Tianxian waved his hand. To fully activate this door requires an immense amount of energy. It seems that even I cannot completely activate it. Luo Tianxian shook his head, his face full of unwillingness. After all, the clues to closing the rift were inside. They had been researching the rift for so many years, and now they finally saw a glimmer of hope, only to be blocked outside the door. How could he be reconciled to this? Sigh. Zhang Suhui also sighed in frustration. "There's no way. The energy purity we can control right now is just too low. If the energy purity were higher, even as pure as the legendary immortal spirit pearl, then we wouldn't need so much energy to almost activate the door and open it. Do we really have to search for the Guti clan like looking for a needle in a haystack?" Zhang Suhui said with a bitter smile. "The world is so vast, and rifts are everywhere. They don't even have the slightest clue about where to find the Gyuti clan. By the time they locate the Gyuti clan, who knows how much time will have passed? Meanwhile, the beasts are continuously evolving. Can this era of balance last that long? No one knew, nor dared to guarantee. I don't quite understand. But do you mean that the purer the energy, the less energy is needed to activate the mechanism? Xiaoao scratched his head and asked. Yes, that's correct, Zhang Suhui replied indifferently. However, even if you know this, what can you do? Do you have a solution? I see. Xiaoao's expression instantly turned strange, but it was only for a moment. He quickly concealed it. Seeing Xiaoao's reaction, Luo Tianxin's eyes flickered briefly. He then instructed everyone to return to the base and think of other solutions later. After all, they couldn't give up. Speak up, Xiaoao, do you have a solution? Inside the base tent, Luo Yu had just helped Luo Tianxin to his seat when Luo Tianxin directly asked. As Xiaoao's superior, how could Luo Tianxin not notice Xiaoao's peculiar expression back at the ruins? It was clear that Xiaoao had thought of something. Xiaoao froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that his fleeting expression would still be caught by Luo Tianxin's sharp eyes. General Xiao, do you really have a solution? Luo Yu looked at Xiaoao, also momentarily stunned. Nothing escapes your sharp eyes, old Luo, Xiaoao said with a helpless bitter smile. Actually, I don't know if this method will work. If the purer the energy, the less quantity is needed, then I did think of someone. But I don't know how much energy it would take to activate the mechanism with his purity level. Oh, who is it? Luo Tianxin's interest was piqued upon hearing Xiaoao's words. Xiao Tian. Xiaoao replied casually. Luo Tianxin. Luo Yu. Xiaoao then explained the results of Shui Ling's test on Yi Tian to the two of them. So that's it. Xiao Tian's awakened ability is energy purification. No wonder he learned my skills so quickly and even helped me break through. Luo Tianxin suddenly realized. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was even more surprised. No wonder she had never seen Yi Tian use his ability during combat training against exotic beasts. It turned out Yi Tian's ability was energy purification. At Pioneer Academy. At this moment, Wei Guo had already changed into his training uniform on the field. Regarding the earlier incident, all the students tacitly avoided mentioning it. After all, the assessment was still ongoing, and Wei Guo was the chief examiner. Who would be foolish enough to bring it up now? However, the first student to be assessed had become quite famous. On the day of the entrance exam, the vice principal was the examiner, and I made the vice principal socially embarrassed on the spot. How about that? All right, a level enhancement type, approved. Next, as Wei Guo's voice fell, one new student after another felt both excited and nervous. The difficulty and standards of Wei Country's assessment are not considered too high, yet more than half of the new students were still eliminated. The playground, which was just filled with new students, now only had a little more than half remaining. As for the other small portion, they were the students who still clung to a lucky mindset even after Wei Country's initial announcement, and they couldn't even use their abilities yet. All right, next. As Wei Country's voice fell again, Situ Quangbin stepped forward. It's my turn. Let me show you the results of my training over the past 2 months. Go for it. At least make Grandpa Wei change his expression. Huiyan Wei said with a smile from the side. Yi Tian also smiled at Situ Quangbin and gave him an encouraging look. Situ Quangbin smiled excitedly, showing no signs of nervousness despite the upcoming assessment. Oh, it's you, kid. Have you already finished assessing the other students so quickly? Wei Country was slightly surprised to see Situ Quangbin on the field. He turned to look at the playground and saw that the other students had all completed their assessments, leaving only Yi Tian's group. He had deliberately left Yi Tian and his group for last, as their current strength could no longer be measured by the standards of new students. Look, it's their turn. I heard the ones left are all new students who awakened SSS-level low-grade abilities. Yeah, I wonder just how strong top-tier abilities really are. As Situ Quangbin stepped onto the field, the students who had just passed the assessment looked at him with eager anticipation. Let me see if you've made any progress over the past 2 months, kid. Wei Country said with a smile, unexpectedly picking up a shield nearby. This shield had never been used before, but now he was holding it for the first time. Don't worry, Grandpa Wei. I definitely won't disappoint you. Situ Quangbin smiled back. Wei Country held the shield horizontally in front of him, assuming a defensive stance, his voice deepening. Come on. Use your strongest move directly. In the distance, Knight Emperor and the old man with the knife had slightly flushed faces, watching the scene seriously. Hee hee, so it's finally this group of little brats. Knight Emperor chuckled, picking up his wine glass and taking a sip. Yeah, I wonder how their strength has developed over the past 2 months. The old man with the knife said with a smile, also watching the playground expectantly. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from Situ Quangbin's body, and faint streaks of lightning appeared around him. 8 gates, third gate, gate of life. Open! Situ Quangbin shouted as he gathered his strength. Instantly, his skin turned crimson, and the lightning around him became exceptionally violent, wrapping around his body. Here I come, Grandpa Wei. Situ Quangbin clenched his fist and said seriously, All right, bring it on. Wei Country saw Situ Quangbin directly open the 8 gates and couldn't underestimate him. Wow, are students this extraordinary nowadays? In just 2 months, he managed to open the 3rd gate. Hearing Wei Guo's words, Situ Quangbin no longer hesitated. He concentrated all his strength into his fist, and in the next moment, Situ Quangbin disappeared from his original position, charging toward Wei Guo. The power of lightning still lingered in the spot where he had stood. As Situ Quangbin's punch landed on Wei Guo's shield, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down from the sky simultaneously. In an instant, Wei Guo felt a tingling sensation spread through his body, forcing him to retreat. However, it still caused no significant harm to Wei Guo after all. The title Shield of Huaxia was not given lightly. Not bad, kid. SSS-level ability, Thunder. You've already mastered it to such a degree so quickly. Wei Guo looked at the marks on the ground, left behind as he resisted Situ Quangbin's attack. He hadn't expected Situ Quangbin to grow so fast. Not only had his control over his ability improved, but he could also directly open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. If Wei Guo hadn't reacted in time just now, retreating would have been the least of his worries. The surrounding freshmen who had passed the test were equally shocked. They hadn't expected Situ Quangbin's power to be so strong, even managing to push Wei Guo back so far. Among all the students who had undergone the assessment, Situ Quangbin was the first to make Wei Guo retreat. Yi Tian was also impressed by Situ Quangbin. He had once asked Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei about their abilities, but at the time, the two had responded mysteriously, saying, You'll find out soon enough. It turned out they had been waiting for this moment. Just now, Situ Quangbin used his ability and even activated the 8 gates. The form was truly dazzling. Yi Tian admitted that he was indeed impressed by Situ Quangbin. Now he couldn't help but wonder what Hu Yanwei's ability might be. Thinking about this, Yi Tian's eyes were filled with curiosity, and he became incredibly excited. After finishing his attack, Situ Quangbin immediately deactivated the 8 gates state. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa Wei. Very good. Step down. Next, Wei Guo said with a satisfied smile. As Wei Guo's words fell, Hu Yanwei also smiled confidently. Finally, it's my turn. His expression clearly showed that he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Hu Yanwei stepped forward, and Wei Guo began to take things seriously. After all, he had underestimated Situ Quangbin earlier. Luckily, he had reacted quickly. This time, he absolutely couldn't let these kids show him up. With that thought, Wei Guo assumed a defensive stance and began to exert himself. This time, he used a full 20% of his strength to defend, determined to avoid a repeat of the previous situation. Come on, same as before, use your strongest move and power, Wei Guo said in a deep voice. Hu Yanwei nodded. Like Situ Quangbin, the aura around him gradually grew stronger, and the surrounding energy was continuously drawn toward him. Below, Yi Tian and the other freshmen all watched the scene with eager anticipation. They wanted to see just how powerful Hu Yanwei's strength would be. Just as everyone was intently watching this scene, suddenly, the wind picked up. The scorching afternoon at Pioneer Academy was interrupted as everyone suddenly felt a chill. The previously quiet academy was filled with the sound of trees rustling in the wind. Shoo! Shoo! A visible tornado swirled around Hu Yanwei. 8 gates, life gate. Open. Like Situ Quangbin, Yin Wei directly opened the third gate and concentrated all his strength into his arms. "Grandpa Wei, here I come," Yin Wei shouted as he leapt forward, his entire body moving at an extraordinary speed toward Wei Guo. With a fist carrying the force of a hurricane, he struck the shield in front of Wei Guo with a powerful blow. Wei Guo felt a strong gust of wind rushing toward him, his hair blown back, yet his body stood firmly in place without moving. Just as Wei Guo thought it was over, he suddenly felt an even more intense force. Shocked, he tried to increase his strength, but it was too late. As Yin Wei's punch landed on the shield, the wind power he had been accumulating suddenly erupted, forming a massive tornado that relentlessly battered Wei Guo. Wei Guo held his shield, trying to fend off the attack, but the powerful hurricane forced him to retreat step by step. After a long while, the force finally dissipated. Wei Guo looked at the marks left by his sliding feet and blushed with embarrassment. It seemed he had underestimated them. Ha! Ha ha! SSS-level ability, God of Wind. Impressive. In less than 2 months, you've mastered it so well. When you attacked me just now, you even knew to use your skill on your feet to increase your speed. Wei Guo smiled with satisfaction, but he also felt humiliated for underestimating the two students. As the vice principal of Pioneer Academy, he had been forced to retreat by 2 students in a row. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, retreating was retreating. How could he not feel ashamed? Below, the students cheered as they watched Wei Guo being pushed back again, as if a big boss had finally been defeated. Even though they weren't the ones who fought him, they felt like they had contributed to the victory. Yi Tian's face was filled with envy. The abilities of the two were each more impressive than the other. Looking at himself, although he was a cultivator, he didn't have such flashy skills. No way, he absolutely couldn't embarrass himself in front of the two later. Soon, Xia Chu and Yang Muhan stepped forward to challenge him as well. Both of them demonstrated exceptional control over their abilities. Perhaps because they were girls, neither of them used the 8 gates technique. Xia Chu used her ability to unleash a massive fireball. The fireball's temperature was extraordinarily high. Even Yi Huang, who was drinking in the distance, and the old man with the knife could feel the terrifying heat wave, let alone the students present and Wei Guo, who was closest to the fireball. It almost burned off the last bit of hair Wei Guo had left. Yang Muhan was even more extraordinary. Her ice powers erupted completely, transforming into hundreds of ice hammers that struck the shield. The abilities of the two women truly made everyone present experience what it meant to be caught between fire and ice. The one who felt it the most was Wei Guo. One moment, it was as if he were being roasted by fire, with unbearably high temperatures the next. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing cold to the point of almost catching a cold. And finally, it was Yi Tian's turn. As for Yi Xian, what a joke. How long has Yi Xian been awakened to her powers? She still couldn't control them. So how could she demonstrate her strength? Besides, the fact that Yi Xian awakened 2 abilities simultaneously, both of which were top tier, meant she could enter Pioneer Academy unconditionally. Seeing Yi Tian step forward, Wei Guo finally showed a more serious expression than before. After all, this kid in front of him had awakened a new type of ability, killed a platinum-level beast with a single strike during the entrance exam, quickly mastered the Night Emperor's 8 gates technique, and could even directly open the 5th gate. Finally, it's Xiao Tian's turn. In the distance, the Night Emperor and the old man with the knife perked up as they saw Yi Tian step forward. They were eager to see how Yi Tian would perform. After all, not only had he mastered the 8 gates, but surely this kid had also learned some special skills from Luo Tianqian, right? Xiao Tian, go for it. Don't embarrass us. Nearby, Xia Chu shouted loudly to Yi Tian, even waving her hand. After thinking for a moment, she added 2 more sentences. At least surpass those 2 good brothers of yours. Situ Quangbin. Yin Wei. This blatant favoritism is way too obvious, isn't it? Why don't we see you cheering for us like that? The two looked at Xia Chu with black lines on their faces, but at the same time, they also cheered for Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled helplessly and made an okay gesture to them. Yeah, finally it's your turn. No need for more words, come on. Once your assessment is over, I can finally take a break. Wei Guo said with a faint smile. Wei Guo's muscles suddenly bulged as he got into position. This time, He used about half of his strength to defend. As for going all out, there was no need to use full power against the student. Otherwise, if word got out, wouldn't those old guys laugh their heads off? Yi Tian also smiled, but then his expression suddenly turned serious. Fifth gate. Duman. Open. Without hesitation, Yi Tian directly activated the 8 gates. His skin turned crimson, and red energy materialized. But that wasn't all. Yi Tian began to gather more power. Protect. Instantly, Yi Tian's arms were covered in a layer of crimson energy, transforming both arms into a fiery red hue. On his arms, 2 streams of red dragon-shaped energy coiled around them. Seeing Yi Tian's form, a flash of shock appeared in Wei Guo's eyes. This kid had even mastered Luo Tianxin's special skill? What a remarkable young man. Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei were also staring at Yi Tian in astonishment. Who taught old Yi this special skill? Speaking of which, this form is just too cool. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Tian in this form, both shocked and envious, because it was simply too cool. Huh, come on, Wei Guo said in a deep voice. Upon seeing Yi Tian use Luo Tianxin's ultimate move, he immediately unleashed an extra layer of power. There was no other choice. This kid was simply a freak. However, Luo Tianxin still underestimated Yi Tian's strength. Yi Tian took a step forward, leaving only an afterimage behind on the spot. Just as Wei Guo finished speaking, Yi Tian instantly performed the free step technique. In less than a second, he was already in front of Wei Guo's shield. Wei Guo was stunned for a moment because as soon as he finished speaking, he realized Yi Tian's figure had disappeared, and the one left behind was just an afterimage. However, before he could fully react, he felt an incredibly powerful force coming from his shield. Yi Tian's fist slammed into the shield, and immediately, his punches rained down like droplets, continuously pounding the shield, each punch stronger than the last. In just a single breath, Yi Tian had thrown countless punches. Finally, he gathered all his strength into his right fist. Yi Tian's entire right fist emitted an unusually dazzling red light, mixed with an immense and terrifying aura, and he delivered a punch to the shield. Instantly, Wei Guo could no longer hold on. With a loud, "Ah!" his entire body was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing through more than a dozen school buildings and landing in the back mountain. Yi Tian. Yi Tian froze for a moment, immediately withdrawing from the 8 gates in protection state, staring in disbelief at Wei Guo, who had been sent flying by his punch. When did his strength become so powerful? The playground instantly fell silent. Everyone stared in horror at Wei Guo, who had been sent flying, and at Yi Tian, who stood there completely stunned. What the heck? Old Yi, did you take some kind of drug? How are you this fierce? Situ Quangbin said, his face full of shock. Even when they used all their strength, they could only make Grandpa Wei retreat a little. But you lunatic, sent Grandpa Wei flying with one punch. Holy crap, who is this guy? So brutal? He sent the vice principal flying with one punch. Although I don't know who he is, he's so handsome. After recovering from the shock, the playground erupted in cheers. Some female students were even instantly captivated by Yi Tian's immense strength, their gazes toward him sparkling. In the distance, Night Emperor and the old man with the knife were also stunned by the scene, so much so that they sobered up from their drunken state. The Night Emperor's mouth twitched. Old Wei really went overboard this time. That old man must have underestimated Xiao Tian's strength and didn't use his full power to defend himself. Otherwise, with Xiao Tian's strength, there's no way he could have sent him flying. Yeah, Old Wei is in trouble now. Old Xiao probably won't let him off easily. The old man with the knife also twitched his mouth, looking at the humanoid hole imprinted on the teaching building. A glance showed that there were about 10 teaching buildings, all marked with a shaped pattern. Don't ask why the head is facing down, because Wei Guo flew out upside down. His whole body was sent flying backward, and even his shield disappeared somewhere. Yi Tian also looked at the distant teaching buildings marked with humanoid holes, his expression instantly turning extremely horrified, sweat pouring down his face. The academy is rich, so they probably won't ask me to compensate, right? After all, they didn't make me pay for those 2 buildings last time. This time, it's just a dozen or so teaching buildings. Forget it. Better think about how to escape. If I wait any longer, I won't be able to run away. Quickly grab my sister, head back to the villa, pack up, and flee. At that moment, Yi Tian was already planning his escape in his mind. In a giant pit in the back mountain, Wei Guo's entire body was imprinted upside down in a shape on the mountain, his eye twitching slightly. I underestimated him. This kid's strength is truly terrifying. Wei Guo muttered to himself with lingering fear. He had been startled by Yi Tian's speed earlier and accidentally held back his strength. The footwork Yi Tian used was something he'd never seen before, and the speed was astonishing. By the time he reacted, Yi Tian was already in front of his shield. Although he managed to react and exert force, it wasn't fast enough, especially with Yi Tian's final punch, which was terrifyingly powerful. Unable to gather his strength in time, he was sent flying. But why don't I feel any pain? It's so strange. Could it be that my physical condition has improved again because of that kid's pill? Wei Guo wondered aloud, his face full of confusion. He had just crashed into the mountain, yet he didn't feel any pain at all. You get down here. Suddenly, a terrifying spatial fluctuation came from behind Wei Guo, shaking him and causing him to fall out of the mountain. In the imprint he had made on the mountain, Xiao Yi's entire body was embedded in it, pressed inside in a posture. This old Xiao, what are you doing here? Looking at Xiao Yi embedded in the mountain, Wei Guo asked in shock, his face full of fear. He froze for a moment, then seemed to realize something, breaking out in a cold sweat. Huh. Haha, what a coincidence, old Xiao. You're out for a walk too? Well, take your time. I'll be going now, Wei Guo said, preparing to flee the scene. Because he remembered that after being punched and sent flying by Yi Tian just now, it seemed like he had hit something other than the teaching building something soft. No wonder he didn't feel any pain. It turned out that old Xiao was behind him. He was sent flying by Yi Tian, and old Xiao was sent flying by him. Xiao Yi's face darkened. He had been in the principal's office handling academy affairs when suddenly the office wall was smashed open by a human figure. He was stunned for a moment because the figure looked somewhat like Wei Guo. By the time he realized what was happening, Wei Guo had already crashed into him, sending them both flying to this spot, with Wei Guo pinning him tightly into the mountainside. Minjinghao, get back here. Get me out of this. Xiao Yi's furious voice echoed from the mountainside. Finally, with Wei Guo's help, Xiao Yi was successfully pulled out of the mountainside. After being freed, Xiao Yi brushed off the dirt on his body and twisted his waist. Old Wei, what on earth are you up to? Aren't you supposed to be assessing the students? Ouch, my back. The teaching building. Crack. Xiao Yi stretched his back forcefully. Since he had been sitting on a chair when Wei Guo sent him flying, his back felt a bit stiff. He originally wanted to say, my back. But when he suddenly saw the dozen or so teaching buildings in the distance, he froze. As he shouted, teaching building, in excitement, he twisted his back in the process. In an instant, the pain made him cry out in agony. This old Xiao, are you okay? Wei Guo looked at Xiao Yi with a face full of horror because he had clearly heard a crack sound just now. I'm fine. Xiao Yi, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for his twisted back, he would have beaten Wei Guo to death. What kind of karma did I accumulate in my past life to deserve you tormenting me in this one? And you waited until I was this old to start causing trouble for me. Xiao Yi never would have thought that while sitting peacefully in his office handling affairs, he could still end up in such a mess. And if that wasn't bad enough, this troublemaker even managed to destroy a dozen teaching buildings. Now he truly understood the feeling of disaster strikes even when you're just sitting at home. The more Xiao Yi thought about it, the angrier he became. His forehead veins bulged, and moments later, a painful howl from Wei Guo echoed from the mountain behind the academy. Pioneer Academy. At the entrance, a black car was parked outside the academy gates, immediately attracting the attention of many students. This car belonged to the Shadow Corps, and its body bore the emblem of the Shadow Corps. It seems that our decision to change the recruitment system for the Shadow Corps this year was the right choice. Luo Tianxian looked at the students' admiring gazes around him and smiled faintly. In previous years, the Shadow Legion only recruited individuals who had awakened S or above S-level abilities. However, as the beasts continue to evolve, more personnel are needed to guard the rifts, forcing them to lower their requirements. So many students have come. Xiao Ao was startled as he looked at the students coming and going at the academy entrance. Hee. All right, hurry up and go talk to old Xiao about the serious matter. After all, your nephew is still waiting for you over there. Luo Tianxian said with a smile. At the mention of Yi Tian, Xiao Ao suddenly felt uneasy. He had recommended Yi Tian without consulting his father. Would his father blame him for this? Probably not, since this is about finding clues to close the rift. The two immediately walked into the academy. Inside the academy, Wei Guo, with a bruised and swollen face, returned to the playground to announce the end of today's assessment. He also informed the students who passed that the third and final assessment would take place tomorrow, and then dismissed them. Upon hearing Wei Guo's announcement, the students gradually left the academy and returned to the hotel to rest, as they needed to prepare thoroughly for the final assessment tomorrow. However, many students took out their phones to take pictures of the building before leaving, and some even asked their classmates nearby to take group photos. After all, such a scene was rare. Dozens of neatly arranged teaching boy. Hurry up, pack your luggage. We're running away tonight, or the debt collectors will come knocking, Yi Tian said as he headed back to his room to pack his things. But, brother, don't you still have the 1 billion compensation from the Shadow Legion and the school after you failed to awaken your abilities due to the attack? Yi Xian asked, looking at her brother's anxious expression. Yi Tian froze for a moment. That money can't be touched. Huh? Why not? Yi Xian asked, puzzled, staring at Yi Tian. That money is for your brother's future bride price and your dowry when you get married. So it absolutely can't be touched, Yi Tian said seriously. Yi Xian. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Xian froze in place, her mouth twitching. Brother, are you serious? All right, stop dawdling. Hurry up and pack your stuff. However, before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, a spatial ripple formed, and Xiao Yi slowly emerged, holding his waist. As soon as he appeared, he saw Yi Tian packing his luggage, catching him red-handed. Xiao. Grandpa Xiao. Huh. Uh-huh. Ha-ha. Grandpa Xiao, why are you here? Yi Tian quickly threw down the suitcase in his hand and laughed. Xiao Yi looked at Yi Tian with a peculiar expression. If it's money, I don't have any. If it's my life, I wait. No, I don't have that either. Before Xiao Yi could speak, Yi Tian nervously blurted out. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was instantly speechless, his face darkened, and his mouth twitched. No wonder this kid was packing his luggage. He was planning to run away. His personality is exactly like his mother's. Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as he looked at Yi Tian with a helpless expression. Who said I wanted your money? Yi Tian froze. Not here for money. Then that's good news. He immediately gave Xiao Yi a friendly smile. Hee. So Grandpa Xiao, why are you here? Please have a seat. Be careful. Quick, go make tea. Didn't you see Grandpa Xiao is here? Yi Tian called him Grandpa Xiao so affectionately. Yi Xian quickly caught on, glanced at her brother with disdain, but still obediently went to make tea. Xiao Tian, I came to see you this time because there's something I want to discuss with you and get your opinion, Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Yi Tian's affectionate grandpa might not work on others, but it worked wonders on Xiao Yi because Yi Tian was his grandson. Grandpa Xiao, go ahead. As long as it's not about the teaching buildings. Please, go ahead, Yi Tian said with an awkward smile. Xiao Yi looked at Yi Tian speechlessly. Ahem. Don't worry, you don't need to compensate for those dozen teaching buildings. The cause of the incident wasn't your fault. The main reason was Old Wei's love for showing off and not using his full strength, which led to the accident. If anyone's responsible, it's him. And besides, our Pioneer Academy would never demand compensation from a student due to a mistake made by one of our own. Seeing Yi Tian still preoccupied with the matter of those dozen teaching buildings, Xiao Yi helplessly began to explain to him. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Yi Tian finally felt relieved. As long as he didn't have to pay compensation, that was fine. He wouldn't have to take his sister and run away. Then, Grandpa Xiao, why did you come looking for me? Yi Tian asked curiously. Seeing Yi Tian's curious expression, Xiao Yi's face turned unusually serious. He had just returned to his office from the back mountain when he saw Luo Tianxian and Xiao Ao. Due to the urgency of the situation, the two wasted no time and directly explained their purpose. telling Xiao Yi about the matter of the tomb of King Yudi and suggesting that they take Yi Tian there to try. Xiao Yi felt deeply conflicted about this. He was well aware of how important the clues to closing the rift were, not just for China, but for all of humanity. At the same time, he didn't want his grandson to take such a risk. After all, this was no ordinary tomb, it was the tomb of a beast, and it was located inside the rift. In the end, after their persuasion, he decided to find Yi Tian to hear his thoughts. If Yi Tian was unwilling to go, he could guarantee that as long as he was around, no one would be able to take Yi Tian away. Afterward, Xiao Yi explained the situation to Yi Tian. As Yi Tian listened, his expression grew serious. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, "Grandpa Xiao, I am willing to go," Yi Tian said almost without hesitation. Because Yi Tian also understood how important closing the rift was for humanity, for the entire world. Oh, Xiao Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Tian to agree so readily. "Are you sure you don't want to think it over? This trip will be very dangerous." The tomb of King Yudi is located inside the Great Rift, and the situation inside is extremely complex. Yi Tian shook his head. "But the clues inside are equally important, aren't they? I may not know if my abilities are enough to truly open the tomb door, but now that such an important clue has appeared, I think we shouldn't give up." Since the rift appeared, how many people have been hurt? How many originally happy families have been destroyed? Grandpa Xiao, didn't you also go to the battlefield without hesitation to fight against the beasts back then? As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Although my strength is not high now, if I can help the heroes on the front lines, then I definitely cannot choose to back down," Yi Tian said firmly. Xiao Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. Other grandfathers hope their children will become outstanding, but he was different. He would rather Yi Tian and Yi Xian, the two siblings, live ordinary lives and peacefully enjoy the fleeting peace in this chaotic world. After all, the Xiao family could afford to support them. He had already lost Xiao Hu and Xiao Rou. He couldn't afford to lose these two precious grandchildren as well. But perhaps fate was playing a joke on him. The awakened abilities of Yi Tian and his sister Yi Xian seemed destined to ensure their future would be anything but ordinary. "Fine, since you've decided to go, then go." After a long pause, Xiao Yi sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. "But after you help open the tomb door, you must come back immediately. Don't follow the team inside. After all, no one knows what's inside, and the level of danger is also unknown. Generally speaking, for such a massive tomb, the dangers inside are bound to be significant. Moreover, there are many deadly traps. With your current strength, if you really go in, it would be no different from courting death." Xiao Yi warned with a worried expression. Yi Xian also stood to the side with a worried look on her face. Although she didn't know much about the tomb of King Yudi, seeing Grandpa Zhao's expression made her realize it was a very dangerous place. "Prepare yourself. I'll go back and inform old Luo, and I'll come to pick you up later," Xiao Yi said helplessly. "Because of the mountain structure, I heard that the place might collapse soon. Although they're constantly reinforcing it, there's no guarantee, so time is quite tight." What Xiao Yi didn't know was that the reason it wouldn't last long was because Luo Yu had been smashing her way in with brute force, causing the mountain structure to shift and many areas to become unstable. But this was also their usual method. In the past, they would go in, loot the resources, and leave. Who would have thought they'd get stuck outside the door this time, and there would be such important clues inside? Even more unexpected was that the King Gyuri they encountered turned out to be a tough nut to crack. If they forced the door open, everything inside would instantly turn to ashes, leading to this difficult predicament. After finishing his words, Xiao Yi teleported away in an instant. "Big brother, is the place Grandpa Xiao mentioned really dangerous?" After Xiao Yi left, Yi Xian looked at Yi Tian with a worried expression and asked, "Huh, how dangerous could it be?" Yi Tian chuckled. "Your big brother is just going to see if he can help open the door. I'm not going inside, and there are members of the Shadow Legion protecting me. It's perfectly safe." Yi Tian laughed. To be honest, he wasn't worried at all. It was just a matter of using his spiritual energy to open a door. As long as he didn't act recklessly and follow them inside, he wouldn't be in any danger. After all, Yi Tian was well aware of his own abilities. It's like a bronze-level player watching a king-level player fight. You can watch, But if you recklessly jump in to fight alongside them, who can you blame for the consequences? Big brother, you have to promise me that you'll come back right after opening the door, and you absolutely can't go inside. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Yi Xian let out a small sigh of relief, but was still afraid her big brother might act recklessly. So she said this to him. All right, I promise you. Yi Tian rubbed Yi Xian's head. I'll open the door and then run back as fast as I did when I carried you from the playground to the villa earlier. Is that okay? Yi Tian laughed, which also made Yi Xian laugh, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. Yi Xian rolled her eyes and said, Anyway, if you don't come back, big brother, your savings for a wife will become my dowry. His Ding Hao, a billion as a dowry? You spendthrift. Yi Tian scolded with a dark face. For the sake of his savings, he had to come back no matter what. Otherwise, this little girl might actually do something so outrageous. Yang Muhan, Situ Quangbin, and the others also returned to the villa. When they learned that Yi Tian was going to the Great Rift, they were all worried and even wanted to go with him. However, they understood that if they followed, they would only bring greater pressure and danger to the Shadow Core. For a moment, the desire to become stronger began to sprout in their hearts. Soon, a spatial fluctuation formed, and Xiao Yi emerged from the spatial hole with Luo Tianqian and Xiao Ao. Since the end of the Apocalypse War, while guarding the rift, we have been constantly seeking ways to close it. However, to this day, we have found nothing. Until a few years ago, as we ventured deeper into the rift, we discovered the Beast Tomb. At first, we were only looking for cultivation resources in the tomb because there were quite a few energy beads inside. The car was speeding down the highway, and Luo Tianqian and Xiao Ao were explaining the knowledge about the rift to Yi Tian. Energy beads? What are those? Yi Tian asked, full of confusion upon hearing Xiao Ao's words. Energy beads are beads containing a large amount of energy. You could also say they are the cores inside beasts. It's normal that you don't know about them because these things are only explained in university. Energy beads are similar to abilities. They are also categorized. For example, fire-type energy beads are the cores inside fire-type beasts. When absorbed by fire-type ability users, they can greatly enhance their ability power, thereby increasing their strength and even providing a chance to comprehend the skills contained within the energy bead. Of course, ability users of different types can also absorb energy beads of other types, but the enhancement is minimal and they cannot master the skills within the energy bead. Therefore, we generally do not recommend ability users to absorb energy beads that do not match their type, as it would be a waste. After all, not every beast has an energy bead inside. They are considered quite rare items. So, with the discovery of the first beast tomb, we found a large number of energy beads inside and established an organization called the Exotic Beast Research and Archaeology Team. On one hand, it was to search for beast tombs and obtain the resources inside, and on the other hand, to study the development history of beasts. But unexpectedly, we actually discovered something through our research. It was a lucky accident, as we unintentionally found records about the rift inside the beast tomb. After that, the personnel at the Exotic Beast Research and Archaeology Center intensified their research in this area. Finally, through the murals outside the tomb of King Beauty and the combination of previous research results, they discovered that there are clues inside the tomb of King Beauty that can close the rift. But, you know what happened later. To this day, we can't even get through the door. This time, asking you to go is really a last resort. Xiao Ao said helplessly. Yi Tian's awakening of his ability was just too unprofessional. A new type of ability, energy purification, and to open that stone door, it required pure energy. The purer the energy, the less amount was needed. After listening to Xiao Ao's words, Yi Tian finally understood the whole story. If that was the case, then this matter really couldn't be done without him. After all, the system had mentioned that the energy in his body was spiritual energy, not just energy, and spiritual energy was said to be hundreds of times purer than regular energy. Yi Tian looked at the scenery outside the window as the car passed through one mountain after another, finally arriving at Yunlong Town, hundreds of miles away from the capital. The residents here had already relocated when the rift appeared. Now, it was a vast shadow base, responsible for guarding the entrance to the Great Rift and providing support to the shadow army stationed inside the rift. Soon, thanks to Luo Tianxian and Xiao Ao, the three of them quickly passed the security check, and Yi Tian finally saw the appearance of the Great Rift. The entire rift was hundreds of meters wide and tall, like a giant abyssal mouth. However, this wasn't even the largest rift. A rift of this size, hundreds of meters wide and tall, had just barely qualified as a Great Rift. Some even larger ones could reach several kilometers or more. Without any hesitation, Yi Tian followed Luo Tianxian and Xiao Ao and plunged into the Great Rift. Inside the rift, the shadow army stationed there had already made preparations. As soon as the three of them emerged, a team and vehicles were arranged for them. So, as soon as they entered the rift, they set off directly for the tomb of King Yudi. The car drove continuously, delving deeper into the rift. Along the way, they encountered many demonic beasts, including even king-level ones. However, they were dealt with by Xiao Ao, which also made Yi Tian realize just how dangerous the Great Rift was. Yi Tian could clearly feel the terrifying energy emanating from that king-level beast. If he were to face it, he would undoubtedly be crushed to the point where not even his bones would remain. No wonder Grandpa Xiao was so worried when he learned about this. Yi Tian also finally understood Xiao Yi's concerns because this place was indeed not somewhere he could handle at his current level. Fortunately, Luo Tianxian and Xiao Ao were there. The demonic beasts were certainly terrifying, but the strength of these two was even more terrifying. A king-level demonic beast was dealt with by Xiao Ao with just one hand, and he made it look so effortless. Soon, the car stopped in front of a massive mountain range. Xiao Tian, due to the environment, the car can't go any further, so we'll have to proceed on foot. Xiao Ao spoke as he handed Yi Tian a supply backpack, which contained plenty of food, water, some medicine, and survival tools for the wilderness. Basically, every member entering the mountain range was equipped with such a backpack, and the team then marched grandly into the mountains. There used to be quite a few traps and beasts here, but they were cleared out once by Xiao Yu, so it saved us a lot of trouble. Xiao Ao said with a smile, referring to Luo Yu when he mentioned Xiao Yu. But we can't let our guard down. Who knows if everything was completely cleared out? In a place like this, a single moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Luo Tianxian said with a vigilant expression. Having survived the apocalyptic war, Luo Tianxian, though aged, still maintained his sharp sense of caution. Yi Tian was the same, his face serious, not daring to relax in the slightest. He even heightened his spiritual senses to the maximum, as any random beast here was not something he could afford to provoke. Yi Tian had initially thought he would just come, open the door, and leave without any trouble. But he hadn't expected this kind of door-opening scenario. If he had to put it into words, he was like a bronze player trying to survive among a group of kings. Without the protection of Luo Tianxian, Xiao Ao, and the Shadow Army members escorting him, he would have been devoured by the beasts, leaving not even his bones behind. Yi at the base. Members of the Luo Yu group were continuously moving wood into the entrance of the ruins to reinforce the mountain structure. Luo Yu was holding a meeting with her team leaders on the side, while Zhang Suhui was leading his research team in organizing materials. Everyone's expressions were unusually serious, and the entire base was exceptionally busy because this was a matter of utmost importance, finding clues to close the rift. At the base, by the time Yi Tian and the others arrived, night had completely fallen. The group decided to enter the ruins early the next morning. There was no other choice, as the mountain structure was already unstable, and the poor visibility at night would only increase the danger. As soon as Luo Tianxian, Xiao Ao, and the others arrived at the base, they hurriedly went to hold a meeting and plan for the next day's tasks. Yi Tian, naturally, was assigned to rest in a tent. After all, apart from opening the door, he couldn't help much with the other tasks for now. Xiao Tian. Yi Tian had just entered the tent when it was suddenly opened, and a striking figure appeared before his eyes. Luo Yujia. Yi Tian smiled at the figure in front of him. Who else could it be but Luo Yu? Dressed in her shadow uniform, Luo Yu exuded a heroic and valiant aura. Luo Yu also smiled at Yi Tian. I knew you would come. I wasn't wrong about you. She smiled as she walked over and sat down. In truth, When she first heard that Yi Tian might be able to open the door, she was extremely surprised. Deep down, she didn't want Yi Tian to get involved, as this place was far too dangerous for him. But for some reason, she felt that Yi Tian would come, because she could never forget the words that young man once said to her in the hospital. Now, seeing Yi Tian, she was very happy, but at the same time, there was a trace of worry in her heart. She was happy because Yi Tian had never changed his original intention, but worried because this place was simply too dangerous, and she couldn't help but feel uneasy about Yi Tian. So, as soon as she heard that her grandfather had returned to the base, she immediately postponed the meeting and came to find Yi Tian at the first opportunity. I had to come. After all, I heard there might be clues inside about sealing the rift. How could I refuse something so important? Yi Tian said with a smile. Hee hee. Although the clues are important, remember to act within your limits. If you can't hold on, don't force yourself. We'll think of another way then. After all, this isn't something you should be involved in to begin with. So remember, don't push yourself too hard. Luo Yu said, her expression turning serious. She had tried it before herself, and although it wasn't dangerous, forcing oneself through it was extremely unpleasant. I understand, Sister Luo Yu. Yi Tian looked at Luo Yu's serious expression and nodded earnestly. The next morning, apart from some members left behind to guard the base, Yi Tian followed Luo Yu and the others directly into the ruins. The entrance was a long, pitch-black cave. Only by the light of the torches could they see the path clearly. After walking through a long tunnel with the group, the view ahead suddenly opened up. In front of them was a dilapidated structure, filled with bizarre beast statues, resembling a massive palace. However, it seemed that the passage of time had left it in ruins, with broken walls and debris everywhere. We're almost there, Luo Yu whispered to Yi Tian beside her. Without lingering, Luo Yu led the group directly into the central palace. The palace was relatively well preserved. The walls on both sides were covered with murals, and the entrance to the stone gate was located in the palace, right beneath the highest throne. After walking through another long, dark tunnel, Yi Tian could no longer even feel how far he was from the surface. Finally, he saw a massive cyan stone gate. Yi Tian was instantly stunned by the sight. The stone gate was about 30 meters tall, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Below the stone gate, there was a groove. This is it, Luo Yu said solemnly as she looked at the stone gate. This was her third time here, and she didn't know if this time would also end in failure. Everything depended on Yi Tian. Beside her, Zhang Suwei also looked serious. In truth, he didn't have much faith in Yi Tian. After all, wasn't this just a mere gold-level guy? Even the energy of Captain Luo and the head of the Shadow Legion, Old Luo, wasn't enough to activate the mechanism. How could this kid possibly succeed? However, he had no other options at the moment, so he could only accompany Luo Tianxin and the others in their efforts. It was the only choice he had. After all, they couldn't afford to lose the clues to closing the rift. Xiao Tian. Luo Tianxin walked to the stone door and called out. Yi Tian quickly approached. This is it. In a moment, you'll need to inject energy into this groove to see if it can activate the door mechanism. Luo Tianxin pointed at the groove and said, I've tried it myself, but unfortunately, the purity of my energy isn't high enough. The amount needed to activate the door mechanism is astronomical. That's why we thought of you. Your special ability is energy purification, and compared to us, your energy purity is much higher. The amount needed to activate the door mechanism shouldn't be much, so we thought you could give it a try. Luo Tianxin explained. All right, I understand. You've mentioned this before. I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to open it. Yi Tian nodded and smiled. All right, no problem. Just give it a try. If it doesn't work, that's okay. Don't push yourself, Luo Tianxin reminded him, deliberately comforting Yi Tian to ease the pressure. Everyone stepped aside, and Yi Tian's expression became serious as he silently began to channel his energy technique. In an instant, Yi Tian started injecting spiritual energy into the groove continuously. The people around him watched the groove on the stone door with tense expressions, even holding their breath. As soon as Yi Tian's spiritual energy touched the groove suddenly emitted a dazzling light, shocking everyone present. Their eyes were fixed on the stone door. The light was even stronger than when Luo Tianxian tried to activate it. There was hope. This thought instantly emerged in everyone's minds. Soon, the light from the groove quickly spread across the stone door. As the light expanded, the intricate patterns on the stone door were illuminated, emitting a soft glow. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the entire stone door was fully lit, the sound of mechanisms turning came from within the door, and everyone was deeply shaken by the sound of the mechanism. Zhang Suhui was even more shocked as he stared at Yi Tian. He couldn't believe that Yi Tian had actually managed to activate the door mechanism, especially since Yi Tian was only a gold-level ability user. Watch out. While everyone's eyes were fixed on the stone door, Zhang Suhui, still in shock, glanced at Yi Tian and noticed a glowing circle beneath his feet. Although he didn't know what the circle was, he instinctively warned Yi Tian. Zhang Suhui's voice snapped everyone out of their shock, and they finally noticed the glowing circle beneath Yi Tian's feet. A white glowing circle had appeared under Yi Tian's feet at some point, and its light was growing brighter and brighter. Xiao Tian. Almost instantly, Xiao Ao and Luo Yu rushed toward Yi Tian, trying to pull him out of the glowing circle. However, they were still a step too late. As soon as the glowing circle appeared, Yi Tian's figure began to blur and eventually disappeared from the spot. Xiao Tian, Luo Yu shouted, looking at Yi Tian's disappearing figure. She suddenly felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained, collapsing to the ground. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Xiao Ao's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Zhang Suhui by the collar and asked anxiously, let go of me first. I don't know why this happened either. Zhang Suhui, whose face turned red from being grabbed by Xiao Ao, said with difficulty. Although he had awakened his abilities, his powers were not meant for combat. He had no strength at all, let alone facing a master like Xiao Ao. The aura emanating from Xiao Ao was almost crushing him. Xiao Ao, calm down. Let go of Professor Zhang first. Nearby, Luo Tianxian's deep voice came through. His face was equally dark and terrifying, with an icy coldness written all over it. Hearing Luo Tianxian's words, Xiao Ao finally regained some clarity and slowly released Zhang Suhui. Don't worry too much. I guess that young man should be fine. Zhang Suhui gasped for air after being released by Xiao Ao. This should be the protective mechanism set by King Beauty. Because the energy purity of that young man has reached a certain level, it made King Beauty believe that the young man is a descendant of the Beauty clan, which triggered this protective mechanism and transported him to a safe place inside the tomb. Zhang Suhui explained, simultaneously confirming his own speculation. As expected, King Beauty left an energy key for his clan to open the tomb. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have this teleportation device. It was designed to prevent his clan from being coerced into opening the tomb, so the person opening the tomb would be teleported away immediately. So, you're saying that Xiao Tian was teleported into the tomb? Luo Yu, supported by Zhou Enai and Long Xian, slowly stood up. Hearing Zhang Suhui's words, her gaze finally regained a trace of clarity. If there are no accidents, yes. Zhang Suhui nodded. However, this is all just my speculation. But apart from this being the most plausible possibility, I can't think of another one. King Beauty, being such a suspicious person with a stubborn personality, would rather destroy everything than let anyone enter his tomb and take anything away. So, it's highly likely that he mistook the young man for a member of the Beauty clan. After all, the real King Beauty is already dead. This is just an energy sensing device he set up. As for whether there are other protective mechanisms after someone is teleported inside, I can't say for sure. Zhang Suhui said with a strange expression. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Luo Yu said anxiously, breaking free from Zhou Enai and Long Xian. Yes, we must go in. Xiao Yu, you continue to lead your team, protect Professor Zhang, and assist them in finding clues to close the rift. As for Xiao Tian, leave him to me and Xiao Ao. Luo Tianxian said indifferently and immediately began making arrangements. But, no buts. Xiao Yan's safety is more urgent to us than to you. Besides, given your current condition, you're not suited to venture too deep into the tomb. Listen, this is an order. Luo Yu wanted to say something more, but was immediately interrupted by Luo Tianqian. If anyone was the most worried and anxious, it would definitely be Luo Tianqian and Xiao Ao. If anything were to happen to Yi Tian, not to mention how Xiao Ao, as his uncle, would feel, they wouldn't even be able to face Xiao Yi. Xiao Ao felt the same way. Yi Tian was the only male descendant left by his sister, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to return to the Xiao family. After Luo Tianqian finished making arrangements, Xiao Ao pushed open the massive stone door. Since the opening mechanism inside had already been activated, it opened easily. As the stone door opened, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a dimly lit tunnel. Luo Tianqian and Xiao Ao exchanged a nod, and a terrifying aura emanated from both of them. Xiao Ao placed his hand on Luo Tianqian's shoulder, and the two instantly transformed into a dazzling blue flame, rushing directly into the tunnel. Watching the two leave, Luo Yu's delicate face was full of worry. However, her grandfather had already given the order, and given the current situation, only Luo Tianqian and Xiao Ao could handle it. After composing herself, Luo Yu wasted no time and led her team and the research group slowly into the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tian, who had been transported by the white light circle, realized he was standing outside a massive palace. This palace was identical to the one in the ruins, except the one in the ruins was dilapidated, with many buildings severely worn down by time. In contrast, this palace was exceptionally well preserved, with stone statues of mythical beasts everywhere, and 3 intact palaces standing tall. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Tian's mouth twitched. To say he wasn't scared would be a lie. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Originally, Yi Tian had planned to follow Luo Tianqian and Xiao Ao's instructions, open the door, and then return to the base to wait for them. Yi Tian knew that, given his current strength, this was not a place he could meddle in. Moreover, he had promised his sister that he wouldn't enter this place. However, what Yi Tian didn't expect was that as soon as the door opened, he didn't even have time to run before he was transported here. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? Yi Tian was utterly stunned as he stared at the magnificent, luxurious, yet eerily mysterious palace before him. System Master, System Boss, are you there? Yi Tian looked at the scene before him, eerily quiet, and instantly called out to the system in his heart. In such a situation, even having someone to talk to would make it less terrifying. What is it? So noisy. This system was resting. System. What the heck, host? Did you just get dumped? As Yi Tian called out, the system quickly responded, but its words left Yi Tian slightly stunned. Yi Tian. No, no way. Yi Tian answered with a puzzled expression. He hadn't even been in a relationship. So where did this talk of heartbreak come from? Then did you take the wrong medicine? The system's puzzled electronic voice came again from Yi Tian's ear. No, I didn't. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Did this stupid system take the wrong medicine today? So many nonsensical questions. However, the next moment, Yi Tian heard the system's voice, now full of irritation. Then why the heck did you come to such a dangerous place? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Do you even know your current strength? Are you completely clueless? Oh, damn it. I can't take it anymore. Come on, while you're still alive. Hurry up and unbind me. Hearing the system's words, Yi Tian's face instantly turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. Even the system thought it was dangerous? Then wouldn't he be doomed? System, please don't scare me. It's just a tomb, not as exaggerated as you say, right? Yi Tian said fearfully. After hearing the system's words, he became even more terrified. Scare you? I can clearly detect several extremely powerful presences inside, the kind that could crush you in seconds. And these presences, spiritual energy. The system suddenly sounded surprised halfway through its sentence. There's actually spiritual energy here? Come on, host, let's go in and take a look. Yi Tian, didn't you say it was very dangerous? And now you want me to go in and take a look? Are you that eager to change hosts? Wouldn't it be safer for me to stay here and wait for Grandpa Luo and Uncle Xiao to come rescue me? Yes, it is indeed very dangerous, with several powerful presences here. But I can sense that they are all in a state of slumber, so for now, it's still safe. The system began to explain. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be unharmed right now? If they were awake, the moment you stepped in here, you'd have been crushed to dust. Moreover, I can sense that their aura is similar to the host's aura, both containing spiritual energy. So hurry up and go in to take a look. Who knows, you might find some treasures that could help you break through. The system urged. Yi Tian was left speechless by the system's attitude, his head full of black lines. You have plenty of treasures yourself, don't you? If you really wanted to help me break through, you could just give me a little bit of what you have. Min Jinghao, although you're not human, you're truly a dog. Despite his thoughts, Yi Tian still followed the system's instructions and walked inside. After all, just waiting in place wasn't a solution. Although he didn't know the system's purpose, if the system didn't explain, Yi Tian really had no way to deal with it. Moreover, if the system truly wanted to harm him, it would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian walked to the front of the palace's central door, his expression serious. He even expanded his mental senses to the maximum, and only after confirming there was no danger did he push open the palace door. As the door opened, the palace revealed a scene of dazzling splendor. 9 massive golden pillars stood tall, and at the very top of the palace were 2 enormous bronze coffins. The walls on both sides were covered with murals. Yi Tian was stunned by the sight before him and took a sharp breath, slowly walking inside. The murals on both sides had been seen before in the dilapidated palace, but at that time, Yi Tian hadn't paid much attention. After all, he couldn't understand them, and there were professional personnel on site, so Yi Tian didn't bother to look closely. But now, he was the only one left, and there might be clues to escape hidden on them. With that thought, Yi Tian approached the murals to examine them carefully. System, can you understand this? What does it say? Yi Tian asked, looking at the strange characters carved on the murals. Ignorance is truly frightening. Isn't this just beast language? What's so difficult about it? The system's disdainful voice echoed, and the next moment, a massive influx of information entered Yi Tian's mind. Instantly, Yi Tian felt as though he could understand the characters before him. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. You can call it beast language all you want, but I'm human. Min Jinghao, if you weren't in such a dangerous place right now, Yi Tian would definitely argue with this annoying system. But he knew this wasn't the time for bickering, so he focused intently on studying the text on the murals. At first glance, it didn't seem significant, but upon closer inspection, Yi Tian was instantly shocked and took another sharp breath. It turned out that the murals depicted the development history of the ancient Guti clan up to the present, and also recorded information about the rift. The Guti clan originally descended from an ancient lineage. Not only the Guti clan, but also the beasts from the ancient era had survived the divine and demonic war of that time. The Guti clan was merely one among them. It turned out that in ancient times, the entire world was divided into 3 races: the human race, the beast race, and the demon race. Among them, the beast race was the weakest existence. When humans and demons engaged in the divine and demonic war, to avoid being affected by the conflict, the beast race's sole beast god decided to migrate the entire race, leading them into another world, what is now known as the Rift World. Since then, the beast race has continued to develop. No one knew how much time had passed. They were completely unaware of the outcome of the war between gods and demons outside. In order to relocate the entire demon race into this world, the demon god had exhausted all his power, falling into a deep slumber from which he is yet to awaken. This led to the entire demon race being trapped in this realm. However, the demon god's actions granted the demon beasts a long era of peace. Yet, as with other creatures, prolonged peace eventually stirred desires deep within, leading to war. Some demon beasts, driven by their inner desire for dominance, began to dream of ruling the demon race after the demon god fell into slumber. Chaos erupted in the fractured world, with smoke and flames of war rising everywhere, sparking fierce battles among the various clans. The wars lasted for decades until one day, a human suddenly appeared in this world, claiming to be a god. Since the war between gods and demons, the demon race had been trapped in this realm, their strength greatly diminished compared to the past. Now, Faced with a human who suddenly appeared and claimed to be a god, they were no match. Fortunately, this human did not interfere in the wars among the demon race, but instead left behind 9 orbs in this realm, known as the celestial spirit orbs. The young King Gyuri was one of the demons who obtained one of these orbs. After acquiring the celestial spirit orb, his strength grew rapidly, and he led his people in battles across the land, eventually establishing his own demon kingdom, Gyuri Demon Kingdom. Besides Gyuri Demon Kingdom, there were 8 other demon kingdoms, all formed by demon beasts who had obtained the celestial spirit orbs. After establishing his kingdom, King Gyuri began researching ways to escape this world. The spiritual energy in this realm had become extremely scarce, unable to sustain the development of the 9 demon kingdoms. Thus, they sought to escape this world and see what the world outside looked like after the war between gods and demons. Through his research, King Gyuri made a shocking discovery. The 9 celestial spirit orbs in their possession were actually manifestations of the demon god's power, extracted by the human who claimed to be a god from the altar sealing this world. King Gyuri was both shocked and curious. He was astonished by the strength of the humans outside, which remained formidable, and curious about how the human had managed to locate the altar sealing this world, a place undetectable even to the demon beasts living within it, and what the human's purpose was in releasing them. After much contemplation, King Gyuri decided not to pursue the matter further. He understood that the demon beasts had grown weaker and were no longer capable of intervening in such matters. Even though he realized that they were being used as pawns by the humans, they had no choice but to accept their fate. In the end, King Gyuri did not live to see the complete dissolution of the sealing power. He perished in the wars with the other 8 demon kingdoms, and the celestial spirit orb he possessed was buried with him in this tomb. So, the appearance of the rift now is because the sealing power is gradually dissipating? To completely close the rift, we need to find the 9 so-called immortal spirit pearls and return them to the altar, right? Yi Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the mural on the wall. He couldn't believe that the appearance of the rift was actually man-made. What puzzled him even more was, who would be so bored to do such a thing? Moreover, before the rift appeared, there were no supernatural powers. Where did this person's power come from? Could it really be someone who survived from ancient times? Then what was their purpose in releasing the demon race? Too many questions flooded Yi Tian's mind. After thinking for a while, Yi Tian still couldn't come up with any answers. Helpless, he decided not to dwell on it further. After all, survival was the priority now. System, can you detect the location of the immortal spirit pearls? Yi Tian asked. After all, if there was anything most important in this tomb, it would be the immortal spirit pearls that could close the rift. I can't detect them, but I can sense a massive spiritual energy fluctuation in the bronze coffins ahead. The system's voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears. Yi Tian quickly turned his gaze to the 2 enormous bronze coffins. He walked closer to observe them for a long time, but didn't sense any danger. However, he was extremely hesitant at this moment. Should he open the coffins? After all, the pearls might be inside, but if he opened them and something jumped out, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Worse, he might end up being dealt with by whatever was inside, and that would be the end of him. Why haven't Grandpa Luo and Uncle Xiao arrived yet? Yi Tian couldn't help but mutter. If Luo Tianxian and Xiao Ao were here, he wouldn't be so indecisive. Suddenly, the entire palace began to shake violently. Yi Tian was startled by the intense tremors. It wasn't just the palace, the entire mountain outside was shaking. Due to the shifting mountain structure, it couldn't hold on any longer. The tremors were so severe that countless massive rocks were shaken loose and rolled down the mountain. The Shadow Corps stationed outside had no choice but to retreat. This is bad. This place is about to collapse. We need to hurry up, Xiao Ao said gravely after finishing off a demon beast. As they had been fighting their way deeper into the tomb, a number of demon beasts suddenly appeared. Although the beasts weren't particularly strong, the battles had made the mountain even more unstable. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and the others noticed the sudden violent shaking of the tomb, and their expressions turned grim. She knew the entire mountain was about to collapse. If they didn't get out in time, they would undoubtedly be buried underground forever. After all, They had no idea how deep they were beneath the surface. Captain Luo, we need to retreat now. If we don't, we'll all be buried here. Long Xian urged through gritted teeth. Yes, Captain Luo, let us retreat. No, we can't retreat. There are clues inside to close the rift. If we retreat now, we'll lose all the clues. Hearing Long Xian suggest retreating, Zhang Suhui became anxious. This was their closest step to closing the rift, and he couldn't bear to give up now. Not retreating means waiting to die, right? Are we going to let all our brothers die together? In this situation, even if you find the clues, can you take them out? Zhou and I shouted angrily. For a moment, the Shadow Legion and the research team started arguing. Everyone quiet down. Luo Yu suddenly shouted. At this moment, her face was extremely grim. After all, Yi Tian and her grandfather were still inside, and there were clues about closing the rift in there. To be honest, she couldn't bring herself to choose retreat. However, if they didn't retreat, forget about finding clues to close the rift. As Zhou and I said, even if they found them, they might not be able to take them out, and even more people would die. Luo Yu's face showed hesitation. Luo Tuan. Retreat. In the end, Luo Yu weakly gave the order to retreat. She knew that if they didn't retreat now, both the research team and her brothers who followed her in would be completely buried here. At this point, we can only trust General Xiao and my grandfather. They went ahead of us, and if there are any clues, they will surely bring them back. Luo Yu said faintly, as if trying to comfort herself. As the tremors of the mountain grew more intense, Luo Yu and the others led the research team toward the exit. Inside the palace, feeling the increasingly violent tremors from the ground, Yi Tian gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm going all in. In this situation, forget waiting for Grandpa Luo and Uncle Xiao. There might not even be enough time to light a candle for myself. Yi Tian steeled himself and directly pushed open one of the bronze coffins. Inside the bronze coffin, the beast's corpse had long turned to bones. Beside the bones were many round beads. Yi Tian didn't care whether they were immortal spirit beads or not. He frantically grabbed the beads and stuffed them into his backpack. Soon, Yi Tian had emptied the first bronze coffin of its beads and quickly moved to the second one. Without hesitation, he opened the second bronze coffin. As soon as the bronze coffin was opened, Yi Tian felt an incredibly dense spiritual energy. A white bead immediately floated out of the coffin, quietly hovering in the void. This is the real immortal spirit bead. Yi Tian froze for a moment. So all those beads he had just stuffed into his bag weren't the real deal. This was the actual immortal spirit bead. Mingjing Hao. Yi Tian immediately leaped forward, grabbed the immortal spirit bead, and stuffed it into his pocket. After finishing this, Yi Tian immediately ran out of the palace. Warning: strong presences detected awakening soon. Host, hurry! Just as he ran out of the palace, the system's anxious voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears. In fact, Yi Tian didn't need the system's reminder to sense it. He had already felt it. Because the moment he obtained the immortal spirit pearl, Yi Tian instantly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying aura emanating from the palace. Without a second thought, Yi Tian immediately activated the free step technique to escape, while simultaneously placing a blood chi pill in his mouth. Intruder of my emperor's tomb, die. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded from within the palace. The moment the voice rang out, Yi Tian was so terrified that his hair stood on end. Just from the sound alone, he could feel how insignificant he was in comparison. Fifth gate. Do gate. Open. Yi Tian immediately activated the 8 gates, further increasing his speed as he frantically fled. Suddenly, a massive beast appeared in front of Yi Tian, blocking his path. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the beast ahead, Yi Tian's face showed a helpless smile. Was this the end? If the beast blocking his way was merely platinum level or even diamond level, Yi Tian wouldn't feel so hopeless. But the sheer oppressive aura it exuded made him feel utterly powerless. This was definitely a beast above diamond level. Facing such a creature, there was no path but death. Ahead was a beast above diamond level, and behind him was something even more powerful and terrifying. Now, he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. No, I can't die here like this, Yi Tian said with a determined expression. Without hesitation, he bit down on the blood-chi pill in his mouth. Sixth gate, Jing Gate. Open. Yi Tian immediately activated the sixth gate, and his speed increased even further as he attempted to break through the beast ahead. However, the disparity in strength was simply too vast. To the beast, Yi Tian's speed seemed incredibly slow. As the beast's massive claw swung toward him, Yi Tian immediately activated his protective skill. His entire body was enveloped in red energy, and he unleashed the Void Heaven Palm, which managed to slightly halt the beast's enormous claw. However, it was only a slight pause. The massive claw still struck Yi Tian, sending him flying. As Yi Tian was sent flying by the beast's claw, he instantly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out in midair. Yet, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth curled into a faint smile, his eyes filled with a crazed determination. Yi Tian knew he had to face one of the two beasts, and he decided to gamble everything on breaking through the one in front of him. Just as the beast's claw swung toward him, Yi Tian unleashed another palm strike, using the Void Heaven Palm to slightly alter the angle of the beast's attack. It was clear that Yi Tian had succeeded, but at the same time, he had suffered significant injuries. Fortunately, the effects of the vitality pill helped him recover. After landing, Yi Tian didn't hesitate at all and immediately dashed outside. The beast was momentarily stunned but quickly realized it had been tricked by that kid. Enraged, it furiously chased after Yi Tian. "Whoa, why are you chasing me? I didn't even offend you." Yi Tian glanced back and saw the beast chasing him. His face instantly turned pale with fear, and he sped up his escape. Luckily, the beast had smacked Yi Tian quite far earlier, and combined with the power of his swift steps, the beast couldn't catch up to him for the moment. Help me!" Yi Tian shouted as he ran, hoping that Luo Tianxin and Xiao Ao would hear him and come to his rescue. After all, he was no match for the beast behind him. He couldn't even serve as a snack for it. "Host, run to the left. I sense two energy sources heading this way. They should be your teammates," the system suddenly reminded him. "Thus should. Are you sure? This is no time for jokes." Yi Tian asked. "I said should, not definitely. How can I be 100% sure?" The system replied, exasperated. Yi Tian cursed inwardly, but had no other choice at the moment. He decided to take the gamble. He immediately changed direction and ran wildly to the left as the system had suggested. Seeing Yi Tian change direction, the beast was momentarily confused. Why did this kid suddenly change direction? But no matter where you run, you can't escape my grasp. How dare you trick me, the great beast lord? The beast also changed direction and continued chasing Yi Tian. "Grandpa Luo, Uncle Xiao, help! If you don't come soon, I'm done for." Yi Tian shouted desperately as he ran. Old Luo, I think I heard Xiao Tian's voice. Did you hear it?" On the other side, Xiao Ao suddenly said excitedly. "Yes, I heard it too. It's Yi Zai Zai's voice. This way." Luo Tianxin nodded affirmatively and pointed in a direction. The two quickly rushed toward it. After hearing Yi Tian's voice, the two sped up even more. After turning a few corners, the view suddenly opened up, revealing three majestic palaces. However, the two were not distracted by the grandeur of the palaces because they saw a red figure running toward them at high speed, followed by an unusually large beast. A shadow-level beast. Xiao Ao and Luo Tianxin twitched at the corners of their mouths. Along the way, they had only encountered king-level beasts, but unexpectedly, Yi Tian had run into a shadow-level beast and even managed to escape from its attack. Without much hesitation, the two immediately took action. Both of them were shadow-level powerhouses, so a mere shadow-level beast was nothing to them. World-destroying wild flame. With Xiao Ao's shout, a massive blue fireball shot toward the beast. As soon as the beast touched the fireball, its enormous body was instantly engulfed in the blue flames, letting out sharp, agonizing screams. "Run, run, Grandpa Luo, Uncle Xiao." However, seeing the beast fall, Yi Tian did not relax, but instead rushed toward the two with a tense expression. Hee, it seems little Tian was really scared. But it's understandable after all. That was a shadow-level beast, which is indeed terrifying for someone at little Tian's current level. Xiao Ao smiled bitterly in resignation. "Yes, Sai, it's all our fault. Our carelessness and oversight put little Tian in such a dangerous situation. Luo Tianxian also looked at Yi Tian, whose face was full of tension, with a pained expression. What? Run, you two. What are you standing there lamenting for? Didn't you hear me? Yi Tian looked at Luo Tianxian and Xiao Ao, who were standing frozen in place, with a face full of black lines. Hee hee, little Tian, don't be afraid anymore. We're here, so you're safe. Whoa! Before Xiao Ao could finish his sentence, he was completely stunned, his smile frozen on his face. Luo Tianxian's expression wasn't much better. His face stiffened instantly, as both of them simultaneously felt a terrifying energy emanating from the direction of the palace. Xiao Ao immediately grabbed Luo Tianxian's shoulder, transforming into blue flames and rushing toward Yi Tian. In an instant, Yi Tian felt himself enveloped by a powerful force, rapidly moving toward the exit. What on earth did you do in there to provoke such a terrifying beast from its slumber and make it so furious? Luo Tianxian's eye twitched, but he knew now was not the time to discuss this. Escaping was the priority. Xiao Ao couldn't help but feel shocked by Yi Tian's actions. Goodness, this nephew of his was truly a troublemaker. A mere gold level dared to provoke such a terrifying beast. Unbelievable. The tunnel kept trembling, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Xiao Ao exerted all his strength, frantically rushing the two of them outside. Outside, Luo Yu and the others had already led the team to completely evacuate the mountain range. Watching the two mountains in front of them shake continuously, their faces were filled with worry. Captain Luo, trust Commander Luo and General Xiao. They will definitely bring God Yi out safely. Yes, Captain Luo, trust them. Right now, only they can bring God Yi out safely. Beside him, the squad leader kept comforting Luo Yu. With a loud boom, two massive peaks collapsed directly into the ground, creating an exceptionally spectacular scene. Everyone's faces turned pale at the sight. Stunned, two entire mountains had collapsed. As the two mountains crumbled, a massive cloud of smoke surged into the air across the entire mountain range. Suddenly, within the smoke, a dazzling blue light shot skyward, incredibly striking. Look, it's General Xiao. Zhou and I reacted immediately, pointing to the void where the dazzling blue light shone. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze to the blue light. Upon seeing Luo Tianxian and Yi Tian enveloped in the blue glow, Luo Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Run, hurry up and run. Xiao Ao's voice echoed from within the blue light. He couldn't possibly carry so many people at once. Suddenly, after the blue light appeared, an even stronger aura erupted from the collapsed pit. In an instant, everyone present felt a deep sense of dread. Quick, get in the vehicles, evacuate immediately. Luo Yu issued the retreat order almost instantly. But it was too late. Just as the command was given, that terrifying force fully erupted. Countless massive rocks shot into the sky and then fell, like meteors crashing down, creating one enormous crater after another on the ground, even damaging many of the vehicles. Luo Yu led the entire team in resisting the falling rocks from above, and the scene quickly descended into utter chaos. TCH, can't escape, huh? Then we have no choice but to fight, Xiao Ao said helplessly, immediately sending the two. No, sending Yi Tian to the team. Fight. There's no way to run now. This world-class beast has just awakened, so its strength shouldn't be fully restored yet. If we fight, there's still a sliver of hope. If we don't, once it regains its full power, it'll be an even bigger battle, Luo Tianxian said helplessly, his aura gradually intensifying as a powerful energy began to emanate from him. Xiao Yu, request immediate support from the higher-ups for a world-class expert. I'll try to hold it off with Xiao Ao, and buy time for them to get here, Luo Tianxian said with a grave expression. Roar! From the massive pit where the two mountains had collapsed, two deafening roars echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. Two of them? Heh, old Luo, looks like we each get one. Xiao Ao forced a smile on his face as he spoke, though he was far from confident inside. But just as Xiao Ao finished speaking, another deafening roar erupted from the pit, filled with boundless fury. and the world-class pressure completely exploded forth. Suddenly, everyone's face turned pale, and Xiao Ao swallowed hard as he looked at Yi Tian. You? What exactly did you do in there? How did you manage to provoke a realm-level beast to this extent? Yi Tian's face also turned ashen, his mouth twitching. I didn't do much. I just looked at the murals, opened 2 bronze coffins, and took a few beads. That's all. Xiao Ao. Luo Tianxin. After hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone present felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. My dear ancestor, you call that not much? You literally lifted the lids off their coffins. And that's not all, you took things from inside them? No wonder they were so furious. Xiao Ao glared fiercely at Yi Tian, but now was not the time to settle accounts. Helplessly, he transformed into blue flames and charged toward the giant pit. Luo Tianxin did the same, immediately activating his protective aura. His entire body radiated a powerful energy as he rushed into the pit in an instant. Meanwhile, Luo Yu quickly sent out a request for reinforcements. In no time, the pit was filled with the sounds of intense fighting, smoke billowing everywhere, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Occasionally, the roars of the beasts could be heard, along with the sight of blue flames shooting skyward. Boom, boom, boom. No self. Boundary break. Suddenly, Luo Tianxin's furious roar echoed, followed by a beast's anguished scream. Out of nowhere, a massive object flew out of the pit. Wow! A sudden sound. Xiao Ao spat out another mouthful of blood, his aura growing weaker and weaker. I'm fine, Xiao Ao said weakly, using the last bit of his strength to bite down on the pill in his mouth. It was the vitality pill that Yi Tian had given him earlier. Both he and Luo Tianxin had held one in their mouths before the battle. Instantly, the wounds on both of them began to heal rapidly, and Xiao Ao's arm even grew back. No, there's no way. That beast just awakened, and it's already at the realm level. The two of us can't possibly fight against it. Sai, that's right. Luo Tianxin, who had also recovered by now, looked toward the direction of the giant pit and said helplessly, just moments ago, the two of them had managed to kill the other 2 beasts and were planning to take down this realm-level beast as well. But unexpectedly, with just one move, the beast had sent them flying out of the pit, nearly costing them their lives. Children, run. Run as far as you can. We'll do our best to buy you some time. Luo Tianxin gently rubbed Luo Yu's head and smiled faintly. Xiao Tian, my granddaughter. I'll leave her in your care from now on. However, before Luo Tianxin could finish his words, a massive beast suddenly shot up from the giant pit. Only then did everyone see the true appearance of the beast. It was an enormous creature resembling a lion, with a terrifyingly ferocious mouth full of fangs. Its blood-red eyes glared at everyone present. Those who dare trespass upon the tomb of my emperor must die. The beast spoke in human language, its gaze sweeping over everyone present as an incomparably powerful force radiated completely. Feeling this terrifying energy, everyone present momentarily forgot to run, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. They couldn't believe it. How could a mere tomb of the ancient King Yudi contain a realm-level beast? The beast scanned everyone present, finally fixing its gaze on Yi Tian. It grinned menacingly. Found you, little rat who disturbed my emperor's slumber. The beast let out a cruel laugh and immediately charged toward Yi Tian. Not good. Xiao Ao reacted quickly. Flame shield. Instantly, a massive shield formed in the direction of the charging beast, directly blocking its path. But the beast didn't dodge or evade. It crashed directly into the shield, shattering it in an instant. Heh. You can't stop me from killing him. The beast sneered viciously, looking at Xiao Ao with a mocking smile. Umph, I may not be able to stop you, but I won't let you succeed so easily. Xiao Ao said gravely, his expression serious as he shielded Yi Tian behind him. And me, though I'm old, a realm-level beast is nothing. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Luo Tianxin also shielded Luo Yu behind him, his expression equally solemn as he stared at the beast. For a moment, the entire scene fell into complete silence, a heavy atmosphere that felt terrifying. No one dared to move recklessly. What if they became the beast's target by moving first? Buzz, Just as everyone was confronting the beast, a sword hum suddenly came from afar. Then, a cyan longsword flew over, directly stopping in front of the beast. Umph. A mere realm-level beast dares to act so wildly. Do you think humans are easy to bully? Before the person arrived, a clear yet authoritative voice echoed, followed by the arrival of two powerful realm-level auras. Two stunning figures slowly appeared in the scene. Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked at the two mysterious women who had suddenly appeared. Who were they? If it was reinforcements from above, they shouldn't have arrived so quickly, right? When Xiao Ao saw one of the figures, his pupils contracted, and then his face lit up with joy. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he couldn't conceal his emotions. The beast also sensed the strength of the two women and, without hesitation, chose to flee immediately. However, the two women were not about to let it go so easily. They quickly soared into the air to chase after it. Seeing this, Xiao Ao grew anxious and wanted to follow them. But then he thought about the people present. After some consideration, he held back, as there were still many matters to resolve here. Damn it! Next time, I must get her contact information. Xiao Ao swore silently in his heart. Rift Base. Xiao Ao and Luo Tianxin still managed to lead everyone safely back to the base. After returning to the base, Yi Tian finally shared the information he had seen inside with everyone. After hearing it, everyone couldn't help but sigh deeply. They hadn't expected that the world inside the rift was actually created by the so-called demon god. Even more surprising was that, before the history of human development began, this Earth had already experienced so many events, including a war between gods and demons. Moreover, the appearance of the rift was also caused by the so-called god. If the records in the tomb were accurate, this so-called god belonged to the human race. Then why did he open the world of the beasts? What was his purpose? Everything seemed like an unsolved mystery, leaving everyone with countless questions in their hearts. However, there was no way to find answers, as the information recorded on the murals was limited. Beyond that, Yi Tian couldn't provide them with any answers either. Although there are too many unsolved mysteries, this time entering the tomb of King Yudi has brought us extraordinary gains for humanity. If what Xiao Tian said is true, and the murals recorded that the beast race's world consists of 9 major beast kingdoms, now that we've uncovered the tomb of King Yudi, one of the 9 kingdoms, could the other 8 kingdoms contain even more information that we don't know? And those so-called immortal spirit beads amount to 9 in total. So, no matter what, we must find the remaining 8 demon kingdoms, or their demon king tombs, as well as that mysterious altar, gather all 9 immortal spirit beads, and seal the demon world once again. Luo Tianxin said with a solemn expression. This discovery was undoubtedly a breakthrough in closing the rift. By the way, Xiao Tian, so you opened the coffin of the ancient demon king just to get the immortal spirit bead inside? Did you manage to get it? Luo Yu suddenly asked. This was the question everyone wanted to know. Well, I guess I got it. Yi Tian scratched his head and said, because I didn't know which one was the immortal spirit bead, I brought them all out. As Yi Tian spoke, he opened his backpack, which was stuffed full of colorful beads. After I filled the first bronze coffin with beads and opened the second coffin, I realized that the beads from the first coffin weren't the immortal spirit beads, because the second coffin only had 1 white bead, and when the coffin lid was opened, it floated up on its own. As he spoke, Yi Tian took out a white bead from his pocket. As soon as the white bead appeared, the entire space was filled with a dense energy. This must be the so-called immortal spirit bead. Luo Tianxin said with certainty, because apart from the immortal spirit bead, he couldn't think of anything else that could instantly fill the entire space with energy. Yi Tian directly handed the bead to Luo Tianxin. Grandpa Luo, you should keep this. You can study it and maybe even use it to find the whereabouts of the other 8 Demon King tombs. All right, Luo Tianxin didn't hesitate and accepted the immortal spirit bead. After all, Yi Tian had just mentioned that the power within the immortal spirit bead was transformed from the power of the demon god. It might even resonate with the other 8 beads. He needed to study it carefully. This is a lightning energy bead. This one is wind-based. And this one, ice-based. Wow, They're all natural energy beads. Xiao Ao exclaimed as he looked at the backpack full of energy beads. This kid actually brought out so many energy beads. Xiao Ao's mouth twitched. No wonder those three demon beasts were so desperate to kill you. Kid, you didn't just open their coffin lid. You practically emptied their entire treasure trove. You. Well done. Luo Tianxian also noticed the backpack full of energy beads, his eye twitching. This brat really dared to do it. Oh, so these are energy beads. Yi Tian was slightly stunned by Xiao Ao's words. He truly hadn't realized these were energy beads. He thought they were all immortal spirit beads, so he took them all. Ah, can't blame you for not knowing. After all, your school hasn't taught you yet. Let me organize them and see how many there are. As he spoke, Xiao Ao began sorting them out, and the more he sorted, the more shocked he became. A total of 300 energy beads, and even the lowest ones are of king level, with some even reaching realm level. My goodness, all of them are natural type, and there are even space and time types among them. Kid, you're really something. Yi Tian felt a bit embarrassed by Xiao Ao's words. Well, Xiao Tian, since you risked your life to bring these out from the tomb, you should be the one to distribute them. Luo Tianxian smiled. Yi Tian had already handed over the immortal spirit beads, so Luo Tianxian felt it would be inappropriate to ask him to hand over these as well, especially since they were obtained at the cost of his life. Yi Tian directly took out about 10 energy beads from the 300, including some space and time types. I'll just take these. As for the rest, Grandpa Luo and Uncle Xiao, you can decide how to allocate them. I don't need too many, just give 2 to each of my friends and my sister to take back. And that'll be enough. Yi Tian said with a smile. This, you're leaving all the rest to us. Even Luo Tianxian, who had seen many ups and downs, couldn't help but be stunned and said in disbelief. Luo Tianxian had seen energy beads before, but he had never seen so many of such high levels. Forget about realm level, even star level and shadow level beads were rare. After all, the higher the level of the energy bead, the higher the level of the beast it came from. Cough cough. Xiao Tian, you're still young, so maybe you don't understand the importance of these things. These are all energy beads above king level, and they might even help you comprehend the skills within them. Are you sure you want to give all of these to us? Xiao Ao was also shocked by Yi Tian's decision. Yes, what I've taken is already enough. I've prepared 2 beads for each of my friends, which is sufficient. As for the remaining 2, I'll just absorb them for fun. After all, I don't even know what type my ability belongs to, so having too many is useless. It's better to leave them for those who truly need them, Yi Tian said with a smile. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the corners of the 2 men's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Absorb them for fun? You really know how to squander, don't you? However, upon learning that Yi Tian's ability was unique, the 2 didn't say anything further. After all, Yi Tian's ability didn't belong to any specific type, and for now, they couldn't find suitable energy beads for him. Otherwise, they would definitely have found the right ones for him. So, the 2 stopped dwelling on it, each selecting suitable beads for themselves, and set aside a portion for Luo Yu's team. After all, apart from a few days, Luo Yu's team had contributed the most this time, and they certainly couldn't forget their share. As for the rest, they decided to store them in the shadow base and use them as rewards for other team members who made significant contributions in the future. Yi Tian felt this arrangement was quite appropriate. As for the research group, every single one of them is a research fanatic. They couldn't care less about any rewards. After Yi Tian shared the information about the murals and the palace with them, they immediately returned to the research institute to organize the data and began their studies. Especially after learning about the 8 great demon kingdoms, they were all incredibly excited. Little Tian, things here have pretty much wrapped up. You should go and take a good rest first. Once we finish handling the remaining matters, we'll send someone to escort you back to the academy. And this time, you've really made a great contribution. I'll apply for a reward for you from the higher-ups, so you can look forward to it. Luo Tianxian said with a cheerful smile, clearly in a very good mood. In response, Yi Tian also smiled. To be honest, he wasn't particularly looking forward to any rewards. Being able to witness the battle between powerful individuals this time was probably the best reward for him. For a moment, he was filled with a strong desire to become stronger. After greeting the two, Yi Tian left the meeting room, as he could tell they still had things to discuss, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay and interrupt. Just as he left the meeting room, Yi Tian saw a beautiful figure. Who else could it be but Luo Yu? Outside the rift base, Luo Yu was walking side by side with Yi Tian, and they were sharing their experiences from the past period with each other. Uffed, so because of you, Grandpa Wei got beaten up by Grandpa Xiao and even had to cover the repair costs for over a dozen teaching buildings? Hearing Yi Tian talk about the assessment incident, Luo Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her beautiful smile leaving Yi Tian momentarily stunned. Hey, is it that good looking? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Seeing Yi Tian's dumbfounded expression, when she saw Yi Tian suddenly disappear in front of the stone door, to be honest, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed. At the same time, she realized that, unknowingly, she had already fallen for that young man. She just hadn't dared to face it until the moment Yi Tian had an accident at the stone door. Only then did she dare to face her own feelings for the first time. Don't worry, Sister Luo Yu. I won't be in any danger, and I won't let anything happen to you either. I will become stronger as soon as possible and protect you all. Yi Tian felt the softness coming from Luo Yu and spoke with a firm tone, his hands slowly beginning to embrace the softness in his arms. This incident not only gave him a sense of shock and a desire to become stronger, but also made Luo Yu feel the same way. That feeling of helplessness when facing an enemy far stronger than oneself was something neither of them wanted to experience a second time. In the distance, Luo Tianxin and Xiao Ao, who had just finished their private conversation, walked out of the meeting room, intending to find Yi Tian to inform him of the time to return to the academy. However, as soon as they stepped out of the base's entrance, they saw the two embracing each other, and both were instantly stunned. Xiao Ao, you just mentioned the matter about the Demon Slayer group, and I still don't quite understand. Let's go back to the meeting room, and you can explain it to me again. Luo Tianxin's mouth almost curled up to the sky. His precious granddaughter had finally come to her senses. All right, Elder Luo. By the way, the wind and sand outside are so strong, it's making my eyes blurry. Let's head back quickly, Xiao Ao said, feeling the same way. Looking at Luo Tianxin's almost sky-high grin, Xiao Ao couldn't help but twitch his eye. It seemed his dear nephew ultimately couldn't escape Elder Luo's grasp. Meanwhile, in the distance, the team leaders of Luo Yu's group were gathered together, their faces full of gossip as they watched the two. Zhou and I even took out his phone and switched to burst mode. His Zhou and I, are you crazy? Daring to secretly take photos of the captain? Aren't you afraid that when the captain finds out, she'll twist your head off and use it as a stool? A chubby team leader looked at Zhou and I with a face full of terror and said, Fatty, you just don't get it. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years scene. Have you ever seen our captain hug someone of the opposite sex? If I hadn't stumbled upon this moment, I would have started doubting our captain's sexual orientation. Zhou and I laughed and continued to pick up his phone, aiming to take more pictures of the two. However, when he pointed the camera at the two again, he suddenly noticed Yi Tian smiling and waving at him. Zhou and I froze for a moment, then turned his head and realized that the other team leaders had somehow already left. Behind him, Luo Yu was staring at him with a face full of frost and an intense killing intent. Luo. Luo? Captain Luo, what a coincidence. You're out for a walk too. Fda. Before Zhou and I could finish his sentence, Luo Yu punched him and sent him flying. Soon after, Zhou Ni's miserable cries echoed. What's wrong with team leader Zhou? Nearby, the other team leaders, who had somehow prepared watermelons, walked over to Yi Tian. No idea. Maybe he accidentally provoked Luo again. That guy, seriously, still hasn't learned his lesson. Long Xin said while munching on a slice of watermelon. Yi Shun, here, have some watermelon. The chubby guy directly handed a slice of watermelon to Yi Tian. Yi Tian. After that, Yi Tian joined the team leaders, eating watermelon on the side, while watching Luo Yu practice with the punching bag. It was quite leisurely. Zhou and I. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Tian set off on his journey back to the academy, escorted by Xiao Ao. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and the others continued to follow the research team to other rifts in search of the tombs of the remaining 8 demon kings. As for Luo Tianxin, he headed straight to the capital because the events and findings this time were too significant. He had to report them immediately. On the car ride, Yi Tian was chatting casually with Xiao Ao. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone, surviving a near-death experience, and ultimately killing 4 beasts that were chasing you. Reward, 1 million points. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his ears, and Yi Tian froze, his face lighting up with happiness. Huh? Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Seeing Yi Tian's change in expression, Xiao Ao asked with a puzzled look. Nothing. Nothing. I was just thinking about how happy I am to see my little sister soon. Yi Tian quickly smiled and replied. Yi Xian. Oh, you 2 siblings must be really close. Xiao Ao smiled. Hee, well, sort of. After all, our mom left us when we were very young, and our dad is unreliable, only coming back once every few years. So my little sister has always depended on me for everything. Yi Tian smiled and said, completely suppressing the surprise from the system. Oh, I see. Xiao Ao smiled thoughtfully. Then, how do you feel about your parents? Xiao Ao asked tentatively. Feel. Yi Tian froze, seemingly not understanding what Xiao Ao meant. Well, yes, because you mentioned how your parents treated you too. Do you ever feel resentment towards them? Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your family matters. Huh? Xiao Ao stammered. It's okay, Uncle Xiao, we're used to it. You don't need to worry about it. Yi Tian smiled, thinking Xiao Ao was feeling bad for bringing up a sensitive topic. Well, as for resentment, I guess there's a little, but I've come to terms with it. I think they probably didn't mean to abandon us siblings, so it is what it is. Yi Tian waved his hand and smiled. If I really have to say, my little sister might hate them even more than I do. If one day they really come back, I have no idea what kind of trouble my sister would cause. So I think it's better to just leave things as they are. It's pretty good this way, no worries at all. Ah, I see. Xiao Ao's eyes flickered as he spoke thoughtfully. Listening to Yi Tian's response, his heart was filled with a bitter smile. Then what about your parents' relatives? Why not go look for them? You 2 siblings relying on each other like this. You must have gone through a lot of hardships, right? Xiao Ao thought for a moment and asked again. Relatives? Yi Tian was taken aback, then immediately gave a bitter smile. We'd have to know who their relatives are first, wouldn't we? And even if we did know, we wouldn't go looking for them. After all, this is a family matter, there's no need to trouble others. Although the first couple of years were a bit tough, my unreliable old man still had a bit of conscience and left some inheritance for the 2 of us, enough for us to live on. Later, when I failed to awaken my abilities, the Shadow Legion and the school gave me some compensation. Plus, now that we're both in the academy, we don't have to worry about food and shelter, so there's even less reason to bother anyone else. Yi Tian smiled as he explained. This was indeed how he felt. Just like this, it was fine. As for those so-called parents, he wouldn't think about looking for them anymore. After all, they abandoned them for so many years. If they really wanted to come back, they would have done so long ago. Xiao Ao looked at the bitter smile on Yi Tian's face and felt a pang in his heart. He didn't say anything further. Yi Tian, seeing that Xiao Ao had stopped talking, closed his eyes and began organizing his system points. For beasts, which meant that even the world-class beast had been killed. And it had just been killed? Otherwise, why would it take so long to calculate the points? However, Yi Tian didn't dwell on it. As long as he had points, it was fine. Looking at his account with over 1 million points, Yi Tian suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Detected that the host's points have reached the required amount for an upgrade. Would you like to spend 500,000 points to upgrade the system? Suddenly, the system's voice came again. Upgrade, upgrade, of course, upgrade. Yi Tian said excitedly in his mind. Upgrading the system would increase the chances of triggering tasks, and the rewards for each triggered task seemed to be quite high. The last triggered task had a reward of a full 100,000 points. Unfortunately, because he was worried about learning too much at once and not being able to master it, the grandpas and grandmas at the academy had refused to teach him any new skills. They said he needed to fully master his current skills before learning more. This had caused Yi Tian to still not complete that task. Ding! Points successfully consumed. This system upgrade will take 1 month. Please look forward to it. The system said, and then completely fell into a deep sleep. Yi Tian was stunned. System? System? What the heck? Damn system, what kind of network is this? How many GS? A whole month? I'm not upgrading anymore. Just give me back my points. However, no matter how much Yi Tian called out, the system didn't respond, leaving him deeply regretful. Why didn't he ask how long the upgrade would take? Now look at this mess. Yi Tian had planned to use the points for a lottery draw, but now even with points, he couldn't draw. Fortunately, Yi Tian was relieved that at least the inventory could still be opened, and the pills inside were still usable. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Pioneer Academy. This time, Xiao Ao didn't get out of the car because he had to rush back to the Shadow Legion base for a meeting. If nothing unexpected happened, the Shadow Legion's main focus for the foreseeable future would be on finding the remaining 8 Demon Kings. After all, this was the only known method for humans to close the rift. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of a certain world's capital, a man dressed in imperial robes was seated on the throne. Report, Your Majesty, the life token left in the tomb has shattered. Below, an elderly man reported nervously. Hearing the report, a sharp glint flashed in the man's eyes. So, it's finally beginning. At Pioneer Academy, Yi Tian had just gotten out of the car when he saw Knight Emperor and Feng Mei waiting for him. Grandpa Knight, Grandma Feng. His Grandpa Knight, what happened to you? As Yi Tian approached the two, he was startled by Knight Emperor's appearance. Knight Emperor's face was bruised and swollen, and as he saw Yi Tian, he forced a smile despite the pain. That smile made it worse. Yi Tian noticed that Knight Emperor was missing 2 teeth. It's nothing. I just pushed the wheelchair a bit too fast and accidentally fell. Sigmund LLLISNT. The Academy supposed to ban wheelchair speeds over 120? Even at 240, you wouldn't end up like this. Xiao Tian, you're back. Don't mind him. This old man just drank too much and accidentally fell down the Academy's assessment stairs. Feng Mei said with a hint of annoyance as she glanced at Knight Emperor. Knight Emperor awkwardly smiled and glanced at Feng Mei, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. What fall? It was clearly you who beat me up and forced me to say I fell. That day, Old Li and I had finally found a chance to drink and watch the students' assessments while Feng Mei and those nosy old ladies were busy. Originally, we thought we could get away with it, but then Luo Tianxin and Xiao Ao showed up and ruined our plans. Upon learning that Yi Tian was going to the tomb of King Beauty, Xiao Yi was truly worried about him going alone. He decided to have Yi Huang and Old Li, who had nothing to do, accompany Yi Tian. However, when Xiao Yi found the two, they were already so drunk that they had lost consciousness and even fell asleep on the spot. Unable to bear seeing them catch a cold, Xiao Yi kindly brought Feng Mei and others to them. Just as Yi Tian got into the car heading to the tomb of King Beauty, the Academy sent over the sound of Yi Huang and Old Li's miserable cries. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. You weren't hurt, right? Yi Huang chuckled and said. He had heard about what happened in the tomb of King Beauty. When they received the news, they were all shocked. Who would have thought that Yi Tian was so fierce? In order to bring back clues to close the rift and the immortal spirit pearl, he even lifted the lid of someone else's coffin, and in doing so, provoked 2-star-level beasts and 1 realm-level beast. Just hearing the information sent by Luo Tianxin was enough to understand how dangerous the situation was at the time. As a result, Yi Huang and Old Li were once again beaten by Feng Mei and a group of elderly ladies. I'm fine, Yi Tian chuckled. Compared to me, you seem to be hurt worse. Yi Tian directly took out a blood chi pill from his inventory and handed it to Yi Huang. Grandpa Yi, take this. It might help a bit. Yi Huang nodded. He was aware that Yi Tian occasionally took out some strange pills, especially this blood chi pill. Shui Ling had once thought it could help him recover his legs and tried it, but it turned out the medicinal power was insufficient. However, it could still heal the injuries left by Feng Mei. Without hesitation, Yi Huang swallowed the blood chi pill, and in an instant, the wounds on his face completely healed. Good kid. Could you give me another one? There's another grandpa who really needs it. He fell with me and is in worse shape, still lying in bed. Yi Huang glanced at Feng Mei's expression and nervously chuckled. After all, he had encouraged Old Li to drink with him, and now Old Li was still bedridden because of it. Of course, no problem. Yi Tian smiled and immediately took out a few more pills for Yi Huang. In a way, Grandpa Yi could be considered his mentor. Without Yi Huang's 8 gates technique, he might have truly perished in the tomb of King Beauty this time. Unfortunately, the medicinal power of the blood chi pill was still insufficient to heal Yi Huang's injuries completely. Yi Tian had previously consulted the system, which explained that Yi Huang's leg wounds had been necrotic for years. Moreover, Yi Huang had paid a heavy price to activate the 8 gates in his youth, leaving many hidden ailments in his body. As the system had mentioned before, the fact that this old man was still alive was already a miracle. Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed 2 cards, one black and one white, in his inventory. They were rewards for accumulating 100,000 points. What if he upgraded the pills? Yi Tian's eyes flickered for a moment, but he decided to hold back for now. He thought it would be better to wait until the system upgrade was complete and get a clear understanding before taking action. If it could help Night Emperor recover, that would naturally be the best outcome. Hee, Xiaotian, you actually came back at a pretty good time. The assessment has already ended successfully, and today is the day for the freshman's unified class placement assessment. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Night Emperor said with a smile. Try what? Xiaotian has awakened a top-tier ability, not to mention the results he brought back from this mission. Can't he just be directly assigned? You old man, Xiaotian just helped you recover, and you've already forgotten the pain? Can't you let the child rest? Before Yi Tian could speak, Feng Mei scolded Night Emperor angrily. I was just thinking it would be good for Xiaotian to gain more experience and interact with other young people. It wouldn't hurt. Night Emperor said weakly. Oh, class placement assessment? How does it work? Yi Tian's interest was immediately piqued by Night Emperor's words. Well, it's actually not that hard. You all enter a secret realm designed by the Academy, where you kill simulated beasts to earn points. The final class placement is determined by the points ranking. Of course, you can form teams, but if you do, the points for killing beasts will be evenly distributed among the team members. So what do you think? Want to give it a try? I heard the rewards for the top 3 are quite generous. As the only disciple I recognize in the 8 gates technique, why not bring back the first place? Night Emperor said with a sly smile as he looked at Yi Tian. Xiaotian, don't listen to him. The assessment has already started. If you go in now, you'll be behind in points, and you won't be able to form a team since the other students have already grouped up and entered. You should just rest. I'll take care of the class placement for you. Feng Mei said, glancing at Night Emperor and trying to persuade Yi Tian, who was clearly interested. Heh, Yi Tian let out a silly laugh, with a bit of drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. No, Grandma Feng, I'm not tired. I can do it. I want to give it a try. Yi Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said with a serious expression. However, Yi Tian wasn't listening to any advice. As soon as Night Emperor mentioned entering the secret realm to kill beasts, Yi Tian had already made up his mind to go. Even if he didn't get a good ranking, it didn't matter because the beasts in the secret realm were all living points for him. Seeing Yi Tian's determination, Feng Mei had no choice but to let him participate in the assessment. Soon, the two of them brought Yi Tian to the assessment site. In an instant, Yi Tian was stunned by the scene before him. In the vast training room, a transparent crystal ball was suspended in the air. Inside the crystal ball, the students could be seen clearly, as if they were miniature versions. Through the display board, it was evident that the students inside were constantly fighting against the beasts. Outside, many senior students from the second year were watching the situation inside. On the side, the large screen displayed the team member lists and scores very clearly. Yi Tian glanced at it and found that the current first place was held by Situ Quangbin and Yang Muhan's group. Clearly, they had formed a team. What surprised Yi Tian was that his little sister had also joined them. How about it? All of this was created by that girl Shui Ling. Through energy conversion, people are transported inside. The crystal ball inside is like a small world, and everything inside is virtualized. Night Emperor said with a smile. Yo, little Tian is back. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt a soft sensation behind him. followed by two restless hands wandering around his abdomen. Yi Tian's face darkened. Without turning around, he could already guess who it was. Shui? Shui Ling sis, lo, long time no see. Ha ha. Ever since he assisted Shui Ling with testing the 8 gates last time, Yi Tian hadn't gone back to the lab. On one hand, he didn't want to disturb Shui Ling's research, and on the other hand, he was afraid of this. Yi Tian quickly broke free from Shui Ling's embrace. Hee Shui Ling sis, I was just about to go in for the assessment. How do I get in? Yi Tian hurriedly changed the subject. Whoa, it's Junior Yi. How is he so close with instructor Shui Ling? What on earth happened while I was away from the academy? Damn, my goddess. Oh, it's Junior Yi. I was wondering why I hadn't seen him yet. Turns out he hasn't gone in. Is he planning to take the assessment alone without forming a team? Because of the incident where Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei poisoned the water, Yi Tian had become quite famous. Afterward, Yi Tian handed out quite a few cleansing pills, and whether they were in the academy or not, many had taken the pills in the past few days. TCH, if you could endure Shui Ling Goddess's research, you could do it too. A senior said indifferently to another senior who was looking at Yi Tian with envy. Then forget it. Indeed, Shui Ling Goddess is the kind of existence you can admire from afar, but not profane. Brother, you just spoke my mind. They wanted to enjoy the same treatment as Yi Tian, but it was clear that they had all witnessed Shui Ling's terrifying side. By the way, Shui Ling sis, aren't you a researcher in biology and supernatural abilities? How do you even know how to create something this amazing? Yi Tian asked in surprise, looking at the crystal ball floating in the training ground. Impressive, right? Your sister knows a lot of things. Hearing Yi Tian's praise, Shui Ling was clearly pleased and gave a proud smile. Then, upon hearing that Yi Tian was also going to participate in the assessment, Shui Ling quickly explained the rules to him. The rules mentioned by Night Emperor were not much different. This time, the assessment lasted for a week. Today was just the beginning, and after a week, the rankings would be based on points. A team of up to 5 people could be formed. However, at this point, even if Yi Tian wanted to form a team, he couldn't, because all the students who were supposed to enter had already gone in. Only Yi Tian was left as an exception. But Yi Tian wasn't there for the point rankings, he was there for system points. I see, I understand. So how do I get in? Yi Tian's face was full of excitement. Luckily, not much time had passed, so there was still a chance. Don't rush. First, go over there and change into the special training uniform, and choose your contract weapon. Contract weapon? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, his face full of confusion. You'll find out soon. Shui Ling smiled mysteriously. Soon, after changing into the special training uniform, Yi Tian followed Night Emperor and Shui Ling to a large warehouse behind the garden. On the way, Night Emperor explained to Yi Tian what a contract weapon was. It turned out that after officially entering the academy, each student would be assigned a weapon. These weapons were not ordinary, they possessed weapon souls. When students chose their weapons, the weapons were also choosing their masters. The so-called weapon soul is a soul created by using the essence blood of a beast to forge the weapon. After a long period of nurturing, the weapon soul eventually awakens. However, the awakened weapon soul will more or less retain the ferocity and bloodthirstiness of the beast it came from. So, choosing it is just the first step. The truly important part is whether you can conquer it and make it submit to you. Night Emperor patiently explained to Yi Tian. In the future, you must continuously work with it to deepen your mutual understanding. Only then can you fully master and unleash its power. Boom! Shui Ling pushed open the warehouse door. The warehouse was extraordinarily large, with no end in sight. Little Tian, what type of weapon do you want? Shui Ling suddenly asked. Yi Tian hesitated for a moment before finally saying calmly, a long blade. Because up until now, Yi Tian still felt that he was most comfortable using a long blade. Hearing Yi Tian's answer, Shui Ling began operating the control panel at the entrance. Suddenly, the sound of machinery echoed, and all the long blade-type weapons were arranged in the first row. Yi Tian carefully examined the 2 rows of long blades, even picking some up to hold them, but then shook his head and put them back. Oh, little Tian has such high standards? You don't like any of them? Shui Ling, seeing Yi Tian's actions, was momentarily stunned. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that they feel a bit light, and I'm not used to it. Yi Tian explained. After all, this was the weapon that would accompany him in battle in the future. So Yi Tian naturally didn't want to choose carelessly. I see, hee. I understand. Shuiling spoke and suddenly started operating the control panel again. The machine began to run, and suddenly, a long blade appeared in front of Yi Tian. When the blade appeared, Yi Huang's eyes widened instantly. What the? Shuiling, are you crazy? You brought this thing out. Hee, it's fine. Didn't you say so? If anything really happens, we'll rely on you to suppress it. Shuiling said with a sly smile. Yi Huang's mouth twitched. Suppress it? Suppress it with what? I can't handle this thing. If anything, it would suppress me. Wait, I'll go get Old Li. As Yi Huang spoke, he actually wheeled himself away. Seeing Yi Huang's panicked expression, Yi Tian was also dumbfounded. This is no ordinary blade. In fact, calling it a demon blade wouldn't be an exaggeration. The spirit within it isn't infused with the blood essence of some demonic beast. We don't even know its exact origin. It was discovered by Grandpa Shao after he killed a world-class demonic beast during the Apocalypse War. As you can see, it's so violent that we had to bind it with energy-sealing chains. Shuiling explained from the side. After hearing Shuiling's explanation, Yi Tian looked at the long blade in front of him with great interest. The entire blade was suspended in the air, bound tightly by energy-sealing chains. From the outside, the blade appeared to be about 80 to 90 centimeters long, covered with intricate, partially obscured patterns. Even though it was restrained by the chains, the blade still exuded a peculiar aura. Yi Tian even felt his blood faintly boiling just from its presence. Before long, Yi Huang returned with an elderly man holding a blade. When the old man saw the blade, a trace of terror flashed in his eyes. Are you sure you want to choose this blade? This is no ordinary blade, it's a bloodthirsty demon blade. Maybe you should pick another one. You can't risk your life like this. Li Qingyuan said gravely as he looked at the blade before him. It turned out that Li Qingyuan had once tried to conquer this blade, but failed. This blade had taken countless lives, and the murderous aura it carried was terrifyingly powerful. Not only that, but the spirit within the blade. It couldn't even be called a spirit. It was as if the blade itself had awakened its own consciousness and could even manifest into a physical form. Anyone with a weak mind or low tolerance would be driven insane by the overwhelming and terrifying murderous aura in an instant. At that time, Li Qingyuan had almost been driven mad by the aura. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and threw the blade away. But even now, he didn't want to recall the things he saw while holding the blade. Since then, the blade had been bound with energy-sealing chains and sealed in this warehouse. They had hoped that one day the murderous aura of the blade could be dispelled. But to this day, only Li Qingyuan knew that it hadn't diminished much at all. At that moment, Li Qingyuan even thought about whether he should find some time to destroy this knife with old Shao. After all, keeping it here was like leaving a ticking time bomb. What if, like today, someone from the academy took it out to play again? After explaining, Li Qingyuan scolded Shuiling. You too, Shuiling girl, why do you still like to mess around so much? Is this knife something you can just take out and play with? Stop fooling around. Be good, we won't choose this one. Let's pick another, okay. After hearing Li Qingyuan's explanation, Yi Tian fell into deep thought. Just now, it seemed like this knife resonated with him. Although it was only for a moment, it felt very real to Yi Tian. Hearing Li Qingyuan's scolding, Shuiling stuck out her tongue. Hey, I was just joking, just showing it to little Tian. I wasn't really asking him to choose this knife. Saying this, Shuiling began operating the machine to put the knife back. Wait. Just as Shuiling was operating the machine, Yi Tian suddenly stopped her. The three of them were stunned, looking at Yi Tian. I want to try? I feel like this knife might be quite suitable for me. Hiss no? Little Tian, didn't you hear what I just said? This knife is a demon blade. If you can't control it, you might go crazy. Hearing Yi Tian's intention to choose this knife, Li Qingyuan immediately panicked. Hee, Grandpa Li, it's okay. I'll just try it. If it doesn't work, I'll let go immediately. Besides, aren't you and Grandpa Yi here? Yi Tian said with a smile. Even Shuiling was stunned, her heart sinking. Oh no, The joke seems to have gone too far. This. Seeing Yi Tian's determination, Li Qingyuan hesitated. If you were to say Yi Tian could control this knife, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. But he also didn't want to deny him the chance to try. After all, young people should be daring to try new things, but the risk of this attempt was just too high. Sigh, I can't make this decision. Wait here, I'll call old Xiao. If anything happens, I'll feel more at ease with him around. What are you looking at? Go call Xiao Fang. Li Qingyuan said irritably to Yi Huang, who was standing there staring at him. Shui Ling. What? I was just joking, wasn't I? Is this really necessary? Calling Grandpa Xiao? Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian, her eye twitching. Little Tian, do you have to be so bold? You want to try everything, and now you've alarmed Grandpa Xiao. Soon, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, Xiao Yi appeared with a dark face, accompanied by Fang Mei, stepping out of the spatial portal. I asked you to help little Tian choose a weapon, and you're just messing around here? Xiao Yi scolded as soon as he arrived. Li Qingyuan quickly waved his hand, indicating it wasn't his fault and that he had just been called over by Yi Huang. Shui Ling had somehow hidden behind Yi Tian, silently chanting in her heart, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Don't look at me." Finally, Xiao Yi and Fang Mei both looked at Yi Huang with displeased expressions. Yi Huang. So it's my fault. Grandpa Xiao, Grandma Fang. It has nothing to do with Grandpa Yi and the others. I just wanted to give it a try myself. I feel like this knife suits me. Yi Tian quickly stepped forward as he saw Yi Huang's terrified expression. Sigh, Xiao Tian, that's just your illusion. Trust Grandpa, this knife is not suitable for you. Xiao Yi immediately spoke up. He wouldn't dare let his grandson try something so dangerous, so he refused without a second thought. Yi Tian. No, Grandpa Xiao, I really want to try it. I truly feel this knife suits me. Yi Tian stubbornly insisted again. You really want to try? Seeing Yi Tian's determination, Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned. Yes. Yi Tian nodded seriously. This. For a moment, Xiao Yi was at a loss. Old Xiao, I think, since the child wants to try, we should give him a chance. After all, we're all here to protect him. It should be fine, right? Li Qingyuan spoke, but even his tone became uncertain as he continued. Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. That uncertain tone of yours really doesn't make your words convincing at all, does it? If you knew the relationship between me and Xiao Tian, I wonder if you'd still let Yi Tian try so easily. Xiao Yi rubbed his forehead. Sigh. After a long pause, Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. All right, since that's the case, I'll let you try. But you have to promise me, the moment you can't handle it, let go immediately. Xiao Yi said, his expression serious as he looked at Yi Tian. Don't worry. Yi Tian nodded, his expression equally serious. Ahem. Stop hiding, girl. Go operate it. I'll deal with you later. Xiao Yi coughed twice and said grumpily. Behind Yi Tian, Shui Ling immediately shivered like a startled kitten. Huh. Ha. Okay. Okay, I'll go operate it now, she stammered with a bitter expression, then reluctantly walked to the control platform. She really hadn't expected that her casual joke would be taken seriously by Yi Tian, and that he would actually want to try it. Soon, the energy sealing chains binding the knife were slowly undone. Suddenly, a powerful murderous aura burst forth from the blade, forcing everyone present to take a step back involuntarily. Shui Ling was even directly blown away. Fortunately, Xiao Yi reacted quickly. A spatial portal opened, and Shui Ling fell directly into a pile of grass nearby. Go ahead, Xiao Tian. You only have one chance. If it doesn't work, let go immediately. Xiao Yi reminded him, and at the same time, he made up his mind. If Yi Tian failed, he would destroy the knife. After all, no one could control it, and leaving it here would eventually become a ticking time bomb. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from the blade, Yi Tian was slightly startled. He could even vaguely see the murderous aura taking shape in the air. Yi Tian suppressed the murderous aura and walked straight to the blade without any hesitation, directly gripping the hilt. Boom! The moment Yi Tian touched the hilt, the murderous aura emanating from the blade intensified. Everyone could even smell a thick scent of blood in the air. Yi Tian instantly lost consciousness, his eyes turned blood red, and he stood motionless in place. At this moment, Yi Tian's consciousness completely entered another space. Rather than calling it a space, it was more like purgatory. Yi Tian looked at the scene before him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It seemed as though the entire world was dyed red with blood. Severed limbs and broken bodies were everywhere. Yi Tian, who had never seen such a sight before, almost vomited. Yi Tian had killed beasts before, but they were just beasts, not humans. Yet before him now, there were not only beasts but also human corpses. At the top of the highest mountain of corpses stood a long blade, dyed red with blood, quietly upright. Suddenly, the blade transformed into a woman dressed in a red gown, exuding an eerie allure. Yi Tian quickly activated the energy within his body, using spiritual energy to protect himself, which made him feel slightly better. The woman soon noticed Yi Tian. With just one glance, Yi Tian felt an even stronger surge of murderous aura crashing into him. The space shifted again, and the mountain of corpses and sea of blood disappeared. Before him appeared a figure, holding a blood-drenched long blade, walking out. Yi Tian's pupils slightly contracted because that figure was himself. Seeing the blood-red Yi Tian's face filled with a bloodthirsty expression, Yi Tian was completely stunned. Haha, surprised? I am you, and you are me. I am the darkest side hidden within your heart, the blood-red Yi Tian said with a cruel smile. No, no, you're not. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Staring at the blood-red Yi Tian before him, Yi Tian felt fear for the first time. He wanted to let go of the long blade in his hand, but he found that he couldn't release it. Haha, don't deny it. I am you, and you are me. I know the hatred in your heart, and I know the anger in your soul. You hate your parents for abandoning you. You are angry that they don't care about you. But you've always hidden it, afraid to face it. Since that's the case, let me face it for you. I will kill everyone to quell the hatred in your heart. I will kill everyone to fill the anger in your soul. So don't resist. Give your body to me. Ha 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 ha. No, you're not me. You can't be me. I don't have hatred. I don't have anger. I don't. Yi Tian shouted, and suddenly attacked the blood-red Yi Tian. The blood-red Yi Tian saw Yi Tian attacking him and burst into laughter. The two immediately clashed, but whether it was their moves or their skills, they were exactly the same. Fifth gate. Dumen. Open. Fifth gate. Dumen. Open. Seeing Yi Tian activate the 8 gates, the blood-red Yi Tian also activated the 8 gates. Protect. Protect. Their skills were still identical. No. Impossible. I don't believe it. Void Sky Palm. Yi Tian shouted, instantly gathering his spiritual power into his hand and striking out with a palm. Void Sky Palm. However, the red Yi Tian also mimicked him, striking out with the same move. Yi Tian was stunned. He hadn't expected that the red Yi Tian would even know the Void Sky Palm. The two fought for an unknown amount of time. In the end, Yi Tian, exhausted, fell to one knee on the ground. Haha, give up. You can't possibly defeat me, because I am you, and you are me. Whatever you know, I know. Moreover, in this space, my spiritual energy is limitless. And you? Ha ha ha. Yi Tian looked at the red Yi Tian in front of him and let out a helpless, bitter smile. Well, that's truly a deadlock. Ha ha. So stop resisting. Just obediently hand over your body to me. The red Yi Tian finished speaking and charged directly at Yi Tian, instantly transforming into a red mist and merging into Yi Tian's body. Outside, after Yi Tian gripped the long blade, he became unusually quiet. Everyone watching this scene was completely stunned. This is impossible. Especially Li Qingyuan. When he had first gripped the long blade, he had seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, while feeling an overwhelming killing intent rushing toward him. He had no choice but to throw the blade away. However, now, although he didn't know what Yi Tian had seen, it seemed that Yi Tian wasn't affected by that killing intent. For a moment, everyone was unsure whether to intervene and could only stand by, watching with heavy expressions. Inside the space, after the red Yi Tian turned into a red mist and merged into Yi Tian's body, Yi Tian felt his consciousness gradually becoming hazy, and his body slowly losing control. Sleep now. Be a good boy, just sleep. Hand over your body to me. and let me accomplish what you never could. I will kill everyone for you, extinguish your hatred, and destroy everything in this world to quell your anger." Suddenly, a female voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears. Yi Tian even felt as though he could no longer think, and slowly, he finally lost all consciousness. Sensing that Yi Tian had completely fallen into slumber, the artifact spirit immediately accelerated the process of seizing his body. She didn't know how long she had been waiting, sealed in this dark, sunless place by those old men. So, the moment she was released by the water spirit, she controlled the outburst of killing intent and dragged this boy into her space to seize his body. Only in this way could she avoid arousing suspicion from those old geezers outside. Suddenly, the artifact spirit's possession was interrupted. Who? The artifact spirit began scanning the surroundings, but found no one. Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze unusually profound. The artifact spirit was shocked. Wasn't this boy already unconscious? How could he? Before she could finish her thought, a domineering force directly expelled her from his body. You, are you also a lonely soul? Yi Tian looked indifferently at the artifact spirit before him, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Impossible. Haven't you already lost consciousness? You're not that boy. Who exactly are you? The artifact spirit, interrupted in its attempt to seize control, was extremely furious, and an overwhelming aura of hostility erupted completely. However, Yi Tian faced the powerful hostility before him with an expression that remained calm and unperturbed. Who am I? It doesn't matter anymore, Yi Tian said indifferently, his gaze fixed on the artifact spirit. Suddenly, the artifact spirit trembled all over, because at the moment Yi Tian looked at her, she felt an aura of hostility 1,000 times more terrifying than the one she had unleashed. Death. Absolute death. This was the artifact spirit's first thought upon sensing the aura emanating from Yi Tian. The boy before her only needed to move his finger slightly, and she would undoubtedly perish. Surrender or perish. Choose. Yi Tian paid no attention to the artifact spirit's thoughts. A white light appeared in his hand, carrying an incomparably powerful aura of destruction, as he gazed down at the artifact spirit with an unshaken expression. I surrender. I surrender. The artifact spirit dared not say another word and quickly chose to submit, because she knew that the person before her was not joking. If she chose to refuse, she would immediately perish and vanish from existence. As soon as the artifact spirit chose to surrender, the white light in Yi Tian's hand disappeared. With a wave of his hand, a strand of the artifact spirit's essence was extracted and bound to Yi Tian. From this moment on, if Yi Tian were to die, she would also perish and vanish from existence. After finishing all this, the artifact spirit finally felt the terrifying aura dissipate, and Yi Tian slowly regained consciousness, still somewhat dazed. Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground, Yi Tian was completely bewildered. What was going on? Where was the red me? Ma? Master? The artifact spirit respectfully knelt on the ground and called out. Master? What's going on here? Yi Tian was stunned. When did I become your master? The artifact spirit fell silent. It was clear that the boy before her was unaware of that person's existence. The artifact spirit couldn't fathom that person's intentions, and since that person hadn't said anything, she certainly couldn't reveal it either. You just passed my test, so you are now my master. The artifact spirit could only come up with a random excuse. I passed the test? But why didn't I feel anything? Yi Tian said, full of doubt. Maybe it's because Master's mind is too strong, so you didn't feel much omega nung ha. The artifact spirit laughed awkwardly. Yi Tian thought for a moment. Apart from that, it seemed there was no better explanation, so he decided not to dwell on it further. What is your name? And where is this place? Yi Tian set aside his thoughts and asked in confusion. Ever since my previous master fell, I have been nameless. Now that you are my master, it is only right for you to grant me a name. The artifact spirit said respectfully, feeling relieved as it saw Yi Tian being successfully fooled. Seeing as you're all dressed in red and seem to like the color so much, how about I call you Little Red? Yi Tian chuckled as he responded to the artifact spirit's words. As long as it's a name given by my master, I will like it. The artifact spirit's mouth twitched as it forced a smile. Little Red, if it weren't for that person's existence, I would have gotten up and fought you to the death right now. Haha, just kidding. I'll call you Yiyu then. You'll share my surname, and from now on, you'll be my partner. Let's work well together on the battlefield. Yi Tian said with a smile. Yiyu Yiyu. The artifact spirit immediately smiled, clearly satisfied with the name. Yiyu thanks Master for granting me a name. Yiyu quickly responded respectfully after realizing. Ahem. Well, little you don't need to call me Master. Just call me Brother Yi instead. Otherwise, people might think we're cosplaying and playing master-servant roles. Yi Tian said, feeling a bit uncomfortable hearing Yiyu call him Master. But Master, aren't we a master and servant? Yiyu asked with a puzzled expression. Yi Tian. Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense. Fair point. But, let's not say that anymore, okay? Just call me Brother Yi. That's your first order from your master. Seeing Yiyu's straightforward logic, Yi Tian could only resort to giving an order to make Yiyu comply. All right, Mahum. Yi Tian immediately shot Yiyu a glare. Brother Yi. Seeing Yi Tian's expression, Yiyu quickly corrected herself. All right, that's better. Now let's head out. I bet Grandpa Xiao and the others are getting impatient outside. Yi Tian said with a faint smile. All right, Brother Yi. Yi replied, waving her small hand. Yi Tian suddenly felt a pulling force, and his consciousness returned to reality. As Yi Tian's consciousness returned to reality, the murderous aura emanating from the long blade in his hand instantly vanished. Yi Tian carefully felt the long blade in his hand its length. Wait, everything was just perfect. Clearly, Yi Tian was very satisfied with the long blade in his hand. After weighing the long blade in his hand, Yi Tian turned to look at Xiao Yi and the others, only to find them completely stunned. Xiao? Xiao Tian, is this? Did you subdue this demon blade? Xiao Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief, but the evidence was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Yeah, I subdued it. This blade is pretty good, suits me well. Yi Tian said with a smile, raising the long blade in his hand. So I really subdued it. But didn't you see that mountain of corpses and sea of blood? And that violent murderous aura? Li Qingyuan also looked at Yi Tian with a face full of shock, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. The demon blade's aura had completely dissipated, clearly recognizing Yi Tian as its master. To be honest, Li Qingyuan had been coveting this blade for a long time, but he had never been able to make it submit. Helpless, he chose to seal it, hoping to dissolve the demonic aura of the blade and then make it submit. However, he never expected that today it would end up in Yi Tian's hands. That's why I said it must be related to my new ability. This guy seems to really like my energy. Yi Tian chuckled, casually coming up with an explanation, because honestly, he himself didn't know how he managed to make the demonic blade submit. Xiaoyu. Yi Tian smiled, and, with a thought, the entire long blade suddenly emitted a terrifying demonic aura. The aura began to condense, and a woman in a red dress suddenly appeared before everyone. Seeing Xiaoyu, the hearts of Xiao Yi and the others, which had just settled down, were once again on edge. They could feel the boundless demonic aura emanating from Xiaoyu, and Shui Ling's face turned pale as she hid in the bushes. After all, she was a researcher, and her combat power was definitely not on par with Xiao Yi and the others. Master, Xiaoyu greeted respectfully. However, what surprised everyone was that the woman in the red dress actually called Yi Tian Master and seemed exceptionally reverent. I told you to call me Brother Yi, and you forgot so quickly? Yi Tian was speechless. That Master you just called me is going to make Grandpa Xiao and Grandpa Li misunderstand. Sorry, Moss. Brother Yi. Xiaoyu quickly corrected herself. That's better, Yi Tian said with a satisfied smile. Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa Li, you don't need to be nervous. This is Xiaoyu. Well, you can think of her as the spirit of this long blade. Yi Tian quickly reassured Xiao Yi and the others. A spirit? Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, everyone was momentarily stunned, then looked at Xiaoyu with strange expressions. So, The visions and the demonic aura impact I saw earlier were all caused by this girl. Li Qingyuan was even more taken aback. Hee hee, I think so. Come on, Xiaoyu, show Grandpa and Grandma your strength. Yi Tian said with a smile. All right, Brother Yi. Xiaoyu also smiled faintly, then suddenly transformed into a powerful demonic aura, enveloping Yi Tian and the entire long blade. In an instant, Yi Tian's entire being erupted with an incredibly powerful aura. The demonic energy condensed on him, forming a set of red armor. At the same time, behind Yi Tian, Xiaoyu's phantom appeared, her gaze coldly fixed on everyone. Feeling the demonic aura emanating from Yi Tian and Xiaoyu's endlessly cold gaze, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, a chill shooting straight to their bones. Yi Tian also seriously felt the power, and only after a long while did he withdraw it. So terrifying. Just for a moment, I felt as if I saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Night Emperor, sitting in his wheelchair, said in horror. Xiao Yi and Li Qingyuan twitched the corners of their mouths. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Haven't you seen enough of those? During the apocalyptic war, weren't there several of those created by you? You old rascal? Ahem. Since this blade has chosen you as its master, it will be your spiritual weapon from now on. Remember to take good care of it, train hard, and in the future, dedicate your strength to protecting Huaxia. Do you understand? Xiao Yi said calmly after coming to his senses. Yes, I understand, Grandpa Xiao. Yi Tian replied with a smile. Good. Since that's the case, I heard you want to participate in the class division assessment, right? You've got your weapon now, so hurry up and go. Try to bring back a good result. Xiao Yi smiled. In truth, the previous words were just a formal procedure. As long as his grandson could grow up happily and carefree, that was enough for him. Xiao Yi no longer expected Yi Tian to truly contribute to Huaxia, as he believed the Xiao family had already made enough sacrifices. By the way, Xue Ling, where's Xue Ling? Xiao Ao suddenly asked. Here. I'm here, Dean Xiao. Xue Ling slowly raised her hand and called out from the nearby bushes. Oh, why are you hiding there? Hurry up and take Xiao Tian to the class division assessment. Xiao Yi looked at the disheveled and dirty Xue Ling with a speechless expression. All right, I'll take him now. Let's go, Brother Yi. Xue Ling practically gritted her teeth as she said this. Why did she have to summon that demon blade? Not only did it leave her in such a mess, but that red-clothed woman even stole her spot. That was her exclusive cuddle spot, and she only occasionally hugged Yi Tian. But now, the woman had directly mounted him? Seeing Xue Ling's gritted teeth, Yi Tian was dumbfounded. What was wrong with Sister Xue Ling? Why was she suddenly angry? Luckily, Yi Tian didn't know what Xue Ling was thinking, or he would have been so furious he'd spit blood. What do you mean by your spot? Did you even ask me? Soon, Xue Ling brought Yi Tian back to the assessment training ground. When the students saw Xue Ling and Yi Tian return to the training ground, the scene instantly became lively. Some students even recognized the long blade in Yi Tian's hand. Isn't Junior Yi Tian just supposed to change clothes and pick a weapon? Why did it take so long? And why does the goddess look so disheveled? A senior asked in confusion. My goddess is no longer pure. Upon hearing the senior's words, another senior began to observe carefully and then let out a painful cry. What do you mean no longer pure? How do you know? The senior became even more puzzled. Look, there are still grass roots and leaves on the goddess's clothes, and Junior Yi Tian even changed his clothes. Think about it. Think carefully. The senior followed his words and thought for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Sigma, my goddess. Ugh, no, it's my god. Has Junior Yi Tian fallen into Instructor Xue Ling's hands like this? Upon hearing the senior's words, the group of senior sisters also became heartbroken. The scene instantly turned into chaos. I think something's wrong. Look at the knife on Junior Xiaotian. Another senior, who seemed relatively calm, suddenly spoke lightly. Only then did everyone shift their gaze to the long knife on Yi Tian's back. Instantly, everyone gasped in shock. That's the legendary demon blade. Isn't it? Why is it on Junior Yi Tian? It should be. It's mentioned in the textbooks. That demon blade has an unknown origin, and because of its overwhelming murderous aura, no one has been able to control it. Since the academy was established, it has been sealed by the dean. Could it be that Junior Yi Tian has managed to subdue the demon blade? That's right, it's the demon blade. Look, a senior suddenly pulled out a textbook from somewhere and placed it in front of everyone. Here, we're this. This is the score tracker. Every time you kill a demon beast, the score will be recorded through this bracelet and displayed outside to show your results. Shui Ling explained while helping Yi Tian put on the bracelet. Also, the environment inside is a 100% simulation of the rift. You'll first be transported to the starting point, which is equivalent to the base camp of the rift. The deeper you go, the higher the level of demon beasts you'll encounter. If you come across a demon beast that's far stronger than you and can't fend it off, you'll have one chance to revive. The bracelet will instantly transport you back to the starting point. However, if it happens a second time, you'll be directly transported out and your score will be calculated. Shui Ling pointed to the teleportation array nearby. Occasionally, white light flashed there, and some students were teleported out with frustrated expressions. Afterward, Yi Tian stepped onto the teleportation array at the entrance. Shui Ling quickly operated the machine, and suddenly, the teleportation array emitted an unusual white light. The next moment, a strong sense of dizziness overwhelmed Yi Tian, and he felt as if the world was spinning. When Yi Tian regained his senses, the scene before him had completely changed. He saw a vast expanse of blue skies and white clouds, with endless mountain ranges standing tall in the distance. Yi Tian was genuinely startled by Shui Ling's advanced technology. He hadn't expected that what Shui Ling had created would truly resemble the world inside the rift to a T. Points, here I come. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian spread his arms and smiled, then immediately headed deeper into the rift. Outside, as Yi Tian entered, the monitor split into another screen, and Yi Tian's figure instantly appeared on it. When Yi Tian's image was displayed, everyone froze for a moment, as it happened to show him spreading his arms and taking a deep breath of air. Everyone's mouths twitched as they watched. This kid, how badly has the city's smog affected him? Judging by his expression, it's as if he's never breathed fresh air before. Is it really that serious? Shui Ling also glanced at Yi Tian's figure walking deeper into the rift and smiled faintly. Take your time and enjoy, little Tian. After saying that, Shui Ling left. She needed to clean up the dirt on herself. Inside the assessment world, Yi Tian walked deeper into the crevice. Perhaps because the area near the starting point had already been cleared of beasts by the students who entered earlier, Yi Tian didn't encounter a single beast. This left him somewhat speechless. It seemed this system really needed improvement. Shouldn't there be periodic refreshes? Sensing that there were no beasts in the vicinity, Yi Tian had no choice but to continue heading deeper. After all, he was here to earn points. How could he earn points if there weren't any beasts? Yi Tian didn't know how long he had been walking when suddenly, the sound of intense fighting came from afar. His expression froze, and he immediately ran toward the source of the commotion. Finally, were there beasts appearing at last? After walking for so long without encountering any beasts, hearing such fierce fighting now made Yi Tian feel a faint sense of excitement. Soon, Yi Tian saw a massive beast in the distance. It was a creature he had never encountered before, resembling an oversized lizard, but with flames burning on its back that extended all the way to the tip of its tail. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and its eyes radiated intense killing intent as it stared at the 5 people in front of it. What kind of beast is this? It's quite unique. Yi Tian's interest was piqued, and he began observing it closely. Beep, fire lizard detected. This beast belongs to the fire lizard species, known for its ferocity. Level, early gold tier. Suddenly, Yi Tian's wristband provided information about the beast, leaving him momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the wristband to include beast descriptions. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Tian decided not to intervene. Instead, he found a spot nearby to sit and watch. After all, this was a beast that another team had discovered first, and it seemed like they were already halfway through the fight. Since they were all students from the same academy, Yi Tian felt there was no need to step in. If others misunderstood and thought he was trying to steal points, that would be bad. The 5 people facing off against the beast noticed Yi, but they were also taken aback by his actions. Wasn't he going to help? Wasn't he here to steal points? Clearly, these 5 students had already assumed Yi was there to snatch points. Roar. However, the fire lizard didn't care about their thoughts. It let out a thunderous roar, and a massive flame began to form in its mouth before it spewed it directly at the 5 people. Watch out, a female student in the team warned, leaping to the side and immediately channeling her energy. The other 4 were quickly enveloped in a layer of white light, and their movements became faster. "I'll handle this," shouted a male student holding a shield. He positioned the shield in front of the group, his body radiating a red glow, while the others took cover behind him. Boom. The massive flame struck the shield directly, illuminating the faces of the students in a fiery red glow. "This isn't working. The flames are too strong, I can't hold on much longer. Hurry up and attack," the shield-bearing student suddenly shouted. The other 3 exchanged glances, then immediately leaped up from the ground and unleashed their abilities, attacking the fire salamander beast. Roar! The fire salamander beast, struck by the abilities, let out a pained roar. Instantly, its eyes turned even redder. It couldn't believe that the damage from these ants could be so high. Suddenly, the entire body of the fire salamander beast was engulfed in flames, resembling a massive fireball. This was its true form. Roar! The fire salamander beast roared again, and the ground around it began to tremble. The energy surrounding its body became extraordinarily violent, exuding a terrifying aura. "Not good. It's about to enter berserk mode. Retreat quickly," the shield-bearing boy shouted anxiously. "Stonewall." He slammed his hands onto the ground, and instantly, 4 thick walls rose in front of the fire salamander beast, completely enclosing it. This also gave his companions time to retreat. Roar! Crash! However, the walls didn't hold for long and were shattered by the flame-covered fire salamander beast. Its long, fiery tail, radiating intense heat, lashed out at the group. "Sturdy shield." The shield-bearing boy roared and charged forward with his shield, blocking the attack for his companions. "Enhance." The girl in the rear reacted quickly, casting another buff on the shield-bearing boy. However, the disparity in strength was too great. The shield-bearing boy was struck by the fire salamander beast's tail and sent flying, his shield knocked out of his hands. He was flung backward. After the shield-bearing boy was sent flying, the fiery tail continued its assault on the remaining 3. They had no time to dodge and were also sent flying. Although injuries wouldn't occur in the assessment world, the pain was still very real. The damage they suffered was evident, as their wristbands emitted a beep, beep, beep sound. On the scene, only the support girl was left standing in place, her face pale as she stared at the fire salamander beast in front of her. Roar! The fire salamander beast seemed to be declaring itself the victor of this battle. Flames began to gather in its mouth, forming a massive fireball as it aimed its gaping maw at the group. Seeing this, Yi stood up, dusted himself off, and decided it was time to act. It was clear that the group was no match for the fire salamander beast, so stepping in now wouldn't be considered stealing their points. "Xiaoyu, let me see your strength." Yi gently stroked the demon blade and smiled faintly. Yi then performed his swift step technique, taking a single step and instantly disappearing from where he stood. Outside, Junior Yi finally decided to step in. After watching for so long, he finally remembered to help. "TCH, what do you know?" Junior Yi just didn't want others to think he was stealing points. Seeing Yi take action, the senior brothers and sisters who had been watching the scene began to discuss animatedly. Boom! A massive pillar of fire suddenly shot towards the group. They all helplessly closed their eyes, preparing to be eliminated, as this was already their second chance. If they were eliminated this time, it would truly be over for them. Just as the fierce flames were about to engulf them, a sharp flash streaked through, instantly splitting the fire into 2 halves, flying to the left and right. Yi. Yi got. The support girl, sitting weakly on the ground, slowly opened her eyes, only to see a handsome figure standing before her. Was it Yi God who acted? Did he save them? Sorry, I only stepped in because I saw you couldn't hold on anymore. So you don't mind if I take down this beast, right? That way, it doesn't count as stealing your points, right? Yi Tian said to them with a smile. The group quickly shook their heads. Are you kidding? Who would mind? If Yi Tian hadn't stepped in, they wouldn't even have the chance to stay. Seeing their agreement, Yi Tian smiled faintly and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the fire lizard beast. Guard! Without a second thought, Yi Tian began his attack, slashing at the fire lizard beast with his blade. The long blade swept through the air, stirring the atmosphere. In the next moment, the fire lizard beast was directly split in half. Since it was a system-generated creature, there was no gruesome scene as imagined. Instead, the fire lizard beast's body instantly dissolved into light and vanished. Yi Tian didn't hear any system notification, but he noticed his points increased when he killed the fire lizard beast. Although it was only 500 points, Yi Tian was quite satisfied, as the annoying system hadn't shut down the points acquisition channel. Hisso, one slash and it's done? This. The team leader's face showed a bitter smile. Their entire team had struggled with the fire lizard beast for half a day, only for Yi Tian to solve it with a single slash. Thanks. Yi Tian smiled at the group and disappeared again, sensing the presence of more beasts nearby. He hurriedly rushed over. The group was left staring in shock. Yi Tian continued heading towards the location of the beasts. Soon, he encountered 2 more fire lizard beasts. Without hesitation, he took them down with 2 slashes. After finishing them off, Yi Tian continued deeper into the rift, eliminating every beast he encountered along the way with a single slash. Meanwhile, on the external points leaderboard, Yi Tian's name was skyrocketing like a rocket, climbing higher and higher. Shui Ling had also returned to the assessment field. After taking a bath, she changed into a red dress. Her stunning figure and exquisite face made her look exceptionally beautiful, with a hint of charm. Hiss, as expected of my goddess. She looks even more beautiful today than yesterday. Yeah, I think the goddess's outfit today. Hey bro, what's wrong? Stomachache? No, why? Then why are you bent over? Stomach pain. The appearance of Shui Ling immediately attracted the attention of all the men present. Some who came with their girlfriends to watch the assessment almost ended up breaking up. However, Shui Ling completely ignored the group of students and instead stared at Yi Tian on the screen, her lips slightly curved into a smile. I wonder how you'll react when I call you Brother Yi with this outfit after you come out. Achoo. Hiss, am I catching a cold? Impossible. Inside the assessment world, Yi Tian had just finished battling an ice-type beast. The entire ground was completely frozen, and the ice-type beast had already turned into light and dissipated. Yet, Yi Tian inexplicably felt a chill and shivered. After that, Yi Tian left the area with his long blade. No, I need to leave quickly, or I'll really catch a cold later. Yi Tian continued walking deeper into the secret realm. Just as he entered a mountain range, the ground suddenly shook, accompanied by a massive roar. Yi Tian quickly dodged the falling rocks from the mountain. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared before him. Out of nowhere, a massive hand swung toward Yi Tian. He quickly used his swift step to dodge the enormous hand. After evading, Yi Tian finally saw the true form of the beast. Looking at the beast before him, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel casual about it. Wasn't this the giant ape he encountered on the 100th floor during the entrance assessment? Beep beep, Sky Ape, Earth type, King of the Mountains, mid-platinum level, skills. Earth shaking, King's roar, mental taunt. A string of skill descriptions instantly left Yi Tian dumbfounded. What the heck? Back during the Academy's 100th floor assessment, this ape didn't have so many skills, did it duh? What Yi Tian didn't know was that during the entrance assessment, Xiao Yi had deliberately sealed the Sky Ape's skills, leaving only its physical strength. But now, in the assessment world, Shui Ling wasn't as kind-hearted as Xiao Yi, let alone sealing the beast's abilities. The Sky Ape didn't give Yi Tian much time to think. In a flash, its massive body disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Yi Tian, its 2 palms combined, slamming down fiercely toward him. Boom! With a loud sound, the spot where Yi Tian stood was smashed into a large pit, smoke and dust rising everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. It seems this sky ape is indeed different from the one in the previous assessment. Its speed is much faster than the one I encountered back then. As the smoke cleared, Yi figure emerged. When the sky ape attacked him, Yi had already used Swift Step to leave the spot. The sky ape, of course, realized it had missed its target and let out a furious roar, charging at Yi again. Good timing. Yi didn't retreat but advanced, rushing toward the sky ape as well. Protect. In an instant, Yi arms turned into a crimson steel color. He swung a punch, directly colliding with the massive fist of the sky ape. The scene was incredibly shocking as their fists clashed, causing a fierce gust of wind. Yi physical strength was now far beyond what it used to be. Not only had he undergone gravity chamber training, but he had also gained the enhancement of the chaos barbaric body, elevating his physique to a terrifying level. For a moment, the strength of the man and the ape was truly evenly matched. Roar! The sky ape also sensed the immense power of this small figure before it and let out a furious roar. With this roar, it simultaneously activated a skill. Yi instantly felt a tremendous pressure. Looking at the sky ape's massive body, he even faintly began to feel a desire to retreat. Is this the king's roar? Yi gritted his teeth as he resisted the pressure from the sky ape's fist while simultaneously enduring the oppressive force of the sky ape king's roar. Even Yi felt an overwhelming pressure. Humph! Yi increased the strength in his fist once again, forcefully pushing back the sky ape's fist. The massive body of the sky ape was actually pushed back 2 steps. However, Yi did not stop his attack. He swiftly drew the long blade from his back and executed the free step technique. By the time the sky ape reacted, it only saw Yi standing right in front of it, the long demonic blade emitting a sharp, cold gleam as it slashed toward it. Roar! The sky ape crossed its arms in front of its chest, and a thick yellow shield suddenly covered its massive forearms. Clang! The demonic blade struck the shield, but it failed to break through. Seeing his attack was ineffective, Yi quickly withdrew his blade and retreated. However, this gave the sky ape an opening. With a furious roar, it charged at Yi carrying the oppressive force of the king's roar. Yi used his blade as a shield, blocking in front of him. Once he steadied himself, he realized that the sky ape's massive body was now completely covered by a thick yellow stone wall, as if it had donned a suit of armor. Impressive, its reaction is so fast. Yi pupils contracted slightly, clearly shocked by the sky ape's response. Outside, all the students were staring in astonishment at the screen showing the battle between the man and the ape. The fight was so intense that it felt off. Normally, the beasts created by the system shouldn't be this powerful. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned to look at Shui Ling's position. What they saw made their faces collectively darken. Shui Ling had somehow gotten hold of a game controller and had connected it directly to the control console. Unbelievable. While the students were undergoing their assessment in the test world, not only was the instructor not supervising, but she was actually using a game controller to control the beasts to fight against the students. No one could have imagined such a ridiculous move. Just because Yi Jr. had fought her in reality, now she was using beasts to fight him in the test world? Well, it seems like this might actually be acceptable. Omega. Suddenly, many senior students inexplicably felt a sense of balance in their hearts. Sure enough, wanting to completely control a goddess comes with a price, just like Yi. The trial world. Seeing that even the sky ape armor was equipped, Yi started to get serious. He couldn't lose to a monkey. Xiaoyu, Yi shouted. Instantly, the long blade erupted with a surge of overwhelming murderous aura, enveloping Yi entirely. Xiaoyu's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Hiss this is terrifying murderous aura. Look, is that the prototype of the demon blade? Wow, such a beautiful young lady. If I had known, I would have tried to conquer the demon blade too. TCH, give me a break. Are you sure you'd conquer her and not the other way around? That murderous aura is so terrifying I can feel it through the screen. Seeing Xiaoyu appear, many senior brothers began to envy Yi Tian, but at the same time, they were utterly terrified by the murderous aura emanating from Xiaoyu. surrounded by the murderous aura. Yi Tian's expression was cold, and his long blade pointed directly at the sky ape. Ah, it's you again, stealing my spot. I'll let you steal it. I'll beat you to death. Shui Ling quickly operated the game controller. Shield. Yi Tian used the shield skill again. With the murderous aura armor on him, he looked exceptionally cool, and his power became even stronger. Without any hesitation, Yi Tian slashed at the sky ape again. A faint red glow flashed across the sharp blade, and without thinking too much, Yi Tian continued to venture deeper. Although he was currently at the 6-star gold level, equivalent to mid-gold level, the battle with the sky ape just now made him realize that he wouldn't panic even when facing platinum-level beasts. In the assessment world, in another mountain range far from Yi Tian, the area was littered with trampled trees, a chaotic mess everywhere, with trees burning in the distance and others frozen solid. Phew, this should be our limit. No, we can't go any deeper. Sidong Quangbin collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Not just him, but Huyen Wei, Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, and Yi Xian, all 5 of them looked extremely disheveled, and at this moment, they were also lying on the ground, completely drained of energy. They had just encountered a platinum-level sky ape as well, and it took all their strength to kill it. At the same time, they had exhausted all their energy. I agree. That was terrifying as hell. This big monkey is way scarier than the one old Yi encountered during the staircase assessment. Huyen Wei said weakly. Yeah, we should rest for a bit and then leave this place quickly. If another one shows up, I don't know what we'll do. Yang Muhan's delicate face was covered in sweat, her complexion slightly pale from the excessive energy she had expended while dealing with the sky ape. Oh, come on, Sister Muhan. We can't be that unlucky. Don't worry, Xia Chu said nonchalantly from the side. She seemed relatively energetic, but her face looked just as pale as Yang Muhan's, clearly exhausted as well. Roar. However, just as Xia Chu finished speaking, her expression froze. No way. Could they really be that unlucky? A massive figure appeared, a sky ape holding a giant stone pillar, emerging right before their eyes. Damn it, witch. Look at your jinxed mouth. Run. Sitong Quangbin was the first to get up and sprint away. I didn't know it would actually come true. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Xia Chu also started running while glancing back, the enormous figure looming like a nightmare. This is bad, it noticed us. We can't escape. Huyen Wei looked helplessly at the massive sky ape, which had now locked its gaze on them. Roar. Without any hesitation, the gigantic sky ape charged straight at them. Space Rift. Yi Xian ran while channeling the last bit of her energy to open a space rift. Quick, run this way, Yi Xian shouted, and the group hurriedly dashed into the space rift. As everyone entered the spatial rift, the attack from the sky ape also landed, instantly creating a massive crater at the original spot. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the assessment. Within the assessment world, roughly 2/3 of the students had been teleported out, leaving behind mostly those who had awakened top-tier abilities. In a mountain range, a young girl stood smiling as she watched the sky ape attack her. She stood there without any change in her expression. Just as the sky ape was about to strike her, suddenly, its massive body was enveloped by a strange energy, and in an instant, the entire sky ape turned into light and dissipated. Elsewhere, a platinum-level beast attacked a young man. However, just as the beast's attack landed, the massive creature was instantly sliced into countless pieces, turning into light and dissipating. In another location, 2 enormous figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One was an assessment beast, and the other was a fully dragon-transformed young man. The 2 colossal beings were tearing into each other. Meanwhile, the assessment world continued to shrink, forcing the students to delve deeper into the world. If they didn't go deeper, they would be instantly eliminated. Ultimately, Situ Quangbin and Yang Muhan, along with others, were forced back into the platinum zone, where they were finally eliminated by a platinum-level beast. Heh, beyond this point is the diamond zone. I doubt anyone has gone deeper than me. ISNT the first place mine this time, a young man in the assessment world said confidently, smiling. After all, even if the number of beasts killed was similar, those who lasted until the end would receive extra points. As he approached the edge of the assessment world, the young man spread his arms and gave up resisting. After all, going deeper would only lead to elimination by diamond-level beasts. It was better to wait quietly for the edge of the assessment world to eliminate him. This assessment is finally over. The title of the strongest gold tier belongs to me. The young man showed a satisfied expression on his face. Then, his entire body emitted white light, and in the next moment, he was eliminated by the edge of the assessment world and teleported back to the assessment field. Hee hee. Next, I'll be greeted by cheers and applause from the entire crowd, right? The young man kept fantasizing about the scene before him, even preparing his speech in his mind. Ah, Shui Ling, this 1T work. How can you use this move? Watch me, Xia Chu said as he grabbed the game controller from Shui Ling's hands. Hiss, this move works, but it's still a bit off. Shui Ling's eyes lit up as she watched Xia Chu's operation, but it was still slightly lacking. I've got it. Wait a moment. Hold this guy off first, Shui Ling suddenly said, and somehow, she managed to get another game controller. Is it going to be okay? Yi Xian looked at the screen with a worried expression, staring at Yi Tian. Hey, don't worry. I know you're concerned about your brother, but relax, it's fine. No one's going to die. Shui Ling waved her hand and smiled. Exactly, don't worry, Sister Yi Xian, nothing will happen. Or, why don't you join us for a bit? Xiao Chu also laughed carelessly. Meanwhile, Situ Kuangbin and Hu Yin Wei exchanged dark looks, their faces full of speechlessness as they watched the absurd antics of the two. It wasn't just them, even the senior brothers and sisters watching were horrified, staring at Xia Chu and Shui Ling. What kind of grudge do you two have against Junior Yi Tian? Torturing him alone isn't enough? Now you're teaming up? Are you serious? The student who had just been teleported out was still standing there with his eyes closed, trying to sense his surroundings. But instead of feeling the enthusiastic cheers from the assessment field, he heard Xia Chu and Shui Ling's conversation. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, his expression froze completely. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. This narcissist, does he think he's the last one to come out? Nearby, a boy who had also awakened an SSS-level top-tier ability suddenly clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Xinghe, shut up, just shut up already. Min Jinghao, by Xingyun, realizing what was happening, turned bright red and glared at the laughing youth. Their commotion immediately caught Shui Ling's attention. Oh, you're out? Go wait over there for a bit. Once we drag that brat out, the assessment will be over. Shui Ling smiled as she looked at Bai Xinghe and spoke. Hearing Shui Ling's words, Bai Xingyun blushed and quietly walked over to stand beside Bai Xinghe. Only then did she turn her gaze to the screen, and she was instantly shocked again. On the screen, a young man was fighting evenly with a diamond-level beast. Suddenly, from a distance, another diamond-level beast charged toward them. Seeing the sudden appearance of the second diamond-level beast, Bai Xinghe shifted his gaze to Shui Ling, and his face darkened as well. He finally understood what Shui Ling meant by, once we drag that brat out, the assessment will be over. Inside the assessment world, Yi Tian was facing off against the diamond-level beast in front of him. The beast was a massive tiger radiating a ferocious aura. However, after more than 2 days of intense combat, Yi Tian's fighting skills and evasion techniques had improved significantly. So even against a diamond-level beast, Yi Tian still hadn't gone all out. Roar! As the tiger let out another roar, its massive paw swiped toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't back down, activating his shield and charging forward. Man and beast collided, and the resulting energy spread outward, toppling another swath of trees. Roar! However, just as Yi Tian was locked in battle with the tiger, a giant demon bear suddenly attacked. Yi Tian quickly used his Xiaoyao step to separate himself from the tiger. Boom! Just as Yi Tian left, the spot where he had been standing was blasted into a huge pit in the next second. Ah, Shui Ling, be careful, don't crush me to death. Xia Chu reminded inside the assessment field. Just now, Shui Ling's strike didn't kill Yi Tian, but it almost hit the tiger she was controlling. Hee hee, my bad, no worries, let's go at him together. Shui Ling laughed. On the side, Situ Kuangbin and the others twitched their mouths. What kind of karma did old Yi bring upon himself? Inside the assessment world, Yi Tian looked solemnly at the tiger and bear in front of him. To be honest, he hadn't used his full strength against a single diamond-level beast before, as he wanted to hone his combat skills. But to truly take one down, even with full strength, it would take considerable effort. And now, there's another one? Moreover, why aren't the two fighting each other? Why are they both staring at me? Roar! Roar! The two diamond-level beasts emitted a terrifying aura and roared at Yi Tian. Yi Tian became extremely serious. One beast might still allow him to hold back and use the opportunity to refine his combat techniques. But two beasts? That's no joke, especially when both are diamond-level beasts. Yi Tian immediately drew the long blade from his back and began to crazily activate his cultivation technique. Xiaoyu, understood, Brother Yi. In the next moment, the long blade also emitted an unusually violent aura of killing intent, enveloping Yi Tian entirely, forming a suit of armor while continuously providing him with strength. Yi Tian raised his long blade and charged at the tiger. Having fought with the tiger for a long time, Yi Tian already knew its weak points and planned to take it down first, one by one. However, how could the two outside not know Yi Tian's intentions? Xia Chu immediately controlled the tiger to retreat, while Shui Ling directly maneuvered the bear to block Yi Tian's attack. At the same time, the tiger struck Yi Tian from the other side, sending him flying. Yi Tian was flung quite far, but fortunately, the killing intent armor provided by Xiaoyu protected him, so he wasn't injured. Yi Tian, what the heck? You can play like this? Are you really created by the system? So united? Did the system bug out? However, just like the sky ape, the two beasts didn't seem to want to give Yi Tian much time to think and immediately charged at him again. Damn it. 2 against 1 and you're addicted to it, huh? I'll cut you down right now, Min Jing Hao. Yi Tian stood up, fuming with rage. Gate of Dew. Open. Suddenly, the blood-colored killing intent armor was wrapped in another layer of red, domineering energy. Yi Tian's eyes turned completely red, and his skin became unusually crimson. Yi Tian took another step forward, his speed reaching the extreme. In an instant, he appeared in front of the bear. You like blocking so much? I'll let you block. Void Heaven Palm. Yi Tian struck with his palm, and the massive bear was instantly sent flying, crashing into a large area of trees. However, Yi Tian did not pause for a moment. With a swift pull of his long blade, it sliced through the air, leaving a streak of crimson as it slashed toward the ferocious tiger beside him. Clang! However, just as the demonic blade struck the tiger, it was as if Yi Tian had hit solid granite. A loud clang echoed, and the tiger was merely knocked back without sustaining any substantial damage. Yi Tian was utterly dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. What the heck was going on? This tiger didn't have this kind of ability. Turning his head, he noticed the beast was radiating a yellowish-brown glow, and the tiger was covered in an energy of the same color, forming a layer of armor. Yi Tian. What the hell? If there was ever a moment to question life, this was it. Yi Tian was genuinely starting to doubt everything. Encountering a bug was one thing, but a beast buffing another beast? Seriously? Yi Tian didn't bother looking at the tiger he had just knocked back. Instead, he turned his attention to the demon bear. If that's the case, then he might as well take down this annoying demon bear first. Yi Tian activated his swift steps technique, charging rapidly toward the demon bear. His long blade erupted with a menacing aura, so intense that it formed a massive phantom blade, which he brought down directly on the demon bear. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from behind. Yi Tian felt his body involuntarily turn and charge back toward the tiger. This was one of the Tiger-S skills, Tiger Roar Taunt, specifically designed to draw aggro. Yi Tian was in utter despair. The system of this trial world might not be human, but to create two beasts that could cooperate so seamlessly? What kind of garbage system was this? A bug that allowed two beasts to work together so perfectly? Inside the trial arena, the entire arena was eerily silent, so quiet that only Xia Chu and Shui Ling's voices could be heard. Apart from the two of them excitedly playing the game, while watching the screen, everyone else was staring at the battle on the screen in shock. It was just too damn intense. Have you ever seen a gold-level ability user suppressing two diamond-level beasts at the same time? A spatial ripple formed, and Xiao Yi and Weigua suddenly appeared in the trial arena. According to the usual process, the trial should have already ended, but the two had been waiting for news from Shui Ling for ages. So, they decided to come and take a look. However, as soon as they arrived at the arena, they were immediately captivated by the battle on the screen. When Xiao Yi and Weigua finally snapped out of their daze, they were both startled by Yi Tian's combat prowess. Damn, this kid was only at the gold level, yet he could hold his own against two diamond-level beasts? And what was up with these two diamond-level beasts? How could they cooperate so flawlessly? Was the system malfunctioning? The two were equally shocked by the terrifying coordination of the two beasts. Then, they turned to look at Shui Ling, intending to ask what was going on, but their faces immediately darkened. Over here, hit him. Go, hey, can't hit him. Come on, Sister Shui Ling. Give me another buff. I'm going to scratch him. Shui Ling and Xia Chu's laughter echoed continuously in the examination field, completely oblivious to the two figures standing behind them with faces as dark as a boiler. Xiao Yi and Weigua. I knew it. How could those two demonic beasts cooperate so well? Turns out it was you two controlling them. Xiao Yi's gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind the two women. The two of them immediately froze like startled cats, their whole bodies trembling. They turned their heads and were met with the boiler-black faces of Xiao Yi and Weigua. Xia Chu hurriedly handed the controller in her hand back to Shui Ling, and Shui Ling quickly grabbed it and hid it behind her back. Ah, Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa Weiyu, why are you two here? When did you arrive? Shui Ling looked at the two elders with a face full of terror, sweating profusely. When did we arrive? Just when you were controlling the demon bear to give that demon tiger a shield. Xiao Yi immediately began scolding angrily. You, as a mentor, not only failed to set a good example, but also actively interfere with the student's examination. And if that wasn't enough, you even brought a student along to control the demonic beasts. What if something went wrong? Could you take responsibility for that? Nothing would happen. This examination world was set up by me, and the student's safety is absolutely guaranteed. Even so, you can't treat the students like a game. I can't control you anymore, can I? Fine, then I'll let your grandfather deal with Yubin Jinghao. Let him see the good deeds his precious granddaughter has been up to. At this moment, Xiao Yi was fuming with anger. This girl actually treated his grandson's examination like a game. Unbelievable. No, Grandpa Xiao, I know I was wrong. Please, don't tell my grandpa, or I won't be able to come out again. The moment Shui Ling heard Xiao Yi mention her grandfather, she wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, completely deflated. Xiao Yi ignored Shui Ling and turned to look at the screen. Inside the examination world, the two demonic beasts, having lost the control of Shui Ling and Xia Chu, immediately started fighting each other. Yi Tian, watching the two beasts suddenly turn on each other, was momentarily stunned. What is going on? Was the bug discovered and fixed? Min Jinghao, whatever the case, just cut them down. At once, Yi Tian pushed his power to the limit. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud sound, Yi Tian felt his entire body surging with power. Did he just break through? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. Sure enough, due to the prolonged battle and the system's automatic rewards, the spiritual energy within him had once again reached its bottleneck. Now, with his relentless energy absorption in combat, his spiritual energy had reached its peak, allowing him to break through. In an instant, Yi Tian officially stepped into the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Outside the examination world, the screen that originally displayed Yi Tian's golden rank 6-star level suddenly changed, directly becoming golden rank 8-star. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Did he just break through? Is the system malfunctioning? It actually broke through 2 stars all at once. Feeling the surging power within his body, Yi Tian smiled confidently, channeling the energy into his long blade. With a single strike at the demon bear, a flash of sharpness cut through, and the demon bear was instantly split in half, dissipating into light. After the demon bear disappeared, the fierce tiger naturally shifted its target back to Yi Tian. But Yi Tian was no longer the same as before now that he had broken through. The fierce tiger was no match for him. Without any suspense, the long blade in his hand flashed again, and another sharp strike fell. The fierce tiger, like the demon bear, turned into light and vanished. Who? After defeating the two demon beasts, Yi Tian immediately exited all his states, his face looking slightly pale. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's constant supply of energy through her baleful aura, Yi Tian might not have been able to hold on. After all, diamond-level demon beasts are no joke. Even the last two strikes cost Yi Tian a considerable amount of spiritual energy otherwise. How could he have achieved a one-hit kill? Assessment complete. The assessment world is about to close, and everyone will be forcibly transported out of the assessment world. As the two demon beasts were defeated by Yi Tian, a notification sound came from Yi Tian's wristband, signaling the end of the assessment. Instantly, Yi Tian's body emitted a white light, and in the next moment, Yi Tian disappeared from the assessment world. When Yi Tian regained his senses, he was surrounded by an unusually loud cheer. Everyone was looking at him, applauding. Yi Tian. Haha, child, you've worked hard. The assessment is over. Seeing Yi Tian standing there in a daze, Xiao Yi stepped forward to support him. Looking at the weakened Yi Tian, a trace of heartache flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes, and he immediately glared at Shui Ling. Shui Ling shivered all over, quickly turning her head away, not daring to meet Xiao Yi's gaze. Ha! Ha ha! It's over. Congratulations, little Tian Tian. Shui Ling laughed nervously. Why yes, congratulations, congratulations, ha ha. Xia Chu also avoided Yi Tian's gaze and laughed awkwardly. Yi Tian was stunned. What was going on? Why was Grandpa Zhao's face so dark? And why did the two of you look so terrified? Afterward, Situ Kuangbin and Situ Wei explained the situation. Min Jinghao, so all the demon beasts I encountered inside were controlled by the two of them? Not exactly. It was Shui Ling who controlled them all the way, and only the last two demon beasts were controlled by Xia Chu and Shui Ling together. Situ Kuangbin explained with a twitching mouth. Min Jinghao, I was wondering why the last two beasts were so united. Turns out it was you two controlling them, huh? Pretty clever, huh? The two beasts cooperated so well, even buffing each other. I thought it was a system malfunction, but it turns out you two were treating me like a game. Impressive skills. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with dazzling red light as he stared at the two, his hand uncontrollably reaching for the long blade behind him. Yi Tian never would have thought that in a small pioneer academy, he'd encounter this pair of hidden talents. Truly, he must have the worst luck in the world. Min Jinghao, ha. Aha. Aha, calm. Calm down, little Tian. Don't act impulsively. Don't act impulsively. Seeing Yi Tian's hand reaching for the demonic blade behind him, Shui Ling's delicate little face instantly turned pale, full of terror as she tried to persuade Yi Tian to calm down. She had witnessed Xiao Yu's power before, and if Yi Tian drew his blade here, it would be disastrous. Xia Chu also hid behind Yang Muhan with a face full of fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yang Muhan looked at Xia Chu speechlessly, thinking, weren't you just playing so enthusiastically earlier? Now you're scared? Ahem. All right, Xiao Tian, after this matter, I will discipline them. Let's proceed with the rewards now. Xiao Yi said helplessly as he looked at the group. Then, he instructed Yi Ling to announce the results of this assessment. Although Yi Tian joined the assessment half a day late, he managed to kill high-level beasts. In just over 2 days, Yi Tian astonishingly defeated over 200 platinum-level beasts and 2 diamond-level beasts, earning over 10,000 points and securing the undisputed first place. Especially for those present who witnessed Yi Tian's step-by-step battles, they were amazed. If it weren't for Shui Ling's interference, the number might have been even higher. The second place went to Bai Xingyun, while the third place was shared by Bai Xinghe and another young girl. These individuals were all students who had awakened SSS-level top-tier abilities. It wasn't that Bai Xingyun was significantly stronger than Bai Xinghe and the girl rather. He had hidden deeper when the assessment world began to shrink, only being transported out just before Yi Tian, which slightly increased his points. As for Situ Kuangbin, Yang Muhan, and the others, they ranked third. When the assessment world started to shrink, They were forced to move deeper and eventually lost to a platinum-level beast. Soon, Wagwa came forward with the prizes. This assessment was not only for class placement, but also a small competition. So Xiao Yi had prepared rewards for this event. Bai Xingyun, Bai Xinghe, and the girl each received a platinum-level energy orb that matched their abilities, which made the others look on with envy, curious about what reward Yi Tian would receive. Wow, an energy orb, so envious. Xia Chu's face was full of envy, and she almost started drooling. Sai, there's nothing we can do. We don't have the skills to absorb energy orbs. They all have skills, while we can only rely on the 8 gates and frantically use primitive skills, which don't have strong destructive power at all. Situ Quangbin also looked at the energy orbs in their hands with envy and said helplessly. They had also awakened SSS-level lower-tier abilities, and with the cleansing pills Yi Tian had given them, their physical qualities were undoubtedly superior to Bai Xingyun and the others. However, they lacked energy orbs, while Bai Xingyun and the others had absorbed energy orbs and gained the skills within, which created the gap between them. Let's not lose heart. We'll definitely get energy orbs in the future. We'll win next time, Yang Muhan said with a faint smile, comforting the group. This time, they had indeed lost because they lacked the skills from energy orbs. Bai Xingyun and the others had no idea where the energy orb skill came from. Its destructive power was far superior to their primitive skills. Against platinum-level beasts, they could easily kill them without much effort, while they still had to rely on their primitive skills to slowly wear them down. Hee, no worries, we still have Old Yi to back us up. Diamond-level beasts, no matter how powerful their skills are, they won't be able to handle it, right? Hu Yanwei said casually with a faint smile. Hee, Xiao Tian, you performed well this time. No wonder this blade chose you as its master. I hope you continue to work hard in the future. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile, handing a wooden box to Yi Tian. Hee, I will. Yi Tian smiled, took the wooden box, and opened it. He was momentarily stunned. Inside was a small token with the words, Demon Slayer, engraved on it. Grandpa Xiao, what is this? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Yi with a face full of confusion. He had thought his reward would be at least 2 energy orbs, but it turned out to be a small jade token. Hee, just drip a drop of blood on it, and you'll understand, Xiao Yi said with a mysterious smile. Yi Tian nodded, then bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the jade token. As soon as the blood touched the token, it suddenly emitted a beam of light, which then dissipated without anything else happening. Yi Tian, Grandpa Xiao, is this broken? How about you give me another one? Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Yi, what do you mean, give you another one? I need to have another one to give you in the first place. With a head full of black lines, Xiao Yi explained, it's not broken, this is how it's supposed to work. It means it has already recognized you as its master. In the future, if you encounter danger, it will naturally reveal its true power. Take good care of it, this thing can save your life. Save my life. Yi Tian looked at the small jade token in his hand with disbelief. If I had known it could save lives, I wouldn't have dripped blood to claim it as mine. I should have left it for my little sister. Hee, your sister is my disciple. I will naturally make proper arrangements for her. You don't need to worry about her. Just take good care of this. Seeing how concerned Yi Tian was about Yi Xian's safety and the strong bond between the siblings, Xiao Yi smiled with satisfaction. Hearing Xiao Yi's reassurance, Yi Tian felt relieved. He trusted that Xiao Yi would make proper arrangements. Besides, they were all currently in the academy and unlikely to encounter any danger. With that thought, Yi Tian felt at ease. When Yi Xian saw the jade token in Yi Tian's hand, she was equally stunned. She touched her pocket. Wasn't that the same jade token Grandpa Xiao had given her earlier? Her brother's first-place reward was this? Her brother really got the short end of the stick, didn't he? Looking at Yi Tian's happy face, Yi Xian's mouth twitched. She put the jade token back in her pocket and patted it. It's better not to let her brother find out otherwise. He might be so angry at Grandpa Xiao's sneaky move that he'd cough up blood. Because Yi Xian remembered that when Grandpa Xiao gave her the jade token, he clearly said it wasn't anything important, just to drop a bit of blood on it to recognize it as its owner and carry it for protection. Beneath a mountain range with a certain crack, a team was exploring the ruins. led by a middle-aged woman exuding an extremely cold aura. Yujia, do you think this is really the tomb of the Burning Demon King of the Burning Demon Kingdom, one of the 9 great demon kingdoms? Are we sure we're in the right place? A beautiful young girl suddenly asked from behind. Yes, it can't be wrong. We followed the guidance of the immortal spirit pearl to get here, which means there must be an immortal spirit pearl inside. Chu Yu said indifferently, her expression unchanged, and the aura she exuded was as unyielding as an eternal iceberg. Suddenly, Chu Yu froze for a moment and took out a jade pendant from her bosom. On the pendant, a small mark lit up again in front of another small mark. Seeing the 2 glowing marks on the jade pendant, Chu Yu's eternally unchanging expression finally showed a slight change. Let us pick up the pace. Once we get the immortal spirit pearl, we'll retreat immediately. Chu Yu put away the jade pendant and quickly instructed the team members. The group then hastened their pace and continued deeper into the ruins. Pioneer Academy. In the villa garden where Yi Tian lived, Situ Quangbin and Huyen Wei were setting up a barbecue grill, while Yang Muhan and Yi Xian were washing ingredients inside the villa. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was lying leisurely on a beach chair in the garden, with a pair of jade-like hands massaging his shoulders. Hee, Xiao Tian, does this feel good? Is the pressure okay? Xia Chu asked with a fawning smile. It's good. I didn't expect the great Miss Xia to have such skills. Not bad, not bad. Yi Tian replied with a faint smile. I suddenly feel a bit thirsty, Yi Tian suddenly said. He was about to get up, but was quickly pressed back down by the pair of jade-like hands. Don't. Why would you need to get up for such a small thing? What do you want to drink? Coke or Sprite? Xia Chu pressed Yi Tian back onto the beach chair and asked with a smile. Wow, so considerate. I'll have a Sprite with ice, Yi Tian said, trying hard to suppress his laughter as he looked at Xia Chu. All right, boss, just wait a moment, Xia Chu said with a big smile, turning around and running back to the villa. However, the moment she turned, her expression immediately turned unusually dark. Just you wait. Once I get the energy pearl from you, let us see how arrogant you'll be. It turned out that after the assessment rewards were distributed and everyone was assigned to their classes, Yi Tian had taken out the energy pearls and given one to everyone. But when it was Xia Chu's turn, Yi Tian actually said to her, you played well in the game. Keep it up next time, okay? Yi Tian had practically gritted his teeth when he said that. At that moment, Xia Chu felt 100 regrets, which led to the scene just now. Muhan. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Xia Chu pouted. I'm so tired. Why do I have to serve that old man outside? You should just accept your fate. Xiao Tian was tormented by you and Sister Shui Ling in the assessment world, so I can't help you this time, Yang Muhan said with a helpless smile. This might be a good opportunity to help Xia Chu change her temper. Ugh, if it weren't for him having the energy orb, I wouldn't serve him, Xia Chu grumbled, but her hands didn't stop working. She obediently went to the fridge, took out a Sprite, and poured a glass. Should I go talk to my brother? Nearby, Yi Xian looked at Xia Chu with a face full of sympathy. After all, she might become her future sister-in-law. Isn't her brother afraid that Sister Xia Chu might seek revenge after marriage? My dear Xian, you're the only one who cares about me. Hearing Yi Xian offer to speak on her behalf, Xia Chu couldn't help but hug her. It's okay. Sister Xia Chu has always taken care of me. Let's go, Yi Xian said with a smile, pulling Xia Chu out of the kitchen. Brother, Sister Xia Chu knows she was wrong. Forgive her and give her the energy orb. Yi Xian ran straight to Yi Tian and started pleading coquettishly. Nearby, Xia Chu saw this scene and silently cheered for Yi Xian in her heart. That's it, go for it, my dear Xian. Yes, I really know I was wrong, Xiao Tian. Please forgive me this time. Seeing Yi Xian pleading for her, Xia Chu quickly seized the opportunity to act cute and admit her mistake. All right, Yi Tian sat up and stretched lazily. Do you really know you were wrong? Really. I promise there won't be a next time. No, there won't be a next time. I swear. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xia Chu quickly responded, raising her hand to swear. No need to swear. Quang Bin and Wei, you have already set up the barbecue grill. Go light the fire, and once it's lit, this will be yours. Yi Tian quickly stopped Xia Chu's action and took an energy orb out of his pocket. Seeing the energy orb, Xia Chu's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran off to light the fire with excitement. Old Yi, you're the best at handling this little witch. Having their task taken over by Xia Chu, Si-Tu Kuangbin, and Hu Yanwei, you were free to rest and drink water. Si-Tu Kuangbin gave Yi Tian a thumbs up. He, of course. By the way, let me know when you've absorbed your energy orbs. Yi Tian said with a smile. Wait, could it be? Hu Yanwei gasped upon hearing Yi Tian's words. After all, the energy orbs Yi Tian gave them were shadow grade. Pairing shadow grade skills with gold grade energy orbs was incredibly luxurious. But Yi Tian's words now clearly implied there were more. That's exactly what you think. Yi Tian rubbed Yi Xian's head and gave the two a meaningful look. Some things don't need to be said outright, they can understand. Suddenly, the eyes of Si-Tu Kuangbin and Hu Yanwei lit up as well. Now, there was no need to worry about platinum level skills. Both gold level and platinum level could be paired with shadow level skills. This was definitely going to take off. Boom! With a loud sound, the barbecue grill was directly ignited by Xia Chu's ability. Since Xia Chu's ability was fire-based, lighting a barbecue grill was a piece of cake for her. After lighting the fire, Xia Chu quickly ran back to Yi Tian, showing a flattering smile. All right, here, take it. Yi Tian tossed the shadow-level fire energy orb in his hand directly to Xia Chu. Xia Chu quickly caught it, treating it like a treasure. After glancing at it twice, she finally put it in her pocket. Hee, finally got it. Move over, let me lie down for a bit. Serving you, you little brat, is exhausting. Xia Chu pulled Yi Tian up and lay down on the beach chair herself, casually finishing the Sprite she had just poured. Ah, comfortable. Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at Xia Chu with a dark expression. As expected, I can't go easy on you. How long has it been since you got the energy orb? And you're already showing your true colors? Min Jinghao, hee, what do you know? Little Tian, your sister is teaching you to understand women, especially ones like me. Xia Chu completely ignored Yi Tian's expression and laughed. Xia Chu, sis. Yi Xian was about to say something, but was interrupted by Xia Chu. Xian, darling. You need to know, when dealing with men, let them feel proud when it's time, and after they're done feeling proud, you deal with them however you want. Got it? In the future, you should learn from your Xia Chu, sis, endure humiliation, and then pay it back double. Little Tian, I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. Also, my shoulders are a bit sore. Give me a massage. Xia Chu said smugly. Xia Chu's antics left Si-Tu Kuangbin and Hu Yanwei dumbfounded. The two looked at her with strange expressions, hoping she wouldn't regret it later. Wait, Xia Chu, sis, my brother. Hey, don't worry, whatever happens, your Chu sis has got you covered. Xia Chu interrupted Yi Xian's words again. Xia Chu's actions left Yi Xian bewildered. Suddenly, she glanced at Xia Chu with a hint of sympathy. Sigh. Well, Xia Chu, sis, I'll go inside and help Sister Muhan now. Go ahead, love you. Xian, darling. Watching Yi Xian's departing figure, Xia Chu quickly blew her a kiss. Xia Chu, sis, maybe you should think about how to get the other energy orb from my brother before loving me. I can't help you with that. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but decided to turn around and remind Xia Chu. Xia Chu's expression froze completely due to Yong. What? There's another one? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Xia Chu jumped up from the beach chair like a startled cat. Uft. Haha. I can't take it. This is killing me. Si-Tu Kuangbin clutched his stomach and laughed uncontrollably on the ground. This witch, she really shot herself in the foot this time. Serves her right for being so smug. Hu Yanwei looked similar to Si-Tu Kuangbin, laughing as he said to Xia Chu, Just now, Yi Xian wanted to remind you twice, but you interrupted her both times, haha. Are you trying to make us laugh to death so you can inherit our energy beads? Xia Chu saw the two laughing so hard their stomachs hurt, and suddenly realized what had happened. Looking at Yi Tian, whose face was as dark as a pot lid, he broke out in a cold sweat. This, that. Hee, surprise, right? Little Tian, this is a special performance I prepared just for you. Do you like it? Xia Chu quickly changed his expression and said in a coquettish tone. Yi Tian watched Xia Chu's performance, his mouth twitching. If you don't go into acting, you're wasting your talent. Do you think I believe you? Yi Tian revealed a sinister smile. Believe you? Not a chance. Xia Chu. That night, the villa was filled with laughter and joy. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Yi Tian lay on a beach chair, gazing at the starry sky. As he recalled the life and death crisis he faced just days ago, Yi Tian deeply cherished the peaceful life he had now. After all, the peace and tranquility they were enjoying were hard-earned by the older generation who risked their lives for it. Yi Tian, who had never experienced a life and death crisis before, knew that such peaceful days were hard to come by, but didn't understand how to truly appreciate them. Now, having gone through it himself, he finally understood just how precious peace was. At this moment, Yi Tian's mind was filled with countless thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder how long these peaceful days filled with laughter and joy would last. Once he graduated from the academy, such days might only exist in his dreams. Xiao Tian, what are you thinking about? You look so serious. Suddenly, a crisp voice pulled Yi Tian back to reality. Muhanjia. Yi Tian looked at the beautiful and familiar figure in front of him. Who else could it be but Yang Muhan? Xia Chu, Situ Kuangbin, and the others had already drunk too much and were competing in a drinking game nearby. Going to the Great Rift must have been exhausting, right? Yang Muhan said softly with a smile. Although she hadn't gone with Yi Tian, she knew the Great Rift was full of dangers. Especially since Yi Tian had brought back so many shadow grade energy beads, it was clear how perilous it must have been. After all, shadow grade energy beads can only be produced by shadow grade beasts, and Yi Tian was only at the gold level. So, as Yi Tian sat there gazing at the starry sky, Yang Muhan understood that he must have gone through something significant during his trip to the Great Rift. It wasn't too bad. Muhan Jia, have a seat. Yi Tian quickly got up and made room for Yang Muhan. The two of them sat on the beach chairs, looking up at the starry sky. I used to think that whether or not I awakened an ability didn't matter. If I couldn't awaken one, I could just lay low and peacefully enjoy the calm amidst the chaos. At worst, life might be a bit harder in terms of material things. Now that we've awakened our abilities, material things are no longer a concern, but it seems the pressure has increased. There are so many things we have to do, and I wonder how much longer we can enjoy these peaceful and tranquil days. Sister Muhan, am I being too greedy, always wanting everything to be perfect? Isn't striving for perfection something everyone pursues? How can that be called greed? You always like to think far ahead. Even before things begin, you can already imagine the outcome. We've only just awakened our abilities and haven't even graduated from the academy yet. The road ahead is still long, so there's no need to rush or worry. We'll always be by your side, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Our peaceful days are far from over. Yang Muhan said softly. Yi Tian nodded lightly. You're right. I'm being too impatient. Maybe it's because I can't bear to part with these peaceful days. Before Yi Tian could finish speaking, he was suddenly sent flying backward. Muhan is mine. You little weakling. You don't even drink. Hick. And you dare to compete with me for Sister Muhan. Summer Chu, her face flushed red and her speech slurred, had just kicked Yi Tian flying. Chu, are you okay? Yang Muhan looked at the swaying Summer Chu with a face full of concern. How did she end up drinking so much in the blink of an eye? Yi Tian, shouldn't someone be concerned about whether I'm okay? So there's no love left for me, Sister Muhan. Yi Tian's eye twitched as he looked around the villa. Situ Kuangbin, Huyen Wei, and his own little sister had all been knocked out by Summer Chu. Just how much had she drunk? In the end, Yi Tian and Yang Muhan were the ones left to clean up the mess in the villa. After helping everyone back to their rooms, they finally went to their own rooms to rest. After chatting with Yang Muhan for a while, Yi Tian's mood improved significantly. Although he had been kicked by Summer Chu midway, Yang Muhan was right. Perhaps he really was being too impatient, which made him feel anxious. Maybe it was because he had experienced life and death situations in the Great Rift that he understood how precious peace was, which led to this sense of anxiety. Shaking his head, Yi Tian decided not to dwell on such thoughts anymore. The most important thing now was to keep getting stronger so that he would have enough power to protect this hard-earned peace in the future. The night passed without incident, and Yi Tian spent the entire night cultivating. The next day, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The breakthrough to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage in the assessment world yesterday had become even more stable. Today, no one stayed in bed, as it was officially the first day of the academy's opening. After washing up, everyone headed toward the teaching building. The original location of the classroom was inside the teaching building, but during Wei Guo's assessment, it was blown away by a single punch from Yi Tian, destroying more than a dozen teaching buildings. As a result, the teaching building was completely unusable. Perhaps even Wei Guo didn't expect that taking an assessment would end up costing him his retirement fund. Thus, Shaoi had no choice but to repurpose the academy's old warehouses as temporary classrooms, assigning one warehouse per class. As for the equipment inside the warehouses, Shui Ling had stuffed all of it into the assessment world. The group quickly found their so-called classroom. In front of them stood a dilapidated warehouse filled with desks and chairs. On the worn-out door of the warehouse, a white A4 paper was pasted, boldly displaying the words "Top-Tier Ability Class" in large characters. Everyone froze at the entrance, their faces filled with black lines, and they all turned their gazes toward Yi Tian. This scene was happening repeatedly throughout the academy. Even some senior students' classrooms had been turned into warehouses. One by one, they stood dumbfounded at the warehouse doors, wondering if they were really in an academy or some large electronics factory. Although helpless, the students could only accept their fate. On the sports field, Shaoi also looked on helplessly at the scene. He could never have imagined that one day, the pioneer academy he founded would have to use warehouses as classrooms. Fortunately, the two newly built training buildings were spared, and the academy adjusted the curriculum accordingly. Classes that could involve practical training or outdoor learning were moved outside as much as possible. After all, even some instructors couldn't accept such a situation. As soon as Yi Tian and his group entered the classroom of the top-tier ability class, the entire room immediately erupted into a commotion. "Ah, it's Godyi. I told you, Godyi would definitely be in the same class as us. After all, this is already the highest level class. Haha, with Godyi in our class, who in the academy would dare to bully us now? Brother Yi, I have a seat here. Come sit here." Some of the female students had even reserved seats in advance. When they saw Yi Tian appear, they eagerly beckoned him to sit with them. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt two waves of killing intent behind him, and his face turned pale. "Aha! Haha, hello everyone." Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, Yi Tian greeted them while quickly pulling Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei to find an empty spot to sit between the two of them. He had no choice, only this way could Yi Tian feel a bit more at ease. After all, the meals at the villa were currently being handled by Yang Muhan and the others. "Hello, Godyi. My name is Bai Xingyun. Please take care of me in the future," Bai Xingyun said with a bright smile. Ever since that day when he witnessed Yi Tian single-handedly fighting two diamond-level beasts in the assessment world, he had been completely in awe of Yi Tian's strength. He considered himself unmatched in the gold rank, but at this moment, he had to admit that Yi Tian was the strongest gold. Hello. I remember you are Bai Xingha, right?" Yi Tian thought for a moment and said. He had seen them before during the awards ceremony. "Yes, this is my younger brother, Bai Xingyun, and my younger sister, Bai Xianyu." Bai Xingha smiled and began introducing the two people sitting beside him. "Hello." Yi Tian greeted the two as well. Bai Xingyun's personality was similar to Bai Xingha's, cheerful and outgoing. However, Bai Xianyu seemed a bit shy in front of Yi Tian. As soon as Yi Tian said a word, the young girl blushed. "Hee, my name is Situ Quangbin. I'm Huyan Wei." Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei also introduced themselves to the group. Since they had awakened top-tier abilities but lost due to lacking ability skills, the frustration lingered in their hearts, making their impression of Bai Xingha and Bai Xingyun even deeper. The group chatted for a while before the instructor arrived, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Meanwhile, Yang Muhan, Xia Chu, and Yi Xin also started chatting with their classmates nearby. For a moment, the entire warehouse was bustling with noise. Suddenly, a stunning figure walked in through the warehouse door. instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even Yi Tian and the others were slightly stunned, looking incredulously at the person who entered. Bai Xinghe and Bai Xingyun's expressions turned peculiar as they glanced at the figure walking in, then turned to look at Yi Tian, who was utterly bewildered. Yi Tian's eye twitched. The person who had just walked in, wasn't it Shui Ling? Ahem. Hello, everyone. Shui Ling's pleasant voice rang out, and the room immediately fell silent. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shui Ling. I currently work in the research group at Pioneer Academy, specializing in biology, plants, abilities, technology, and dozens of other fields. Now, I have a new role as your homeroom teacher. So, for the next 2 years, I hope to work well with all of you. After Shui Ling's introduction, everyone was stunned by her impressive credentials and expertise, as expected of the top-tier ability class. All right, my introduction is over. Next, it's your turn. On the first day of school, let's start with the basics, introducing ourselves. Shui Ling smiled. In the classroom, she was far more organized and professional than in private. Since the opening of Pioneer Academy, the campus was filled with laughter and joy. Apart from the occasional sounds of construction, everything seemed so peaceful. In a small town in the Lighthouse Nation, it was nighttime. A woman wearing sunglasses walked along the streets illuminated by neon lights, carrying a black suitcase in her hand. Suddenly, the woman turned into a dark alley. Two men who had climbed the tower were waiting there. The moment they saw the woman approaching, their eyes immediately fixed on the box in her hand. Hee, you must be Miss Chun, right? Our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. Come with us, one of the men said with a grin. The two of them only glanced at the box in her hand before their greedy eyes turned to the woman herself. The woman completely ignored their gazes, nodded lightly, and followed them. Help. Out of the corner of her eye, the woman noticed another woman being gagged by several burly men and dragged into the depths of an alley, leaving only a single high heel behind. The woman chose to ignore it. Scenes like this were all too common in such a remote town. She seemed to have grown accustomed to it and continued to follow the two men. Soon, the woman was led by the two men into a basement. Ha ha. I've heard that Miss Chun is a woman of great courage. Now that I see you in person, not only are you brave, but your beauty is also extraordinary. In the basement, a middle-aged man stepped out of the shadows. He was dressed in a white tailcoat, with yellow hair, exuding an air of elegance. It's said that Mr. St. York is a man of great integrity in business. Since I've come here with sincerity, what is there to fear? The woman smiled faintly and lifted the black box in her hand. Indeed, I pride myself on my integrity. Since Miss Chun has come with sincerity, Pike, why don't you bring out the goods for Miss Chun to see? St. York said with a faint smile. Pike nodded and quickly walked into the storage room. Shortly after, he returned with a box in his hand. Boss. Open it. St. York nodded. Pike quickly opened the box, and the moment it was opened, the entire basement was filled with a dense energy. For the first time, a slight change appeared on the woman's expression. Well, Miss Chun, my goods are in order, aren't they? St. York said with a faint smile. Now, I wonder if your sincerity is equally genuine. The woman saw the white pearl and confirmed it was indeed the spirit pearl. Only then did she open the box in her hand, revealing several test tubes inside, each containing red blood. When St. York saw the blood in the box, his entire body seemed to ignite with excitement, as if the blood in those test tubes held an extraordinary allure for him. Haha, Miss Chen, you truly are sincere. In that case, let us proceed with the transaction, St. York said eagerly, his tone brimming with excitement. The woman nodded lightly, closed the box, and walked toward Pike. None of them paid much attention. In this basement, they didn't believe that this frail-looking woman from Huaxia could pull off any tricks. Soon, the woman walked up to Pike. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound came from the basement door. Everyone immediately became alert, and the woman's heart sank. Another person quickly opened the door, and a panicked man from the lighthouse rushed in. Boss, it's bad. We've been surrounded by the investigation bureau, the subordinate said urgently. What? Suddenly, a miserable scream came from Pike in the basement. Everyone quickly turned to look, only to see Pike's hand severed, and the box in his hand now in the woman's possession. It's you? St. York looked at the woman warily, his pupils gradually turning red. He had never imagined that the Chinese woman in front of him was actually from the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau. "Huh, isn't it obvious, Mr. St. York?" the woman said calmly, her expression unchanged, as if she wasn't the one surrounded by several people. "I'm quite curious, since when did the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau start involving Chinese people?" St. York said with interest, staring at the woman in front of him. "I don't think you need to know that. You should understand what this immortal spirit pearl means, so surrender obediently. You can't escape." The woman clearly didn't want to talk much with St. York. "Do you really think that just because the Investigation Bureau has surrounded us, you're safe?" "How naive." St. York sneered, his lips revealing two sharp fangs. "I advise you to hand over the ancestral blood. If you do, I might spare your life and make you my slave." St. York said with a sinister smile, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the woman's delicate face and proud figure. "Is that so? Then I should really thank you. But don't you think you're underestimating me? Just the few of you," the woman said with a faint smile, as a long blade suddenly appeared in her hand. "Heh, I enjoy conquering proud women, especially ones like you," St. York said with a ferocious grin, charging directly at the woman. The woman reacted quickly, unleashing a powerful aura. Soon, the entire basement was filled with the sounds of intense fighting. After a long time, the fighting ceased. The woman walked out of the basement with a calm expression. At the entrance stood the members of the Investigation Bureau, who had surrounded the place. "General Luo, are you all right?" The Investigation Bureau members rushed forward upon seeing the woman. However, she showed no reaction and directly threw the black box she had taken to them. "Here's your item. Take it back. As for the people inside, they're yours to deal with." With that, the woman left, carrying the box she had taken from Pike. This woman was none other than Luo Ling, one of the top 10 generals of the Shadow Legion. After Luo Tianhong left, the Investigation Bureau members hurried into the basement, only to find the entire place frozen. St. York was covered in wounds, his entire body encased in ice. "Oh, oh my God, this is what they call a general-level strength." The investigator swallowed hard, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. It wasn't just him, even his team members were the same. They couldn't believe that Luo Tianhong's strength was so formidable. After all, the opponents in front of them were not ordinary people, but the legendary vampires. And not just any vampires, they were vampires who had awakened supernatural abilities. St. York, one of the 10 dukes of the Vanlon clan, was also the one who had committed the most crimes in recent years. They had been targeting St. York and his group for a long time and had interacted with them on numerous occasions. However, every operation ended in failure. Not only that, but the Investigation Bureau had also sacrificed many people in their attempts to capture St. York. Recently, due to the international conference held by Tianmin, St. York had been dissatisfied with Huaxia's proposals and their alliance with the Lighthouse, causing even more trouble. Under pressure, the Lighthouse morally coerced Huaxia into sending someone to assist, which led to the scene that had just unfolded. As for the Celestial Spirit Pearl, it was only discovered after Luo Tianhong came into contact with St. York's people. It turned out that it was obtained by the blood prince of the Vanlon clan in a massive rift. So, Luo Tianhong decided to use this to his advantage. He borrowed the ancestral blood that all vampires dreamed of from the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau and used it as a bargaining chip to complete this mission. After Luo Ling left, she walked straight to a black car, opened the door, and got in. "Hee, General Luo, you've worked hard. So how did it go?" "Mission accomplished," the man in the car asked with a hearty smile. And who else could this man be but Xiao Yan? It wasn't hard, just a bunch of small fry. "But Leader Xiao, you came all the way from Huaxiao to drive me around. You're the one who worked hard." Luo Ling looked at Xiao Yan with a slightly exasperated expression and replied indifferently. In truth, both of them felt a bit speechless. One was under pressure from their superior, and the other was under pressure from their grandfather. They had no choice but to cooperate to complete the mission. Otherwise, Luo Ling really didn't want to act together with this straightforward guy. Seriously, who gives chrysanthemums as a gift the first time they meet? It's just absurd. And that wasn't even the end of it. This was their second private meeting, and as soon as they met, this guy shoved another big bouquet of chrysanthemums at her and even asked, surprised? Unexpected. It's just so ridiculous. Hee hee, since the mission is done, how about grabbing a drink to celebrate? Xiaoyan scratched his head and laughed. He knew full well that Luo Tianhong didn't like him, and he secretly regretted listening to his friend's ridiculous advice. It turned out that after Luo Tianxin had settled Luo Yu's matters, he started worrying about his eldest granddaughter's marriage. After much consideration, he still thought Xiao Yin was the most suitable candidate in the entire shadow base. So he decided to give Xiao Yin another chance. When Xiao Yin learned about Luo Tianxin's arrangement, although he was unwilling in his heart, he thought of the defeat during their first meeting. He considered this might be an opportunity to erase that embarrassing loss, so he agreed. Before setting off, he specifically asked his friend for advice, briefly explaining the previous incident and asking for help in analyzing how to salvage his image. His friend responded with, "Just do it again to deepen her impression of you. That way, she'll think about you all the time." Because of this suggestion, Xiao Yin bought another large bouquet of chrysanthemums. The result? Now, the situation between the two of them has become very awkward. Xiao Yin kept cursing his friend in his heart, fearing that in Luo Tianhong's mind, he was now a complete and utter straight man. Moreover, what she might be thinking about wasn't him, but those chrysanthemums, right? In fact, Xiao Yin's thoughts were quite accurate. Whenever Luo Tianhong saw Xiao Yin now, she couldn't help but think of those chrysanthemums, and it made her feel uncomfortable. No, let's skip the drinking. After all, there's a mission at hand, and the immortal spirit pearl needs to be returned to Huaxia promptly. Maybe another time. Luo Ling refused without hesitation. She truly didn't want to be alone with this straight man anymore. It was just too awkward. She would rather go to the battlefield to fight enemies than be alone with Xiao Yan. Hee, all right then. Since that's the case, I'll arrange for the return now. The immortal spirit pearl does need to be brought back quickly to ensure its safety. Xiao Yan smiled, and, seeing Luo Ling reject his invitation, didn't insist further and immediately started making arrangements. At the same time, he felt utterly hopeless. After returning, if Luo Ling told Luo Tianxin about what happened when they first met, it wouldn't just be about how Luo Tianxin would react to him. If Xiao Ao found out, then the entire Shadow Corps would know. Xiao Yin could never forget how, after the first incident, when Xiao Ao found out, many people in the Shadow Corps secretly called him the embarrassing nickname Chrysanthemum Hero. That nickname took Xiao Ao years to shake off, and for Xiao Yin, it was nothing short of a nightmare. No, before going back, he must come up with a plan. Pioneer Academy. Inside the villa, Yi Tian looked at the two energy pearls in front of him with excitement. It had been more than half a month since the semester started, and Situ Quangbin and Yang Muhan had already absorbed their energy pearls and mastered the skills within them. Over the past half-month, it wasn't that Yi Tian didn't want to absorb them, but Shui Ling wouldn't let him. She claimed that absorbing energy pearls of different types with new abilities was part of some research, and she insisted on being present to observe. Shui Ling had been busy for over half a month, and now that she was finally free, they had agreed to conduct the experiment in the villa today. Yi Tian stared at the energy orb for a while, and soon Shui Ling arrived, carrying a large white box. She opened it, revealing a testing device inside. Sister Shui Ling, why not use your lab? Carrying such a heavy testing device all the way here must have been quite tiring. Yi Tian looked at the testing device Shui Ling had brought, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Well, my lab has been a bit crowded lately, so I decided to conduct the test here in the villa. Stop complaining and come here. Once I stick the sensor on you, we can start. Shui Ling laughed awkwardly, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she spoke. Recently, she had been using Yi Tian's blood for experiments, and now his blood supply was almost depleted. She couldn't let Yi Tian find out, though. After all, she still needed to trick him into donating more blood later. If he found out now, what if he refused to cooperate? Who would she cry to then? I'll do it myself, Yi Tian said, reaching out to grab the sensor sticker, but his hand was immediately slapped away by a delicate jade hand. What do you mean you'll do it yourself? Do you even know where to stick it? Even if you do, can you reach your back? If you do it yourself, how am I supposed to cough? What if you stick it in the wrong place and the experiment can't proceed? Damn it. She almost blurted out her inner thoughts. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling with a face full of black lines. Could she be any more righteous about wanting to touch his abs? Mingjing Hao ha. No worries, little Tian, leave it to me. As your homeroom teacher, it's my responsibility to handle these small matters properly, isn't it? Shui Ling laughed, not waiting for Yi Tian to respond, and directly picked up the sensor sticker. Not long after, Yi Tian felt a cool sensation brush across his lower abdomen again. He quickly activated his cultivation technique to calm himself down. This is exactly why I didn't want you to do it. Have you underestimated your own beauty or overestimated my self-control? Thankfully, everyone else is off training. Otherwise, even Muhan might have a reason to kill me. Yi Tian thought to himself, feeling utterly speechless. Shui Ling, knowing there was no one else around, indulged herself in the moment, almost drooling. After a while, she finally managed to stick the sensor properly. Hee hee, all done, little Tian. You can start now. Remember, as you absorb the energy, pay close attention to the changes in your body and let me know. Got it. Yi Tian nodded and immediately picked up an energy orb. He held the energy orb in his hand. It was a spatial energy orb. At the time, Yi Tian had taken 2 of each type of orb corresponding to the awakened abilities of others. Since Yi Xin had dual abilities, he had taken 2 spatial orbs as well. However, there was only one time orb, which Yi Xin had already absorbed. After holding the energy orb in his hand, Yi Tian immediately began to activate his cultivation technique. The energy within the orb was directly transformed into spiritual energy, which surged into Yi Tian's body. At the same time, a peculiar energy also entered his body. Suddenly, Yi Tian felt a trace of a black flame appear within him, and the small flame was continuously absorbing the peculiar energy apart from the spiritual energy. The flame inside his body grew stronger, like dry grass ignited, and around the flame, faint spatial fluctuations emerged, exuding a terrifying aura. After a long time, Yi Tian finally absorbed the energy orb completely, but he didn't feel any new abilities. Instead, a strange black flame appeared in his body, accompanied by spatial fluctuations. Additionally, the spiritual energy in his body became more abundant, allowing him to take a small step closer to the 8th stage of the Qi refining period. How is it? How do you feel? Seeing Yi Tian successfully absorb the energy orb, Shui Ling immediately asked, her face full of anticipation. I don't feel anything special, but I seem to sense a small black flame in my body, and it's accompanied by spatial fluctuations. Shui Ling. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Shui Ling was dumbfounded. What did you say? What is that? Shui Ling was genuinely confused by Yi Tian's words, as this was the first time she had heard of such a situation. Even if an ability user absorbed energy orbs of different elements, this kind of phenomenon wouldn't occur. Little Tian, can you control that flame? Release it and let me see. Shui Ling suddenly asked. All right, I'll give it a try. Yi Tian nodded, and with a thought, a strange flame instantly appeared in his hand, carrying an aura of death. At the same time, spatial fluctuations surrounded the flame. Is this a new type of ability awakening? Obthonung Shui Ling stared at the flame in Yi Tian's hand in shock. However, she didn't receive a response from Yi Tian. When she looked up, she saw Yi Tian's face contorted in pain, his complexion pale. Sister Shui Ling, it hurts. It hurts so much. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said in agony. The moment he released the black flame, he felt an excruciating pain in his hand. He wanted to retract the flame, but found he couldn't control it at all. Little Tian, are you okay? Little Tian. Seeing the pain on Yi Tian's face, Shui Ling realized something was wrong. She quickly fed Yi Tian an energy boost, but before she could do more, Yi Tian's abilities spiraled out of control. Hiss! Xiao Yi's words were abruptly cut off as he was startled by the scene in front of him. Yi Tian sat collapsed on the ground, his expression twisted in pain, one of his arms severed and lying on the floor. The detached hand was engulfed in an eerie flame, radiating a deadly aura and chaotic spatial ripples. After a while, Yi Tian's hand finally regenerated fully. Looking at the severed hand still burning on the ground, he felt a lingering fear. If Shui Ling hadn't acted quickly, would this flame have spread across his entire body? What if that had happened? Staring at the flames that were still unable to entirely consume his severed hand, Yi Tian shuddered violently. Old Master Xiao, this flame is extremely strange. Can you help me contain it? I need to go back and study it carefully, Shui Ling said with a serious expression. Xiao Yi nodded. A spatial vortex formed in the air as he pulled out a specially crafted box from who knows where. Using spatial energy, he carefully sealed the severed hand inside the box. After handling everything, Yi Tian and Shui Ling began explaining to Xiao Yi. Even Xiao Yi frowned deeply after hearing their account. This was an unprecedented phenomenon, something even he was witnessing for the first time. If my guess is correct, this might be the result of the fusion of two different abilities. If I remember correctly, Xiao Tian, your original awakened ability had something to do with flames, didn't it? Xiao Yi suddenly asked. He had previously investigated Yi Tian's original ability, but since Yi Tian hadn't fully awakened back then, they had to rely on testimonies from other ability users who were present at the time. Xiao Yi still vividly remembered Luo Yu's description of Yi Tian's original ability. The aura it exuded carried a despair-inducing, deadly energy. Two abilities fused together? Shui Ling's eyes brightened at Xiao Yi's explanation. She stared at Yi Tian as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Shui Ling Jia, what are you doing? Yi Tian felt a chill run down his spine under Shui Ling's gaze. Xiao Tian, no need to be so scared. I'm not some man-eating monster. Shui Ling laughed lightly. I'm just really curious. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Would you mind if I dissected you a little? Yi Tian, relax, I'll be gentle. I just want to figure out what is going on inside your body. Not only did you awaken a new ability, but you also absorbed an energy orb from a different element, restored your abilities, and even evolved. Shui Ling said, her face full of excitement. This was a groundbreaking discovery in the history of human abilities. As a dedicated researcher, Yi Tian's condition had completely piqued her insatiable curiosity. Gentle or not, that is still a no. Yi Tian's eye twitched uncontrollably. Don't be so stingy. It's not like you'll die. Yi Tian. Haha. All right, Shui Ling, stop scaring Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian's situation does indeed require thorough research. Xiao Yi interjected with a chuckle. Xiao Yi watched from the side and laughed at the two. Then, he picked up another energy orb that Yi Tian had not absorbed yet. This energy orb was of the gravity type. Xiao Tian, you just said you absorbed the spatial energy orb, and then that strange flame appeared in your body. Why don't you try absorbing this energy orb as well and see if there are any changes? Xiao Yi said, handing the energy orb to Yi Tian. Huh? Absorb again? Yi Tian looked at the energy orb, his face full of hesitation and conflict. He was already feeling a bit fearful of this thing. If it hadn't been for Sister Shui Ling's quick reaction earlier, he might have been done for. Don't worry, I'm here, aren't I? We need to figure out the reason, right? Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. All right then, okay. Yi Tian nodded seriously with a determined expression. At worst, he could wait until the system successfully upgraded and then ask the system about the situation. He believed the system would have a solution. Yi Tian once again held the energy orb in his hand and began to activate his cultivation technique. Just like before, the energy from the orb transformed into spiritual energy and continuously poured into Yi Tian's body. At the same time, Yi Tian once again felt that peculiar energy drilling into his body. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Shui Ling quietly watched Yi Tian from the side. Shui Ling, in particular, was staring at Yi Tian with a serious expression, as if trying to discern something from him. This is the aura of gravity. Xiao Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of shock as he stood to the side. After a long while, Yi Tian finally finished absorbing the energy orb. At the same time, he felt that the strange flame within his body had undergone another transformation. The spatial fluctuations around the flame had become more stable than before, and it seemed to emit a new, peculiar force, as if it could attract all things. How is it? Xiao Tian, has the flame changed again? Shui Ling asked expectantly. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling, his face showing a helpless smile. It has, but I can't really explain it. Hearing Yi Tian say that the flame had changed again, the expressions of the two shifted. Could it be that Xiao Tian's awakened ability isn't energy purification? Did we guess wrong? Shui Ling also returned to a serious demeanor, pondering deeply. Shui Ling, based on your research on abilities, what do you think is happening with Xiao Tian? Xiao Yi asked, equally puzzled, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Well, I think it might be due to Xiao Tian's new type of ability. His new ability probably isn't energy purification, it might be considered a compatibility type ability. Compatibility type ability? Upon hearing Shui Ling's words, both Yi Tian and Xiao Yi were momentarily stunned. Yes, simply put, Xiao Tian's new ability allows his body to simultaneously accommodate multiple types of abilities due to the high purity of his energy. However, I still need to study the specifics to understand the situation. Elder Xiao, please allow me to return to the lab first to get something. Shui Ling thought for a moment and said, All right. Xiao Yi nodded, and a spatial portal formed, directly connecting to the lab. Shui Ling dashed back to the lab, and shortly after, she returned with a large box. Let's take it step by step, Elder Xiao. I need you to assist me on the side. Shui Ling said with a smile, then immediately handed Yi Tian another vitality pill. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling's actions, completely bewildered. When the vitality pill was stuffed into his mouth, he instantly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui Ling spoke up. Come on, little Tian, release that flame again. Carrying a long blade, Shui Ling smiled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling, shaking his head like a rattle, sweat pouring down his face. Sister Shui Ling's demeanor clearly showed she was planning to chop off his hand. Oh, are you scared, little Tian? Do you want to get better or not? If you don't release it, how can I collect materials for research? Shui Ling said, looking at Yi Tian's reluctant face. How about we don't chop the hand? Shui Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled. Really? Hearing Shui Ling say she wouldn't chop it off, Yi Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Yes, we won't chop it off. Instead, we'll go straight to Yi Tian said with lingering fear. Damn this energy orb. I'm never absorbing it again. I've absorbed two, and both times I've lost a hand because of it. Finished? What are you talking about? This is just the beginning. Seeing Yi Tian's tense expression, Shui Ling couldn't help but want to tease him. Sure enough, in the next moment, upon hearing Shui Ling's words, Yi Tian jumped up in fright and retreated far away from her. Ha! Ha! Ha ha, Sister Shui Ling. Why you're joking with me, right? Nope, I'm not joking. It's really just starting. Here, direct your energy into this orb for me. I need it. Shui Ling said as she handed Yi Tian a transparent orb the size of a soccer ball. Oh, so it's just transferring energy. That's easy. Yi Tian laughed. As long as it didn't involve cutting anything again, he was fine with it. He wasn't sure how much more he could endure. Even though his hand could grow back, the pain was absolutely unbearable. Yi Tian took the orb and quickly began operating his technique, channeling the spiritual energy from within his body into the orb. Before long, the orb was filled with Yi Tian's spiritual energy. After everything was done, Shui Ling nodded in satisfaction and placed the orb back into the box she had brought. Xiao Tian, before the research results come out, don't use the power of that flame again, and don't tell anyone about it. Before leaving, Xiao Yi spoke with a serious expression. After all, that strange flame was a new type of ability. Awakening a new ability was a good thing, but if it couldn't be controlled, it wouldn't be a blessing but a ticking time bomb. I understand, Grandpa Xiao. I'll definitely not use it. Using it and losing a hand every time it's just too much to bear, Yi Tian said with a serious face. He wasn't foolish enough to invite pain upon himself. He figured Sister Shui Ling was likely worried he might use it recklessly, so she came up with this method to teach him a lesson. In truth, Yi Tian's guess was half right. Shui Ling did indeed want to teach him a lesson. Until he could fully control this strange ability, it was best to avoid using it as much as possible. As for the other half, Shui Ling also wanted to study this ability and explore how different types of abilities could merge together. Was it because of the purity of the energy, or was it due to some other reason? It must be said that Shui Ling, being a researcher, had already thought of many questions when Yi Tian first unleashed the flame. She had been planning ever since, considering how to obtain materials and determine the direction of her research. From the very first time she saw Yi Tian use the flame, she had already begun crafting her plans. After giving Yi Tian their instructions, the two left. Shui Ling hurried back to her laboratory to continue her research, while Xiao Yi set out to investigate the type of ability Yi Tian had awakened during his failed awakening. What exactly was this strange power? As for Yi Tian himself, he sat on the sofa in the villa, lost in thought, with lingering fear in his heart. He also felt a vague sense of unease. After all, anyone would feel uneasy if there was an uncontrollable power within their body, right? However, after pondering for a long time, Yi Tian still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he sighed helplessly. I guess I'll have to wait until the system finishes upgrading to understand what's going on. Eh. After all, the energy orb he absorbed was from practicing the cultivation technique. If it had nothing to do with the technique, he wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. Lighthouse Nation. Inside the Lighthouse Investigation Bureau, Luo Tianhong and Xiao Yin were standing outside the interrogation room, watching the surveillance. At this moment, their expressions were unusually grim. Originally, if nothing unexpected had happened, the two of them should have been on the plane back to Huaxiao with the immortal spirit orb. However, unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave the Lighthouse Nation, the Investigation Bureau contacted them, claiming there was an extremely important matter to inform them about, and asked them to return to the Bureau. As a result, the two had no choice but to let other members of the Shadow Legion in the Lighthouse Nation escort the immortal spirit orb back to the country, while they turned back to the Investigation Bureau. However, after the Bureau informed them of the situation, the two of them instantly felt their scalps go numb, and their expressions turned extremely grim. On the surveillance screen, St. York sat inside, his face bruised and swollen, yet his demeanor was unusually relaxed, as if he were just on vacation. In front of him, two investigators from the Lighthouse Bureau were interrogating him. I told you, my people have already smuggled nuclear weapons into Huaxia. If I am not safely released within a month, both the Lighthouse and Huaxiao will be completely obliterated by nuclear weapons. Fuck. St. York, do you even know what you're doing? The two investigators roared angrily. I told you long ago, the gate of heaven must be dealt with. Instead of waiting for the gods inside the gate of heaven to come out and punish us, it's better for me to take action. This is the choice you made yourselves. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. It turned out that after the international conference ended, many countries around the world experienced the members of the Bureau looked at St. York with grim expressions. How could this be? He wanted to tear this hateful vampire into pieces immediately, but he knew he couldn't do that. Right now, St. York was the only breakthrough to resolve this unprecedented crisis. My demands? Very simple. Hand over the blood of the progenitor to me, release me, reconvene the World Conference, and immediately destroy the gate of heaven. Otherwise, two countries in this world will completely disappear, and this is just the beginning. Ha ha. St. York's face twisted into a mad and sinister smile. Remember, you only have 1 month. 1 month from today, if I don't get what I want and the results I expect, then prepare for destruction. In the conference room, everyone sat in silence with grim faces. Gentlemen, this is the situation. Because it concerns the safety of both China and our lighthouse, we invited you back. Do you have any suggestions or plans to handle this? Jack, the head of the Lighthouse Bureau, asked Luo Tianhong and Xiao Yin at the conference table. Jack, we appreciate you notifying us in time, but regarding St. York's demands, I don't think we have the authority to decide. I'm afraid your bureau is in the same position. For now, I think we should report this matter to the higher-ups and wait for their instructions, Xiao Yin said with a somber expression. This situation was already beyond his control. He had to return to China immediately to report the matter and await further instructions. Yes, you're right. All right, I'll arrange a plane for you to return to your country immediately. I'll also report this matter to our superiors as soon as possible. Additionally, here is some information about the Vanlon clan. It might be helpful to you. Jack handed a stack of documents to the two of them. The Vanlon clan consists entirely of vampires. St. York was previously one of the 10 dukes of the family. From what we know, this time their operation even involves two of the 5 blood princes, and St. York is a subordinate of one of these blood princes. Soon, the two boarded a plane back to China, but their faces were exceptionally grim. Pioneer Academy. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Xiao Yi angrily slammed his desk. Are those beasts insane? They actually want to destroy nations. Xiao Yi said furiously. Teacher, please calm down. It's not worth getting angry with those beasts. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly find the hidden nuclear bomb within our borders. Bai Su hurriedly tried to comfort Xiao Yi, seeing his anger. Present were Bai Su, Long Outyin, Chun Dong, and the deans of the 4 major academies in the capital. Besides them, elders like Luo Tianxin, Wei Guo, Guan Zai, Yi Huang, and Li Qingyuan were also present, making the atmosphere exceptionally tense. Sai, old Luo, what did the higher-ups say? Xiao Yi asked gravely. Beside him, Luo Tianxin sighed helplessly. This is exactly why I came to find you. The higher-ups are taking this matter extremely seriously. Currently, aside from our Shadow Legion, Qianlong has also been mobilized. The higher-ups have stated that within 1 month, we must locate the hidden nuclear bombs within the territory within half a month. They have already sent people to the lighthouse to assist in finding the nuclear bombs. The worst-case scenario would be restarting the international conference and destroying Tiananmen. What? They caused this mess, and now they want us to help? How shameless. Upon hearing that people were being sent to assist the lighthouse nation, Chun Dong couldn't hold back his frustration. Well, since we were the ones who initially proposed preserving Tiananmen, the lighthouse might know how much we value it. They seem to have the attitude of a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Luo Tianxin said helplessly. That's why I gathered you all here to discuss this. We've already deployed all the personnel we can, but it's still not enough. So, I wanted to ask you to send some students to assist. Of course, that's not a problem. But, Mr. Luo, you know that the third-year students are currently all. Do you mean? Bai Su paused halfway through her sentence, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Yes, that's right, the second-year students. With the crisis upon us, we have no choice but to resort to this measure. Any corner within the territory could potentially be a hiding place for them, including the cracks within the territory, Luo Tianxin said calmly. Therefore, the areas within the cracks will be searched by our Shadow Legion and Qianlong personnel, while the areas outside the cracks will be handled by the students you send. Of course, these students will be divided into groups, and each group will have 2 members of the Shadow Legion assigned to lead and protect them. All right, at this point, there really isn't a better solution. Let's proceed as you suggested, Mr. Luo. My Pioneer Academy will fully cooperate with your efforts. Additionally, our academy will organize first-year students into groups, led by academy instructors, to assist in the search. Xiao Yi nodded and said, Good, that's excellent. Luo Tianxin nodded in agreement. After all, this crisis is no joke. Seeing Xiao Yi agree first, the other 4 academy deans also nodded in agreement. They understood the urgency of the situation and that this was the only viable solution. After further discussion, everyone left to quickly return to their academies to begin organizing and planning. Luo Tianxin also had to return to the base immediately to select personnel to lead the students in carrying out the mission. After everyone left, Xiao Yi looked solemnly at his old colleagues. Old Wei, the upcoming tasks will be arranged and organized by you and Old Guan first. The others will assist you too. I have some matters to attend to, and once I'm done, I'll return immediately. All right, don't worry. We'll make the arrangements properly. Wei Guo and Guanzai also spoke with solemn expressions, as this is no time for jokes. After that, Wei Guo and Guanzai immediately began making arrangements with the others, while Xiao Yi's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the academy. When he reappeared, he was already back at the Xiao family courtyard. Xiao Yi took out a wooden box from his room, opened it, and inside lay a jade token quietly. Sigh. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. The jade token lying inside was the demon slayer order left behind by Xiao Hu, the 3rd elder of the Xiao family. Xiao Yi bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the token, which immediately emitted a burst of light before slowly dissipating. Not long after, Xiao Yi felt several powerful auras suddenly appear, and soon, several figures appeared in the Shao family courtyard. "Greetings, Commander." Among them, the person with the strongest aura respectfully addressed Shao Yi. "You don't need to call me that. I am not the commander of your Demon Slayer Corps, my son is. The reason I called you here this time is mainly to ask you to deliver a message back to your Corps." Afterward, Shao Yi informed them of the current crisis. Since Shao, who had said that the Demon Slayer Corps was also a sharp blade to protect Huaxia, this was the time for that blade to shine. Pioneer Academy. So, if we can't find the target, won't we all be doomed? Situ Kuangbin gasped in shock and said fearfully, "We should follow the Academy's arrangements." Yi Tian also had a solemn expression. In fact, on the playground, all the students' faces looked exceptionally grave. At this moment, all the second-year students had been dispatched, and the first-year students were suddenly notified to gather on the playground for a meeting. No one had expected that their first task upon entering Pioneer Academy would be to find a nuclear bomb. This is way too thrilling. Ahem, due to the urgency of the situation, first-year students will be grouped with top-class students as team leaders. Each of the other classes will select 4 students, and then the academy instructors will lead you to carry out the mission. On the podium, Weigua also spoke with a serious expression. After Shaoi left, they immediately began making arrangements. Soon, all the top-class students were divided into teams with students from other classes. Yi Tian was quickly assigned to a group with 4 students from other classes, 2 boys and 2 girls. "Awesome, our team leader is God Yi." One of the boys, upon seeing Yi Tian, instantly became excited. After all, he had witnessed Yi Tian's performance throughout the assessment world. So, as soon as the group saw Yi Tian, their tense expressions immediately relaxed. Hello everyone. Please take care of me from now on," Yi Tian said with a smile, greeting the group, and then they introduced themselves to each other. The 2 boys were brothers, one named Peng Hua and the other Peng Yi. The 2 girls were roommates, one with long hair and the other with short hair. The one with long hair is called He Xiaoxue, and the other is Zhang Lin. When the 2 saw Yi Tian, they were immediately astonished. After all, who doesn't admire the strong? Moreover, ever since Yi Tian embarked on the path of cultivation, his aura had become increasingly ethereal, making him appear even more handsome. At this moment, both He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin blushed slightly, sneaking glances at Yi Tian from the side. "Oh ho, little Tian Tian, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Even the young ladies are smitten with you." Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, and Shui Ling slowly walked over. "Shui? Sister Shui Ling." Yi Tian was stunned. Looking at the beautiful figure before him, it was indeed Shui Ling. He surprised? Or shocked? Shui Ling chuckled. "Since the situation is urgent, the elders pulled me out of the lab. All right, no more talking. From now on, I am your leader. Let's set off and talk on the way." Shui Ling smiled faintly. She had been in the lab working on the 8-gate potion and Yi Tian's mysterious new ability when she suddenly received a notification from Elder Wei. She had no choice but to temporarily halt her experiments. After all, if the nuclear bomb were detonated, everything would be over. When she arrived at the training ground, she saw Weigua's arrangements and decisively chose to lead Yi Tian's team. The group nodded and immediately left the academy. Outside, several vehicles had been waiting for a long time. They all got into one car and headed toward their destination. So, this incident was triggered because the Heaven's Gate was preserved? Inside the car, Shui Ling briefly explained the situation, and Yi Tian asked with a serious expression, "Then why not just agree to destroy the Heaven's Gate?" Peng Hua said directly, it's not that simple." Shui Ling smiled helplessly. "The reason for preserving the Heaven's Gate is that strong individuals from all over the world who entered it still have a chance to return. That's why we in Huaxia wanted to keep it. Moreover, the mysterious strong individual who last entered the Heaven's Gate said that it had already been sealed and relocated. The people behind the Heaven's Gate won't easily find this entrance." Shui Ling smiled. "If we destroy it directly, wouldn't that mean cutting off the retreat of the heroes who entered the Heaven's Gate? They are all heroes who sacrificed themselves for this world. We can't possibly let the heroes fight desperately to protect us while we cut off their retreat from behind." After hearing this, Peng Hua blushed in embarrassment. I see. I understand now. Then, teacher, Why do these terrorists want to destroy the Heaven's Gate? Why cause such a commotion? He Xiaoxue asked in confusion from the side. Perhaps it's out of fear. Fear? Yes. After all, you hadn't awakened your abilities back then, so you wouldn't know how powerful those two golden armored men were. The strength of those two golden armored men was above the world level, which forced the entire world to bow down at the time. They want to destroy the Heavenly Gate because they fear that one day, a new golden armored warrior might emerge from it, and they would have to face that predicament again. Actually, you can't really blame them. It's just that they're thinking isn't far-sighted enough. Destroying the Heavenly Gate might bring temporary peace and tranquility, but it also cuts off not only the retreat path for heroes, but also the path for humanity's future development. Shui Ling said heavily. So, this is essentially a high-stakes gamble? Yi Tian suddenly asked. Hee. Yes, Yi Tian, you're absolutely right. This is humanity's high-stakes gamble. The reason why the major nations have chosen to preserve the Heavenly Gate might be because they want to see what lies beyond it. Moreover, this is also an opportunity for humanity. Even if we lose the gamble, the result is merely brought forward. After all, who can guarantee that destroying this Heavenly Gate will prevent another one from appearing? As humans awaken their abilities, the beasts in the rifts are also continuously evolving. Some of them have even developed intelligence. So, if humanity stops progressing, the only thing awaiting us is destruction. However, if humanity wins this gamble, then we will witness a brand new world. The strength of human ability users will generally have the chance to break through to a higher level. In this way, our power and chances of defeating the beasts will significantly increase. Shui Ling patiently explained to the group. Peng Hua, He Xiaoxue, and the others were stunned as they listened. They only knew that a world conference had been held recently and that the Heavenly Gate had been preserved, but they had no idea that so much was involved behind the scenes. Yi Tian also nodded lightly. Sister Shui Ling was right. Based on the current situation, the Heavenly Gate must be preserved. Otherwise, if the beasts continue to evolve while humanity remains stagnant, what awaits them is indeed destruction. After listening to Shui Ling's explanation, everyone fell into deep thought. When they had seen the world's final decision on the Heavenly Gate on their phones, they hadn't cared much, thinking it had little to do with them. But they never expected that the outcome they had never paid attention to would now erupt into such a massive crisis. It was at this moment that they finally understood what their mentor often said in class. In a world filled with rift beasts, peace is hard-earned, and war could break out at any moment. All right. Let me now explain the mission we are about to undertake. What we can do now is to cooperate with the nation as much as possible to complete the task. This is the best time to showcase your abilities. Shui Ling said with a faint smile, taking out a map from her bag. Everyone nodded seriously. Yes, what they could do now was to complete their tasks to the best of their ability and leave the rest to the nation, following its arrangements. Our mission this time is to search a small town located over 100 miles away from the capital. This town is one of the closest towns to the capital. Since the enemy is very likely to detonate a nuclear bomb in the capital, our primary target is the towns near the capital. Of course, members of the Shadow Legion and your senior brothers and sisters will also be searching other nearby towns. Our first stop is here, a small town called Qingyan Town. This town is not large, but behind it lies a massive mountain range. So, this mountain range will be our second stop. First, we will search the town and gather some information. If we find nothing, then our second stop will be this mountain range. The car was eerily quiet, with only Shui Ling's voice audible, as everyone was attentively listening to her explanation. Here is the enemy's information. They are people from the Lighthouse Nation, so searching for them won't be too difficult. However, you must also be cautious, as they might hire unsuspecting civilians or use disguises. As she spoke, Shui Ling took out the detailed information on the enemy provided by the Shadow Legion and handed it to the group, who immediately began studying it seriously. Soon, the car arrived at Qingyan Town. The group saw an ancient town standing before them, filled with various old buildings. This place was also a tourist attraction, and many internet celebrities would come here specifically to visit. The group immediately disguised themselves as tourists and entered the town. After entering the town, Shui Ling quickly divided the team into two groups. Yi Tian led the brothers Peng Hua and Peng Yi, while she teamed up with He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin. After agreeing on a meeting time, the two groups began their separate actions. Yi Shun, what is the plan next? We brothers will follow your lead. Peng Hua looked at Yi Tian and said. In the team, aside from Shui Ling, Yi Tian was their backbone, as his strength was evident. Let's first ask the locals if there have been any strange occurrences in the town recently. Yi Tian thought for a moment and said calmly. Strange occurrences? But we're not here for. Peng Hua and Peng Yi exchanged puzzled looks with Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Yes, strange occurrences. Because the information shows that the enemy is from the Lighthouse Nation's Vanlon clan, and the entire Vanlon clan is said to be legendary vampires. They only emerged after humans began to awaken their abilities. And what are vampires' habits? Yi Tian asked with a smile. I'm afraid of light. Afraid of crosses. Peng Yi thought for a moment and suddenly replied. Yi Tian's smile froze suddenly. Ahem. Sorry, maybe I wasn't specific enough. I should ask, what do they like to eat? Yi Tian reorganized his words and asked again. Humans. Peng Yi replied again. Yi Tian immediately looked at Peng Yi with a face full of black lines. What the heck, humans? However, before Yi Tian could speak again, Peng Hua, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and slapped Peng Yi on the head. Eat people? Are you out of your mind? Vampires like to drink blood, not eat people. Ahem. Hua is right. Vampires like to drink blood. But now that they're in China, and they have such dangerous items in their possession, they definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble or harm humans. So, let's head to the market and ask the locals there. We'll see if anything strange has happened in town recently. Then, we can check with the livestock stalls to see if anyone has been buying large quantities of livestock to slaughter themselves. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, the two of them lit up with realization. This method was indeed feasible. As expected of Yi Shun, your mind works so fast. Let's head out quickly, Peng Hua said with a smile. And so, the three of them headed directly toward the market. Meanwhile, Shui Ling, along with He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin, went to the town's hospital. Clearly, they had the same thought as Yi Tian. They wanted to check if the hospital had recently experienced any sudden loss of large quantities of blood. At the same time, a wave of outsiders suddenly flooded into various parts of China. These outsiders were members of the Shadow Legion, as well as students and instructors from all the supernatural schools in China. A secret search operation was being carried out across the entire country. Beyond the real world, in all the rifts within China's borders, the Shadow Legion stationed outposts guarding the secret realms were also conducting search operations. While sending people into the secret realms to search, they were also continuously reviewing surveillance footage of the secret realm entrances. Inside a cave in a large mountain, several men dressed in tailcoats were sitting together. Beside them was a black box. The blood of these animals tastes awful. I still think women's blood is more fragrant. That sweet taste, just thinking about it makes me nostalgic. Rorlo, shut up. Don't drag me into your memories, scolded another man sitting next to Rorlo in a deep voice. Everyone, bear with it for now. Once the mission is over, we can go back and enjoy ourselves properly. Don't forget, Lord St. York promised to reward us with his captive slaves. The taste of those blood slaves. Said the leading man with a smile. At the mention of slaves, the others' eyes glowed crimson, and their throats felt so. Shui Ling told the others to rest well and prepare to search the mountains tomorrow, then dragged Yi Tian out of the hotel. Since it was nighttime, Shui Ling planned to check out bars and other places, as vampires usually only appear at night. However, this turned out to be a fruitless effort for Shui Ling and Yi Tian. The two of them visited every entertainment venue in Qingyun town, but couldn't find a single useful clue. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. Even doing experiments isn't this tiring, Shui Ling exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yi Tian's neck from behind. Since it was just the two of them, Shui Ling's true nature was fully revealed. Yi Tian froze in place. His face darkened as he felt the touch of Shui Ling's small hands on his abdomen and the softness against his back. Helplessly, he began to circulate his energy to extinguish the fire that was about to ignite. Sister Shui Ling, Please hang in there a bit longer. We're almost back at the hotel, and you can rest once we get there. Yi Tian said helplessly. I can't. I can't walk anymore. How about you carry me back, little Tian? Behind him, Shui Ling's eyes darted mischievously, and she smiled playfully. Uh, Feeling the gazes of passers-by on the street, Yi Tian's face turned red. Clearly, everyone thought he and Shui Ling were a couple. Ahem. How about this, Sister Shui Ling? Let's go to that place up ahead to grab a bite to eat before heading back. You can rest a bit too. Yi Tian suggested after some thought, trying to change the subject. After all, if he really carried Shui Ling back and Peng Hua and the others saw it, wouldn't the misunderstanding deepen even more? No way. Girls eating late at night will gain weight. Don't you know that? Shui Ling said with a smile, as if determined to make Yi Tian carry her back. I'll treat you. Yay, let's go. Hearing Yi Tian say he'd treat her, Shui Ling immediately let go of him and headed toward a restaurant. Yi Tian. Seeing Shui Ling so energetic, Yi Tian froze in place, his mouth twitching. So this was your real goal all along. The two of them went straight to a restaurant. If Yi Tian hadn't suggested eating, they might have forgotten that they hadn't eaten anything all day. Although superhumans could go days without food, as the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. This habit was deeply ingrained and impossible to change. This one, and this one. At the table, Shui Ling randomly pointed at items on the menu. Since Yi Tian was treating, she naturally wasn't going to hold back. I'm sorry, miss, but we don't have these dishes available, the waiter said apologetically to Shui Ling. Shui Ling. You run a restaurant, and the dishes are printed on the menu, but you're telling me you don't have them? Shui Ling looked at the waiter in disbelief. Fine. What about this one? Shui Ling pointed to another dish on the menu, braised chicken with mushrooms. This is also gone, the waiter said apologetically. Water Spirit's face darkened. Are you really running a restaurant? Even Yi Tian was secretly amazed, thinking, wow, are you deliberately messing with my Water Spirit sister? Everything she orders is unavailable. No, miss, it's mainly because everything you ordered is chicken-related, and we don't have any chicken left in the restaurant, the waiter said apologetically. Water Spirit's eyes widened in surprise. Then she muttered, looks like your business is doing well. By the way, are we in the right place? Is this a roast chicken and duck restaurant? Yes. Oh, then you must have roast duck, right? Give us two. Water Spirit closed the menu and waved her hand. Well, sorry, roast. Roast duck is also gone. Water Spirit. Hey, what is going on here? A roast chicken and duck restaurant, and you're telling me there's no chicken or duck. Are you trying not to do business with us? Water Spirit froze for a moment, then suddenly became furious. Even Yi Tian frowned, thinking to himself, wow, if he didn't know the other party, he might suspect they were targeting them. But it was clear from their attitude that they weren't doing it on purpose. I'm really sorry, here's the thing. All our chickens and ducks are free-range and locally raised, but a few days ago, they were mysteriously stolen. All of them. The ones from the market taste different, and the new batch hasn't arrived yet. We were planning to close the restaurant for a while after today. The restaurant owner came over and explained helplessly. Oh wow, boss, you're quite particular, huh? You'd rather close the restaurant than use other chickens and ducks. Hearing the owner's explanation, Water Spirit immediately calmed down. Well, I'm a local, and I've been running this restaurant for decades. I can't ruin the reputation of my place. I just have to consider it bad luck. In all these years, it's the first time all my chickens and ducks have been stolen at once. If I ever catch those people, I'll definitely fight them. The owner spoke with rising anger. Boss, take it easy. Money isn't everything. By the way, did you report it to the police? When something like this happens, you should report it immediately. Water Spirit comforted him. I did. I reported it right away. But the police couldn't find anything. They told us to wait for news. It's so strange, it was hundreds of them, all gone overnight. Let's not talk about it anymore. Miss, take a look and see if you'd like to order something else. We still have everything except chicken and duck, the owner said helplessly. Boss, I want to ask, where do you keep your chickens and ducks? How did they all get stolen? Don't you usually have someone guarding them? Hearing the boss's words, Yi Tian suddenly asked, "We raised them in the back mountain of the town. As for guarding, everyone in town knows those are my chickens and ducks. We're all from the same town, so we didn't assign anyone to guard them. Besides, nothing like this has ever happened in decades, except this time." "Ah, forget it, forget it." The boss finished speaking and walked back to the restaurant counter, looking utterly devastated. Then, handsome guy, could you bring us 2 bowls of beef noodles?" Shui Ling said to the waiter with a smile. "Ah, all right." The waiter blushed as he looked at Shui Ling. Her stunning beauty paired with her smile was simply breathtaking. In just an instant, the waiter was completely captivated. "So, Xiao Tian, have you discovered something?" After the waiter left, Shui Ling smiled at Yi Tian. "Hee hee, Sister Shui Ling, you must have thought the same as me. This should count as today's biggest discovery, right?" Yi Tian said casually, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. The two quickly finished their noodles and left. Although they couldn't be certain it was those people, they couldn't overlook even the slightest suspicion. After returning to the hotel, Shui Ling gathered everyone and prepared to enter the mountains overnight to investigate. If they found anything, they could report it immediately. Soon, the group arrived at the mountain entrance, where a towering mountain loomed before them, shrouded in darkness. Do we really have to go in now?" Looking at the pitch-black mountain path, He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin were clearly a bit scared. After all, this was a desolate wilderness. Hee hee, what's there to be afraid of? We're all here together. This time, we're just going to check out the area near the boss's chicken farm. We'll go deeper tomorrow when it's daylight," Shui Ling said with a smile. Considering the psychological endurance of the two girls, she decided not to split the team this time. The mountain was eerily quiet at night, with only the occasional sound of insects breaking the silence. Coupled with the pitch-black surroundings, it created a rather creepy atmosphere. Soon, after walking along a dark and unlit path for a while, Shui Ling finally found the boss's chicken farm. The entire farm was pitch black, as all the chickens and ducks had been stolen, and the boss had no reason to leave the lights on. However, Shui Ling didn't care about that. She walked straight into the farm and turned on the lights. Instantly, the surroundings became clearly visible. The large chicken farm was completely empty. Yi Tian and Shui Ling looked at the vast emptiness before them, their mouths twitching. No wonder there was nothing left, everything was gone, not even a single feather. "All right, now that we have light, let's split up and search the area. Take this detector with you and check if there's any residual energy left by the culprits. If you detect any residual energy, make sure to come back and inform me immediately." Shui Ling spoke as she distributed the detectors she had brought to everyone. These devices were something she had just recently created. Due to the overwhelming number of subsequent research projects, she and T had the chance to test their practicality yet. This time, since Wei Guo had dragged her out of the lab, she casually brought one along and even used the time in the car to quickly make a few more. Everyone took the detectors and got busy. Just like in the morning, they split into teams. Yi Tian led the brothers Peng Hua and Peng Yi, while Shui Ling took He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin with her. Soon, Yi Tian and his team arrived at the lakeside outside. This was the area where the shop owner raised ducks, but now there wasn't even a single feather in sight. If it weren't for the lingering stench of duck droppings in the air, they might have thought they had come to the wrong place. "God Yi, shall we start?" Peng Hua asked from the side. Yi Tian glanced at Peng Hua and Peng Yi's expressions. It was obvious that the two were still not used to the smell in the air, so he nodded immediately. "All right, let us begin." With that, the three of them quickly turned on the detectors and started testing along the lakeside. Meanwhile, inside the chicken farm, Shui Ling was also leading He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin as they began their testing. However, as soon as they entered the chicken farm, Shui Ling immediately regretted it. She had thought that with the place being brightly lit, the two girls wouldn't be as scared. But, while they weren't as scared, they couldn't handle the smell permeating the air. As soon as the three of them opened the door to the chicken farm, they almost threw up on the spot. The chickens had all been stolen, and the owner had hastily cleaned the place. But as soon as they pushed the door open, a wave of warm, foul air hit the three women in the face. Looking at the small piles of chicken droppings scattered here and there inside the farm, their faces turned pale. Shui Ling was slightly better off. After all, Since she started researching demonic beasts, what kind of scenes hadn't she witnessed? Even back in the academy, watching students vomit against the wind didn't faze her. So how could this small chicken farm scare her? But he Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin couldn't handle it. They both came from relatively affluent families, and as girls, they had never encountered such a scene in their lives. Hey, teacher, do we really have to conduct the tests here? He Xiaoxue's face was pale, and the fear and reluctance in her eyes were written all over her face. There's no other choice. So, you decide, do you want to go to the unlit duck farm outside, or stay here in the brightly lit chicken farm with just a tiny bit of smell? Shuailing spread her hands helplessly as she spoke. She really hadn't expected things to turn out like this. He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin were instantly at a loss for words, completely torn. Neither option was appealing. One had a less intense smell, but just thinking about the dark path they had taken to get here made the two girls extremely scared. One place had a brightness that gave a slight sense of security, but the smell? Let us just stay here. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Lin suddenly said, "Anyway, I really don't want to go outside. I just mistook a tree for a person just now. I'll choose here too." He Xiaoxue also nodded and said, "Hee, then let us stay here. Actually, this is still considered a small scene. If you had come to the academy earlier, you might have seen those grand scenes, so spectacular that." As Shui Ling spoke, a sudden wave of nausea surged up, combined with the smell of the chicken farm. She almost threw up. "Let us not talk about it anymore." Shui Ling quickly waved her hand. "Don't make me recall that scene again. Anyway, you should be glad you haven't experienced life wearing a gas mask," Shui Ling said, taking out 3 masks from her bag and handing them to the group to wear. Although it couldn't completely block the smell, it could block as much as possible. He Xiaoxue and Zhang Lin obediently nodded. Although they didn't understand what the teacher meant by living with a gas mask, the masks at hand were indeed useful. Thus, the 3 of them entered the chicken farm together, holding the testing device, and began their inspection. In the distance, several men were watching everything from the shadows, a sharp glint flashing in their eyes. "What should we do? Should we act now?" one of the men asked gravely. "Don't rush. I've already notified the others. They should be on their way now. Let us wait for them to arrive, and then we'll act together," the leader said calmly. "All right, that's better. We mustn't let any of them go. We'll keep them all here." Upon hearing the leader's words, a sharp glint also flashed in the man's eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Outside the chicken farm, Yi Tian and the others were testing with the device Shui Ling had given them, completely unaware that they were being watched from afar. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Yi Tian reached a corner by the lake, the device in his hand suddenly emitted an urgent sound, and Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. "What is going on? Yi Shun, did you detect something?" Nearby, brothers Peng Hua and Peng Yi were also drawn to the sound of the device in Yi Tian's hand. "Yes, quickly go inform instructor Shui Ling," Yi Tian said hurriedly. "Got it," Peng Hua responded and immediately ran into the chicken farm. However, before he could get inside, Shui Ling and the others had already come out. Shui Ling and the others emerged from the chicken farm with solemn expressions on their faces. Hey, teacher, why are you?" Peng Hua looked at them in confusion. "What's wrong? Did you find something outside?" Shui Ling didn't answer Peng Hua's question, but instead asked back. "Oh, speaking of that, I was just about to go in and find you. Yishin found something over there." The device in his hand seems to have detected something, Peng Hua quickly explained. "So you guys have discovered something too?" Shui Ling frowned and said, quickly walking toward Yi Tian's position. It seems it was indeed done by superhumans, but whether it was those vampires, that's hard to say. Shui Ling said casually, looking at the detector in Yi Tian's hand. "So what should we do next?" He Xiaoxue suddenly asked. Whether it was those vampires or not, we have to find out who did it. Stealing so many chickens and ducks at once, there must be some traces left in the mountains. Tomorrow, we'll follow the traces and see what we can find. Even if they're not vampires, since we've stumbled upon this, we can't just ignore it," Shui Ling said calmly. "Yeah, that's all we can do for now. After all, even according to our original plan, our next stop is this mountain. Now that we've discovered this, we definitely can't turn a blind eye. As fellow superhumans, not using our abilities to protect the country is one thing, but using them to steal chickens and ducks is just unacceptable. Yi Tian said indifferently. These thieves, they absolutely couldn't let them go. Oh, stealing chickens and ducks? Xiao Tian, your description is quite spot on, but I think it should be stealing chickens and taking ducks instead. Shui Ling said with a serious expression. Yi Tian was speechless. He had just casually said it. But did she really have to make it even more precise than him? Just as the group was discussing their plan, suddenly a few beams of light shone towards them, and more than a dozen figures emerged from the darkness. Nobody move. Hands up, or we'll shoot. A man shouted loudly at the group while pointing a gun at them. Everyone froze. What was going on? Could it be that we've been mistaken for chicken thieves? Yi Tian's mouth twitched. He had been so focused on the detection earlier, and the surrounding environment was so dark, he hadn't even noticed there were people nearby. Umph. You despicable chicken thieves. Our Qingyan town hasn't had anything like this happen in decades. I can't believe the peace we've enjoyed for so long has been shattered by you. The man leading the group glared angrily at them. You're the chicken thief. Your whole family are chicken thieves. Shui Ling's delicate face was now full of anger, and she retorted without hesitation. The group looked at Shui Ling, their eyes twitching. Sister Shui Ling, although your comeback sounded tough and fearless, the way you're holding your hands up looks a bit pitiful, you know? The man on the other side was clearly taken aback as well, his angry expression stiffening on his face. He hadn't expected the other party to be so unyielding and even insult him. When the man finally reacted, a surge of anger rose in his chest. You still claim you're not chicken thieves. Then why are you here in the middle of the night? Hearing his words, Shui Ling froze for a moment, then slowly reached into her backpack. Seeing Shui Ling's movement, the man became visibly more alert and quickly shouted at her, "Don't move." Shui Ling looked at the man speechlessly, but her actions didn't stop. Brother, we're on the same side. Why are you so nervous? As she spoke, Shui Ling took out an ID from her bag and threw it over. The man was completely stunned. Same side? What is going on? Before he could react, Shui Ling had already tossed the ID to him. He caught the flying ID, opened it, and was instantly dumbfounded. The ID was real. You're from the Pioneer Academy? The man asked, looking at the group in confusion. Of course. Did you really think I was some chicken thief? Shui Ling said, exasperated. Then what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Do you know you're trespassing on private property? Being called out by the man, Shui Ling's confidence immediately deflated. After all, he wasn't wrong, they were indeed trespassing. Well, who knew you'd be out here in the middle of the night, in the wilderness, catching thieves? Shui Ling said weakly. She had assumed that since it was late at night and in such a remote area, no one would be around, so she acted recklessly. But she truly hadn't expected anyone to show up. What did you say? The man saw Shui Ling speaking, but because of the distance, he didn't hear her clearly. Nothing. I was just saying how dedicated you all are, working on a case in the middle of the night. Truly admirable. Thank you for your hard work. Shui Ling quickly said with an awkward laugh. Comrade, we're here on an urgent secret mission. We suspect there might be clues at this chicken farm, which is why we ended up trespassing on private property. Right. You should receive the notice too, about the SSS-level confidential mission. Shui Ling quickly added. Xiao Wu, has the Bureau issued any notices recently? The man was stunned and quickly turned to ask another man behind him. Yes, Brother Feng. The Bureau issued one a few days ago, saying that students from various academies would be conducting an SSS-level urgent confidential mission across the country. They instructed us to cooperate fully if we encountered them, and even follow their orders. I just didn't expect we'd actually run into them. Xiao Wu explained to the man as he looked at Shui Ling and the others. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Wu speechlessly and scolded him. Brother Feng, I did tell you. But you've been so focused on investigating this chicken theft case these past few days, maybe you didn't hear me. Xiao Wu quickly explained. Is that so? Lin Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Wu, his face full of embarrassment. Ahem. Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. Everyone, put your weapons away. We're on the same side, the same side. Lin Xiaofeng quickly instructed his colleagues to put their guns away. We did receive the notice, but we never thought you would actually come to this chicken farm to investigate. Because there was just a case here, and it was the most serious and vile case in Qingyun town in decades. So, for a moment, I thought you were chicken thieves. Haha. Haha. Sorry, my apologies. Lin Xiaofeng explained to the group with an awkward expression. It's fine. We also came here without notifying you in advance, but the matter is urgent, so… Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Xueling also explained to Lin Xiaofeng in a friendly manner. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Don't just stand here, Lin Xiaofeng said with a smile, quickly inviting the group into the chicken farm. Going in? Isn't this trespassing on someone else's property again? Xueling said instinctively. It's fine. This chicken farm belongs to my uncle, so it's not considered trespassing. Lin Xiaofeng waved his hand and smiled. Xueling. So, leaving a few colleagues outside to continue keeping watch, Lin Xiaofeng and Xiao Wu led the group to a lounge inside the chicken farm, which was usually where the farm owner took naps. Comrades, what kind of secret mission are you carrying out? Xiao Wu asked curiously. But before Xueling could respond, Lin Xiaofeng smacked Xiao Wu on the head. It's an SSS-level emergency secret mission. Why are you prying? Lin Xiaofeng said irritably. Sorry, he's new and doesn't know much yet. It's fine. Xueling nodded. I just want to know if you have any new findings regarding this chicken and duck theft case. Lin Xiaofeng and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, their mouths twitching. What a fitting description, chicken and duck theft case. Couldn't it just be called a theft case? Ahem. Well, we did find something. While our people were searching the area, they happened to find a few of the missing chickens and ducks. Lin Xiaofeng didn't hold back. Since the Bureau instructed them to fully cooperate, he would do so. Besides, this case wasn't exactly classified. Hearing Lin Xiaofeng's response, Xueling was momentarily stunned. That wasn't the kind of discovery she was asking about. She meant clues. Seeing Xueling's expression, Lin Xiaofeng realized she had misunderstood him and quickly explained. Of course, just finding a few missing chickens and ducks wouldn't be worth mentioning to you. The problem is, the chickens and ducks we found were all dead. Xueling. What exactly are you trying to say? Xueling's mouth twitched as she looked at Lin Xiaofeng, speechless. If they weren't dead, the culprits probably wouldn't have let you find them, right? Officer, our captain didn't mean it that way. It's just that the chickens and ducks we found dead were in such strange conditions. The meat was still intact, but all the blood was gone, and there were bite marks on their bodies. We suspect that there might be zombies in the mountains. Xiao Wu quickly explained, shivering inexplicably as he spoke. Zombies, my foot. I never believe in ghosts in this world. Stop imagining things. Lin Xiaofeng smacked Xiao Wu on the head. But Xiao Wu is right, the situation is indeed strange. The way those chickens and ducks died is very unusual. However, I refuse to believe it's zombies. It must be some kind of beast. That's why we've been working day and night, with some of us keeping watch and others searching the mountains to see if we can find those creatures. Lin Xiaofeng explained. To be able to take so many chickens and ducks in one night, it must mean either there are many of them, or they are very powerful. But he wasn't afraid. Although they weren't as strong as the Shadow Legion, they were still ability users. If they encountered a beast, especially one that had broken the law, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. When Xueling and the others heard Xiao Wu's words, their expressions turned completely serious. Xueling Jia. Yi Tian looked at Xueling and called out. Yes. Xueling nodded solemnly. Based on my long-term research on beasts, there isn't a single beast that would only suck blood and leave the flesh untouched. They usually don't even leave the bones. So, Yi Tian asked with a serious expression. Yes, it's almost certain. The target is hiding in this mountain range. Xueling said calmly. She truly hadn't expected that in such a vast world, her team would actually find it. Captain Lin, have your people all retreat. The target is not some beast. Xueling said calmly. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Lin Xiaofeng and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned. But soon, Lin Xiaofeng reacted and immediately instructed Xiao Wu to make arrangements. Also, Captain Lin, temporarily seal off this mountain range. At the same time, please take these young ones down the mountain and notify our academy and the Shadow Legion to come and provide support immediately. Shui Ling continued to give orders after Xiao Wu left. At this moment, her usual cheerful and carefree demeanor was completely gone. Teacher Wei, hearing Shui Ling's instructions, Peng Hua, Peng Yi, and the others immediately understood her intentions. Their teacher was planning to search the mountains alone. Listen to me. This is an order. After you go down the mountain, immediately assist Captain Lin in contacting the academy and getting Elder Xiao and the others to come and provide support. The rest is no longer something you can be involved in. Work hard to become stronger. The future peace of Huaxiao will depend on you young ones. Shui Ling smiled at them, and the group fell silent. Lin Xiaofeng also felt uneasy as he watched the scene unfold. Goodness, isn't this just a theft case? He never expected that a seemingly simple theft case would actually be connected to an SSS-level emergency confidential case. I'll go with you. At the moment when everyone was silent, Yi Tian spoke slowly. No, you can't go. Obediently follow Captain Lin down the mountain. These matters are not something you should get involved in. Shui Ling rejected him outright, without any hesitation or second thought. Yi Tian frowned. To be honest, he couldn't bring himself to leave Shui Ling alone, especially when the opponent was such a dangerous figure. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian slowly said, Sister Shui Ling, let me go with you. Besides, you know my strength, don't you? I can handle 2 diamond-level beasts without a problem. Moreover, I have qi and blood pills with me, so I won't encounter any accidents. At least I won't drag you down. Besides, we're just searching in the mountains for now, and we might not even find anything. By the time we do, Grandpa Xiao and the others will probably have arrived, and then we won't have to worry about our safety. Yi Tian reasoned with Shui Ling this. Shui Ling hesitated for a moment after hearing Yi Tian's words. She looked at Yi Tian's serious expression and finally sighed helplessly. All right, since that's the case, fine. But you have to promise me, if we really encounter danger, you must run immediately, understand? Seeing Shui Ling agree, Yi Tian smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. As for Peng Hua, He Xiaoxue, and the others, they naturally obediently followed Lin Xiaofeng and the others down the mountain. Although they wanted to stay, they knew their strength was nowhere near Yi Tian's. Staying would only drag the two down, so they had no choice but to follow Lin Xiaofeng and the others to retreat. In the mountains, Shui Ling and Yi Tian continued searching deeper. Yi Tian also maximized his spiritual power as the two followed the trail to the location where Lin Xiaofeng had reported the missing chickens and ducks. Meanwhile, after descending the mountain, Lin Xiaofeng and the others immediately contacted the headquarters to request additional personnel to seal off the mountain. Although they didn't know exactly what mission Shui Ling and the others were carrying out, since the headquarters had directly issued a cooperation order, they had to fully comply. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, the entire mountain was cordoned off with a security line. At the same time, Lin Xiaofeng reported the situation to the Shadow Corps and requested their support. Peng Hua, Peng Yi, and the others were quick to act as well. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, they began contacting people from the academy. Pioneer Academy. Bang! The door to Xiao Yi's office was once again destroyed by Wei Guo's palm. Inside the office, the deans of the 4 academies and Xiao Yi were gathered, discussing the next steps. Xiao Yi looked at Wei Guo with a speechless expression, his mouth twitching. He glanced at the large hole behind him. Forget it. He was planning to demolish it anyway. And since this guy was paying for it, he decided to endure it. Inside the Shadow Legion, Luo Tianxian was also busy directing operations. Everyone in the base appeared exceptionally busy. In the vast base, apart from the technical staff, almost everyone who could be sent out had been dispatched. Some were even sent to the Lighthouse Nation. Suddenly, Xiao Ao rushed into the command room. Old Luo, the bureau in Qingyun town has sent information saying they've discovered the target of the SSS emergency confidential mission. Xiao Ao said urgently. What? Luo Tianxian was instantly shocked. Which team is over there? How many teams do we have nearby? Reporting, there are no rifts near Qingyun town, so we only have 10 people leading 10 student teams there. Currently, the search in Qingyun town is being handled by a mentor named Shui Ling from Pioneer Academy and a group of first-year students. The technical staff quickly pulled up Shui Ling's profile along with the details of her entire team. Once the information was displayed, everyone was stunned. They might not be very familiar with Shui Ling or the students in her team, but they were extremely familiar with Yi Tian, Xiao Tian. Luo Tianxin and Xiao Ao were both taken aback, especially Xiao Ao, who stared at the screen in disbelief. Immediately dispatch nearby Shadow Legion members to provide support. Ensure the students' safety as the top priority. Also, notify Pioneer Academy, the deans of the 4 major academies in the capital, and Qianlong to send reinforcements as soon as possible. Luo Tianxin quickly regained his composure and issued one command after another. The command room was filled with the sound of fingers typing on keyboards and Luo Tianxin's orders. Old Luo, I'll head over there first, Xiao Ao said with a serious expression. All right, go and assist old Zhao's team. Remember, complete the mission and return safely. Luo Tianxin patted Xiao Ao's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Understood, I will. Xiao Ao nodded and then turned to leave. What? Shui Ling's team discovered the target's location? They're searching the area now. Xiaoyi was so shocked that he stood up from his seat and looked at Wei Guo. Yes, currently, Shui Ling and Xiao Tian are searching in the mountains, while the other students and local comrades have gone down the mountain. The entire mountain has been temporarily sealed off by the local comrades. Teacher, we need to hurry over there, Chen Dong said anxiously. After all, there was only one mentor and one student over there, and they definitely wouldn't be a match for the enemy. If the enemy escaped, it would be a huge problem. All right, Xiaoyi nodded and waved his hand. Instantly, everyone in the office, including Wei Guo, disappeared from their original spot. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Qingyun town, as he delved deeper, Yi Tian suddenly discovered a cave hidden within the mountain's rock wall. Using his spiritual sense, he detected that there were actually 6 people inside, and next to them was a large black box. Sister Shui Ling, I think I found them, Yi Tian suddenly said. Where? Shui Ling immediately asked upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Right below that cliff, in the middle area. 6 people, and a box. Yi Tian pointed to the area below the rock wall by the cliff. How do you know? Shui Ling suddenly asked, looking at Yi Tian with a peculiar expression. Hee, it's a new skill from my ability. For some reason, I seem to be able to sense everything within a few kilometers, but beyond that range, it doesn't work. So what do we do? Act now or wait for Grandpa Xiao and the others to arrive? Let's wait for Old Master Xiao and the others. After all, the other side has large-scale destructive weapons. The 2 of us alone can't take them down instantly. Shui Ling thought for a moment and said calmly. We just need to monitor them for now, so let's not alert them. We'll hide and wait for Old Master Xiao and the others. All right, hearing Shui Ling's plan, Yi Tian nodded. After all, he had just detected several people inside, and their levels of strength were quite high. If they rushed in now, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence. If they pushed the other side into a corner and they detonated a nuclear bomb in desperation, it would be game over. Let Xiaotian speak. He sensed it with his mental power, so he should be the one who knows the situation inside best. Shui Ling waved her hand. Although she could sense it too, her perception could only detect the energy emitted by the other party, and it wasn't as clear as Yi Tian's. Yes, there are 6 people inside. Behind them, there's a rather large black box. I think that must be the so-called nuclear bomb. Yi Tian directly explained the situation to the group. TSK, a black box? Isn't it supposed to be stored in a spatial pouch? That looks like a compact remote-controlled nuclear bomb, which means we also need to find the remote control on them, Xiao Yi said with a serious expression. In this era of rampant beasts, nuclear bombs have already been upgraded. In the past, they were made smaller for easier transport into the rift to combat beast tides. However, these things are usually only found in the armies of various countries. How did these vampires get their hands on one? After all, if the rift world is destroyed, so be it, but the real world cannot be destroyed. This thing might not be able to blow up the rift world, but it could destroy an entire country in the real world. All right, leave the rest to us. You 2 find a safe place to stay, Xiao Yi said softly. Where is there a safe place, old man Xiao? We'll just wait here for you. Anyway, if your operation fails, We're all doomed. Shui Ling spread her hands helplessly. Xiao Yi. Min Jinghao, what you said makes so much sense, but don't say it again next time. We haven't even started the operation, and you're already thinking about failure? Fine, just don't interfere with us. Stay wherever you like. Xiao Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with Shui Ling anymore and started discussing the plan with the others from Wei Nation. Does everyone understand? You must act quickly, completely control everyone in an instant, or eliminate them directly. Then find the remote control. Xiao Yi said with a serious expression. Understood, old Xiao. Understood, teacher. The group responded with equally serious expressions. Seeing that everyone understood, Xiao Yi nodded. Spatial energy slowly emanated from him, and in an instant, the group disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already at the entrance of the cave. Xiao Yi planned to approach the group first, then seize the opportunity to catch them off guard and subdue everyone inside in an instant. Oh, is it starting? Xiaodian, you better watch closely. Opportunities like this don't come often. Shui Ling said excitedly as she watched Xiao Yi and the others from afar. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Seriously, Sister Shui Ling, this is a pretty tense situation. Do you really have to be so excited? TCH, what do you know? Since old man Xiao and the others are here, we can just sit back and enjoy the show. When they take action, failure isn't even an option. Shui Ling waved her hand indifferently, already adopting a laid-back attitude. Yi Tian looked at Shui Ling's demeanor, completely speechless, and decided not to argue with her anymore. He focused his attention on Xiao Yi and the deans in the distance. Shui Ling was indeed right. The opportunity to witness Xiao Yi and the deans of the major academies taking action simultaneously was truly rare. Therefore, Yi Tian focused his mental energy to the maximum, afraid of missing even the slightest exciting moment. Outside the cave, Xiao Yi and his team moved very lightly, even suppressing their breaths to the lowest level. At this moment, they dared not make any sound, communicating entirely through gestures and eye contact. Xiao Yi raised 3 fingers, exchanged glances with the others, and then slowly lowered his fingers. In the distance, Yi Tian and Shui Ling were also nervously watching the scene. Although Shui Ling said there was no need to worry with Xiao Yi and his team taking action, after all, that thing was a nuclear bomb. Saying there was no worry would be a lie. Yi Tian appeared even more tense, staring fixedly at Xiao Yi and his team, even holding his breath completely. 3, 2, 1. As Xiao Yi lowered his last finger, the group instantly disappeared, reappearing inside the cave. Absolute confinement. As soon as Xiao Yi and his team entered the cave, they immediately attracted the attention of all the vampires. Just as the vampires reacted and prepared to attack, the female dean from one of the 4 major academies acted faster, instantly using her special ability. The vampires suddenly felt their bodies bound by a powerful energy, unable to move. Weigua immediately rushed to the black box and took the nuclear bomb away. Apart from Bai Su, Long Outyin, Chen Dong, and Xiao Yi also unleashed their abilities, instantly eliminating 5 vampires, leaving only 1 alive. Speak. Where's the controller? Chen Dong, with his fiery temper, punched the vampire hard. Heh. F you. The vampire on the ground sneered grimly. Not good. Xiao Yi immediately sensed danger and teleported the group out of the cave. Just as they left, a powerful light burst from the vampire's body. Boom. A deafening explosion completely obliterated the cave. The mountain where the vampire was located was entirely destroyed, forming a massive mushroom cloud, and the explosion's power continued to spread. Absolute confinement. Earth shield. Space barrier. Xiao Yi, Weigua, and Bai Su erupted with incredibly powerful energy, forcibly suppressing the explosion's impact within a certain range. After all, if it were allowed to spread, while it might not destroy an entire country, the town of Qingyun at the foot of the mountain would certainly not escape unscathed. They hadn't expected the vampire to be so ruthless, not only carrying a nuclear bomb, but also having a bomb strapped to his body. Although its power was not comparable to a nuclear bomb, it was enough to destroy a town. Yi Tian and Shui Ling, as soon as Xiao Yi teleported to their side and threw the nuclear bomb to them, immediately used their Xiaoyao steps to escape. At the foot of the mountain, Members of the nearby Shadow Legion and Xiao Ao, who had just arrived, swallowed hard and looked up in horror at the mushroom cloud on the mountain. What is going on? The nuke exploded? But it shouldn't have such a small impact, right? Without time to think further, Xiao Ao ordered them to evacuate the comrades who were sealing off the mountain and quickly rushed up himself. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofeng and the others were staring in shock at the breathtaking scene before them. No wonder this was classified as an SSS-level top-secret mission. Who would believe you could see a mushroom cloud in the middle of a city? Hold on, Xiao Yi said to the two with difficulty. Don't worry, old Xiao. The shield of Huaxia hasn't aged yet. Absolute defense. Wei Guo threw the large shield in his hand, and instantly, the shield split into numerous smaller shields, completely surrounding the mushroom cloud. 8 gates, Jing Gate. Open, Wei Guo roared, continuously channeling energy into the shields. Instantly, the shields expanded, and the force of the mushroom cloud's explosion kept pounding against the massive shields. Flame energy conversion. From the foot of the mountain, Xiao Ao's voice rang out. At this moment, he had already transformed into blue flames, continuously extracting the energy from the mushroom cloud and converting it into blue flames, releasing it into the sky. The energy of the mushroom cloud was simply too immense for him to absorb alone. For a moment, the group was locked in a stalemate with the mushroom cloud. Damn it, those cursed vampires. If I'd known, I wouldn't have left any of them alive. Long Outyin and Chun Dong, who were beside Xiao Yi and Wei Guo, cursed the self-destructing vampires while continuously channeling energy to them. The reason they had left the vampires alive was to interrogate them about the controller's whereabouts. But who would have thought the other side would be so ruthless, resorting to self-destruction? Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Shui Ling were rushing down the mountain with the nuclear bomb in the box. Xiao Tian, stop quickly. Suddenly, Shui Ling's urgent voice came through, and Yi Tian immediately stopped. What's wrong, Sister Shui Ling? That mushroom cloud behind us is no joke. If we accidentally set off the one we're carrying, we're in big trouble, Yi Tian said in panic. No, I think I heard a sound coming from inside this box. It seems like the nuke inside has been activated, Shui Ling said with a grave expression. What? Hearing Shui Ling's words, Yi Tian's eyes widened instantly, staring at her in shock. That's why I told you to stop running. We need to open it and check, Shui Ling said as she opened the box. Inside was a nuclear warhead about the size of a baby, with a timer attached to it. The timer had already started counting down, and there were only 10 minutes left until the explosion. The two of them stared at the ticking timer, breaking out in a cold sweat. There's only 10 minutes left, Yi Tian exclaimed in terror. TSK, this device, is it a sensor? It should be connected to the heartbeats of those beasts. As soon as they die, this timer will automatically start the countdown. What should we do then, Sister Shui Ling? Should we take it into the secret realm to detonate it? Yi Tian asked. Heh, there's no other way. There are no cracks around here, and we can't make it in 10 minutes. Old Master Xiao could, but he can't leave right now. Besides, if we go back, it would take a lot of time on the way. Shui Ling slumped to the ground, smiling helplessly. In the end, is it still impossible to stop it? Hearing Shui Ling's words, Yi Tian's expression instantly turned grim. Could it be that everything would turn to ashes in 10 minutes? The two fell into silence. Suddenly, Yi Tian raised his head abruptly. Sister Shui Ling, if this thing explodes in the air, wouldn't it be fine? Yi Tian said excitedly. What are you thinking? How high in the air would it have to explode to be safe? With our strength, there's no way we can get that high. Sigh, looks like we're doomed. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come out. It would have been better to die in the lab with my experimental data. Shui Ling propped her face with her hands, speaking helplessly. Yi Tian's mouth twitched as he looked at Shui Ling helplessly. Don't give up like this. Think of a solution instead of how you want to die. Hee hee, just kidding, little Tian. If I'm not around in the future, remember to think of me, okay? Seeing Yi Tian's helpless expression, Shui Ling suddenly smiled, but her smile seemed a bit sorrowful. Sister Shui Ling? You. However, before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, Shui Ling interrupted him. With my strength, I should barely be able to reach a height where the explosion won't affect me. but I'm not 100% sure, so no matter what, we have to give it a try, right? Shui Ling said with a smile. I see. Yi Tian nodded, half understanding. Then, Sister Shui Ling, take this vitality pill. It can save your life. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. As he spoke, Yi Tian took out a pill and handed it to Shui Ling, while his other hand gripped the box on the ground tightly. Shui Ling didn't refuse. She took the pill from Yi Tian's hand and swallowed it. All right, now are you at ease? Don't worry, I might not die anyway. Your sister has a big life, Shui Ling said with a faint smile, but anyone could guess the outcome. After all, this was a nuclear bomb capable of destroying a nation. With Shui Ling's strength, it was almost certain death. Hee hee, I'm relieved, I'm relieved. Yi Tian smiled and let go of the box he was holding tightly. Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian's smile and thought she had successfully deceived him. She smiled back at him, but her smile was somewhat bitter. After all, who isn't afraid of death? She was human too, a person of flesh and blood, and she was also afraid of death. But she knew that, at this moment, only she could stop all of this. As for asking Yi Tian to do it, Shui Ling had never considered it. After all, no matter how carefree and unbothered she usually seemed, she was still their mentor. Thinking of this, Shui Ling shook her head and said, Then I'll go. Be good and wait for me here. She patted Yi Tian's abs once more before beginning to manipulate the energy around her. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through her body. Shui Ling realized she could no longer control the energy, and it had become abnormally violent. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shui Ling's chest burst open entirely. She stared at Yi Tian in utter disbelief as the world slowly dimmed around her. The last thing she saw was Yi Tian's carefree smile. Shui Ling Jia, have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Yi Tian removed his jacket, gently covering Shui Ling's body. Then, he slowly picked up the box containing the nuclear bomb. Drawing the long blade from his back, Yi Tian summoned Xiaoyu. A plan had already taken shape in his mind. At the base of the mountain, the entire population of Qingyun Town was shaken to the core by the commotion. Not just Qingyun Town, but even cities 100 miles away witnessed this spectacular scene. Suddenly, as the residents of Qingyun Town were frantically evacuating, they saw a vivid, dazzling red light soar into the sky near the mushroom cloud. Within the crimson light was a streak of blue, a human figure. Xiao Tian. Xiao Yi and his companions also noticed the striking red glow. But when they saw the blue figure within the crimson light, their expressions froze in shock and disbelief. Xiao Yi stared at Yi Tian, who was hurtling toward the sky. At the same time, he noticed the black box in Yi Tian's hand, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, Yi Tian swallowed one proper qi and blood pill and one improper qi and blood pill. Activating the eighth gate, the gate of death, he also employed the protection technique taught by Luo Tianxin, surging straight toward the sky. The speed was so intense that Yi Tian's face was distorted by the force, yet he continued rising higher and higher. No, not enough. Higher. I need to go higher. Yi Tian shouted to himself repeatedly in his mind. Finally, at an altitude far beyond measure, his speed began to slow down. His gaze sharpened. Xiaoyu, Yi Tian called out. He threw his long blade downward, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted. Stepping on the energy from the aura, Yi Tian leaped again into the air. Yi Tian's ascent accelerated once more, to the point where he was nearly breaking out of the atmosphere. With a determined thought, he hurled the box containing the nuclear bomb upward. Instantly, black flames engulfed his entire body. Enduring the immense pain, Yi Tian aimed at the black box and unleashed a massive fireball directly toward it. When Yi Tian first awakened his abilities, he felt that this eerie flame carried not only the aura of death, but also a power capable of devouring everything. So, Yi Tian decided to take a gamble. Could this strange flame directly consume the entire nuclear bomb, including its explosive power? After releasing the flame, Yi Tian quickly plummeted underground. With a fierce expression, he swallowed both the proper and improper qi and blood pills at the same time. Boom! With a loud sound, all of Yi Tian's states were lifted, including the flames on his body, which completely dissipated. The entire world turned gray, and at that moment, the The nuclear bomb was directly ignited by the flame. The last scene Yi Tian saw was the bright light from the nuclear explosion. He had done his best, the rest was up to fate. This was Yi Tian's final thought. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is complete. However, at that moment, the system's voice sounded. But Yi Tian didn't hear it, as he had already completely lost consciousness. The system, seeing that Yi Tian did not respond, immediately began to scan the surroundings. It saw a massive explosion force sweeping toward Yi Tian and itself. System. After the scan, the system was dumbfounded. It discovered that Yi Tian was right in the center of the nuclear explosion's power, and the scorching energy could directly burn Yi Tian to ashes. Oh damn, what the hell is going on here? Can someone explain this to me? Huh, what's this? The power of laws. The system suddenly exclaimed. However, it didn't have much time to react, as the massive destructive energy was about to engulf them. In an instant, it took control of the flame within Yi Tian's body. Soon, the previously dissipated flame reappeared, enveloping Yi Tian. Unlike before, this flame could now be controlled. It formed a massive shield that completely blocked the explosive force spreading in front of Yi Tian and continuously devoured it. Below, the power of the nuclear explosion illuminated the entire sky. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. At this moment, it was as bright as day, and the whole of China seemed to be lit up. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi's ominous premonition had finally come true. However, there was no time for him to grieve, as the mushroom cloud had not been fully dealt with yet. Compared to before, though, the power of the mushroom cloud had significantly weakened. Damn it, unbind, I must unbind. The first time I appear, you make me control his body to fight the enemy. I just upgraded, and wow, the moment I show up, this brat's gameplay has also leveled up. He actually made me face a nuclear bomb. You sure know how to play? You really know how to play. Reincarnated so many times, and in this life, you're the most daring. Are you trying to give me a heart attack, or just trying to make sure I get completely screwed? At this moment, within Yi Tian's body, the system was continuously manipulating the black flames to devour the power of the nuclear explosion. While controlling the black flames, it was also cursing at Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian couldn't hear a word the system was saying at this time. Inside a hotel, Yang Muhan looked at the light in the sky. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. In another city, Yi Xian was also looking at the sky, and the feeling of unease in her heart grew stronger. Even Xia Chu, in another small town, inexplicably felt a wave of irritation. She didn't know why, but the light was so dazzling that the more she looked at it, the more annoyed she became. The light dissipated, and the entire sky returned to darkness. The world seemed to have fallen completely silent. Underworld. Line up, scan the code. All right, next. Outside the gate, Yi Tian once again saw the pale-faced old man. The old man was still holding a fan in his hand, and a grayish-white QR code was stuck on the table in front of him. Since there weren't many people in line at the moment, Yi Tian quickly reached the old man's desk. Sir, I scanned it before. Do I need to scan it again? Yi Tian asked with a puzzled expression. Back when he was in the lab conducting experiments, he had ended up in the underworld after taking an unruly blood-chi pill. He hadn't expected to embark on another trip to hell this time to extinguish that bizarre flame. Isn't that obvious? Even if you scanned it before, you still have to wait. What? The old man suddenly jumped up from his seat mid-sentence, staring at Yi Tian in shock. You scanned it before? How do you remember? Could it be that the old lady's soup has lost its effect? The old man looked at Yi Tian in disbelief, muttering to himself. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. He assumed Yi Tian had already reincarnated once and then died again. Scan the code and go in. The old man's expression quickly returned to normal, and he said to Yi Tian indifferently. He thought to himself that once he finished dealing with this, he must have a good talk with the old lady. Could it be that she had cut corners on the soup again? That wouldn't do. Oh, Yi Tian responded in a daze. For some reason, as long as he was at the gate of the underworld, his mental focus would scatter, and he would feel dazed, just like last time. The fact that he managed to say that sentence earlier, though it seemed simple, had actually taken a lot of effort. Yi Tian mechanically took out his phone and scanned the code on the table. The old man nodded, and Yi Tian's phone once again turned into mist and dissipated. Only then did he proceed inside. As soon as he stepped through the gate, the feeling of being controlled by some force instantly disappeared. Yi Tian continued walking along the small path. However, before he even reached the bridge, he heard a familiar voice. "I won't drink it. I won't drink it, Granny. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I just took the wrong medicine." A resistant voice came. Who else could it be but Shui Ling? Haha, little girl. So you died from poisoning after taking medicine. No wonder you were so resistant to Granny's soup. Don't worry, Granny's soup isn't poisonous. It's quite tasty. Be good. There are others waiting behind you. Meng Pa smiled kindly at Shui Ling and handed the soup to her again. Shui Ling looked at the increasingly close green thick soup in front of her with a face full of terror. It was still bubbling, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Just as she wanted to push it away with her hand, she realized her body was out of her control. As the bowl of soup got closer, Shui Ling struggled in pain, but her body couldn't move at all, as if controlled by some force. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Shui Ling found that the force controlling her body had disappeared. She immediately slapped the bowl, sending it flying and smashing it into pieces. Granny. However, before she could react, Shui Ling's figure completely disappeared. Yi Tian stared at the scene in shock, his mouth twitching. Goodness, you even smashed Granny's bowl. Mean, but the most bewildered one was Granny herself. She had been guarding this place for so long, and it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The bowl was smashed to pieces. Granny, are you okay? Yi Tian braced himself and stepped forward to ask. I'm fine. I'm fine. She weakly waved her hand, looking at the fragments on the ground. After all, this bowl had accompanied her for who knows how many years, and now it was just a pile of broken pieces. Young man, the soup might not be drinkable for now. I'll have to go fix the bowl. How about I just bring the whole pot instead? Meng Pa asked Yi Tian. What do you mean, the whole pot? Yi Tian immediately shook his head like a rattle. Granny, you should go fix the bowl first. I don't need to drink it. I'll leave soon. I'll leave soon. Oh, hearing Yi Tian's words, she quickly raised her head and instantly recognized him. Wasn't this the young man who came down last time? It seems you have the power to freely traverse between the realms of life and death, Granny said, her expression turning serious as she looked at Yi Tian. No, we don't have that kind of power. We just took the wrong medicine. Yi Tian quickly explained as he saw her face growing darker. Could it be the resurrection lily? Impossible, she muttered to herself, then looked at Yi Tian. Take out the medicine you took and let me have a look. Hearing her words, Yi Tian instinctively reached to take out the medicine, but his hand came up empty. Granny, I'm already a ghost. How can I take it out? Yi Tian said helplessly. True, that's right. The old woman nodded lightly, then took a ring out of her pocket. Here, take this. I'm giving it to you. When you return to the living world, put a few of the pills you took inside. Next time you come down, I'll take a look at what kind of medicine it is. With that, she directly tossed the ring to Yi Tian. The moment Yi Tian took the ring, the golden light in the sky appeared again. Yi Tian's figure was about to dissipate, but didn't completely disappear. Instead, his entire body became more transparent. Yi Tian, what's going on? I can't go back. Yi Tian looked at his own body in confusion and then glanced at the golden light above his head. Seeing this scene, the old woman was also filled with shock. It seems, young man, you're half dead and half alive. What? Half dead and half alive? So am I dead or not? Granny, don't scare me. Hee, whether you're dead or not depends on how the people in the mortal world treat you. Anyway, in your current state, you can't reincarnate, otherwise you'll turn into an idiot in your next life. I'm about to finish my shift, and today's work is almost done. Since that's the case, you can wait here in the underworld for the result. If the people in the mortal world can save you, then you'll naturally be able to return. Old lady, I need to go fix my bowl now. You can wait here slowly. She waved her hand, and then with another gesture, the fragments on the ground were slowly collected by her. Granny, I'm scared to stay here alone. How about I go with you? Yi Tian looked around at the surroundings, which were filled with eerie vibes and the sound of ghostly wails and howling winds. Oh, you want to come with me? Meng Pa looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. The capital. At this moment, in the Shao, Yi asked anxiously. At this moment, he had exhausted all his strength to resist the energy from the vampire's self-destruction. He was unable to use his abilities, so he could only let Xiao Ao go back to fetch Feng Mei. A black car suddenly rushed into the hospital. Yi Xiao, with a face full of anxiety, got out of the car and went straight to the door of the operating room. Yi Xiao. Xiao Yi looked at the visitor, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. My grandson. Where's my grandson? Yi Xiao asked angrily. The moment Yi Tian had an accident, Xiao Yi had someone notify Yi Xiao. Xiao, is this how you protect them? Is this the absolute safety you promised me? You are ruthless enough to let the child carry out such a dangerous mission. He is your grandson. Yi Xiao seemed to have lost his mind, roaring at Xiao Yi. Mr. Yi, the child is undergoing surgery now. He will be fine. After all, this matter was urgent, and the teacher had no choice but to let the student carry out the mission. Bai Su quickly stood up to comfort him. Don't give me that useless talk, Xiao. I've already lost a son. If I lose my grandson too, I won't let you off. Yi Xiao said furiously. Dad, please calm down. This is a hospital. Let's wait for the surgery results before saying anything. Yi Luo, Yi Xiao's second son, also spoke up to comfort the old man. Yes, Dad, calm down. Don't make a scene. The doctors need a quiet environment to perform the surgery. Yi Ling also tried to console him. Xiao, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Where's my granddaughter? Is she okay? Yi Xiao sat down nearby and asked. At the hospital entrance, a flash of light appeared. A middle-aged woman sheathed her sword and landed slowly at the hospital entrance with Yi Xian. The surrounding pedestrians looked on in shock, but Yi Xian paid no attention to them. Thank you, sister. I need to find my brother quickly. Yi Xian's small face was full of anxiety, her eyes red. She had been on a mission in another nearby town when a powerful light suddenly erupted in the sky, making her feel uneasy. After the light dissipated, she received a call from Xiao Yi, who explained the situation to her. She immediately rushed to the hospital and encountered this mysterious sister along the way, who brought her here by flying with her sword. Let's go in together. I'm here to find your brother too, the woman said calmly, then followed Yi Xian into the hospital. Her perpetually cold face showed a rare trace of urgency in her eyes. Soon, Yi Xian and the icy woman arrived at the operating room door. The people gathered there all had somber expressions, remaining silent, creating an oppressively heavy atmosphere. Grandpa Xiao, where's my brother? How is he? Is he okay? Yi Xian ran directly to Xiao Yi, asking anxiously. Xiao Yi looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression, wanting to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words at this moment. Yi Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Xian, his aged face full of sorrow. He hadn't expected that the first time he would meet his grandson and granddaughter would be under such circumstances, and his grandson's life was still hanging by a thread. The middle-aged woman who came with Yi Xian walked directly to Xiao Yi and took out the token in her hand. I need to go in. I have a way to save him, the woman said calmly. Xiao Yi glanced at the token, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. You really have a way? Yes. The woman nodded, speaking sparingly. All right, open the door and let her in, Xiao Yi said to the others, then turned to the woman. Everything is in your hands now. Seeing Xiao Yi's attitude towards the woman, no one stopped her, as they could feel the aura emanating from her, a terrifying presence that only a realm-level expert could possess. The operating room door was directly opened by Bai Su, and Xiao Yi and the woman walked in. Yi Xian wanted to follow, but fearing the girl might not be able to handle the scene inside, Bai Su stayed with her outside to wait. Don't worry, I will definitely save your brother, the woman said to Yi Xian, a determined look flashing in her eyes. These are the two little ones you've been protecting all along. Rest assured, from now on, I'll take care of these two little ones. Shui Ling noticed the operating room door open and glanced up, but her hands continued to work without pause. Seeing the blackened, damaged flesh being cut away by Shui Ling, Xiao Yi's face was full of sorrow, and his heart ached deeply. She has a way to save Xiao Tian. Xiao Yi's voice sounded hoarse. The woman remained silent as she looked at Yi Tian, her beautiful face now furrowed with concern, as Yi Tian's injuries were truly severe. Leave the rest to me. The woman said calmly, taking out a small box from her pocket, which contained a white pill. Although Shui Ling was puzzled, she knew that old Master Xiao wouldn't lie, so she stopped her actions and nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Shui Ling's slightly hoarse voice echoed. The woman directly threw the pill, and a powerful energy burst forth. The pill transformed into green light, enveloping Yi Tian's entire body. In the underworld, Yi Tian sat helplessly on the ground. What kind of nonsense was this half-dead, but not fully dead? Initially, Yi Tian had suggested following Meng Pe to repair the bowl, but Meng Pe refused outright, saying that in his current state, he was not fit to wander around. Especially in the underworld, if something happened and his soul was damaged, he would truly be gone for good. So Yi Tian could only obediently wait by the bridge. Suddenly, the golden light above Yi Tian's head erupted with intense brilliance. Yi Tian felt a powerful suction force, and his entire figure disappeared directly. After Yi Tian vanished, in the distance, Meng Pe emerged from the corner. Time is frozen. The wheel of reincarnation is worn and dilapidated. The 10 kings of hell are not in this plane, and this boy has mastered the power to traverse between yin and yang. Sigh, I don't know if this is good or bad. Meng Po's gaze was deep as she looked at the place where the golden light dissipated and spoke softly. Hee, everything is cause and effect. Why think so much? Now we are in the most peaceful plane, and many things are beyond our control. Why bother thinking so much? Behind Meng Po, an old man walked in through the door, also looking at the place where the golden light dissipated, and said with a faint smile, Huh, old judge, you sure are carefree. Could it be that you've grown so accustomed to guarding this post that you've forgotten your original duties? Meng Po looked at the old man, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. How could I? It's just that now, in this plane, even if we worry, it's useless. It's better to enjoy these peaceful days. The old man waved his worn-out fan twice and then turned to leave. Where are you going? Meng Po was stunned and asked in confusion. Now that someone who can traverse yin and yang has appeared, of course, I need to go down below and take a look. I can't let some unruly souls start harboring strange thoughts, the old man said faintly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Watching the old man's departing figure, Meng Po smiled faintly. Old fellow, still the same, saying one thing and doing another. Forget it, forget it. What the old fellow said is true. In different planes, the tasks required are different. For now, I should just fix my wine bowl. Meng Po muttered to herself, looking at the pile of fragments behind her, a trace of heartache flashing in her eyes. Minjing Hao, don't let me run into that annoying little girl again. In the hospital, at this moment, it had been 2 whole weeks since the nuclear explosion. Yi Tian lay quietly on the hospital bed. When Situ Quangbin and Yang Muhan arrived, they saw Yi Xian sleeping at the bedside. On the other side of the bed, a woman exuded a cold aura. When she saw the group enter, she said nothing and just sat there quietly. Sister Chu, Yang Muhan greeted Chu Yu. The group had met her a few days ago, so they were somewhat acquainted. Chu Yu maintained her cold demeanor and nodded slightly at them. The group seemed to have grown accustomed to it and placed the food they were carrying to the side. Xian must be very tired. She's been watching over old Yi these past few days. Situ Quangbin said sympathetically, looking at Yi Xian, who was sleeping by the bedside. Yeah, I wonder when Xiao Tian will wake up. Yang Muhan also looked at the two with a face full of worry. He should wake up now. Suddenly, Chu Yu's voice came through. The group was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Yi Tian. Suddenly, Yi Tian trembled and abruptly opened his eyes. I can finally go back. However, just as he shouted, he froze, realizing his entire body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. His movement also woke Yi Xian up. What is going on? Ouch, it hurts. Yi Tian gasped sharply, feeling the pain in his chest. Brother, you're awake. That's great. Boo-hoo. You scared me to death. Yi Xian burst into tears upon seeing Yi Tian awake. Looking at Yi Xian, Yi Tian smiled helplessly and wanted to pat the little girl's head to comfort her. But he found he couldn't move his body at all. Don't cry. Be good. Your big brother is fine now. Yi Tian could only comfort the little girl with words. Damn, Old Yi, you're finally awake. You're amazing now. The news of you enduring a nuclear blast has already spread back to the academy. Seeing Yi Tian awake, Situ Quangbin and the others finally relaxed after being tense for over 10 days. Hee, no big deal. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yi Tian smiled, but accidentally pulled at his wound again. Your injuries haven't healed yet. They were caused by energy beyond normal limits, so it will take time to recover. Try not to move around to avoid aggravating the wounds, Chu Yu said calmly, then turned to Situ Quangbin and the others. Go and call Water Spirit, the healer, to check on him. After all, this is her area of expertise. Seeing Yi Tian awake, she was clearly quite emotional. Someone who rarely spoke much at once had now said so much in one breath. All right, the group nodded, and Situ Quangbin and Huyan Wei quickly ran to the next room to call Water Spirit. Over the past few days, Water Spirit and Yi Xian had been taking turns looking after Yi Tian, even moving their research materials to the hospital. Who is this? Yi Tian finally reacted, looking at Chu Yu with a puzzled expression. Brother, this is Sister Chu Yu. She and Sister Water Spirit saved you. You must thank them properly, Water Spirit said from the side, then recounted the events of that night to Yi Tian. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Unfortunately, I can't get up right now, but I will repay your kindness in the future. Yi Tian endured the intense pain in his body and expressed his gratitude to Chu Yu, as he could feel the incredible power emanating from her. She was undoubtedly a legendary realm-level expert. The aura from Chu Yu was even stronger than the realm-level beast he had encountered in the Great Rift. You don't need to be so formal with me. Protecting you siblings is my duty. However, I was carrying out a mission in the rift at the time, so I couldn't come immediately, Chu Yu said calmly. Duty? Yi Xian looked at Chu Yu with a puzzled expression, then glanced at her brother. Hee, no matter what, thank you. Yi Tian's gaze also flickered with a trace of doubt, but looking at his little sister beside him, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Shui Ling rushed in with a face full of anxiety. As soon as she saw Yi Tian, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Her face was filled with anger as she glared at Yi Tian, biting her silver teeth and saying, You big liar. Seeing Shui Ling's furious expression, Yi Tian felt a bit awkward and smiled sheepishly. Shui Ling, good morning. Humph. Shui Ling snorted coldly, walked up to Yi Tian, and began examining the wounds on his body. Her eyes gradually reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. It must hurt, doesn't it? You reckless boy, trying to act tough like others. Don't you know that this kind of thing is beyond what a student like you can handle? Shui Ling said softly, her voice starting to turn hoarse. Seeing Shui Ling bow her head and cry, Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly and said, but look, I'm fine now, aren't I? It's just a pity I didn't get to see what a nuclear explosion looks like before being forcibly dragged to the underworld. Yi Tian spoke lightly, but looking at his body wrapped up like a mummy, and recalling that night when Shui Ling personally performed surgery on him, the piles of blackened flesh still lingered vividly in her memory. It was clear how dangerous the situation had been and what kind of life and death crisis Yi Tian had faced. Thinking about this, Shui Ling couldn't help but start sobbing softly. It was the first time she had cried so bitterly for someone. The hospital room suddenly fell silent. Everyone quietly watched Yi Tian and Shui Ling without saying a word. They had heard Shui Ling recount the events of that night and already knew how perilous it had been just from her description. Why has it suddenly become so gloomy? You're making it seem like I'm dead, Yi Tian said, trying to lighten the mood in the room despite his pain. But even if I were dead, I wouldn't be afraid. I've got connections down there. Mengpa even gave me a little gift. You're just bragging now, Mengpa. Why don't you say, wait, you didn't actually go down there again, did you? Situ Quangbin was about to refute him, but suddenly remembered the barbecue by the seaside that night when Shui Ling told everyone about what had happened to Yi Tian in the lab. Why would I lie? I even saw Shui Ling there. Didn't Shui Ling mention that she went down there too? She even broke Meng Po's bowl, Yi Tian said with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Everyone except Chu Yu widened their eyes and stared at Shui Ling. Shui Ling's sorrowful expression instantly turned into one of terror as she looked at Yi Tian. That wasn't a dream, was it? Did I? Did I really break Meng Po's bowl? Shui Ling exclaimed in surprise. She indeed had an impression of this scene, and even remembered breaking Meng Po's bowl while performing surgery on Yi Tian, but she had always thought it was a dream. You really are something, great witch. You even dared to break Meng Po's bowl. Hu Yanwei said with admiration written all over his face. Ever since the day they saw Shuailing and Xia Chu team up to mess with Yi Tian, Situ Quangbin, and Hu Yanwei had gotten used to calling Shuailing the Great Witch, while Xia Chu earned the title of Little Witch. Huh. Ha ha. So Little Tian, did Meng Po, did she say anything? She should have more than one bowl, right? Now that even the underworld requires scanning codes to enter, surely they wouldn't use the same bowl for everyone to drink soup? That's just too unhygienic. I think she wouldn't blame me. I was just helping them improve their hygiene standards, Shuailing said with an awkward smile, already starting to come up with excuses for herself. What kind of nonsense about improving hygiene is this? But you make such a good point that I can't even argue with you. Probably. Probably she didn't blame you, but the bowl really was the only one. And because you broke it, I didn't get to drink the soup. Everyone listening on the side was dumbfounded. What were these two even talking about? Do you really need to scan a code to enter the underworld? Did Sister Shuailing really break Meng Po's bowl? Ha ha. I'm such a kind person, I definitely want to go to hell in the future. Right, little Tian? I'll definitely go to heaven, so breaking it doesn't matter. I want to see her again anyway. Shuailing laughed nervously, sweating profusely. Everyone looked at Shuailing, twitching at her words. Yi Tian was the same. His face darkened as he looked at Shuailing. I hope so. After chatting for a while longer, Shuailing asked everyone to return to the academy since they still had classes, and Yi Tian needed to rest. Although Yi Xin was reluctant, under Yi Tian's persuasion and Chu Yu's assurance, she finally left the hospital and returned to the academy. Sister Chu Yu, do you know my parents? After everyone left, Yi Tian suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Chu Yu was taken aback for a moment, looking at Yi Tian with interest. Sister Chu Yu, you're a world-class expert, right? Yi Tian said with a faint smile. My sister and I, our mother has been missing since we were young, and our unreliable father only comes back once in a while. And you said it's your duty to protect me and my sister. You're not an instructor at the academy, so I guess you might know my unreliable parents. Yi Tian analyzed as he looked at Chu Yu, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. Chu Yu spread her hands and smiled. Little guy, sorry to disappoint you, but you guessed wrong. Yi Tian's smile froze instantly. I don't know your parents. The reason I said protecting you is my duty is because an old acquaintance entrusted me. Chu Yu said as she took out a jade token and handed it to Yi Tian. There was no other way. She was currently wrapped up like a mummy and couldn't move even if she wanted to. This is... Yi Tian looked at the jade token in front of him, feeling it was familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. This is the token of our organization, the Demon Slayer token. You and your sister should each have one as well, though smaller than this, Chu Yu explained. Demon Slayer token. Yi Tian muttered, suddenly recalling the reward for being first in the assessment given by Xiao Yi. Wasn't this the same token that Grandpa Xiao had given him? Except it wasn't as large as the one in front of him. Could it be that his little sister also had one? No wonder Grandpa Xiao had told him that Yi Xin, as his disciple, would naturally be well taken care of. Then, Sister Chu, what is the name of the old acquaintance you mentioned? Yi Tian asked curiously, looking at Chu Yu. Seeing her take out the Demon Slayer token and mention an old acquaintance, could it be that Sister Chu's old acquaintance was Grandpa Xiao? Xiao who? Chu Yu said calmly. However, when she mentioned these two words, her tone changed, carrying a hint of bitterness. Xiao who? Yi Tian quickly searched his memory, but found that he didn't know this person at all. Xiao who? Xiao who? Sharing the same surname as Xiao, could he be related to Grandpa Xiao? Could it be that Grandpa Xiao entrusted Xiao who to connect with Sister Chu? Yi Tian racked his brain, but couldn't figure it out. After all, the Demon Slayer token was given to him by Grandpa Xiao, and now the person Chu Yu mentioned also had the surname Xiao. which wasn't surprising. But since it had nothing to do with his parents, Yi simply stopped thinking about it. It was impossible for Grandpa Xiao to have any connection with his parents, right? Come on. That was absolutely impossible. He grew up in Tianhai City, which was far away from the capital. If his parents had any connection with Grandpa Xiao, that would be absurd. Haha, then I think I understand now. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I thought my useless parents had finally grown a conscience. Haha, haha. Yi Tian laughed awkwardly, but a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It's okay. I can somewhat understand that feeling, the feeling of expectation and endless waiting. Chuyu reverted to her cold demeanor, gazing at the scenery outside the window as she spoke softly. Ah, Sister Chuyu, are you waiting for someone too? Yi Tian was taken aback, looking at Chuyu, who was lost in thought staring out the window, and asked curiously, who could be so carefree as to leave such a beautiful and powerful world-class expert unattended? Yes, he said he would definitely come back. Chuyu said softly. So, from now on, I will try to stay by your sibling's side and ensure your safety until he returns. This is the promise I made to him. Chuyu said seriously. Ah, this. How about this, Sister Chuyu? I'll ask Grandpa Xiao another day when your old acquaintance will return. After all, as a world-class powerhouse, you must be quite busy, right? Upon hearing Chu Yu's words, Yi Tian was instantly flattered. After all, the other party was a world-class powerhouse, and having her as a personal protector was certainly reassuring. However, Yi Tian also understood that the current peace in the world was only temporary. Having someone with world-class strength to protect him and his sister seemed like such a waste. Besides, they usually stayed in the academy where there was no real danger. Yi Tian truly hadn't expected that the token rewarded by Grandpa Xiao would have such a significant effect, granting them the personal protection of a world-class powerhouse. But on second thought, Yi Xin, that little girl, had simultaneously awakened spatial and temporal abilities, both of which were top-tier SSS-level abilities. Yi Tian found it less surprising, as these two abilities were currently the most advanced on Blue Star. No need. Our organization operates independently and is not under Dean Zhao's control. Even if Dean Xiao knows that person's whereabouts, it wouldn't matter. Chu Yu said indifferently. You should rest well. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. As for my side, you don't need to worry, we will handle everything properly. Chu Yu said calmly, and then her figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the hospital room. Yi Tian stared at the spot where Chu Yu had vanished, feeling even more puzzled. Because of Chu Yu's last words, her organization was not under Grandpa Xiao's control. Does Grandpa Xiao value the two siblings that much? He actually spent money to hire someone to protect them. After Chu Yu left, Yi Tian couldn't sleep. Feeling bored, he suddenly thought of the system. Glancing at the time, the darn system should have finished upgrading by now, right? System? Great system. Yi Tian tried calling out to the system, but received no response. No way. The system hasn't finished upgrading yet? That shouldn't be the case, a month has already passed. What kind of lousy network is this? No, next time the system upgrades, he must ask how long the upgrade will take. It's been so long and still not done, making it impossible for him to draw prizes. However, just as Yi Tian was complaining about the system, a sudden electronic voice rang out. What the hell, you little punk? I didn't complain about you courting death, and now you're complaining about my slow upgrade. If it weren't for saving your life, would I even bother? Seriously, you can't go a day without courting death, can you? Do you know what I saw right after upgrading? I was dragged by you to a nuclear bomb site, and it was in the middle of exploding Binjinghao. And that's not all. With your current cultivation level, you actually dare to dream of controlling the power of laws? Do you know that one wrong move could completely obliterate even me? The system's furious voice suddenly echoed in Yi Tian's ears. Yi Tian. Honestly, Yi Tian was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What's going on? Yi Tian asked, utterly confused. What's going on? I just finished upgrading, and you took off with a nuclear bomb. Huh. I'm just $dollar %, hashtag Yi Tian. Then, the system, while cursing, explained the situation to Yi Tian. After listening, Yi Tian immediately gave an awkward smile. Huh. Ah. So it was the great system that stepped in to save my life, huh? Oomph. And you still have the nerve to laugh. First time binding, you insisted on courting death by going against such a powerful enemy. Second time, I went to upgrade. And what do? Oh, brilliant. My host sure knows how to play. You upgraded yourself, turned a star-level enemy into a nuclear bomb, and even dared to mess with the power of laws. Goodness, you almost got me killed along with you. Come on, let us unbind quickly and part ways amicably. If I keep following you, I'll be done for in no time. Hearing the system's words, Yi Tian was speechless. You, an intangible entity, can also be done for. That is a bit much, I assent it. But clearly, he was in the wrong. So Yi Tian quickly changed the subject. The power of laws? What is the power of laws? Yi Tian asked with a puzzled expression. It's that strange black flame inside you. Goodness, you're only at the qi condensation stage, and that flame already contains several types of law power. Can you even handle it? What the heck? The strange black flame inside me is the power of laws. Hearing the system's words, Yi Tian was dumbfounded. I didn't know. I just absorbed 2 energy beads, and this thing appeared. After hearing Yi Tian's explanation, even the system was stunned. What the heck? You just absorbed 2 energy beads and awakened the power of laws. The system's shocked voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears. Uh-huh. Yi Tian nodded. At this point, all he could do was nod, as his body couldn't move at all. This is really bizarre, the system exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, great system, what exactly is the power of laws? Yi Tian asked with a face full of confusion. I don't know what the power of laws is, but I'm not touching that strange black flame again. Every time I use it, I lose a hand. Yi Tian said in horror, still vividly remembering how Shui Ling had forcibly chopped off both his hands. The so-called laws are the highest and strongest forces in a particular domain. For example, the strange black flame inside you contains the laws of devouring, death, space, and gravity. Oh my goodness, so many. As the system spoke, it couldn't help but be shocked again. Then it snapped back to reality. Ahem. And these laws represent the ultimate power in their respective domains. For example, take the law of space. Ordinary space power users can only manipulate the space power they can control themselves. But the law of space power is different. Not only can it allow you to control the power of space, but once mastered, you can even create your own spatial domain within a certain area. In that domain, you are invincible. You are the king of that area. Is it really that powerful? After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. He hadn't realized that the strange black flame within him was so powerful, capable of creating his own domain and being invincible within it. Of course it's powerful. Think about it. Once an enemy enters your domain, you don't even need to lift a finger. Just a thought, and you can completely obliterate them. How could it not be powerful? The system said, exasperated. Then how do I master the power of the law? I can't control it at all. And when I try to use this law power, I even end up hurting myself. Yi Tian asked, full of confusion. If you could control it, that would be a miracle. The system snorted coldly. Do you think everyone is like you? Having laws as common as cabbages? Ordinary people might not even comprehend a single law in their entire lifetime. And you, kid, actually possess several laws at once. It's making me so envious. As the system spoke, it even started to envy him. You need to understand, for ordinary people to comprehend the power of a law, they must walk a single path to the extreme of extremes. Only then might they have a chance to grasp the power of that law. And even then, it's not guaranteed. Some people spend their entire lives walking a single path and may never awaken a law. Now, do you understand how powerful the law power is? The system said calmly. I understand. So, how can I freely control this law power? Yi Tian nodded eagerly, impatient to know. Host, I suggest you go take a nap right now. Huh? What? Yi Tian was stunned by the system's words. Take a nap? Why sleep? It's broad daylight, and aren't we discussing the laws? Since it's daytime, you might as well daydream. With your current strength, if you think you can control the power of the law, what else could it be but daydreaming? The system's disdainful voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears. Yi Tian's face instantly darkened. Good grief, you could have just told me I can't control it. Did you really have to insult me in such a roundabout way? Min Jinghao, give it up, host. With your current strength, there's no way you can control this power. Besides, your laws are different from others. Others might have at most one type of law power, and even then, it's not that hard to control. But you have several, and they're even fused together. The fact that you haven't been completely devoured by them while trying to control them is already a huge stroke of luck, okay? And you still think about mastering them? Onajidono so? So it's just something you can see but can't use? What is the point of that? Yi Tian said with a face full of disbelief. He had finally understood the system's words. To put it simply, it was just one sentence. The power was indeed incredibly strong, but because it was too powerful and there was so much of it fused together, he couldn't use it at all. He could only look at it, but not use it. That's pretty much the gist of it. The host is quite smart, the system said with a laugh. But it's not entirely unusable. At least the host has used it a few times already, hasn't he? Especially when he used it to detonate the nuclear bomb. Didn't the host use it quite skillfully? The system said through gritted teeth. Ha. I didn't know this weird black fire was so heaven-defying. I thought it could completely devour the nuclear bomb. I didn't expect it wouldn't devour the bomb, and instead got triggered by me to explode. Yi Tian said with a guilty expression. At the time, he had indeed aimed to devour the nuclear bomb because he truly felt that the strange black fire, apart from the aura of death and the spatial energy and gravitational energy it absorbed, was mostly filled with a devouring aura. So he thought of using that devouring power to see if it could completely swallow the nuclear bomb, which might prevent it from exploding. But who would have thought that as soon as the black fire touched the nuclear bomb, not only did it fail to devour it, but it directly triggered an explosion. Yi Tian really hadn't expected such a result. You were indeed correct about that. The devouring law contained in this black fire can indeed devour the nuclear bomb. Forget the nuclear bomb. If the power were stronger, it could devour the entire blue star. The system said indifferently. Then why? Why? Of course, it's because your strength is too weak. Do I really need to spell it out for you? You can't even fully control this power yourself right now, and you expect a ball of black fire you throw out to devour a nuclear bomb? That black fire you threw out was mixed with all sorts of powers, and the devouring power wasn't fully activated. Of course, the nuclear bomb exploded. You can't figure that out. The system said with a face full of disdain. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Didn't you just explain it all clearly? So basically, it boils down to one thing. My strength is too low energy. No, you finally understand. The system's voice, sounding like a teacher pleased with a student's progress, echoed in Yi Tian's ear. So as long as my strength level increases, I can fully control it? Knowing the system was mocking his strength, Yi Tian decided not to dwell on it further to avoid more ridicule from this annoying system. In theory, yes. Theory? Yi Tian's face darkened. After all that explanation, you're giving me a theory? Didn't I just say? The power of laws is something many people spend their entire lives pursuing but never attain. Do you really think it's that easy to control just because you wanna? The power of laws, even in a flourishing era of cultivation with abundant spiritual energy, is mastered by only a few. But you don't need to feel too disheartened. At least you're already better off than most people. You possess the power of laws within your body, which allows you to directly comprehend it without having to walk these paths to their extremes. Whether you can master it ultimately depends on your own comprehension. Of course, the prerequisite is that the host must at least reach the shattering realm to have a chance. Otherwise, with the host's current strength, dreaming of mastering the power of laws tsk, be careful not to perish and vanish. But then again, that might not be so bad. I can quickly go find the next host. Yi Tian. Upon hearing the words of this dog-like system, Yi Tian was instantly speechless. So, you really want to replace me as your host, huh? But to reach the shattering realm before having a chance to comprehend the power of laws. In that case, it seems that mastering the power of laws is truly out of the question in the short term. Right now, he hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage, let alone the shattering realm. Pouting, Yi Tian decided to temporarily ignore it. At worst, if he encounters a life and death crisis in the future, he could do the same as this time hold the restless blood chi pill in his mouth and use the power of laws. At most, he'd take a few more trips to the underworld. Anyway, he is already somewhat familiar with Mangpa. She probably wouldn't force him to drink the soup again, right? After chatting with the system for a bit, Yi Tian felt a wave of drowsiness and went to sleep. As for the system's upgraded functions and the lottery, Yi Tian decided to check them out after he recovered. In his current state, even if he drew something good, he wouldn't be able to use it. Moreover, according to the system, the injuries on his body were caused by the power of laws. It had no way to instantly heal him. He could only rely on the healing properties of spiritual energy and his own recovery ability to slowly nurse himself back to health. Meanwhile, at Pioneer Academy, just as Situ Quangbin and Yang Muhan returned to the academy, they discovered that the villa they lived in had been demolished. Yes, the entire building had been directly torn down, completely and thoroughly. Grandpa Guan, what's going on here? Why was our villa demolished? Situ Quangbin looked at the cordoned-off villa, his mouth twitching. We just went out to complete a mission, and now our home is gone. Is this even real? Hee, you don't need to worry. It's just being rebuilt. It'll be done in a few days. Guanzai smiled and said, Rebuilt? Why does it need to be rebuilt? It was perfectly fine to live in. Hu Yin Wei asked, his face full of black lines. How would I know? Anyway, you'll have to stay in the dorms for now. Guanzai replied helplessly. Of course, he knew the reason. It was mainly because that old guy from the Yi family found out that his grandchildren were living in the academy and insisted on tearing down the villa to rebuild it, claiming that the villa was too small and unworthy of his grandchildren's status. Initially, Xiao Yi was against it, but after considering the recent incident with Yi Tian, he decided to let Yi Xiu have his way. However, Xiao Yi thought again and decided that he couldn't let the Xiao family lose face. Yi Tian and Yi Xian are your grandchildren, but aren't they also my grandchildren? So Xiao Yi started to argue with Yi Xiu. You're offering 5 million? Fine, then I'll offer 10 million. What? You're offering 15 million? Then I'll offer 20 million. As a result, this matter became known to all the elderly in the academy, and they also learned the true identities of Yi Tian and Yi Xian. Originally, Xiao Yi hadn't planned to hide it from his comrades, he just hadn't found the right time to tell them. Now, taking advantage of this argument with Yi Xiu, he explained everything to the elders. In the end, Feng Mei and others stepped in to teach Xiao Yi and Yi Xiu a lesson. Only then did the two stubborn old men finally stop. Ultimately, the two invested a total of 100 million into building the villa. Thinking about this, Guanzai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his smiling mouth. Who knows what this villa will look like when it's completed? A whole 100 million. Couldn't they use it to expand the academy or do something else? Two reckless old fools. But on second thought, old Xiao only invested 50 million, and the other 50 million was from old Yi. So Guanzai decided not to bother about it. Seeing that Guanzai didn't seem to care, Situ Quangbin and the others didn't continue to ask questions. They obediently moved back to the dormitory to live. There was no choice, the villa was already being demolished, so they could only return to the dormitory. The following days were quite peaceful, as the nuclear crisis had been resolved, and everyone returned to their normal daily lives. However, during this period, two major news stories emerged. The first was that the nuclear crisis in the Lighthouse Nation was resolved with the help of Huaxia. The second was that the Lighthouse Nation imposed sanctions on the Fanlong clan. A world-class powerhouse from the Lighthouse Nation personally went to the Fanlong clan, and a great battle ensued between the two sides. In the end, the world-class powerhouse of the Fanlong clan was defeated. Although the Fanlong clan was defeated, their family members were not exterminated. Even the world-class powerhouse of the Fanlong clan did not perish. Instead, the entire clan scattered and hid around the world, possibly planning revenge in the future. However, it is estimated that at least for the next few years, there will be peace, as the world-class powerhouse of the Fanlong clan, though not dead, was severely weakened and likely won't recover for several years. As for the subsequent handling of the matter, it will naturally be up to the Lighthouse Nation to deal with it. Huaxia will not get involved. After staying in the hospital for another 2 weeks, Yi Tian's injuries finally healed. At least the bandages were removed, and he no longer looked like a mummy. Yi Tian immediately chose to be discharged. These past few days had been truly unbearable for him. He had to constantly guard against Shui Ling's nighttime sneak attacks, and if he woke up late in the morning, a pair of cold, jade-like hands would touch his abdomen to wake him up. This was about to give Yi Tian a psychological shadow. Although Chu Yu was guarding nearby, when she saw the visitor was Shui Ling, she completely ignored it. She even consciously left the space for Shui Ling, which made Yi Tian start to suspect whether Sister Chu Yu had misunderstood something. Hey, I say, Sister Shui Ling, I'm a patient who just got discharged from the hospital. Is it really okay for you to treat me like this? At the hospital entrance, Yi Tian was carrying large bags of items, all of which Shui Ling had moved from the academy's laboratory. There were experimental data, instruments, and various other things. Hee, since you're discharged, that means you're cured. There's no choice, there are too many things, and one car couldn't fit them all. Plus, these items are quite important. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving them to someone else. In front of Yi Tian, Shui Ling stood empty-handed, speaking seriously. Yi Tian. And look, little Tian, why did today's scene happen? Isn't it all because I was taking care of you, the injured and hospitalized one? Think about it. I was doing experiments during the day and meticulously taking care of you at night. Look, I've even lost weight. Shui Ling spread her hands, looking at Yi Tian with a face full of grievance. Seeing Shui Ling's dramatic performance, Yi Tian was speechless. Injured? Who was I injured for? Lost weight? I really can't see it. And are you sure you were taking care of me at night? Who was taking care of whom? I think you were doing experiments during the day and coming to me at night to recharge your energy, right? However, Yi Tian knew that arguing with Shui Ling was pointless, so he simply stopped discussing it with her and obediently tightened his grip on the large bags. That's better, as expected of my little Tian, so obedient. Seeing Yi Tian no longer refute, Shui Ling smiled and reached out her small hand to touch Yi Tian's abdomen again. Yi Tian. Minjing Hao Shui. Sister Shui Ling, have you ever thought about something? Yi Tian's face turned red as he gritted his teeth and stared at Shui Ling, asking, Omega? What is it? I haven't thought about anything. Shui Ling avoided Yi Tian's gaze, but her small hand remained on Yi Tian's abdomen. Minjing Hao, Sai? Forget it, Yi Tian said, his face full of helplessness, with an expression of resignation. He really wanted to say to Shui Ling, you're playing with fire here. I'm still a man. Do you even realize what you look like? If you keep doing this, I won't be able to take it anymore. That's right. If you can't say it, then don't say it. What? Were you going to say you're a man? That you can't hold back? Shui Ling chuckled, looking at Yi Tian with a seductive expression. If you can't hold back, then don't. Maybe your sister won't resist. After saying that, Shui Ling even raised her eyebrows at Yi Tian. Boom. Yi Tian's face instantly turned bright red. This was due to a mishap in the operation of his cultivation technique. It was no joke. Shui Ling's alluring figure paired with her exquisite face was simply too overwhelming for any man, let alone Yi Tian, a young boy who had yet to experience matters between men and women. He quickly calmed himself down and resumed his cultivation technique, which made him feel slightly better. Giggle. You're actually blushing. Quite cute. Seeing Yi Tian's flushed face, Shui Ling looked very pleased with herself. Shui Ling Jia, please act normal. Yi Tian, who had regained his composure, was evidently calmer now. However, upon hearing Shui Ling's teasing words, his face turned red again. How utterly embarrassing. Giggle. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The car is here. Hurry up and get in. Shui Ling said with a laugh, climbing into the car first. Ahem. Sister Chu Yu. Yi Tian called out to Chu Yu, who had already turned away. Chu Yu nodded and followed Shui Ling into the car. Yi Tian then placed the large and small bags he was carrying into the car's trunk before getting in himself. Pioneer Academy. The entire academy was bustling with activity at the moment because today, not only were the academy's instructors and students present, but members of the Shadow Legion had also arrived. In addition, in the dean's office, a man was staring in shock at the large hole behind Xiao Yi. It was his first time visiting Pioneer Academy, and as soon as he entered, he saw a series of humanoid teaching buildings, which looked quite impressive. He thought these buildings were abandoned and ready to be demolished. And he wasn't entirely wrong, they were indeed abandoned and were in the process of being torn down. But the dean's office building hadn't been demolished yet, and Xiaoyi was still working there. Thus, Chunli was brought here. Ah, haha, General Xiao, this office has quite a unique charm. Chunli laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to describe it. Hee, yes, it's a bit run down. I hope Commander Chen doesn't mind. This office, sigh, it's a long story. Xiaoyi said with a sigh, glaring fiercely at Wei Guo. It's all your fault, you useless fool. It's rare for Commander Chen to come all the way from the capital to the academy, and yet I have to host him in this shabby office. Hee, General Xiao, no need to be so formal. What Commander Chen? In front of you, I'll always be little Chun. Chunli chuckled. By the way, General, I brought some tea leaves from my hometown. I heard you enjoy tea, so I brought some along for you. Chun-Li reacted quickly, instantly easing the awkward atmosphere caused by the hole in the office. Then this old man is in for a treat. Come, let's give it a try. That kid Xiao Tian should have just been discharged from the hospital. He's on his way back now, but it'll probably take some time. How about we enjoy some tea while we wait for him? Commander Chen, does that work for you? Ah, no problem. Chun-Li waved his hand. This nuclear bomb incident has reached that person's ears. If it weren't for Yi Tian, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, Yi Tian's performance in the Great Rift was also mentioned to me by Elder Luo. If it weren't for him, we in Huaxiao wouldn't even know the exact method to close the rift. These two great contributions have been duly noted by those above. This time, I came here for two reasons. First, to bring Yi Tian the rewards from Huaxia, which he rightfully deserves. And second, I wanted to personally meet this young hero. After all, they are the pillars of Huaxia's future. So, I made time today, even if I had none to spare. This small matter is nothing. Haha. In that case, let's drink tea and wait. I also have some matters to discuss with you, Commander Chen. Hearing that Yi Tian's deeds had reached that person's ears, to be honest, Xiao Yi didn't seem particularly happy. He planned to chat with Chun-Li to probe his thoughts. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqian, standing nearby, clearly understood Xiao Yi's intentions and remained silent. In the dean's office, Xiao Yi, Luo Tianqian, and Chun-Li were quietly sipping tea. Haha, Commander Chen, this tea is indeed excellent. The first sip is slightly bitter, but the aftertaste is sweet. Xiao Yi couldn't help but praise after taking a couple of sips. Haha, as long as the old general likes it. I have plenty more. If you like, I can have someone send more over another day. Seeing that Xiao Yi enjoyed it, Chun-Li responded generously. Haha, there's no need for that. Although we are at peace now, the situation remains unstable, especially with those beasts in the rift. Until the rift is completely sealed, we old folks can't retire just yet. Xiao Yi waved his hand as he spoke. By the way, Commander Chen, what rewards has the higher-ups prepared for Xiao Tian this time? Can you give us a little hint in advance? Xiao Yi suddenly asked, using this as a prelude to the topic he wanted to discuss next. Haha, of course I can. It's not classified information, and one of the rewards is something I was planning to consult the old general about. Chun-Li chuckled. He had indeed intended to bring it up, but Xiao Yi beat him to it. Oh, what kind of reward? Xiao Yi's interest was piqued by Chun-Li's words. Haha, here's the thing. Yi Tian first ventured into the tomb of King Beauty, risking his life to bring back the method to close the rift. In addition, he brought back a large number of energy beads, the lowest of which are at the king level or above. This has greatly enhanced the strength of the Shadow Core, which in turn strengthens Huaxia's overall combat power. That's the first thing. Xiao Yi nodded. He was already aware of these matters. In fact, even the spatial and temporal energy beads absorbed by his granddaughter were done under his guidance, and Luo Tianqian had also mentioned it to him. The second matter is the nuclear bomb incident this time. Of course, General Xiao and all the senior veterans also made contributions, and we are all aware of that. In this nuclear bomb incident, Yi Tian demonstrated extraordinary courage, sacrificing himself to single-handedly carry the nuclear bomb to an altitude of over 10,000 meters and detonate it, enduring the power of the explosion alone and saving the people of the entire Huaxia. His merit is even greater than the first matter. Therefore, after studying these two events, we have decided to reward Yi Tian with 10 billion in cash, bestow upon him the Golden Dragon Medal, and for the final matter, we would like to consult General Zhao's opinion. We plan to have Yi Tian directly join Qianlong after graduation and appoint him as a major general. What does the general think? This. Upon hearing this, even seasoned individuals like Xiao Yi and Luo Tianxin couldn't help but gasp in shock. Setting aside the 10 billion cash reward, that amount of money isn't particularly surprising. After all, the energy orb Yi Tian brought back from the ancient tomb of King Yudi could fetch hundreds of billions if sold. What truly shocked the two were the latter two items. There are 4 types of dragon medals: white dragon, red dragon, green dragon, and golden dragon. The golden dragon is the highest level medal, only awarded for extraordinary achievements. Of course, Xiao Yi's family has one hanging at home, earned during the Apocalypse War, a symbol of their family's honor. However, since the Apocalypse War, no one in Huaxia has been awarded the Golden Dragon Medal. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups decided to directly award Yi Tian the Golden Dragon Medal this time. This is an unparalleled honor, as the holder of this medal can mobilize both Huaxia's visible and hidden forces at will. Moreover, they plan to have Yi Tian directly join Qianlong. That is Huaxia's most powerful hidden force, and he would enter as a major general. Although it's the rank of major general, it is still a general-level position. There are others in Huaxia who can join Qianlong and attain the rank of general, but to do so at such a young age and as a general, Yi Tian is undoubtedly the first. Isn't this a bit too hasty? After pondering for a long time, Xiao Yi finally spoke. Graduating and immediately joining Qianlong, and being appointed as a general, and awarding the Golden Dragon Medal right away? Commander Chun, you should know the significance of the Golden Dragon Medal, right? Hehe. Of course, we understand this. However, Yi Tian, as a descendant of both the Xiao and Yi families, and as a citizen of Huaxia, we trust his character. Chun Li replied with a faint smile. Hearing Chun Li's words, Xiao Yi and Luo Tianxin were momentarily stunned, then revealed wry smiles. Heh, it seems we can't hide it from the higher-ups after all. Xiao Yi said helplessly. It seems the higher-ups are quite efficient in their investigations. Luo Tianxin couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Hehe, this can be considered an unexpected surprise. We originally didn't expect to uncover these things, but precisely because we decided to reward them, we had to investigate the background. Unexpectedly, this investigation gave us quite a shock. Chun Li also smiled helplessly and said, So, this is why I came to discuss the final reward matter with the old general. We can understand the old general's feelings. After all, the old general's daughter and son, including the old general himself, have contributed so much to Huaxia. So we also know that we shouldn't ask for more. But, as the old general said, the situation has not completely stabilized. Domestically, there are countless cracks with beasts eyeing us covetously. Internationally, due to the new decision of Tianmen, we must always be prepared for retaliation from opposition parties in various countries. Therefore, talents like Yi Tian are exactly what we need, what Huaxia needs. However, regarding the specific decision, we still choose to respect the old general's opinion. Chun Li said, leaving the choice to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded. In fact, he was also helpless and conflicted. Just as Chun Li said, his entire family had already contributed enough to Huaxia and the world. For this, his son and daughter are now missing, their life and death unknown. He only hopes that his daughter's child can grow up well, and that would be enough for him. This matter, I cannot decide alone. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yi said helplessly, Since you have investigated Xiao Tian's background, you should also know about Xiao Tian's family situation. Currently, Xiao Tian's parents are inside Tianmen, their life and death unknown. That's one. Secondly, I am only their maternal grandfather, not their paternal grandfather. When Xiao Tian got into trouble this time, that old man from the Yi family almost fought me. If it were up to me, I admit, people are inherently selfish. My Xiao family has already contributed enough. I don't want my grandchildren to face the same dangers as my generation or their parents' generation. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Everyone fell silent. What Xiao Yi said was indeed reasonable. Firstly, Xiao Yi is only the maternal grandfather of the two children, not their paternal grandfather. It is only right to discuss this with Yi Xiao. Secondly, the Xiao family has indeed contributed a lot. The old general is right. As I just said, I only wanted to hear the old general's thoughts. As for the Yi family, I will naturally visit them as well. Chun-Li said with a smile. He indeed planned to visit the Yi family, as Yi Tian's identity is closely tied to the Yi family, so he still needs to consult Yi Xiao's opinion. However, the reason he approached Xiao Yi first was mainly because of the contributions of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is not one of those hidden families. Their dedication to Huaxia has been extraordinary. During the Apocalypse War, it was Xiao Yi who led many companions to resist the beast tide. So, if the Xiao family's ideas conflict with the Yi family's, Chun-Li believes that the higher-ups will definitely side with the Xiao family. Actually, I think neither of your family's ideas matter. On the side, Luo Tianqian said with a faint smile. Oh, does Elder Luo have a good suggestion? Hearing Luo Tianqian's words, the two of them simultaneously looked at him. What good suggestions could I possibly have? Luo Tianqian waved his hand and smiled. But if it's about advice, I can share a thought. Actually, I think it would be better to let the children decide for themselves. After all, no matter what choice is made, it's the path they will have to walk in the future. Old Xiao, you mustn't lose perspective. Of course, your thoughts aren't wrong, but you can't forcefully impose your own ideas on the children. I've interacted with Xiao Tian before, and he truly is a good child. I understand your feelings of not wanting the two children to be in danger, but have you truly asked the children what they think? The younger generation today is the future of our Huaxia. What we are doing now, what we are protecting, isn't it precisely for the future of Huaxia? Isn't this also the original intention behind your establishment of the Pioneer Academy? So, if you ask me, letting the children choose for themselves is the best. No matter the outcome, during our lifetimes, we should do our utmost to protect them. Luo Tianqian said slowly. Old Luo, what you said makes some sense. Sigh, maybe it's because I lost my son and daughter that I can't let go. It's fine to be reluctant, but can you protect them for their entire lives? Not to mention what contributions they might make to Huaxia. You wouldn't want them to become flowers in a greenhouse, would you? Especially in these circumstances. Which of today's strong individuals didn't grow from being weak? Without experiencing storms, how can one see a rainbow? You wouldn't want a day to come when you and I have returned to dust. And if the current situation collapses, the children won't even have the ability to protect themselves, right? In chaotic times, who can truly stay out of it? Do I really need to teach you this lesson? Luo Tianqian looked at Xiao Yi with a face full of meaning. Fine. Let the children decide for themselves. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. Commander Chen, let's do this. When Xiao Tian returns, let him decide for himself. This way, even if the Yi family finds out, they won't have anything to say, as it's the child's own choice. Moreover, old Luo is right. Previously, I always thought that even if I were gone, the Xiao family's foundation would be enough for the two children to live off for a lifetime, and that would be enough. But I didn't think it through enough. Now, with the tense situation between humans and beasts, and the beast tides surging endlessly, as long as the rift isn't closed, we can't let our guard down for a single day. If I were to return to dust one day, even if the Xiao family had endless resources for the two children to squander, without the ability to protect themselves, it would still be a problem. However, aside from this, I hope you can promise me one thing. Xiao Yi spoke, looking at Chun-Li with a serious expression. Please speak, General. If Xiao Tian really chooses to join Qianlong, I hope Commander Chen can take good care of him in the future. Rest assured, General, of course. Chun-Li quickly replied. According to that person's intentions, it was clear they were determined to recruit Yi Tian into Qianlong. His purpose today was to find a way to persuade Xiao Yi to agree. Of course, if Xiao Yi didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. After all, Xiao Yi's contributions were undeniable. Now that Xiao Yi had finally relented, he certainly couldn't refuse the task Xiao Yi entrusted to him. Then let's wait until Xiao Tian returns and make a decision then. I just checked the time, it should be about time. Yes, it should be about time. By the way, old Xiao, what about the matter I mentioned to you before about my granddaughter and Xiao Tian? Have you thought it over? The two kids have met, and they seem to get along quite well. Besides, we've known each other for so many years. Don't you know my granddaughter, Luoyu? She's so well-behaved and capable. With her current abilities, in a few years, she could become a general herself. Now that your Xiao Tian has also been granted the rank of general, the two of them are truly a match made in heaven. Luo Tianqian suddenly laughed. They were usually busy with their own affairs, and it was rare to have time to sit together and drink tea. So, of course, he had to bring it up. Well, I can't make that decision. Hearing Luo Tianqian's words, Xiao Yi helplessly waved his hand. Let Xiao Tian decide for himself. Didn't you just teach me that? Let the child choose for himself. I'm not the same person I used to be. Family background, social status, those things don't matter to me anymore. As long as the child is happy, that's all that matters. If Xiao Tian truly likes your granddaughter, and your granddaughter likes my Xiao Tian, I have no objections. In fact, I would be the first to raise both hands in agreement. Xiao Yi said firmly. This. Luo Tianqian was momentarily speechless. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought it up. Luo Tianqian now really wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he just drink tea quietly? Why did he have to say so much? He could have just waited until they finished talking and then asked. Now, seeing Xiao Yi's response, he had blocked his own way out, and he was filled with regret. But old Xiao had already said so much, what else could he say? You really know how to apply what you've learned. After thinking for a long time and unable to come up with anything else, Luo Tianqian forced out this sentence. Huh. Xiao Yi and Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh at Luo Tianqian's expression. Old Luo, you seem to value this child a lot. I'm getting more and more curious. Hey, you can be curious all you want, but don't you dare compete with this old man for a grandson-in-law. I've even brought my granddaughter along. She's waiting at the academy gate. Your daughter doesn't stand a chance. Hearing Luo Tianqian's words, Chun-Li's mouth twitched, and he looked at Luo Tianqian with a helpless expression. No, absolutely not. Chun-Li thought to himself, my daughter is only in elementary school. What are you afraid of? Huh. Seeing the two's expressions, Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected old Luo to be so eager to find a grandson-in-law now. Was he really that worried his granddaughter wouldn't get married? But as he laughed, Xiao Yi's smile froze on his face. It seemed he had no right to laugh at old Luo, right? Others had already started looking for grandson-in-laws, while in his family, apart from Xiao Rou, the rest were all still single. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi's expression suddenly darkened. General, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Yi's sudden change in expression, Chun-Li asked in confusion. It's nothing. He must have just thought about his unaccomplished children at home. Luo Tianqian waved his hand indifferently. Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. That was spot on. Old Luo really understood him. Old Luo, since you have the time, why not help find matches for my unaccomplished children? Xiao Yi said to Luo Tianqian. I really can't help with that. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Luo Tianqian quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. It's not like I haven't tried. I introduced my eldest granddaughter to your Xiao Yan, but what happened? The first time they met, your Xiao Yan gave her chrysanthemums. I've lived for so long, and that's the first time I've heard of someone giving chrysanthemums to a girl on their first meeting. Xiao Yi, that was ages ago. Why are you still bringing it up? Xiao Yi said. His face darkened, while Chun-Li on the side was struggling to hold back his laughter. Years ago? No. Luo Tianqian quickly corrected him. Just before the nuclear incident broke out, my eldest granddaughter happened to be in the lighthouse country for support. I thought I'd give Xiao Yan another chance and sent him to assist her there. And guess what happened? The moment that kid saw my granddaughter, he handed her another big bouquet of chrysanthemums. I can't help you, your son Xiao Yan isn't even as sharp as your grandson Xiao Tian. Huh. Chun-Li couldn't hold back his laughter anymore after hearing Luo Tianqian's words. But he quickly tried to stifle it, though his face turned bright red from the effort. Sorry. Haha. Sorry, I really couldn't hold it in, huh? Xiao Yi. That brat. When he gets back, I'm going to teach him a good lesson. Minjing Hao, Xiao Yi said, his face darkened. Your Xiao Yan has known my two granddaughters for so long, and has he managed to win over either of them? Not a single one. At least your grandson Xiao Tian has known my Xiao Yu for a while. and the two of them are already holding hands. Oh, hearing Luo Tianxin's second sentence, Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned. No wonder old Luo was rushing him. Those two kids were already holding hands? Doesn't that indirectly mean they're already together? Hee. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that girl Xiao Yu in a long time. You just mentioned she's here too. Upon hearing Luo Tianxin talk about these matters, Xiao Yi began to take Luo Tianxin's mention of the two children more seriously in his heart. Haha, of course. When she heard about Xiao Tian's injury, she was extremely anxious. But at that time, she was carrying out a mission in the rift. As soon as the mission ended, she rushed back without delay. Coincidentally, I was heading to the academy, so I brought her along. I guess she's been waiting anxiously during this time, Luo Tianxin said with a smile. As the group chatted, suddenly, cheers erupted from within the academy. Welcome back, God Yi. God Yi? Yi Tian. Chunli asked the two with a puzzled look. Haha, it seems Xiao Tian and the others are back. Let's go, Xiao Yi said. Then, with a spatial fluctuation, the three disappeared from the office. However, as soon as they appeared, they were greeted by a strange scene. Yi Tian had just returned to the academy, and the students erupted in cheers. Although others might not know the details of the emergency mission, the students in the academy were well aware Yi Tian had become a great hero. Giggle, God Yi, little Tian, you're really famous now, Shui Ling said, covering her mouth with a laugh. Haha, Sister Shui Ling, please don't tease me, Yi Tian said helplessly. He truly hadn't expected that his return would be met with such a scene, which was quite a surprise for him. Big brother. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed toward Yi Tian. It was none other than Yi Xin. However, someone was even faster than Yi Xin, throwing herself into Yi Tian's arms. Yi Xin. Shui Ling. Everyone. Luo. Sister Luo Yu. Yi Tian looked down and finally saw clearly who the soft figure in his arms was. It was Luo Yu. Thank goodness you're okay. Do you know how worried I've been during this time? Luo Yu looked up at Yi Tian, her eyes red and filled with glistening tears. Hee, I'm fine now, and I've already recovered. Yi Tian smiled at Luo Yu and wiped away her tears. However, in the next moment, Yi Tian suddenly felt a chill down his back. He immediately realized what was happening and saw Yi Xin, who had her arms outstretched, frozen in place. In the distance, Yang Muhan and Xia Chu's eyes were already glowing red, and even Shui Ling beside them was the same, her energy surging and killing intent rising. Yi Tian's face instantly turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down his forehead. At this moment, Xiao Yi, Luo Tianxin, and Chunli had just teleported to the scene. As soon as they arrived, they felt several waves of killing intent. What's going on here? Xiao Yi and the others walked over to Situquan Bin and Huyan Wei, who were eating watermelon they had somehow found, and asked, Old Yi seems to have walked into a shura field. Situquan Bin said, taking a bite of watermelon and looking at Yi Tian and the group of girls in the distance. Shura field, isn't it the peach blossom calamity? Huyan Wei also took a bite of watermelon and said, whatever it is, it seems old Yi is in trouble now. Grandpa Xiao, are you looking for old Yi? Is it urgent? C2 Quangbin suddenly asked. Not really urgent. Xiao Yi was also a bit dumbfounded by the scene. Oh, not urgent? That's great. Here, have another piece of watermelon. We can enjoy the show first. Hu Yanwei handed another piece of watermelon to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. The three of them exchanged glances, then silently picked up their watermelons. Big brother, who is this sister? Why don't you introduce her to me? In front of Yi Tian, Yi Xian blinked her eyes and looked at Luo Yu in Yi Tian's arms with an innocent expression. This is Sister Luo Yu, the granddaughter of Old Master Luo, and also the commander of the Shadow Legion. Everyone present, except for Yi Xian, naturally recognized Luo Yu. After all, when Yang Muhan and Xia Chu awakened their abilities back then, it was Luo Yu who was responsible for their protection. Instructor Luo. Instructor Luo. Yang Muhan and Xia Chu stepped forward and greeted politely. After all, if it weren't for Luo Yu risking her life to save them back then, they might have already lost their lives. Why you hello? Seeing the group, Luo Yu's face suddenly felt hot, and then her entire face turned red. Hee, Sister Luo, why is your face turning red? Little Tian is my exclusive pillow. How is it? Does he feel good to hold? On the side, Shui Ling chuckled lightly, pulling Yi Tian into her arms and naturally reaching her small hand toward Yi Tian's abdomen. Yi Tian, you. You're shameless. Seeing this, Luo Yu's face turned even redder, filled with both embarrassment and anger. She was, of course, well aware of Shui Ling's personality. After all, they were both from the same circle of families in the capital. Shame? What's that? Is it worth a lot? Shui Ling waved her hand and gently patted Yi Tian's abdomen. Shame won't help you get the person you like. Hearing Shui Ling's words, Luo Yu became even more flustered and angry. She immediately pulled Yi Tian out of Shui Ling's embrace, but Shui Ling clung tightly to Yi Tian's other hand. Oh wow, there's a show to watch now. Xia Chu was stunned. She had originally planned to personally teach Yi Tian a lesson, but she didn't expect Luo Yu and Shui Ling to make the first move. Gravity field. Seeing that Shui Ling wouldn't let go, Luo Yu immediately used her ability. Instantly, Yi Tian and Shui Ling felt a massive gravitational force pressing down on them. Ugh! Shui Ling was fine, but Yi Tian was in a miserable state, as his injuries had just started to heal. Humph! Don't think you're the only one with abilities. Annihilation of all things. Shui Ling also unleashed her own ability. Yi Tian was seeing Shui Ling unleash her supernatural power for the first time, and he could feel that Shui Ling's aura had completely changed. If Shui Ling usually gave off the impression of an angel, then at this moment, she was undoubtedly a demon, exuding an endless aura of death. The collision of two supernatural powers left Yi Tian, caught in the middle, feeling utterly miserable. Oh, Shui Ling Minter and that woman, are they fighting? Huyan Wei took a bite of the watermelon in his hand, watching Yi Tian and the others in the distance with excitement all over his face. Shui Ling Minter truly didn't disappoint them. The titles of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Hatchling weren't given in vain. Yang Muhan might feel sorry for old Yi and wouldn't do anything outrageous, but Shui Ling Minter definitely wouldn't care about such things. She would act first and think later. This was something Huyan Wei and Situ Quangbin knew better than anyone. Ow! Grandpa Xiao? Why did you hit me? Huyan Wei, engrossed in the drama, suddenly felt a slap on his head. Oomph. No manners. Calling her that woman. She's the Shadow Corps commander, Luo Yu, and also old Luo's granddaughter. You brat better show some respect. Xiao Yi said grumpily, but he had no intention of intervening. He took another bite of watermelon and continued watching the show. His old Luo's granddaughter? Shadow Corps commander. Situ Quangbin gasped in shock upon hearing Luo Yu's identity. Old Yi really hit the jackpot, didn't he? Such a beauty actually has her eyes on old Yi? Damn it. So jealous. Old Luo, old Xiao, won't this end badly? Chun-Li asked worriedly from the side. No worries. Luo Tianxian waved his hand. Although both of them are using their powers, it's clear they're holding back. What? Your granddaughter is being bullied, and you, old man, aren't going to help. Xiao Yi looked at Luo Tianxian with a strange expression. Not only was he not helping, but he was also eating watermelon and enjoying the show. And smiling so brightly? Haha, help with what? I told her a long time ago that Xiao Tian is an outstanding kid. I told her to seize the opportunity herself, but she just wouldn't listen. Now isn't this perfect? Let her see how popular Xiao Tian is. Once she gets anxious, maybe I'll soon have a great-grandchild to hold. Luo Tianxian took a big bite of watermelon, savoring the thought. This watermelon is so sweet. The crowd eating watermelon nearby suddenly had black lines on their faces as they looked at Luo Tianxian. Xiao Tian, seeing Yi Tian trapped between the two energy forces, Yang Muhan panicked. Yi Tian's injuries had just healed. How could he endure this torment? She was about to step forward to stop the two of them, but Xia Chu pulled her back. Sister Muhan, don't worry. That guy is actually enjoying himself right now. Being caught between two beauties, it looks painful, but in reality, he's loving it. Xia Chu said with a straight face. Pwah! Hearing Xia Chu's words, Yi Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, you little witch, are you taking this opportunity to settle scores with me? Those two energy beads were wasted on you. But Xiao Tian seemed to be in great pain. However, Yang Muhan still looked at Yi Tian with a face full of worry. That's right, Muhan, I'm in a lot of pain right now. Please don't listen to Xia Chu's nonsense anymore. She's just spouting rubbish. Quickly stop the two of them. Muhan Jia, you don't understand. As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. When someone is too happy, they show sadness. But in Xiao Tian's case, it's extreme comfort begets pain. Feeling so comfortable that it shows as pain is completely normal. Besides, isn't Sister Chuyu here? Sister Chuyu is specifically here to protect Xiao Tian. If something really happens to him, Sister Chuyu will step in to stop it. Yi Tian, what the hell is this extreme joy begets sorrow, and extreme comfort begets pain? Does extreme joy begets sorrow even have this kind of explanation? Muhan, don't listen to this witch's nonsense. Save me. However, to Yi Tian's despair, Yang Muhan actually believed it. She nodded as if she understood. Epsilon I see, so that's what it means. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Extreme comfort begets pain. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's mouth twitched as she saw Yi Tian casting a pleading look at her. She instinctively turned away, only to spot a few people watching the drama from afar. She quickly ran over to them. As Yi Xian ran, she thought to herself, Big brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but all the sisters here might become my sisters-in-law in the future. As your little sister, I can't afford to offend them. Ha. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Extreme comfort begets pain, this, which is really something else. I almost believed her. Hu Yanwei couldn't help but clutch her stomach and laugh out loud after hearing Yi Xian recount the conversation. Hee, old Yi is really in for it this time. Nearby, Situ Kuangbin also chuckled lightly. Sister Luo Yu, your energy seems a bit lacking compared to your sisters. Shui Ling gave an evil smile and suddenly increased her strength, as if trying to push the gravitational field back at Luo Yu. No matter how lacking, it's still better than someone like you who stays in the lab and doesn't train. Seeing Shui Ling increase her strength, Luo Yu refused to back down and also exerted more force. Instantly, the pressure from the energy collision intensified. Yi Tian's hands were being pulled by the two of them, leaving him no time to even take a blood-replenishing pill. However, when the two suddenly increased their strength, he felt like he wanted to die. What did I do to deserve this? Suddenly, with a loud boom, Yi Tian instantly felt the pressure on his body disappear. He quickly broke free from the two and hid behind Chuyu. It was Chuyu who had just stepped in to save him. If she hadn't acted, he might have been done for. He was truly terrified. What was wrong with these two? Why did they act like mortal enemies the moment they met? After Chuyu rescued Yi Tian, the two women no longer held back. They unleashed their full power, and then their figures disappeared simultaneously. They had started fighting directly. In the academy, all the students raised their heads to watch the scene, their faces showing extreme shock mixed with a hint of admiration. As expected, Yixin truly lives up to his name. He actually managed to make two such powerful and beautiful warriors fight over him. Whoa, shouldn't we record this? Beautiful women, divine beings fighting, this is prime material. Let us record it and have instructor Shui Ling analyze their moves and evasive techniques in class later. As he spoke, Hu Yanwei pulled out his phone from his pocket, turned on the recording function, and aimed it at the two figures battling fiercely in the sky. Hey, Kuangbin, hold my melon or help me hold the phone. It's a bit tricky with just one hand. Hu Yanwei shouted. Can't you finish eating first or record after you're done? Situ Kuangbin looked at Hu Yanwei with a face full of exasperation. No, because I believe these two things can be done simultaneously. Hurry up, they'll finish fighting soon. Hu Yanwei urged. Hearing this, Situ Kuangbin quickly got up and walked over to Hu Yanwei, helping him steady the phone. However, neither of them noticed that Xiao Yi, along with Yi Xian, Luo Tianxin, and Chen Li, had quietly retreated and were now standing far away from the two. The two were engrossed in recording when suddenly, the two figures on the screen disappeared, just as they were holding up the phone to search for them. Gravity field, annihilation, thunder punishment. The two only saw the screen of their phone filled with two incredibly powerful skills growing larger and larger. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. All that could be heard was the sound of Hu Yanwei and C2 Kuang Bin's screams coming from the academy gate. Yi Tian hid behind Chu Yu, watching the two who had been hit from a distance, his mouth twitching. Seriously, you two, if you're going to watch, just watch properly. Why did you have to record it? Last time, Zhou and I was beaten half to death by Sister Luo Yu for recording, and now you've added Sister Shuiling to the mix? To this, Yi Tian could only silently mourn for the two in his heart. That was the only thing he could do. Oh, little Tian, why are you hiding here? Am I that scary? Suddenly, Shui Ling's voice came from behind Yi Tian. He felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body tensing up like a startled kitten. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I won't hit you. What are you so scared of? Seeing Yi Tian's terrified expression, Yi Tian comforted with lingering fear, now only hoping that these two ladies could settle down and stop using him as a shield. Yi Tian expressed that he really couldn't handle another round of torment. Xiao Tian is back? Perfect timing, we've been waiting for you. It's time for the awards ceremony. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared, and Xiao Yi emerged from the spatial rift with Yi Xian, Luo Tianxian, and Chun Li. Award ceremony? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Yi with a face full of confusion. Yes, the awards ceremony. Let's go. We'll head over first, and you all hurry up and follow. Xiao Yi said with a smile, then disappeared from the spot with Yi Tian, Shui Ling, Luo Tianxian, and Chun Li. The next moment, when Yi Tian came to his senses, he found himself standing on the podium of the school playground. As soon as Yi Tian and Shui Ling appeared, the students in the playground erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Ahem. All right, quiet down. Xiao Yi walked to the microphone and said calmly, I believe everyone knows why we are holding this meeting today. Xiao Yi asked with a smile. We know, came the enthusiastic response from below. Oh, then, students, why are we holding this meeting today? To celebrate the hero's discharge and welcome the hero home. To celebrate the hero's discharge and welcome the hero home. Ye God, I love you. Goddess, I will love you forever. Ye God, well done. After answering, the students seemed to feel that their gratitude wasn't fully expressed, so they shouted out loud. Good, good, good. Xiao Yi laughed heartily, saying good 3 times in a row before quieting the crowd on the playground. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian was completely overwhelmed. He turned his head and realized that besides himself and Shui Ling, Peng Hua, Peng Yi, He Xiaoxue, and Zhang Lin had also come onto the stage. Ye God, that's great you're okay. We were so worried about you before. Peng Hua and Peng Yi quickly walked up to Yi Tian. Hee, I'm fine, I won't die. Sorry for worrying you. Yi Tian smiled at the two of them. These two brothers were his teammates during his first mission. Although they didn't share life and death experiences, Yi Tian still cherished this friendship. During this nuclear bomb incident, everyone performed exceptionally well. It was because of everyone's efforts that we were able to locate and successfully prevent the explosion of the nuclear bomb in such a short time. Therefore, I have decided that all students who participated in the mission will be rewarded with 100,000 cash, 1 energy orb, and a 1-week vacation. During this week, we will arrange for everyone to go to the seaside for a good relaxation. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. The 100,000 cash was real, the energy orb was real, but the vacation was something he added on the spot. After all, he couldn't bear to see the students attending classes in the warehouse anymore. Why not take this opportunity to let the students leave the academy? And while they are away, he could take advantage of the situation to have old Luo send people to help complete the remaining construction work. This way, by the time the students return, the teaching building would be fully completed. The students wouldn't have to attend classes in the warehouse every day, and he wouldn't have to entertain visitors in that shabby office anymore. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted across the entire playground. Ahem. All right, I know everyone is very excited. Even though I'm an old man, I'm quite excited too. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi's words immediately drew a burst of laughter. In addition, the students standing on the stage here are the team led by mentor Shui Ling, the very team that discovered the nuclear bomb. They are Yi Tian, Peng Hua, Peng Yi, He Xiaoxue, and Zhang Lin, 5 outstanding students. In recognition of their efforts, The Academy has decided to reward each of these students and mentor Shui Ling with 1 million in cash and 3 energy beads matching their abilities. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Peng Hua, Peng Yi, and the others were overjoyed. Compared to the money, it was the energy beads that truly mattered to them. 3 whole energy beads, and they were tailored to their abilities. The students on the playground all showed envious expressions. Although they also had energy beads, those were distributed randomly, and each person only got one. Why couldn't their team have been the one to discover the nuclear bomb? Among them, student Yi Tian, before the nuclear bomb exploded, fearlessly risked his life to carry the bomb into the sky, where it detonated, saving us and the entire Huaxia. Furthermore, not long ago, student Yi Tian followed the comrades of the Shadow Legion into the Great Rift. There, he faced a world-class beast alone and, under its very nose, brought back the method to seal the rift. Students, not only did Yi Tian save Huaxia, but he also gave hope to humanity worldwide for sealing the rift. Gasp! Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, the students on the playground collectively drew a sharp breath. A world-class beast? The method to seal the rift? After processing this information, many students couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of Yi Shingadyi, compared to the latter two feats, the nuclear bomb incident seemed like childish play. But even if it were childish play, they wouldn't have been capable of it. And even if they had the ability, they probably wouldn't have had the courage. Therefore, after careful consideration, it has been decided to reward student Yi Tian with 10 billion in cash, the Golden Dragon Medal, and a direct appointment as a major general in Qianlong upon graduation. Xiao Yi said calmly. After hearing his words, everyone on the playground was utterly stunned, including the grandparents watching from the sidelines. Each and every one of them displayed expressions of utter disbelief. 10 billion in cash? The Golden Dragon Medal? A major general in Qianlong? My goodness, a Golden Dragon Medal. I never thought I would see someone receive a Golden Dragon Medal in this era. Everyone present was well aware of the significance of the Golden Dragon Medal. After all, it was an honor of the highest level in Huaxia, only awarded to those who had made extraordinary contributions during wartime. Hidden Dragon, it really exists. I thought it was just a legend, an older student exclaimed in shock. I told you before, it's not a legend, it's real. I just didn't expect that Junior Yi Tian would become a general as soon as he joined Hidden Dragon. I'm so envious, another senior said, his face full of admiration. Old Zhao's grandson really has some of old Zhao's spirit from back in the day. If only my grandkids were half as outstanding as Xiao Tian. Li Qingyuan, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. Yes, same here. How can there be such a big difference between grandsons? Knight Emperor said helplessly. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of his own carefree and reckless grandson, and an inexplicable flame of anger ignited in his heart. I've decided, I'm going home later. Huh? Why? It's not far, but you're already in a wheelchair. Don't go tiring yourself out. Li Qingyuan looked at Knight Emperor with confusion. Why? I'm going home to teach my grandson a lesson. Look at Xiao Tian, and then look at my useless grandson. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If I don't go back and give that kid a beating, I won't feel better. Li Qingyuan looked at Knight Emperor, his mouth twitching. Your grandson is at least a general in the Shadow Corps, isn't he? And you still think he's not good enough? I'm not even mad, and my grandson spends all day slacking off and wasting money. As Li Qingyuan thought about it, his face suddenly darkened. Old Knight, don't be in such a hurry to beat him. Wait for me. Huh? Wait for you. What? Wait for me to bring my grandson over to your place. We'll swap and beat each other's grandsons. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Li Qingyuan said furiously. Fine, I'll wait. But why do we have to swap to beat them? Knight Emperor asked, puzzled. Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched, his face turning red as he held back his words. Finally, he spat out a few words. I'm afraid I won't hit my own hard enough. Knight Emperor. As the two were discussing how to discipline their grandsons, Chunli walked over to Yi Tian with a small box in his hands. Hello, Yi Tian. Chunli greeted with a smile. Yi Tian immediately recognized Chunli. After all, as a commander, Chunli had appeared on TV and in the news many times. How could Yi Tian not recognize him? Seeing Chunli, someone he usually only saw on TV. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel nervous. Commander. Commander Chen, hello. Yeah, no need to be nervous. This is a reward from Huaxia for you, Chunli said, handing over the small box with both hands. Yi Tian quickly reached out with both hands to catch it. Inside the small box lay a golden badge, quietly resting there. On the badge was a small golden dragon, exuding an extraordinary sense of dominance. As for the last reward just now, regarding joining Qianlong, the choice is still up to you. You can think about it carefully before graduation. By then, we will arrange someone to connect with you. This position will be reserved for you until you graduate. Chun-Li patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said with a smile. This was also the decision he had just discussed with Xiao Yi. Leaving the choice to Yi Tian himself seemed more appropriate. Yi Tian nodded solemnly and heavily. Soon, the awards ceremony ended, and many buses were parked outside the academy gates, ready to depart as soon as the students packed their luggage. Just as Yi Tian stepped off the stage, Luo Yu ran up to him. Congratulations, Xiao Tian. The Golden Dragon badge, and it's at the general level, it even surpasses your sister. Luo Yu said with a smile, showing her beautiful grin. She was genuinely happy for Yi Tian. Hee. Thank you, Sister Luo Yu. All right, I heard you got injured during your mission. I came this time just to check on you. Now that I see you're so energetic, I can rest assured. There are still quite a few tasks in the organization, so I have to rush to the next mission location. Luo Yu said with a smile. She had taken time out to come here, and judging by the time she spent chatting with Yi Tian, her team had probably already reached the mission site. Leaving so soon. The organization's main focus now is on finding the 9 demon kingdoms and the immortal spirit orbs. After all, the sooner we can close the rifts, the sooner we can achieve true peace. Now, including the one you brought back, we've already found 3. One was handed to us by a mysterious organization, the Demon Slayer Group, and another was obtained from the instigator of the recent nuclear bomb incident. Luo Yu explained, knowing Yi Tian was familiar with the details, so there was no harm in telling him. Hiss. So fast. Does that mean we only need to find 6 more and then locate that mysterious altar to complete the task? Yi Tian was stunned. It hadn't been long, yet 3 had already been found? Hee. It's not that easy. Apart from the first one, the other 2 were obtained from others. With so many rifts, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. And then there's the altar. Since it's an altar, it will definitely be harder to find than the immortal spirit orbs. For now, we can only proceed step by step. But it's okay. The mission we're executing this time is based on news from the Rift area, saying they might have discovered the ruins of the Demon Kingdom. So we're taking the research team to investigate. If it's true, there's a good chance we'll find another immortal spirit orb. Luo Yu smiled wryly, then said with a face full of excitement. Then Sister Luo Yu, I wish you a safe journey. Make sure to come back safely. Yi Tian said with a smile, then gently stepped forward to hug Luo Yu. Luo Yu didn't resist and let Yi Tian hug her. I will definitely come back safely. Don't worry. Luo Yu gently placed her hand on Yi Tian's head. What the? Is that? 2 students carrying luggage walked by, and one of them suddenly pointed at Luo Yu with a shocked expression. TCH, what's there to be so surprised about? Didn't you just see it? She even fought with mentor Shui Ling over Yi Shun. The other student said nonchalantly. No, look at that emblem. Huh? What emblem? I know she's from the Shadow Legion. So what? Wait, what? The student suddenly looked equally shocked. What this? This emblem, the commander. A commander-level figure from the Shadow Legion. As expected of Yi Shun. Earlier, because of the distance, they only noticed she was from the Shadow Legion. But who would have thought she was a commander-level figure? Damn, it's really true that comparisons can kill. So beautiful, so powerful, and with such a high status. Hey, have you hugged enough? If you have, shouldn't it be my turn now? Shui Ling walked over, speaking sourly, and then pulled Yi Tian into her own arms. Yi Tian. Damn, again? Are you 2 going to fight again? Please spare me. Yi Tian was genuinely scared. When the 2 of them fought, he was the one who ended up getting hurt. You? Luo Yu glared at Shui Ling, her face flushed red. Hee what? Want to fight again? Shui Ling grinned mischievously, as if the word shy didn't exist in her dictionary. Who wants to fight with you? So childish. Huh. Little Yu is angry. Go complete your mission already. I'll take care of little Tian Tian. Remember to come back safely, or else little Tian Tian will be mine alone. However, just as Shui Ling said this, Yi Tian suddenly felt too icy killing intense. Turning his head, he saw Yang Muhan and Xia Chu standing there, smiling at him. But their smiles carried a hint of coldness and a touch of murderous intent. Even the two students who had been shocked by Luo Yu's identity earlier sensed the unusual atmosphere. To avoid getting caught up in it, they quickly fled the scene with their luggage, their faces full of envy. After all, the scene of Shui Ling and Luo Yu fighting earlier was still fresh in their minds, especially the miserable outcomes of Hu Yin Wei and Situ Quangbin. It was truly tragic. This time, Hu Yin Wei and Situ Quangbin stayed far away, not even daring to gossip. That earlier clash between Shui Ling and Luo Yu had nearly cost them their lives. The two of them had initially envied Yi Tian, but recalling what had just happened, they suddenly didn't feel so envious anymore. In fact, they even started to feel a bit sorry for Yi Tian. Being single isn't so bad after all. Yi Tian, well, thank you both so much. Let you be proud one more time. When I come back after completing my mission, I'll teach you a lesson. Luo Yu said angrily. She still had a mission to carry out and didn't have time to continue fooling around with Shui Ling. All right, I'll wait. Remember to come back safely, or else Xiao Tiantian won't be yours anymore. Shui Ling, unfazed, responded with a fearless attitude as she looked at Luo Yu's angry and threatening expression. Without saying another word, Luo Yu snorted arrogantly, got into the car, and left. As she glanced back at the people seeing her off, she turned her head and slightly curled her lips into a smile. All right, Sister Shui Ling, she's gone now. You don't need to act anymore. Let me go quickly, or I'll really die. Seeing Luo Yu get into the car, Yi Tian hurriedly struggled out of Shui Ling's embrace. He could tell that Shui Ling and Luo Yu actually had a very good relationship, they just weren't good at expressing it. When did you start getting close to Xiao Yu? I couldn't tell. You, boy, always act so honest, but secretly you're quite the player. Shui Ling hooked her arm around Yi Tian's neck and playfully spun her fist on his head. I'm going to die. Help me, Muhan. Sister Muhan, let's not bother with him. This flirtatious radish, Nearby, Xia Chu directly pulled Yang Muhan away. Meanwhile, Situ Quangbin and Hu Yin Wei also approached the two, gave Yi Tian a sympathetic look, sighed, and then left. Yi Tian, Xiao Tian, looks like no one can save you now. Even your childhood sweetheart doesn't care about you. Shui Ling's eyes sparkled with a red glow. At this moment, most of the academy's students had already boarded the bus, which was slowly starting up and ready to depart. However, just as the bus was about to leave, a miserable scream from Yi Tian suddenly echoed from within the academy. Huh? It sounds like a groundhog is screaming. Did you hear that? You must have heard wrong. I didn't hear anything. Yeah, maybe I heard wrong. All right, let's go. Here I come. There are so many beauties in the academy. This is going to be great. Finally, I can see them in swimsuits. This trip is going to be amazing. I swear I'll find a girlfriend before we return. Amid the students' enthusiastic chatter, the bus slowly started moving, heading toward the sea. Back at the academy, Yi Tian hadn't joined the students on the trip. Instead, after being taught a lesson by Shui Ling, he was taken to Dean Xiaoyi's office. Sister Shui Ling, aren't we supposed to leave too? Why are we here? You'll find out once you go in. Shui Ling directly pushed open the office door, revealing Xiao Yi, Luo Tianxin, and Chen Li, who had been waiting for some time. Grandpa Xiao? Grandpa Luo? Commander Chen. You're here. Have a seat, Luo Tianxin said with a kind smile upon seeing Yi Tian. Then I won't disturb you all. My task is complete, and my research has made a breakthrough. It's time for me to relax a bit. Little Tian, see you at the beach. Shui Ling said, suddenly leaning close to Yi Tian's ear and whispering. I bought a very sexy swimsuit, so you better come quickly, or you won't get to see it. Giggle, giggle. After throwing out this sentence, Shui Ling left directly, leaving Yi Tian completely dumbfounded. The three people in the meeting room couldn't help but twitch their mouths. How awkward. What did we just hear? Young people really know how to have fun. Sigh. If my granddaughter were half as cheerful as this girl, I probably wouldn't have to worry so much. The three thought to themselves. It wasn't that they intentionally eavesdropped, but with their abilities and being face to face, no matter how softly she spoke, they could still hear everything. Ahem. Ahem. Come on, Xiao Tian, sit down, have a cup of tea, and chat with us. The ocean isn't going anywhere. Xiao Yi was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Yi Tian nodded and quickly walked in to sit down beside them. This one doesn't need an introduction, right? Commander Chen, I believe you already know him. Xiao Yi introduced Yi Tian. He, of course. Commander Chen, you look even more handsome in person than on TV. Yi Tian said with a smile. Haha, you sure know how to talk. Don't call me Commander Chen. If you don't mind, I'm older than you, so just call me brotherly. Chun-Li waved his hand and smiled. So far, he was very satisfied with Yi Tian. All right, brotherly. Yi Tian didn't hesitate and called him directly. Haha. Good, straightforward, and not pretentious. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Chun-Li laughed heartily. Hee hee. Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa Luo, brotherly. You probably didn't call me here just to chat, right? Yi Tian smiled and got straight to the point. Haha. Nothing can be hidden from you, kid. At the award ceremony just now, Commander Chen should have mentioned Qianlong to you, right? What do you think? Hearing Yi Tian bring up the topic, Xiao Yi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Oh well. Yi Tian scratched his head. To be honest, I haven't started thinking about it yet. From the first time I went to the Shadow Corps and met the comrades there, I truly admired them and hoped to join them. Before knowing about Qianlong, the Shadow Corps was where I most wanted to be. But, along the way, I've come to understand what joining these organizations entails. Grueling training, tough missions, and all kinds of life and death crises. To be honest, I'm not afraid of these things, Yi Tian said calmly, and the others nodded in agreement. Nonsense. If Yi Tian were really afraid, would he have dared to retrieve the immortal spirit pearl and the method to seal the rift right under the nose of a world-class beast? If he were afraid, would he have dared to face a nuclear bomb alone and risk his life to carry the nearly exploding bomb into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters? So, Xiao Tian. What do you mean? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiao Yi couldn't help but start to feel a bit worried. Although he said he would let the child make his own choice, he still didn't want Yi Tian to join Qianlong. He only hoped that Yi Tian and Yi Xian could grow up safely. That's all. Hee hee. Actually, I'm still observing the situation right now. To be honest, I'm quite conflicted myself. I really want to join, but I can't stop worrying about my sister. I'm a selfish person. You all should be aware of the situation between me and my sister. There's no way I would abandon her for my own sake. To be honest, this nuclear bomb incident really scared me. I feel like I took a stroll through the underworld and barely made it back. If it happens again, I might not dare to risk it like that. Yi Tian said with trembling hands. Ever since he realized he might not make it back from the underworld, he was almost scared to death. At that moment, he thought of Yi Xian, his sister who relied on him and had no one else to depend on. Yi Tian couldn't imagine what would happen to his sister if he didn't return. After hearing Yi Tian's words, the three exchanged glances and fell silent. Yes, who isn't afraid of death? Who doesn't have loved ones they care about? Even they were afraid, let alone someone Yi Tian's age. For a moment, the three regretted bringing up this topic with Yi Tian so quickly. They all felt they had been too hasty. After all, Yi Tian was still just a child who hadn't graduated yet. Hee hee, Xiao Tian, you don't need to doubt yourself. Fear is a natural human emotion. It's normal. Being afraid proves that you're still alive, that you're not just a machine executing tasks for the sake of tasks. Fear is part of human emotions, and not abandoning it proves you're still human, not a machine. Perhaps we were too impatient. Now that we understand your thoughts, let's wait until after you graduate to make a decision. Xiao Yi quickly comforted him. Seeing Yi Tian like this, Xiao Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. Yes, the situation with these two siblings, his Xiao family and the Yi family, were not blameless. If he and Yi Xiu hadn't opposed Xiao Rou and Yi Qiu being together back then, the outcome might have been very different, right? Xiao Yi truly regretted it. Ever since he learned of Yi Tian and Yi Xian's existence, he had been filled with regret. Regret for his lack of strength to stop the Tianmin envoy. Regret for forcing the two children to leave the capital. Regret for not being more vigilant. And even more regret for finding out about the two children so late. Xiao? Grandpa Xiao? Are you okay? Seeing Xiao Yi's sorrowful expression, Yi Tian was stunned and looked at him with confusion. Oh no, did I say something wrong? But even if I did, Grandpa Xiao wouldn't need to show such a sad expression. Hee hee, old Xiao is just thinking about an old friend. That old friend of his really does resemble you, kid. Both of you are so straightforward. Beside him, Luo Tianxin's eyes suddenly turned red, looking at Yi Tian with some sadness. Yi Tian. Chunli. Hee hee. Yes, just thinking about old friends. It's nothing. Xiao Tian, you go ahead with Xue Ling and the others. The three of us still have some other matters to discuss. Xiao Yi forced a smile despite the pain in his heart and waved his hand. Yi Tian looked at the three of them with a face full of confusion, but still obediently nodded and left. General, what is this? After Yi Tian left, Chunli finally dared to speak. Just now, he was afraid that if he spoke recklessly, he might accidentally reveal something that shouldn't be exposed. Hee hee, Commander Chen, forgive me for making a fool of myself. I couldn't help but think of my mischievous daughter. Xiao Li waved his hand and smiled. Umph, old Xiao, you really need to control yourself. Luckily, I've had professional training otherwise. I wouldn't have been able to cover for you just now. Luo Tianxin said helplessly, not expecting that the disguise skills he had learned in the past would come in handy now. Sigh, there's no helping it, I couldn't hold back. My grandson and granddaughter are right in front of me, yet I can't acknowledge them. Do you know what that feels like? Xiao Yi retorted without hesitation. Cough, cough. Forgive me for being blunt, General, but why don't you just tell the truth to the two children? I understand Xiao Tian's thoughts just now. He's worried that after he leaves, his sister will have no one to take care of her. But aren't you their family? Beside him, Chunli voiced his doubts. Sigh, Commander Chen, how can I bring myself to say it? Their parents left when they were very young, and since then, my third son has been playing the role of their father. Until 3 years ago, when my son entered Tianmen, the two children have been left alone until now. Xiao Tian is okay, he doesn't hold much resentment towards his parents. But his sister, Yi Xin, is a different story. I've tried to hint at it before, but that girl harbors an extraordinary amount of resentment towards her parents. You could even say she hates them. So I'm afraid that if I really tell them the truth, the two children won't be able to accept it, and that would completely ruin them. Xiao Yi said helplessly. Previously, when he was teaching Yi Xin how to control her spatial abilities, he had asked her about her parents. But the little girl didn't say a word, not even mentioning the words mom or dad. From that moment, Xiao Yi knew that Yi Xion's feelings towards her parents were not just resentment. It was possible that this resentment had already turned into hatred in her heart. Xiao Yi couldn't imagine what the two children had gone through, especially Yi Xion, who had developed such hatred towards her parents. But, General, the truth can't be hidden forever. The children will find out one day. Besides, their parents sacrificed themselves for the safety of all humanity. They're heroes, so what's there to be afraid of? Hee hee, of course, I understand what you mean. That's why I decided to wait until the seal on Tianmen is lifted to see if my son would return. If they come back, then let their parents explain it themselves. If they can't come back, sigh, by then the two children will have grown up. I just hope time can dilute the hatred they feel towards their parents. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Chunli fell into silence as well. Because the old general was right, he had been too presumptuous. Without experiencing others' pain, how could he understand the depth of it? The old general's current approach had two outcomes. First, if the children's parents could return, they could explain everything to their children themselves. By then, the children would have grown up and might understand to some extent. Second, it was the only option left. If their parents couldn't return, the children would have grown up by then. Hopefully, time could heal everything. Even if it couldn't, at least the children would be capable of taking care of themselves, and the old general could finally be at ease. Sigh, the old general really has put so much thought into this. Thinking of this, Chunli couldn't help but sigh and speak. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had just walked out of the office when he suddenly felt a soft touch behind him, followed by darkness in front of his eyes. Sister Xue Ling. Didn't you say we'd meet at the beach? Yi Tian said helplessly. Come on. With Yi Tian's current mental strength, even if his eyes were covered, he could still sense who was behind him. And the person behind him. Who else could it be but Shui Ling? TCH. No fun, you guessed it so quickly. Shui Ling immediately let go of Yi Tian. She was carrying a white backpack, clearly having packed her luggage already. I just finished packing my things. I didn't expect to see you coming out of the office as soon as I stepped out. What? Done talking so quickly? Yeah. Grandpa Xiao called me over just to ask if I was willing to join Qianlong. Yi Tian said with a helpless smile. To be honest, he had only just considered this question in the office, but he was still conflicted. Who cares? Didn't they say you could think about it until graduation? Since there's still so much time, why bother worrying now? Come on, let's go relax. Without another word, Shui Ling grabbed Yi Tian and left. Hey, 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 Sister Shui Ling, I haven't packed my luggage yet. Oh, no need to pack. Your villa has already been demolished. What are you packing for? Let's go, we'll buy things on the way. Shui Ling said with a laugh. Yi Tian, I just got out of the hospital and my house is gone. Muhan. The power of that nuclear explosion was too strong. It blasted me so badly I'm still not recovered. At the academy gate, I was also crazily tormented by Sister Shui Ling and Sister Luo Yu's abilities. I feel like my whole body is about to fall apart. At the beach, Yi Tian looked at the expressionless Yang Muhan and said pitifully. There was no other way. Having played with Yang Muhan since childhood, Yi Tian was already well aware of her personality. When Yang Muhan lost her usual tenderness and her face showed no expression, it meant she was truly angry. Bah, Sister Muhan, don't bother with him. Let's go. Go play with your Sister Luoyu and Sister Shuiling. Stop fighting with me over Muhan. Yang Muhan's expression relaxed. Just as she was about to say something, Xia Chu interrupted her. Not only that, Xia Chu kept fanning the flames. Yi Tian, goodness, I haven't even settled accounts with you, and now you're coming after me instead. You witch. Yi Tian gritted his teeth audibly. Xia? Witch, it's time we settle our accounts. Joy leads to sorrow, comfort leads to pain, right? Yi Tian's eyes glowed red. If you hadn't said anything, I might have forgotten. You, what are you trying to do? Don't forget, I have Sister Muhan protecting me. Don't act recklessly. Calm down, calm down. Xia Chu shivered and quickly hid behind Yang Muhan. Calm down, my foot. Watch me turn your butt into petals today. Yi Tian charged straight at Xia Chu, and the two began circling around Yang Muhan. Sigh. Watching the two, Yang Muhan smiled helplessly. Actually, she wasn't angry at all, she was just worried about Yi Tian's injuries. But now, seeing Yi Tian so energetic, she felt relieved and decided to leave the two alone. Xia Chu. Wow, Sister Muhan, save me, save me. Seeing her protective shield suddenly leave, Xia Chu panicked. This guy, he really might do it. So Xia Chu quickly ran in the direction Yang Muhan had left, with Yi Tian chasing closely behind. Nearby, Yi Xin, Situ Quangbin, and Huyan Wei watched the three of them. Yo, old Ye's recovery is impressive. After being hit by a nuclear bomb, he's already running and jumping like this. Situ Quangbin said, watching Yi Tian chase Xia Chu with a laugh. Haha, now you can rest easy, you little crybaby. Huyan Wei laughed, turning to look at Yi Xin, who was sipping her drink. Yi Xin, you're the crybaby. No, you're the crybaby boy. Hearing Huyan Wei's words, Yi Xion's face turned red, and she glared at him fiercely. But seeing her brother so energetic, Yi Xion couldn't help but feel happy inside. However, in the next moment, Yi Tian suddenly ran toward them with a terrified expression. Huh? What's up with old Yi? What's going on? Yeah, wasn't he chasing the witch Xia? Why does he look so scared? The two looked at Yi Tian rushing toward them, confused. But in the next moment, their expressions turned equally terrified. Xia Chu was clutching her backside with one hand, while holding a massive fireball in the other, furiously chasing Yi Tian. His old Yi really dared, huh? He actually hit her. Unbelievable. He even dared to hit the tiger's backside. Situ Quangbin exclaimed at the scene. Huyan Wei. What the heck? Is this really the time to be exclaiming? Don't. Don't come over here, old Yi. If you want to die, don't drag us into it. Hu Yanwei hurriedly shouted at Yi Tian in panic. However, it was better if he hadn't shouted. As soon as Yi Tian heard Hu Yanwei's words, he froze for a moment. He hadn't even realized the two of them were there. Then, Yi Tian's expression twisted into a sinister smile as he sped up and charged directly at the two of them. Situ Quangbin. Hu Yanwei. What the heck? Old Yi, you shameless guy. I'm going to kill you, stinky Yi Tian. You really dare, don't you? Xia Chu's face turned bright red as she raised a massive fireball and cursed furiously. Instantly, the commotion attracted the attention of nearby students and tourists, who all looked on in confusion at the scene. Blazing flame. With Xia Chu's delicate shout, the enormous fireball left her hand and blasted straight toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian. What the heck? You're serious? Seeing the fireball flying rapidly toward him, Yi Tian's face turned pale. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and if that fireball hit him, he'd either die or be half crippled. Yi Tian quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the fireball's attack. However, Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei were left completely stunned. In the next moment, the massive fireball engulfed the two of them, while Yi Xian had already activated her ability and teleported away the moment the fireball was launched. Instantly, agonized screams echoed from within the fireball. When the fireball dissipated, the two of them were lying on the ground, completely charred. Run! The witch is coming to kill us. Yi Tian rushed to the two of them, grabbed one in each hand, and dragged them along as he continued to flee. Meanwhile, Xia Chu was still chasing relentlessly, hurling fireballs one after another from her hands. Situ Quangbin. Wait, why are we running? This has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Old Yi, you're the one who started this. What does it have to do with us? Hu Yanwei also said with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, they were the victims here, right? They were hit by fireballs for no reason. Thinking of this, the two of them stopped angrily, intending to reason with the witch Xia properly. Forgot to tell you. I said it was you two who told me to fight her. Now the witch has lost her mind. If you don't want to be burned to ashes, you'd better run. However, from far behind, Yi Tian's voice reached them. The two of them froze for a moment, then turned to look at Xia Chu, whose eyes were filled with fury and whose entire body radiated killing intent. Their faces turned pale instantly. This was definitely the enraged witch in action. Old Yi, you son of a... The two of them shouted, then immediately took off running after Yi Tian. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs kept raining down on the three of them, and Situ Quangbin and Hu Yanwei were utterly miserable. Clearly, this had nothing to do with them, they were just bystanders watching the drama. Yet now, they had to flee alongside Yi Tian. Truly, what great brothers they were getting dragged into trouble by him every single time. Blue Star's South Pole, as far as the eye can see, endless whiteness. However, the four massive icebergs in the distance stand out strikingly. Each of the four icebergs is wrapped in a giant iron chain. In the center of the four icebergs, a golden gate stands tall, also bound by chains. The chains binding the gate extend in four directions, originating from the massive chains wrapped around the four icebergs. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, loud crashing sounds erupted from within the gate. The noise was extraordinarily loud, echoing continuously among the four icebergs. Instantly, a massive avalanche was triggered. The entire golden gate began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a flash of golden light, and the chained golden gate shot straight into the sky. However, when it reached a certain height, it abruptly stopped, as it was being held back by the four massive icebergs. No matter how brilliant its light, it could not break free from the constraints of the four icebergs and the chains. Roar! Perhaps feeling the sense of being restrained, a thunderous roar erupted from within the gate. Instantly, countless ice surfaces exploded, and then the golden light of the gate gradually faded, slowly descending back to its original position. At the same time, piercing alarm sounds rang almost simultaneously in the control rooms of various countries responsible for monitoring the Golden Gate. Before long, helicopters from many nations flew near the icebergs. The scene was a complete mess. The ice surface shattered, and even the four massive icebergs revealed terrifying cracks. in the Huaxia command room. This, looking at the transmitted footage, everyone's expressions turned extremely grave, and the atmosphere in the command room became heavy. Take a look. This is the footage just sent back from Antarctica. The Heaven Gate suddenly emitted strange sounds and shot into the sky, seemingly trying to escape. However, it was restrained by the chains forged from energy stones, so it failed. But afterward, a roar that shook the heavens and earth came from within the gate, shattering the surrounding ice surface for hundreds of miles and triggering avalanches on no fewer than 100 mountains. Even the 4 snow mountains tied to the Heaven Gate showed cracks, with signs of collapse. Chun-Li spoke gravely to everyone present about the situation in Antarctica. After hearing Chun-Li's words, everyone furrowed their brows tightly. After all, since Xiao Hu entered the Heaven Gate 3 years ago, this kind of breakthrough situation had never occurred before. Could this be due to the weakening of the sealing power? Since Xiao Hu killed the Heaven Gate envoy and entered the Heaven Gate, there hasn't been any anomaly in the past 3 years, let alone such a massive reaction as now. Now, with only 2 years left on the Heaven Gate seal, the sealing power is not as strong as before, which might be why it can no longer completely suppress the Heaven Gate, leading to this situation. In the command room, Luo Tianxian stared at the information on the screen, his brows furrowed as he shared his analysis. After the anomaly at the Heaven Gate occurred, they were immediately summoned here by Chun-Li for a meeting. What Elder Luo said is not unreasonable. However, in this situation, I think the possibility of it being caused by the people behind the gate is greater. For example, the Heaven Gate hidden by Xiao Hu might have been discovered by someone, and they are trying to break the seal. The result is obvious: the attempt failed, which is why there was that final roar of anger. Ning Xiao also shared his own speculation. What Luo Tianxian mentioned was the gate's own consciousness, while Ning Xiao referred to the people behind the gate. Yes, indeed, both of your analyses make sense. This is precisely why I gathered you all here. Now that the Heaven Gate has suddenly become restless, no matter the reason, it has already shaken the world. So, next, countries will definitely propose to destroy the Heaven Gate. That's one possibility. The second possibility is as analyzed by Elder Luo and General Ning. If it is as Elder Luo speculates, then it's not too bad. After all, it's the gate's own consciousness. Even if it breaks free from its restraints, it won't cause too severe an impact. But, as he spoke, a heavy expression flashed in Chun-Li's eyes, and his tone became even more solemn. If it is as General Ning speculates, then the consequences will be unimaginable. I believe everyone is aware of why the Heaven Gate was sealed so tightly, because behind the gate lies another world, and the people of that world are not friendly to us. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts sank heavily, as they seemed to recall those 2 golden armored beings who were like gods. As for whether this could be because Xiao Hu has returned, clearly, that is absolutely impossible, because the seal on the Heaven Gate was placed by Xiao Hu. If Xiao Hu had returned, he could have simply removed the seal on the Heaven Gate and come out. There would be no need to use brute force to attack the seal in an attempt to break it. Nor would there be a need to let out that earth-shaking roar after failing to break the seal. Thinking of this, even Chun-Li couldn't help but rub his forehead. Recently, things have been one wave after another. First, there was the decision regarding the Heaven Gate, then the nuclear bomb incident. Now that the nuclear bomb issue has just been resolved, the Heaven Gate is causing trouble again. Moreover, the frequency of beast tides initiated by the monsters has been increasing lately. So during this period, they've been busy searching for the celestial spirit orbs and altars, hoping to completely close the rift. Anyway, the Heaven Gate's abnormality has already attracted worldwide attention. For now, let us first gauge the attitudes of various countries before proceeding. Additionally, General Ning, the seal on the Heaven Gate must be reinforced again. I believe other countries have already sent people to strengthen the seal. I'll leave this matter to you. At the same time, release information about the Heaven Gate to reassure the public. The gate's abnormality has caused quite a bit of panic on our side. As for Elder Luo, try to speed up the search for the remaining celestial spirit orbs and altars, and strive to close the rift as soon as possible. After some thought, Chun-Li quickly calmed down, issuing one order after another in an orderly manner. However, in the world beyond the heavenly gate. A golden door was enveloped by a powerful force, and before the gate, countless severed limbs and wreckage. Umph. Spirit Sovereign, this is something my nine nether nation found. Are you sure you Dragon Xia nation people want to interfere? Aren't you afraid of triggering a war between nations? A man exuding a sinister aura looked coldly at the stunningly beautiful woman before him and said indifferently, "The Empress issued an imperial decree early on, ordering us to search for the gate of Heavenly Spirit. Now that the gate of Heavenly Spirit is right before me, I naturally cannot let it fall into your hands." Haha, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. This place is neither your territory nor Dragon Xia Nation's domain, and the gate of Heavenly Spirit was discovered by us. Do you think you can take it away with just an imperial decree? A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. That's why I never intended to reason with you, the woman said indifferently, as a powerful aura erupted from her body. However, all of this was unknown to the people on Blue Star. Now, with the anomaly at the Heavenly Gate, the entire world was shaken. The World Conference was convened once again, and commanders from various nations gathered together. The Heavenly Gate was once again a hot topic, with countless people watching and waiting for the final outcome of the conference. Pioneer Academy. A whole week had passed since the anomaly at the Heavenly Gate, and all the students had returned to the academy. However, upon their return, they discovered that the teaching buildings had been completely rebuilt, and the series of beautiful scenery had completely disappeared. Hee, the office without holes in the front is still the best, so comfortable. In the dean's office, Xiaoyi sat on the sofa with a face full of satisfaction, sighing. Now, when receiving visiting guests, he wouldn't have to endure their strange looks anymore. It's just a pity. He wondered if he could ever return. Beside Xiaoyi, Weiguo's face looked extremely haggard, with two dark circles under his eyes. To ensure everything was completed within a week, he barely slept during that time. Fire-type ability users, dry the soil. Earth-type ability users, hurry up and make more bricks. And as a reinforcement-type ability user, of course, he was constantly moving bricks. This week nearly drained him completely, and he never thought that at his age, he would one day be exhausted from overusing his energy, especially due to construction work. But looking at the academy, with the series of upside-down holes now gone, Weiguo felt quite happy inside. At least, the iconic structures that had been directly created in Pioneer Academy were now gone, and he wouldn't have to fear social death anymore. That's right, as long as these two batches of students graduate, this socially embarrassing experience will be completely buried by time. Hee old Wei, you've worked hard. Here, drink this. As he spoke, Xiaoyi tossed a bottle to Weiguo. Weiguo opened it and was instantly stunned. This is the spirit recovery liquid. No, this is such a precious item. It can't be wasted like this. My condition will be fine after a good sleep. Weiguo quickly capped the bottle of spirit recovery liquid and shook his head as he spoke. It must be noted that the spirit recovery liquid can rapidly restore the mental strength and energy of ability users, making it a life-saving treasure on the battlefield. Having experienced the apocalyptic war himself, he naturally understood the importance of this potion. In his current state, he would recover after 2 or 3 days of sleep at most, so why waste such a valuable potion? Just drink it. Now is the time when you need it most. There's no time for rest. Xiaoyi chuckled helplessly, but his expression quickly turned extremely serious. Huh? Old Xiao. What do you mean? Wei Guo was stunned, and seeing the expression on Xiaoyi's face, his heart sank instantly. The heavens. Xiaoyi was about to say something, when suddenly the sound of a rally horn echoed from the training ground. Hearing this sound, Wei Guo sighed helplessly. As expected, what was meant to come has come after all. Without hesitation, Weiguo directly drank the spirit recovery liquid in his hand. Xiaoyi said no more, and as spatial energy surged, the figures of the two disappeared from the office. On the training ground, all the grandpas and grandmas of the academy had already assembled. Each of them was fully armed, their expressions solemn as they waited on the field. Among them, Yi Huang, Li Qingyuan, and Guanzai stood at the forefront, their faces devoid of smiles, replaced by grave expressions. Around them, many students looked on with worried faces at the grandpas and grandmas on the field. Heavens, this This is the demeanor of the pioneers. Yeah, the grandpas and grandmas look so imposing. Seeing the usually kind and gentle grandpas and grandmas now fully armed, the students were truly shocked. As for why this scene was happening, many students already understood in their hearts. Due to the disturbance at the Heavenly Gate, which caused a global upheaval, everyone was aware of the situation. Soon, Xiao Yi and Wei Guo appeared on the training ground. "Heh, all the old comrades have gathered, huh?" Xiao Yi chuckled helplessly as he looked at the scene. This time, with the disturbance at the Heavenly Gate, various nations not only sent people to reinforce the seal, but also dispatched countless strong individuals to guard the gate, to prevent any accidents during the reinforcement process that might allow the golden armored beings to escape again. As for them, rather than being sent there, it was more accurate to say that Xiao Yi himself had volunteered to help guard the gate. This was also the reason why he hadn't gone with Chun Li to attend the meeting. "Congratulations, host. You've drawn a genuine vitality pill." "Congratulations, host. You've drawn a genuine vitality pill." "Congratulations, host. You've drawn a genuine vitality pill." In the villa, Yi Tian was conducting a lottery draw. Now that he had fully recovered, he began organizing the items in the system. After the system upgrade, there wasn't much of a difference. However, according to the Go system, the tasks assigned would increase slightly. In addition, the system also rewarded Yi Tian with a weapon. That's right, just one weapon, and it was a black iron rod that looked just like a fire poker. This immediately made Yi Tian feel that he had totally wasted his points. So he immediately started drawing prizes. "Congratulations, host. You've drawn a proper spiritual chi pill." "Congratulations, host. You've drawn a proper spiritual chi pill." "Congratulations, host. You've drawn a god-level bloodline, the Nether Ghost bloodline." Hearing the system's voice, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Something new? If nothing new had come out, he figured he'd start arguing with this ghost system right away. The points he had earned during the assessment were almost used up. Other than proper blood chi pills, it was all improper spiritual chi pills. Now, he had finally drawn a god-level item, and at the same time, he also managed to draw a proper spiritual chi pill. The power of bloodlines? The Nether Ghost bloodline, it sounded like something amazing. Yi Tian thought to himself, and with a single thought, he immediately looked at the item inventory. In the inventory, the improper blood chi pills were the most numerous, with almost 1,000 of them left. Even after he had placed over 100 into the storage ring, he gave to Mengpa, but that was pretty normal. After all, he had drawn so many improper blood chi pills, and up until now, he had only used 3 of them. One was eaten by mistake, one was used to trick Sister Shui Ling into eating, and the other was consumed to block the strange black fire during the nuclear bomb incident. Yi Tian was still quite resistant to these improper blood chi pills, because after eating them, you'd end up in hell. Then, he turned his attention to the new item he had just drawn. Improper spiritual chi pill. Instantly restores all consumed mental energy, spiritual energy, and other energy to full. Please note, the effect of this pill is extremely powerful, and the restored spiritual energy and other energy may be overwhelmingly abundant. Yi Tian. Although he didn't quite understand what the side effects were, Yi Tian decided he would absolutely not try it lightly. If the improper blood chi pill was a trip to hell, then wouldn't the improper spiritual chi pill be a trip to heaven? However, putting aside the side effects, the effect of this spiritual chi pill was indeed heaven-defying. After humans began awakening supernatural abilities, recovery potions like this were, of course, developed. However, they could only speed up the recovery of depleted energy and couldn't instantly replenish it. Just think, if during a battle both sides had exhausted their energy, and you ate one of these pills, you'd definitely win. Luckily, he had proper spiritual chi pills, the kind without side effects. Yi Tian smiled happily, and then turned his gaze to the god-level item he had just drawn. The Nether Ghost bloodline was a drop of dark black blood. Even though it was placed in the item inventory, Yi Tian could still feel a sense of unease. This was because Yi Tian could sense the powerful aura emanating from the black blood, a terrifying aura filled with the essence of death. It seemed as if what was before him was not a drop of blood, but a terrifying grim reaper capable of controlling life and death. Dark Nether, the master of the bottomless abyss, controls the life and death of all things with a single thought. Later, it was obliterated by the gods, leaving only this drop of essence blood. After fusion, it can activate the power of the dark nether bloodline. The bottomless abyss? Where is that? Yi Tian was stunned and immediately asked. The host does not need to know. Do you wish to fuse with this bloodline? The system responded indifferently to Yi Tian's question. Yi Tian rolled his eyes. He was already used to the system's personality. He figured that if he kept asking, the only answer he'd get would be something like, the host's current strength is too weak to be qualified to know. Yi Tian thought to himself. The host indeed has foresight. Yi Tian, do you wish to fuse? The system asked again. Fuse. Whoa, no. Something big has happened. Just as Yi Tian was about to answer, his words were suddenly interrupted by Situ Quangbin's voice. Xia Chu, who was watching TV in the living room, was also startled by Situ Quangbin's sudden shout. I say, Quangbin, this is the academy. What big thing could possibly happen? After recovering, Xia Chu directly gave Situ Quangbin a glare. No, no. Grandpas and grandmas have suddenly all gathered on the playground, and each of them is fully armed. Does that count as something big? After pausing for a moment, Situ Quangbin quickly explained what was happening on the playground. What? Xia Chu immediately sat up from the sofa. Grandpas and grandmas have gathered, and they're fully armed. Yi Tian also walked out of his room. Yes, yes, judging by the scene, it looks like they're preparing for war. Let's go and take a look. After hearing Situ Quangbin's words, Xia Chu immediately became interested, put on her shoes, and ran out of the villa. This which has such a big gossiping heart. Watching Xia Chu's departing figure, Hu Yin Wei's mouth twitched. Xiao Tian, are Grandpa Xiao and the others really going to war? Yang Muhan looked at Yi Tian, her expression full of worry. Let's go and take a look too. I guess it might be related to the anomaly at the Heavenly Gate. Nowadays, the Heavenly Gate anomaly has everyone on edge. Yi Tian's face was also full of seriousness at this moment. He was aware of the Heavenly Gate incident. Back then, the golden armored man had practically controlled the entire Blue Star, forcing countless strong individuals to enter the Heavenly Gate. If it weren't for that mysterious powerhouse, the Heavenly Gate might still be looming over everyone even now. Now, with the Heavenly Gate, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, suddenly showing signs of abnormality, it would be strange not to be worried. So, the group hurried to the playground. When they arrived at the playground, the grandpas and grandmas had already dispersed, leaving only Night Emperor, Guanzai, Xiao Yi, and Wei Gua. Xiao Yi seemed to be instructing Shui Ling about something. At this moment, Shui Ling's face was also full of seriousness, her usual playful demeanor completely gone. Shui Ling girl, the academy will temporarily be under your care as acting principal. Students, attend your classes and training as usual. I'll leave this period in your hands. Understood, old man, I got it. And you all, when you get there, in any case, make sure to come back. I can't manage such a big academy on my own. If you don't come back, I'll just give up completely. Shuiling also looked at them with a face full of reluctance. Ever since she entered the academy, it was this group of grandpas and grandmas who had always been by her side. She had spent more time at the academy than at home and had completely come to see the grandpas and grandmas at the academy as her own family. Don't worry. I just said, this time we're only going to stand guard. Nothing will necessarily happen, so you don't need to worry. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Grandpa Xiao. Beside him, Yi Xian ran directly to Xiao Yi, looking at him with a face full of reluctance. Xiao Yi had always been very kind to her, and was also her mentor in mastering her abilities. So at this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely sad. You're here. Xiao Yi rubbed Yi Xian's head. If he could, he really wanted to tell Yi Xian that he was her grandfather. Unfortunately, now was not the time. Grandpa Xiao, is this about Tianmin? Yi Tian asked in a somewhat heavy tone, his face full of seriousness as he waited for Xiao Yi's answer. Yes. Seeing Xiao Yi nod slightly, Yi Tian's heart sank immediately. Xiao Tian, you don't need to worry so much. Even if the sky falls, we old folks are still here. Xiao Yi laughed freely. At this point in his life, he had no other desires. His only hope was for Yi Tian and Yi Xian to grow up carefree. And what he was doing now was to pave the way for future generations, to create a peaceful world for Yi Tian and Yi Xian with his own hands. Grandpa Xiao, take these with you. If a war really breaks out, they might come in handy. Seeing Xiao, Yi, and the others fully armed, Yi Tian directly took out all the pills from his inventory. There were proper marrow-cleansing pills and vitality pills, as well as improper vitality pills and spiritual energy pills. As for the improper marrow-cleansing pills, Yi Tian didn't take them out, as they wouldn't be much help on the battlefield. After explaining the side effects of the improper vitality pills to Xiao Yi, everyone's eyes lit up. This thing could suppress all energy within the body. Didn't that mean if they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, as long as they could trick the opponent into taking the pill, the enemy would be at their mercy? As for the improper spiritual energy pills, Yi Tian also explained their effects and side effects. He also mentioned that he hadn't tried them himself, and if someone took the spiritual energy pills, they should escape immediately after recovering. Otherwise, when the side effects kicked in, no one would know what might happen. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiao Yi, Wei Guo, the Night Emperor, and a few other old men left the academy directly. Under the watchful eyes of the students, they departed. Watching the grandparents leave, many students clenched their fists tightly, their blood boiling with passion, yet unable to unleash it, for their current strength was far too inadequate. After the grandparents left, the students seemed as if injected with adrenaline, seizing every second to begin their intense training. This time, they deeply felt the overwhelming sense of helplessness brought about by their own weakness. Xiao Tian, as she watched Xiao Yi and the others depart, Yang Muhuan looked at Yi Tian with a face full of worry. At this moment, she finally understood the feeling Yi Tian had back then outside the villa. Yes, they had indeed awakened their abilities, but at the same time, they now bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the peace of the world. She had always thought that since they hadn't graduated yet, at least within the academy, they still had time to enjoy a peaceful life. But now, she realized she was wrong. Peace was, in fact, so easily shattered. Just like the events happening now. The disturbance at Tianmen, the looming threat of war. Thus, during this period, the entire academy was enveloped in an intense atmosphere of competition. Every student was giving their all in training, desperate to grow stronger, to make themselves fearless in the face of any crisis. Yes, crisis. Watching the grandparents march to battle, their hearts were full of boundless passion, yet they also felt powerless due to their own weakness. But the most overwhelming emotion was fear. So, to dispel this fear, they had no choice but to strive to continuously improve their strength. The Antarctic, the location of the Tianmen Seal. At this moment, camps were set up everywhere, and powerful warriors from all over the world had led their armies here to guard the area. Rumble! Yet another helicopter roared as it approached. From the aircraft, several men leapt boldly into the air, jumping directly off the helicopter. Crash! As they landed, the ice beneath them shattered into pieces. In the distance, the Sahara faction erupted in cheers as they witnessed this scene. The Russians are always so barbaric. They just love charging in head first. Can't they just use parachutes like normal people? Bruce, if they knew how to use parachutes properly, they wouldn't be Russians, now would they? Let us go? It's our turn to reinforce the Tianmen bindings. A companion beside him chuckled. Meanwhile, the men who had landed seemed completely unharmed, without even a scratch. They strode straight back to their own camp. Old Ning, the Russian reinforcements have arrived. Within the Huaxia camp, a man walked in and addressed Ning Xiao, who was sorting through some documents. They move pretty fast. That commotion earlier must have been their doing. I'd wager it's the Angelieve family this time. How many of them? Ning Xiao asked with a faint smile. Three. Hearing this, Ning Xiao was slightly taken aback. It seems this disturbance at Tianmen has indeed frightened quite a few people. Over by the lighthouse, all 12 apostles of the church have been dispatched, the 4 mages and the sword saint from the island nation have arrived, and the 9 great Buddhas from India have also been mobilized. At this point, it seems that the world's top-tier experts have truly gathered together. Ning Xiao shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. After all, it was once a blade hanging over our heads. Now that the blade has finally been sealed, it suddenly reveals its sharp edge again. I just wonder who we will send from our side. What's the matter? Are you scared because they might not send anyone from above? Scared? No way. Old Su, you're my deputy in Qianlong. Don't mess up at a critical moment. Ning Xiao glared at Su Hui with mock annoyance. I'm just curious. Scared? That word doesn't even exist in my dictionary. Oomph. You're always so unserious. Get lost, get lost. Since you're so energetic, you can go with this batch of restraints. What? No way, General Ning. I just got back. Haven Tea even had a sip of water yet. And now you want me to go again? You don't need water. Take this. Hurry up and get going. They're about to set off. Don't bother me here. As Ning Xiao spoke, he directly threw the water bottle on the table to Su Hui. Su Hui chuckled, grabbed the bottle, and left. Watching Su Hui's departing figure, Ning Xiao smiled helplessly. Sometimes, he really didn't know what to do with this brother who had grown up with him and joined Qianlong together. Around the four ice mountains near Tianmen. At this moment, many small black silhouettes were hanging on each mountain. From a distance, they looked as tiny as sesame seeds. Upon closer inspection, these black silhouettes turned out to be people, specifically ice elemental ability users from various countries. They were using their abilities to continuously repair the cracks appearing on the ice mountains. Around Tianmen, there were also many people repairing the binding spirit chains that tied Tianmen. Additionally, several new chains had been added this time, with their other ends anchored at the base of the surrounding four snow mountains. Rumble. Several helicopters flew in. The arrival of the helicopters immediately attracted the attention of many camps. Because in this vast, snowy expanse of Antarctica, any movement would catch their eyes. Helicopters from the Huaxia camp. Upon seeing the distinctive emblem on the helicopters, many people became curious. They all wanted to know which powerful and mysterious experts the ancient nation would send this time. Ning Xiao also received the news immediately and hurried to the camp entrance to greet them. However, he saw a group of people, roughly dozens of figures, parachuting down from the helicopters. Oh my, Huaxia sent so many people this time. Huaxia, huh? Well, if Huaxia sent so many people, let them handle any problems that arise. Wait, they're actually using parachutes. Seeing the Huaxia camp members descending, many people from other camps were shocked and looked up at the sky. However, when they got a clear look at the descending figures, their expressions darkened one by one. A group of elderly men and women with white hair descended from the sky, fully equipped. Especially striking was the sight of the Night Emperor sitting in a wheelchair with a parachute tied to it, and himself strapped in with a seatbelt. Other factions. Ning Xiao. What is Huaxia doing? Sending a bunch of old folks? Are they here to die? Bakiaro. I protest. I must protest. Everyone else is sending their strongest. So why is Huaxia sending a group of old, weak, and sick people? Are they trying to get everyone killed? So they're all old men. No wonder they need parachutes. His General Xiao, General Wei, General Li, and General Guan. The four great generals are all here. And Commander Fong, Commander Li. As the other factions voiced their protests, Ning Xiao was internally shaken. He knew reinforcements would be sent, but he had thought they would just send a few random generals from the Shadow Legion at most. He never expected that he was wrong this time. The ones sent were all veteran generals from the Apocalypse War. Though they were old in age, their strength was still formidable. When they were fighting on the battlefield, he was probably still at home drinking milk. Old generals. Seeing Xiao Yi and the others land, Ning Xiao hurriedly ran over to greet them. Ning boy. No. I should call you General Ning now. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Old generals, please just call me Ning boy. How could I dare to flaunt such empty titles in front of you? Ning Xiao quickly replied. All right then. How is the situation at the Heavenly Gate? How are the reinforcements and restraints coming along? Has there been any sudden activity at the Heavenly Gate recently? Xiaoyi waved his hand with a smile and asked quickly. Reporting to the old general, the Heavenly Gate has been stable recently, with no further incidents. Additionally, the four snow-capped mountains are currently under repair. Once fully restored, the Earth element ability users will reinforce them again. We are also simultaneously working on the restraints, old general. It's cold outside, let us go inside to talk. No need. We'd like to take a look around the vicinity of the heavenly gate. Can that be arranged? Xiao Yi waved his hand again, declining Ning Xiao's invitation. It can be arranged, but we have an agreement with the other factions. Anyone who wants to approach the heavenly gate, no matter who they are, must notify the other factions in advance. Otherwise, the troops guarding the heavenly gate 1T allow passage. Is that so? All right, then please help notify them. We'd like to go take a look. Understood. I'll contact the other factions right away. Old generals, you can rest inside for now, as it will take some time to get in touch with them. All right, if that is the case, so be it. Xiaoyi nodded. There was no other choice but to wait for Ning Xiao's arrangements. They wanted to inspect the heavenly gate to see how much of the sealing power remained. However, just as Xiao Yi and the others had just stepped into the camp, and before Ning Xiao could notify anyone, several other camps had already brought their people over. Ning Xiao looked at the people from the other camps and was momentarily stunned. Goodness, the island nation, the lighthouse, the sun never sets, Tianju, and even the Tsarist Russia basically. Everyone who could come had come. Looking at the arrivals, Ning Xiao was slightly taken aback. As a general of the Qianlong Corps, how could he not guess the intentions of the people from the other camps? It was nothing more than seeing that the reinforcements sent by Huaxiao were just a group of elderly grandpas and grandmas, right? They just didn't know how colorful their expressions would become once they learned the true identities of these grandpas and grandmas. Thinking of this, a trace of mischief flashed in Ning Xiao's eyes. Everyone, why are you not guarding your own camps properly and instead coming over to our Huaxia camp? Ning Xiao said with a faint smile. Ms. Ning, don't you know the purpose of our visit? Exactly, General Ning. The Heaven's Gate is in turmoil, and all the strong from various nations have gathered here. Yet, Huaxia sends a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled as reinforcements. What is the meaning of this? As soon as Ning Xiao finished speaking, people from the Lighthouse and Island Nation camps immediately questioned her. Does Huaxia need to explain its actions to others? Ning Xiao retorted without hesitation. Besides, even if Huaxia sent no reinforcements, isn't the presence of my Qianlong Corps enough? Or are you saying that you all have the ability to contend with my Qianlong Corps? Ning Xiao countered without backing down in the slightest. Hearing Ning Xiao's words, the crowd immediately fell silent. Indeed, so what if Huaxia sent a group of old folks? Even now, they couldn't compare to Huaxia's Shadow Corps, let alone the legendary and even more secretive Qianlong Corps. So what if your Qianlong Corps is strong? Defending the Heaven's Gate requires the full effort of all parties. We have already sent all our top experts. Yet you still hold back your strength. General Ning, don't you think you owe everyone an explanation? The person from the island nation camp snorted coldly, speaking in a strange tone. Hearing this, the others from the camps immediately lit up and quickly chimed in. Only the people from Tianju and Tsarist Russia remained quiet, watching the argument unfold from the sidelines. Haha, how ridiculous. The strength of your camps combined is still no match for my Qianlong Corps, and now you dare to question us. Everyone, where is your sense of shame? If you have the ability, go ahead and send more reinforcements. As long as your combined strength surpasses that of my Qianlong Corps, Huaxia will send more experts to support you. Hearing their words, Ning Xiao laughed instead of getting angry, looking at them with a face full of mockery. The people from the other camps turned red with anger at Ning Xiao's words, but they had no way to refute her. Send more reinforcements? Even if they sent more, it wouldn't be enough to match Huaxia. All the world-class experts they could send were already here. As for those who hadn't come, they were either guarding their homes or simply couldn't be mobilized. Did they not have other experts besides world-class ones back home? Of course they did. They had plenty of outstanding star-level and shadow-level experts. But most of them simply couldn't be summoned. A few years ago, a mysterious organization suddenly emerged in their families, called the Demon Slayer Group. They were crazily recruiting people into their ranks. Although they tried their best to stop them, the organization was too secretive, making it impossible to prevent their actions. As a result, many of the strong individuals from their families are no longer under their control, completely suppressed by that mysterious demon slayer group. General Ning, while that may be true, now is the time for all our families to join forces to guard the Heavenly Gate. We should all work together, not hold back. If the Heavenly Gate cannot be suppressed, no one will escape. Moreover, to take a step back, wasn't it your proposal to preserve the Heavenly Gate? Now we are all helping you. The people from the Island Nation faction spoke indifferently, a trace of cunning flashing in their eyes. That's right, Ms. Ning. It was your side that proposed preserving the Heavenly Gate. Now that we have agreed to your proposal and kept the Heavenly Gate intact, but now that the Heavenly Gate is showing signs of instability, it's only natural for you to put in more effort. Besides, although the Heavenly Gate seems stable for now, no one knows when it might act up again. If it happens after our work is done, then naturally, we won't be afraid. But if the Heavenly Gate acts up before that, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the people from the Lighthouse faction. Then everyone is doomed. Hearing the words from the two factions, the other factions could no longer hold back and began to chime in one after another. Because, indeed, as the two factions said, if something unexpected happens to the Heavenly Gate, they would all be doomed. Moreover, it was their family that proposed preserving the Heavenly Gate in the first place. Now everyone is risking their lives for them. So what if they put in more effort? You all. Hearing this, Ning Zhao's anger surged instantly. Aye. Ning boy, what's going on? Why all the noise? Just as Ning Xiao was about to retort, a voice interrupted him. Everyone suddenly felt an extraordinarily powerful spatial energy, and then 5 figures appeared before them. SP, spatial ability users. Hissed that figure. I remember now, they are the 5 great generals of the apocalypse. Before the crowd stood Xiao Yi, Wei Guo, Guan Zai, Night Emperor, and Li Qingyuan, all looking at them with cold expressions. That old man in the wheelchair, the old general, that's the Night God. Suddenly, someone from one of the factions looked at the Night Emperor with a face full of terror. During the Apocalypse War, the Night Emperor had used the 8 gates to single-handedly block the attack of a 1,000,000-strong beast army. And in that situation, he even managed to kill a realm-level beast. That scene was recorded and sent back to their families, even becoming part of their training materials, so he recognized the Night Emperor at a glance. In addition, others from the factions also recognized Xiao Yi and the others. The Space King General Xiao, Absolute Defense General Wei, God of Fury Night God, Absolute Domain General Guan, Bloodthirsty Demon General Li. These titles suddenly appeared in everyone's minds, and at this moment, everyone completely recalled that long-sealed history. The entire venue fell into complete silence, especially the two factions, the Island Nation and the Lighthouse faction, who had been shouting the loudest just moments ago. Now, their faces were filled with terror and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Although Xiao Yi and the others before them were already elderly, the aura emanating from them was no joke. They thought they were dealing with a group of old, weak, and sickly individuals, but unexpectedly, they were facing a group of godlike warriors with unparalleled power. What is the matter? I heard you look down on us old folks. Did you come here to accuse us? Xiao Yi said coldly, his expression indifferent. In an instant, an exceptionally powerful spatial aura erupted from within him. The surrounding space began to distort, even showing scattered cracks. Like shattered glass, black voids suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Hiss this power, even space can't withstand it. Is that an interdimensional space? Many people looked at the shattered space around them and exclaimed in terror. Interdimensional space. This is a space that exists in another dimension. Legend has it that only when the collision of forces reaches a certain intensity can it shatter space and create such phenomena. This space was only rumored to have appeared during the Apocalypse War, and even then, it was only heard of, never seen with their own eyes. They never imagined that today they would witness it, and that this power would be directed at them. Misunderstanding. The people from the Island Nation and Lighthouse faction gritted their teeth and said, enduring the immense pressure. They were standing at the forefront, so naturally, they bore the brunt of the force. Misunderstanding? Li Qingyuan said indifferently, as an even more violent aura erupted from within him. Instantly, no one could remain standing. They were indeed the leaders of their respective factions, but that didn't mean they possessed world-class strength. The only reason they dared to come and accuse was because they knew Ning Xiao was aware of their identities and wouldn't dare to act recklessly against them. Otherwise, the world-class powerhouses behind them wouldn't be easy to deal with. But damn it, they never expected this. That Xiao Yi himself would come, such a formidable figure. To put it bluntly, even if Xiao Yi killed them, they could only accept their fate. The world-class powerhouses behind them might not even dare to seek trouble with him. After all, these were survivors of the Apocalypse War. Even though they were now elderly, they were not to be provoked by the younger generation of powerhouses. Heh, esteemed generals, please show mercy. Suddenly, several powerful auras approached, and everyone instantly felt the pressure lift, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yi and the others squinted their eyes, looking in the direction of the approaching auras. The next moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, a long katana hanging at his waist. At the same time, from the direction of the Lighthouse faction, several middle-aged men wearing yellow robes and holding staffs also approached. Generals, it was their lack of discernment. I apologize on their behalf and hope you won't take it to heart, said the visitor from the Island Nation faction with a smile. He was one of the realm-level powerhouses of the Island Nation faction, the Sword Saint. Jiro Hantu. Generals, this is one of the realm-level powerhouses of the Island Nation faction, Sword Saint Hantu. As for the other three, they are 3 of the 12 realm-level powerhouses from the Lighthouse Church. I heard you're the Sword Saint. Heh, I wonder how your sword compares to mine. Li Qingyuan looked at Sword Saint Hantu and slowly drew the sword from his back. A violent aura erupted into the sky. Instantly, the faces of people from the other factions turned pale. They could feel the aura of death. Chadomat. Chadomat. General, calm down, calm down. I'm not here to fight you. How could I possibly beat you? Seeing this, Sword Saint Hantu's face turned pale in an instant, and he shook his head like a rattled drum. Seeing Sword Saint Hantu's reaction, Li Qingyuan immediately lost interest and sheathed his sword. Ha gee. General, we were too presumptuous this time. These useless fools failed to recognize greatness. I hope you won't take it to heart. Now is the time for all of us to unite and focus on the bigger picture. We should work together to guard the heavenly gate. Seeing Li Qingyuan withdraw his power, Hantu quickly spoke in broken Chinese, while glaring fiercely at his own faction members. His faction members quickly caught on and began pleading for forgiveness from Xiao Yi and the others. Yes, General, please be magnanimous and let us off the hook. Sigh, getting old. I just can't stand flies buzzing around in front of me. Ning, I'll leave this to you to handle. We'll go ahead and prepare. Report to whoever you need to, but do it quickly. We want to check out the heavenly gate. Xiao Yi patted Ning Xiao on the shoulder, and then, with a surge of spatial energy, the group disappeared from where they stood. The general has made himself very clear. Does anyone still have objections to the support we've sent? No problem. Feel free to voice your concerns. The generals haven't gone far. I can call them back with just one shout. I may not be able to give you a satisfactory answer, but I believe the generals will provide one that satisfies everyone here. Ning Xiao looked at the crowd with a mocking expression. Humph. Keep causing trouble, go on. The crowd looked at Ning Xiao, their mouths twitching. Objections? Don't be ridiculous. Who would dare have objections now? They had just barely escaped with their lives. Didn't they see even the Sword Saint was terrified? And thinking back to when the Huaxiao reinforcements arrived, it wasn't just 5 people, it was a whole group. And they were all elderly. Could it be that all those legendary veterans hidden in the Pioneer Academy had come out? General Ning, you're joking. Since the reinforcements are all senior experts, how could we possibly have any objections? Please ask General Ning to convey our message. We hope the senior generals won't take today's events to heart. We will certainly present a generous gift another day to express our apologies for disturbing them today. The Sword Saint of the Peninsula said with a faint smile. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear. When Li Qingyuan drew his sword earlier, he had sensed an incredibly powerful force. If a fight had truly broken out, he would undoubtedly have been the one to die. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. As expected, someone who survived the Apocalypse War was not to be underestimated. Even in old age, they were not people to be trifled with. With the Sword Saint speaking up, the people from the Lighthouse faction quickly chimed in as well. After all, they weren't the only ones who had felt that overwhelming power just now. Pioneer Academy. Inside the villa. At this moment, the large villa housed only Yi Tian and Chu Yu. Since Xiao Yi and Yi Xiu had spent money to renovate the villa, it had become much larger, with more rooms naturally added. Chu Yu, wanting to protect Yi Tian and Yi Xian, had naturally moved in as well. However, since they were in the academy, their safety was virtually guaranteed, so Chu Yu didn't need to follow them around all the time. Before leaving, Xiaoyi had also entrusted her to look after the academy until they returned and things had completely settled down. Knowing that Xiaoyi was Xiaohu's father, Chu Yu obediently agreed. With the departure of the grandparents, the competitive atmosphere in the academy had only intensified, and everyone was training like crazy. Even though it was the weekend, the training rooms were still packed with students. Xue Ling was even forced to activate the assessment world, allowing students to engage in practical combat training. The only person not training at the moment was probably Yi Tian. Inside his room, Yi Tian was studying the items in his system inventory. There weren't many items left in the inventory. 20 unorthodox marrow cleansing pills, 5 orthodox marrow cleansing pills, 2 unorthodox vitality pills, 5 orthodox vitality pills, 1 unorthodox spiritual energy pill, along with a level up card and a level down card gifted by the system. Additionally, there was the fire starting stick given during the system upgrade and a drop of nether ghost blood. As for the rest, Yi Tian had handed everything over to Xiaoyi. System, fuse the nether ghost blood. After glancing at the items in the inventory, Yi Tian unhesitatingly used the nether ghost blood. He had planned to fuse it earlier, but was interrupted by Situ Quangbin. Now that everyone was out training and Chu Yu was a quiet person, Yi Tian felt it was the perfect time to fuse this drop of blood. This was also why, while everyone else was training like mad, he had locked himself in his room. As Yi Tian's words fell, the nether ghost blood in the inventory instantly disappeared. In the next moment, Yi Tian felt an extraordinarily powerful force envelop him. His entire body began to emit an incomparably strong energy, and Yi Tian felt the blood in his veins boiling completely. In just an instant, Yi Tian's body temperature soared to an extraordinarily terrifying height, and the clothes on his body instantly turned to ashes. However, it didn't end there. After the clothes disintegrated into ashes, cracks began to appear on Yi Tian's skin, as if it might burst open at any moment. At that moment, Yi Tian felt a sharp, excruciating pain, as though he had fallen into molten lava, searing hot and agonizingly painful, an unbearable torment. It was likely due to his previous awakening of the divine grade physique that he did not completely lose consciousness. Even so, the intense pain caused him to let out wretched cries of agony. No one could tell how much time had passed, but the pain in his body not only failed to subside, but grew increasingly severe. Yi Tian even felt as though he was on the verge of exploding. On the second floor of the villa, Chu Yu, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes, her brows furrowing deeply. She had sensed an immensely powerful energy, brimming with an uncontrollably violent aura, as if the energy was spiraling out of control. Chu Yu slowly looked towards the first floor, as the source of this aura was emanating from there. In the room, Yi Tian was still enduring the agony, and at this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be consumed by a fiery torment. It was unbearably hot, his blood was boiling, and it felt as though molten lava, rather than blood, was coursing through his veins. Detected that host's dormancy level is too low to endure the pain of bloodline fusion, automatically administering a vital energy pill to the host. As the system's voice echoed in Yi Tian's ears, the meridians in his body completely ruptured, only to be instantly restructured. On one side, the destructive force brought by the fusion of the nether abyss blood was wreaking havoc. On the other side, the restorative power of the partially fused nether abyss blood, combined with the effects of the vital energy pill, was healing him. Yi Tian seemed to be caught in a loop, with his meridians repeatedly being destroyed and reformed. No one knew how long this torture lasted. By now, Yi Tian's mental strength was extremely depleted. His face was pale, and sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He didn't know how many times his meridians had ruptured, but the speed of rupture was gradually slowing down. It seemed as though his body was beginning to adapt to the power of the Nether Abyss bloodline. As the pressure on his body lightened, Yi Tian immediately reacted, seizing this moment like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. He frantically operated his internal cultivation technique to refine and absorb the energy within. Outside the door, Chuyu stood just beyond the threshold. Although she couldn't see what was happening, as a realm-level powerhouse, she could sense the events unfolding inside the room. Is this cultivation? Chuyu's ever-unchanging expression now carried a deep frown. If this was cultivation, then Yi Tian's method of cultivating was far too brutal. Not only brutal, but also incomprehensible to her. Chuyu pondered for a moment and slowly withdrew her hand from the door handle. She understood that even if she entered, there was nothing she could do to help. Besides, Yi Tian was cultivating and wasn't he in any life-threatening danger. There was no need to intervene. Inside the room, Yi Tian's aura was steadily rising. Foundation Establishment Stage, Level 8. Level 9. Level 10. Peak of Level 10. Boom. Foundation Establishment. Yi Tian's level was directly pushed to the Foundation Establishment Stage by the power of the Nether Blood. But it wasn't over yet. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Late Foundation Establishment. It barely stopped at the Late Foundation Establishment Stage, just a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of Foundation Establishment. Feeling the pressure on his body completely disappear, Yi Tian slowly exhaled a turbid breath. At this moment, the aura around him became more harmonious with nature. At the same time, he felt the immense power surging from within his body. If he were to encounter diamond-level beasts again, Yi Tian was confident that he could defeat them instantly, even if it were 1 against 2. He just didn't know which level of abilities his current late foundation establishment strength corresponded to, or what his limits were. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Reward: 1 million points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of consecutive breakthroughs. Reward: 1 mall unlock card. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, I level up like a rocket. Reward: 1 mall unlock card. Before Yi Tian could react, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Tian's eyes lit up instantly. 1 million points? Mall unlock cards. Yi Tian quickly looked at the item bar. He saw 2 colorful cards added to the item bar. Mall unlock card can designate unlocking of 1 item in the mall, no restrictions. Once unlocked, the item can be purchased using points. Seeing this, Yi Tian almost drooled. You must know, the items in the system mall can only be unlocked if they are won in a lottery once. If not won, even if you have points, it's useless. Points cannot unlock items. But now, he could directly unlock items without a lottery, and he could even choose the type of item to unlock. Yi Tian quickly turned his gaze to the mall. He saw that the currently unlocked categories included unorthodox, orthodox, as well as the cultivation techniques and divine abilities categories unlocked during the system upgrade 4 categories in total. However, the cultivation techniques and divine abilities categories were entirely grayed out. Because, up until now, he hadn't won anything from the cultivation techniques or divine abilities categories in the lottery. The cultivation technique he was currently practicing was a gift from the system starter pack, so the system didn't count it as part of the lottery, and naturally, it wasn't unlocked. Yi Tian had asked the system about this issue last time. But what could he do? Yi Tian could only accept it. Haha, 2 cards, a whole 2 cards. What should I exchange them for? Looking at the 2 mall unlock cards in the item bar, Yi Tian fell into a dilemma. Exchange for a divine ability? But currently, he already had enough skills, and he didn't need them for now. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, he could now use the second form of the Void Heaven Palm. With the second form of the Void Heaven Palm, Yi Tian was less interested in spells and divine abilities. Moreover, after unlocking the divine abilities category, the points required to exchange for each divine ability were astronomical, and he couldn't afford them at the moment. As for pills, he didn't lack them at all. Poor talent. There's the marrow cleansing pill. Injured? Fatally? There's the vitality pill. What? Energy depletion during battle? No problem, there's the spiritual energy pill. So, for the time being, Yetion really couldn't think of what to unlock. System, can I use the unlock cards to unlock those grayed out interfaces? Yetion thought for a moment and asked directly. Is it possible? Yes, but unlocking an interface requires consuming one unlock card, and then another unlock card is needed to unlock the specific item the host desires. Soon, the system responded. Is that so? Upon hearing the system's reply, Yetion became even more conflicted. Looking at the interfaces for spells, movement techniques, bloodlines, divine artifacts, magical treasures, and more that had yet to be unlocked, Yetion was momentarily unsure whether he should proceed with unlocking them. If he unlocks them, 2 unlock cards would need to be used on the same type of item, and if the points required for redemption turn out to be astronomical, then it would all be for nothing. But if he doesn't unlock them, he currently doesn't lack anything from the open marketplace interface. System, is there any cultivation techniques suitable for everyone to practice? Yetion thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he quickly asked, since cultivation is 100 times more powerful than supernatural abilities, he might as well exchange for a cultivation technique. It would be perfect to help Situ Quangbin and Yang Muhan embark on the path of cultivation too. After Yetion asked, even the system fell into a brief silence. Yetion's heart sank. It seemed that compatibility with attributes was still necessary. It looked like helping them start their cultivation journey would take a long time, relying on luck and time accumulation. Thinking of this, Yetion's heart shattered. Compatibility for the cultivation technique completed. Just as Yetion thought it was hopeless, the system's voice suddenly came through. Yetion was momentarily stunned. Then a surge of joy filled his heart. Based on the host's request, this system recommends the host unlock the divine level cultivation technique, Breath of All Things. Breath of All Things? Sensing Yetion's confusion, the next moment, the introduction of the cultivation technique automatically appeared in Yetion's mind. Breath of All Things. This cultivation technique is not attribute-specific and can be practiced by anyone. Practicing this technique allows enhancement according to the practitioner's attributes. Upon reaching a certain level, one can awaken and master the power of laws. Seeing the introduction of the cultivation technique, Yetion's eyes instantly lit up. Although it was slightly inferior to the cultivation technique he practiced, it was already incredibly powerful. Not only does it not require specific attributes, but it also strengthens the practitioner's abilities based on their attributes, which essentially means enhancing supernatural abilities through cultivation. Moreover, upon reaching a certain level, one can awaken the power of laws. As for the power of laws, Yetion was deeply familiar with it. Currently, there was a cluster of laws lurking within his body, and not just one type. Even now, he couldn't fully control the power of laws. During the last nuclear bomb incident, he had recklessly tried to control the power of laws, and as a result, he almost couldn't return from the underworld. Moreover, after being backlashed by his own power of laws that time, it took him quite a while to fully recover. Good, good, good. This is the one. System, use the unlock card to unlock this cultivation technique. Ding, unlock card successfully used. Cultivation technique category unlocked. Breath of All Things. As the system's voice echoed, Yetion quickly opened the marketplace. He saw that the previously dim icons in the cultivation technique section now had one frame that had changed color. A red glow shimmered there. Yetion looked down at the frame with great anticipation. The next moment, his expectant expression froze completely. 1, 10, 100, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. His 30 million? What the hell? Yetion gasped, his face filled with shock as he stared at the long string of zeros. Then he glanced at his current points. The system had just rewarded him with 1 million points, and Yetion had been excited about it for quite a while. But now, looking at the points required to exchange for the Breath of All Things, 1 million was nothing at all. Host, this is a god-level cultivation technique after all. Isn't it normal for it to be a bit expensive? Why are you so surprised? The system's disdainful voice suddenly rang out. Ugh, Yetion almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It really is just a bit too expensive. I know, This, this price is actually quite reasonable. After all, it's a god-level cultivation technique. Yi Tian clutched his chest, his expression pained as he spoke. Compared to those gray frames that required billions of points, this one was indeed just a tiny bit expensive. It's good that the host understands. After all, in this era of the end of magic on Blue Star, don't even think about god-level cultivation techniques. This system dares to say, even the most basic techniques are non-existent. And this god-level cultivation technique is not something that can be compared to those common, run-of-the-mill techniques, the system said proudly. To this, Yi Tian had no objections at all. After all, the system wasn't wrong. Before he bound the system, he had never even heard of cultivation. If he could awaken a decent ability, he would have been overjoyed. But now that he had bound the system and obtained a god-level cultivation technique, he had gradually forgotten the harshness of reality. Sigh, it seems I can only work hard to earn points. Yi Tian's gaze suddenly became resolute. With the heavenly gates stirring and the entire Blue Star in turmoil, it wasn't about saving the world or maintaining peace. Those grand things were far beyond their reach, and they didn't have the strength for it yet. But at the very least, he had to do his best. If something really happened, he had to ensure he wouldn't drag others down and that he could at least protect himself. Ideally, before the chaos truly descended, he and Sidu Quangbin would not only have the ability to protect themselves, but also enough strength to lend a helping hand. That would be enough to satisfy Yi Tian. With this thought, Yi Tian quickly picked up Xiao Yu and headed out. It was time to earn points. If he remembered correctly, Sister Shui Ling's trial world was currently open. 30 million points. I wonder how long it will take me to earn that with my current strength. Thinking this, Yi Tian hurriedly ran toward the virtual world training ground. On the second floor of the villa, Chu Yu watched Yi Tian leave with a calm expression. After a long while, she gazed wistfully at the sky. The two little ones you've always protected are now slowly growing up. Believe that one day, they will surpass the heights we have reached. So, why haven't you come back to visit the two little ones? Chu Yu's expression turned somewhat forlorn as she sighed softly. Antarctica. Upon learning the identities of Xiao Yi and the others, especially the aura exuded by Xiao Yi and Li Qingyuan in front of the various factions, it truly gave everyone a fright. Thus, when Ning Xiao was helping them process their access cards, the speed was astonishingly fast. Basically, as soon as the other factions heard that Xiao Yi and the others wanted to visit Tianmen, they agreed without hesitation, not even pausing to think. They even felt that their approval process was too slow. Before Ning Xiao could send someone to retrieve the documents, they personally delivered them to him. Because to this day, they vividly remember the terrifying aura emanating from the two elders. What if they were slow in handling things, and the elders held them accountable? Especially that old man who exuded a crazed demeanor the moment he drew his blade. They definitely didn't want Li Qingyuan to actually come knocking on their door with his sword. General, let me accompany you. I can guide you along the way. Within the faction, Ning Xiao handed the access cards to Xiao Yi and quickly suggested, Haha, no need, Ning boy. After all, you're the general of this faction, and there are many matters waiting for you to handle. There's no need to follow us and waste your time. We're just going to check on the state and situation of Tianmen. Nothing will happen, so you don't need to worry. But General, haha, no but. It's decided. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and laughed. Although we're old, our strength hasn't diminished. And old Xiao is right, we're just going to take a look at Tianmen, not to fight. There won't be any issues. We'll just take a quick look and come back. You, as the general of the faction, can't just run around recklessly. If you follow us and waste time, what will happen to the people of this faction? Who will handle the affairs? Well, all right then. Seeing how resolute Xiao Yi and the others were, Ning Xiao couldn't insist further. After all, Xiao Yi and the others were right. As the general of the faction, he already had many matters to deal with daily. If he left, there truly would be no one to handle the faction's affairs, especially since Su Hui had also been sent out by him. Moreover, even if he went along, if something happened that even Xiao Yi and the others couldn't resolve, then he certainly wouldn't be able to handle it either. Thinking it through carefully, Ning Xiao suddenly realized that following them would indeed be of no use at all. Haha. All right, Ning boy, Just stay in the faction and handle the affairs. We'll go first and take a look. If Tianmin is fine, we'll naturally return quickly." Xiao Yi smiled faintly, and then a spatial aura emanated from his body. Space distorted, and a spatial gate formed. Boom! 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 Just as Xiao Yi and his group were about to step into the space gate, a sudden, deafening sound erupted. Inside the space gate, the heaven gate, bound tightly like a ball, suddenly began to tremble violently. A surge of ferocious energy rushed toward the group, instantly shattering the space gate. Afterward, everyone felt a violent tremor, and piercing alarms sounded from all camps. Near the heaven gate, the ability users who were reinforcing the bindings were also flung far away by the sudden shock. The ability users on the 4 snowy mountains fared better as soon as the tremors began. They immediately started retreating to avoid being buried by the avalanches triggered by the heaven gate. Not good. The heaven gate is acting up again. We need to get them back quickly. Ning Zhao's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the phone on the table and began making calls. "Old Xiao, let's go." Xiao Yi's expression shifted as spatial energy surged once more, and the 5 figures instantly disappeared from their original location. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of deafening sounds rang out as the heaven gate emitted an endless white light, appearing incomparably sacred. The gate shot up into the sky once again, and this time, the disturbance was evidently more intense than before. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ceiling chains binding the heaven gate vibrated violently, as if the gate was trying to forcibly break free from their constraints. Not good. The heaven gate is trying to break free. Old Guan. Seeing this, Xiao Yi's expression changed drastically, and he shouted at Guan Zai. Domain expansion. White mist descends. Without hesitation, Guan Zai unleashed his strongest skill. A thick white mist appeared in the Antarctic sky, directly enveloping the heaven gate. Spatial confinement. Xiao Yi reacted quickly, immediately locking the heaven gate in place to prevent it from rising further. "General, we will assist you." Spell. Eternal Night Confinement. Cross Judgment. Elite ability users from various nations, skilled in control abilities, also began using their powers on the heaven gate. Under the combined forces of multiple confinement abilities, the heaven gate temporarily remained in place, and the endless sacred white light gradually dissipated. However, no one present dared to relax their vigilance and continued using their abilities to restrain the heaven gate. Crack! A sound like something breaking echoed clearly from the heaven gate. It was as if something had snapped. Then, like shattered glass, the sealing power within the heaven gate was suddenly broken by an unknown force. Boom! Crash! A massive explosion erupted, and the energy chains binding the heaven gate were instantly shattered by an incomparably powerful force. Not only that, but everyone using their abilities to guard against the heaven gate was also sent flying, some even crashing through massive icebergs. Ugh! Cough, cough! Guan Zai lay on an iceberg, his expression grave as he looked toward the heaven gate, blood seeping from his mouth. Xiao Yi was not in much better condition after being blasted away by the overwhelming force from the heaven gate. He crashed through 2 icebergs. If he hadn't swallowed the blood energy pill in time before feeling that overwhelming force, the situation might have been even worse now. Ning boy, have the others evacuate quickly. The situation at Tianmin is completely out of control now. From here on, this is our battlefield. In the Huaxia camp, all the elders simultaneously looked up at the sky, their expressions unusually grave. All right, Ning shouted and hesitated and promptly issued the retreat order. There was no other choice. The abilities of the superhumans bound here were not strong enough to participate in such a powerful battle. If these superhumans were to join the fight, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Not only did Ning Xiao issue the retreat order, but the other camps also followed suit, issuing their own retreat commands. To participate in a battle of this level, one would need at least shadow-level strength or above. Ha! Ling Zun. I told you before, you can't stop me. From within Tianmin, a stunningly beautiful woman was seen being painfully dragged out by her neck by a man. When the two fully emerged from Tianmin, everyone realized that the one holding the beautiful woman was a burly man. Kuei Zun, the Empress, The Empress will never let you go. Ling Zun spoke with a face full of pain. Even though she was captured by Kuei Zun, she did not yield. Huh, the Empress. So what if it's the Empress? Now that I've stepped out of Lingwu continent, as long as I completely refine the gate of heavenly spirit, what can the Empress do to me? Kuei Zun laughed maniacally, his expression wild. How about it, Ling Zun? If you're willing to submit to me, I can spare your life. Once I completely refine the gate of heavenly spirit, with our combined strength, we can completely rule this low-level world. What do you say? Kuei Zun's gaze greedily scanned Ling Zun. Spit. Even if I die, I will never submit to you. Just wait. Your actions have completely enraged the Empress. The result awaiting you will be endless destruction. Ling Zun glared angrily at Kuei Zun. She had already dealt with the Jiyo enemies, but just as she was about to retrieve Tianmin and report back to the Empress, Jiyo sent reinforcements Kuei Zun, who was a level higher than her. Unwilling to submit. Kuei Zun looked at the unyielding Ling Zun, his eyes filled with greed. The name of Ling Zun was known to all on Lingwu continent, especially her unparalleled figure and beauty. A white light appeared in Kuei Zun's hand and was directly injected into Ling Zun's body. Humph! As Kuei Zun's power entered her, Ling Zun's brows furrowed tightly, and the intense pain made her let out a cold groan. Afterward, Ling Zun felt her power instantly sealed. Haha! Ling Zun, whether you submit or not is no longer up to you. On Lingwu continent, your and the Empress's beauty is renowned across the land. I can't help but wonder, how would such a peerless woman behave in bed? Kuei Zun's greedy gaze was completely unhidden, madly sizing up Ling Zun. However, Ling Zun had already closed her eyes slowly, her expression unchanged. At this moment, she could only pray in her heart. After being ambushed by Kuei Zun, she immediately used a secret technique to report to the Empress. She could only hope reinforcements would arrive quickly. Rift of space. As a voice rang out, a spatial crack suddenly appeared at the location of the two, and a massive suction force began to frantically pull them in. A little mouse from a lower world, huh? Kuei Zun's gaze sharpened, but he neither dodged nor resisted, floating there as if the immense pulling force had no effect on him at all. The power is somewhat decent, but alas, too weak. Kuei Zun shook his head lightly. Haha, Ling Zun, now that your power has been sealed by me, just wait obediently. Once I deal with this group of mice, I'll come back to enjoy you slowly. With that, Kuei Zun flung Ling Zun away, sending her flying directly and even crashing through several icebergs. Old Wet, Xiaoyi became completely serious at this moment. That spatial rift just now was merely a test, but he hadn't expected the opponent to completely ignore it. This was enough to show that the opponent's strength surpassed the realm level, and he didn't even know how many levels higher it might be. Dragon Shield. Wei Guo swung his shield and struck at Kuei Zun, attempting to push him back into the gate. Boom! Kuei Zun still didn't dodge or evade, using one hand to directly block the massive shield coming at him. Haha, competing with me in strength? Let me show you what true strength is. As Kuei Zun finished speaking, the hand blocking the shield suddenly pushed forcefully. Wei Guo, along with his shield, was sent flying backward. Limitless. Blade slash. A figure flashed by, and behind Kuei Zun appeared the silhouette of the Peninsula Sword Saint. However, the sword in his hand suddenly broke into two pieces. Ugh! The Peninsula Sword Saint suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to stand, his expression pained as he knelt on the ground. Blade slash. You think you're worthy? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. Kuei Zun laughed loudly, and in an instant, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Sword Saint. The Peninsula Sword Saint felt a surge of deathly aura, as the power emanating from Kuei Zun was overwhelmingly strong. So strong that it made him despair. Boundless Dharma. Suddenly, a golden swastika symbol appeared, and golden light enveloped Kuei Zun. Heh, a bunch of ants. Your power isn't even as strong as those old geezers from before. However, Kuei Zun completely ignored the power covering him, lightly clenched his palm, and the surrounding force was instantly torn apart. Ugh! The Buddha from Tianju immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This power. It's even stronger than the golden armored man from 3 years ago. After being struck and sent flying, the Buddha looked at Kuei-Zun with a face full of terror. Back then, they had at least managed to trap the golden armored man for a while using a formation. But now, the power that was even stronger than before was acting on this burly man, yet they couldn't withstand even a moment of his explosive force. Absolute restriction. Nearby, Xiao Yi, blood dripping from his mouth, frantically mobilized his spatial energy. An invisible barrier trapped Kuei-Zun inside. 8 gates. 7th gate. Open. Yi Huang roared furiously and charged directly at Kuei-Zun, throwing a heavy punch. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Huang's punching speed was incredibly fast, delivering hundreds of punches in an instant. Huh! With a loud roar, Yi Huang gathered all his strength into his fist and struck at Kuei-Zun again. Boom! Yi Huang's entire body was enveloped in blue energy, veins bulging, but his fist couldn't land, because Kuei-Zun caught Yi Huang's final punch with just one hand. Uft! Kuei-Zun spat out the blood at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, you old man, your strength is quite impressive. Boom! However, before Kuei-Zun could finish his sentence, a violent blade light slashed directly at him. Umph! Kuei-Zun groaned in pain, but the blade light failed to cut through him. Ha! Who would have thought that I, the mighty general of the nation, would be injured by a group of ants from a lower world? Very well. You have completely angered me. As Kuei-Zun's words fell, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. Die! Kuei-Zun gripped Yi Huang's hand tightly and, with a sudden force, slammed Yi Huang to the ground. Yi Huang reacted instantly and, without hesitation, bit down on the blood pill in his mouth. Revival of all things. At the same time, Feng Mei and the others rushed over from a distance. Feng Mei immediately used a large-scale healing technique to treat everyone's injuries. Everyone, be careful. His strength far surpasses ours. Try to attack from a distance. Avoid close combat. Xiao Yi said, then unleashed another spatial power. Domain. Sealing power. Guan shouted, and a thick fog enveloped Kuei-Zun entirely. Shikigami. Snow Maiden. Freeze. From the island nation's camp, a white figure appeared in front of a spellcaster. White skin, white hair, even white eyebrows. Freeze. The Snow Maiden immediately used her skill, completely freezing Kuei-Zun into an ice block. So this is one of the people who came out of the heavenly gate with that man? In the distance, Mo Ziffin and Li Lizai approached Ling Zun. At this moment, Ling Zun had completely lost consciousness. No matter what, it seems like she and that other invader are enemies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's take her back to the academy first. At the moment, it seems she might be the only one in this world capable of opposing that man. Li Lizai said calmly. All right, that works. I'll take care of this. I'll send her back to the academy for treatment first, then talk to her later. Mo Ziffin immediately picked up the unconscious Ling Zun, spatial energy swirling around him, and the two disappeared from the spot. Sigh, I just hope that girl is a friend, not a foe. Lilisha shook her head helplessly and then went to assist Xiao Yi and the others. Pioneer Academy. In the world of practical combat experience, Yi Tian swung the long blade in his hand and then sheathed it. Behind him, several massive beasts instantly dissolved into energy. TCH, not fun. Defeated in one move. Outside the real-world simulation, Shui Ling threw her game controller aside in frustration and said with a sulky face. After Yi Tian entered the practical combat world, she immediately grabbed a game controller to control the beasts inside and have them fight Yi Tian. But she hadn't expected Yi Tian's strength to improve so quickly. Even when she brought in a few students to control a total of 5 diamond-level beasts to attack Yi Tian, they were all effortlessly defeated by him. It must be because the beasts' levels are too low. If they were star-level king beasts, I don't believe you could handle them so easily. Star-level king beasts. Shui Ling was momentarily stunned, then a sly and sinister smile appeared on her face. Hee, I don't believe you can fend them off so easily. After saying that, Shui Ling hurriedly left the training ground and ran toward the laboratory. She had been continuously upgrading the practical combat training world and had already developed a method to control star-level beasts in the simulation. She had even completed the breakthrough for controlling king-level beasts. However, she had never implemented the upgrade because she felt it was completely unnecessary. The beasts in the practical combat training world were already infinitely close to real-world beasts, so manual control wasn't needed at all. If it weren't for Yi Tian's appearance sparking her interest, she wouldn't have planned to upgrade it at all. But now, Shui Ling was completely hooked, and having just lost another round to Yi Tian, she felt a bit annoyed. Inside the practical combat training world, Yi Tian looked speechlessly at the dissipating beasts. These beasts could coordinate so perfectly with each other. This familiar feeling. Damn it, it must be Shui Ling controlling them from outside again. This time, she went even further than last time. A full 5 diamond level beasts. What kind of grudge is this? If it weren't for the fact that he had just broken through his realm by absorbing the nether blood essence, his fate might have been getting ganged up on by these 5 diamond level beasts. Yi Tian smiled helplessly. Although Shui Ling's actions gave him a headache, he had to admit that he still gained something from it. At least Yi Tian now had a rough idea of his limits. With his current late foundation establishment cultivation, combined with the skills he learned from Grandpa Yi and Grandpa Luo, even star-level beasts wouldn't be able to stop him. He even felt that he could hold his own against king-level beasts. Thinking of this, Yi Tian's expression hardened as he slowly walked toward the star-level area. However, before Yi Tian could reach the star-level area, he suddenly felt a powerful pulling force that directly dragged him back to the real world. Yi Tian. He saw Shui Ling, who had been rushing toward the laboratory, suddenly return to the training ground. Shui Ling, what's going on? Yi Tian, who had been teleported out, looked at Shui Ling with a bewildered expression. Follow me. I'll take you to meet someone, Shui Ling said solemnly, then grabbed Yi Tian and rushed out the door. Antarctic battlefield. Crack, sizzle. 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 Boom. The ice ceiling Kuei Zun shattered completely. As the ice broke apart, the snow maiden summoned by the sorcerer instantly dissipated into energy. The sorcerer himself was also sent flying by a powerful force, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. The power of sealing spirits, huh? Interesting, but your sealing spirit power is far too weak. The power of ants, yet you dare to dream of sealing a god. A surge of immense power erupted from Kuei Zun's body, and a glowing sphere formed in his hand. Let you weak ants witness what divine power truly is. The massive glowing sphere condensed and was hurled directly at the group. Not good. Absolute defense. Dragon Shield. Rise for me. Wei Guo, who had recovered, immediately planted his shield into the ground and frantically infused it with energy. The shield grew larger and instantly shielded Xiao Yi and the others behind it. Boom. However, the massive glowing sphere smashed down directly. Wei Guo's veins bulged all over his body. The power of the sphere had completely exceeded his own strength. Old Wet, I am the shield of Huaxia. 8 gates. Shock gate. Open. Wei Guo activated the 8 gates technique, his entire body enveloped in blue energy. The massive glowing sphere paused for a moment, as if it was truly being held back by Wei Guo. But at this moment, Wei Guo was also in a dire state, enduring immense pressure every second. Space transfer. Suddenly, a giant spatial rift opened between the sphere and the shield. Without resistance, the sphere was sucked into the spatial rift. In the next moment, behind Kuei Zun, a massive spatial rift appeared. When Kuei Zun realized what was happening, he saw the glowing sphere he had unleashed rushing toward him. However, Kuei Zun's face showed no sign of panic. With a gentle motion of his hand, the sphere instantly vanished. Phew! The pressure disappeared, and Wei Guo let out a sigh of relief, releasing his grip and collapsing to the ground, his energy completely drained. If Xiaoyi hadn't acted in time, he truly wouldn't have been able to hold on. Ha ha. Ha ha. All right, the game is over. It's time to finish you all. Kuei Zun laughed loudly. He had grown tired of playing, or perhaps he was worried that if he delayed any longer, the people of Longxia would arrive. 9 Nether Dark Technique. Soul Devour. Kuei Zun flipped his hands, and suddenly countless soul entities dragged by iron chains appeared behind him. Hee hee, before you die, let me show you what true despair looks like. Release. Kuei Zun formed seals with his hands, and instantly, the chains dragging the soul entities disappeared. As the chains vanished, the soul entities, like bloodthirsty demons, let out piercing screams, their bodies surging with power. They charged directly at the group. "Everyone, be careful!" Xiao Yi's expression turned serious as he shouted to everyone, then unleashed a torrent of spatial energy. Condense. A black spatial rift appeared in the midst of the soul entities, and a massive suction force began to frantically pull them in. Unfortunately, soul entities have no physical form, and the suction force had no effect on them whatsoever. Members of each faction began using their unique abilities to resist, but the results seemed futile. One could see a realm-level sorcerer from the Island Nation faction being passed through by a soul entity. Instantly, the sorcerer's expression turned agonizing. In the next moment, a white soul resembling his appearance was forcibly drawn out of his body. The sorcerer's body toppled backward and, in an instant, ceased breathing. His soul appeared dazed, unable to comprehend why he could see his own body lying there. Before he could react, the soul devourer directly ensnared him with an iron chain. In a flash, the sorcerer's soul was completely absorbed by the chain. Wu Ji, another sorcerer, eyes red with rage, shouted at the fallen Wu Ji. However, Wu Ji gave no response at all. Everyone's hearts sank. The scene unfolded far too quickly. Once struck by the soul devourer, there wasn't even time to call for help. Death came instantly. Ha! This is the power of the soul devourer. Fear it. Struggle in vain. Once struck by the soul devourer, death is not the end. Your souls will become nourishment for it. Now you understand, don't you? This is the power of a god. Kuei Zun cackled maniacally, his face twisted with madness. Damn you! I'll take you down. One of the sorcerers suddenly launched himself toward Kuei Zun. No, calm down. Xiao Yi shouted at the sorcerer. However, the man had completely lost his composure and paid no heed. You're doomed. The sorcerer roared, and his Shikigami merged into his body. His Shikigami was a Tengu with wings. After merging, the sorcerer also grew a pair of wings, and his energy transformed into black tendrils wrapping around his body. Wind blade. Die for me. A sharp gale blade slashed directly toward Kuei Zun. However, Kuei Zun didn't even attempt to dodge, letting the wind blade strike him. The wind blade hit Kuei Zun directly, but failed to cause any harm, not even a scratch. I've told you before, your power is far too weak. It doesn't even interest me to dodge. Kuei Zun reached out into the void with his hand. The sorcerer's expression immediately turned pained, his face contorting in rage as he glared at Kuei Zun. At that moment, he felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat, leaving him unable to breathe. Heh, you too shall become nourishment for the soul devourer. Kuei Zun smirked coldly. With a wave of his arm, the sorcerer was flung backward as if controlled by an invisible force. The direction he was hurled toward was none other than a cluster of soul devourers. As the sorcerer was about to fall into the horde of soul devourers, suddenly, a holy power pulled him back. From the Lighthouse faction's direction, a realm-level mage from the church surged with radiant energy. O Divine One, grant me the power of light and redeem these poor souls. With the mage's chant, a holy white glow appeared on each soul devourer. The light enveloped the soul devourers, emitting a sizzling sound. Some of them even let out agonized howls. The power of purification? Interesting. Kuei Zun saw this scene and chuckled with interest, but he certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch as the soul devourers he had nurtured for years disappeared. Enshrouded with nether chi. As Kuei Zun's voice fell, a black aura suddenly enveloped each soul devourer, and the originally sacred power of purification instantly turned to nothing. Everyone attacked together. Seeing his attack take effect, the mage quickly shouted. Instantly, the 12 envoys of the church simultaneously unleashed their energy. The sacred power that had just disappeared surged dramatically, even suppressing the black aura on the soul devourers. Immediately, all the soul devourers screamed in agony, their faces twisted in pain. Do you think I'll let you have your way? Seeing the nether chi fail and the soul devourer's power continuously draining, Kuei Zun grew anxious. He knew well that cultivating a single soul devourer was no easy task. These mini-soul devourers were the result of years of effort, consuming countless precious resources to nurture. How could he let them destroy his soul devourers so easily? Kuei Zun roared furiously, his aura surging violently, and he charged directly at the 12 church envoys. The rest is up to you. The leading church mage shouted angrily to the others. They had managed to hold off the soul devourers, and now the man could only rely on everyone to invade our world so brazenly. Did you ask for my permission? A furious roar echoed, and from beneath a distant glacier, a figure wrapped in ice-blue energy slowly stood up from a wheelchair. It was Night Emperor, who had somehow regained the use of his legs. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in ice-blue energy, and his aura was continuously surging higher and higher. Old Knight. Seeing this, Xiao Yi was completely panicked. That's right, Night Emperor had once again activated the 8 gates, and this time it was the strongest state of the 8 gates. Oh, huh. 8 gates technique, 8th gate, Death Gate. Open for me. With Night Emperor's furious roar, his aura instantly became even more violent. His skin cracked, and fissures resembling rock fractures appeared all over his body, turning him crimson. Even the black pupils in his eyes had vanished, leaving only a blank, white scara. Shield. The moment Night Emperor activated the 8 gates, he used Luo Tianqian's signature move, Shield. Instantly, his entire body was covered in a layer of crimson energy steel, invading our world, and so brazenly. Today, I will send you back. Huh. Night Emperor roared furiously and disappeared from his original position in an instant, moving so fast that no one could see his actions clearly. Even Kuei Zun's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He hadn't expected that this low-level world would have someone with such immense power. However, there was no time for him to think further. Night Emperor suddenly appeared behind him and threw a punch. Hua! Kuei Zun couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by Night Emperor's punch, spewing a mouthful of blood and flying backward, crashing through several glaciers. But Night Emperor didn't stop there. He took a step forward, his figure instantly appearing behind Kuei Zun again, and threw another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Antarctic, Kuei Zun was being flung around in the air without any ability to resist. Upon closer inspection, the remnants of Night Emperor's attacks on Kuei Zun could still be seen. Perish! With a furious roar, Night Emperor gathered all his strength into his fist and struck Kuei Zun with a powerful blow. Kuei Zun was instantly sent flying again, this time in the direction of the Heavenly Gate. Boom! Crash! Kuei Zun's entire body was directly hurled into the Heavenly Gate. The next moment, a massive collision sound echoed from within the gate, which only subsided after a long while. Meanwhile, the soul devourers on the battlefield were being completely purified under the guidance of the church's mage and the 12 apostles. Is it over? The scene fell into an unusual silence. Night Emperor knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. Done for, sigh, as expected, I'm getting old. My stamina isn't what it used to be, Night Emperor said with a helpless smile. If he were younger, he wouldn't have been so exhausted after throwing just a few punches. Feng Mei immediately cast a healing energy to help Night Emperor recover. Is it over? The Antarctic fell silent once again. Kuei Zun had been blasted back into the Heavenly Gate by the unleashed power of Night Emperor, and there was no further movement. No one on the scene could tell if the matter was truly resolved. Bah! Night Emperor spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. That bastard's body is ridiculously tough. My hand is still numb from hitting him. Hey, stop standing around and wasting time. Quickly bind the Heavenly Gate. That bastard won't be so easy to kill. If he comes out again, this old man might not even be able to fight him to the death. Cough, cough, cough. Night Emperor weakly shouted at the crowd. Hearing his words, everyone immediately sprang into action. If the enemy wasn't dead, they indeed needed to seal the Heavenly Gate quickly. Spellcraft, Energy Exclusion Zone, Spatial Confinement, Domain, White Mist Descends. God, grant me strength, absolute, eternal seal. In an instant, everyone began to unleash their full power, and layers of sealing energy enveloped the Heavenly Gate. If it really doesn't work, just destroy the heavenly gate. Xiao Yi said with a grave expression. The people behind the heavenly gate were far too powerful, completely out of their league. At this point, only by completely destroying the heavenly gate could there be a sliver of hope. General, you mustn't. If the heavenly gate is destroyed, we will have no way out in the future. Hundreds of years from now, if the heavenly gate descends again, we will still be crushed. That's right, General. The heavenly gate cannot be destroyed. Our lighthouse will never allow such a thing to happen. Upon hearing the suggestion to destroy the heavenly gate, the factions from the island nation and the lighthouse were the first to step forward and oppose it. Nonsense. We're already being crushed to death. What future are you talking about? If our power can't seal him, then the entire blue star will immediately fall. What future are you talking about? Li Qingyuan said angrily, his face full of rage. He couldn't understand why the attitudes of the island nation and lighthouse factions had changed so quickly, but this change is just too drastic. Even he could already tell that the people from these two factions were probably up to no good. In any case, our island nation is the first to oppose the destruction of the Heaven's Gate. So what you're saying is you just want to find someone to spar with, huh? Wei Guo immediately flared up, slamming his shield into the ground. The people from the two factions instantly fell silent, exchanging glances with each other. In any case, this doesn't follow the rules. Even if you want to destroy the Heaven's Gate, you at least need the approval of the Blue Star Conference. You can't decide this on your own. The church mage spoke calmly. For a moment, a dangerous atmosphere filled the scene, plunging it into complete silence. Cut the crap. If you don't want the Heaven's Gate destroyed, then hurry up and bring the sealing energy chains. Xiao Yi shouted at the crowd with a grim expression. Soon, the Heaven's Gate was bound once again, but everyone continued to pour energy into the sealing spell. Holy Envoy, now that we know that person isn't dead, it's only a matter of time before the Heaven's Gate is breached. Should we? The Sword Saint of the Peninsula said to the Grand Mage of the Lighthouse, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If the Heaven's Gate were destroyed, then the power of their strongest guardian, Yamada no Orochi, would never return to its peak. Who knows how long it would take for the Heaven's Gate to reappear again? I think it's about time. I'll contact the higher-ups immediately. You all should do the same as soon as possible. The church mage's eyes also flashed with a trace of coldness, because, like the island nation, their guardian had already awakened. However, to fully restore its power, the Heaven's Gate must remain intact. Only the energy concentration within the Heaven's Gate could bring their guardian back to its peak. All right, the Peninsula Sword Saint responded and immediately had someone contact their superiors. Pioneer Academy. Yi Tian hadn't even figured out what was going on when Shui Ling dragged him straight to the laboratory. On the operating table in the lab lay a stunningly beautiful woman in strange clothing, quietly resting there. Shui? Sister Shui Ling, who is this? Yi Tian asked, his face full of confusion as he looked at Shui Ling. She was brought back from the Antarctic battlefield by Elder Mo. I heard she also came out of the Heaven's Gate. This time, two people came out of the Heaven's Gate, one man and one woman. The two seemed to be enemies. Right now, Elder Xiao and the others are fighting the man, and Elder Mo took the opportunity to bring her back. He hopes to save her. The other man's strength is just too terrifying. So, Shui Ling quickly explained what Mo Ziffin had told her. So, Grandpa Xiao and the others want to heal this woman so she can help deal with that man. Yi Tian quickly caught on. Yes. Shui Ling nodded, her brows furrowed. Right now, the only thing that might save her life is the vitality pill you have. So, little Tian, what do you think? Shui Ling asked, looking at Yi Tian. To be honest, I don't know what the situation is like over in Antarctica right now. But this method is just too dangerous. This is completely a double-edged sword. If we're not careful, we might end up hurting ourselves. Yi Tian shook his head and said, even if this woman is an enemy of that man, healing her doesn't necessarily mean she would help us, right? Besides, judging from past records, the people who come out of Tianmen are not exactly good people. Using Blue Star as a prison, waiting for its people to grow stronger, and then forcing the strong to their deaths. How is this any different from raising livestock to fatten them up before slaughtering them? And now we're supposed to save someone who came out of there? Hee hee. little Tian. It seems you and I are thinking the same thing. This really isn't a good method. Honestly, I don't agree with it either. But the situation in Antarctica is critical right now. Let's not even talk about whether Old Man Shao and the others can defeat that male invader. From what I heard from Old Mo, the question now is how much longer Old Man Shao and the others can hold out. So, even if it's not a good method, we have to give it a try. If we try, there's still a chance. But if we don't, when Old Man Shao and the others can't hold on anymore, that invader will definitely come for her. If he kills her, then there will be no one left on Blue Star who can stand against that invader. Hearing Shui Ling's analysis, Yi Tian immediately fell silent. What Sister Shui Ling said was true. Right now, on the entire Blue Star, if even Grandpa Shao and the others can't win, then there really might be no one left who can defeat him. So instead of sitting around waiting to die, becoming prisoners in a cage, it's better to fight to the death. I understand, Sister Shui Ling. Then let's give it a shot. Yi Tian reached into his pocket, and with a thought, a qi and blood pill appeared in his hand. Hee. All right, leave the rest to me. Shui Ling took the qi and blood pill and directly fed it to Ling Zun. Life force awakened. Afterward, a white light appeared in Shui Ling's hand, enveloping Ling Zun, while Yi Tian stayed in the lab to guard Shui Ling's sister Shui Ling. After a long time, seeing Shui Ling retract her powers and looking extremely weak, about to collapse to the ground, Yi Tian rushed forward immediately. I didn't expect little Tian to actually care so much. All that pampering I gave you wasn't in vain. Seeing Yi Tian's worried face, Shui Ling chuckled and said, Sister Shui Ling, are you all right? Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, he felt a pair of jade-like hands brush across his abdomen. Looking at Shui Ling again, she had a satisfied expression, almost drooling, with no trace of weakness left. Yi Tian, I was worried about you, and you're lusting after me? Yi Tian quickly pushed Shui Ling away, throwing her onto the sofa. TSK. Little Tian actually saw through me. How annoying. Shui Ling said, her face full of frustration. Seeing this, Yi Tian was speechless. What kind of situation is this? Is she all right? Yi Tian asked, suppressing his anger. Shui Ling. Ugh, little Tian has changed. He's actually worried about another woman now. You little ingrate, you really can't be tamed. Boo-hoo. Upon hearing Yi Tian's concern for Ling Zun, Shui Ling immediately put on a pitiful face and started crying sadly. Yi Tian. Shui Ling, don't play around. Bang! Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, the laboratory door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Standing at the door were Yang Muhan and Xia Chu, their eyes glowing red. Behind them, Situ Quan Bin and Huyan Wei had expressions full of gossip, ready to watch the drama unfold. Yi Xin also looked on with a worried face at the scene. Why was Sister Shui Ling crying so sadly? What on earth did her brother do? And why did Sister Muhan and Sister Xia Chu catch him red-handed? Brother, you really are too careless. The little girl, upon hearing Shui Ling's sobs, had already started imagining all sorts of scenarios in her mind. Xiao Tian, what's going on? Why is Sister Shui Ling crying? Yeah, Xiao Tian, did you do something inappropriate? If not, then why would Sister Shui Ling be crying so sadly? Yang Muhan and Xia Chu looked at Yi Tian with smiles on their faces, but the aura they emitted had already betrayed their murderous intent. Both Shui Ling and Yi Tian were stunned. Yi Tian looked at Yang Muhan and Xia Chu with a face full of terror and quickly waved his hands. No, listen to me, it's not what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding, is it? Xia Chu pressed her palm, making a crack sound. I don't think there's any need for explanations. Sister Shui Ling still has tears in her eyes. As she spoke, a large fireball suddenly appeared in Xia Chu's hand. Shui Ling, Sigma, no, don't be impulsive. If you throw that fireball, all my lab data will be destroyed. Seeing this, Shui Ling finally panicked and quickly stood up from the sofa. Calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. I was just teasing Xiao Tian. I didn't expect you to suddenly come in. It's really a misunderstanding. He didn't do anything inappropriate to me. Afterward, Shui Ling explained the whole situation, and the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. So, This was really a misunderstanding? Yang Muhan's face turned red, and she looked at Yi Tian with some embarrassment. Huh. Ha ha. I told you. Where would Xiao Tian get the guts? Even if he has the desire, he doesn't have the courage. Right, Xiao Tian. I've always believed in you, Xia Chu said, patting Yi Tian's shoulder with a smile. Everyone. So, can you explain that fireball just now? Which? Minjing Hao, ha. Ahaha. Ha ha ha. Great people don't sweat the small stuff. Let's not dwell on the details. By the way, when is that woman going to wake up? Will she really help us fight against the other invader? Xia Chu immediately changed the subject, and she successfully diverted everyone's attention, as they all knew that now was not the time for jokes. Grandpa Xiao and the others are still fighting desperately in Antarctica, and we still don't know the situation there. It's important to deal with the urgent matters first. She should wake up soon. I've already healed her external injuries, but there's still a very strong and domineering force inside her that I can't break through. We'll have to wait for her to wake up on her own, Shui Ling said helplessly. If it weren't for the powerful force inside this woman blocking her energy, she could have directly awakened her. However, it doesn't matter much. This woman's mental strength is very strong. Her external injuries have already been treated, so she should wake up soon. She's awake. She's awake. Come quickly, everyone, she's awake. In front of the operating table, Yi Xian suddenly shouted because she saw the spirit sovereign's eyes move slightly. Sure enough, as Yi Xian finished speaking, the spirit sovereign woke up. Where is this? Your Majesty? Your Majesty, have you come? The spirit sovereign looked at Yi Xian, and her expression suddenly became extremely agitated, which startled Yi Xian. She immediately teleported and hid behind Yi Tian. Everyone was stunned. Actually, not just everyone. Even the spirit sovereign was stunned. Why would the Majesty be afraid of her? She remembered fighting with the people of the Nine Nether Empire over the gate of Heavenly Spirit. Although she killed all of them, she was ambushed by Kuei Zun, who arrived later. Afterward, Kuei Zun took her into the gate of Heavenly Spirit as well. Gradually, the spirit sovereign began to recall what had happened before she lost consciousness. This is my laboratory. You were injured and unconscious, and our companions brought you back. Who are you? Why did you invade our world? Shui Ling asked calmly from the side. Invade? The spirit sovereign shook her head. Thank you for saving me. My name is Yin Yanxin, from Longsha Kingdom in the Lingwu continent. I'm not an invader, nor do I intend to invade your world. I was merely carrying out the task assigned to me by the Empress to search for the Gate of Heavenly Spirit. At that time, I was fighting with the people of the Nine Nether Empire over the Gate of Heavenly Spirit. After killing them all, I was ambushed by Kuei Zun, who was sent by the Nine Nether Empire. What happened afterward? I suppose you already know. Oh, since you're enemies, can you help us repel him? Shui Ling directly asked Yin Yanxin. Upon hearing Shui Ling's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. What the heck? Sister Shui Ling, do you have to be so straightforward? Everyone thought to themselves. Only Yi Tian understood that in this situation, being direct was necessary. Shui Ling also knew she was being too blunt, but there was no other choice. According to Elder Mo, the invader's strength was far superior to that of Grandpa Xiao and the others. On the battlefield, apart from Grandpa Xiao and his group, it seemed that the other realm-level experts couldn't inflict any damage on the invader. So right now, the entire Antarctic battlefield was being held together solely by Grandpa Xiao and his group. However, Yin Yanxin slowly shook her head. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. My cultivation has already been sealed by Kuei Zun. Right now, I am no different from an ordinary person, so I can't help you. Upon hearing Yin Yanxin's words, everyone showed expressions of disappointment. However, after being ambushed by Kuei Zun, I have already used a secret technique to inform the Empress about the Gate of Heavenly Spirit. Once the Empress learns of it, she should send reinforcements. If you can hold out until they arrive, then Kuei Zun will no longer be a threat. But Kuei Zun is unlikely to leave such a hidden danger. He will definitely destroy the Gate of Heavenly Spirit before the reinforcements arrive, and then completely dominate this world. Yin Yanxin said regretfully, her face full of sorrow. Now that her power was sealed, and the Empress's reinforcements were uncertain, if they couldn't defeat Kuei Zun, he would surely come after her again after dealing with them. After all, Kuei-zun would never allow someone who could threaten him to exist. Is that so? The seal on you. Is it that white energy within your body? The force that kept blocking my energy from entering when I was trying to heal you earlier. Shui Ling furrowed her brows tightly. While treating Yin Yanqing earlier, she had sensed that powerful and mysterious force. Yes, that's it. That is the seal set by Kuei-zun. It blocks my meridians, preventing me from using any power. Yin Yanqing nodded. Unless Kuei-zun voluntarily lifts the seal on me, the only other way is to find someone with strength comparable to mine to infuse me with a large amount of spiritual energy, allowing me to break through the seal and restore my power. This. Upon hearing Yin Yanqing's words, everyone fell completely silent. Asking Kuei-zun to voluntarily lift the seal? That was obviously impossible, right? As for finding someone with strength comparable to hers, that was even more impossible. The strongest beings in this world had pretty much all gone to the South Pole and were being crushed by Kuei-zun. Besides, if they could find someone with strength comparable to hers, why would they need to ask her to fight Kuei-zun in the first place? Oh great, a wasted effort, Shui Ling thought to herself. So, we can only wait for the reinforcements you called for now. By the way, are the reinforcements you called reliable? What if we hold out until they arrive, only for them to defeat Kuei-zun and then continue invading our world? This. To be honest, I don't know either. Yin Yanqing shook her head lightly. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that they saved her, she wouldn't have told them so much. She thought to herself that this was her way of repaying them for saving her life. We all act under the orders of the Empress. If the Empress wants to invade, then we can only be enemies. After saying this, Yin Yanqing slowly closed her eyes. Even if they decided to kill her on the spot, she would accept it. At least it would be better than dying at the hands of Kuei-zun. So, if enough power is infused into your body, you can regain your strength. However, just as everyone fell into silence, Yi Tian slowly spoke. That's right, but only those with strength at my level can do it. Otherwise, even if the opponent exhausts all their spiritual energy, they won't be able to break through Kuei-zun's seal. I see, then it's manageable. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yin Yanqing instantly opened her eyes and looked at Yi Tian. She had been conversing with Shui Ling earlier, so she hadn't paid much attention to the others. Now, seeing Yi Tian, she was momentarily stunned. Another one? So similar, was it a coincidence, or? Xiao Tian, do you have a solution? Shui Ling was also taken aback. Even she couldn't solve the problem, yet Yi Tian claimed it was manageable? However, thinking about it, with all the strange pills Yi Tian carried, maybe he really did have a way. Immediately, Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian with anticipation, eager to see what he would come up with this time. You really have a solution? Even Yin Yanqing looked at Yi Tian with anticipation. If this young man before her had a way, perhaps she wouldn't have to die so miserably. Although I'm not sure if I can help you break the seal, we can give it a try. But I have conditions for helping you, Yi Tian said calmly, looking at Yin Yanqing. Yin Yanqing was momentarily stunned, her brows furrowing. State your conditions first. My condition is simple. If I help you restore your strength, you must help us kill Kuei-zun. Furthermore, after killing Kuei-zun, you must leave our world immediately, Yi Tian said calmly. As long as Kuei-zun was killed and she left this world, they could destroy the Heavenly Gate immediately, and the other side would no longer be able to invade their world. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yin Yanqing's gaze flickered. How could she not understand Yi Tian's intentions? This. I think you wouldn't want to die, right? Moreover, I'm not asking you to do anything excessive. I'm merely requesting that you leave our world after killing Kuei-zun. You'd just be doing your job, carrying out your mission. As for what we do, I believe even the Empress you mentioned won't be able to investigate it later, especially since the gate will be destroyed. Don't you agree? Yi Tian said with a faint smile. Yin Yanqing furrowed her brows, hesitating for a long time before slowly nodding. All right, I agree. But after killing Kuei-zun, I won't give you much time. If you can't destroy the Heavenly Spirit Gate before I return to Longxia, it won't be my concern. Also, if the reinforcements I call arrive early, I won't be responsible, Yin Yanqing said slowly. Yin Yanqing and Yi Tian quickly reached an agreement, as both had their own plans in mind. One was currently powerless, having reached a dead end. With reinforcements uncertain, if Kuei Zun were to completely annihilate everyone on the battlefield, what awaited her would be endless humiliation and torment. Actually, none of this is the most important thing. For her, completing the Empress's mission is the top priority. When the time comes, she will kill Kuei Zun, envelop the Heaven Gate with power, and she believes that with the strength of this world, it will be impossible to destroy the Heaven Gate before she returns to Longxia Kingdom. In this way, it wouldn't count as her breaking the agreement. At worst, there will be reinforcements arriving. She can completely reserve some strength while fighting Kuei Zun and delay time. So, no matter what, she holds the priority. As for Yi Tian, Yin Yanxin's thoughts are something he can actually predict. If the other party tries to play tricks or delay time on the battlefield, he has considered all of this. However, the initiative is not in his hands at the moment, and the situation is indeed critical. He has no choice left. If Yin Yanxin can kill Kuei Zun before reinforcements arrive, that would be ideal. By then, as long as he finds a way to make Yin Yanxin take the unruly blood qi pill, the subsequent matters will be easier to handle. If Yin Yanxin insists on dragging things out until reinforcements arrive, then the only option is to have Grandpa Xiao and the others destroy the Heaven Gate in advance, leaving Yin Yanxin here as well. Being successfully ambushed by Kuei Zun suggests that Yin Yanxin's strength is likely on par with Kuei Zun. Yi Tian is betting on this point, as it is their only breakthrough. Apart from this, he has no other options, as the opponent's strength is simply too overwhelming, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Therefore, he can only make a bold gamble. If he wins, the period of peace can be extended. If he loses, then the entire Blue Star will be completely doomed, and they will return to the life they had 3 years ago, or worse, a life akin to being imprisoned. Of course, all of this depends on whether he can help Yin Yanxin recover her strength. If his method doesn't work, then everything will be empty talk. So what's your method? This. Yi Tian reached into his pocket, and with a thought, he pulled out a restless spiritual energy pill from his pocket. Actually, Yi Tian had also considered the side effects of the restless spiritual energy pill. Although he hadn't tried it himself, just from the description, it seemed that the restored spiritual energy would exceed the amount the body could bear. If that's the case, then this massive amount of spiritual energy should be enough to break the seal Kuei Zun left on Yin Yanxin. What is this? Looking at the pill in Yi Tian's hand, Yin Yanxin was momentarily stunned. Although she didn't know what kind of pill it was, the thing in this young man's hand was indeed a pill. She hadn't expected that such a low-level world would actually have something like pills. If this pill is truly effective, then perhaps it might really work. This is a spiritual energy pill. It replenishes spiritual energy, but the amount replenished is just a little bit excessive. Let's see if the excess spiritual energy can break the seal on you. Yi Tian said seriously. Spiritual energy pill? Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, a trace of disappointment flashed in Yin Yanxin's eyes. If it's a spiritual energy pill, then it won't work at all. To break through the seal within her body using spiritual energy, the amount required would undoubtedly be an astronomical and terrifying figure. Moreover, how much spiritual energy can a single spiritual energy pill provide? That tiny bit of replenishment is completely useless. My spiritual energy pill is not ordinary. You'll know once you try it. Besides, you don't have any other options now, do you? Give it a try, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Yi Tian said nonchalantly. Although that dog system was somewhat unreliable at times, the effectiveness of its products was never bad. At the very least, every time he tried the pills rewarded by the system, the results were either amazing or overwhelmingly amazing. Surely, this restless spiritual energy pill would be the same. All right, I'll give it a try, Yin Yanxin said calmly, taking the spiritual energy pill from Yi Tian's hand and swallowing it in one gulp. Seeing Yin Yanxin swallow the pill, everyone watched her nervously. Old Yi, is this pill really effective? Why does it seem like nothing's happening? Nearby, Situ Kuangbin pulled Yi Tian aside and whispered in his ear. I don't know either, but for now, we can only give it a try. Yi Tian patted Situ Kuangbin's shoulder and whispered back. But who was Yin Yanxin? Her strength was far superior to everyone present, so she naturally overheard their conversation. However, What she cared about wasn't the content of their conversation, but something else entirely. The same surname Yi? Could it really be? Yi Nianxin dared not speculate further in her heart, as this was a matter of great importance to Longxia Nation. She could only wait until her strength was restored, defeat Kuei Zun, and then report to the Empress. As Yi Nianxin thought this, the next moment, she felt an exceptionally powerful surge of spiritual energy within her body. The seal left by Kuei Zun seemed to sense it and immediately blocked the flow of spiritual energy. However, the sudden surge of spiritual energy within her was simply too overwhelming. The seal left by Kuei Zun was like a small boat in the vast ocean, ready to be overturned at any moment. Boom! In an instant, the powerful spiritual energy broke through the seal left by Kuei Zun. Yi Nianxin reacted immediately, quickly channeling her power to absorb the remaining spiritual energy. Boom! The next moment, another explosion echoed from Yi Nianxin's body, and the aura emanating from her became even more terrifying. Yi Nianxin. This. I broke through. Without giving her much time to react, the pill's effects had already far exceeded her expectations. She felt an endless stream of spiritual energy within her, threatening to make her explode. If she didn't release it soon, she might actually die from being overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. In an instant, Yi Nianxin disappeared from the laboratory. The next moment, her figure appeared directly above the academy. Yi Nianxin stood atop a giant lotus that had bloomed beneath her feet, standing at its center. Then, a massive beam of light radiated from her body, carrying an aura of terrifying power. Yi Nianxin raised her head and looked coldly at the sky. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed completely. Not only that, a massive spatial rift appeared directly above Yi Nianxin's head, as if the sky had been torn open into a giant hole. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the entire capital as if an earthquake had struck. Even Yi Tian and the others, who were still in the laboratory and hadn't reacted yet, felt the terrifying aura. Inside the laboratory, everyone was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from above, deeply shaken. Was this her true strength? Was everyone within the heavenly gate like this? Moreover, if Yi Nianxin, who had been successfully ambushed by Kuei Zun, possessed such terrifying power, then what kind of formidable enemies were Grandpa Shao and the others facing on the Antarctic battlefield? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts sank further, including Yi Tian. If Yi Nianxin was already this strong, then how powerful could the so-called Empress be? And how strong would the reinforcements she sent be? Above the academy, Yi Nianxin, who was releasing excess spiritual energy, finally lost the feeling of being on the verge of exploding. Her figure flickered, and she returned directly to the laboratory. It seems my pill is still effective. Since I helped you lift the seal, then our agreement. Yi Tian looked at Yi Nianxin, who had suddenly appeared before him, and spoke without the slightest concern for the terrifying aura emanating from her. He wasn't worried that Yi Nianxin would break the agreement after all. He had saved her twice. Moreover, if she really did break the agreement, the laws of power within his body were no joke. Especially after he activated the Netherblood lineage, the devouring laws within him had also evolved. However, he still couldn't control this power. But if it came down to a life or death situation, Yi Tian could only forcefully unleash it. Hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone felt tense and turned their gaze to Yi Nianxin. Now that her strength had been restored, Yi Nianxin appeared even more ethereal, surrounded by a cold aura. Suddenly, another beautiful figure appeared in the laboratory. Seeing Yi Nianxin, Chu Yu immediately became as alert as if facing a formidable enemy, pulling Yi Tian behind her. She had been cultivating in the villa when she suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful force emanating from the direction of the laboratory. She remembered that Xiao Yi and the others had left, and there shouldn't be anyone so powerful remaining in the academy. So she hurried over. The two women stared at each other, neither willing to back down. After a long while, Yi Nianxin turned her gaze to Yi Tian. I didn't expect this world to have pills with such strong effects. The seal on me has been lifted. Since you helped me lift the seal and saved me, I naturally won't break the agreement. I will go now to kill Kuei Zun. Yi Nianxin said indifferently. preparing to leave the laboratory to head to Antarctica and kill Kuei-zun. Wait. Seeing Yin Yinshin about to leave, Yi Tian immediately called out to her. Can you take me with you? Yin Yinshin was stunned. Why? Xiao Tian Tian, what are you going to do? That place is very dangerous. Exactly. Old Yi, that battlefield is not a place for us to meddle in. Why are you going? To throw your life away. Hearing that Yi Tian wanted to follow Yin Yinshin to the Antarctic battlefield, not only was Yin Yinshin stunned, but everyone else also looked at Yi Tian with confusion. Hee, I'm going to deliver some pills to Grandpa Xiao and the others. I don't know how Grandpa Xiao and the others are doing right now. These are divine-grade recovery pills. Just one can completely heal any injury. Yi Tian directly pulled out a restless vitality pill from his pocket and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Deliver pills? Didn't you already send a batch of pills to Grandpa Xiao and the others? Why are you delivering more? However, since they had grown up together, the tacit understanding between them was no joke. No need to trouble yourself. I can deliver them for you, Yin Yinshin said calmly. That won't do. These pills are precious, and I must deliver them personally. Hearing Yin Yinshin's words, Yi Tian cautiously put the pills away. Yin Yinshin. Seeing Yi Tian's wary expression, Yin Yinshin realized what was going on and smiled helplessly. Does my Longxia nation lack pills? I'm not so desperate as to covet the pills in your hands. Tisk, that's not necessarily true. Does your Longxia nation have my kind of spiritual energy pills? One pill can break through internal seals. Also, my vitality pills can instantly heal all injuries. Even if someone is on their last breath, it can pull them back. Do the pills in your Longxia nation have such effects? Yin Yinshin was momentarily speechless at Yi Tian's questions. A spiritual energy pill that could break seals. A vitality pill that could instantly heal all injuries. It seemed that not only did their Longxia nation lack such things, but perhaps the entire Lingwu continent didn't have them either. Xiao Tian, are you really sure you want to go? That place is very dangerous. You need to think it through. On the side, Shui Ling looked at Yi Tian with a serious expression. Don't worry, Sister Shui Ling. I'll take care of myself. Besides, isn't she going to be there too? How about we make a deal? You protect me, and I'll give you 2 vitality pills. Yi Tian looked at Yin Yinshin and smiled. Yin Yinshin felt her blood boil with anger, but after experiencing the effects of the pills, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Fine, but once we get there, don't run around. When I'm fighting Kuei-zun, you'd better stay far away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. No problem. Once we get there, you just need to fulfill our agreement and take down Kuei-zun. When I get there, I'll stay behind Grandpa Xiao and the others. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Yi Tian smiled nonchalantly. All right then, Xiao Tian, you just be careful. Shui Ling said softly. She had seen improper qi and blood pills before, and had even consumed them herself, so she quickly understood the reason behind Yi Tian's actions. Little Tian is already starting to dig a pit. Actually, Shui Ling wasn't wrong. Yi Tian indeed started digging the pit now. Rather than saying he started now, it would be more accurate to say that Yi Tian had already planned everything when Yin Yinshin made the agreement with him. In the battle between Yin Yinshin and Kuei-zun, no matter what, she would inevitably sustain some injuries. Now that he had taken out the pills and treated them as treasures, when Yin Yinshin successfully killed Kuei-zun, he could give her 1 or 2 pills. Then, once Yin Yinshin consumed the improper qi and blood pills and the side effects erupted, all he would need to do is send Yin Yinshin back into Tianmen and then destroy Tianmen completely. In this way, not only could Kuei-zun be killed, but Tianmen would be destroyed as well. Even if the Empress's reinforcements arrived, they would be unable to enter this world. Big brother. Behind Yi Tian, Yi Xian tightly clutched the corner of Yi Tian's clothes. Was her big brother going to do something dangerous again? Now that she had awakened her abilities, she understood the mission she carried. Her small face was full of hesitation. Don't worry, big brother will definitely come back safely. Seeing Yi Xian's reluctant expression, Yi Tian's heart softened. But at the moment, he couldn't think of any other solution besides this. He had to go. Then big brother. Be careful. Promise me you'll come back safely. Yi Xin said with a face full of reluctance. Don't worry. Big Brother promises you. After that, Yin Yinshin took Yi Tian and headed directly toward the South Pole. The South Pole, Tianmen had already been sealed by everyone's abilities. However, the people at the South Pole had a disagreement. I represent the island nation and firmly oppose the destruction of Tianmen. My lighthouse shares the same opinion. In front of Tianmen, the island nation and lighthouse factions were guarding Tianmen, preventing Xiao Yi and the others from destroying it. Shut your damn mouth. After we finally managed to drive the invaders out of our world, he's not even dead yet, and you useless fools are still blocking us. If you keep this up, don't blame me for cutting you down along with them. Li Qingyuan gripped his long sword tightly, cursing at the people from the two factions guarding Tianmen. I'll say it one more time, get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll cut you down along with them. A trace of coldness flashed in Li Qingyuan's expression, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Bakiaro, mage, how much longer until your side arrives? This old man is serious about attacking. The sword saint of the peninsula looked grimly at Li Qingyuan. The other party wasn't joking, he really meant to attack. Soon. Just hold on a little longer. The Grand Mage of the cathedral also had an unusually grim expression. Since you're so stubborn, then for the safety of Blue Star, you can go down along with Tianmen. Li Qingyuan said indifferently, as the long sword in his hand emitted a buzzing sound. Li Qingyuan swung his sword without holding back, and a massive sword energy formed, slashing toward them. A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of several people. If this sword were to strike down, they would undoubtedly die. However, with a cold snort, a holy power enveloped them. Then, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and in the void above, a massive shadow appeared. That shadow was a gigantic serpent with 8 heads. Seeing this scene, the faces of people from both camps immediately lit up with joy. They had arrived. Their reinforcements had arrived. Xiao Yi also squinted his eyes, watching the scene before him. Archangel Lucifer and Yamada no Orochi. Haha. Old General, long time no see. From afar, 2 figures swiftly flew toward the crowd. In an instant, the 2 men appeared before everyone. One was radiating a holy power, with 12 white wings on his back. The other was exuding a chilling aura. Lucifer, Yamada no Orochi. I see. So the sudden change in attitude from the island nation and the lighthouse must be because of you too. Hee. Old General, it's been years, and you're still as hot-tempered as ever. Lucifer said with a smile. That's right. Preserving the heavenly gate was indeed our suggestion. It seems you two still haven't given up on your pursuit of power. That's right. Don't tell me you're not tempted. Now that our time is running out, the only hope for survival is to break through the boundary level. Sigh. Do you realize that by doing this, you could doom the entire Blue Star? And what makes you think that entering the heavenly gate will guarantee your success in breaking through the boundary level? Have you forgotten about the golden armored beings? How many of them are in there? And this time, the invaders are even stronger than the golden armored beings. Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly. He could certainly understand Lucifer and Yamada no Orochi's thoughts. As boundary-level beings, they were now old and nearing the end of their lives. To continue living, they had to break through the boundary level to shatter the shackles of life. Of course, we haven't forgotten. But so what? As long as we can continue living and growing stronger, then what does it matter if Blue Star has to make some sacrifices? Moreover, Old General, take a look at who this is. As Lucifer's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Seeing that figure, everyone became extremely shocked. Everyone, it's been 3 years. Surely you haven't forgotten me. The man looked at the crowd with a cold smile. You all. The crowd stared at the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, their minds flashing back to that great battle years ago. And this middle-aged man before them was one of the 3 golden armored beings from the Heavenly Gate emissaries. To think you're still alive. Xiaoyi looked at the middle-aged man before him and spoke in an extremely cold tone. Of course, I'm still alive. I owe it all to these 2. If they hadn't pulled me back from the gates of hell, I might really be dead. The great kindness and virtue of these 2, I, Xian Anding, will never forget. Follow me back to the sect, and I will definitely introduce you to my master. By then, breaking through this minor boundary level will be a piece of cake. Haha, you're too kind, envoy. Did you see that, old general? So what do you think? Want to join us and gain supreme power together? Yamada no Orochi looked at Xiao Yi and the others with a cold smile and said, Join you? You bastards. Enough nonsense, spatial confinement. Xiao Yi struck directly. As for Xianin, he felt nothing but hatred. Back then, because of the golden armored man and these so-called envoys of the heavenly gate, how many people on Blue Star had died? Even his own children were lost, their fates still unknown to this day. This grudge had already become a mortal enmity, impossible to reconcile. The moment he saw Xianin, Xiao Yi was consumed with rage. Heh, I told you, these old guys are stubborn and want to join us. Let us just act directly. Dragon-S breath. Yamada no Orochi sneered coldly and struck instantly. The spatial confinement was immediately shattered, and 8 massive serpents descended from the void. From the phantom, 8 enormous beams of light were spat out. Absolute defense. Wei Guo threw out his shield, which expanded again and directly blocked the attack. However, the explosion's power shattered 4 massive icebergs nearby. Haha, old general, if that's the case, then let us fight. I'd like to see if, after all these years, the old general still has his former glory. Go all out from now on. I won't hold back anymore. Yamada no Orochi looked at everyone with a cold smile. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Heh, old general, calm down, calm down. Lucifer stepped between Yamada no Orochi and the others. We're all old friends, why make things so tense? Yamada no Orochi. Lucifer glared at him. The old general was just joking, why take it so seriously? Humph. Lucifer, we walk different paths and cannot work together. I don't think there's anything more to say. For your selfish desires, you dare to plunge the entire Blue Star into a cage again? I will be the first to oppose it. Xiao Yi squinted his eyes and glared coldly at Lucifer. Hee hee, old general, the situation is already set in stone. Why struggle? If we remain stagnant, how can we talk about protecting Blue Star? The heavenly gate has appeared once, how do you know it won't appear a second time? Why not quickly ally with Lord Xianin? We can break through the boundary level and gain supreme power. Moreover, Lord Xian has promised us that when he returns to the sect, he will have the sect protect Blue Star. In the future, as long as Blue Star aligns itself with his sect, we will be safe. Humph, you believe his words? Besides, the heavenly gate was created by them in the first place. How many boundary-level experts of Blue Star were slaughtered back then? Xiao Yi snorted coldly. Align with his sect? Do you want everyone on Blue Star to become slaves? Old general, you can't say it like that. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies. Indeed, Lord Xian and his people went too far back then, but hasn't he that all passed now? And what if we pledge allegiance to their sect? So what if we become slaves? It's not like we are the ones becoming slaves. I must break through the boundary level. Even within the heavenly gate, I can achieve supreme status, wealth, and glory, what's not to have. Isn't there a saying? If one does not act for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Opportunities like this are rare. I only advised you kindly because I believe, General, you are exceptionally talented. Yes, old friend. As long as you agree, once I return to the sect, I will surely help you all break through the boundary level. And Brother Lucifer is right. It's not you who will become slaves, just those ordinary people. What are you worried about? I think there's no need for us to keep entangling ourselves over a group of ants. Blue Star being conquered by my sect is only a matter of time. Persisting in this struggle will only lead to more deaths. Xianin sneered coldly. Lucifer, Yaki, in your pursuit of power, have you forgotten where you come from? Does what you're doing honor the blood that flows in your veins? Some people refuse to act and instead choose to consort with dogs. General, I advise you with good intentions, so don't be ungrateful. In that case, boom. However, before Lucifer could finish speaking, a powerful force erupted from within the heavenly gate, directly breaking the seal on it. Afterward, a figure slowly walked out from the heavenly gate. Heh. It seems like there are a few more troublesome rats. The figure was Koei Zun, his entire body exuding a violent aura, his upper body bare, and his hair flowing wildly. Haha, so it's Kuei Zun, the Ghost King of the Nine Nether Empire. Upon seeing Kuei Zun, Xiaonan smiled excitedly. With Kuei Zun here, he no longer needed to rely on Lucifer and Yaki. Hmm? And you are? Haha, I am Xiaonan of the Soul Profound sect from the Lingwu continent. My master, the Taoist Sanren, once drank with the general. I was the boy serving my master at the time. Soul Profound sect. Kuei Zun was taken aback, then seriously recalled for a moment before looking at Xian and with utter disgust. The Soul Profound sect was notorious for using ordinary people as cauldrons, absorbing their essence to cultivate. The Taoist Sanren was infamous on the Lingwu continent for being indiscriminate in his preferences, and Xian and had actually served him. Ugh, Kuei Zun couldn't hold back and almost vomited. Damn it, even being beaten by that old man wasn't as disgusting as this. General Kuei. Xianan looked at Kuei Zun, utterly confused. Ugh, get lost, get out of here. You'd better leave this world entirely. This world now belongs to my Nine Nether Empire. If you have any objections, have your sect take it up with the Emperor of the Nine Nether. Xianan. Fine. In that case, I will certainly relay this to my sect. We will visit the Emperor of the Nine Nether another day. Xianan's face darkened as he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Let's go, Xianan said to Lucifer and Yaki. He needed to return to his sect quickly and have them negotiate with the Nine Nether Empire. After all, the current situation was beyond his control. General Kuei, we shall take our leave first. Get lost. Go back and tell your sect that if they want slaves, they should negotiate with Emperor Wu. Stop sneaking around with these petty tricks. Now, this blue star belongs to my Nine Nether Empire, so these slaves should also belong to my empire. You want them? Go talk to our emperor. General Kuei impatiently waved his hand and said. Xianan gritted his teeth in frustration. If he could defeat Kuei Zun, he would have acted long ago. The heavenly gate was sealed, and his strength was diminished. He had originally planned to wait until his strength recovered and the seal on the heavenly gate was lifted. Then he would call for reinforcements from his sect. 3 years ago, that mysterious figure was far too powerful for him to resist. Now that the mysterious figure had disappeared and the seal on the heavenly gate was lifted, his strength still hadn't fully recovered. He never expected that the people of the Nine Nether Empire would interfere. And the one who came was none other than Kuei Zun, the revered figure of the Nine Nether Empire. Watching Xianan walk into the gate of heavenly spirit with a gloomy expression, a cold glint flashed in Kuei Zun's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this useless man still had some value, I would have killed him on the spot. The reason Kuei Zun let Xianan leave was simply to have him go back and spread the word, shifting all the blame onto the Nine Nether Empire and letting them fight among themselves. Once he had eliminated these stubborn fools, he would completely destroy the heavenly gate, ensuring that no one from the Lingwu continent could travel to Blue Star again. Watching Lucifer and Yamada no Orochi leave with Xianan, the Peninsula Sword Saint, the Grand Mage, and others who were guarding the heavenly gate looked as if they had just eaten dog feces, their expressions extremely unpleasant. They were merely following orders to guard the heavenly gate, but damn it, no one told them things would turn out like this. Peninsula, Grand Mage, I have already sent word of this situation to the international conference. Just wait for the wrath of the entire world. Ning Xiao glared coldly at the people from the two factions, his tone icy as he spoke. Because of Kuei Zun's presence, everyone could only watch helplessly as Xianan left. Otherwise, even fighting Kuei Zun alone would be a struggle, let alone adding Xian into the mix. Not to mention, Xian had Lucifer and Yamada no Orochi, those two troublemakers, by his side. Swish! The faces of the people from the two factions instantly turned pale. The label of betraying Blue Star was truly heavy. They couldn't bear it. The wrath of the entire world? That was no joke, especially for the Peninsula Sword Saint, whose homeland was so small. How could they withstand the wrath of the entire world? They might even face annihilation. We didn't know things would turn out like this. Yes, General Ning, we were also deceived. Several people hurriedly explained. Words are useless. How to deal with this is up to those above. For now, get lost. At least, This battlefield alliance no longer needs you. That's right. Get lost. Yes, hurry up and leave. Traitorous trash who betrayed Blue Star. The Sword Saint of the Peninsula and the Archmage watched this scene, their faces turning extremely grim. Their teeth were almost grinding to pieces. Once they returned, they would definitely kill the one who gave the order. What kind of trash commander was that? The people from both factions, knowing they were in the wrong, left Antarctica without looking back. Kuei Zun watched the scene with great interest and did not intervene. Such a spectacular drama was rarely seen on the Lingwu continent. Hara, in light of the good show you've put on for me, I'll give you all a chance. A chance to submit. So what do you say? Still want to fight? The outcome is already decided. Even if you defeat me, there is still the sole profound sect behind the Gate of Celestial Spirits, the Nine Nether Empire, and the Dragon Xia Empire, all eyeing you covetously. They are not forces you can contend with. Why not submit to me and acknowledge me as your master? Supreme divine power? I can grant it to you as well. Besides, being a slave to one person is better than being a slave to many. I assent it? Kuei Zun said with a faint smile. Moreover, with your strength, if you continue fighting, the only ones who will die are you. I just don't want to go through the trouble. We will never bow to you invaders. If you want to fight, then fight. Xiaoyi said calmly. Old friends, now that Blue Star is in danger, it's time to give it our all. Drive out and kill the invaders, destroy the Celestial Gate. Overestimating yourselves. Kuei Zun sneered coldly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, Kuei Zun charged directly at Xiaoyi. Space locking. Suddenly, a massive blue figure emerged from Xiaoyi's body. The blue figure completely enveloped Xiaoyi, exuding a dense spatial aura from head to toe. Dimensional severance. The blue giant wielded a blade of space and slashed down. In the next moment, the space around Kuei Zun, who was charging at Xiaoyi, shattered. Instantly, Kuei Zun was sent flying an unknown distance. The powerful and violent aura seemed as if it would completely crush Kuei Zun. A trace of shock flashed in Kuei Zun's eyes. He hadn't expected someone from this lower world to possess such formidable power. However, this level of power was still far from enough to defeat him. Unmovable as a mountain, Kuei Zun roared, forcibly withstanding the spatial force. The surrounding space continued to shatter, yet it failed to harm him in the slightest. Bloodthirst. Heaven Slayer. Another furious roar echoed as a massive crimson figure completely enveloped Li Chengyuan. Old friend, this might be the last time I use you. Let us have a good fight. Li Chengyuan said calmly. Then, the long sword behind him slowly unsheathed, and the massive figure behind him mirrored the motion. A blood-red long sword appeared in its hand. Even at this age, you're still fighting so hard. Don't you know what it's all for? Yeah, it's nothing more than for the dreams we once had. Fight to your heart's content, I'll heal you. Large recovery. Realm of life. Fong Mei said with a smile, exuding a powerful life force. Then, a massive figure also enveloped him. Suddenly, the energy consumed by Xiao Yi and Li Chengyuan was instantly replenished, and the power of life continued to surge into their bodies. Good. Now this is interesting. Who would have thought that this low-level world could produce the power of Dharma aspect? Come on, carrier, rise. Kuei Zun clapped his hands on the ground, and immediately the surrounding iceberg shattered. Countless giant ice figures rose from the ground. Soul Devourer. Merge. Then, Soul Devourer appeared again, directly rushing into the bodies of the ice giants. In an instant, the ice giants emitted an incomparably terrifying aura, as if they had gained intelligence, and began attacking everyone. Old General. Ning Kid, you must retreat now. Leave the upcoming battle to us. If we die, let them activate the Jade Shatter plan above. Only then can Blue Star's safety be preserved, Xiao Yi said calmly, then lightly clapped his hand, and Ning Xiao instantly disappeared from where he stood. Boundary severance. Annihilation. Xiao Yi no longer held back and unleashed his full power. A massive spatial force suddenly appeared in the middle of the ice giants. The spatial force carried an aura of crushing everything, directly shattering and annihilating several ice giants completely. bloodthirsty slash. Li Qingyuan swung his sword, and the giant behind him also swung a massive blood sword, slicing several ice giants in half. "Heh, is this all the strength you have?" "Earth-shattering," Kuei Zun said indifferently, then descended from the sky, swinging a massive fist down at the group. The force of the punch tore a huge hole in the sky, and the ground seemed unable to bear its power, trembling violently. "Leave it to me." Shield of heaven and earth. Wei Guo roared, and a massive figure enveloped him. As the enormous fist was about to fall, Wei Guo, with the phantom surrounding him, also swung a punch at the giant fist. "I'm not just a shield." Boom. The collision of the two fists created a massive shockwave that almost knocked everyone else off their feet. The people from the other camps watched the scene with faces full of shock. This is the true power of the older generation of world-class warriors. Seeing the giant fist blocked by Wei Guo, Xiao Yi's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind Kuei Zun. Spatial force, void annihilation. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, and the giant behind him pointed a finger. Kuei Zun instantly felt himself enveloped by a mysterious force. Under the immense spatial force, Kuei Zun felt as if his body was detached from the time and space of this world. His figure even began to turn transparent, as if he was about to disappear from this world entirely. However, Kuei Zun's face still showed no sign of panic. Deprivation force? No, this mysterious power feels more like the power of laws. Haha, that's right, it's the power of laws. Who would have thought that people in this world could directly use the power of laws? Haha, interesting, truly interesting. So this is the reason why the Soul Profound sect wants to control this world. Kuei Zun burst into laughter. No wonder the people of Soul Xian sect came here so sneakily, trying to take control of this world. It turns out that the power possessed by the people of this world is completely different from theirs. They rely on absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, whereas the people of this world directly awaken the power of laws and fight by continuously cultivating the power of laws. It must be noted that the power of laws is extremely rare, even in the Lingwu continent. Fortunately, the spiritual energy on this blue star is thin, and its purity is not as good as that of the Lingwu continent, so the strength of these people is not very high. Otherwise, the one being crushed to the ground today might have been me. Condense. Kuei Zun quickly activated his cultivation technique, and his figure began to condense once again. Interesting, no cultivation base, yet able to directly grasp the power of laws. Although it's incomplete power of laws, if I can completely control this world, maybe I can even obtain the complete power of laws. Thinking of this, a trace of greed flashed in Kuei Zun's eyes. "Break for me." Kuei Zun roared, and an extraordinary burst of power exploded from within him. That powerful force forcibly sent Xiao Yi and the others flying. Arg! The group fell to the ground, spitting out blood. But soon, Fang Mei's healing ability came into play, continuously restoring them. "A healer, huh? Then I'll kill you first." Kuei Zun sneered and charged directly at Fang Mei. "Old Yi, it's up to you." Seeing Kuei Zun rushing toward Fang Mei, Xiao Yi shouted anxiously. Fang Mei was a support type and had almost no combat ability. If she faced the invader, she would undoubtedly die. Gate of Death. Open. With my life, ignite my soul. Mad Demon. Condense. A thunderous voice suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth, and Night Emperor opened the 8th gate once again. However, unlike before, this time a massive figure also materialized around Night Emperor. The giant was covered in explosive muscles, its eyes glowing with a vivid red light. Beneath the giant, Night Emperor, empowered by the 8 gates, transformed into a crimson muscular warrior, and his previously vanished legs instantly regenerated. Old Yi. Li Qingyuan looked at Night Emperor in the distance. This was Night Emperor's strongest form. He also knew that Night Emperor was now risking his life. "Old Yi, are you crazy? Stop it right now. I order you to stop." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Fang Mei's aged face. Even though she had come to terms with life and death, seeing Night Emperor risk his life to protect her still caused her heart to ache unbearably. "You'll never harm my little Fang." Roar! The berserk giant let out an earth-shattering roar along with Night Emperor's furious cry, and then Night Emperor's figure, along with the giant, disappeared from where they stood. Kuei Zun, who was attacking Fong Mei, suddenly froze in his tracks. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming aura approaching, making his scalp tingle with fear. However, before he could react, Night Emperor appeared directly in front of him. Dragon Strike. Night Emperor's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, it was impossible to tell how many punches he had thrown, each punch heavier than the last. Kuei Zun crossed his arms in front of his chest, but Night Emperor's movements and strength were simply too overwhelming. He couldn't defend himself at all. Boom! Kuei Zun was directly struck, spraying a mouthful of blood in midair, his entire body sent flying backward. Thud! Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Suddenly, they felt that, although they were also of the same realm, compared to Xiao Yi and the older generation, they were nothing but trash. Especially Night Emperor, none of them dared to claim they could withstand even one punch from him in this state. Kuei Zun was also extremely shocked at this moment. He hadn't expected Night Emperor's strength to be so formidable. Had that old man not even used his full power just now? Boom! Just as Kuei Zun was feeling a wave of shock, the surrounding ice surface suddenly began to tremble violently again. Then, a massive impact force directly ejected him from the ground. Crack! Another punch came flying. Crunch! Kuei Zun spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his entire left shoulder shattered by Night Emperor's punch. At the same time, Night Emperor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as well. After all, he was burning his life force to fight the invader. He couldn't afford to drag this out for too long. Thinking of this, a resolute look flashed in Night Emperor's eyes. Then let's end this quickly. Condense. Night Emperor roared, and the giant enveloping his body rapidly dissipated, with all its power directly merging into Night Emperor's right hand. Let this punch end it all. Night Emperor roared, throwing a punch at Kuei Zun. As Night Emperor's fist approached, it magnified in Kuei Zun's eyes, and that tingling sensation on his scalp struck him again. No more playing around, this old man's punch is no joke. Divine armor. Protect. Suddenly, a suit of armor appeared on Kuei Zun's body, completely enveloping him. Night Emperor's fist landed directly on the armor that had suddenly appeared on Kuei Zun. Kuei Zun was once again sent flying by the punch, smashing through several icebergs. After delivering this punch, Night Emperor felt a wave of weakness wash over him. All the skill states on his body instantly dissipated, and the legs he had just regrown vanished as well. His eyes closed, and he completely passed out, falling from mid-air. Old Night. Xiao Yi quickly activated his ability, and Night Emperor's figure instantly disappeared, reappearing in front of him. Old Night, hang in there. Don't fall asleep, you reckless old fool. You're already so old. Why are you trying to risk your life like this? Xiao Yi said urgently, while pulling a blood vitality pill from his pocket and feeding it to Night Emperor. But at this moment, Night Emperor's breath was chaotic, and his entire body appeared even older. Night Emperor already had hidden injuries, and now he had burned his life force to fight the enemy, so the blood vitality pill had little effect on him. After all, blood vitality pills cannot replenish life force. Xiao Fong, come over and stabilize Old Night's condition first. Xiao Yi shouted, releasing a burst of spatial energy that instantly teleported Fong Mei over. Then, Xiao Yi soared into the sky, taking Li Qingyuan and Guan along as they rushed toward the place where Kuei Zun had fled. After all, the war was not over yet. They could feel that Kuei Zun's presence had not disappeared, so they had to resolve Kuei Zun before he recovered. Cough. 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 Haha, Xiaofang, you're here. Night Emperor coughed up another mouthful of blood, weakly looking at Fong Mei, who was holding him in her arms and healing him. Yes, I'm here. Old Night, I'm here. Don't speak for now, you're seriously injured. Don't worry, I will definitely heal you. Fong Mei said anxiously, pushing her healing ability to its maximum, continuously restoring Night Emperor. Haha, cough, cough, cough. No, don't waste your energy, it's useless. Save your strength to help old Xiao and the others. I'm already at the end of my rope. I've lived long enough, and it's been worth it. I have no regrets in this life, except for one. I still owe you and I love you. Sorry, forgive me for taking so long to say it. It's just that you got married so quickly back then, and I just... Night Emperor trailed off, coughing up another mouthful of blood, but his expression was one of complete satisfaction. I know everything. Old Knight, stop talking. You're going to be fine. You will definitely be fine. Since you've said you love me, then you can't die? I won't allow you to die. Once I heal you, we'll go get our marriage certificate. So don't die. Fong Mei's face was full of urgency. She and Night Emperor had grown up together, and feelings had quietly blossomed between them. However, at that time, Night Emperor and his best friend had both fallen for her. Night Emperor, being naturally reserved, chose to step back when he realized his friend liked Fong Mei too. From then on, Night Emperor deliberately avoided Fong Mei, pretending not to see her. Fong Mei, in a fit of anger, chose Night Emperor's best friend instead. Later, the two of them started their own families, thinking that this was how their lives would be. But unexpectedly, the rift appeared, the apocalypse war broke out, and they both lost their respective partners.